Chapter 1. Decoding the Earth as a Spaceship. Earth Starship, Repository of Consciousness, Brainwave-Powered Vessel. In a magical city, at 8 in the morning, Lin Yuan strolled into the Advanced Institute of Physics under Lonka University, a cup of soy milk in his left hand and a bag of soup dumplings in his right. As a distinguished graduate from Lonka University, today marked his inaugural day at work. In his previous life, Lin Yuan was a top-tier scientist who found himself in this parallel world due to a tornado encountered during a research expedition in Borneo. Even as an infant, he perceived a virtual system panel within his mind. Earth Starship Exploration System. Ultimate task: unravel the detailed information of the Earth Starship for the world and acquire the exclusive captaincy of the vessel. What is this? With wide eyes, Lin Yuan was initially bewildered, but soon the voice in his mind announced, Beginner's Gift Package activated. Rewards include maximum learning and comprehension, leading him to quickly embrace the allure of the system. For the next 20 years, Lin Yuan diligently immersed himself in growth and study. Now, he had entered the Advanced Institute of Physics as the youngest recipient of a National Outstanding Youth Science Fund Award. After completing the registration process, Lin Yuan was cordially invited to the vice president's office. "Ah, Lin, you are indeed the top talent our institute has eagerly anticipated," Vice President Liu Zhe exclaimed with excitement. Securing a talent from premier institutions such as the Aviation Technology Group, Northern Vehicle Research Institute, Nuclear Industries Southwest Institute, and the Armament Group was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Young man, you certainly exhibit vigor. Lin, we currently have several project teams in need of personnel. One involves research on armor for the military's fourth-generation main battle tanks, and another focuses on hypersonic vehicles. Pausing momentarily, Liu recalled the advice from his old friend, academician Qin Shanhe. Lin Yuan is exceptionally talented, though his recent research direction seems a bit off track. Please keep him grounded. Off track? Surely not. Liu chuckled and inquired, which research group do you wish to join? Feel free to choose. Professor Liu, I am not interested in any of those research groups, Lin Yuan replied with a shake of his head. I heard that our institute has recently launched an online science popularization live streaming program. Indeed, Liu nodded, providing clarification. Recently, online streaming has gained immense popularity. To promote science to the public, our institute has created a streaming account primarily to educate domestic netizens on scientific knowledge and research projects. That sounds wonderful. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled brightly and eagerly offered, Professor Liu, may I take charge of this live streaming program? You are interested? Liu was taken aback, blinking and then chuckling. That's not feasible. It would be a waste of talent to have such a brilliant student become a science popularization host. Not at all, Lin Yuan replied with a grin. The science live stream won't consume much of my time, and I can continue my research in parallel. Professor Liu, I am genuinely interested. Seeing Lin Yuan's earnest expression, Liu rubbed his temples and finally conceded. Very well, since you were so adamant, I shall approve it. As a young person, you should have no issues with science popularization. Moreover, there's been a stir among the Eagle Country folks, claiming that the research on the world's most advanced sixth-generation fighter aircraft, Dark Star, has entered the test flight phase. Netizens abroad are buzzing about it, while we have no significant scientific updates at home, which is disappointing to the public. Hence, the military has requested that our institute release a high-profile research project that sounds somewhat like cutting-edge technology with strategic deterrence. Why? ET remains ambiguous enough to baffle the Eagle Country folks. Actually, this is not just a task for our institute. Other research organizations in the country face similar demands. Liu spoke with a knowing look. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Isn't this akin to the tactics of the War Deception Bureau? Everyone knows about Zhang Xiaozong from the War Deception Bureau, who once dismantled the production line of the Eagle Country's F-22 fighter jet merely through his words. Liu chuckled awkwardly. Comrade Lin, your understanding is quite astute. That is essentially the idea. Your capabilities are unquestionable, and being a handsome young man, I can rest assured with you at the helm of this live stream. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan gleamed with excitement. Professor Liu, I actually have a research project in mind that would be perfect for this. It would undoubtedly cause quite a stir among the Eagle Country folks. Moreover, it would serve as an educational tool for our citizens and enhance the online influence of our Advanced Institute of Physics. Ditto? Lu's interest was piqued. That sounds splendid. The more extravagant the project sounds, yet retains a semblance of logic upon further contemplation, the better. Lin Yuan was equally thrilled and inquired, Professor Lu, how grand can we make it? Go as big as you can. Lu spoke confidently. With the institute and military backing you, you could even propose the Southern Skygate project. Understood? Lin Yuan chuckled. However, the Southern Skygate is rather outdated and lacks novelty. Professor Lu, just wait. I will certainly surprise you this time. With that, he exited the office and began executing his mission. In the afternoon, within an office at the Advanced Institute of Physics, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. 20 years of preparation. It was time to make a significant impact. He then logged onto the Douyin platform, accessing the official account of the Advanced Institute of Physics, and began drafting the title and announcement for the live stream. Decoding. The Earth is an ancient spaceship. Humanity is but passengers aboard a spaceship. We are all part of a super interstellar fleet known as Laniaka, and this Earth spaceship is propelling us through interstellar travel at a staggering speed of 52 million kilometers per day. Dragon Country Jiuzhou serves as the core functional area and intelligence center of the spaceship, while the Shanghai Jing functions as the flight recorder and Lianshan Guizhong acts as the map and user manual for the vessel. 5 mountains represent the 5 major Starship firepower, 10 great caves are the space-based weapon platforms, and 72 blessed lands constitute the escort system for the spaceship with such explosive allure, coupled with the esteemed background of an official academic institution account. Lin Yuan's livestream announcement garnered over 100 followers within less than half an hour. Everyone bore expressions of sheer astonishment. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan decisively commenced the live stream. A visage with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding warmth like jade, appeared before the vast audience. Over 100 viewers flooded into the live stream. Wow, the host has finally gone live. Such an outrageous claim. I've been waiting for this absurdity. Oh my, the host is quite handsome. What the heck? He's saying the Earth is a spaceship. Surely, even someone with a kindergarten diploma wouldn't be fooled by that. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Lin Yuan smiled gently, his clear and soothing voice resonating within the live stream. Hello, dear netizens. Welcome to the live stream of the Advanced Institute of Physics. I am the host Lin Yuan, and today's topic revolves around the research exploration projects being actively promoted by our institution and various top-tier research organizations across the country. Indeed, as everyone can observe, this is a reality that is beyond the comprehension and imagination of ordinary individuals. Lin Yuan spoke eloquently. Our great ancestors grasped the truth of the Earth long before, surpassing modern science by thousands of years. Lin Yuan smiled serenely and continued. Since the dawn of science, humanity has believed that the Earth is a planet floating in the cosmos. However, today I wish to propose a novel perspective. I contend that the Earth is a colossal spacecraft constructed by an ancient civilization. Let us begin with a few foundational points. First, the immense pressure within the Earth bears a striking resemblance to that of the spacecraft's engine, indicating that the Earth is capable of extended interstellar travel. Next, we must consider the appearance and structural design of this spacecraft we call Earth. I believe many viewers envision interstellar vessels akin to those depicted in science fiction films. Yet this perception has led to a significant cognitive misstep, as all spacecraft must adhere to the principles of aerodynamics. But in the vastness of space, what relevance does aerodynamics hold? Thus, the Earth has been designed as a spherical entity, unencumbered by gravitational considerations, allowing for the construction of a truly magnificent starship. When mass becomes excessive, gravity poses a challenge, however. A spherical form ensures the equilibrium of gravitational forces. Consequently, this cosmic vessel, the Earth, possesses an impeccable starship structure that has endured for billions of years. Upon hearing this, the chat room erupted with excitement. What a peculiar assertion. Go on. I am intrigued to see how the host continues this narrative. My goodness, is this really an official academic institution's live stream? Yet proposing such a theory lacks rigor. In a matter of minutes, the number of viewers skyrocketed from over 100 to more than 1,000. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who was speaking fluently, suddenly found himself momentarily stunned. A virtual interface appeared in his mind, visible only to him. Earth Starship Exploration System, officially activated. Ultimate main quest. Unveil to the world that the Earth is a super cosmic spaceship. Earth Starship acceptance rate. 0 Earth Starship acceptance count. 1 Congratulations, host. Someone has believed in your theory, and a reward has been granted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the causal halo. Causal halo. The concept of the Earth Starship proposed by the host, regardless of its scale, will adhere to the principle of causality, thereby manifesting it. Usage cooldown. Currently usable once. Recharges every 30 days. The causal halo can materialize the concepts one proposes. This function holds immense intrigue. Lin Yuan felt an exhilarating joy within. For instance, when the Taishan dimensional shockwave, the Hongshan quantum cannon, and the Songzhan kinetic weapons all manifest before humanity. What a spectacular scene that would be. Chapter 2. Stones as the energy source of the spaceship comprehending heavy element fusion. Lin Yuan's spirit was invigorated. With his thoughts returning, he glanced once more at the system panel. Earth Starship acceptance count. 2. Oh, surprisingly, 2 individuals have accepted the concept of the Earth Starship. Feeling encouraged, Lin Yuan's motivation surged. In reality, many viewers were left speechless, struggling to formulate counterarguments against the host. Yet, they found themselves at a loss for words. The theory regarding the appearance of the Earth as a spaceship is logical, compelling me to concede that there may be some truth to it. The storytelling is quite adept. I find myself somewhat in agreement with the host's assertions. The host's imagination is boundless. It's more captivating than the novels I've read on various platforms. Not to mention, it's even more deceptive than the scams from Myanmar. Thankfully, my education only goes as far as elementary school, so I cannot be fooled. As Lin Yuan continued his discourse, he further overturned the viewer's perceptions. Ahem, having briefly discussed the appearance of the Earth as a spaceship, let us now delve into the propulsion mechanisms of this vessel. What energy source does this ancient spaceship rely upon for interstellar travel? Surely, some form of energy must sustain this colossal entity. In fact, this energy source is stone. Lin Yuan paused, his tone deep and confident. What on earth? The host is really spinning tales. The viewers were taken aback that IT felt as though their minds were being forcefully ground into the ground. What a joke. If stones could serve as energy sources, everyone would be picking them up daily, becoming billionaires in the process. If he were referring to uranium or other nuclear materials, that could be plausible. But stones? How could that be possible? The viewers rolled their eyes, with some more serious individuals scoffing in disbelief. Misleading the youth. Is this truly the official live stream of a prestigious physical research institute? I shall lodge a complaint. A portion of the audience mocked and criticized Lin Yuan. Before long, the platform's moderators received hundreds of complaints about Lin Yuan's live stream. This piqued the moderators' curiosity, leading them to enter the stream for a brief listen, which altered their perception. This host is utterly nonsensical. That IT sounds like a fairy tale, yet the imagination is quite entertaining. The moderators chuckled heartily. As for shutting down Lin Yuan's stream, that was out of the question after all. The platform had no regulations against host boasting. They could only offer a simple reminder. Upon receiving the moderator's reminder, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. Everyone, have a little patience and allow me to elaborate. Indeed, stones are the most inexpensive energy source available in this world. He smiled meaningfully, his voice calm. However, harnessing stones as an energy source is not so straightforward. It necessitates heavy element fusion to catalyze energy production from stones. This assertion many viewers suddenly felt a jolt. Lin Yuan continued. The most prevalent fusion reaction in the universe is hydrogen fusion, which is how the sun releases energy. Perhaps the sun is also a cosmic spaceship, albeit a simpler energy vessel compared to the Earth. Its sole purpose is to provide energy to the Earth ship. Lin Yuan chuckled. Amidst the bewildered, shocked, and mocking gazes of the viewers, he continued. Stones serve as fuel for the spaceship's flight, propelled by heavy element fusion. In essence, it involves transforming the abundant carbon within stones through a specialized process into iron, resulting in a tremendous energy release. What is the specific operational procedure at this point? Lin Yuan suddenly paused. He heard a chime in his mind as the Earth Starship Exploration System chimed in. Congratulations, host. The acceptance count for the Earth Starship concept has surpassed 5. You have received a targeted theoretical package as a reward. Congratulations, host. You have attained comprehension of the heavy element fusion technology. A wealth of knowledge surged into Lin Yuan's mind as if he were being enlightened. With inspiration flooding in, Lin Yuan grabbed a pen and swiftly wrote a series of formulas on a small blackboard behind him. What on earth? The viewers, who had previously mocked Lin Yuan, now stared in astonishment at his actions. What is the host writing? My goodness, I can't comprehend it, but it seems incredibly impressive. It appears to be some sort of mathematical or physical formula. Surely the host isn't being serious. The host is obviously pretending, taking advantage of the viewer's ignorance. Is there no expert willing to challenge the host? TSK, this is a national-backed academic institution. Surely they wouldn't engage in nonsense. Could it be that Earth is indeed an ancient spacecraft? The number of viewers in Lin Yuan's live stream has, fittingly, surpassed 2,000. Moreover, there are some experts in the chat. Wow, isn't this the Avogadro constant Na and fusion reaction rate formula? The host is writing a formula for a certain type of fusion reaction. It's quite profound. The heavy element fusion mentioned by the host is theoretically feasible, but the current technology cannot achieve it. To induce fusion in the elements contained within rocks, a temperature of at least 1 billion degrees Celsius is required, which even the sun cannot reach. However, to write the formula for heavy element fusion, I fear no one in the global scientific community could accomplish it. Surely, this formula must be a fabrication. The viewers are in a frenzy. The atmosphere in the live stream becomes lively and animated. Many viewers, upon seeing the esoteric formula, cannot help but gasp in astonishment. The host, is he serious? Meanwhile, in the office of the Vice President of the Shanghai Academy of Advanced Physics, Liu Zhe, having just concluded a meeting, settled down with a teacup, feeling a sudden unease in his heart. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What's going on? I feel an unsettling sensation. Liu Zhe murmured to himself. All right, Shaolin's live stream, representing the Academy of Advanced Physics, seems to have commenced. This young colleague possesses exceptional research skills. I'm quite eager to see what project he will present. Liu Zhe smiled faintly. However, the young colleague mentioned wanting to present something grand. Liu Zhe suddenly froze, the words of an old friend echoing in his mind, and he immediately felt a surge of anxiety. He promptly opened his phone and accessed the Academy's live stream. At first glance, he was struck by the eye-catching title, Live Stream, unveiling Earth as a spaceship. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan speaking confidently and the barrage of comments flooding the screen, Liu Zhe's face darkened, nearly choking on his own breath. This young colleague, is he out his mind? Liu Zhe was on the verge of losing control. How could the official live stream of the prestigious Shanghai Academy of Advanced Physics be embroiled in such a significant broadcasting debacle? What kind of science popularization or research explanation is this? It is nothing but sheer deception. This is disastrous. Liu Zhe's lips trembled as he urgently dialed his old friend Qin Shanha. Old Qin, your prized disciple has brought me to ruin. A few seconds later, Qin replied. Having heard the details of the situation on the other end of the line, he let out a soft sigh. This young fellow is still as stubborn as ever, continuing to delve into his theories. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe grew even more bewildered. Old Qin, what on earth is happening? Liu Zhe, exasperated, shouted. Lin Yuan is your prize student. I sent him to represent the Academy for science popularization, not expecting him to achieve anything, just to casually baffle those American folks. You'd think that even if he exaggerated about our nation developing a space aircraft carrier, there would be some semblance of logic to it. But now what is this? It's complete nonsense. Liu Zhe lamented. Didn't I tell you earlier that this kid's research direction has veered off course? After several sighs, Qin Shanha replied with a wry smile. He'll send you a document. This document is somewhat special, classified as SS level top secret with your clearance. You'll only be able to view the first page. Before long, Liu Zhe received an encrypted email from Qin, opening the document. A line of bold text caught his eye. Application for the exploration and development of Earth's spaceship project, led by Longhua. Research applicant Lin Yuan. Upon flipping to the first page, Earth is an ancient spacecraft containing a wealth of ancient civilization technology, such as the Kwa Fu Guardian Mecha 36 caves near-Earth orbital heavy artillery, 100,000 heavenly soldiers combat robots. If we could explore the technology of the Earth spaceship, long will dominate the globe. Chapter 3. 2,500 volcanoes equal a planetary engine. Upon encountering this information, Liu Zhe felt utterly bewildered. He began to understand why Elder Qin expressed such reservations about Lin Yuan's research direction. It was not merely a deviation, it was an outright frenzy. Even the most audacious fishmonger would not dare to be so reckless. This theory seemed excessively avant-garde, despite being a scientist himself. Possessing the philosophy of bold hypotheses and cautious verification, he found it difficult to accept. However, a question lingered. If this were the theory of a madman, why would the military classify this document as SSS-level top secret? Liu Zhe was perplexed. Sensing his confusion, Elder Qin sent another message. While the application contained exaggerated claims, some of Lin Yuan's strategic construction suggestions were indeed distinctive. Moreover, who could accurately predict the future of the scientific community? What we cannot comprehend now may transform in 50 or 100 years, much like the ancients could not fathom the internet, rockets, or firearms a century ago. Are we not in a similar predicament today? Liu Zhe sat in contemplation for a long while. Eventually, he came to a realization. Regardless, it didn't matter. The objective of cooperating with higher authorities for the purpose of military deception had already been achieved. Liu Zhe pouted slightly. He could vividly imagine the expressions of foreign media and certain special agencies upon discovering the astonishing scientific projects emerging from Long Nation's networks. As for the livestream, he decided to let Xiao Lin continue. After all, he was quite eager to see what Lin Yuan would propose next to substantiate his research. In the capital, at the Military Industrial Research Academy, within an apartment, Professor Zhao Tsongru, hailed as the foremost authority in military nuclear fusion technology, appeared in the living room, visibly fatigued. "Grandfather, please don't overexert yourself. Remember to take care of your health." His granddaughter, Zhao Xie, with her large, watery eyes filled with concern, implored him. "Oh, compared to the national defense endeavor, what is my health?" Zhao Tsongru sighed. "For 3 full months, there has been no progress on my research project. I am quite anxious." Zhao Xie, at the tender age of 20, was an undeniable campus beauty and academic prodigy. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her bright, sparkling eyes glistened with concern, framed by delicate brows and complemented by her flawless, lightly flushed complexion and rose-petal soft lips. Upon hearing her grandfather's sigh, Zhao Xie playfully blinked and pointed at the live stream she was watching, gently saying, "Grandfather, you should take a look at this live stream. They are discussing a nuclear reaction formula, though I find it a bit difficult to understand." "Oh," Zhao Tsongru responded, surprised. "Is the domestic live streaming industry so competitive now that they are discussing nuclear fusion reactions?" "Hee, that depends on who is hosting the live stream." Zhao Xie giggled, covering her mouth. "Grandfather, do you remember the brilliant senior I mentioned, Lin Yuan?" Zhao Xie exclaimed excitedly, biting her lip. "He is the youngest recipient of the National Outstanding Youth Scientific Research Fund Award and the most exceptional graduate of Long University in the past 20 years. "I remember." Zhao Tsongru chuckled softly and remarked, "He is indeed your idol. Is this the live streaming room of the Institute of Advanced Physics?" "Yes," Zhao Xie responded with excitement. "Lin Yuan is currently representing the Institute in a popular science live stream, and he just mentioned heavy element fusion. I find it quite profound. Could you see how he presents?" Zhao Xie, whose field of study is life sciences and who does not grasp the relevant concepts, believed her grandfather would understand. "Heavy element fusion?" Zhao Tsongru exclaimed in disbelief. "How could that be possible? Theoretically, it could not be achieved for centuries." As he took the tablet to glance at it, he was taken aback by the title of the stream, revealing, "The Earth is a spaceship?" However, soon the series of formulas on the blackboard rendered Zhao Tsongru transfixed. His expression one of astonishment. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he beheld the intricate formulas. Just a fleeting glance sent shivers down his spine. Each character held boundless mysteries, seemingly infused with immense power that captivated his mind. Under the influence of these formulas, Zhao Tsongru felt as though the academic challenges that had previously plagued him began to unravel, their complexities laid bare. "Heavens!" he exclaimed, only to see Lin Yuan wiping the formulas off the blackboard. Zhao Tsongru cried out in despair, "What is he doing? He hasn't finished writing the formulas." My curiosity is piqued. Regret surged within him. Images of the formulas danced in his mind, sparking an overwhelming surge of inspiration. "I have made a breakthrough in my research," he shouted, overwhelmed with excitement. "Yes, according to the evolution of this formula, the nuclear fusion efficiency of the Shunguang No. 3 laser weapon could increase at least 3-fold. Zhao Tsongru exclaimed, his enthusiasm leading him to stride eagerly toward his study. Noticing this, Zhao Xie was astounded. "Grandfather, is the formula for heavy element fusion truly that effective?" "My dear," the old man replied fervently, "I can only say this. It is a monumental discovery. That series of formulas will astonish the entire modern scientific community and may even crown this young man as a king in the realms of mathematics and nuclear fusion technology." "Ah, is grandfather's praise really that lofty?" Zhaoxia gasped, unable to fathom the magnitude of his words. Her gaze shifted back to the figure in the livestream. Curiosity etched on her delicate features. Meanwhile, in Magic City, Lin Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality. After a brief moment of contemplation, he calmly erased the 7 or 8 lines of the heavy element fusion formula he had written. After all, the complete formula was not yet ready for public revelation. However, Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the knowledge of heavy element fusion had been imprinted in his mind in a manner akin to enlightenment, saving him decades of arduous research. Back to the main topic. The technical secrets regarding heavy element fusion and the Earth spaceship aside, let us continue discussing the propulsion capabilities of the Earth spaceship, Lin Yuan said, flashing a radiant smile. Since stones serve as one of the fuels, what then could be the nature of the engines aboard the Earth spaceship, and how might they manifest before the eyes of the world? It is widely acknowledged that the Earth weighs an astounding 600 trillion tons. To propel it into the vastness of space, apart from the gravitational forces at play, the spacecraft must undoubtedly possess its own propulsion system. I shall refer to this as the planetary engine. Upon uttering these words, the live stream erupted into fervent discussion. Many instinctively engaged in contemplation, eagerly anticipating Lin Yuan's elucidation. Lin Yuan, without hesitation, imparted his insights with profound significance. Presently, there are over 500 volcanoes worldwide, encompassing active, dormant, and extinct varieties. What are volcanoes, and what significance does their existence hold? While many are likely familiar with the basics, my perspective is this. Why must Earth be endowed with volcanoes? If we were to view this from a different angle, these towering giants embedded within the Earth's crust resemble the enigmatic ecological engines of the Earth spaceship. Each word resonated like a precious gem. Each statement reverberated like thunder. At that moment, the number of viewers surpassed 3,000, leaving everyone utterly astonished. In their minds, as Lin Yuan's ethereal discourse unfolded, an extraordinary image began to materialize. The volcanoes, standing across various regions of the globe, appeared mysterious and desolate. Viewed from above, their shapes indeed resembled the nozzles of planetary engines. Most importantly, this logic holds water. For one of the components of a volcano is stone, which, as fuel, operates under the unique ecological engine of the volcano in a manner beyond human comprehension. These 500 volcanoes thus propel the ancient spaceship we call Earth, moving steadily forward. Time seemed to stand still for an eternity. Many were left speechless, their expressions a complex tapestry of shock, skepticism, and incredulity, coupled with a frantic grasping at their thoughts. How could I believe that Earth is a cosmic vessel? Essentially, Earth originated 5 billion years ago from the gradual amalgamation of various cosmic dust particles. Yet, the hostess' argument was compelling and logical. The volcanic craters indeed resembled engines. Each volcanic eruption represented a process of accelerating the spaceship. This notion piqued my interest, and I was eager to see what further astonishing theories he might unveil. Consequently, numerous viewers in the live chat began sharing Lin Yuan's statements online, fervently recommending them to friends and family to draw more participants into this groundbreaking discussion. Even some clandestine organizations, both domestic and international, turned their attention to Lin Yuan's live stream due to the esteemed academic background of the Higher Institute of Physics. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon's Intelligence Research Division, a blonde-haired analyst suddenly sprang from his chair, his face a mask of horror. He then shouted frantically, "Damn it! The Dragon Kingdom is up to something. They are plotting against Mother Earth." Chapter 4. Gratitude to the Southwest Nuclear Industry for the Carnival donation. Double tap 666. Pentagon Intelligence Research Room. Affiliated with the esteemed intelligence agency of the United States, the primary focus lies in diplomatic intelligence activities alongside global monitoring of online information. To put it plainly, their responsibility encompasses the surveillance of online information worldwide, gathering sensitive news. The Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics, a premier research institution under the auspices of the Long Academy, ranks among the top globally. Consequently, as soon as the live broadcast commences, the Advanced Data Analysis System of the United States automatically intercepts relevant information and submits it to the on-duty personnel. "Jason, why are you making such a commotion?" The surrounding staff inquired with furrowed brows. "This is serious," Jason exclaimed, his tone laced with urgency as he attempted to explain. "The Long Kingdom has just released the latest scientific news, astonishingly proposing the theory that Earth is an ancient spaceship." "What?" A supervisor leaned in to scrutinize the data, his expression shifting dramatically. This was the live broadcast room of the Institute of Advanced Physics, representing the official academic institution of the Long Kingdom. Thus it could not be mere fabrication. The timing of this announcement from the Long Kingdom, could it signify a breakthrough in this project? The supervisor's voice trembled, rendered speechless. Yet, how could this be possible? Good heavens, have the people of the Long Kingdom lost their minds? Earth could never be a spaceship. Anyone with a basic understanding of geography would recognize this as a ruse from the Long Kingdom. Let us not forget their mysterious disinformation agency. This has to be part of their scheme. Many, seemingly struck by a realization, seethed with indignation. How could one not be furious? The Long Kingdom once claimed that the J-20 fighter jet was merely a modified version of the 38th generation, and thus the United States naively accepted this, cheerfully shutting down the F-22 production line. To their shock, the J-20 was soon operational, a bona fide stealth aircraft. The United States was left dumbfounded, having unwittingly closed the production line and lost its workforce, leading to the resignation of the intelligence agency's top brass. And then there was the aircraft carrier incident. At one point, a high-ranking official took a photo that made the new carrier resemble a fishing boat, and once again, the United States fell for the official's deception, breathing a sigh of relief. Little did they expect that years later, the Long Kingdom's new aircraft carrier would launch, prompting cries of fraud from the United States. As the new carrier boasted a full load displacement exceeding 80,000 tons, complete with electromagnetic catapults. After several instances of such bewildering deception, the United States was left in a state of confusion. Now, with the official academic institution of the Long Kingdom proposing such a groundbreaking scientific theory, the intelligence agency was at a loss on how to respond. Humph, this must be a trick by their disinformation agency. It's best to ignore it, was the consensus among the crowd. After all, the claim was too bizarre, lacking any scientific basis. But what if the Long Kingdom is serious? Jason cautiously inquired. The supervisor dismissed his concern with a scoff, replying with derision, "There's no what if about it. If this farce continues, the Long Kingdom's scientific community will become a global laughingstock." Meanwhile, within the live broadcast room of the Institute of Advanced Physics, Lin Yuan took a moment to glance at the system panel. The Earth Starship announced an increase in its capacity to 18 passengers. This news invigorated Lin Yuan, who continued his lecture with a cheerful demeanor. However, skepticism grew among the audience. Newcomers, lured by recommendations, entered the live stream and were taken aback by Lin Yuan's statements. They questioned the credibility of someone from the Advanced Physics Institute making such claims. How could someone of this caliber be a scientist? If he can do it, so can I, they scoffed. The viewers perceived him as a fool, and various institutions began receiving complaints regarding Lin Yuan and the Advanced Physics Institute's live stream. A portion of viewers prepared counterarguments. As for the spacecraft's propulsion energy, Lin Yuan succinctly stated that only through the utilization of heavy element fusion or even more advanced energy drive models could this colossal vessel maintain a consistent flight in the gravitational environment of space for billions of years. Upon concluding, the live chat erupted into a cacophony of disputes and criticisms. Just as Lin Yuan was about to respond, a massive rocket animation suddenly filled the screen, accompanied by dazzling lights. User Zhao Tsongru sent a gift of 10 rockets in rapid succession, followed by user Nuclear Industries Southwest Institute gifting 100 celebratory rockets. The viewers were astonished. Which tycoon is showering gifts on this foolish streamer? They exclaimed, incredulous at the apparent gullibility of the wealthy. Upon noticing the prominent name of the Nuclear Industries Southwest Institute, the audience was stunned. Amidst the spectacle of gift effects, the Nuclear Industries Southwest Institute commented in the chat, "I am Zhao Tsongru, Chief Engineer at the Nuclear Industries Southwest Institute. I extend my gratitude to Comrade Lin for presenting the heavy element fusion formula, which has inspired breakthroughs in my research and perfectly resolved current technical challenges. Thank you once again." The revelation left everyone dumbfounded. Even Lin Yuan blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Soon, some viewers quickly researched Zhao Tsongru and the Nuclear Industries Southwest Institute. To their astonishment, they discovered that Zhao was a prominent figure in the scientific community of the Dragon Nation, with an official certified account on the streaming platform. The Nuclear Industries Southwest Institute was recognized as one of the top military research institutions. Incredibly, Professor Zhao was an academician at the Dragon Academy of Sciences, currently working on laser nuclear fusion devices and serving as the chief engineer for the Dragon Nation's Xinguang No. 3 laser weapon project. Yet, what had he just said? He expressed gratitude to the streamer for providing him inspiration to solve a technical problem and had even sent gifts as thanks. The chat exploded with excitement. Lin Yuan, realizing the unexpected presence of such a distinguished expert in his live stream, smiled. It seemed that his heavy element fusion formula had revealed its significance, prompting even an expert of Professor Zhao's caliber to take notice. He expressed his gratitude for Professor Zhao's generous gift of 100 celebratory rockets. Lin Yuan smiled calmly, remarking, "It seems our nation's research funding is indeed ample." Meanwhile, in reality, Zhao Tsongru stepped out of his study and promptly sent Lin Yuan a gift to express his gratitude. He then turned to his granddaughter, saying, "Sia, I must return to the 585 Institute, Southwest Research Institute of Nuclear Industry, immediately to commence the next phase of my research. For the ensuing month, due to confidentiality reasons, I will be unreachable. I need you to assist me with something. Please document every word spoken by Xiao Lin during his live streams and on the internet. This young man is truly formidable." Having said that, he hurriedly packed his belongings and entered a vehicle bearing a special military license plate, heading towards the military airport. In the live stream, viewers stared at Lin Yuan, momentarily taken aback. The fact that even an academician from the Nuclear Industry Institute was publicly thanking the host with gifts raised questions. Could the fusion formula he proposed as well as the theories surrounding the Earth starship, indeed hold validity? Many viewers murmured in excited disbelief. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan deepened his tone, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must emphasize that this ancient cosmic vessel we call Earth possesses capabilities far beyond our imagination. Additionally, throughout its extensive voyages, the Earth ship has encountered various malfunctions. Climate change may be likened to a disruption in the ship's temperature regulation system, stemming from prolonged equipment usage and interference from its passengers, humanity. The population issue signifies errors in passenger management, leading to viral outbreaks and resource supply discrepancies. Earthquakes are mere fluctuations that the vessel experiences during its cosmic traverses. Tsunamis can be envisioned as short circuits in the energy storage systems, while thunderstorms indicate a loss of pressure within the ship's internal environment. Droughts signify failures in the oil supply system, or perhaps the prolonged operation of the vessel's instruments has caused excessive heat. Lin Yuan articulated with rhythm and emphasis. A supercosmic ship like Earth must inherently possess self-repair capabilities. However, the passage of time inevitably brings unforeseen incidents. Thus, not every malfunction can be rectified by the ship's self-maintenance. Fortunately, as passengers aboard this Earth vessel, humanity has had its share of wise predecessors who uncovered the true essence of this supercosmic ship. One such figure is Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who unified the land of Huaxia and, 2 millennia after his death, remains a legendary emperor renowned for traversing the realms. Lin Yuan enunciated each word deliberately, his eyes shimmering with fervent brilliance. Do you know? Qin Shi Huang is the foremost maintenance engineer of this cosmic ship, Earth. If it were not for Emperor Qin's repairs on the Earth vessel, our homeland would have long since descended into a zone of malfunctions, and all passengers would have perished. Lin Yuan asserted with a resonant cadence. His words left the audience in awe, their skin prickling, blood racing, and bodies trembling with exhilaration. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound, a hint of playful amusement gracing his lips as he glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream. Unbeknownst to many, the live stream of the Institute of Advanced Physics has surpassed a remarkable milestone of 10,000 viewers. The surge in popularity has been nothing short of astonishing. Ahem, 2 hours have slipped by unnoticed. For today, we shall conclude the broadcast here. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., host Lin Yuan will once again lead us into a realm of mystery. I will elaborate on why I liken the first Emperor Yingzheng to the foremost engineer of spaceship repairs in the annals of history. My heartfelt gratitude extends to all of you for your unwavering support. With that, Lin Yuan bowed to the air and promptly ended the live stream. The screen abruptly darkened. The bewildered viewers were left in shock, as the host had vanished. In an instant, the audience erupted in disbelief. What a twist! Just as the discussion reached an exhilarating crescendo, the host inexplicably departed. Whereas my 30-meter broadsword. This is outrageous. To claim that Qin Shi Huang was the first to repair this spaceship we call Earth? While I acknowledge his monumental achievements in unifying China, standardizing transportation, and unifying the script, I have never encountered such a metaphorical comparison. This abrupt interruption has left me infuriated. Who knows the address of the Institute of Advanced Physics? I need to send the host a letter. What a stunning assertion, that the first emperor is the premier repairman of Earth's spaceship. The mere thought ignites such excitement. It's utterly breathtaking. Such a divine metaphor. Based solely on this theory, I am now committed to tomorrow's broadcast. I must admit, every explanation offered by the host is immensely enjoyable, and the ideas are remarkably innovative. I am a devoted fan now. From this moment onward, I proudly declare myself a supporter of the Earth Starship concept. The viewers buzzed with exhilaration, many captivated and shaken by Lin Yuan's words. A new door to a wondrous world has been flung open. In Lingnan, in the city of Pengcheng, a vigorous and wise elderly gentleman basked in the sunlight of his courtyard. Clutched in his hand was a smartphone, displaying the now empty live stream of the Institute of Advanced Physics. Although the broadcast had concluded, he was reluctant to log off. It had been ages since the academic realm had seen such an intriguing young mind, coupled with such astonishingly imaginative ideas. The elder inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp and focused. He was none other than Professor Wang Wenjiao, a leading figure in historical archaeology, honored with a national special allowance. Is Earth a cosmic spaceship? Professor Wang's heart raced at the thought. This venerable sage, renowned as a stabilizing force in historical archaeology, had devoted his life to research that harbored a shocking notion. Ancient civilizations must have existed. Yet, in comparison to the insights of this young Lin from the Institute of Advanced Physics, his ideas now appeared rather commonplace. One couldn't help but chuckle softly, his excitement mounting. He promptly dialed a series of calls to inform his esteemed colleagues to tune into tomorrow's live stream from the Institute in the Magical City. In the Magical City, the Institute of Advanced Physics, Lin Yuan concluded the broadcast, exhaling a long, deep breath. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a live broadcast, thereby expanding the influence of Earth Starship Talk, earning a reward of 1,000 points. The program Quantum Virtual Simulation has been awarded. which assists the host in creating virtual templates to construct various ecological environments, mechanical simulations, historical retrospectives, and engage in high-precision modeling and simulation functions, all of which can be showcased on platforms such as live broadcasts. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled like clear springs. What a remarkable tool this is. With the assistance of the quantum virtual simulation program and future live speeches, he could create three-dimensional visuals, allowing viewers to grasp his theories in a more intuitive manner. As he contemplated the culmination of 20 years of dedicated research, Lin Yuan felt that everything had been worthwhile. Next, he aimed to amplify the influence of Earth Starship talk. There was no turning back now, be it in public or official circles. Lin Yuan understood that once he revealed the astonishing theory of Earth being a spaceship to the world, he would inevitably enter the public spotlight. From this day forth, whether in academia, civil groups, or among ordinary people, all would come to know the name Lin Yuan. However, whether this fame would be for good or ill depended entirely on his subsequent actions. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan found himself in the office of Vice Dean Liu Zhe. Liu Zhe sat expressionless on the sofa, eventually lifting his head, his lips twitching slightly. Xiaolin, what am I to say about you? Liu Zhe sighed heavily. Director Liu. Lin Yuan was well aware of the situation and responded earnestly. You just mentioned that the Institute would strongly support my popular science broadcast. I did say that. But I never anticipated that you would quietly unleash such a bombshell. Earth is a spaceship? You truly dare to say that? Liu Zhe, a distinguished figure in the academic community, could not help but let out an expletive, followed by a bitter smile. Hey, Lin Yuan, unfazed, chuckled Director Liu. Now that I've released this bombshell, is it not quite formidable? I reckon the American side must be utterly bewildered by now. Not to mention, the Japanese side must also be dumbfounded. They either take it seriously, but given their research on the Earth Starship, by the time they figure something out, it will be too late. And if I turn out to be just bluffing, well, then the spectacle will be quite entertaining. Once I escalate the situation, they will surely regret their inaction. Lin Yuan said with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Liu Zhe rubbed his forehead. This young man, Xiaolin, was indeed brimming with confidence. Did he truly believe he could derive something substantial from this groundbreaking theory? Reflecting on that report, Liu Zhe felt a mix of emotions. It was far too unrealistic. But what could he say? After all, Lin Yuan was an exceptionally talented scientific genius. And the esteemed academician Qin Shanha had publicly praised him as a leading figure in the future of scientific research in the nation. He had his own ideas, and for now, there was little Liu Zhe could change. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have made such remarks in the live stream of the Institute of Advanced Physics. Alas, Xiaolin, what do you propose as a resolution? Liu Zhe rubbed his temples, wearied by the situation. In just this brief moment, our institute has received over 1,000 complaint calls. Numerous brother institutions have also reached out, bewildered, inquiring which esteemed researcher proposed the notion of Earth being a starship. Is our nation truly advancing a research project that posits Earth as a spacecraft? Upon hearing Chief Engineer Liu's lament, Lin Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Chief Engineer Liu, I ask for little. Just 3 days. Grant me 3 days to conclude this grand performance, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Lin Yuan spoke through clenched teeth. Alas, very well. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Zhe replied, Science, after all, is a process of bold hypothesis followed by cautious verification. I shall allow you 3 days. Let us see what you can elucidate. Thank you, Chief Engineer Liu. In response, Lin Yuan bowed solemnly in gratitude. Before departing, Liu Zhe's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he could not resist asking, Xiaolin, is the concept of heavy element fusion your own idea, or did it originate from elsewhere? Chief Engineer Liu. Lin Yuan turned back with a smile. The formula for heavy element fusion is derived from the technology one developed while researching the Earth as a spacecraft. Boom. With this declaration, Liu Zhe was utterly taken aback, enveloped in shock and confusion. Simultaneously, in the age of the internet, information spreads with astonishing rapidity. Lin Yuan's declaration on behalf of the Institute of Advanced Physics, proclaiming the audacious theory that Earth is a cosmic spaceship, swiftly permeated various online platforms. It then surged across the internet at a viral pace, reaching every corner. Leaving aside the official attitudes and reactions from academic institutions, public discourse flourished. In the immediate aftermath, Zhou Jianhua, the editor-in-chief of Scientific Pioneer magazine and an International Academic Award recipient, voiced his opinion in his live stream. I believe everyone has seen today's sensational news. Many are discussing the assertion that Earth is a cosmic spaceship. My perspective on this matter is succinct. It is utter nonsense, preposterous drivel, a fabrication. The young Lin Yuan, who proposed that Earth is a spaceship, is nothing less than a blight on the scientific community of our nation. Some netizens may not fully grasp what the Institute of Advanced Physics represents in the realm of scientific research. It is one of the premier research institutions in our country. Yet, this esteemed academic body appears to allow a blight on academia to brazenly mislead the public, treating our citizens as fools. The researcher named Lin Yuan must be scrutinized thoroughly. With that, Zhou Jianhua unearthed Lin Yuan's credentials. Chapter 6. The first maintenance engineer of the spaceship, Lin Yuan. 22 years old, a graduate of Lonka University, the youngest recipient of the National Youth Science Fund Award, and has received public commendations from esteemed academicians such as Qin Shana. Upon graduation, he joined the Institute of Advanced Physics, where he was remarkably promoted to assistant researcher. To comprehend the significance of this assistant researcher, one must recognize that it requires notable achievements and influence within the realm of scientific inquiry, alongside the capacity to independently manage projects of considerable scale. When such information came to light, the online community was astounded. I had assumed this was merely another offspring of the elite attempting to embellish their credentials, yet it turns out to be a prodigy. A mere 22 years of age and already a recipient of the Youth Science Fund Award. Remarkable. However, it is quite disheartening that he appears to be utilizing a national academic institution as a platform for self-promotion, seemingly toying with the public. A truly absurd scenario. It is a pity for Lin Yuan. Had he devoted his energies to earnest scientific endeavors, he would undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier talent beneficial to the nation. In response, Zhou Jianhua, who is poised to emigrate to America, scoffed, expressing profound disdain for Lin Yuan. He questioned why our nation's scientific advancements lag behind those of the Western world, attributing this disparity to the presence of individuals like Lin Yuan, whom he deemed a malignant growth. For the sake of fame and spectacle, researchers of Lin Yuan's ilk often indulge in deception and exaggeration. With a modicum of achievements and abilities, they weave elaborate fabrications. At this rate, how can our nation's scientific standards ever hope to improve? Zhou Jianhua's sentiments resonated with numerous bystanders, particularly given the absurdity of the notion that Earth is akin to a cosmic vessel. This perspective, especially emerging from the prestigious Institute of Advanced Physics, raised doubts regarding Lin Yuan's motives and capabilities. Nevertheless, a faction of supporters emerged for Lin Yuan, who argued that his viewpoint was audacious and astute. Just as ancient scholars could not fathom the essence of mobile phones and computers, we too struggle to grasp the true nature of our planet. Genius often eludes comprehension. When Copernicus proposed the heliocentric theory, he too was nearly condemned as a madman. Seeing individuals support Lin Yuan irked Zhou Jianhua, who dismissively retorted, "Ultimately, this is indisputably the greatest farce in the realm of Chinese research in a decade. Just wait. I will unite with a cadre of capable scientists to collectively refute Lin Yuan's assertions, exposing his true nature and restoring order." At that moment, a viewer called in, mockingly inquiring, "May I ask, Expert Zhou, Lin Yuan wrote a formula for heavy element fusion during the live stream. Can you, as an expert, replicate it?" Zhou Jianhua frowned at once. Another question for Expert Zhou. Lin Yuan's succinct formula assisted academician Zhao in overcoming existing challenges with our nation's laser nuclear fusion apparatus, equivalent to years of painstaking research by the Southwest Institute of Nuclear Industry. Pray tell, Expert Zhou, can you achieve the same? The crisp and incisive voice ignited a considerable uproar in the live stream. Of course, this so-called expert cannot measure up. He is merely a charlatan seeking attention. A segment of netizens mocked, particularly when some uncovered that Zhou Jianhua was in the process of applying for immigration to America. He was met with scorn. "Leave. Our nation does not welcome you." Although Lin Yuan has proposed a bold theory, he is far superior to a scoundrel like you, who clings to the coattails of others and betrays his own country. Zhou Jianhua was left speechless, his face devoid of color, and he could only retreat in embarrassment, shutting down the live stream. In reality, Zhao Xia, with her arms crossed and a slight upturn of her delicate nose, could not help but let out a chuckle at Zhou Jianhua's discomfiture. It was she who had just spoken out. Turning her head, her gaze shifted back to the video on her computer screen, ablaze with enthusiasm. The young man in the video exuded a refined charm, and Lin Yuan's starry eyes sent her heart racing. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, the scientific community in Longhua was stirred by an unfinished formula for heavy element fusion he had proposed, igniting a significant uproar. At the Longhua Engineering Physics Research Institute, a group of experts gathered, their expressions grave as they focused intently on the projection displaying a few lines of formula. "Incredible. My goodness. This represents a transformation of a nuclear fusion reaction formula. Though it consists of only 7 or 8 lines, I dare say. Whoever completes it is bound to win a Nobel Prize," exclaimed one elder enthusiastically. "Such a brilliant formula. It offers astonishing insights into my current research on magnetic confinement fusion tokamak devices. I cannot wait any longer. I must return to my studies immediately." The elder rose abruptly, excitement radiating from him, as though he had just been awarded the Nobel Prize. The esteemed director of the Engineering Physics Research Institute, Qi Changqing, surveyed the assembly with authority and spoke slowly. "This is a nuclear fusion formula proposed by an assistant researcher during a popular science live stream at the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics." He continued, "Moreover, he has put forth a bold hypothesis. As the title decrypting, the Earth is a spaceship appeared on the projection, the assembled scientific luminaries were left in astonishment." A similar scene unfolded across various academic institutions in Longhua, as Lin Yuan's remarkable proposition left numerous research organizations in awe. In Shanghai, Lin Yuan sat in his office, reflecting on the content of his live stream from earlier that day. At its peak, the stream attracted over 10,000 viewers. Many netizens transitioned from initial skepticism and ridicule to silence and contemplation, all of which spoke to a singular truth. Lin Yuan's theory had struck a chord within them, provoking deep thoughts. The first live stream had concluded successfully, yet the journey ahead was still daunting. Chief Engineer Liu had given him only 3 days. So he resolved to make the most of the platform provided by the Institute of Advanced Physics, aiming to amplify the impact of his upcoming broadcasts. Ideally, there would be a nuclear explosion of awareness surrounding his theory of the Earth as a starship. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled as inspiration struck. He realized that tomorrow's live stream could very well be an outdoor event. Remembering the quantum virtual simulation program he had just acquired, he opened the system panel and accessed the exchange marketplace. He had just been rewarded with 1,000 points. After browsing briefly, he opted to spend the points on a series of cutting-edge filming equipment, such as wide-angle swarm drones, long-range hawk drones, and ant-shaped micro-drones. Once prepared, he felt ready for what lay ahead. Lin Yuan promptly applied for leave and purchased a ticket to Ho-Hot. After all, tomorrow's live broadcast would pertain to Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan boarded a flight to Ho-Hot and subsequently made his way to the Xinjiang Great Wall Scenic Area in Guyang, Inner Mongolia. At 3:00 p.m., Lin Yuan stood upon a desolate hillside. Beneath his feet lay the ancient bricks of the Great Wall, which had withstood the test of time for millennia. The serenity and ethereal quietude, far removed from the bustling city, allowed Lin Yuan's spirits to soar. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the stark, majestic grandeur of the Great Wall, two contrasting realms of meaning unfolding before him. This Great Wall, commissioned in the 32nd year of Qin Shi Huang's reign and meticulously restored by the General Meng Tian, was officially documented as a bulwark against the Xiongnu. Yet, what was the reality? A profound smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. It was January, a period of low tourist activity, and visitors were sparse, scattered in small groups. Finding a suitable vantage point, Lin Yuan initiated the live broadcast. Above him, a wide-angle drone activated its automatic tracking mode, linking to satellite networks, while his phone logged into the Douyin live streaming platform. A minute later, as Lin Yuan's composed visage reappeared before a vast audience, the live stream erupted with fervor, akin to a dam bursting. In a brief span, over 15,000 viewers flocked into the stream. Such a multitude astounded Lin Yuan at the onset of his broadcast. However, his expression quickly settled into calmness, while the viewers in the chat erupted with excitement. "Oh my, we finally encountered this masterful host," they exclaimed. "After yesterday's 2-hour broadcast, I was still immersed in the host's whimsical ideas. Today, I finally get to witness it. Wait, is the host broadcasting outdoors today? The scenery suggests he is at the Great Wall, perfectly aligning with his teaser from yesterday. He even claimed that Qin Shi Huang was the first maintenance engineer of a spaceship. What does this have to do with the Great Wall?" Amidst the flurry of lively comments, Lin Yuan smiled gently and began to speak. "Greetings, dear viewers. Welcome to the live stream of the Institute of Advanced Physics. I am your host, Lin Yuan." After a brief opening statement, he wasted no time in directing the camera towards the awe-inspiring, yet desolate landscape of the Guyang Great Wall. "What do you believe is the significance of the Great Wall? Or rather, what is it?" As Lin Yuan posed this question, the audience engaged in spirited discussion. "Great question. Even elementary school students know the Great Wall was built to fend off the Xiongnu. The Great Wall, an extensive fortification made of bricks, serves as a military stronghold against northern nomadic tribes." Nonsense. Let me clarify. The true purpose of the Great Wall was to protect against monstrous beasts. When this comment emerged, the viewers erupted in laughter. "Haha, you've got to be kidding. Have you been watching too many movies? What's next? Defending against aliens." As a cold breeze swept through the scene, the lively banter continued. Lin Yuan did not keep his audience in suspense. Explaining, "I mentioned yesterday that Earth is an ancient spaceship that has encountered countless malfunctions throughout its history. Qin Shi Huang, or Yingzheng, stands as the foremost maintenance engineer of both ancient and modern spacecraft. What does this imply?" Lin Yuan's gaze deepened as he smiled serenely. To rectify the failures of the spaceship, the Emperor ordered the restoration of the Great Wall. Much like how electronic devices require soldering to connect corresponding metal components for electrical conductivity, the true essence of the Great Wall lies in its function as a circuit engineering marvel, adorning the ancient and vast core region of Huaxia. Chapter 7. The Ancient Qin Great Wall as Circuit Engineering. Is the Great Wall merely a circuit engineering project on Earth's spaceship? When Lin Yuan proposed this notion, the viewers in the live stream momentarily fell into a state of astonishment. Wow, this imagination is boundless, akin to a calf operating a chainsaw. This was the most peculiar interpretation of the Great Wall I had ever heard. "Host, please elaborate. If you can't make sense of it, we shall give you a hard time today." The barrage of comments exploded. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, his mind focused. He activated a quantum virtual simulation program. Before him unfolded a realm of void, resembling a three-dimensional space. Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout this expanse, simulating the geographical environment, climatic variations, and cultural developments of ancient China. The simulation displayed the natural disasters that plagued the land, accompanied by data visualizations. As Lin Yuan articulated his points, the three-dimensional space gradually integrated historical data, ultimately revealing an authentic depiction of the pre-Qin era. This scene was simultaneously broadcasted to Lin Yuan's live stream through the program's projection feature. The vivid portrayal of pre-Qin settings captivated countless viewers. This is 4K, level high-definition modeling. Where did the host find such a programmer? Incredible. The imagery felt overwhelmingly real, depicting a series of natural calamities. Goodness, how tragic for the ancients. A mere minor earthquake or drought could obliterate an entire village. My word, this is truly shocking. In that era, the ancients unleashed their most unwilling and despairing roars. Their tears dried up, denouncing the heartlessness of fate, only to be met with even more dire circumstances. What is the host attempting to convey? The viewers inquired curiously. Do you all recall the theory I previously articulated? Lin Yuan's voice resonated, clear and resolute. The Earth's spaceship has encountered innumerable malfunctions over its billions of years of flight. The ancient epochs, such as the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous, lie beyond our current discussion. Let us focus on eras traceable in human history. Are you aware of how many terrifying natural disasters occurred in the land of China from the Western Zhou to the Han Dynasty? As Lin Yuan spoke, the three-dimensional imagery revealed even more horrifying disaster scenes. The ancient land, desolate and boundless, was beset by droughts, cataclysmic floods, earthquakes, wildfires, and frequent wars. Thus, throughout the entire pre-Qin era, the land was haunted by desolation, with bones laid bare across the fields, a scene of utter misery. Historical records indicate that prior to the Han Dynasty, over 200 earthquakes, 149 great floods, 235 droughts, and countless fires, famines, locust plagues, and epidemics occurred. At the inception of the Qin dynasty, specifically in 221 B.C., a sudden and cataclysmic earthquake struck Mount Qin, shaking the earth and leading to the demise of tens of thousands of innocent lives. Why did this happen? Lin Yuan posed a soul-searching inquiry. Some may argue that such calamities were the result of the primitive civilization of that era. Lin Yuan shook his head, lamenting, is the true cause really so simple? After the establishment of the Qin dynasty, when Emperor Qin Shi Huang commissioned the repair of the Great Wall, the occurrence of natural disasters remarkably diminished by over half. In the subsequent years, the frequency of such disasters was significantly lower than during the spring and autumn or warring states periods. Upon hearing this, the more than 20,000 viewers in the live stream were visibly shaken. My goodness, could it be that after the construction of the Great Wall by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the frequency of natural disasters decreased so drastically? It seemed plausible. With the unification of the lands under Emperor Shi Huang, stability was restored, leading to a natural reduction in calamities. But could it truly be so simple? Amidst the curious discussions, Lin Yuan spoke in a distant tone, from another perspective. The frequent disasters might stem from malfunctions in the cosmic vessel we call Earth, particularly in the region inhabited by Huaxia at that time. For instance, we previously mentioned disturbances in the spacecraft's temperature regulation systems, depressurization of internal spaces, structural collapses, and decay. It could even be interpreted as a scenario where a critical chip in the spacecraft's operational system short-circuits, leading to a cascade of malfunctions. At this moment, Lin Yuan's voice grew unusually somber, resonating in the ears of the audience like a thunderclap. A sense of dread swept over them. This explanation surprisingly held some merit. If Earth were indeed a cosmic vessel, then the series of natural disasters could plausibly be attributed to malfunctions of various instruments and components aboard. An increasing number of viewers found their thoughts stirred by Lin Yuan and began to ponder deeply. Lin Yuan, not one to keep his audience in suspense, continued, amid this crisis of spacecraft malfunction, there existed an ancient figure who uncovered the true nature of our earthly vessel. He was none other than the unparalleled Emperor Qin Shi Huang. How Emperor Shi Huang learned the truth about the Earth's vessel remains a mystery, yet it is certain that upon discovering the faults within, he resolved to embark on a lengthy endeavor to repair the spacecraft's malfunctioning systems. That year, Emperor Shi Huang dispatched General Meng Tian along with hundreds of thousands of soldiers and laborers northward to construct the Great Wall. As I previously stated, the Great Wall was erected as a circuit engineering project to mend the Earth's vessel. With Lin Yuan's ethereal voice, a three-dimensional virtual image emerged, showcasing the entirety of the Xinzhou land, with coordinates fixated on a segment of the Qin Great Wall. In a tenfold acceleration, the Great Wall rose majestically from the ground. Appearing grand from afar, the ancient and majestic Great Wall of Qin resembles the intricate components of modern intelligent chips, such as resistors and capacitors, embedded densely within the Earth. At this moment, the live streaming room of the Institute of Advanced Physics witnessed an astonishing surge in online viewers, reaching 20,000. All present exchanged bewildered glances, captivated by the timeless imagery of the Great Wall, lost in a trance. My mother inquired why I was kneeling to watch the live series. Astoundingly, Upon hearing the host's words, I suddenly perceived the Great Wall as akin to the circuit elements on a chip. It is truly astonishing. I believe that from this moment forth, countless scientists will be driven to frenzy by this theory. The Earth has existed for billions of years, while humanity has only emerged for a brief span. How long has science truly existed? With our current civilization and knowledge, we are utterly incapable of grasping the fundamental truths of the Earth's essence. Perhaps the host's theory holds validity. What if the Earth is indeed a cosmic vessel? It all depends on how the host substantiates this notion. I am overwhelmed. The very thought sends shivers down my spine. Viewers erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Lin Yuan, with a contemplative tone, continued, "Next, I shall meticulously analyze why the Great Wall is akin to the maintenance of spacecraft malfunctioning equipment, and even the circuitry of chips. Firstly, Emperor Qin Shi Huang mobilized the entire nation to construct the Great Wall, extending from east to west, forging paths through desolate and uninhabited regions. To suggest that it was merely for the defense against northern nomadic tribes would be an oversimplification. Secondly, the construction process of the Qin Great Wall demanded exceedingly high standards for the quality of the bricks. Each brick weighed no less than 6 or 7 kilograms, and some even exceeded 10 kilograms. All were fired in kilns at temperatures reaching 1,000 degrees, subjected to days of carbon roasting, followed by cooling with water, and subsequently dried to yield the blue bricks. Each brick epitomizes the craftsmanship of its era. Moreover, between the bricks of the Great Wall, there exists a peculiar substance referred to as white cement. Cement is a product of science, which was naturally absent in ancient times. Yet, modern experiments have revealed that this extraordinary white cement is a concoction of lime, glutinous rice, and an unknown mysterious chemical substance. Ironically, in this age of flourishing scientific civilization, we remain unable to discern what this enigmatic chemical substance is or what materials compose it. Crucially, the construction height of the Qin Great Wall exceeds the 440 mm rain line. The rationale is straightforward. Circuit engineering must be moisture-resistant. Chapter 8. The causal halo illuminates the true countenance of the Great Wall. Lin Yuan smiled composedly, addressing the live camera. The Great Wall possesses myriad marvels. For instance, every beacon tower is erected at the highest points of the mountains. This raises an intriguing question. In the era of the Qin dynasty, devoid of advanced measurement tools and technologies, how did the ancients accomplish this? Lin Yuan eloquently articulated, unveiling a new realm to the audience. The viewers were entranced. Some flushed with excitement akin to inebriation, unable to contain their emotions. Others vehemently shook their heads, exclaiming disbelief at the notion that the Great Wall could be a circuit engineering feat. A portion of the audience was so exhilarated that they nearly fainted. What a spectacle! For the sheer audacity of this narrative, Huazi deserves an ovation. In an instant, a dazzling array of hundreds, if not thousands, of gift effects illuminated the live stream with explosive brilliance. At this moment, Lin Yuan posed a question, prompting a flurry of comments. It's quite simple. The primary material for chips is crystal, and the essential component of crystal is silicon. The viewers collectively responded. Observing this, Lin Yuan nodded with the satisfaction of a teacher. This generation of netizens is rather easy to guide. With a humorous smile, he continued to elaborate. Silicon is refined from quartz sand, essentially derived from stone. The vast circuitry of the Great Wall involves materials such as various ceramic clays, quartz sand, kaolin, and feldspar. Coincidentally, these are also the types of materials used in modern smart chips. So, when you gaze upon the majestic Great Wall, resembling a mighty dragon resting upon the earth, who would dare argue that this ancient structure is not akin to the electronic components on a chip or circuit board, facilitating the continuous operation of devices? As his words resonated, the live stream fell into an eerie silence. The barrage of comments ceased. The audience, seemingly entranced, sank into deep contemplation. In the bustling metropolis, within the esteemed Institute of Advanced Physics, a profound quiet enveloped the conference room. Lu Zhe and his fellow researchers appeared petrified, exchanging glances filled with shock and confusion. The foundational beliefs they had held for decades seemed on the verge of collapse. This young comrade Lin has truly broadened my horizons by likening the Great Wall to a circuitry project, exclaimed an expert in the field of electronics, incredulously. Yet, could this possibly be true? Others, upon regaining their composure, wore expressions of bewilderment. Lu Zhe, too, could only manage a rueful smile. He had anticipated Lin Yuan would merely offer a few fanciful notions, but today, Lin Yuan had presented new viewpoints to support the idea that Earth is a spaceship. Delving deeper and further into the subject, even more astonishing was the fact that his arguments held a semblance of truth. In the prestigious academic institutions of the capital, including Shuaitu University and Peking University, both youthful, exuberant researchers and seasoned experts with weathered eyes were rendered speechless. Many had encountered the concept of Earth as a spaceship through the internet, and the speaker was none other than Lin Yuan, the youngest recipient of the National Science Foundation Award, renowned in the new generation of scientific academia in Longhua. Brother Lin is about to break new ground. Many young scholars exclaimed, profoundly shaken. Regardless of how Lin Yuan presented his ideas, it was evident that he was far from fabricating nonsense. Each argument was meticulously detailed. For instance, his earlier discussion on the spaceship's appearance and propulsion was exemplary. His unfinished paper on heavy element fusion provided substantial evidence, silencing all dissent. The mention of the Great Wall circuitry, though seemingly far-fetched, was nonetheless grounded in reason and logic. If the Great Wall was indeed an electrical engineering project established by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to maintain the Earth as a spaceship, then it must involve biomimetic electronic technology. However, I would contend that it employs biology. If the Great Wall is a circuit, then the Earth, this celestial vessel, could even be a form of life beyond human comprehension. Online, many scholars and experts in related fields are engaged in fervent discussions. In reality, at the Gyeongqing Great Wall scenic area, Lin Yuan smiles at the camera. Since Emperor Qin constructed the Great Wall, the natural disasters plaguing our land have significantly diminished. This is not mere idle chatter from the host. Anyone can find corroborating evidence in historical texts. Thus, the conclusion is that Emperor Qin repaired the faulty chip or device of the spaceship, restoring stability to its vital life support systems. Just as one saves a crumbling edifice, he reversed the tide of calamity. Repairing the Earth's spaceship is Emperor Qin's timeless achievement. Suddenly, the entire livestream erupted in a frenzy. Countless viewers widened their eyes, their breaths becoming rapid. I am astounded. The host has completely reshaped my perspective. Indeed, I now perceive the Earth as a cosmic vessel, but we humans are not passengers. Rather, we are the system's viruses that birthed the spaceship. Qin Shi Huang is truly remarkable, deserving of the title of the foremost engineer of the spaceship. Nonsense. The Emperor is an engineer. Kneeling to watch the livestream series, the host is incredible. The number of online viewers instantly soared to 50,000. From that moment, Lin Yuan chuckled softly, his ethereal voice resonating once more. Thank you, Emperor Qin, for prolonging the lives of my people. His expression turned solemn as he bowed deeply towards the direction of the Emperor's mausoleum. Then, with a raised eyebrow, he mysteriously smiled as if conversing with himself. In truth, I too wish to witness the true visage of this ancient Great Wall. Upon hearing this, countless netizens in the live stream burst into laughter. Host, stop joking. Although your previous explanation was logical and the Emperor's role as a master electrician touched my heart, the Great Wall is simply the Great Wall. Do you believe the host, or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Get lost. I am truly Qin Shi Huang. Being a master electrician is no boast. Everyone, give me 50, and I shall perform a circuit repair for you. Amidst the teasing comments, Lin Yuan suddenly raised his head, his gaze fierce and penetrating. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan smirked and waved his hand. An eagle-eyed drone soared into the sky, capturing Lin Yuan's figure and the entirety of the Gyeongqing Great Wall within its frame. Subsequently, Lin Yuan smiled slightly and whispered in a voice only he could hear, "System, employ the causal halo to reveal the true visage of the Qin Great Wall." Having spoken, he clenched his fist, forcefully suppressing his fervor. In the next instant, the entire Gyeongqing Great Wall scenic area transformed dramatically. It was as if an invisible dragon emerged from the Great Wall, breaking through the fabric of time, soaring into the sky, its scales and claws gleaming. Roar! The sound of buzzing electricity resonated like a dragon's chant, reverberating through the air. In a fleeting moment, visitors at the Gyeong section of the Qin Great Wall were suddenly taken aback. They looked up in confusion, only to be struck with terror as they realized that the bricks beneath their feet seemed to vibrate with an unsettling hum, reminiscent of an earthquake. What was happening? Panic ensued among the tourists. Chapter 9. Analyzing prehistoric black technology. No more choking on lithography machines. In the Pacific, aboard the USS Eagle Capital aircraft carrier, the operations command room was rife with tension. A young soldier, taken aback, rose abruptly, glancing at the monitoring system with alarm. Report to the general. The Eye of God system has detected an enormous and mysterious energy fluctuation at coordinates XXX in northern Dragon Country. What? The atmosphere in the command room shifted dramatically, plunging everyone into a state of alertness. Immediate tracking was ordered. Could this be a test of some novel weaponry by Dragon Country? General Walter, his golden hair shimmering, expressed his unease. The Eye of God was the latest monitoring radar platform deployed by the U.S., equipped with phased array radars, satellite detection clusters, and advanced military devices like thermonuclear trigger instruments. Coupled with Starlink's communications network, it could monitor 30% of the Earth's surface in real time, detecting energy fluctuations, explosive shockwaves, nuclear radiation, and photonic signals. The alert triggered by the system suggested a disturbance comparable to a Dongfeng 21 missile explosion. What on earth was happening in Dragon Country? Walter's expression grew grave. Recent military maneuvers by Dragon Country had been particularly ostentatious, with the Type 055 destroyer recently applying pressure on their Pacific fleet. Now, the emergence of this mysterious energy fluctuation only heightened Walter's concern. Upon analysis, it appeared that an energy wave akin to an electromagnetic pulse was emanating from the northern region. Data from light radiation pulse electronic records indicated that this energy fluctuation was extraordinarily peculiar. By evaluating the parameters of explosion time, location, yield, and altitude, a series of military data ruled out the possibility of instantaneous destruction or widespread damage. Hearing his subordinate's report, Walter furrowed his brow. So you mean to say, this is not a military action? Indeed, came the response. With this clarification, Walter exhaled, yet remained perplexed. So what exactly is Dragon Country up to? His curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, in the northern defense zone of Dragon Country, the military was equally stirred. Inside a secret military base, General Zhou Qingyuan's gaze sharpened, and he solemnly commanded, urgently deploy the 3rd Elite Brigade and the 4th Special Operations Battalion to the Guyang section of the Qin Great Wall for a critical lockdown mission. At the sound of his orders, AZ-20 helicopters soared into the sky, racing towards the Great Wall. On the ground, a convoy of armored vehicles and troop carriers rolled out of the base, bathed in the winter sun, cloaked in a formidable camouflage green. At the Zijing Mountain Astronomical Observatory, staff members stared in shock at the particle detection systems and various radar data that had just come in. Chief Engineer Qin, what on earth is happening? The radar had detected an unusual energy fluctuation in Inner Mongolia just 2 minutes prior, registering at levels comparable to a nuclear reactor's output. Something was definitely amiss there. The head of the observatory, Academician Qinjin from the Dragon Country Academy of Engineering, wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Have we located the energy source? It could be confirmed that it was in the vicinity of the Guyang Qin Great Wall scenic area. However, there were no substantial civilian energy storage facilities, let alone research or military institutions. The staff urgently reported back. This is quite perplexing. Just as Qinjin finished speaking, the phone on the desk rang urgently. Upon answering, Qinjin's expression turned blank in sudden astonishment. After hanging up, he swiftly retrieved his phone, logged into Douyin, and opened the live stream of the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how President Qin could be in the mood to watch a live broadcast at such a time. But in the next moment, as they beheld the scene, a youthful figure was situated precisely in the Guyang Qin Great Wall area. Moreover, in that footage, a resonating hum akin to a dragon's roar filled the air, accompanied by a swirling spectacle. The entire observatory staff, including Qinjin, stood in stunned silence. At the Guyang Qin Great Wall scenic area, Lin Yuan gazed upward. Around him, numerous tourists were screaming in shock. What on earth is happening? Why does it feel like the Great Wall is shaking like an earthquake? Goodness. The tiles beneath my feet are emitting a peculiar glow. It's terrifying. I heard that many people died while repairing the Great Wall. Could it be the vengeful spirits seeking retribution? Some timid tourists paled in fear, murmuring anxiously. Observing the worried expressions of those around him, Lin Yuan, however, was filled with exhilaration. His gaze was fixated on the sky, his pupils dilating, an overwhelming brilliance surging forth. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the comments exploded with fervor. What did I just witness? The tiles on the Great Wall are actually seeping a strange glow. Just now, it seemed like a dragon soared into the sky. Am I hallucinating? I saw it too. It must be a special effect. Goodness, I have goosebumps all over. Just a moment ago, the host expressed a desire to see the true face of the Qin Great Wall, and suddenly, it undergoes such a transformation. Could it be? At that moment, within the live stream of the Institute of Advanced Physics, nearly 50,000 viewers stared wide-eyed, witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. Rays of light shot skyward, divine light towering like pillars. It felt as though the air was filled with the echoes of dragon roars, stirring the very soul. What a bizarre sight. What a magnificent view. Over 50,000 viewers stood with their mouths agape, their faces painted with astonishment. Only Lin Yuan's figure could be seen, striding along the ancient steps of the Qin Great Wall, ascending step by step. His spirit was invigorated as he raised his fist in exultation. Dear viewers, this is the true nature of the electrical circuit engineering behind the Great Wall. To put it simply, the buzzing dragon-like sound you hear is merely the sound of current in operation. The phenomena you witness are simply the state of the circuit chip of the Great Wall while it is in overclocked mode. The ancients, lacking understanding of its principles, regarded it as a celestial phenomenon, giving rise to various myths. Yet, little did they know, this is merely a commonplace occurrence aboard the Earth spaceship. At this moment, Lin Yuan was particularly exhilarated, not solely due to his first-hand experience of the Great Wall's extraordinary operational state, but also because the causality halo has materialized it. Achieving true success. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing the significant milestone of 1,000 participants in Earth Starship Acceptance. You have been rewarded with a current theoretical directional gift package. Initiating. Congratulations on acquiring the technology for superconducting electronic specialty gas. With an epiphany akin to a divine revelation, Lin Yuan instantly grasped the production techniques of superconducting electronic specialty gas. Following this, an overwhelming joy surged within him. What a marvelous find, he murmured with excitement. Electronic specialty gas. Renowned as the lifeblood of the electronics industry in the semiconductor manufacturing and chip domains, it is an exceedingly critical second material. Upon reflection, the wondrous substance of Great Wall white cement, which modern science cannot explain, may very well be an ancient form of electronic specialty gas. Presently, the processes required for chip manufacturing, such as photolithography, etching, and ion implantation, all necessitate the use of electronic specialty gas. This technology is firmly held by advanced foreign enterprises. In our nation, not only is chip manufacturing hampered, but even the modest production technology of electronic specialty gas is severely constrained. However, the situation has now changed. The superconducting electronic specialty gas bestowed by the system boasts technology and quality levels that are at least 20 years ahead of other countries. With this, there is no longer any need to worry about restrictions on lithography machines. Foreign corporations will have no choice but to submit. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yuan instinctively glanced at another part of the system's virtual panel. Earth Starship Exploration Degree 0000010. The exploration degree has finally surpassed 0. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed with joy, nearly moved to tears. And yet, this was not the end. A system prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Hongming spaceship member management chart. You have unlocked member sequence 19, Engineer Qin Shi Huang. Side quest initiated. Retrieve any one of the 3 treasures of Qin Huang. Qin Wang Xiaogu Jing, Magnetic Stone Door, tie a sword. Quest rewards. Clue to the identity mark of Sequence 13 Spaceship Member, Navigator, Logistics Supervisor, Combat Commander. Chapter 10, Stirring the Military. Are we about to step into the sewing machine? Hongmeng, what a formidable name for a spaceship. Lin Yuan's gaze trembled. In mythology, before Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, the world existed in a state of chaos, hence referred to as Hongmeng. Perhaps this is precisely what our wise ancestors stumbled upon in their explorations, leading to the discovery of the essence of Earth. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan was more concerned with the other prompts from the system. The member management chart of the Earth spaceship had been activated, and by retrieving any one of the 3 treasures of Qin Huang, he could obtain the corresponding identity clues for the next spaceship member. Moreover, Sequence 13 holds a significantly higher status within the spaceship than the Sequence 19 of the First Emperor. Lin Yuan's expression revealed his excitement. He was certainly familiar with the legendary 3 treasures of Qin Huang. It is said that the Qin Wang Xiaogu Jing is a copper mirror capable of revealing the human skeletal structure. Furthermore, this artifact is not a mere fabrication. It is authentically documented in history. The collection of Tang Dynasty novels, Yuyang Zaji, Volume 10, contains a clear account of a copper mirror capable of revealing the internal organs and the beating heart. Is this not reminiscent of modern CT scanners and MRI machines? It is inconceivable that such an extraordinary artifact could have been crafted in ancient times. What, then, is its origin? Lin Yuan pondered without hesitation, asserting that the so-called Qin King's bone mirror undoubtedly derives from the apparatuses within an ancient super spaceship on Earth, and it is even more advanced. While modern CT and MRI machines are cumbersome, the bone mirror is easily held in one hand, making it a convenient tool. Indeed, a miniature version of future home medical devices for auxiliary treatment. If the technological principles behind the Qin King's bone mirror could be deciphered and replicated, the implications for modern medicine would be immense. Imagine, if every household in the Dragon Country possessed a bone mirror, any health issue could be promptly diagnosed, effectively allowing for early intervention and preemptive care. As for the magnetic door and the tai sword, the former is said to be crafted from magnets, employing the principle of magnetism to prevent those concealing weapons from passing through, thereby ensuring the safety of the homeowner. Given the limitations of ancient weaponry and materials, it is conceivable that the magnetic door could detect not only iron weapons, but might also render modern firearms powerless in its presence. Lin Yuan could only marvel at how Emperor Qin, that shrewd figure, had the audacity to dismantle a security gate from an extraterrestrial vessel and install it in his own Ifang palace. The Tai sword might have been the standard-issue weapon allocated to the crew members of the spaceship, invulnerable and formidable. Historical records suggest that the magnetic door and Tai sword were sealed within the underground tomb of the Qin Emperor, while the bone mirror has made several appearances in folklore. Thus, my next objective is the Qin King's bone mirror. As Lin Yuan whispered to himself, he suddenly sensed something. Snapping back to reality and gazing forward, outside the scenic area of the Guyong Qin Great Wall, amidst the desolate and chill earth, a thunderous whirring of large propeller blades echoed. A G-20 helicopter swooped in from the distant sky, gradually landing on the ground. Following this, 6 armed soldiers disembarked, escorting several elderly scientists in white lab coats, their silver hair contrasting with their lively demeanor as they ascended the Qin Great Wall. Approximately 5 minutes later, a convoy of camouflaged heavy trucks arrived, transporting over 100 soldiers to the Great Wall. With expressions of steely determination, the soldiers disembarked and immediately established a perimeter around the scenic area, erecting caution tape. Additionally, Numerous military researchers equipped with various radiation detection instruments and energy triggers commenced an immediate survey of the area surrounding the Qin Great Wall. Buzzing and beeping filled the air as measurement readings fluctuated. It was confirmed. The source of that peculiar energy fluctuation originated from this very location. Good heavens! How could this be possible? In a mere 10 seconds, a surge of billions of watts of microwaves erupted. Yet there were no visible related devices or engineering in the vicinity. It could not possibly be the outcome of a high-energy microwave bomb detonation. What on earth had transpired here? The elderly scientists, their eyes wide with bewilderment, gasped in shock, each displaying an expression of confusion and uncertainty. The scene left the visitors present in a state of shock and fervor. What was happening? This was the elite unit of the Northern Defense Zone. Why had military personnel arrived? My goodness, could it be connected to the bizarre phenomena we just witnessed? Oh my, quickly look at the news online. Apparently, a streamer was broadcasting live from the Great Wall, claiming it was a circuit engineering project for an Earth spaceship. Just moments ago, the Great Wall illuminated. I saw it with my own eyes. Can you believe it? It's the 21st century, and there are still supernatural events? Mom, I'm scared. A portion of the tourists, mustering their courage, approached some officers to inquire, what is happening? Why can't we leave here? The officers, exuding an air of menace, uniformly replied, state secret, no comment. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan naturally noticed the military's arrival and their stern actions in securing the Great Wall, under the watchful gaze of an eagle-eyed drone. This scene was simultaneously broadcasted to a vast online audience, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Goodness, this situation is exhilarating. Could the streamer really be activating the Great Wall's circuit engineering? They've even stirred the military. Special effects? Surely, this must be video effects in a scripted scenario. How could the Great Wall be a circuit, and even overclocking at that? A scripted performance? Did you not see that the leader was a high-ranking military official? Incredible. I was merely watching a live stream. Surely I won't have to sign a confidentiality agreement? Huh. I signed one back in '99. You amateurs can stand aside. I'll sign first out of respect. The comments exploded. The next moment, the live stream of the Advanced Physics Research Institute suddenly went dark. This scene only heightened the excitement among netizens. I told you, this has to be military intervention. Network signal interference, lockdown, shutting down the live stream. The next step is to investigate and apprehend individuals. What trouble have they stirred? The Great Wall circuit engineering can't possibly be linked to our national military secrets, right? The streamer must be in shock. I was just boasting, and now I might end up behind bars. In reality, Lin Yuan noticed the sudden blackout of the live stream, and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. At that moment, the high-ranking military official, flanked by several military experts, approached Lin Yuan. Hello, Lin Yuan. I am Zhou Qingyuan from the Northern Defense Zone. General Zhou Qingyuan, commanding and authoritative, spoke in a low tone. Young comrade, could you explain what you just did? Just moments ago, aboard the helicopter, Zhou Qingyuan and other military experts had roughly grasped the unusual energy wave phenomena occurring at the Great Wall, even tracing Lin Yuan's ancestry back 18 generations with the military's formidable resources. Thus, everyone present was filled with shock and confusion. Naturally, Lin Yuan remained composed and offered a simple explanation. After confirming the circumstances, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, including the military experts accompanying General Zhou, all of whom began massaging their temples, uncertain of how to respond. Among them, an elderly gentleman in traditional attire fixed an unusual gaze upon Lin Yuan and suddenly posed a question. Comrade, are you familiar with the Antarctic Treaty incident? Lin Yuan nodded and replied. The Antarctic Treaty is a pact signed by over 100 nations, including the Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Nation, and the Bear Nation, establishing a series of agreements. It stipulates that Antarctica shall be used solely for peaceful purposes, promotes scientific exploration, and prohibits a range of military activities, nuclear detonations, and the disposal of radioactive materials, while also freezing territorial claims. Do you know the reason behind it? The elderly gentleman in traditional attire inquired. Certainly. Lin Yuan responded without hesitation, because beneath Antarctica lies the armory of this super cosmic vessel we call Earth. Anyone who dares to act recklessly risks detonating the armory. When that happens, it won't just be about the 5 permanent members. We would all face annihilation. Chapter 11, The Fengshan of Mount Tai, is about communicating with the spaceship's intelligence. Lin Yuan's earnest reply left everyone wide-eyed. The elderly man in traditional garb was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. Your assertion is indeed audacious. He introduced himself as Su Nanshan, an academician from the Dragon Academy, dedicating his life to the study of earth sciences, including geology, meteorology, and oceanography. In truth, Antarctica does harbor some secrets. Su Nanshan took a deep breath and said, when the first group of researchers set foot in Antarctica, they discovered remarkable things, which ultimately led to the establishment of the Antarctic Treaty. Let me put it this way. The scientific community believed that the remnants found in Antarctica might pertain to ancient civilizations. With our current civilization and technology, we dare not venture into that world lightly. I think our old ideas are quite avant-garde,
But your theory about the armory is even more astonishing. At this, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened as he looked at Su, filled with warmth. Su Lao, does this mean you are an advocate for the existence of ancient civilizations on Earth? It seems we are of the same mind. Although my theory may be a bit more extravagant, we ultimately arrive at the same conclusion. The forces behind the creation of Earth's cosmic vessel undoubtedly belong to a super civilization. Su Nanshan chuckled, patting Lin Yuan on the shoulder. No wonder old Qin said your research direction has veered off course. It's fortunate you are not my disciple, or I would never find peace. Su Lao, you know my master? Then I shall take that as a compliment. Lin Yuan laughed heartily. All right. General Zhou surveyed the scene with authority and turned to Lin Yuan. Young man, do you realize the magnitude of the stir you've caused today? General Zhou, everything is for the sake of scientific exploration. This is a positive development, Lin Yuan replied earnestly. Then tell me, what should we do next? Zhou Qingyuan was amused by Lin Yuan's response and shook his head. Come back to the base with me. We need you to provide further clarification. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. However, my live broadcast is only halfway through. May I finish it first? He chuckled. Do you think that is possible? General Zhou remarked with a hint of amusement. General Zhou, it all depends on whether our nation is interested in learning about the most advanced technology in chip manufacturing. Lin Yuan, with an enigmatic smile, declared, I have just returned from the Chongqing Circuit Engineering, where I discovered a remarkable technology for electronic specialty gases. Electronic specialty gases are the lifeblood of chip manufacturing. Yet this particular industrial gas has long been monopolized by giants such as Eagle Sauce and Sakura Island. However, the superconducting electronic specialty gas technology one possesses has the potential to usher in a monumental transformation in the chip manufacturing industry, enabling the Dragon Kingdom to overtake its competitors on the global stage. Upon hearing these words, the assembly of scientific experts, including Zhou Qingyuan, were left in utter astonishment. Is that true? Zhou Qingyuan stammered, Young man, do not deceive me. As a high-ranking military official, his perspective and vision were unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Chips are not only a pivotal project in the civilian electronics industry, but also hold immense significance in the realm of military defense. I will organize the technology for superconducting electronic specialty gases after my broadcast, Lin Yuan replied calmly. This piqued General Zhou's interest. He turned to confer with several experts and, after deliberation, nodded, we can only grant you 1 hour. That will suffice, Lin Yuan responded with a smile. Turning back towards the camera, the live broadcast instantaneously returned to normal. The number of viewers surged to 60,000 within mere seconds, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Countless online users eagerly showered Lin Yuan with gifts, accounting for at least several 100,000 yuan in revenue. My goodness, the host is back after being investigated, exclaimed one viewer. Don't run away, continue to mesmerize me. I enjoy your captivating tales. Another remarked, what is happening? Wasn't the Chongqing scenic area sealed off by the military? The viewers gasped as they witnessed armed guards surrounding the area in the wide-angle shots. It appeared as though the military was providing protection for Lin Yuan. The situation escalated. The military had not apprehended the advocate of such unconventional theories. Could it be that they tacitly endorsed his claims? The bewildered viewers pondered. Is Earth truly a spaceship? Revelations continued to unfold, and Lin Yuan took a moment to glance at the system panel. Earth Starship current viewers, 5286, remarkably, within just a few minutes. The fanbase of the Earth Starship had surged significantly. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with joy. After calming his emotions, he smiled gently. Dear viewers, a minor incident just occurred, but it does not affect our discussion. Let us continue to explore the figure of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the spacecraft engineer. As previously mentioned, upon learning of the spacecraft malfunction, the Emperor dispatched individuals to construct the Chongqing Circuit Engineering. However, how did he receive this information? We remain uncertain, but I speculate it may be connected to the Taishan Fengshan ritual. It is widely known that during his reign, the Emperor inscribed the heirloom jade seal with the words mandated by heaven, may it last forever in 8 seal characters. Now, I am beginning to seriously suspect that this heirloom jade seal serves as a unique tool akin to a key, communicator, or token issued by the Earth spacecraft to its crew members. Emperor Qin Shi Huang ascended Mount Tai 5 times, one of which was marked by the grand ritual of Fengshan. In my view, the primary purpose was to establish communication with the spaceship's intelligence. With Lin Yuan's eloquent explanation, it was as if a bomb had been dropped onto the surface of the water. My goodness, it left people bewildered. Could it truly be that the Fengshan ceremony was meant to communicate with the spaceship's intelligence? Come, I have prepared beer and snacks, eagerly awaiting the host's profound discourse. One cannot deny that Emperor Qin Shi Huang's 5 ascents to Mount Tai are rather peculiar. Otherwise, in that era, Mount Hua was much closer and equally renowned. Why then did the Emperor travel 1,000 miles to Mount Tai? The legacy of the 6 generations culminated in the unification of Huaxia, addressing the spaceship's malfunctions, a feat that echoes through the ages. Observing how netizens were inspired by his words, Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion. He continued, explaining that Feng refers to the worship of heaven, while Shan denotes the worship of earth. Typically, Feng Shan is an imperial prerogative, not something just any ruler could undertake. It requires several significant conditions, such as a change of dynasty, a time of peace, or celestial omens. In the ancient mindset, Feng Shan was akin to conversing with the heavenly emperor. Does such a deity exist? I cannot say, but I lean towards the belief that Shi Huangyin Zheng was conversing with the spaceship's intelligence. After all, a super-advanced ancient spaceship like Earth must possess its own intelligence system. How is this manifested? The will of the Earth? The will of heaven? The ancients have envisioned and described this extensively. As for why Mount Tai was chosen, it ties back to my earlier theory. The 5 great mountains of Huaxiao represent the 5 primary annihilation systems aboard the Earth spaceship. Lin Yuan spoke with fervor. Mount Tai, revered by the ancients as the foremost mountain, stands as the pinnacle of the 5 great mountains. Thus, I believe Mount Tai is essentially the foremost among the spaceship's annihilation systems, perhaps to be understood as a crucial military base. Its existence might pertain to an Annihilation-class battleship base, a dimensional shockwave launch platform, or even a cataclysmic traction leap cannon. Chapter 12. Proceed to the capital. J-20 fully armed escort. Is Mount Tai a cannon of annihilation? Once again, everyone was taken aback by Lin Yuan's words, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. Thus, the Fengshan ceremony was, in essence, Emperor Qin's choice to communicate with the spaceship's intelligence at a significant military base. Lin Yuan's ethereal voice resonated once more. Naturally, whether this dialogue was successful remains unknown. Lin Yuan remarked lightly. However, the Emperor's conquest of the 6 states, the unification of standards in transport and script, his monumental achievements. The construction of the Great Wall, a testament to the fate of countless lives in Huaxia. For this alone, the Emperor's merits are immeasurable. Lin Yuan once again bowed solemnly towards the direction of the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, signifying the impending conclusion of the broadcast. As the horn of the Great Wall resounds once more, not for bloodshed, but for remembrance, and to exalt the spirit of the Huaxia nation. Remember, the Eastern Dragon soars, its scales and claws alight. As Lin Yuan's fervent declaration reached its climax, the Qin Great Wall once again resonated with a low, droning dragon's roar, illuminating the sky with ethereal hues. At the scene, General Zhou Qingyuan and the assembled experts wore expressions of sheer astonishment, as if their very lifeblood had been siphoned away, leaving behind only disbelief. Esteemed viewers, the host's discourse on Emperor Qin and the Great Wall's electrical engineering comes to a close. I understand the audience's curiosity regarding the host's assertion that Mount Tai serves as a planetary annihilation system. However, this is a more intricate matter, not suitable for immediate elaboration. In due time, the host will provide thorough explanations. Rest assured, I will also present tangible evidence to support the theory that Earth is, indeed, a cosmic vessel. Furthermore, allow me to announce the upcoming live session. Standing tall upon the desolate tiles of the Qin Great Wall, Lin Yuan seemed to embody the essence of time itself. The next installment of educational content will delve into the interstellar travel logs of the Earth ship, chronicled in the Shanhai Jing. Indeed, you heard correctly. The Shanhai Jing is not merely an ancient mythological text, but a genuine record of starship voyages, detailing the extraordinary encounters of the Earth vessel as it traverses the vast cosmos, including the myriad tales of the vessel itself. Amidst the mysterious and timeless echoes, the live broadcast dimmed, and Lin Yuan's figure gradually faded from view. In the scenic area of the Gyeongqing Great Wall, Lin Yuan felt a fervent warmth coursing through him, a reflection of the overwhelming emotions stirred within. After taking a deep breath, he turned to General Zhou and his entourage, approaching them with a composed smile. General Zhou, I am ready to accompany you back. He spoke with an air of tranquility. Ah, very well, this way please. General Zhou Qingyuan, a formidable figure within the military, wore a complex expression, gazing at Lin Yuan with the admiration one might reserve for an equal. The military experts around him were equally exhilarated, their minds brimming with countless inquiries for Lin Yuan, though they valiantly suppressed their curiosity. Finding it a struggle to contain their enthusiasm, the group then returned to a nearby military base in the Dingbei combat zone, and the lockdown of the area was lifted. As they observed the special forces depart, the gathered tourists erupted into excited cheers. Soon after, one visitor shared the events online, causing the situation to further escalate. Despite previous extensive media coverage of the theory that Earth is a cosmic ship, many internet users had dismissed it as mere jest. However, as segments of Lin Yuan's live broadcast were edited and disseminated across platforms like Douyin, coupled with the rare military news lockdown being shared online, a frenzy ensued across the internet. Many latecomers flocked to the live stream of the Advanced Physics Research Institute. What? The broadcast has concluded? I was just getting comfortable, eager to learn about Emperor Qin's electrical work. I heard the Great Wall is an engineering marvel, so I had to investigate. Although I arrived late, there are recorded sessions available that promise to unveil astonishing secrets. Moreover, it is said that the Gyeongqing Great Wall has come to life, confirmed as a true electrical engineering feat, and the host who unraveled this mystery has been taken away by the military. I am currently eagerly anticipating Lin Yuan's upcoming livestream announcement, as he astonishingly claims that the Shanhai Jing is a log of interstellar voyages. Is this truly the case? Many netizens have been stirred by such a bizarre assertion. Various institutions, including numerous experts from the academic and scientific communities who have already been following Lin Yuan, as well as prominent figures from specific fields, find themselves engulfed in utter bewilderment and astonishment. The shock stems from witnessing the extraordinary spectacle of the Qin Great Wall, with the resonant dragon's roar still echoing in their minds. Meanwhile, their confusion is fueled by the groundbreaking theories presented by the Earth as a starship, alongside Lin Yuan's remarkable demonstrations, which have fundamentally altered their understanding. In a secret base within the Northern Defense War Zone, General Zhou Qingyuan warmly welcomed Lin Yuan on behalf of the military in a reception room. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yuan highlighted some key points and succinctly discussed his research endeavors. "So, you have been studying the theory that the Earth is a cosmic vessel for quite some time?" inquired a military expert, astonished. "Indeed," Lin Yuan affirmed, explaining, "My mentor, academician Qin Shana, the vice president of the Lonka Institute, can vouch for me. I submitted a thesis before my graduation that pertains to this theory." Oh, a number of experts became intrigued. Immediately, someone accessed the Longhua Scientific Research Report platform. Most of them were esteemed top-tier experts with considerable privileges on the platform. However, after conducting a search, they found no trace of the thesis Lin Yuan mentioned. Observing their confusion, Lin Yuan timidly remarked, "My professor informed me that he submitted my thesis to the military." Submitted to the military? The group suddenly understood, realizing that it must have been classified as a top-secret document. This young man possesses noteworthy insights. Military expert Li Yi chuckled, logging into the internal military network of Longhua to search for Lin Yuan's thesis. "Let us see what is so special," Li Yi jovially commented, only to find himself frozen in place a moment later. "What? I can't access it with my S-level clearance?" Li Yi stood up abruptly, his expression one of disbelief. Upon hearing this, experts like Su Nanshan were momentarily taken aback and then exchanged incredulous glances with Zhou Qingyuan. "Why are you all looking at me?" Zhou Qingyuan instinctively muttered, quickly realizing the situation and chuckling. "All right, let me see what is going on." He promptly logged into his identification account. As a high-ranking official within the Northern Defense War Zone, holding the rank of Major General, Zhou Qingyuan had an SSS-level clearance. "Ah, it's actually SSS level. No wonder old Li couldn't access it," Zhou Qingyuan mused, his pupils widening in surprise. Just as he was about to open the document, a warning flashed across the screen. "Warning. This is classified as SSS level top secret. Please provide the corresponding security clearance verification information or key." In that instant, General Zhou's body trembled with shock. An SSS level secret. Such information is only accessible to the commanders of the 5 major war zones. Su Nanshan, Li Yi, and other experts were utterly astounded. In the blink of an eye, what was once classified as SSS level material had inexplicably transformed into SSS level. What on earth had transpired? Once they regained their composure, cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air, connecting directly to Zhou Qingyuan's secure mobile device. On the other end, the deep voice of Commander Fong resonated. "Old Zhou, is expert Lin Yuan from the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics with you?" "Commander Fong." Zhou Qingyuan's demeanor shifted instantly. He straightened up and reported, "Yes. Following the incident codenamed Wave, we have summoned him to assist with the investigation." "There's no need for an investigation," Commander Fong stated gravely. "The Chief Commander wishes to see expert Lin. Arrange for him to travel to Beijing immediately." Furthermore, Fong's tone intensified, imbued with an unmistakable authority. "Prepare 2 armed WZ-10 helicopters and 1 J-20 for escort. Ensure they are fully loaded with munitions." Chapter 13. Comprehensive National Support. Hongming Plan, established. Zhou Qingyuan numbly set down the phone. When he turned to face Lin Yuan, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. "Expert Lin, something has arisen that necessitates your immediate journey to Beijing. I will arrange a special aircraft to escort you there." Zhou Qingyuan's voice trembled as he spoke, addressing Lin Yuan with a newfound respect. Su Nanshan, Li Yi, and the others immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning serious. However, given their ranks, they dared not inquire further. "To Beijing?" Lin Yuan paused momentarily, but said nothing, merely nodding in acquiescence. "All right, I shall follow General Zhou's arrangements." Soon, Zhou Qingyuan personally escorted Lin Yuan to the base's airport runway. Meanwhile, at a special base in the Northern Defense War Zone, a media team from the Central Broadcasting Network was live-streaming a report on the elite Special Operations Flight Squadron to viewers nationwide. "Dear audience, the Flight Squadron of the Northern Defense War Zone is celebrated as our nation's Sword of the Blue Sky, with remarkable achievements." The reporter, Ning Caifu, beamed into the camera. "We are about to witness a demonstration by the military's most enigmatic ace pilot, codenamed Lin Yuan." As she spoke, Ning Caifu's brow furrowed as she pointed toward the distant runway. "Did you see that? Those two are WZ-10 helicopters. Wait. She froze, for she observed an elderly man adorned with military insignia, grinning as he escorted a young man to the runway, personally ensuring the latter boarded a Y-20 transport aircraft. As the wind surged, the helicopter blades whirred to life, and the Y-20 took to the skies, followed closely by the two WZ-10s, disappearing from view in an instant. Who is that young man? Doesn't he appear to be military personnel? Oh my, it seems the Central Broadcasting Network has captured something monumental. Wait, I recognize that young man. Isn't that the one who just wrapped up his live broadcast, the sensational Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan? Who is that? Brother, have you just connected to the internet? You don't know Lin Yuan from the Institute of Advanced Physics? He has been in the spotlight lately for proposing a bizarre theory that the Earth is a spaceship. My goodness. Many viewers in front of their televisions were left in a state of bewilderment. Especially those who recognized Lin Yuan's identity and were aware of the unfolding events found themselves breathless in an instant. On the television screen, a breathtaking scene appeared. A black-gray J-20 slowly taxied from the base to the runway, devoid of any insignia, yet exuding the aura of a warrior poised for battle, brimming with lethal intent. The roar of the WS-10 engine erupted, and the J-20 streaked across the spectator's vision like a bolt of lightning. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? Ning Caifu stood frozen, suddenly rendered speechless. Before the television, and in the vast online streaming rooms, viewers erupted in excitement. The J-20 had made its entrance, but what was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be a demonstration of fighter jet maneuvers? Why had it vanished in an instant? The barrage of comments flooded in swiftly. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. That J-20 was fully loaded. What? This is insane. A fully armed J-20? This isn't merely a performance, is it? Could it be on a significant military mission? For many military enthusiasts, their eyes widened, hands clenched tightly, and bodies trembled with anticipation. After a moment, they regained their composure, only to erupt into ecstatic shouts. You know nothing. That J-20 was not just fully loaded. Look beneath the cockpit. It bore 2 golden stars. Do you understand what that signifies? Oh my goodness, that is a fighter jet with confirmed aerial victories. Each star represents the downing of an enemy aircraft, 2 in total. A J-20 with combat victories in peacetime is astonishing. The military enthusiasts were nearly beside themselves with excitement. On-site reporter Ning Caifu could no longer contain her emotions and reported with fervor. Previously, the domestic military had announced reports of an 8-star J-20. But the insignia beneath the cockpit featured red stars, indicating victories in training exercises. However, golden stars are a different matter altogether. They signify real combat achievements. Ning Caifu concluded, trembling with exhilaration. At that moment, a military officer rushed over, urgently explaining, Ms. Ning, I apologize, but the upcoming fighter jet demonstration will require a change in personnel. What? Ning Caifu's eyes widened in disbelief as she quickly asked, that J-20 just now was piloted by Lin Yuan, wasn't it? Has something significant occurred? I'm sorry, but it's classified military information. I cannot disclose any details. The entire live broadcast erupted in a frenzy. Not only were millions of viewers in front of their screens stirred, but the hundreds of thousands of online commenters were also in a state of exhilaration. Could it be that the fully loaded J-20 was escorting Lin Yuan? The viewers were momentarily stunned. Connecting this to the earlier scene where a military general personally escorted Lin Yuan onto the Z-20 helicopter, they realized the magnitude of the situation. It seemed that even the state was safeguarding Lin Yuan. In another corner of the base, Zhou Qingyuan watched this unfold, slowly exhaling a breath. Old Zhou, what on earth is happening? You surely knew that the reporters from the central media were at the base. Why permit them to broadcast this moment live? Sunan Mountain and other experts exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the news that a significant figure wished to meet Lin Yuan. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Qingyuan responded gravely. Moreover, the commander emphasized at the end of the call that expert Lin is to head to the capital, ensuring that the media is informed. It appears that a grand strategy is unfolding above. He clicked his tongue. With the J-20 escorting, I have never received such treatment. 2 hours later, at a military airport in the capital, Lin Yuan disembarked from the J-20 and glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the evening. This way, please, expert Lin. A Hongqi car entered the runway, and the waiting staff opened the door with solemnity, inviting Lin Yuan in. Thank you. He nodded, and as he casually raised his gaze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the distant horizon. A white sonic cloud suddenly dissipated. Lost in thought, Lin Yuan revealed a hint of a smile. The Hongqi car traveled smoothly, finally arriving at the west side of Tiananmen, at the Shiyuan No. 1 compound. A group of staff members awaited at the entrance. Among them an elderly man with silver hair, standing under the golden sunset, exuding an aura of boundless wisdom and serene strength. Upon seeing him, Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He took a large stride forward, running up to him. Teacher, how did you end up here? The venerable man before him was none other than Lin Yuan's mentor, Qin Shanhe, the vice president of the Dragon Academy. You rascal. Qin Shanhe looked at Lin Yuan, his smile abruptly transforming into a grave expression. Follow me. The one who wishes to meet you is waiting. Ah, Lin Yuan's spirit jolted. You've made quite a stir over the past few days. Qin Shanha succinctly explained. Reports from both the Zijing Mountain Observatory and the military indicate that the energy fluctuations emerging from the Guiyang section of the Qin Great Wall have surpassed existing scientific understanding. Coupled with some special circumstances, you must cherish this opportunity. Turning back, Qin Shanha's expression grew complex. Half a year ago, I suppressed your research application. Perhaps I was mistaken. Your ideas, in hindsight, may indeed represent a rigorous scientific proposition and might even have a real possibility of existence. My perspective was too narrow. The future belongs to you. My child. After speaking, Qin Shanha kindly patted his disciple's shoulder. Teacher. Lin Yuan's lips moved a few times before his expression solidified into one of determination. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan stepped into a tranquil office courtyard, where an elderly gentleman approached him. The lines of experience and wisdom etched on his face radiated kindness and warmth, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything, eliciting a sense of reverence. Expert Lin, the elder spoke with a deep, robust voice. I have reviewed your research application. From this day forth, you will receive comprehensive support from the state. Under your leadership, the homing project will be established. You will have access to no less than 100 million, with no upper limit, in research funding annually. The Dragon Academy, the Engineering Academy, as well as major military research institutions and civilian entities, along with experts in related fields, will all cooperate fully. The national machinery will operate at high speed, and you may utilize everything within the treasury. You will possess the same level of confidential authority and treatment as the commanders of the 5 major war zones. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's clear gaze was inevitably tinged with excitement. After a brief pause, the elder seemed to hear the rumble from Lin Yuan's stomach, prompting an amused smile. Just in time for a meal, let us dine while we converse. In the imperial capital, within a dormitory building under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Science Institute, Qin Shanha sat in his study, before him a freshly completed calligraphy work. On the rice paper, the bold strokes read, "The great Peng rises with the wind, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles." A line of cursive script that seemed to embody the complexity of the creator's emotions, shock and exhilaration. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 9 o'clock. Has there been no news yet? Qin Shanha narrowed his eyes, slowly sipping his hot tea, his gaze revealing a hint of urgency. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Qin Shanha promptly answered. On the other end, Lin Yuan's gentle laughter echoed. Teacher, the working meal at Shiyuan No. 1 is truly delicious. Indeed worthy of a state banquet chef's expertise. Chapter 14. The explosion of public opinion and the response from the Institute of Advanced Physics, half an hour later. On the 3rd floor of the state guest house, Lin Yuan stood by the window, gazing down at the picturesque scenery of Yuantan, before concluding his conversation with his teacher. With a sigh of relief, he thought, now I can truly dive into my endeavors. A smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips. He had never dreamed that the nation's ambition would be so grand. This realization also brought with it a considerable sense of responsibility and pressure. With a thought, the system panel materialized before him. Earth Starship Acceptance Count, 9881. Earth Starship Exploration Degree, 00001. Causal Halo, current cooldown in progress. Next recharge complete in 29 days. Note, this function's cooldown time may be reduced as the exploration degree of the starship increases. Side quest, retrieve any one of the 3 treasures of the Qin dynasty. Reward, clue to the identity of sequence 13 ship members. At this moment, Lin Yuan carefully observed that he could request assistance from the system by consuming points, ensuring that task completion would pose no issue. However, there was still a pressing matter at hand. Lin Yuan promptly logged onto the computer, bent over his work, and organized the detailed technical processes of this superconducting electronic special gas he had acquired during the day into comprehensive documentation. At this juncture, Lin Yuan transformed into a premier electronic special gas engineer, burning the midnight oil as he filled pages upon pages with intricate data. Hours passed, and upon completing the final line of equations, Lin Yuan lifted his gaze, only to realize it was already 5 in the morning. Exhausted, Lin Yuan stretched and collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a sweet slumber. It was not until the following day at noon that Lin Yuan awoke, bleary-eyed, only to find his phone inundated with missed calls. Little did he know that, at that moment, the Dragon Kingdom's internet was in complete upheaval due to him. The astonishing theory that Earth is a spaceship had, after 2 days of brewing, been thrust into the limelight during a nationwide live broadcast by the Central Mother, stirring a whirlwind of public discourse. Is Earth truly a supercosmic starship crafted by mysterious civilizations? The responses from that streamer were indeed quite logical, devoid of mere empty rhetoric. Moreover, after watching yesterday's video, I noticed that the Guguan Qin Great Wall has evidently undergone some peculiar transformations. These are not mere visual effects, but rather phenomena that elude our understanding. Otherwise, streamer Lin Yuan would not have been taken away by the military. To be candid, if an ordinary person were to propose such a theory, it would merely be dismissed as an internet joke. However, This theory was posited by a scholar affiliated with the Institute of Advanced Physics, under the auspices of the Long Academy, who has received the National Youth Science Fund Award. This compels me to reflect deeply. The escort by Wuji, Tin, and J20 complicates matters significantly. A considerable number of netizens scoffed at the assertion that Earth is a spacecraft, expressing their disdain and even hostility. These individuals took to various online platforms and even academic institution websites to voice their opinions. Particularly, the official website of the Institute of Advanced Physics has been inundated with criticism. Is the institute truly a reputable research institution? I have my doubts. It might as well be rebranded as a propaganda agency. How could someone like Lin Yuan be deserving of a National Science Award and still hold a position at the research institute? It feels utterly absurd. Lin Yuan's actions tarnish the image of our nation's scientific community, and there are strong calls for his dismissal to prevent him from misleading future generations. Can one become an assistant researcher merely through deception? I could spin a more convincing tale than he could. Perhaps your institution should consider me instead? Many netizens have made jesting remarks. Meanwhile, some experts from academic institutions have stepped forward to declare their stance. Lin Yuan is a disgrace to our scientific community. The notion of Earth as a starship lacks any scientific foundation and is nothing more than nonsense. Such bizarre claims must be swiftly curtailed to purify our academic discourse. I vehemently condemn the inaction of the Institute of Advanced Physics. They must immediately shut down the live stream and provide an explanation to the public. Prominent scientific journals and online platforms in our nation, such as Scientific Bulletin, Earth Exploration Journal, Physics Journal, and Science Pioneer, have published a series of reports on this matter. The editor-in-chief of Science Pioneer, Zhou Jianhua, who previously criticized Lin Yuan, was elated to see the multitude of posts condemning him online. I knew this fellow was just a fool seeking attention. Zhou Jianhua thought fervently. I will expose this parasite of scientific integrity. These indignant youth and internet trolls ought to herald me as their idol. More importantly, he is about to emigrate to the United States. Capitalizing on this wave of controversy will enhance his notoriety, leading to lucrative interviews and best-selling books, ensuring he can afford a villa in America. Zhou Jianhua promptly composed an impassioned critique of Lin Yuan, publishing it online. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan received a call from Lu Zhe, the vice president of the Institute of Advanced Physics. Xiaolin, where are you? Lu Zhe sighed with a grimace. You need to return to Shanghai quickly. We can't contain the situation any longer. Just today, hundreds of thousands of netizens flooded our institute's website, crashing the server. Other leaders in the institute have also spoken out, demanding your immediate return to report and explain. Otherwise, you will be treated as absent without leave. As the conversation progressed, Lu Zhe's tone inevitably grew somber, filled with helplessness. Additionally, your position as an assistant researcher is likely on the line. After all, Lin Yuan proposed such an outlandish theory, using the Institute of Advanced Physics as a platform. This undoubtedly constitutes a significant research debacle, casting a severe and detrimental shadow on the reputation of the institute. Although there are factors at play here, there is little Lu Zhe can do. It is all my fault, for now. Return, and I will do my utmost to protect you. Considering you acted on my advice, though I never anticipated things would spiral to this extent. Lu Zhe offered a bitter smile and apology, lamenting that had he known, he would not have allowed Lin Yuan to proceed unchecked. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan responded with a calm smile. Director Lu, this is not your fault. However, at present, I am unable to return as I have other pressing matters. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What is going on with this young man? Is he oblivious to the gravity of the situation at hand? The temperament of the youth is perplexing. Director Lu, we can discuss the specifics upon my return. As for the live broadcast, please be patient. There may be updates today. With that, Lin Yuan ended the call. What does this mean? Lu Zhe frowned deeply, setting down the phone and glancing at the assembly of institute leaders and esteemed professors in the conference room. With a wry smile, he recounted Lin Yuan's words. This is utterly absurd, one leader exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table in anger. How did such a parasite of the academic world infiltrate our institute? I strongly demand Lin Yuan's immediate expulsion. The youth of today are so unreliable. When we interviewed young Lin, I thought he had potential. But it turns out he is a mere empty vessel, lamented others, their remarks laced with sarcasm. Alas, it's unfortunate. What can we do? He has a powerful ally backing him. At that moment, the director of the Institute of Advanced Physics, Director Shen, spoke up, sighing. Immediately revoke Lin Yuan's identity and authority as an assistant researcher. Furthermore, Director, we have a serious situation. A secretary rushed into the meeting, visibly shaken, stammering. An important red document has been issued from above. From the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Lonka Institute, the Academy of Engineering, the Science and Technology Association, and even the National Defense Science and Industry Commission, they have jointly issued a directive for our Institute of Advanced Physics to fully cooperate with expert Lin's work. No. This is a document directed at all national research and academic institutions, every scientific entity in the country, irrespective of whether they are a private enterprise or even a military-industrial organization, is to cooperate fully with expert Lin Yuan. Chapter 15. the production of superconducting electronic gases. Promising results. Goodness. These agencies represent the pinnacle of scientific and academic institutions in Longhua, and they hold immense authority. The assembly of institute leaders and experts gasped in disbelief upon hearing these titles, and as the following words sank in, they were left utterly stunned. Expert Lin. Director Shin stood up, aghast, murmuring in disbelief. Lin Yuan? Indeed. He is our assistant researcher, Expert Lin Yuan. And with that, the atmosphere was charged with astonishment. The individuals in the conference room appeared to be paralyzed in their seats, their bodies trembling involuntarily. My goodness, what has Lin Yuan done? At that moment, Lu Zhe received a message and suddenly shouted in shock. Just now. The Central Television's Into Science program broadcasted the live video content of Lin Yuan from the past 2 days. Decoding. The Earth is a spaceship. Furthermore, various satellite TV stations received directives to air Lin Yuan's live program, and top-tier scientific institutions across the nation were assigned educational tasks. A deafening silence fell over the conference room, enveloping the attendees in disbelief. Those with a keen sense of observation quickly grasped the implications behind the red document. This was the state endorsing Lin Yuan. The message it conveyed was far from simple. In the next moment, Dean Shin nearly slapped himself in realization, feeling fortunate. He exclaimed immediately, I retract my earlier statement. Clearly, my misunderstanding of expert Lin Yuan runs deep. As the dean, I must engage in profound reflection. The other experts instantaneously shifted their attitudes. Indeed, as the youngest recipient of the National Youth Fund Award, Expert Lin is the rising star of our Institute of Advanced Physics. The Earth is a spaceship? What a remarkable assertion. Upon careful examination, we may witness the emergence of another genius akin to Einstein. The sages have long proclaimed that science is a process of bold hypothesis and cautious verification, and Expert Lin has illuminated a new path for our research endeavors. Comrade Lin Yuan truly deserves the title of genius, receiving such substantial support from the state. What a source of pride for our institute. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Institute of Advanced Physics transformed, brimming with joy and pride. Meanwhile, on the other side, an hour had passed. Zhou Jianhua frowned at his online post, which refuted and condemned the Earth Starship theory. What happened? Where did the post go? Unyielding, Zhou Jianhua reposted it across various platforms, even uploading a video on Douyin, vehemently criticizing Lin Yuan as a malignancy within the scientific community of Longhua. Yet, to his bewilderment, the video was also gone. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the door to his apartment was kicked open, and several imposing soldiers stormed in. Zhou Jianhua, you are formally arrested on suspicion of insulting and defaming a national hero. Additionally, we have determined your collusion with foreign forces, leading to a series of charges being laid out. Zhou Jianhua's face turned pale, and he screamed in terror. No, I haven't done anything. You can't arrest me. How could I dare to defame a national hero? Zhou Jianhua pleaded in panic. At that moment, the television in the living room began airing the Into Science program. Greetings, viewers. This is the production team of Into Science. Today, we present to you a remarkable and groundbreaking academic theory, decoding. The Earth is a spaceship. The academic speaker is our nation's young scientist, Expert Lin Yuan. Boom. In that instant, Zhou Jianhua finally comprehended the situation. Veins bulged on his forehead, his blood pressure skyrocketed. And in an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing in shock. Accompanied by several domestic experts in electronic specialty gases, Lin Yuan arrived at a factory base of a company named Zhongyan Special Gases. This enterprise is affiliated with the state and boasts an official research background, having achieved an impressive revenue of 3.6 billion yuan in the domestic electronic specialty gas market last year. Moreover, Zhongyan Special Gases is the sole Chinese company selected among the top 10 global electronic specialty gas enterprises. Upon arriving at the laboratory of the factory, Lin Yuan nodded as he observed the array of intricate instruments before him. The accompanying experts scrutinized Lin Yuan with expressions of skepticism, perplexed by his youth. Earlier that morning, they had received a notification from the relevant authorities to accompany an expert named Lin Yuan to Zhongyan Special Gases to experiment with a novel electronic specialty gas production process. The moment they laid eyes on Lin Yuan, the seasoned experts could not help but furrow their brows, questioning the capabilities of such a young individual. What exactly is electronic specialty gas? Although the public may not be well acquainted with it, it is not an exaggeration to state that electronic specialty gases are at the forefront of contemporary human technology. The doubts of the elderly experts lingered. Could this young man truly deliver? Without hesitation, Lin Yuan donned protective gear and commenced the production of superconducting electronic specialty gases. Focusing primarily on the synthesis of superconducting dinitrogen tetroxide, superconducting high-purity hydrogen sulfide, and superconducting trifluoramine. Alongside these, he also aimed to produce the most advanced superconducting 8N high-purity hydrogen selenide gas currently available. After a series of operations, when the latest electronic specialty gas data was obtained, the experts were left in a state of astonishment. To their disbelief, the most commonplace of the gases, the superconducting high-purity hydrogen sulfide, enhanced aluminum etching's anisotropic capabilities by 80, surpassing the most advanced global techniques by at least a decade. This was truly extraordinary. With this novel electronic specialty gas, chip performance could be improved by at least 30%. The experts were nearly incoherent with excitement, imagining the reactions of their Western counterparts upon seeing these results. Despite the seemingly unremarkable nature of electronic specialty gases, such remarkable advancements could precipitate a significant transformation in the chip manufacturing market. Undeniably, photolithography machines are essential in chip production. However, the landscape has changed. Regardless of how advanced your photolithography machine may be, if conventional production processes are employed, chip performance will remain stagnant. Yet, should Lin Yuan's superconducting electronic specialty gases be utilized, chip performance could be enhanced by at least 30% under the same operational efficiency of photolithography machines. What does this signify? It represents a breakthrough in chip technology that countless engineers have struggled to achieve. Now, a mere electronic specialty gas has provided a perfect solution. Having acquired the experimental data and samples of electronic specialty gases, Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. Subsequently, he transmitted the relevant data to the Xiqing Supercomputing Center through his professor. There, the national treasure, the Shunwei Taihu Light supercomputer, was prepared and ready to initiate full-frequency calculations to validate Lin Yuan's research findings. Just then Lin Yuan was suddenly taken aback, his mind racing as a flurry of urgent notifications echoed in his thoughts. Congratulations, host. The number of participants in the Earth Starship has surpassed 20,000. You have earned 20,000 points. Congratulations, host. The number of participants has now exceeded 50,000. You have gained an additional 50,000 points. Congratulations, host. The number of participants has officially surpassed 100,000. Current reward: Earth Spaceship Map Search Instrument, Lianshan E. Lianshan E, a spaceship map instrument that can search for relevant map data of various areas of the spacecraft and grant access permissions. Note: collecting Gui Zong and Zhou E will unlock partial data permissions of the Earth spaceship. Chapter 16, The Eternal Mystery. Lianshan E, is it the spaceship map instrument? Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. The number of participants had unexpectedly surged to 100,000 in such a brief period. However, he had already been informed that the content of his live broadcast from the past 2 days would be featured on today's episode of Into Science by the Central Television Station, a platform aimed at a national audience. Gaining 100,000 followers in just a few minutes seemed quite effortless. Yet, what truly delighted Lin Yuan was the reward bestowed by the system upon surpassing 100,000 participants, the Lianshan E, which indeed was the map instrument of the Earth spaceship. Lin Yuan was internally awestruck. Lianshan first appeared in the records of Zhou Li. The great divination of the 3 E's consists of Lianshan E, Guizong E, and Zhou E, each with 8 primary hexagrams and a total of 64 variations. In modern times, aside from Zhou E, both Lianshan and Guizong have vanished from the annals of history, becoming an eternal enigma of Huaxia culture. However, Lin Yuan had devoted himself to research in this life and had long pondered upon it. He believed that Lianshan should serve as the functional manual for the spaceship's map, documenting the topography, structure, and functionalities of various regions within the Earth spaceship, including environmental and climatic changes, thereby recording a vast amount of data. Conversely, Guizong was likely an encyclopedia of items and props related to the Earth spaceship, encompassing all recorded and even lost items. As for Zhou E, its meaning was more straightforward. It essentially represented a simulation and deduction program for the spaceship. Ancient scholars had derived methods from Zhou E to master a portion of the program's permissions, allowing them to simulate predictions through big data encoding. Given the all-encompassing and formidable capabilities of the spaceship system, it could easily yield conclusions akin to predicting fortune and deciphering celestial mysteries. The functionalities of the Earth spaceship were boundless, and Lin Yuan realized that his mastery of even a mere fraction of them was negligible. He sighed, feeling a mix of awe and contemplation. At that moment, he was not in a rush to consult Lianshan, bringing his focus back to reality. Expert Lin, the superconducting electronic special gas technology you possess will undoubtedly elevate our nation's chip localization to an entirely new level. In the laboratory, several experts in electronic special gases exhibited expressions of frenzied excitement. Lin Yuan smiled calmly and continued. In the realm of deposition, a thermal oxidation reaction occurs on the silicon wafer surface with the introduction of superconducting nitrogen tetroxide. The performance of the deposited film has been nothing short of impeccable. On to the next experiment. Dry etching ensues, with the infusion of superconducting fluorocarbon gases to dilute the etching gas concentration, yielding astonishingly uniform nanometer-level etching results. Meanwhile, at the Supercomputing Center in the city of Tin, disciples of Qin Shanha, a leading expert in the Chinese chip domain, eagerly await outside. Behind the heavy door, the national treasure, the Sunway Taihu Light supercomputer. is engaged in overclocking computational analysis based on the specialized processes for producing over 100 types of superconducting electronic specialty gases provided by Lin Yuan. 2 hours later, Fan Yaodong receives the latest feedback report. This is a miracle. The exhilaration strikes him like a sudden tempest, leaving him in a state of profound amazement. He immediately contacts his mentor, exclaiming, "Master, this is incredible. The superconducting electronic specialty gas technologies provided by my junior will propel domestic chips into a rapidly advancing era. More importantly, it will serve as our unique weapon against Western sanctions. Just as ASML holds a monopoly in the lithography machine sector, the superconducting electronic specialty gas technology we possess in our country is also at an unparalleled level of exclusivity." On the other end of the line, Qin Shana, far away in the capital, shines with brilliance. He promptly announces to the world that the nation has mastered the most advanced technology for producing electronic specialty gases, leading the globe by 2 decades. "You will be solely responsible for this matter moving forward." Taken aback, Fan Yaodong inquires, "What about my junior? He has other important duties. You must manage the relevant procedures. Additionally, I have discussed with your junior, and he originally intended to contribute this technology to the nation without charge. However, the influential figures in the West Garden compound have declined that offer. I am pleased to see your junior's patriotic spirit. But our country is no longer what it once was. Since this is a genuine technological asset, the nation cannot take advantage of it for free. The perspective of those individuals is to establish a cooperative agreement. From now on, for every unit of superconducting electronic specialty gas sold, your junior will receive a corresponding share of the profits." Upon hearing this, Fan Yaodong felt a tingle on his scalp, exclaiming, "Master, that is an astronomical figure." He then felt elated for his junior, who he had never met. He must be just over 20. He will effortlessly become a billionaire. My junior is truly remarkable. Though I recall his research focus was not in this area. I wonder where this inspiration comes from, he mused curiously. It is derived from the technology developed at Great Wall Circuit Engineering. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Qin Shana's next words left Fan Yaodong even more bewildered. At that moment, Lin Yuan emerged from the China Electric Specialty Gas experimental base. After receiving his mentor's call, he maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. "A share, you say? Does that mean I can earn money effortlessly every day?" Lin Yuan chuckled, feeling quite satisfied. After all, the path to decrypting the ancient spacecraft in the designated area is a heavy responsibility ahead. Relying solely on national funding, Lin Yuan estimated, would be insufficient. However, conversely, having alternative sources of income is indeed a positive development. "By the way, teacher," Lin Yuan thought of something and took the initiative to mention, "I have a matter to attend to. But I require the company of a top-tier archaeological expert from our country." "An archaeological expert?" Qin Shana's expression turned grave upon hearing this. "Have you made a new discovery?" "It's tentative." Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. "It serves as a validation of my previous theories. I speculate that one of the 3 treasures of the Qin King, the Qin Wang Zhaogu Jing, should be an artifact lost from an extraterrestrial spacecraft. If it can be brought to light for analysis, it may corroborate my theory regarding Earth's starship." "I understand." Qin Shana nodded, stating, "The foremost archaeologist in our country is Professor Wang Wenjiao from Guangdong Province. I will have someone notify him immediately." After hanging up the phone, Qin Shana pondered for a moment before dialing another number. "Old Chen, I urgently recommend enhancing Lin Yuan's security level." Shi Yuan number 1. The elder, who devoted himself tirelessly to the nation, pondered for a second before readily agreeing. "I concur. Do you have any further thoughts?" The elder inquired once more. This time, Qin Shana asserted resolutely, "I propose Lin Yuan participate in this year's Academy of Lonka's academician selection." "The Academy of Lonka? A 22-year-old academician?" Old Chen burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, Lao Qin, our heroic visions align." Chapter 17, Strategic Materials. Just one phrase, not for sale. A day later, at the Pengcheng Olympic Sports Center, the 16th International Chip Exhibition was underway. Participating exhibitors included major chip manufacturing enterprises from Longhua and relevant suppliers from the downstream materials sector. Naturally, foreign exhibitors were equally fierce competitors. Companies such as Nvidia, Tongboa, Intel, and the foreign-invested Tatian Group showcased their prowess, unveiling a variety of high-tech products and innovations. Capturing significant attention, the chip industry, of course, could not do without the leading manufacturer of lithography machines, ASML. At a corner of the exhibition, domestically, state-owned enterprises like Longxin Group and Huahong Chip, alongside private companies such as Huaxing and Lamy, sent a formidable delegation to negotiate with ASML. The purpose of these negotiations was, of course, to procure more advanced lithography machines. The representative from ASML was Mr. Shuriji, the group's vice president. Shuriji, a blond Caucasian clad in a well-tailored suit, exuded an air of arrogance from his cerulean eyes. Facing the multitude of representatives from Longhua, Shuriji impatiently shook his head and coldly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I reiterate. Our group can sell you the previous versions of the NXT 1990 Di for some other civilian commercial versions. I might consider proposing them to the group if you are willing to pay a premium of 50. However, do not harbor hopes for the lithography machines below 20 nanometers. After all, as allies, we cannot contravene our agreements with the Eagle country, but I have heard that Longhua has already achieved independent research and development of 28-nanometer lithography machines. After a painstaking development period of 1 or 2 decades, you, the people of the Dragon Nation, possess an age-old proverb: endure hardships and wait for the opportunity. In due time, you shall no longer rely on others, remarked Mr. Schreiger, self-assured in his humor. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered compatriots shifted dramatically, their hearts boiling with indignation. How exceedingly acerbic and arrogant this foreigner is. He boasts merely of his status and the power of his sales permissions, elevating himself to the heavens in his own mind. Yet, as they reflected, a deeper sense of humiliation washed over them. Mr. Schreiger, we are sincere in our intentions, spoke Chu Changhe, the representative from Longshin Group, boldly meeting the derisive gaze of his counterpart. I am aware that your group has just sold the world's most advanced 2-nanometer lithography machine to Intel of the Eagle Nation. In light of this, it stands to reason that your group could consider selling your 10-nanometer and 16-nanometer lithography machines as well. Chu Changhe, suppressing his disdain, chuckled lightly. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, are quite generous. Please, state your price, Mr. Schreiger. In response, Schreiger erupted into unrestrained laughter. Mr. Chu, is this how you conduct business in the Dragon Nation? You seem oblivious to the prevailing circumstances. Let me be clear. Our group would rather sell those obsolete machines to Africa than to your nation. His disdainful demeanor darkened Chu Changhe's expression immediately. Gritting his teeth, his eyes sparked with intense fury, yet he ultimately retracted, stifling his resentment. A bitter smile of helplessness spread across the faces of every individual from the Dragon Nation present. Seeing this, Schreiger's contempt grew even more pronounced as he coldly declared, the previous purchase agreement will require an additional 10%. What? The crowd's faces contorted further in frustration. Although a mere 10%, it represented an astronomical sum exceeding hundreds of millions of dollars. And the most infuriating aspect was that a significant portion of the lithography machines offered by Elsmar were outdated versions. Yet, the Dragon Nation found itself compelled to endure this indignity. After all, in recent years, our country has accelerated its efforts in lithography machine development. Yet the technological gap compared to giants like Elsmar remains vast. Of course, you are free to decline. Schreiger maintained his nonchalant demeanor, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Schreiger, let us contemplate this matter thoroughly. Chu Changhe glanced at the other executives, each of them brimming with frustration, but after much deliberation, they could only muster the resolve to accept the agreement. Suddenly, a staff member from the exhibition hurried over, his expression one of excitement. He approached Schreiger, bowed respectfully, and presented him with a small box. Mr. Schreiger, this is a token of appreciation from our Dragon Nation for all participating exhibitors at this event. What is this? Inquisitively, Schreiger opened the box, revealing 2 diminutive chips nestled within. The staff, unhesitant, directly explained. There are 2 chips here, both manufactured by your esteemed group's NXT 1980 Di lithography machine. However, they differ in their production methods. One utilizes the conventional electronic specialty gas process prevalent today, while the other employs our nation's latest superconducting electronic specialty gas technology. As for the differences between these 2 chips, your engineers may verify them independently. With a polite smile, the staff prepared to take their leave. A similar scene unfolded in every corner of the exhibition, where every exhibitor, both domestic and international, received a small token from the official committee of the Dragon Nation. Wait, what exactly is happening here? Mr. Chu of Longshin Group, filled with curiosity, stopped the staff member in surprise and inquired. Mr. Chu, the staff member replied with a smile. You must not have seen the latest news online, have you? Just today? A scientist named Lin Yuan from our country has developed the most advanced superconducting electronic specialty gas technology, under identical conditions of lithography machines and materials. Chips infused with superconducting electronic specialty gas exhibit performance enhancements of at least 30%. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Changhe instinctively clenched his fists, trembling with excitement, his eyes shimmering with incredulous fervor. The executives of Lamy, Huashing, and Waco Electric Group were equally taken aback. Being in the chip industry, they immediately grasped the extraordinary implications behind this news. However, Shriji, the vice president of Elsmar, reacted swiftly, veins bulging on his forehead as he exclaimed, "This is impossible. Superconducting electronic specialty gas technology? A 30% performance boost? My God, this cannot be." The staff member disregarded him, leaving with a triumphant smile. Wow, incredible. Haha, why should we bear the brunt of the foreign competition? Let us go. The chip company executives, now regaining their composure, realized the gravity of the situation, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they turned to leave. The Dragon Nation is surely toying with us. Shriji, with a darkened expression, immediately ordered his engineers to conduct tests. 10 minutes later, gazing at the performance data displayed on the computer, Shriji was struck with dread, his mind blank. Not just him. At that moment during the exhibition, heads of top-tier chip manufacturing companies and leading experts worldwide were aghast, nearly having their hearts leap from their chests upon witnessing the comparative data. My God, such exceptional data. How is this possible? What kind of electronic specialty gas technology is this that has instigated such a monumental technological revolution in the existing chip manufacturing domain? My God. The Dragon Nation has mastered an unbelievable technology. It's utterly insane. In the center of the exhibition, Robert, the president of Ingueda Group, stood in astonishment, staring at the chip and data in his hands, utterly dumbfounded. Across from him, the top expert in Dragon Nation's chip sector, Chief Engineer Fan Yaodong of the National Chip Research Institute, arrived in haste, settling down gracefully. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a gentle sip. Good tea. Then, with a serene smile, she addressed Robert in the most alluring tone. Mr. Robert, your esteemed company, NVIDIA, stands as the foremost chip manufacturing enterprise globally. Just imagine, with the possession of superconducting electronic special gas, technology that surpasses the current global standards by at least a decade, the chips you produce would witness a performance enhancement of 30%. What kind of revolution would that spark in the global chip market? It is no exaggeration to say that the entire chip industry would thus enter a new era. Having said that, Fan Yaodong quietly observed his counterpart. Across the table, Robert, momentarily shaken from his astonishment, was soon surrounded by a flurry of secretaries who whispered urgently in his ear, delivering a series of the latest updates regarding the superconducting electronic special gas, including final data and a seminar report from the corporate headquarters, concluded within 10 minutes. The report bore a single line: at any cost, acquire the superconducting electronic special gas technology from Longhua. Upon reading this, Robert inhaled deeply, his gaze flickering as he struggled to contain his emotions, stammering, "Fan, what do you Longhua people desire? Our group is willing to acquire this technology, and any price is negotiable. Of course, your side could also act as a supplier of materials for this superconducting electronic special gas, and we are prepared to offer a high price for it." His voice trembled involuntarily. As long as our NVIDIA chips possess this electronic special gas, everything else is negotiable. At this juncture, the head of this renowned chip giant displayed an expression of desperation. Moreover, we at NVIDIA are willing to lobby, persuading the authorities to construct a bridge for negotiations. Whatever you Longhua desire, from 10-nanometer lithography machines to other restricted technological products, we can provide. Moments later, Fan Yaodong elegantly rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Robert, I must apologize. I just neglected to mention that the superconducting electronic special gas has been classified as a national strategic material under stringent control by our country. Regrettably, I cannot assist you with that." With that, Fan Yaodong departed gracefully. Behind him, several experts followed in stunned silence, murmuring in confusion, "Old Fan, what on earth just transpired?" Suddenly, Fan Yaodong, a leading expert in the chip domain of Longhua, erupted into joyous laughter. What a relief. Did you see the expression on Robert's face? It was as if he had just consumed something foul. Finally, we Longhua chip professionals can hold our heads high. As he spoke, tears of joy streamed down his face. Meanwhile, at the Elsmar Group, Shrujit found himself in a state of panic. The emergence of superconducting electronic special gas would undoubtedly exert a tremendous impact on the lithography machine industry. Prices could no longer be so exorbitant. The group's profits were poised to shrink by at least 30%. Moreover, if the Longhua people had already made breakthroughs with superconducting electronic special gas, developing lithography machines of 5-nanometer caliber in the future would be but a matter of time. Shrujit's face turned pale, as if he foresaw the impending doom of his corporation. Chapter 18. The Lianshan EMAP device activated its search, and the Qin King's mirror revealed its location. Our nation's scientists have successfully developed superconducting electronic special gas, ushering the global chip industry into a transformative era. On that day, a significant piece of news surged through the central television and various major platforms, quickly captivating the entire internet. Chips. The term resonates deeply with the Chinese populace. After all, the journey of chip development in our nation has been fraught with challenges. Under the influence of the philosophy that it is better to buy than to manufacture, and better to lease than to buy, our chip industry stagnated for decades. By the time the nation awoke to this reality, it was already too late. The proud announcement by the White Eagle to impose restrictions on the technological advancement of our country further entrenched us in an awkward position in the chip domain. As a result, many curious netizens clicked on the news to investigate. Superconducting electronic specialty gases? They could enhance chip performance by at least 30%. Do you grasp the significance of this? It is akin to foreign giants monopolizing the manufacturing equipment, while we possess the most advanced material technologies. One might argue that this is even more crucial. After all, various countries are currently developing lithography machines and achieving significant breakthroughs within 3 to 5 years. They will likely overcome the manufacturing challenges of machines below the 20-nanometer level. However, superconducting electronic specialty gases are different. Experts from the National Chip Research Institute and various levels of the Dragon Academy unanimously assert that the technical processes of superconducting electronic specialty gases are 20 years ahead of the global competition. For the next decade, no enterprise or research institution worldwide will be able to produce materials that surpass superconducting electronic specialty gases. Incredible, isn't it? Just a few years ago, we had to rely on the whims of foreign giants to procure lithography machines, but now the tables have turned, and it is the White Eagle that finds itself in a predicament. To manufacture the most advanced chips, they must procure our country's superconducting electronic specialty gases, which are now classified as strategic materials. One can be wealthy yet unable to obtain them, which must be quite distressing. Truly remarkable. Our scientists are extraordinary. The Chinese people were elated and overjoyed. At that moment, a netizen realized that the scientist mentioned in the article was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? Do we have such an expert in chip material research in our nation? It was only after relevant state institutions stepped forward to clarify that the netizens confirmed that this top-tier chip material researcher was indeed the Lin Yuan, who had recently stirred up quite a buzz online as an expert from the Academy of Advanced Physics. Astounding. The superconducting electronic specialty gases were developed by Lin Yuan? The netizens were flabbergasted. Some astute individuals even delved into Lin Yuan's educational background, only to be further astonished. Can you believe it? Lin Yuan graduated from the Dragon Science and Technology University, but his primary academic focus there was not on chips or materials. And think about what Lin Yuan mentioned a couple of days ago. He spoke of the Great Wall as a circuit engineering concept, and in the blink of an eye, he developed superconducting electronic specialty gases. I find it hard to believe there is no connection here. Could someone analyze this situation? Instantly, a netizen with a vivid imagination weakly proposed, could it be that Lin Yuan reverse-engineered ancient black technology through the Great Wall circuit engineering? Upon this conclusion, the netizens were left in a state of disbelief. Strangely enough, there does seem to be some truth to it. In that moment, the atmosphere was electric. Lin Yuan once again surged onto the trending topics across the internet. In stark contrast to the fervor exhibited by netizens and even the excitement within the realm of Dragon Country's semiconductor industry, the military establishment was even more exhilarated. The military-grade chips manufactured from superconducting electronic special gas were nothing short of extraordinary. An expert from Northeast China at the Military Research Academy was so overwhelmed that he involuntarily slipped into his regional dialect. At that moment, the military had acquired the latest chips, crafted from superconducting electronic special gas, which pertained to missile rockets, fighter jets, tanks, and computers, without delving into performance enhancements. These military chips, made from superconducting electronic special gas, exhibited unparalleled reliability, durability, and resilience against electronic warfare impacts. Unlike civilian chips, military chips do not prioritize being excessively advanced or sophisticated. Rather, stability, reliability, and durability are of paramount importance. The chip in hand demonstrated a stunning capability against electromagnetic pulses, leaving senior military officials utterly astounded. After all, in the impending landscape of electronic warfare, a single electromagnetic pulse bomb could incapacitate all electronic devices, rendering them useless. The resilience against electronic pulses had increased at least twofold, and the physical isolation indicators preventing short-circuit failures were simply remarkable. A chorus of experts erupted in ecstatic cheers, exclaiming that this superconducting electronic special gas must be classified as a strategic material, requiring stringent control. In the capital, at the state guest house on the third floor, Lin Yuan had been residing for 2 days. At this moment, he found himself alone in his room, his mind immersed in the system. Before him appeared a complex and mysterious diagram reminiscent of the innate 8 trigrams, yet far more intricate, showcasing thousands of variations. This was indeed one of the ancient enigmas of China, a lost civilization's esoteric knowledge, Lianshan-yi. However, unlike the Zhou-yi, the application of Lianshan-yi was considerably more elaborate. At this moment, Lin Yuan was delving into Lianshan-yi, the navigational instrument for the spaceship, discovering that it was far more than a mere map. Its functionalities were immensely powerful. It utilized the 4 seasons and 6 energies as indicators of prosperity and decline, the 6 hexagrams as coordinates for discerning fortune and misfortune, and the 3 origins and 9 movements for temporal and spatial transformations. Distinct from the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, it employed the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams for differentiation. The 4 symbols referred to the 4 major celestial regions of the starry sky: east, south, west, and north. From the perspective of the spaceship's functionality, Lianshan-yi could even serve as an interstellar travel map. After an intense period of study, Lin Yuan was so absorbed that he lost track of time, overwhelmed with exhilaration. The primary reason why Lianshan-yi was considered a spaceship map lay in its teachings, which categorized ancient celestial bodies into 3 enclosures, for symbols, and 7 major star regions. The term enclosure signifies a city wall. One of the enclosures, the Z-Way enclosure, symbolizes the imperial palace and can be understood as the core region of the map. The Taiwei enclosure represents administrative institutions, while the Tianshu enclosure symbolizes bustling marketplaces. Was this not a modern map in its own right? Lin Yuan smiled, without hesitation, and subsequently activated the system functionality of Lin Shan, attempting to deduce the lost coordinates of the Qin King's bone mirror. Lin Yuan casually gave it a try, and unexpectedly. Before me lies a complex diagram of the innate 8 trigrams, with thousands of hexagram grids suddenly rotating and transforming. From each grid emerges an ancient geographical visage. And upon careful comparison, one can discern numerous similarities with the contemporary maps of Earth. Moments later, under the formidable capabilities of the Lianshan e-mapping instrument, a line of data flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes. Euphoria surged within him. He had found it. Chapter 19, What a Marvel. A live broadcast from the 055 destroyer to salvage national treasures? The following morning, Lin Yuan boarded the earliest flight to the bustling metropolis of Mo. Accompanied by military personnel, he proceeded to one of the Dragon Kingdom's naval bases at Ninghai Port. Around 1 in the afternoon, Lin Yuan encountered Professor Wang Wenjiao, who was also under military escort. This esteemed scholar is currently the foremost authority in the field of archaeology within the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Wang, in his 60s, donned a traditional Zhongshan suit and thick glasses, exuding a vigorous spirit. Upon seeing Lin Yuan for the first time, he approached with palpable excitement. "Hello, Expert Lin." The elderly gentleman's warm demeanor left Lin Yuan pleasantly surprised, prompting him to extend his hand for a handshake. "Thank you for your efforts, Professor Wang." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude with politeness and humility. "Not at all, not at all," Professor Wang replied with a beaming smile. "It is my honor and fortune to collaborate with you, Expert Lin." After this enthusiastic exchange, Professor Wang recalled the matter at hand and inquired, "Expert Lin, I've heard you summon me to search for the Qin King's Zheogujing?" "Indeed," Lin Yuan replied candidly. "I have conducted extensive analyses and determined the location of the Qin King's Zheogujing, with a 90% likelihood of recovering this lost national treasure." "Oh!" Professor Wang's excitement surged anew, his body trembling with anticipation as he exclaimed, "That would be a true national treasure. If we could recover it, it would be remarkable. By the way, did you bring me to Ninghai Port because you deduced the Zheogujing's whereabouts are here?" "Precisely," Lin Yuan affirmed with a nod. "In the South China Sea, within the Coral Spiral region. During the late Qing and early Republic periods, the Zheogujing re-emerged and was subsequently taken overseas. Through extensive data analysis, I discovered that it was transported by a British colonial ship, which unfortunately met with disaster in the Coral Spiral area of the South China Sea. Hence, upon determining the Zheogujing's location, I contacted the relevant national agencies, and they agreed to dispatch a salvage vessel to accompany me to the Coral Spiral region for the recovery of the national treasure." Hearing this, Professor Wang nodded in approval. "That simplifies matters greatly." He gazed deeply at Lin Yuan, filled with profound admiration. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. 2 days prior, he stumbled upon a live stream where Lin Yuan elucidated that the Earth is a cosmic vessel, and he was convinced that this young man would incite a considerable commotion. However, little did he anticipate that Lin Yuan would not merely stir the academic circles of Long Country, but rather instigate a seismic event. Soon, Professor Wang recalled something and spoke. "I have heard that the Coral Spiral Sea area is beset with storms year-round, fraught with peril, and possesses a mysterious magnetic field that renders compasses and other electronic navigational instruments ineffective. Without complete assurance, we should not venture lightly." In response, Lin Yuan chuckled, "Rest assured, Professor Wang, the relevant national agencies are wholeheartedly supporting this endeavor. The salvage vessel they have dispatched is undoubtedly state-of-the-art, manned by the most reliable personnel. We merely need to accompany them to see." "Ah, that is reassuring," Professor Wang exhaled, visibly relieved. Lin Expert. Nearby, a military personnel, having received information, stiffened and addressed him. 5 minutes remaining. The target is about to arrive at the port. Excellent. The thought of soon boarding the ship to salvage the Qin King's bone mirror exhilarated Lin Yuan. After all, this prehistoric black technology, lost from our cosmic vessel, might serve as a pivotal piece of evidence supporting the assertion that the Earth is a cosmic vessel. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan promptly retrieved his phone and logged into the livestream account of the Higher Institute of Physics. "Professor Wang, would you mind if I conducted a live stream to document this salvage operation?" Lin Yuan inquired with a beaming smile. "Of course not," Professor Wang replied, his perspective broadening. He understood that since the Earth Starship theory had garnered substantial promotion and support from national agencies, it must possess extraordinary significance. All he needed to do was cooperate earnestly. Originally, Lin Yuan intended to wait until after locating the Qin King's bone mirror to initiate the live stream and officially discuss how the classic of mountains and seas serves as an interstellar flight log. However, idleness was not appealing. Before long, just seconds into the broadcast, a multitude of viewers eager to follow the live stream of the Higher Institute of Physics flooded in upon receiving notifications. "Goodness, it's really the host," exclaimed one viewer. This host, sneaky as he is, started streaming without any notice. "Thank heavens I'm slacking off at work." Another chimed in. What a coincidence. I'm also slacking off at work. Care for some sunflower seeds? Ever since the host proposed to unveil the mysteries of the classic of mountains and seas 2 days ago, I haven tea slept a wink, itching to discover the tale spun by this grand deceiver. Is the host's broadcast today meant to reveal the ancient secrets hidden within the classic of mountains and seas? Another questioned. Can the host respond to the news about the superconducting electronic special gas technology that supposedly derives from the ancient black technology unearthed from the Great Wall Circuit project? Amidst a flurry of inquisitive comments, Lin Yuan turned the camera towards Ninghai Port, unveiling a serene azure seascape. He then smiled leisurely. Congratulations to this viewer for guessing correctly. The superconducting electronic special gas indeed originates from the Great Wall Circuit project. Ignoring the uproar that ensued in the live stream, Lin Yuan continued with a smile. Today, I am merely broadcasting casually to share updates with all of you. Next, I will embark on a maritime expedition alongside the esteemed Professor Wang Wenjiao, a leading figure in Chinese archaeology, to the coral spiral reef in the South China Sea in search of the long-lost national treasure, the Qin King's bone mirror. Lin Yuan smiled and invited Professor Wang to join him on camera. Supporters who have followed my journey are aware of my earlier assertion that Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng, was one of the few ancient individuals to grasp the essence of spacecraft. The artifact accompanying him, the legendary Qin King's bone mirror, may very well be a relic of extraterrestrial origin. As these words left my lips, the viewership in the live stream skyrocketed. Within a mere minute, nearly 120,000 viewers were online. A flurry of gifts and effects illuminated the screen. Finding it bothersome, Lin Yuan decided to disable the gifting feature, aiming to create a purely academic research live stream. Witnessing the host's audacity, new viewers were left in astonishment, engaging in fervent discussions surrounding Lin Yuan's statements. Incredible. The host is actually venturing into the perilous coral spiral reef that is said to be the fabled land of the Guaishu. The host certainly possesses remarkable courage. Does the Qin King's bone mirror truly exist? Whether it exists remains uncertain, yet if it were to be discovered, how could such an object be crafted with the technology of ancient times? Wouldn't that further validate the host's theory? Professor Wang Wenjiao, the foremost archaeologist in the nation, is now preparing to recover a national treasure alongside the host. If my mind serves me correctly, does this imply that Professor Wang concurs with Lin Yuan's assertions? Is the host capable of handling this? The coral spiral reef is notorious for its violent hurricanes and enigmatic sea conditions. One misstep could lead to calamity. Sensing the viewers' concerns, Lin Yuan chuckled and reassured them. Rest assured, it should be fine. This operation is supported by relevant national agencies, and the salvage vessel dispatched is undoubtedly reliable. Before he could finish his sentence, a military personnel accompanying them suddenly stiffened, solemnly pointing toward the distant sea beyond Ninghai Port, enunciating each word with gravitas. Expert Lin. Lin Yuan instinctively turned to look. In that instant, his gaze sharpened, and his breath quickened with excitement, as if the entire world lay at his feet. Simultaneously, the live stream camera, operated by high-tech drones, shifted towards the sea area. Within the live stream, as viewers engaged in animated discussions, the camera angle transitioned dramatically, unveiling a breathtaking and grandiose visual spectacle that captivated all present. Against the backdrop of a cerulean sky and azure sea, a cutting-edge destroyer of the Dragon Kingdom Navy cut through the waves like a magnificent dragon, majestically approaching Ninghai Port. On board the warship, the distinctive flag of the Chilean fleet of the Eastern Theater Command fluttered in the sea breeze, while various advanced and precise artillery and naval equipment glimmered under the sunlight, resembling a colossal steel behemoth. This was indeed our nation's independently developed next-generation destroyer, the Type 055. At this moment, the scene was awe-inspiring, plunging the live stream into an eerie silence. With 160,000 viewers present, the chat was momentarily hushed, the comments box devoid of activity. Seconds passed. Amidst the fervor of the online community, a cacophony of excitement erupted. Behold the mighty 055 destroyer. The broadcaster truly excels. Is the 055 destroyer here to salvage national treasures? The anticipation is palpable. Chapter 20, Sacred Mountain of Sakurajima? Exhaust pipes of a spacecraft? The 055 destroyer represents the latest class of 10,000-ton warships in the Dragon Nation's naval fleet, with a single main gun equivalent to an entire heavy artillery battalion. Not to mention its capacity to carry hundreds of missiles, including the formidable YJ-21, striking fear wherever it goes. The firepower is simply unmatched. A few years ago, reports of an 055 destroyer from the Yinglong fleet single-handedly contending with an American carrier strike group were not mere exaggerations. But now, Lin Yuan appeared momentarily stunned. Turning to the nearby major officer. Is this the salvage vessel you mentioned? The major officer nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Expert Lin. He further elaborated. Moreover, this salvage operation is not only accompanied by the 055 destroyer, but also includes the Jiaolong manned submersible. Not only Lin Yuan, but also the live stream chat erupted with enthusiasm. Truly, it's like a young cow riding a missile, an exhilarating spectacle. The Jialong submersible's involvement signifies Lin Yuan's considerable influence. The nation clearly values Lin Yuan. Could it be that his statements hold truth, and the country is poised to develop spacecraft? Amid the animated discussions of the online users, Lin Yuan and Professor Wang Wenjiao, along with their team, boarded the 055 destroyer. Welcome, Expert Lin. Captain Chen Guohua, accompanied by guards, had been awaiting their arrival, standing at attention. Captain Chen, you've worked hard, Lin Yuan responded calmly. After exchanging pleasantries, the 055 destroyer departed Ninghai port, setting course for the Coral Spiral Reef area to undertake its mission. Captain Chen, may I broadcast? At this moment, standing on the deck of the 055 destroyer, Lin Yuan inquired timidly. Of course, Captain Chen Guohua replied with a smile. The higher-ups have instructed us to fully cooperate with Expert Lin. Furthermore, our nation's 055 destroyers have been in service for several years. Some weapon systems and data aboard have been publicly disclosed online, so there is little risk of compromising secrets. Moreover, our country has always adhered to the principle of equipping, researching, and designing in generations. Do you truly believe the 055 destroyer is the Dragon Nation's most advanced trump card? If you do, I must say you are still quite naive. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded, reopening the live stream. Wow, it's genuinely the 055 destroyer. The broadcaster is incredible. However, to set sail for a mere mirror salvage, deploying a destroyer seems excessive. This operation must have a deeper significance. There is certainly more to this than meets the eye. The broadcaster and the state must have struck a deal. Seeing the footage resume, the online viewers were thrilled. Observing this, Lin Yuan chuckled. Everyone, since we have some time, let us ponder a profound question. If the Earth were a spacecraft, what would the ocean represent? I believe the ocean is akin to a colossal energy reservoir. Or rather, an energy panel that activates in times of critical emergency for the spacecraft. No, I believe the ocean resembles an ecological chamber aboard a celestial vessel, designed to harbor the myriad extraordinary phenomena encountered throughout the billions of years of Earth's voyage through the cosmos. The ocean is profoundly enigmatic, possibly nurturing mysterious underwater civilizations. Though the specifics elude me, the online community is engaged in fervent debate, the enthusiasm reaching unprecedented heights. However, Lin Yuan calmly remarked, the notion of an ecological chamber is quite intriguing. Yet, I believe we can dare to think even bolder, to unleash our imaginations. I am increasingly convinced that the oceans of our planet are, in fact, inexhaustible reservoirs of energy. As for the rationale behind this assertion, it is straightforward. For example, the scientific community's interest in controllable nuclear fusion technology relies on deuterium, of which the oceans are estimated to contain billions of tons. At this juncture, Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously, observing the barrage of comments, as many netizens urged him to delve into the matters of the classic of mountains and seas. However, he chuckled, not so fast. Today's mission is to recover the Qin Emperor's bone mirror. Nevertheless, I can offer a tantalizing hint to stimulate your thoughts. Lin Yuan mused, did you know? Not a single mention of the word island appears throughout the entire classic of mountains and seas. Consider why that might be. With that, the audience's excitement was once again ignited, and the entire livestream room erupted in fervor. As the hour passed in lively conversation between Lin Yuan and the viewers, the 055 destroyer arrived at the mission's destination. Expert Lin, we have reached the Coral Spiral Reef. Captain Chen approached, adding, moreover, the Jialong man's submersible has been awaiting us on the seabed. Excellent, Lin Yuan replied, his laughter resonating. I have heard that the Jialong submersible can dive to depths exceeding 7,000 meters and is equipped with advanced mechanical arms for search and recovery operations. Indeed. Captain Chen agreed eagerly. We now await your confirmed coordinates, Expert Lin. Lin Yuan nodded, providing a set of coordinates he had meticulously calculated. Understood. Captain Chen promptly informed the command center. Hard to port, full speed ahead. The 055 destroyer surged forward like a sea dragon, cutting through the waves. The terrifying prowess of modern technology laid bare in that moment. The Coral Spiral Reef is undoubtedly treacherous. Upon entering this maritime realm, a mysterious fog enveloped them, accompanied by the onset of a hurricane. Yet, before the might of the 10,000-ton destroyer, these perplexing dangers were rendered trivial. As for the notion of losing one's way, that was out of the question. With the support of Beidou satellite positioning, the course of the 055 destroyer was impeccably clear. Soon, upon reaching the target coordinates, Captain Chen received a nod of affirmation from Lin Yuan and initiated communication. Jialong, you may commence your descent. Received. As the communication device relayed a crisp acknowledgement, the atmosphere on site fell silent. Jialong reports a descent of 30 meters, descending to 100 meters. Now at 500 meters, all systems are functioning optimally, descending to 1,200 meters. 1,500 meters. My heavens, we have located a sunken ship on the seabed. Target confirmed. The sudden exclamation from the communication device sent a wave of exhilaration throughout the command center. This moment was equally palpable in the live broadcast room. Amazing. Is this something that we, mere civilians, can witness? One can only commend the host for their prowess. It seems that among the entire scientific community of Long Kingdom, only Lin Yuan possesses such privilege. What has he done to garner such national support? It is astonishing that they have truly made a discovery. Fortunately, it was the Jiaolong deep-sea submersible that intervened. Otherwise, relying solely on civilian archaeological efforts, it would take ages to uncover the Qin dynasty's bone-reflecting mirror. Beside him, Professor Wang Wenjiao cast a complex glance at Lin Yuan, which ultimately transformed into profound envy. After all, as netizens have stated, only Lin Yuan could receive such substantial backing from the nation in terms of manpower and resources. Soon, under the witness of 200,000 online viewers, the Jiaolong submersible broke the water's surface. Simultaneously, the mechanical arm of the submersible grasped a collection of decayed artifacts from the sunken ship. The dexterity of this mechanical arm was remarkable, able to lift numerous items without causing them any harm. Professor Wang Wenjiao, his eyes ablaze with excitement, remarked, his gaze fixed intently ahead. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly turned to the camera, a wry smile gracing his lips as he posed an intriguing question. If the Jiaolong submersible were to appear before an ancient person in such a miraculous and grand manner, what do you think their reaction would be? A collective gasp reverberated among the viewers, their astonishment amplified. It goes without saying that the ancients would surely be bewildered. I grasp the host's intent now. He is conveying that when ancient individuals encounter mysterious and unknown phenomena, their minds would conjure bizarre interpretations, perhaps labeling them as divine beasts. This notion holds merit. If ancient peoples were to witness advanced scientific instruments, lacking understanding of their operational principles, they might mistakenly perceive them as powerful entities or terrifying beings. Over time, these encounters would evolve into mythical tales. Lin Yuan took a moment to glance at the barrage of comments, nodding with a smile. The netizens are quite astute. Therefore, some of our Chinese myths and divine beasts are, in my view, merely glimpses of extraordinary artifacts and devices from the ancient spaceship known as Earth, occasionally revealed to humanity throughout the river of time. Having said this, Lin Yuan dashed to the deck, where the crew was busy transporting the items retrieved by the Jiaolong submersible. They soon began their meticulous organization. An hour later, after another deep dive, the Jiaolong announced that all salvageable items from the sunken ship had been successfully recovered. Here, Wang Wenjiao and Lin Yuan took the initiative, swiftly uncovering a wooden box from the heap of decaying artifacts. The ingenuity of the ancients is truly beyond imagination. Observing that this wooden box, submerged in seawater for a century, exhibited no signs of decay, Professor Wang's expression was one of indescribable excitement. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, then slowly opened the box, revealing an ancient mirror within. It was indeed the Qin dynasty's bone-reflecting mirror. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with brilliance. In the next moment, the live broadcast abruptly cut off. Unbelievable. What a cunning host. As the thrilling moment unfolded, the stream abruptly cut off, leaving countless viewers in a state of frenzy, on the verge of tears. Oh, how infuriating. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals gathered in a command room, their faces etched with shock as they gazed at the images projected before them. The moment Lin Yuan discovered the Qin King's mirror, the broadcast was suddenly interrupted, inciting a roar of outrage. Damn it, God, the people of Long Kingdom have gone mad. Did Lin truly uncover the genuine artifact? Could it possibly be a prop from a spacecraft? Such thoughts seemed utterly implausible, a devilish ruse indeed. Amidst the ensuing commotion, all eyes turned to a distinguished elderly gentleman with golden locks, a general of the White Eagle. General William's expression was a tumult of emotions. He desperately wished to convince himself that this was merely a grand deception orchestrated by the Long Kingdom. However, in recent days, the theory of the Earth starship had not only taken the Long Kingdom by storm, but had also ignited fervor in the Western world. As the situation escalated, the intelligence agencies of the White Eagle could no longer contain the matter and promptly reported it to higher authorities. Through a series of analyses, General William and the relevant agencies discovered that the Long Kingdom was indeed not jesting. Mighty Wall, superconducting electronics, General William murmured in halting Mandarin, his gaze igniting with fervor as he bellowed. Immediately arrange a team of sinologists. Conduct a comprehensive analysis of the video's content. Furthermore, activate the military operation codenamed Pandora's Plan. The people of Long Kingdom must be concocting something. If Earth truly is a spacecraft, the White Eagle shall undoubtedly be the first to unveil its secrets. This scene echoed across nations worldwide. In Japan, within a military base, a general and several high-ranking officials observed the darkened live stream with a solemnity that gripped their hearts. By the grace of Amaterasu, at this moment, the esteemed military leader, Ichiro Fujimoto, trembled with excitement, declaring, "This Lin expert's theory must be genuine. Otherwise, the Long Kingdom's officials would not be so fervently engaged." Recalling Lin Yuan's mention of renowned mountains in the Long Kingdom as vital components of the spacecraft's firepower, Fujimoto was filled with exhilaration. If Earth were indeed a cosmic vessel, our sacred mountain, Fuji, would undoubtedly be a crucial element of its weaponry. With confidence and anticipation, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. At any cost, we must reach out to this Lin Yuan expert. We, the people of Sakura Island, must persuade him to come and provide guidance. A throng of subordinates donned in traditional attire nodded in fervent agreement, their fervor palpable. Were this scene to reach Lin Yuan's ears, he would likely be doubled over in laughter. Fuji as a pivotal weapon of the Earth spacecraft? Huh, how absurd. In his research, Mount Fuji is merely an ordinary exhaust pipe for a spacecraft. Chapter 21, Sequence 13, The Members of the Earth Spaceship. Kunlun, Queen Mother of the West. 2 hours later, at 7 in the evening, the inky darkness of Ninghai Port enveloped the scene as the 055 destroyer gracefully approached its docking point. Lin Yuan and Wang Wenjiao, carrying a supply box, descended from the military vessel with delight. Captain Chun, please hold on. Lin Yuan turned to address Captain Chen Guohua, who was escorting him. This operation owes much to your military's unwavering support. Lin Yuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. You are too modest, Professor Lin. This is our duty. Captain Chen Guohua replied with a slight smile, though a hint of gravity lingered in his eyes. The afternoon's events replayed in his mind, causing even this seasoned naval veteran to draw a sharper breath. It was in that moment that Captain Chen Guohua understood why the higher-ups had dispatched the 055 destroyer, a national treasure, solely to escort a young scientist on a research salvage mission. It also clarified why, upon receiving his orders, the fleet commander had personally urged him to ensure Lin Yuan's safety. Once, a prominent figure had declared that one individual like Lin Yuan could match the strength of 5 divisions. Yet now, Captain Chen Guohua mused, Lin Yuan's capabilities might one day rival those of 50 or even 500 army groups. Captain Chen, do remember to tune into my live stream. Lin Yuan quipped humorously before departing. Captain Chen Guohua was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, of course. Did you know, Captain, that in the classic of mountains and seas in various mythologies, there is mention of a divine beast called Fei-Yi? Lin Yuan suddenly interjected. Hearing this, both Captain Chen Guohua and Wang Wenjiao exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Lin Yuan's sudden reference. In the classic of mountains and seas, Northern Mountains, it is stated that wherever the creature known as Fei-Yi appears, droughts will ensue. This is actually a narrative recorded by the Earth spaceship. In truth, Fei-Yi refers to a type of catamaran vessel. The spaceship's flight log mentions that 300 miles east, the mountain of Pengbi is devoid of flora, rich in gold and jade, with water flowing beneath. In simpler terms, the mountain lacks vegetation but produces gold, iron, copper, and jade, along with a water source. Lin Yuan chuckled. If we let our imaginations wander, this sounds like an ancient shipbuilding yard by the sea. Furthermore, Fei-Yi is a type of catamaran, possibly utilizing nuclear technology, leading to the emission of significant heat during operation, which could easily trigger droughts on land. With a mysterious smile, Lin Yuan continued, perhaps soon, we will witness the emergence of such so-called Fei-Yi catamaran warships within our Dragon Nation's fleet. Take care, Captain Chun. I hope that when we meet again, I will see you aboard our independently developed, most advanced catamaran warship, braving the waves. As Captain Chen Guohua stood in a state of bewilderment, Lin Yuan turned gracefully and entered a vehicle sent by the Dragon Nation's Cultural Relics Protection Research Association. After a prolonged silence, Captain Chen Guohua's throat moved as he muttered, catamaran? In a daze. Indeed, Chen Guohua is well aware of the concept of a catamaran aircraft carrier. Essentially, it embodies a visionary notion of future naval vessels, akin to merging 2 aircraft carriers side by side to enhance maritime strike and defensive capabilities. However, will he truly witness such an innovation within his lifetime? Chen Guohua's eyes radiated a profound excitement. At the Dragon Nation Cultural Relics Research Center, the Shanghai branch, a group of staff awaited at the entrance, their expressions brimming with delight. Director Zheng, the Qin Wang Zhao Gujing, is our national treasure. Its discovery holds immense significance for the study of Qin history, and Emperor Qin Shi Huang, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses, exclaimed with enthusiasm. Zheng Guangqi glanced at the youth and nodded. Xiao Hu, you are the foremost expert on Qin history in our nation. Once this national treasure arrives, you shall lead a research team to produce a report in the shortest time possible. Rest assured, Director Zheng, I will not let you down, Hu Jiangwen replied confidently. At that moment, a car pulled up to the entrance, capturing everyone's attention as they hurriedly approached. Lin Yuan and Wang Wenjiao exited the vehicle. Old Wang, thank you for your hard work. Zheng Guangqi greeted them warmly. He then glanced at the young man beside Wang Lao. Lin Yuan, clad in a black casual outfit, appeared youthful yet remarkably composed, his gaze deep and starry, holding a relic preservation box in hand. You must be expert Lin. Greetings, I am Zheng Guangqi, the head of the Shanghai branch of the Cultural Relics Protection Association. We are here to assist you in the reception and research of the national treasure. Zheng Guangqi extended his hand. Reception? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He had caught the reference to the reception of the national treasure in Zheng Guangqi's words. He smiled gently. Director Zheng, I fear you may have misunderstood. I am here at your institute because Wang Lao mentioned that you possess the most comprehensive relic preservation instruments and equipment. Without further ado, he added, please prepare a sterile laboratory. Wang Lao and I need to commence the restoration and analysis of the Qin Wang Zhao Gujing overnight. Certainly, no problem. Zheng Guangqi's brow initially knitted in concern, but he quickly donned a warm smile and nodded. Expert Lin, rest assured, it is already prepared. This way, please. Lin Yuan and Wang Wenjiao, disregarding even a warm meal, promptly entered the sterile laboratory to begin their restoration examination of the Qin Wang Zhao Gujing. Meanwhile, in Zheng Guangqi's office, Hu Jiangwen stormed in, visibly frustrated and angered. Director, that expert Lin is utterly arrogant. I kindly attempted to bring our team inside to assist, and he directly blocked me, claiming the Zhao Gujing is special and should not be touched by too many people. As he spoke, Hu Jiangwen's displeasure was evident. I am the youngest archaeological relic expert in the Dragon Nation, a chief researcher, and the foremost authority on Qin history. Yet, his implication was that I lack the qualifications to engage with the national treasure. Moreover, Director, did you know? I just overheard Lin Yuan and Wang Lao discussing that they intend to take the Qin Wang Zhao Gujing away after their examination. What? Upon hearing this, Zheng Guangqi slammed his hand on the table. Who does he think he is? This is a national treasure, not merely an ordinary mirror. Zheng Guangqi frowned and reprimanded. Indeed, Hu Jiangwen chimed in, embellishing his words with a sarcastic tone. Our institution is a pivotal establishment for the preservation and research of cultural artifacts. At least half of the country's antiques must undergo our evaluation and authentication. When Lin Yuan expressed his intention to take the Zhao Gujing, his tone suggested he was claiming his own possession, which is utterly outrageous. He cannot be allowed to take it away. Zheng Guangqi, discerning Hu Jiangwen's ulterior motives, recognized the immense significance of the Qin Wang Zhao Gujing. Its research value is incalculable. Anyone in this field would desire to lead the study of such a renowned artifact. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, let your people retrieve the Zhao Gujing in the name of the Research Institute. I will explain the remainder to the higher-ups. Good. Hu Jiangwen, upon hearing this, was ecstatic and nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, in the sterile laboratory, Lin Yuan and Professor Wang Wenjiao meticulously cleaned the Qin Wang Zhao Gujing with brushes. To their astonishment, the preservation of this national treasure was impeccable. There was not a single mark or blemish on its surface. After washing the bronze mirror with deionized water, the mirror's surface revealed a remarkably clear image. Lin Yuan grasped the Qin Wang Zhao Gujing, his hand fitting snugly around the bronze handle, as if activating a mechanism. Moments later, he held the mirror up to his reflection, and to his amazement, images of internal organs materialized on the surface, vividly akin to modern CT scans, clearly depicting the static images of the internal anatomy. How marvelous! Even though he had witnessed this spectacle earlier that afternoon aboard the 055 destroyer, Professor Wang Wenjiao could not help but exclaim in awe. No wonder it was so highly valued by the first emperor. This is undoubtedly a product of ancient technology that could not have existed. Lin Yuan chuckled in appreciation. Just then, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side quest, Retrieval of the Lost Artifact, Qin Wang Zhao Gujing. Reward, Technology Package for the Spaceship's Medical Officer System, Spectral Medical Mirror. Congratulations, host. You have obtained clues regarding the identity of a member of the Sequence 13 Earth spaceship team. The member profile for the Logistics Supervisor is now accessible. Kunlun, Shi Wangmo. Chapter 22. Who made expert Lin suffer? I shall make his entire family suffer. Shi Wangmo. Lin Yuan's expression shifted. Throughout his years of research, he had delved deeply into the true figures of Chinese history, even mythological characters. However, the revelation that Shi Wangmu was the logistics supervisor of the spaceship caught him off guard. Yet, upon reflection, it made a certain sense. The legendary elixir of immortality is said to be in her possession, and she is known to possess various treasures, aligning with the title of logistics supervisor. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. Subsequently, his attention shifted back to the spectral medical mirror. It was akin to a revelation. In an instant, he grasped the development technology for this miniaturized, cutting-edge nuclear magnetic resonance medical auxiliary device. What a marvelous invention. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. In the future, there may be an opportunity to develop this remarkable invention, which, being a civilian item, is poised to create a considerable stir in the global medical device market upon its unveiling, concurrently yielding substantial profits. Returning to the present moment, Old Wang was still captivated by the Qin King's bone-siding mirror, expressing his admiration with fascination. Expert Lin, could it be that this Qin King's bone-siding mirror is crafted from a special reflective material that enables the visualization of human skeletal structures? At that moment, Wang Wenjiao analyzed the mirror using professional instruments, and the data he obtained left him utterly astonished. It's not so simple, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. Look at the handle of the mirror. It is made of bronze, with distinct patterns. Moreover, observe this small clasp. Does it not resemble the switch found on modern electronic devices? Furthermore, Upon examining the reflective surface, analysis reveals it is composed of gold, silver, copper, iron, obsidian, and several other mysterious materials, not only in the Qin dynasty, but even in contemporary civilization. It is impossible to create a mirror that can see through human bone structures using just similar materials. Thus, there must be some hidden ancient black technology at play here. Pausing momentarily, Lin Yuan added with a smile, perhaps, old Wang. You could interpret this as an artifact from a spaceship that fortuitously came into the possession of the first emperor. This explanation seemed to provide some clarity. Wang Wenjiao was rendered speechless by this revelation. After a considerable pause, he sighed, Shaolin, your discovery will fundamentally alter the entire field of archaeology on Earth. Indeed, as Lin Yuan continues to propose more evidence supporting the theory that Earth is a spacecraft, modern science itself will undergo a transformation. Lin Yuan humorously remarked. Acknowledging Wang Lao's contribution, having concluded their examinations, Lin Yuan prepared to put away the Qin King's bone-sighting mirror and depart. Wait, what are you planning to do? As they stepped out of the laboratory, they encountered Hu Jiangwen, accompanied by several experts from the Cultural Relics Research Institute, hurrying towards them. Upon seeing the box Lin Yuan was carrying, Hu Jiangwen's expression changed dramatically. Expert Lin, do you not have any sense of propriety? He admonished, furrowing his brow. Who permitted you to take the national treasure? What do you mean? Lin Yuan blinked innocently. Are you seriously asking me what I mean? Hu Jiangwen scoffed at Lin Yuan's feigned innocence. The Qin King's bone-sighting mirror is a national treasure, not a private possession. While I represent the state in thanking you for retrieving it from the depths of the sea, this does not imply it belongs to you. According to regulations, all national treasures are managed by designated state preservation units, and our bureau in Modu is responsible for this. Therefore, in accordance with relevant agreements, you must surrender the bone-sighting mirror. With that, Hu Jiangwen looked at Lin Yuan with an air of superiority. Wang Wenjiao, overhearing this exchange, felt a headache coming on. He sighed, casting a glance at Lin Yuan, and explained, Expert Shaolin, you may not understand the realm of cultural relics and archaeology, but Comrade Xiao who is indeed speaking the truth. According to regulations, we must leave the Qin King Ziyagujing in the Cultural Relics Protection Association. Haha Wang Lao. No need to say more, I comprehend, Lin Yuan replied with a calm smile. He was well aware that there were similar agreements concerning national relics protection. It was rather amusing. Artifacts discovered or excavated by the public must be surrendered to the state. For instance, back in 1979, someone found a first-class relic, a stork fish pottery jar, and upon its submission to the state, received a reward of 5 pairs of white gloves. A farmer in the mountain city found a golden turtle and was rewarded 350 yuan. In 2014, a worker unearthed a bronze sword and received a reward of 500 yuan along with a certificate of honor. Does it sound absurd? Yet, it is an unavoidable reality. Consequently, certain domestic relic protection institutions have developed an arrogant and overbearing demeanor. Whenever someone from the public discovers a relic, or even unearths an antique from their ancestral home, the protectors are quick to act. Following that, there ensues a series of brainwashing discussions, righteously seizing the antiques. Hu Jiangwen had previously leveraged his status as a relic expert to carry out numerous similar acts. While one cannot say he profited personally, he was certainly unwilling to let the significant research on the Ziyagujing slip through his fingers. What, Expert Lin, do you think I'm trying to intimidate you? Hu Jiangwen sneered. If you take away a national treasure, it amounts to stealing state property. Do you believe I could call the police right now and have you arrested? Humph. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. What a foolish notion. He was disinclined to engage in lengthy discourse and coldly replied, You may report as you wish, but I will certainly take the Ziyagujing with me. Moreover, who informed you that this is a cultural relic? This is a state-secret research material and cannot possibly remain in a public institution like the Cultural Relics Protection Association. Haha. In response, Hu Jiangwen burst into laughter. Expert Lin, your fabrications indeed possess a certain art of deception. He was aware that the other party had recently gained significant attention online with his nonsensical theories about the Earth starship, impressing many. However, Hu Jiangwen was not swayed. At that moment, Zheng Guanqi feigned just having heard the news and hurriedly arrived, positioning himself as a mediator. With a wry smile, he said, Expert Lin, look at the commotion this has caused. Comrade Xiao, who is also working for a cause, please forgive him for any offense to you. However, rules are rules. He self-righteously continued. Of course, our Cultural Relic Protection Unit will not forget your contributions, Expert Lin. Once reported, there will surely be commendation. But for now, I have consulted with my superiors, and they also believe that the Qin King Ziyagujing should remain in the Cultural Relic Protection Unit. After saying this, Zheng Guanqi fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan, assuming a posture that suggested if he continued to protest, it would be deemed unreasonable. I have stated that the Ziyagujing is more than just a national treasure, Lin Yuan directly refuted. If there are issues, I will take responsibility. You will take responsibility? On what grounds do you claim that? Hu Jiangwen sneered repeatedly, pulling out his phone to call the police while summoning security, exclaiming, Stop him. It's necessary to bind him. Let us see who dares. Just then, the sound of cold, deliberate footsteps echoed, and a young man in plain clothes. In his early 30s with a buzz cut, entered. This individual bore an unwavering resolve in his posture, his gaze imbued with wisdom and determination. "Who are you?" Hu Jiangwen inquired, frowning. "This is my identification." The buzz-cut youth squinted slightly, introducing himself. "My name is Chen Lin, and I belong to the Special Guard Battalion of the Longwood Garrison." His rank was unmistakably that of a major, with a sharp salute directed at Lin Yuan. Chen Lin crisply declared, "Major Chen Lin of the Pingdong Military District, reporting to the chief." Stunned, Lin Yuan could hardly comprehend. "Chief? When did I become a chief?" At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, his teacher's voice resonated with significant implications. "Xiao Lin, for your safety. A distinguished officer has been specially selected as your personal bodyguard. His name is Chen Lin. I trust you've already met him. For any matters, you can report through Chen Lin. He has direct access to the higher echelons. Additionally, your new identification has arrived. Chief Engineer of the Hongming Project." After hanging up, everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. Chen Lin respectfully presented a document to Lin Yuan with both hands. Hongming Project, Chief Engineer. Zheng Guangqi, standing nearby, immediately recognized the prominent title on the document. The issuing authority read, Shiyuan No. 1. A wave of shock washed over Zheng Guangqi, turning his complexion pale. "Well, I suppose I'll be in your care, Brother Chen." Observing Chen Lin's resolute countenance, Lin Yuan realized he could not dismiss him and could only accept with a wry smile. "I'm not worthy of such regard," Chen Lin replied, his expression sharpening. He then shifted his focus towards Hu Jiangwen, his eyes filled with menace. In the next moment, Chen Lin strode forward and delivered a resounding slap across Hu Jiangwen's face. "Ah!" Hu Jiangwen staggered, dazed, before unleashing a shriek reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Wang Lao stood by, stunned into silence. Lin Yuan, equally perplexed, watched as Chen Lin snapped to attention again, solemnly stating, "Report." When I arrived, the supreme commander of the 5 major military districts pulled me aside, clapped my shoulder, and said, "If anyone causes trouble for Expert Lin, we will make their entire family suffer." Upon hearing this, the crowd's fear intensified as they caught sight of the black holster for a 54-type pistol subtly visible at Chen Lin's waist, causing them to shiver and gasp in terror. Hu Jiangwen and Zheng Guangqi nearly soiled themselves, hastily approaching with trepidation. "Expert Lin, we were wrong. We truly apologize." Lin Yuan, disinterested in engaging with such individuals, turned silently to leave, leaving behind a group of people exchanging fearful glances, on the verge of tears. "Wang Lao, you must intercede on our behalf," Zheng Guangqi pleaded, clinging to Wang Lao's arm. "You all must act wisely." Wang Wenjiao once again witnessed the nation's profound regard for Lin Yuan, his expression marked by a complex amalgamation of emotions. With a frustrated stomp of his foot, he chose to disregard the matter and departed. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic and grand workshop of the Southwest Nuclear Industry Institute, Zhao Tsungru, clad in a soiled work uniform, emerged from the depths of a massive and intricate machine. His face etched with bitterness and confusion. "Failed again, and yet again. This is impossible. That formula should be correct. My research direction is sound, but why is this happening?" After musing for an extended period and unable to grasp the critical point, Zhao Tsungru felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his impatience. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. In the next moment, he dramatically waved his sleeve and strode toward the office of the Research Institute's leadership. Upon entering, he exclaimed with fervor, "Old Zhang, I require assistance immediately. I, as the Chief Engineer of Project Xinguang No. 3, hereby issue a Level 1 summons for Assistant Researcher Lin Yuan of the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics." Chapter 23. Even as a dignified academician, I lack the privilege of having a bodyguard. The Xinguang No. 3 laser weapon stands as a paragon in the global military laser domain. Moreover, it is not merely an ordinary laser device. It serves as an inertial confinement nuclear fusion laser driver, essentially the ignition apparatus for controlled nuclear fusion reactors. As the chief engineer of Xinguang No. 3, Zhao Tsungru holds a stature equivalent to that of the chief designer of the J-20 fighter jet. Currently, he is engaged in the research of the more advanced Xinguang No. 5, a project of considerable significance within the national defense and military industry. Old Zhao, has the research on Xinguang No. 5 encountered yet another bottleneck? In response to Zhao Tsungru's words, Zhang Jinshan, the head of the Southwest Nuclear Industry Institute, paused his work and inquired with a wry smile. Zhao Tsungru sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "I made some progress, but I've recently encountered new challenges. Now, enough of the pleasantries. Old Zhang, let me tell you, Xinguang No. 5 is crucial to our future strategic laser defense system. We cannot afford to underestimate it." Zhao Tsungru's expression was one of urgency. "In any case, you must call the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics immediately and arrange for Lin Yuan to visit our institute." "You mean Lin Yuan?" Upon hearing this name, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Zhang Jinshan's eyes. "Indeed, that young man," Zhao Tsungru affirmed earnestly. "He possesses remarkable insights. A formula he had left incomplete previously helped me resolve a significant issue. Now that I face another conundrum, I pondered that perhaps he could propose some constructive breakthroughs. Oh, I see, Zhang Jinshan replied, shaking his head with a slightly peculiar expression. Old Zhao, when you require assistance, all academic institutions and major research units across the nation must comply. Even with a mere word from you, the academicians at the Lonka Institute would prioritize your directives. However, this time is different. You wish to summon expert Lin. Well, let me tell you, it would be quite an achievement if he even considers your summons. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tsongru furrowed his brow, perplexed. What do you mean? He had been engrossed in research at the development base, wholly oblivious to recent events. See for yourself. Zhang Jinshan chuckled, retrieving a document from his desk and handing it to him. Regarding the special approval of the significant scientific research project, the Hongming Plan, Zhao Tsongru took the document and was immediately struck by the prominence of Lin Yuan's name at the top. The subsequent array of official documents, including collective approvals from the 5 major military districts, left Zhao Tsongru utterly astounded. With years of experience in the national defense and military industry, he could discern the weight of this document at a glance. It was comparable to the historical 2 bombs, 1 satellite project. Zhao Tsongru was rendered speechless, his mind jolted by a sudden realization. Could it be that the nation truly intends to delve into the mysteries of the Earth? After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Tsongru struggled to voice his thoughts. Is that proposition genuinely feasible? I do not know, Zhang Jinshan replied, his expression complex. From the current perspective, the nation's determination is formidable. Moreover, as far as I understand, several major Western powers have also shifted their focus towards our country, engaging in various covert maneuvers. This Lin expert has undoubtedly stirred a tremendous ripple, Zhang Jinshan stated gravely. I comprehend. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tsongru offered a wry smile. What a farcical situation this is. Although I am the chief designer of the Divine Light Laser Weapon System, compared to the Hongming Plan, my research projects seem trivial. Resolutely, he declared. In that case, I shall personally visit Magic City. I must inquire further. Perhaps this young comrade Lin Yuan might truly be of assistance. The following morning, Lin Yuan awoke in his dormitory at the Institute of Advanced Physics. As he descended for breakfast, he encountered Chen Lin, who had been waiting downstairs. Brother Chen, have you been standing out here all night? Lin Yuan was taken aback. After Chen Lin had escorted him back to his dormitory the previous evening, Lin Yuan had assumed he had returned home. However, it was evident that Chen Lin had remained vigilant through the night. Lin expert, Chen Lin replied calmly. I am your personal bodyguard. It is only natural for me to remain by your side. Rest assured, I am specially trained and will not inconvenience your daily life. I should apologize for this, Lin Yuan said, filled with regret, as he hastily led Chen Lin to the cafeteria for breakfast. After finishing a cup of soy milk, Chen Lin's straightforward military demeanor emerged. Lin expert, I have a suggestion. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan interjected with a wry smile. Brother Chen, please refrain from addressing me so formally. I am actually younger than you, and it feels rather awkward. Let us converse as equals. Very well, Chen Lin replied, a faint smile curving his lips upon witnessing Lin Yuan's earnest gaze. He then adopted a serious expression. Lin expert, I recommend that you consider relocating. Given your responsibilities for this critical national research project as the chief architect of the Hongming Plan, it is essential to have a private space to conduct your work safely. If you agree, I can arrange it immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and ultimately did not decline. All right, I shall heed your advice, he said with a smile. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yuan arrived at the Institute of Advanced Physics to report for duty. Having spent the previous days engaged in live streaming, he felt it necessary to present his work upon his return. Lin Yuan, you're back, exclaimed a colleague. Good morning, Shaolin. Aren't you the recently appointed assistant researcher? You've certainly made quite a splash online these past few days. It's been a long time since our institute stirred up such excitement. You've grown in stature. But take heed from the Earth Starship. Don't let things spiral out of control. As Lin Yuan made his way through the institute, a group of esteemed experts greeted him warmly. Some of the younger colleagues even jesting in lighthearted banter. However, there was a sense of puzzlement regarding the bald-headed man trailing behind Lin Yuan, who appeared to be a mere shadow. Lin Yuan, over here. Lu Zhe emerged leisurely from his office, a teacup in hand. Upon spotting Lin Yuan, his expression transformed dramatically. Professor Lin, you've returned. Oh, what a laborious journey it must have been. In the next moment, Lu Zhe's face radiated warmth as he enthusiastically ushered Lin Yuan towards the director's office, leaving his colleagues utterly astonished. What is going on? Lu, the chief engineer, looks at Lin Yuan as if he were his own father. This is bizarre, another colleague remarked. I've never seen him so amiable towards a young person. It seems he dotes on Lin Yuan excessively. Indeed, did you hear the vice president address him as Professor Lin? I must be dreaming. Speculation rippled through the crowd, filled with bewilderment. After all, the high-level establishment of the Hongming Plan and Lin Yuan's status, comparable to that of top academicians and even the commanders of the 5 military regions, had yet to be disclosed to the general populace. Only a select few were privy to this crucial information. Before long, Lin Yuan found himself in the presence of Director Shun of the Institute of Advanced Physics. Professor Lin, welcome back. Director Shun exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm, casting a brief glance at Chun Lin. Director, this is Chun Lin, assigned by the military. Lin Yuan introduced awkwardly. Ah. Director Shun was momentarily taken aback, his breath hitching, as a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Incredible. I, a mere academician, do not have a special guard. Yet you, a young lad, have one already. In that moment, Director Shun grasped the immense importance the nation placed on Lin Yuan. With a focused gaze and a beaming smile, he warmly invited Lin Yuan into his office for a heartfelt discussion. Shaolin, I understand, he said, before formally inquiring. What are your plans moving forward? Director, I intend to first complete the tasks assigned to me by the Institute, particularly those related to my live streaming activities. As for everything else, Lin Yuan, backed by the full support of the nation, felt no urgency. He would take it step by step. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Foreign Affairs Agency, a special telegram from Sakura Island arrived, containing sensitive information. Consequently, this telegram quickly reached the hands of several prominent figures in Shiyuan No. 1. Remarkable. One influential individual remarked, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Sakura Island certainly reacts swiftly. They audaciously extended an invitation to Lin Yuan to provide scientific guidance in Sakurajima under the guise of academic collaboration. To further demonstrate their sincerity, Sakurajima offered to generously provide a batch of advanced scientific technologies at no cost, including communication radio frequency devices, high-end capacitors and resistors, endoscopes, and significant industrial machinery projects that greatly impact the livelihood of the populace. How bold of Sakurajima! Observing the aforementioned projects, a multitude of prominent figures were utterly astonished and filled with envy. After all, high-end capacitors and advanced industrial machinery are the crown jewels of Sakurajima's technological industry. In the past, our nation had yearned for these advancements, exhausting every effort to acquire such technologies, yet Sakurajima had consistently remained reluctant to relinquish them. Who could have anticipated that today, merely to invite Lin Yuan, they would be willing to part with such crucial assets? No, regardless of the significance of these technologies, Lin Yuan's safety is of paramount importance. In the next moment, several dignitaries spoke in unison, resolutely declining the offer. Chapter 24. Decoding the Starship Flight Log, the classic of mountains and seas. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, at the Pentagon of the White Eagle. Within the grand conference room on the third floor, a dozen sinologists, with the assistance of over 100 staff members, dedicated 2 days to compiling a substantial document from video analyses on their computers. A few minutes later, General William, along with heads from the Secret Service, the Research Bureau, and several officials from NASA, gathered around to scrutinize the stack of papers, their expressions a mixture of intrigue and disbelief. After spending a full 2 hours listening to the analyses from relevant experts, Darwin, the head of the White Eagle Research Bureau, displayed a look of utter bewilderment. My God, this cannot be possible. I swear by the name of Nobel, Earth cannot possibly be a spacecraft. However, his statement was met with a rebuttal from the head of the Secret Service, Sancha. Darwin, do you not scientists have a saying? Something about the endpoint of science being theology? Sancha perused through various analyses, which comprised reports from the most advanced supercomputers and hundreds of experts, representing the convergence of humanity's brightest minds and cutting-edge AI. Upon finishing, she exhibited a fervent gaze and exclaimed, "This indeed is a bold hypothesis, but if true, it would undoubtedly have a monumental impact on the current global landscape." Ah, Sancha, as the head of the Secret Service, you should not be so naive. Darwin retorted with a sardonic tone, the people of Dragon Nation are profoundly foolish. Do you intend to join them in their folly? Just look at this report, which claims that the Great Wall is some form of electronic engineering. Huh. This is worthy of a comedy show and could easily be crowned as this year's best global joke. Indeed, it was evident that this was the handiwork of that mysterious agency from Dragon Nation, designed to deceive and confuse us. Mr. William, you summoned us here. Do you truly believe in the conspiracy of the Dragon Nation? A chorus of the White Eagle's most powerful figures shook their heads in disbelief. Earth is a spacecraft? Why don't they claim the Pacific is their toilet? The atmosphere quickly descended into a cacophony of heated arguments. Ladies and gentlemen, Admiral William narrowed his eyes slightly, rising to quell the disputes among the crowd, and spoke coldly. Regardless of whether it is a conspiracy or something else, we must take action. According to the assessments of our experts, the likelihood of the Earth being a starship stands at a mere 10%. Moreover, the information we have gathered over the past few days from the public network of the Dragon Nation corroborates certain aspects. Of course, unless all 1,400,000,000 citizens of the Dragon Nation collectively conspire to provide false testimony for that charlatan, this information should be deemed credible. With that, William abruptly stood up, his voice low and commanding. The Dragon Nation is orchestrating a mysterious grand scheme. Furthermore, they exude confidence, astonishingly refraining from concealing related information, allowing the notion of Earth as a cosmic vessel to circulate globally. Now, let us deliberate. Admiral William withdrew several documents, casting a contemplative gaze upon the text. That individual from the Dragon Nation, Lin. He boldly claimed that the mountains of the Dragon Nation constitute a type of artillery weapon system. For instance, Mount Tai serves as a significant military base and missile launch platform for the spacecraft. Additionally, he mentioned ancient emperors as the ancients who sought to uncover the secrets of the Earth's vessel. Should there be any merit to this perspective, I must inquire. William scanned the room, his tone icy. Are there any target areas or historical figures within the territory of the White Eagles that could correspond to this theory? His words plunged the room into an abrupt silence. A group of Caucasians frowned deeply, and after a prolonged pause, a military advisor finally stammered a response. Admiral, our White Eagle has been established for less than 300 years. Indeed, it seems that within our territory, there are no prominent mountains akin to those of the Dragon Nation, steeped in profound cultural heritage. Goodness, our history is a vast void, with a resounding impact. This statement rendered the proud White Eagles completely speechless. A few individuals, possessing a modicum of conscience, hung their heads in shame. For the White Eagle's prosperity has stemmed from the plundering of the lands of the indigenous peoples. After a lengthy silence, Admiral William's expression darkened as he ruminated. Humph, who says we have nothing? Our Grand Canyon is majestic and mysterious, and Yellowstone National Park is one of the oldest parks in the world. Even Mount Whitney, from a distance, resembles the barrels of super cannons. With that, the atmosphere in the room was ignited. Some fervent individuals erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Indeed, this is the target we need to explore. Long live the White Eagle. Yet, a small faction of people, their lips quivering, found themselves at a loss for words. The Grand Canyon? Not wishing to dampen the General's spirit, they thought it resembled a mere drainage ditch. If it were to be linked to the Earth's starship, it would at most serve as a drainage system for the spacecraft's ecological framework. Well then, a new directive has been established. From this moment forth, we shall form a research team tasked with conducting investigations across the Americas to swiftly identify some unique regions. Admiral Williams surveyed the room, his face alight with confidence and fervor. A similar scene unfolded across the globe. For instance, upon the emergence of the notion that Earth is a cosmic vessel, the neighbors of the Dragon Nation, the Koreans, responded with intrigue. Many netizens from our community were equally exhilarated. Qin Shi Huang is indeed an ancestor of our people. Our Mount Taibai must surely be one of the most significant systems aboard the Earth's spacecraft, perhaps akin to a central control chip. No. Some fervent netizens, upon hearing Lin Yuan's proposition regarding the Earth Starship theory, immediately chose to accept and endorse it. Lin Yuan, the proponent of this profound theory, possesses our national heritage. He is one of us. Scientists from the Pyramid Nations swiftly gathered before the Great Pyramid of Giza, their expressions grave. If the Earth were a cosmic vessel, what then is the true origin and essence of the enigmatic ancient pyramids? What functions might they serve aboard this celestial ship? Subsequently, a vigorous discussion ensued among the scientists. At that moment, Lin Yuan could scarcely have imagined the monumental impact his Earth Starship theory would generate across the globe. On that day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, within the esteemed Institute of Advanced Physics in the Magic City, Lin Yuan sat in a conference room, facing the camera on his mobile device, wearing a calm smile. The latest edition of the Earth Starship Theory educational livestream was about to commence. Once the broadcast went live, an influx of over 100,000 viewers poured in within moments. Greetings to all viewers, Lin Yuan began without hesitation, his voice resonating with ethereal confidence. In today's livestream, I will elucidate the flight log of the Earth Starship as described in the Shanhai Jing. In truth, the mythological figures mentioned in the Shanhai Jing, such as the Yellow Emperor, Nuwa, and the Queen Mother of the West, are merely a group of extraterrestrial beings who fortuitously boarded this spaceship called Earth throughout the annals of time. Chapter 25, Kwafu Mecha, Xing Tian Mech. Is the Shanhai Jing a flight log of the starship? Are the Yellow Emperor, Nuwa, and the Queen Mother of the West extraterrestrials? In that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surged from over 100,000 to 200,000, then 300,000, and ultimately approached 500,000, creating a fervor. Among them were experts from various esteemed research institutions and scholars from diverse fields. Although the general populace remained unaware of the establishment of the Hongming Plan, and even less informed about the significance of the Central Bank's into Science program broadcasting Lin Yuan's content, some astute scholars had begun to sense the extraordinary implications. Numerous experts fixated intently on the video, ready with pen and paper to jot down notes. Some aimed to delve deeper into Lin Yuan's propositions, while others sought to critique and counter his assertions. Before delving into the Shanhai Jing, Lin Yuan first provided feedback on the discoveries from the previous day's research. With a smile, he stated, due to certain unavoidable circumstances, yesterday's livestream concluded prematurely. At this, the audience erupted in disbelief. How can the host still have the audacity to say that? We understand. How could we common folk access state secrets? Host, don't get me in trouble. Lin Yuan smiled gently and continued, stating that the host had endured immense pressure before presenting the Qin King's bone-viewing mirror for the audience's observation. As he spoke, Lin Yuan unveiled the Qin King's bone-viewing mirror. Dear fans, behold, this is the legendary Qin King's bone-viewing mirror. In truth, it is merely a medical apparatus from an Earth spaceship, akin to a spectral medical lens or similar auxiliary tool. Lin Yuan demonstrated the functionality of the Qin King's bone-viewing mirror, inciting waves of astonishment. Heavens! The legend is indeed true. This mirror can truly reveal the human skeletal structure. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the tool mentioned by the host that belonged to an Earth spaceship, as the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations could not possibly have produced such a modern instrument. How astonishing! Many international viewers, upon witnessing the marvel of the Qin King's bone-viewing mirror for the first time, were utterly taken aback, their perceptions shattered in disbelief. In the domestic realm, experts in related scientific fields were nearly driven to madness by this revelation. Could it be that the legends were indeed true? Meanwhile, across the ocean, a research team closely monitoring Lin Yuan's live stream, led by General William and other high-ranking officials, were equally astounded. Goodness! I told you the Dragon Country is serious this time. General William surveyed the scene with an exceptionally grave expression. I propose we increase funding for Earth spaceship exploration. We must seize the core secrets of the Earth spaceship before the Dragon Country does. Back in the live stream, Lin Yuan concluded the demonstration with a calm smile. For now, this will suffice. As more artifacts from the Earth spaceship are discovered, I shall establish a museum dedicated to Earth spaceship relics, and those interested may visit. With an elegant demeanor, Lin Yuan gracefully shifted the topic. Now, let us return to our main discussion regarding the Shanhai Jing. With a peculiar gaze directed at the camera, Lin Yuan began to speak. In fact, the Shanhai Jing is not merely a simple flight log of the Earth spaceship. It can even be perceived as an interstellar travel atlas, chronicling every intriguing tale encountered by the Earth spaceship throughout history in various starry realms. It also encompasses a plethora of unknown civilizations, touching upon geology, mineral exploration, and metallurgy, genetic engineering, nuclear energy projects, nuclear warfare, various types of military weaponry, and even biochemistry. Upon hearing this, many viewers swallowed hard, their hair standing on end. First and foremost, let us clarify a question I previously mentioned during the live stream. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. In the original text of the Shanhai Jing, consisting of 650 characters, the word island is never mentioned. This is quite perplexing. Given the presence of mountains and seas, why is there no record of islands in this so-called ancient wonder? For instance, in the annotations of the Shanhai Jing regarding the northern seas, there is a statement, Mount Penglai is located in the sea. In our understanding, Penglai should be an island. So why did the ancient authors refer to it as Mount Penglai? Lin Yuan calmly stated, the ancient members of the spacecraft that authored the Shanhai Jing were acutely aware that the islands, both domestic and foreign, are essentially extensions of terrestrial mountain ranges. Modern science now corroborates that all islands within the vast and boundless oceans are, in fact, continuations of these land formations. A famous saying in Huaxiao posits that the dragon veins of the world originate from Kunlun, suggesting that all islands surrounding the 9 provinces theoretically extend from the Kunlun mountain range into the sea. Upon hearing this, the audience instinctively nodded in agreement. Soon pondering another question, what was the technological level of ancient civilizations? It seems almost implausible that the ancients could discern that islands are extensions of land. This raises significant skepticism. Given the technological limitations of ancient times, it would be challenging to grasp the essence of the world as it was. However, if we consider the possibility of ancient individuals possessing advanced knowledge, or if these revelations stem from the automated records of the starship's flight logs, it begins to make sense. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan faced the camera and proclaimed with unyielding conviction, in my research, the accounts recorded in the Shanhai Jing starship flight logs reveal the following truths. Niwa creates humanity. It was, in fact, a genetic experiment. Hua Fu chases the sun. This was a practical exercise of the space Gundam by the Flame Emperor. The battle between Huangdi and Qiyu, a cataclysmic interstellar conflict involving ancient extraterrestrial civilizations, manifesting as a race war aboard the Earth spacecraft, encompassing intercontinental and space nuclear warfare. Dayu controls the flood. Dayu was not merely managing a flood. He was, in fact, orchestrating its creation. Xingtian dances with the battle axe. Xingtian was not an individual, but rather a mechanized exoskeleton. This tale recounts a warrior under Qiyu, equipped with exoskeletal armor, who continued to resist in vengeance for his fallen leader, the Western Queen Mother of Kunlun. Her true identity is that of an extraterrestrial who, due to an accident, descended upon the Earth spacecraft in prehistoric times, becoming a figure under Huangdi's command, later earning recognition aboard the spacecraft and ascending to the role of logistics supervisor. Chapter 26. Ancient Treasures, 1 million tons of perfect energy helium, 3. Within the nation's top universities, Shuimu, Peking University, Lonka University, National Engineering University, and the 7 Sons of National Defense, students gathered in cafeterias, libraries, campus pathways, and dormitories, captivated by Lin Yuan's live broadcast. The astonishing theories and groundbreaking ideas were electrifying. Could it be that such high-tech ancient civilizations truly existed on Earth? The Shanhai Jing records that Hua Fu's pursuit of the sun was a practical exercise in Gundam technology, and that Xingtian was associated with exoskeletal mechas. If such technology exists, how might we obtain it? The eyes of eager students sparkled with curiosity. For some experts in archaeology and history, Lin Yuan's statements opened a window to boundless imagination, illuminating the realm of reality. In the live broadcast, Lin Yuan continued to elaborate on the Shanhai Jing. This was merely a preliminary announcement. I will explicate each story in detail. Today, however, let us first discuss the Western Queen Mother, the logistics supervisor of the Earth Starship. To elucidate why the Shanhai Jing serves as the flight log of the Earth Starship, Lin Yuan smiled serenely. Why is it said that the Queen Mother of the West is an extraterrestrial being? Furthermore, how did she gain the recognition of the Earth's spaceship intelligence and ascend to the position of logistics supervisor? Firstly, let us examine the records in the Shanhai Jing. Mount Jade is the abode of the Queen Mother of the West, who is described as resembling a human. With a leopard's tail, tiger's teeth, and a penchant for howling, her disheveled hair is adorned with a crest, as she governs the harshness of the heavens and the five remnants. Additionally, the Da Huangshi Jing of the Shanhai Jing states, to the south of the Western Sea, by the shores of flowing sand, there exists a mountain of fiery peaks, inhabited by beings adorned with crests and tiger's teeth, possessing leopard tails, dwelling in caves, known as the Queen Mother of the West. This mountain is home to all things. How do I interpret these words? Firstly, the emergence of the Queen Mother of the West, an extraterrestrial refugee, who perhaps crash-landed on Earth due to a malfunction of her spacecraft, or possibly was captured by the planet's gravity, leading to a catastrophic descent. This could explain the reference to the mountain of fiery peaks, as the unique energy source of the alien vessel may have caused a conflagration upon impact, resulting in a fire that has endured for millennia. As for the descriptions of leopard tail, tiger teeth, and disheveled hair, I believe these refer to the Queen Mother of the West's adaptations, donning a spacesuit to survive the temperature and pressure of Earth. One can imagine how ancient people would describe a modern astronaut appearing before them. Their words would likely bear a similar essence, recorded in historical texts. Upon hearing this, many netizens in reality nodded in agreement, acknowledging the speaker's point, that the peculiar image of the Queen Mother of the West may indeed represent an extraterrestrial wearing a spacesuit equipped with various instruments. A notion that stands to reason. It now hinges upon whether the speaker can unearth evidence or a more rigorous theory to substantiate this claim. As Lin Yuan elaborated, an increasing number of viewers flocked to the livestream. The system panel indicated that the number of participants in the Earth Starship had been continuously rising. 105, 873, 156, 985, 239, 231. Now let us turn to the flight log of the Starship, which describes the Queen Mother of the West. Lin Yuan remarked with a smile, why does the Queen Mother of the West dwell in caves and possess such an unusual appearance as leopard tail, or even exhibit howling? After her unexpected arrival on Earth and the abandonment of her vessel, the Queen Mother could no longer return to her home planet, thus reluctantly choosing to live aboard this earthly ship. Due to climatic and environmental factors, she had no option but to reside in caves. However, the alien spacecraft did not entirely lose all functionality. In order to survive, it is likely that the Queen Mother dismantled the air conditioning system of her spaceship. When venturing outside, she relied on her spacesuit, which was connected to a long tube. This tube supplied a unique gas into her suit, enabling her to function on the Earth's surface. This accounts for the description of her possessing a leopard tail. The term howling is even more comprehensible. When adorned in her astronaut gear, she would need to use some form of communication device to contact her companions. Perhaps due to poor signal reception, this might have produced a crackling sound. One might even interpret that the Queen Mother of the West, while diligently engaged in her duties, was simultaneously listening to music blaring from speakers, thus producing an immense sound. This remark instantly amused numerous netizens, who found it hard to suppress their smiles. At this moment, Lin Yuan inscribed two characters on the blackboard behind him, Huangdi. In truth, the Queen Mother of the West and Huangdi should be considered as representatives of the same extraterrestrial race, both having inadvertently encountered misfortune due to a malfunctioning spacecraft. In my studies, the Queen Mother of the West serves under Huangdi. After Huangdi and a group of individuals became stranded on Earth, what was the role of the Queen Mother? It was logistics. Why do I assert this? Please refer to the previous phrase. The authority of celestial governance and the remnants of the five. The essence of this statement indicates assistance to Huangdi in formulating a celestial flight plan, which included constructing a spacecraft to return to their home planet, launching artificial satellites into orbit around Earth, and even establishing new regulations for all stranded extraterrestrial astronauts to adhere to, arranging military logistics, and so forth. This is how I interpret the phrase the authority of celestial governance. Lin Yuan chuckled, clarifying that the five remnants does not imply slaughter, but rather disassembly. The mothership of Huangdi and the Queen Mother of the West crash-landed on Earth, and due to various reasons, they were unable to return to their home planet. Consequently, Huangdi had to instruct the Queen Mother to dismantle the still functional instruments and equipment from the mothership to facilitate survival on Earth. The Queen Mother's responsibilities involved disassembling and modifying certain devices and instruments while also transporting supplies from the mothership to Earth for management purposes. Hence, the flight log records. All things in this mountain must exist. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yuan himself couldn't help but smile, reflecting, as a logistics supervisor, the Queen Mother wields considerable power, even possessing the elixir of immortality, which is why people seek it. I speculate that this elixir might consist of some medicinal supplies from the extraterrestrial mothership. The segment was documented by an ancient individual who had obtained partial access to the Earth spacecraft's records, which were later compiled into what we now call the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Upon concluding his remarks, the live stream erupted with fervor. I believe it. The host's explanation is exceptionally apt. My goodness, so this is the true essence of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. With the Queen Mother of the West serving as the logistics supervisor of the spacecraft, no wonder she oversees so many treasures. The Classic of Mountains and Seas chronicles various bizarre races and extraordinary tales, yet they remain undetectable in the reality of Earth. It is not that the records are erroneous. Rather, our understanding has been flawed. Indeed, if this is a flight log, it provides a profound explanation. For instance, tens of thousands of years ago, a spacecraft traversed a cosmic realm known as Three-Headed Nation, where the beings beneath that starry sky possessed one body with three heads. They are, in fact, extraterrestrials. Furthermore, there exists Fire-Eating Nation, whose inhabitants subsist on flames, as well as Little People Nation, with a height of merely 9 inches, along with countless other eccentric realms of extraordinary beings, all of which document marvelous extraterrestrial races. Many netizens engaged in fervent discussion. The live stream's popularity surged, igniting an explosive topic across the internet, quickly propelling it to the headlines. At this moment, Lin Yuan smiled calmly and took a sip of tea. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The number of participants for the Earth Starship has surpassed 300,000. A reward of the current theoretical directional gift package is now available. Congratulations on obtaining the treasures of the West Queen Mother. Would the host like to open it? Upon opening, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 million tons of jade, with the ability to extract 1 million tons of helium-3. Due to the unique nature of the items and the treasure, the host is required to proceed to the designated coordinates for extraction. Is it really that complicated? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, but quickly regained his composure. His expression shifted from disdain to astonishment, ultimately transforming into sheer shock and elation. Helium-3. It is indeed the helium-3 that is hailed by the scientific community as the perfect controllable nuclear fusion fuel. Chapter 27. The legendary Kunlun Mountain is a factory for mobile nuclear fusion spacecraft. Helium-3 is an isotope of helium, colorless and odorless. It is regarded as the most ideal nuclear fusion fuel of the future, primarily because it releases more energy, generates high-energy protons instead of neutrons during reactions, and is non-radioactive. To put it plainly, its non-radioactive nature alone, coupled with its safe and clean high efficiency, is enough to drive nations worldwide into a frenzy. Moreover, 100 tons of helium-3 would suffice to meet the annual electricity demands of all humanity. Unfortunately, the currently known reserves of helium-3 on Earth are exceedingly scarce, totaling only about 500 kilograms, with each kilogram valued at tens of millions of dollars. The Moon, however, possesses approximately 1 million tons of helium-3. But with the current technological capabilities of various nations, extracting helium-3 from the Moon is simply unfeasible. And now, by opening the treasures of the West Queen Mother, one has seemingly acquired 1 million tons of helium-3 out of thin air. If the nation were to learn of this, tears of joy would surely well up as they exclaim, "This overwhelming fortune has finally come our way." Lin Yuan smiled with delight, internally praising the West Queen Mother as a truly benevolent figure. Ecstatic, Lin Yuan shared his excitement in the live broadcast. In fact, as the logistics supervisor for Earth's spacecraft, the West Queen Mother not only oversees the allocation of resources and work arrangements, but also bears the significant responsibility of extracting nuclear fuel and facilitating the production of controllable nuclear fusion for the Yellow Emperor. The place she inhabits, Kunlun, is a mobile experimental production spacecraft for controllable nuclear fusion. This revelation sent shockwaves through the live stream, leaving viewers in a state of bewilderment. The West Queen Mother is extracting nuclear fuel for the Yellow Emperor? Could it be that ancient civilizations understood controllable nuclear fusion? This is absurd. Is the host's claim genuine? Lin Yuan, noticing the audience's confusion and urgency, promptly provided clarification. First, let us examine the records of the West Queen Mother's later residence as documented in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. It mentions that the West Queen Mother initially dwelled in a cave, transitioned to working in the open, and later was recorded as residing upon Kunlun Mountain. Lin Yuan remarked, The term Kunlun appears over 20 times in the classic of mountains and seas. Looking southward towards Kunlun, its light blazes fiercely, its aura is awe-inspiring. Additionally, let us dissect the characters of Kunlun. The term Kunlun first emerged in an era shrouded in mystery. Yet we are aware that the characters of the Huaxia civilization are pictographs. Allow me to share my interpretation of the two characters, Kuan and Luan. The character Kuan comprises a sun above and a Bai symbol below. Lin Yuan, upon reaching this point, posed a rhetorical question to his online audience. Enigmatic in tone, what impressions do you hold of controllable nuclear fusion? As soon as he uttered these words, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Controllable nuclear fusion. I understand. Next please, exclaimed one user. Another chimed in, the artificial sun, wow. ISNT the sun represented by Re. Oh. This connection is astonishing. A number of astute viewers suddenly awoke to the realization, momentarily stunned in their seats. Indeed, it appears that many fans had already deduced the connection. Lin Yuan chuckled. Controllable nuclear fusion is akin to an engineered solar project, and within the character Kuan lies the symbol for sun. As for Bai, from the perspective of its pictographic representation, it resembles two legs positioned beneath the sun, which I interpret as signifying a mobile sun. A walking sun. Could this not represent a solar engineering project capable of movement, namely, controllable nuclear fusion? Next, let us examine the character Luan. It features a figure above and a dagger symbol below. If I were to provide an interpretation, it could be understood as a person possessing a weapon akin to a dagger or the capability to produce armaments. In that ancient time, the ancestors of Huaxia had already recognized the formidable offensive potential of the creation's birth from this artificial sun. Reflecting on the previous assertion, gazing southward at Kunlun, its radiance blazes, its spirit resounds. One can comprehend that during controllable nuclear fusion experiments, an abundance of light is generated. The phrase its spirit resounds is even more readily understood, as controllable nuclear fusion necessitates isotopic materials like deuterium and tritium, both classified as special gases. Furthermore, in 1999, archaeological experts unearthed a significant altar site at the Chengtashan ruins in northwestern Hunan, dating back approximately 6,000 to 7,000 years. Within this location, extensive layers of fired earth and accumulations of plant ash several centimeters thick were discovered. What does this signify? Essentially, it suggests that the vessel embodying Kunlun, a synthesis of mining, experimental production, and other functions related to controllable nuclear fusion, once descended upon this region. The Yaoshan altar site and Shirmao Imperial City platform, among others, exhibit traces of fire, remnants left by the Queen Mother of the West as she piloted her controllable nuclear fusion vessel before humanity. The ancestors, unable to comprehend its nature, revered it as divine. After the Queen Mother extracted the ores, the early inhabitants transformed the docking area of the mining vessel into an altar for worship. Upon hearing this, countless online viewers erupted in excitement. Goodness, the host's explanation holds a modicum of truth. If the host's theory is indeed valid, then the Starship flight log's descriptions of Kunlun are entirely accurate. Indeed, its radiance blazes, its spirit resounds. Does this not vividly depict the scene of controllable nuclear fusion in operation? Many students and experts in the fields of science and engineering grasped this concept more profoundly, their faces betraying a serious demeanor. This included Western experts presently tuned into Lin Yuan's live stream. In a vast conference room within the Pentagon, the atmosphere grew tense and silent, a palpable weight of gravity enveloping the space. A group of scientists, upon hearing these theories through translation, revealed expressions of astonishment. My goodness, Mr. Lin's theories are truly remarkable. They have shaken my very core. The ancient ancestors of Huaxia were astonishingly insightful, as they grasped the essence of controllable nuclear fusion engineering in such distant times. Good heavens. This is astounding. In the live broadcast, Lin Yuan continued, why is this so? Because Kunlun serves as a mobile experimental factory for controllable nuclear fusion. To be even bolder, it is a colossal spaceship dedicated to the production of nuclear fusion experiments. The Queen Mother of the West frequently navigates Kunlun to various regions of Earth, with the purpose of extracting nuclear fuel. There is evidence to support this, as theories of the Queen Mother of the West exist globally, including in the Northwest, southern Xinjiang, Central Asia, and Babylon, among others. Even in the mythology of the land of the pyramids, there are records resembling the Sphinx. Upon reflection, does this not evoke the image of the Queen Mother of the West? What does this signify? It indicates that the Queen Mother once piloted Kunlun to the ancient land of Egypt. Furthermore, the ancient Huaxia ancestors referred to the Queen Mother as Yaoqi Jimu. It is well known that the ancients revered the 5 elements of earth: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Why, among so many elemental attributes, was she not called Water Mother or Wood Mother, but rather Gold Mother? The answer is simple. One of the Queen Mother's roles involved frequent contact with metal ores containing nuclear materials, thus earning her the title of Gold Mother. At that moment, all eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Lin Yuan took a moment to glance at the system panel. Earth Starship viewers, 503,981 officially surpassed 500,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received a current theoretical directional gift package. Congratulations, the host has acquired controllable nuclear fusion, technology, and theory. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Lin Yuan slowly clenched his fist, and moments later opened his eyes to find the live stream's viewership skyrocketing to 800,000. With a leisurely smile, he unveiled a shocking revelation. In fact, throughout the mysterious river of time, history invariably leaves behind traces for future generations to discover and explore. The Queen Mother of the West navigated Kunlun across various sectors of the Earth Starship, extracting vast amounts of minerals, some of which were transported to Yinshan, while others were stored in various locations. For instance, in present-day Kunlun Mountains, near the Yema plain of the Bayanhar Mountains. If a fortunate traveler stumbles upon a type of ash-gray-white jade, then congratulations, you have struck gold, albeit with abundant radiation. Chapter 28. Are we being led to collect nuclear fuel? The host seems quite good-natured. What does this mean? The netizens were momentarily taken aback. Lin Yuan, without hesitation, stated, based on my conjecture, this ash-gray-white jade is, in fact, a mineral rich in nuclear materials. As for the abundant radiation, I jest. I dare say there is no nuclear material safer than this in the world, with absolutely no concern for radiation. The Shanhai Jing serves as a chronicle of Starship flight logs. Minerals encompass a wide array of substances, including, but not limited to, gold, silver, copper, and iron, as well as various forms of jade. My research has revealed that the term jade is not merely a reference to jade stone, but rather a collective designation. For instance, in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, it is recorded that Mount Yashan is abundant in red wood, particularly white jade, which possesses a jade-like paste. Its source flows vigorously from Mount Yashan to Zhongshan, spanning 460 miles, where there are numerous marshes, extraordinary birds, peculiar beasts, and unusual fish. What this implies is that the white jade contains nuclear material, which the Yellow Emperor frequently fed to these strange beasts and wondrous birds. Consider this. If Kunlun were a massive, mobile, controllable nuclear fusion experimental spacecraft, might the various fantastical creatures documented in the Classic of Mountains and Seas represent an array of large mechanical and electronic products in the eyes of ancient people? For instance, the strange birds could be various uniquely designed fighter jets, ground effect vehicles, and drones, while the mythical beasts could symbolize a range of technological creations powered by nuclear energy. The white jade, in truth, might be a type of nuclear or containing helium-3. Lin Yuan elaborated on the astonishing capabilities of helium-3. In fact, the helium-3 found on the moon is primarily extracted by heating lunar soil to a high temperature of 700 degrees Celsius, which corresponds to the earlier description of the white jade possessing a jade-like paste, its source bubbling vigorously. Subsequently, Lin Yuan briefly described the appearance of ash-gray jade. At this point, the viewers became quite animated, with many laughing uncontrollably. This is hilarious. The host is providing such detailed information as if he wants us to collect nuclear ore. Are we being tricked into gathering nuclear fuel? You're quite the character, host. Just then, a comment from a viewer caught everyone's attention. I am from the Bayanhar Mountains, and a few years ago, I found this ash-gray jade at the Wild Horse Beach. The commenter elaborated. However, we all know locally that this ash-gray jade is not valuable. It is merely an ordinary stone, not Kunlun jade or Hitian jade. If you don't believe me, I can connect with the host to show everyone. Lin Yuan, noticing this viewer's comment, felt a jolt of excitement. Where did you find this ash-gray jade? He eagerly asked, quickly initiating a connection. Soon, a split screen appeared in the live stream, revealing a woman in her 30s, a Tibetan native, before hundreds of thousands of viewers. Sister, are you a local from the Karak Mountains? Lin Yuan inquired hastily. The woman, with an unassuming appearance, her cheeks flushed, perhaps from the altitude or shyness, softly responded, My name is Shandan Zhuoma, and I am a local herdswoman. I have plenty of that white jade you mentioned at home. As she spoke, Shandan Zhuoma shifted her phone's camera to reveal a room filled with ash-gray jade stones. Host, is this what you mean? She asked timidly. Over the years, as her life improved, Shandan Zhuoma had purchased a mobile phone in the county town and enjoyed spending her time browsing Douyin. Previously, I stumbled upon Lin Yuan's livestream, and Shandan Zhuoma, having attended high school, had always enjoyed listening to fantastical and sci-fi tales during her studies. Upon hearing Lin Yuan speak of ash-gray jade and mention the Wild Horse Beach of the Bacala Mountains, she was instantly reminded of the pile of abandoned white jade she had found a few years prior. Indeed, it was ash-gray jade. Lin Yuan quickly discerned that this white jade was the nuclear ore brought from all corners of the globe by the Queen Mother of the West. What could this mean? According to the system, this white jade was still stored underground. How could it possibly be above ground? However, it was plausible that, with the passage of time, some ash-gray jade might have been revealed by underground water erosion or other natural phenomena. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, murmuring to himself, Very well. With a proud smile, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he took a deep breath, suddenly rising to his feet. His gaze sparkled as if illuminated by a small sun. Chen Gu. Lin Yuan called out sharply. Here. Chen Lin, stationed in the adjacent room, burst in with a look of astonishment, confusion, and solemnity. Which combat zone governs the Kunlun Mountain Bacala mountain range? Without regard for the ongoing livestream, Lin Yuan directly inquired. As a specially selected elite from West Garden 1, Chen Lin was a high-caliber talent among the million-strong forces of Longhua, excelling not only in combat prowess, but also in reflexes, judgment, and memory. The Western Defense Zone. Chen Lin answered without hesitation. Immediately contact the Western Defense Zone, instruct them to seal off the area surrounding the Biankala Mountain Wild Horse Beach, and dispatch nuclear safety troops and engineering battalions to the region. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with intensity, each word carefully articulated. Understood. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chen Lin nodded solemnly. Lin Yuan then turned to the camera, addressing Shan Dan Zhuoma on the other end of the connection. Sister Zhuoma, what is your address? Oh. Zhuoma was taken aback by Lin Yuan's sudden seriousness, but quickly recovered and nervously provided an address. Do not worry, Sister Zhuoma, this is not a bad thing. Noticing her panic, Lin Yuan reassured her with a smile. On the contrary, congratulations are in order. You are about to come into wealth. The ash-gray jade you collected a few years ago is enough for you to exchange for a house in the county. Haha. With that, Lin Yuan nodded at her and ended the connection. The livestream chat erupted. What the heck? What is going on? The host just said a bunch of things that gave me chills. Not to mention, the host just claimed that the troops from the Western Defense Zone were going to Kunlun Mountain for a blockade mission. It feels a bit strange. Who does he think he is? The commander of the 5 major combat zones? This is too funny. The host is acting as if something monumental has occurred. Wait, could it be that the ash-gray jade that the Tibetan sister found actually contains nuclear materials? No way. Just listen to the host's bluster. Modern nuclear, or is primarily uranium? I've never heard of jade containing nuclear materials. The host is just being mysterious. The chat was abuzz with fervent discussion. In reality, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's stern and serious demeanor, Chen Lin, though unaware of the unfolding events, promptly conveyed the news to the higher-ups. In less than 30 seconds, relevant agencies in the imperial capital, as well as military forces, swiftly initiated action. A special response unit from the Western Defense Zone received immediate orders and set out for the Bayanhar Mountains to execute the mission based on the information reported by Lin Yuan. Soon, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his mentor, Qin Shana. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan first muted the live stream before answering the call. Xiao Yuan, what has transpired? Qin inquired urgently. Professor, I have discovered 100,000 tons of He-3 grade nuclear material left by ancient civilizations. Lin Yuan reported without hesitation. What? Qin was taken aback by the news. Given the significance of He-3 to nations today, how could Qin, as an academician, be unaware? To put it plainly, 100,000 tons of He-3 resources would suffice to meet Long Country's energy demands for thousands of years to come. Is this true? Qin stammered. Absolutely. Lin Yuan replied with a confident smile. I have exercised my authority as the chief of the Hongmeng Project to inform military personnel in the Western Defense Zone, instructing them to proceed to the target area immediately. Moreover, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly carried a hint of mischief as he added, I made this announcement public during the live stream. What? Qin was momentarily stunned, trembling as he said, Xiao Yuan, you are being reckless. Professor, I understand your concerns. Lin Yuan reassured him with a calm smile. In truth, I intentionally leaked this information during the live stream. After all, this batch of 100,000 tons of He-3 resources is located within our borders, so there is no need to worry about foreign powers harboring covetous intentions. They simply lack the capability. The reason for this action was to gauge the reactions of various nations regarding the concept of the Earth Starship and my own persona. Lin Yuan chuckled. Consider it a small test. What? A test? Qin was taken aback, and after a few seconds, he sighed. You have quite the audacity. Testing the nation with something like this. What country could withstand such scrutiny? If Long Country were to announce the discovery of 100,000 tons of He-3 nuclear energy, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. Western nations would go into a frenzy, especially the White Eagle, upon hearing this news. They might even mobilize their aircraft carrier battle groups. Chapter 29. The Hidden Black Technology of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. An analysis of the ancient divine beasts in the Pentagon. Amidst the intelligence center, the conference room was now filled with numerous high-ranking officials. Among them were 2 5-star generals, alongside a plethora of esteemed scientists from various research fields. Good grief! Exclaimed General William, unable to contain his astonishment upon learning that this young individual from Long Country could mobilize their military. I told you. The people of Long Country are serious. They truly have designs on Earth. General Williams' face flushed with anxiety as he noticed the live broadcast had suddenly lost sound. Leaving only the visuals, he shouted urgently, where is the lip-reading expert? Quickly, analyze what he is saying. Soon, the lip-reading expert provided feedback. What? That specialist from the Dragon Country has discovered ancient reserves of nuclear or containing vast amounts of helium. 3 fuel. General William was astounded. The other prominent figures of the White Eagles, along with the scientists, widened their eyes in disbelief. No. Meanwhile, General Smith from the army shook his head vehemently, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "This is impossible. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy by the dragon people. They are toying with us. There cannot be that much helium. 3 fuel on Earth. The dragon country is orchestrating an incredible ruse, and we must not fall for it. Smith, what if this is true?" General William turned to him, his tone serious. "In this contest, we have already fallen behind." "Humph." Smith immediately retorted, "William, use your brain. Our great scientific civilization of the White Eagles surpasses this world. Even our own scientists would not dare to propose such an absurd conclusion. What gives the dragon country the right to believe that Earth is a spaceship? That dragon individual is nothing but a monkey, performing tricks. Just wait. The dragon people will soon become the laughingstock of the world." General Smith sneered confidently. In that moment, a cacophony of disputes erupted in the room, with everyone fervently debating the theory that Earth is a spaceship, including the assembled scientists. If tasked with providing evidence, they could present thousands of logical arguments to refute and question the notion. Yet, at this moment, as they glanced at the translated content, a portion of the scientific giants fell silent, their eyes shimmering with peculiar light. Ultimately, General William's voice rose above the clamor. He rubbed his temples, his head aching as he gritted his teeth, and stated, "Mobilize all intelligence resources immediately. I want to know if the dragon people are lying. Is there truly ancient nuclear fuel or present? If it exists, how shall we respond?" William surveyed the room, and an eerie silence enveloped them all. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, upon hearing the latest report, several elderly figures in the Shiyuan No. 1 office erupted in excited laughter. "Wonderful. Expert Kobayashi has discovered ancient reserves of millions of tons of helium-3 nuclear fuel. This is a momentous occasion. Immediately arrange for relevant departments to secure the target area and execute the extraction mission. Furthermore, although news of helium-3 has leaked, as expert Kobayashi mentioned, this is merely a test," an elder remarked with keen eyes. "Pay close attention to the reactions of various countries. We must keep all military districts alert, particularly regarding the situation of the Pacific Fleet." After sharing these thoughts, the elders exchanged glances, revealing complex expressions. Phew. Back then, we old fellows endured immense pressure domestically to establish the Homing Project Research Group, initially intended for long-term strategic planning to lay the groundwork for the future. Who could have anticipated that this young comrade Lin Yuan would prove to be so remarkably effective? The surprise arrived with such swiftness and magnitude. Indeed, we can consider this step to be a correct one, and I am genuinely eager to see what further transformations expert Lin will bring to our nation. The esteemed figures expressed their astonishment, all filled with immense joy at this moment. Lin Yuan's stature in their hearts grew even more significant. At the Southwest Institute of Nuclear Industry, Zhao Tsungru had just finished packing his belongings in preparation for his journey to the magical metropolis, only to be abruptly pulled back by security as he stepped out of the gates of the 585 Institute. Without further ado, he was ushered into a G-20 helicopter, accompanied by a dozen experts in the nuclear field, as the aircraft soared majestically towards the sky. "Old Zhang, what has transpired?" Upon seeing Zhang Jinshan aboard the helicopter, Zhao Tsungru was utterly astonished. A glance at the other experts revealed a remarkable assembly. Goodness, this formation could certainly yield a colossal mushroom cloud. Something significant has occurred. Zhang Jinshan's demeanor turned grave as he spoke tremulously. A substantial number of He-3 nuclear fuel deposits have been discovered in the Kunlun Bayan Harm mountain range. Our mission is to assist the military in conducting exploration and extraction work, ensuring that we secure this He-3 energy at the earliest opportunity. What? Upon learning that this information had been divulged by the esteemed Lin Yuan of the Institute of Advanced Physics, Zhao Tsungru felt a shiver run down his spine. Realizing the implications, he trembled with excitement. Expert Lin would not jest about such matters. This must indeed be true. With red-rimmed eyes, he choked out. Why did my Godlight 5 laser nuclear fusion device fail in its development? It was simply due to the absence of suitable nuclear fuel to support the reaction. But now, with He-3 as the perfect controllable fusion energy source, all my research and plans have a glimmer of hope for success. Good heavens, 1,000,000 tons of He-3 reserves. Could this astounding fortune truly befall us? This is extraordinary. If we manage to extract it all, this He-3 will be more than sufficient for our domestic experts to utilize freely. Indeed, old Chi, you can construct the Dyson sphere, while I will develop a nuclear-powered aerospace aircraft carrier. Old Zhao, forget about the Godlight 5. In the future, when you speak of believing in light, even the Americans will nod in agreement with trepidation. The helicopter's occupants erupted in excited cheers, tears brimming in their eyes, their overwhelming joy manifesting as silent sobs. In the live broadcast room, the online audience was in an uproar. What on earth is happening? The host has muted the sound. And what secrets are being shared behind our backs? Oh my, could the host be engaged in some clandestine dealings with the government? Never mind. It's better the sound is off. I certainly do not wish to tread into treacherous waters. This is incredible. I have never encountered such a hardcore host capable of mobilizing the military so effortlessly. Alas, I have inadvertently been dazzled by the host's charisma. Is there anyone brave enough to venture to the location mentioned by the host in the Kunlun Mountains to assess the situation? In the next moment, Lin Yuan smiled brightly and resumed the live broadcast. He understood that even with the military's rapid response, it would take time to accept this generous gift from Mother Earth. He promptly reactivated the sound and began to elucidate meaningfully. Ahem, I apologize for the wait, dear fans. Why do I mention the nuclear fuel embedded within by you? This delves into a secret chronicled in the Starship flight logs, as well as the ancient black technology concealed within the Shanhai Jing. Remarkably, over 80% of the mythical creatures recorded in the Shanhai Jing are, in fact, various large modern instruments and weaponry powered by nuclear energy. For instance, we previously alluded to the Western Queen Mother. There exists a passage that states, the Western Queen Mother ascended the steps and wore the victory staff. To the south, there were 3 azure birds that provided sustenance for her. Furthermore, it is recorded that these 3 azure birds also served a message-delivering function. If we were to interpret this in modern terms, one might speculate that these birds bear a striking resemblance to contemporary unmanned aerial vehicles. This statement stirred a tempest of excitement among the netizens who had only just settled down. Additionally, the Shanhai Jing, Northern Overseas Classic mentions, the deity of Zhongshan is named Zhu Yin, who perceives day and night, breathes winter and summer, consumes nothing and rests not. With a human face and serpent body, crimson in hue. My research indicates that Zhu Yin is, in essence, a nuclear-powered mechanical device. The original text states that when its eyes are open, it is daytime. When closed, it is night. It requires neither sustenance nor rest. And its breath can be chillingly cold or searingly hot, reminiscent of summer. Imagine, does this not bear a semblance to modern high-speed trains? When the lights are on, it illuminates as brightly as day, yet when off, it plunges into darkness. Its elongated form traverses miles, akin to that of a train. The notion of requiring no food or rest is quite reasonable, as it is a mechanical apparatus. As for the human face and serpent body, it becomes clearer when one considers the driver seated in the cockpit, their visage visible through the window, appearing as a figure akin to a human-faced serpent to those observing from afar. And this is not the end. Lin Yuan dropped yet another bombshell. In numerous references to the Yellow Emperor within the Shanhai Jing, it is mentioned that he rode a mount known as the ancient divine beast, Dejiao Xinyuan. Just how formidable is Dejiao Xinyuan? The Yellow Emperor rode it to vanquish adversaries such as Qiyu, the iron-eating beast, Xingtian, Quafu, and Waziki. In truth, what is Dejiao Xinyuan? Its essence is that of a super-advanced war chariot fortress, equipped with plasma grenade launchers, photon energy cannons, ion cannons, and energy shields, all powered by controllable nuclear fusion. Ding! At that moment, Lin Yuan felt as though celestial music descended upon him. The number of participants in the Earth Starship surged past 600,000. Congratulations, host. Reward: Nuclear Biodrone, Technical Blueprint. The count exceeded 700,000. Reward: Anti-Gravity Floating Quantum Vehicle Technology. The count surpassed 800,000. Reward: Dejiao Xinyuan War Fortress. Note, this reward includes a series of supporting firepower technical blueprints for the Xinyuan War Chariot, Yinglong Aerial Bomber, Xinyuan Hill Artillery, and more. Chapter 30, An Arrow Piercing the Clouds. The 7 Sons of National Defense are here to meet. Hiss. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply, jolted back to reality. Good heavens. The nuclear bionic drones and anti-gravity vehicles were remarkable enough, but this war fortress was simply extraordinary. A surge of exhilaration coursed through his veins, igniting an insatiable desire within him. Without a moment's hesitation, having absorbed a wealth of technological knowledge, Lin Yuan resolved to construct the war fortress. After all, it was a pivotal asset for national defense. Once unveiled, the nation would undoubtedly rise. The eagle would falter. The chicken would wither. John Bull would weep. And the combat bear would tremble. He could almost envision this scenario, sending waves of excitement through him. However, to research and develop the Great Horn Xinyuan War Fortress single-handedly would be an arduous task. It encompassed various scientific fields, and even if he grasped all the technical aspects, actual construction might be a distant dream. He would need the support of the state. Lin Yuan sighed, realizing that he had made a wise choice in aligning with such a formidable ally. After a moment, he returned to reality and glanced at the live broadcast. Regaining his composure, he spoke slowly. In summary, the so-called ancient divine beasts recorded in the Shanhai Jing Starship log are, in fact, primarily nuclear-powered mechanical constructs. Imagine, if these divine beasts were living beings, they should possess the ability to reproduce. Even across the vast expanse of time, over countless millennia, some legacy should have endured. Yet, why have these ancient divine beasts vanished from the Earth? I have 2 conclusions. One pertains to the previously mentioned reason for Earth's spacecraft traversing various cosmic realms. The spacecraft serves as a witness, documenting the wonders of different starry worlds. Once the spacecraft departs from those celestial realms, it loses all contact. The second conclusion is that a significant portion of these ancient divine beasts are, in fact, advanced nuclear mechanical creations destroyed during the ancient nuclear war. This brings to mind the nuclear conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, but I shall not elaborate on that now. Lin Yuan left them in suspense, igniting a flurry of excitement in the live chat. What the heck? The host left us hanging. How dare you? Just as they were on the brink of a revelation. The host abruptly cut off, drawing criticism. At that moment, Shandan Zhuoma, who had just connected with Lin Yuan, requested to join the call again. Upon accepting, Lin Yuan saw Shandan Zhuoma on the screen, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and delight. Isn't that the Tibetan sister from earlier? He thought. Zhuoma, did you manage to exchange that heap of discarded jade for a house? The viewers chuckled at the jest. Shandan Zhuoma's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, and she nodded excitedly. Oh my, this is unbelievable. A military group just visited me, and quite a few people came, including soldiers and some impressive-looking scientists, she murmured in excitement. They examined various instruments in my home for quite a while, and then they looked at the pile of jade I found. The experts appeared to be quite elated, each one cheering as they carefully departed, taking with them the pile of white jade I had collected. What? Upon hearing this, the more than 800,000 viewers in the live broadcast were left astounded. Goodness, the military has taken the white jade from Sister Zhuoma's home. Could it be that the host truly hit the nail on the head? That substance must indeed be nuclear fuel. Observing the viewers' comments, Shandan Zhuoma quickly nodded, her highland rosy cheeks flushing even deeper. Yes, and before leaving, the military personnel transferred 3 million to me. In an instant, the once jovial viewers were rendered speechless. My word, 3 million. They actually paid. Shandan Zhuoma appeared to be the epitome of a sincere Tibetan. She would not deceive, nor would the host. Doesn't that imply that the military indeed spent 3 million on a heap of discarded white jade? Surely, there is helium-3, that nuclear fuel, within. The next moment, the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Oh my, is there still time to rush to Kunlun Mountain and gather nuclear fuel? Let us team up. Woe is me. I am utterly heartbroken. This immense fortune has eluded me. As a mere tourist traveling in the Bayanhar Mountains, we just passed by the Wild Horse Beach, only to discover it was sealed off by the military. The host isn't just boasting. They truly mobilized the army to seal off Wild Horse Beach. Upon seeing a local tourist speak up, the viewers were left in utter disbelief. Each one gazed at Lin Yuan on the screen, filled with insatiable curiosity. What on earth is the host's identity? This is utterly outrageous. 3 million is a fortune indeed. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and remarked with a smile. Congratulations, Sister Zhuoma. I calculated that the helium-3 extractable from your pile of white jade is approximately worth that amount. Our country is quite reliable. As he spoke, Lin Yuan glanced at the lamenting viewers in the live stream, shaking his head with a smile. Dear fans, there is no need to feel regret. Sister Zhuoma is merely fortunate. Her ancestors must have burned high incense. According to my research, ashen white jade. This nuclear fuel ore is buried at least 50 meters deep in the Bayanhar Mountain. The pile of white jade that Sister Zhuoma found is likely one of a kind in this world. Otherwise, if such nuclear fuel ore existed, our nation would have discovered and developed it long ago. Upon hearing this, the viewers suddenly understood, each one sighing in envy. Oh, thank you, host. At this moment, Zhuoma also came to her senses, excitedly wiping away her tears to express her gratitude to Lin Yuan. Why thank me? This is merely your good fortune. Lin Yuan replied with a smile as he concluded the connection. Turning his attention back to the live stream, Lin Yuan calmly stated, Dear viewers, today's broadcast is nearing its end. In the next episode, I will elucidate the story of the nuclear battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu from the classic of Mountains and Seas. Stay tuned. Upon hearing this, viewers erupted in cries of excitement. Oh no, host, don't leave yet. I haven't had my fill. Exactly, host, you seem to be lacking stamina. This is unacceptable. I just arrived, and you're already leaving? How disappointing. Facing the camera, Lin Yuan maintained his composed demeanor, smiling gracefully. And then in Lin Yuan's mind, a sudden spark ignited, as if he had stumbled upon a profound realization, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He abruptly inquired, before we conclude the live stream, may I ask how many viewers from the esteemed 7 Sons of National Defense are present in our chat? At that moment, nearly 900,000 online viewers, reluctant to depart, paused in surprise at Lin Yuan's question. What could the host possibly mean by this? The 7 Sons of National Defense is revered as a sacred place in the hearts of many academically challenged individuals. Yet, why did the host suddenly bring up the 7 Sons? The barrage of comments was filled with curious inquiries. Lin Yuan simply smiled. A piercing arrow through the clouds. The 7 Sons of National Defense have come to meet us. Today's broadcast concludes here. With that, he decisively ended the live stream, leaving a multitude of bewildered viewers in his wake. Notably, several students from the 7 Sons of National Defense were indeed present in the chat, and as they strolled along the campus streets, they were momentarily taken aback. Why did the esteemed expert from the Advanced Physics Research Institute reference our school? The group of students exchanged perplexed glances. Chapter 31. For the Pursuit of Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Enlisting engineering students from national defense is quite reasonable in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. Within the Advanced Physics Research Institute, Lin Yuan, after exiting the live stream, immediately leaned over his desk, scribbling a series of formulas on his blueprint, sketching out various devices. The Controllable Nuclear Fusion Apparatus, a revolutionary variant of the arc reactor. Dajiao Xin Yuan, destined to become a terrestrial behemoth of warfare. While the realization of a quantum anti-gravity propulsion system within the next decade may be unrealistic, the underlying technology of anti-gravity magnetic levitation can indeed be applied to other devices. The development of bio-inspired drones must also be prioritized, as they will serve as formidable weapons in future land, sea, and air combat. Lin Yuan trembled with excitement. At this moment, the myriad technological concepts stored in his mind surged forth, nearly overwhelming him. Yes, precisely. With an ample supply of helium-3 as nuclear fuel, the arc reactor poses no issue. The subsequent development of the Qua-Fuanxingtian mechs will also resolve their energy dilemmas. In a corner of the room, Chen Lin, having just concluded a call with the military, observed Lin Yuan, whose face was flushed and utterly absorbed in his scientific endeavors. After calling out to him several times without a response, Chen Lin quietly prepared a cup of tea and placed it on the desk before exiting the office. Expert Lin. Hello, Expert Lin, are you there? I implore you to procure some helium-3 for me. My research hinges on this substance. A throng of excited colleagues from the Advanced Physics Research Institute surged towards Lin Yuan at that moment, only to be intercepted by Chen Lin. Chief Engineer Lin is currently engaged in work and cannot be disturbed, he stated expressionlessly. Chief Engineer? The group of colleagues gasped in astonishment. After all, the title of Chief Engineer is not one to be casually assigned or used. It is typically reserved for leading figures of national-level research project teams. Realizing this, the crowd fell silent. Even the most senior and esteemed professors in the institute exhibited a solemn demeanor. Please, relay a message to Chief Engineer Lin. Young comrade, kindly convey that I request an audience with Chief Engineer Lin. Your urgency is palpable. The research I am currently overseeing on the stellar simulator necessitates a substantial amount of nuclear energy, and there are several queries I must personally discuss with Chief Engineer Lin. Truly, Chief Engineer Lin is a prodigy. At merely 20-something, his future accomplishments are bound to be extraordinary. The project I am responsible for, Project 987, shares commonalities with the discoveries made by Expert Lin, and I wish to seek his guidance. A group of experts from the Physics Research Institute eagerly implored for this opportunity. Yet, Major Chen remained steadfast at the entrance, his authoritative gaze surveying the assembly. You all should disperse. As scholars and researchers, such commotion is utterly inappropriate. At that moment, Lu Zhe and Dean Shenfeng hurriedly arrived, immediately calling for silence among the crowd. Dean, we request a moment with Chief Engineer Lin. The group exclaimed urgently. Major Chen has already stated that Chief Engineer Lin is currently occupied. No one is permitted to disturb him. Lu Zhe declared gravely. The project Chief Engineer Lin is managing is the largest, most intricate, and challenging national endeavor in our country's history. Lu Zhe realized he could no longer keep this under wraps, and spoke with a serious tone. What? Upon hearing this, the colleagues felt a chill run down their spines. As researchers, they understood the weight of Lu Zhe's words. Generally, research projects are categorized into several tiers: national significant, key, advanced, ordinary, and so forth. The nation's efforts in the 2 bombs, 1 satellite, and the manned space program merely fall under the national significant category. Rumor has it there exists a project tier lauded as national fortune level, a classification that many scholarly professionals have never even heard of, let alone participated in. What constitutes a national fortune level project? It influences the destiny of a nation. Just contemplating this is awe-inspiring. And now, is Chief Engineer Lin responsible for such a project? A wave of astonishment swept through the colleagues as they instinctively took several steps back, their expressions shifting to a complex mix of envy and fervent admiration. The older professors, previously animated, now appeared flushed. While their projects held significance, they paled in comparison to the magnitude of a national fortune-level endeavor. Therefore, do not disturb Chief Engineer Lin. Dean Shun waved his hand to disperse the group of experts and approached Major Chun with a solemn demeanor. Major Chun, should Chief Engineer Lin require anything, please do not hesitate to inform us. The Advanced Physics Research Institute will certainly cooperate fully with him. Upon hearing this, Chun Lin's expression softened slightly as he elucidated. After Chief Engineer Lin concluded his broadcast, he immediately began sketching on the blueprints. I caught a glimpse of a line he wrote. Controlled nuclear fusion. Boom. Lu Zhe and Dean Shun exchanged a stunned glance, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After a prolonged moment, they regained their composure, their faces trembling as they suppressed an overwhelming tide of curiosity and astonishment, turning silently back to their office. Once seated, Dean Shun took a deep gulp of tea, releasing a long sigh. Incredible, he murmured, trembling. To be honest, I still cannot fathom how Chief Engineer Lin accomplished this. Lu Zhe's voice quivered with a mix of trepidation and awe. I dare not imagine, truly dare not. Dean Shen's voice faltered as he gritted his teeth. Regardless, we must simply ensure our collaboration is effective. He then dazedly pulled out a piece of paper, bowing his head to scribble something. Is this the extent of your vision? Old Shen. Lu Zhe clenched his teeth and abruptly stood. We are, after all, researchers in nuclear physics, and now an immense opportunity lies before us. How can you pretend not to see it? It matters not. Once Chief Engineer Lin is free, I shall seek him out. A national-level project. The Hongming Plan. How many individuals go a lifetime without encountering such a significant scientific endeavor? And here it is, laid out before us. Regardless, I shall not relent. Even if it means being a minor worker, I must immerse myself in it. I need to follow Chief Engineer Lin, learn diligently, and make my contributions. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in death. With that, Lu Zhe strode out. However, his peripheral vision caught Dean Shen fervently writing at his desk. Old Shen, what are you writing? Holy moly, you're composing an application report. Damn it, you finished this several hundred words in just a short while. I've known you for 30 years, and only now discover you have a knack for flattery. How outrageous. Peering closer, Lu Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. Anger bubbling within him. Huh, old Lu, what are you competing for? I am destined to be the first screw under Chief Engineer Lin. Shen Feng erupted in hearty laughter and dashed out of the dean's office, arriving once more at Lin Yuan's office door, where he promptly handed his application report to Chen Lin. Major Chen, once Chief Engineer Lin is free, please deliver this to him. Shen Feng stood at attention. His expression solemn. Chief Engineer of the Institute of Advanced Physics, Academician of Lonker Academy, Shen Feng, applying to join the Hongming Plan. After a full 7 or 8 hours, Lin Yuan regained his senses, gazing at the lengthy designed blueprints and documents in his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Soon, however, a wave of hunger hit him. Glancing up, he realized it was already 9 in the evening. Chen, Lin Yuan weakly called out, and shortly after, Chen Lin hurried in, exclaiming, Chief Engineer Lin, you're finally done. You must be starving. Is there anything to eat? Lin Yuan smiled and inquired. Indeed. Without hesitation, Chen Lin handed over prepared bread and milk, then rushed to the staff cafeteria to bring Lin Yuan a hearty meal. After a frenzied feast, Lin Yuan regained some vigor. Has there been any news from the Bayanhar Mountains? Sipping tea, Lin Yuan asked. Yes. Chen Lin promptly nodded. The latest update from the military indicates that excavation has reached a depth of 50 meters, and they have unearthed that ash-gray jade you mentioned. Chief Engineer Lin. Tests reveal this ash-gray jade contains helium-3, a type of nuclear fuel. Furthermore, exploration instruments suggest that the Yema Beach area holds approximately 5 to 6 million tons of ash-gray jade, which translates to 1 million tons of helium-3 based on extraction formulas. At this point, Chen Lin looked at Lin Yuan, his gaze brimming with uncontainable fervor. How remarkable it is. How did Lin Yuan know that this area contained such vast reserves of nuclear fuel? He yearned to inquire, but professional decorum dictated that this was confidential. The soldier's duty is to obey. That is good. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, relaxing slightly as he casually remarked, after the first batch of nuclear fuel is extracted, send over 50 kilograms. Understood, I will notify the higher-ups, Chen Lin replied promptly. It was at this moment that Lin Yuan noticed that the exploration level of the Earth starship had indeed increased slightly, reaching 00003. Along with this, he received a reward in the form of a feature called the Virtual Laboratory. Virtual Laboratory, the host can enter a virtual experimental space, which contains various experimental equipment and instruments, capable of simulating all experimental effects found in reality. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan was filled with joy. Before he could delve deeper into it, Chen Lin spoke up. Oh, by the way, these are the documents that Director Shun and Vice Director Lu asked me to pass on to you. Chen Lin, recalling something, produced 2 application forms and handed them to Lin Yuan. Upon receiving them, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. However, he refrained from making a decision. Instead, he instructed Chen Lin, please contact the Imperial Capital immediately. In my capacity as the Chief Engineer of the Homing Project, I am applying for a national special approval to recruit defense engineering students to participate in a significant scientific research and manufacturing project. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of disorientation. Could you elaborate on the reason? He stammered. Isn't it reasonable to recruit engineering students nationwide for the research of controllable nuclear fusion? Lin Yuan replied with a calm smile. The Hongming project is far too vast. Relying solely on the existing national research capabilities is insufficient. Most researchers already have their own tasks. So I plan to summon a group of engineering students to join my research team. The rationale is straightforward. Defense research students are highly adaptable and obedient to orders. After all, Lin Yuan already possessed all the necessary technology. What he required were mere tools rather than independent-minded scientists, as the latter would only hinder the research progress. This time, I am serious. Chenggu, I intend to develop some substantial projects. Therefore, I need the elite from various fields to cooperate with me. The target demographic will primarily consist of the 7 sons of national defense. Of course, if they are insufficient, I will also recruit from the 6 military engineering schools and the 7 heroes of armaments. At the very least, I need to assemble a team of 3,000 people. With that, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. Chen Gu, report back. Chen Lin was momentarily stunned. But once he regained his composure, he nodded vigorously. I understand. In less than a minute, a directive from the imperial capital was transmitted back. The response was succinct, a single word, yes, which carried the weight of a mountain. Later that evening, at 10 o'clock, a significant red document, issued in the form of an urgent confidential order directed at the 7 sons of national defense, was delivered to the leaders of major universities associated with them, including Harbin Institute of Technology, Xi'an University of Technology, Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology, Jinling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Jinling University of Science and Technology, and Harbin Engineering University. Bang! In that moment, the faces of the leaders of the 7 universities of national defense froze upon seeing the document, their bodies seemingly nailed to the spot, unable to move. The following morning, a ringing alarm, reminiscent of a wartime mobilization, reverberated throughout the campuses of the 7 universities of national defense. Chapter 32, The Revelation of Winter Break Part-Time Jobs. Is my handcrafted Big Sand Emperor reliable? The 7 Sons of National Defense, Shigong University. The winter sun filtered through the snow-laden branches of the campus, shimmering like a delicate painting, invigorating the spirit. Yi Chun emerged from his dormitory, sprinting towards the campus entrance, and found a spot in the square to engage in some physical exercise. After completing a set of military boxing, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the monumental statue before him. It was a colossal sculpture, predominantly gray-white, depicting a figure bowing its head with its face concealed. One hand held a sword while the other assumed a sword-holding posture. The statue faced the Hizun, an ancient bronze vessel, where the character's dragon nation first appeared. The gray-white statue, with one hand wielding a sword and the other supporting it, resonated with the Hizun, symbolizing the esteemed Shigong University, which forges swords for the nation. Its significance is profound, to forge swords in peace and wield them in times of war. There is no need to know who I am. As a graduate student on the verge of completing my studies, every time Yi Chun gazed upon this statue, emblematic of national pride, he felt his blood surge with fervor. In anonymity, he forges swords for the nation, Yi Chun softly murmured, a sense of aspiration glimmering in his eyes. He then headed to the cafeteria to fetch breakfast for his roommate, Li Fuxing. Upon returning to the dormitory, he heard Li Fuxing engrossed in short videos. Old Yi, you're back? Li Fuxing called from his bed, leaping up upon seeing the breakfast. You're quite the bro, just when I was feeling hungry. He quickly devoured the buns and took a sip of soy milk, casually inquiring, Old Yi, have you made your decision? Yi Chun understood what he was asking and nodded. I plan to join the Dragon Nation Weaponry Industrial Group. That's great. With your capabilities, the title of Chief Designer for the next generation of artillery and missile systems awaits you. Li Fuxing chuckled, patting Yi Chun on the shoulder. You're going to cure our nation's fear of inadequate firepower. As for me, I'm thinking of playing around at the Dragon Aviation Industrial Rongfei base. Perhaps dabbling with 6th-generation aircraft. Are you watching Lin Yuan's livestream? At that moment, Yi Chun noticed Li Fuxing was scrolling through Douyin, where Lin Yuan was elaborating on the Earth is a spaceship. Of course, Li Fuxing exclaimed. This genius from Dragon Science and Technology University has gone viral online lately. Out of curiosity, I tuned into his live stream for a bit, and wow, after so many years of research, it nearly disrupted my path of understanding. That may not be the case. Did you not see that even the state supports him? Yi Chun frowned. To be honest, Yi Chun, as one of the top geniuses at Shigong University, having narrowly missed a perfect graduation score, could accept any avant-garde scientific theory. Yet, the concept of the Earth as a starship seemed too far-fetched. He was uncertain how to respond. Li Fuxing, aware of Yi Chun's temperament, chuckled. Did you know that yesterday, expert Lin stirred up quite the excitement? It's said that while researching the Queen Mother of the West in the Shanhai Jing, he fortuitously discovered ancient residual nuclear fuel, and it's of the He-3 grade, with reportedly substantial reserves. Yi Chun was left speechless, instinctively pulling out his phone to search for news on the matter. After finishing, this brilliant student from Xi'an University of Technology found himself in a state of bewilderment. Moreover, the expert Lin had uttered a peculiar phrase at the conclusion of his live broadcast yesterday. Li Fuxing mumbled, what did expert Lin say? A single arrow pierces the clouds. The 7 sons of national defense come to meet. As rumors circulated, a sudden, urgent ringing echoed throughout the campus of Xi'an University of Technology. The two individuals raised their brows in confusion, only to be struck with horror the next moment. This was a wartime alert. What calamity had transpired? Was it a call to arms? Instantly, the dormitory corridor erupted with chaotic screams, accompanied by gasps and exaggerated noises, as the entire campus was thrust into turmoil. In the next instant, a loudspeaker reverberated in every corner of the university. Attention! This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All students in their third year or above, regardless of discipline, are to proceed immediately to the school auditorium. All students in their third year or above must arrive at the auditorium within 10 minutes for an emergency mobilization meeting. In that moment, a palpable tension enveloped the campus. Damn it! Without hesitation, Li Fuxing donned a pair of red underpants and dragged Yi Chun towards the auditorium, lamenting, "Old Yi, we're done for. Who knows if the foot basin chicken or the bald eagle has gone mad and is about to spark the Third World War. I was wondering why there hadn't been any updates from Sakurajima lately. It's going to cut off my spiritual sustenance. We're doomed. We're definitely heading to the battlefield, and our dreams as chief commanders are likely shattered." As students of the Seven Sons of National Defense, they understood the significance of the term national defense better than any ordinary university student. In peacetime, they were the cogs in the machinery of research, tightening wherever necessary. As for wartime, just hand them a hose and a gas canister, and they would be at the forefront of the battlefield. "Old Yi, why aren't you saying anything?" Li Fuxing asked as they ran, glancing back at his close friend. After being dragged for a distance, Yi Chun rolled his eyes and replied, "Why did you change into red underpants?" "It's my zodiac year," Li Fuxing lamented, gritting his teeth. "If we truly end up on the battlefield, my 24 years of being a solitary warrior will surely crush the foot basin chicken." 5 minutes later, the grand auditorium, which could accommodate 5,000 people, was filled to capacity. Not only third-year students, but even a throng of eager first- and second-year students rushed in to join the excitement. And faculty members were unable to disperse them. Ultimately, campus security had to intervene and seal off the auditorium to quell the surging crowd. At that moment, on the central stage of the grand auditorium, the president of Xi'an University of Technology, Jiang Hongwei, an academician of the National Engineering Academy, surveyed the students with a stern yet impassioned gaze. Without wasting a moment, the president declared, "Students, in the name of the nation, I issue an urgent call to arms. The country is undertaking a significant research project and urgently requires a substantial workforce. As the elite of the national defense research field, you are the fresh blood of the future and must shoulder this significant responsibility. This initiative, designated as a significant national project with the codename Lin Yuan, is spearheaded by Lin Yuan, the chief engineer of the Hongming project. The plan is expected to span 20-50 days, necessitating the utilization of students' winter break for its execution. Furthermore, those who enroll to participate in this endeavor will automatically receive an elevation in their credit rating by 1 tier, along with remuneration equivalent to that of researchers in national scientific institutions. Exceptional performers may even secure direct entry into the nation's premier research establishments post-graduation, bypassing interviews altogether. They may also be honored with the prestigious Lin Yuan Blood Medal. Upon hearing this proclamation, the auditorium erupted in a fervor. Everyone was astounded by the president's words. Did the president just mention Lin Yuan? The very Lin Yuan who posited that Earth is akin to a spacecraft? What does this mean? Is it an acknowledgement from the state of the Earth as a starship? I recall that just yesterday, expert Lin spoke in a live session about a piercing arrow through the clouds, with the 7 pillars of national defense coming to meet. It seems the trap has been laid here. Does this imply that not only our university, but all 7 institutions of national defense are mobilizing students? At this moment, the students of Shigong University were utterly flabbergasted by this news, their minds in a whirl. Without hesitation, the university promptly initiated the registration process. It must be noted that the atmosphere amongst the students was electrifying, with many signing up immediately, lured by the enticing rewards offered by the school. Most importantly, they were eager to meet expert Lin. He was of a similar age, yet he was already the principal leader of a major national project. Such prodigious talent. When it came time for Yi Chun, an instructor glanced at the documents and said sternly, "Yi Chun, you need not register." Huh. Yi Chun was taken aback. The instructor continued with resolute authority, "Your name has been listed as one of the essential talents. This means that whether you consent or not, you have been drafted by the state." Li Fuxing gasped at this revelation. "What's with your facial expressions?" "Yes, you, Li Fuxing, you too are among the drafted talents." The instructor looked at the two with a peculiar smile. Li Fuxing, unsure whether to laugh or cry, felt the weight of the situation. Do your utmost, and do not tarnish the reputation of Shigong University. Remember, this is a wartime draft order. You are not at liberty to act recklessly. With that, the instructor raised a fist and called out to the 500 to 600 students who had already registered. "Students, you have half an hour to pack your belongings. The military transport Y-20 has arrived at Shijing Airport. You must depart from Modu today." The atmosphere intensified, spiraling into chaos. Meanwhile, it wasn't just Shigong University. Similar scenes of astonishment unfolded at Harbin Institute of Technology, Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and Jinling University of Technology, among other national defense institutions. A massive mobilization was underway. A wartime mobilization. An urgent national draft order. Countless diligent 3rd and 4th year national defense students, as well as graduate students, were urgently summoned to enter the draft sequence in the name of the state. It is worth noting that these 7 institutions of national defense Most students majoring in fields related to national defense technology, such as nuclear industry, missile, aircraft, and aircraft carrier manufacturing, find these subjects rather elementary. Under the operation of the national machinery, within less than 2 hours, the 3,000-member research team required by Lin Yuan was promptly established. Subsequently, bolstered by substantial military support, the students from the 7 prestigious defense universities embarked in grand procession towards the bustling metropolis. For those farther away, the Y-20 aircraft facilitated their transport, while heavy military trucks sped towards the city for those nearer. In an instant, the highway from Jinling to the metropolis became a spectacle, as all private vehicles were awestruck by the magnificent convoy of military transports. A swift arrow piercing the clouds. The 7 defense universities have come to meet. This scene materialized before their eyes. Meanwhile, online, as some of the conscripted students from the 7 defense universities disclosed information to their families, a wave of attention surged across the Dragon Kingdom's internet. After all, this conscription spans an extensive range, and the state has no intention of keeping it concealed. My goodness, this is monumental. The first emergency conscription order in decades of peace, specifically targeting students from national defense universities. Isn't that utterly outrageous? Even more astonishing was that the slogan, a swift arrow piercing the clouds, the 7 defense universities have come to meet, originated from a certain online livestream hosted by Lin Yuan. Hush, something feels amiss. There is undoubtedly a significant secret at play here. Just yesterday, Lin Yuan mentioned in the livestream that Zhuangmu was working on nuclear fuel, and then news broke that a large quantity of helium-3 had been discovered in Kunlun. Remarkable. Just this alone makes Lin Yuan's contributions to the nation immeasurable. Could it be that Lin Yuan summoned so many defense engineering students to craft a grand imperial project? Surely not. Discussions erupted online, with expressions of awe and astonishment abounding. After all, such a spectacle is rare, perhaps a sight not seen in 10, 30, or even 50 years. On the other hand, witnessing the spirited display of the 7 defense universities, the students from the 6 military engineering schools, the 7 military factories, and even from prestigious institutions such as Peking University and Tsinghua University were filled with resentment. Particularly, the students from the 6 military engineering schools vocally protested online. Why are only the 7 defense universities being conscripted? We from the military engineering schools are equally formidable. Away with that. The 7 military factories refused to comply. In the next moment, thousands of passionate letters were submitted. Beihang University stands ready. Jinling University of Technology awaits inspection from Chief Engineer Lin. Xi'an University of Technology earnestly requests to forge weapons for the nation. As for the students from the 7 defense universities who had already set out for the metropolis, upon witnessing the explosive news online during their journey, they were left bewildered. Ahem, is this what they call a winter break part-time job being exposed? Ask me if crafting a grand imperial project is reliable? Chapter 33, Big Data Divination. The innate missile sacred body. On that day, in the suburbs of the metropolis, Maishan, at the 2nd Research Institute of the Pingdong Military District, Chun Lin pointed at the factory equipment before him, invigorated, and declared, Chief Engineer Lin, as per your instructions, the military has designated the 2nd Research Institute as the research headquarters for the Xianyuan project. All unrelated personnel have evacuated. Once the students from the 7 major national defense universities arrive, we can promptly enter a working state. Indeed, Lin Yuan wandered about, nodding in satisfaction. Immediately contact the military. I require some specialized research instruments and materials. Understood. Chun Lin, serving as Lin Yuan's bodyguard and liaison, swiftly established communication with the higher-ups. I need 2 sets of star simulators and tokamak devices. If they're difficult to transport, disassemble them for delivery. 100 atomic force microscopes, 500 sets of microarc oxidation equipment, and at least 3 cranes of 1,000,000-ton capacity. Additionally, arrange for various precision lathes and an array of boiler instruments. Lin Yuan stated without hesitation. On the other end of the line, an operator from the logistics department, discreetly established for the Hongming project, recorded the requests with a serious demeanor. In terms of metal materials, procure 5,000 to 10,000 units of uranium, beryllium, titanium, and rhenium carbide. We also need 20,000 tons of T800 grade carbon fiber. Fortunately, the staff recording this reacted swiftly, and upon querying the computer, they widened their eyes and trembled. Chief Engineer Lin, these materials you mentioned are manageable with some budgetary adjustments. But rhenium carbide's global reserves don't even reach 5,000 tons. As for carbon fiber above T800, there's no way to supply that quantity. It's left to those few private companies selling fishing rods to see how much inventory they possess. Is that so? Lin Yuan retorted, waving his hand. Fine. Send over whatever you can. He then listed a plethora of super advanced instruments and materials, leaving the personnel on the other end momentarily speechless. Eventually, even the head of the logistics department was alarmed, answering the phone with a lamenting tone. Chief Engineer Lin, the materials you require are far too numerous. Even with your high-level authority, many of these items are simply unavailable in our country. The other party explained with a wry smile. Do the white-headed eagle and the foot-basin chicken possess what I seek? John Bull has quite a few as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes glinted as he smiled. Thus, relay to the higher-ups that I propose this. Negotiate with these countries to exchange some super chips for these instruments and materials. They will agree. Superconducting electronic special gases are currently in high demand in the chip market, but are classified as controlled resources by our country. They are nearly frantic. Once this news spreads, even the proud white-headed eagle will have to compromise. It's merely a matter of negotiating terms. In any case, ensure that I receive the requested items within 3 days. After concluding, Lin Yuan promptly hung up the phone. On the other side, Chun Lin remained in a daze, his trembling eyes appraising Lin Yuan from head to toe. Truly, Chief Engineer Lin is one of a kind in the entire Dragon Country. Chun Lin marveled deeply. As for the troubles plaguing the logistics department, he could not concern himself with that any longer. Then, recalling something, he anxiously asked, Chief Engineer Lin, isn't it problematic to undertake the manufacturing of superchips? No worries, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. It's akin to how the eagle saw sells arms. The cutting-edge technology is firmly in our hands, while the lower-tier tasks can be handled casually. As for concerns regarding the adversary's decryption technology, it is indeed true that even the most elite chip material experts require over a decade of study to become proficient. How enlightening. Chun Lin appeared to be deeply enlightened by this revelation. Soon, around noon, the first batch of 600 students from Jinling University of Technology and Jinling Aerospace University arrived at the Xianyuan Engineering Research and Development Headquarters. Following closely behind, students from the 7 national defense universities arrived at the RD headquarters by approximately 3 in the afternoon. In an office, Lin Yuan took a moment to glance at the system panel. The Earth Starship reported an acceptance number of 1,269,752 individuals, officially surpassing the 1 million mark. As for the fervent discussions among netizens regarding this matter, Lin Yuan had no time to indulge in them. Chief Engineer Lin. The total number of participants summoned from the 7 national defense universities, including both experts and students, amounted to 3,680, all of whom were present. Chun Lin entered to report, presenting a list of members sent by various universities, detailing the students' academic and professional resumes, as well as their technical specialties. Did you arrange this? Lin Yuan inquired casually. Indeed, Chun Lin nodded. With so many students, if their technical specialties and areas of focus could be organized in advance for task allocation, it would undoubtedly save considerable time. Brother Chun, that's a brilliant idea, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Suddenly inspired, he instructed Chun Lin to step out for a moment, then immersed himself into the system. Brother Chun was correct. If the capabilities of these students could be planned ahead, it would enhance work efficiency and progress. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan opened the system marketplace, eager to see if there was anything that could assist him. Soon, his attention was captured by a particular function, the Zhou-E spaceship's grand database, which was yet to be accessed but could be unlocked through point consumption, encompassing all people, objects, and events. This could be quite useful, Lin Yuan mused, then scrutinized the usage instructions. Wait, does it require birth dates? Each use would consume 10 points. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate that he had accumulated a substantial number of points in recent days. He promptly summoned Chun Lin again to gather the birth dates of this batch of students. Chun Lin appeared somewhat bewildered but refrained from asking questions, dutifully setting off to complete the task. Half an hour later, upon receiving the data, Lin Yuan began to utilize the Zhou-E grand database. Quickly, he derived conclusions and meticulously recorded them, annotating them according to his understanding before printing them out. Brother Chun, please arrange personnel according to the information on this list, Lin Yuan stated, thoroughly satisfied with his creation. What is this? Chun Lin peered down, utterly astonished. My goodness, what on earth is this? The document contained rows of files, where Lin Yuan had diligently noted, Yi Chun, a student from Xi'an University of Technology, talent, innate missile sacred body. Wang Fengwen, Harbin Engineering University, talent, chaos geometry, Dao embryo. Song Ziwei, Beijing Aerospace University, talent, quantum mechanics, divine body. He remained in a state of stunned silence for quite some time. Chun Lin rubbed his temples and could not help but weakly inquire, my esteemed Chief Engineer Lin, what is this? Brother Chun, have you never heard the saying? Lin Yuan replied with a mysterious smile, the apex of science is theology, and it is prudent to refrain from prying into a scientist's affairs. Now be off. In an hour, we shall convene a mobilization meeting. He waved his hand dismissively and returned to his work. The design of the arc reactor was nearing completion. He needed to produce something substantial to impress the elite of the National Defense 7. Chun Lin soon realized that the annotations on the document were merely Lin Yuan playing a clever internet joke. If not for this, he might have forgotten that this chief engineer was merely a young man in his 20s. Meanwhile, Chun Lin, holding the forms provided by Lin Yuan, arrived at the base square with a complex expression. The square was filled with students from various prestigious universities associated with the National Defense 7. This group of eager scholars surveyed their surroundings with curiosity, showing no signs of fatigue from their journey. Instead, They appeared excited and invigorated. Dear students, I am Chun Lin, the assistant to Chief Engineer Lin. I am here to distribute your identification cards. Furthermore, you will be assigned tasks according to the information on your identity profiles. This means that for the foreseeable future, you will be responsible for your respective projects and will collaborate with Chief Engineer Lin. The terms written above reflect Chief Engineer Lin's assessment of your innate abilities. Consider it a humorous jest from him. With that, Chun Lin steeled himself and began distributing the identification cards with a stoic expression. As the first student received their card, laughter and bewildered shouts erupted throughout the crowd. What could be the cause of such amusement? In the camp of students from Western University, Yi Chun and Li Fuxing exchanged puzzled glances. I have no idea. Li Fuxing replied, equally intrigued and muttering. But it seems our country extends tremendous support to Chief Engineer Lin. This base spans hundreds of acres, and I noticed a continuous influx of high-precision scientific instruments being transported in. Moreover, this research facility must harbor something significant related to Chief Engineer Lin. Li Fuxing and several classmates whispered among themselves. Just now, our instructor inquired about my birth date. I nearly thought I had signed up for a part-time job this winter break, and the state was going to assign me a wife. You're quite the character, old Li. The others erupted in hearty laughter at his words. At that moment, Yi Chun received his identification card and looked down. The words innate missile saint body leaped out at him, leaving him utterly astonished, his mind nearly short-circuiting. Old Yi, why are you gaping like that? Li Fuxing teased. Having received his own card and casually glancing at it, he too was left agape, as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. What the hell? Is this really me? He exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air, clutching his identification card, overwhelmed with excitement. In that instant, Li Fuxing felt an urge to shout. I am the invincible battle machine. Vector transformation, the turbine jet illuminates the azure sky. Such is the essence of my scientific endeavor. Chapter 34, Crafting Warplanes Amidst the Bitter Sea. The turbine jet illuminates the azure sky. Surrounded by liquid nitrogen, the celestial archer ascends to the 9th heaven. Before the research workshop, a group of students from the 7 esteemed national defense universities appeared both astonished and bewildered. Wasn't he the agreement to engage in scientific research? How did it morph into a pursuit akin to immortality? The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, rendered speechless. Coughing slightly, Chun Lintang, a seasoned veteran, felt his face flush as he feigned an authoritative demeanor, surveying the assembly. Noticing that each student had received their respective identification cards, he finally spoke. This is a personalized information note prepared by Chief Engineer Lin for each of you. For instance, this particular student, cough, your aptitude corresponds to the infantry fighting vehicle category. Thus you will be responsible for collaborating on the development of armored vehicles in the forthcoming projects. Me? The student who had been singled out appeared embarrassed. But, teacher, I'm only a junior, and vehicle development is not my forte. My focus is on artillery. As the saying goes, the roar of artillery is the romance of a man. No. At that moment, a calm voice resonated among the crowd. It was Chief Engineer Lin. Chun Lintang immediately snapped to attention, saluting sharply. Chief Engineer Lin? The students instinctively turned to see a young man approaching. His features were sharply defined. His eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, and a composed yet resolute smile graced his lips as he scanned the crowd. Hello, fellow students, I am Lin Yuan. Greetings. Chief Engineer Lin. At that instant, over 3,000 students gazed at Lin Yuan with excitement, curiosity, and bewilderment. He was the chief coordinator of the monumental national project, the Hongming Plan. It could be said that Lin Yuan was the most popular figure on the internet in Longwood today, enveloped in an aura of mystery. After all, the Hongming Plan was shrouded in secrecy, with no information leaked by the upper echelons of the government. And Lin Yuan had only been bestowed this significant role and title following the proposal of the Earth Starship theory. This led many to ponder. Had the Earth Starship theory truly gained national recognition? To this student, your talent lies within the realm of infantry fighting vehicles. Trust me, it's not too late to change your research direction. Do not doubt this. It is a conclusion derived from the most advanced big data algorithms. Lin Yuan smiled as he addressed the previously mentioned student. Upon hearing this, the student's expressions shifted to one of seriousness. He then turned his gaze to another female student. And this young lady, you will carve out a niche in the field of crude rocket development. Really, Chief Engineer? The girl, though not conventionally sweet in appearance, exuded a spirited demeanor, now displaying a look of delight. Yes, you must have faith in yourself. After all, you possess the manifestation of the celestial archer ascending to the 9th heaven, surrounded by liquid nitrogen, soaring through the cosmos. Lin Yuan asserted with conviction. By the heavens, I have never witnessed such a spectacle. Truly, he is the greatest charlatan in Longwood today, or rather, the entire world. The other students wore expressions of utter amazement. They exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Noticing their silence, Lin Yuan burst into laughter. Merely a jest, for what lies ahead is the tedious, intricate, and profound realm of scientific research. Lin Yuan spoke solemnly. I hope you all can persevere. Oldly, what are you up to? Observing Li Fuxing's flushed face, fixedly staring at Lin Yuan, trembling as if released from a cage, Yi Chun turned away in disdain. Alas, I can only say, Chief Engineer Lin truly understands me. Li Fuxing appeared fervently ecstatic. My lifelong aspiration is to develop the 6th and even 7th generation fighter jets, to toil in the seas of creation. With turbojets roaring to the heavens. Rubbing his temples, Yi Chun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, yet internally, he was profoundly astonished. Just a day prior, he had resolved to dedicate his life to the National Missile Program. Before this, Yi Chun had exhibited an all-encompassing talent, leading several mentors at school to speculate that he might delve into research on nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Yet unexpectedly, Chief Engineer Lin had accurately discerned his research aspirations. Me? The innate embodiment of missile mastery. At this moment, Yi Chun felt a twinge of secret delight. Dear students, at this juncture, Lin Yuan continued, I understand the curiosity surrounding the purpose of gathering all of you here. The reason is quite simple. It all revolves around the research concept of the Great Horn Xianyuan War Bunker. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan promptly elucidated. The Great Horn Xianyuan War Bunker is an ancient weapon concept I proposed after studying terrestrial starships. It encompasses weaponry such as the Xianyuan battle chariot, Yinglong aerospace bomber, and the Xianyuan hill artillery. It can be said that once this colossal machine is constructed, it will become the new generation of land combat aircraft carriers, the sovereign of firepower. Simultaneously, the technologies employed in the Great Horn Xianyuan include the pivotal method of nuclear energy propulsion, namely, controlled nuclear fusion. Indeed, not only must we construct a controlled nuclear fusion device, but we must also further optimize it into the arc reactor. No, that name is Western. I believe Xianyuan reactor is more fitting. Lin Yuan chuckled, dropping a bombshell. After all, in the realm of hardcore engineering, our ancestor, the Yellow Emperor, was a master, having cast a hydrogen bomb upon the territory of Sakurajima in ancient times. Upon hearing this, the more than 3,000 students of National Defense 7 were left utterly astounded. Controlled nuclear fusion? Are we truly to construct a controlled nuclear fusion device? Given our current technological capabilities, is that feasible? Currently, even the world's leading research institutions cannot realize such a device, let alone a nuclear reactor. Heavens, what have we become involved in? The students exclaimed in disbelief. Why is it impossible? Lin Yuan replied with an air of confidence. Just like the Yellow Emperor in ancient times, who hurled a hydrogen bomb onto Sakurajima, this would be viewed as a miracle by future generations. And today, we shall create a miracle. Lin Yuan refrained from explaining his earlier statements, as that would be the subject of the next live broadcast. He turned and snapped his fingers. At that moment, a massive design blueprint gradually descended from the rooftop of a research building in the southeast corner of the research bases square. The design blueprint is crafted from waterproof craft paper, measuring over 15 meters in both length and width. Inscribed with the recently conceived research diagram of the Xianyuan fusion reactor by Lin Yuan. The intricate details of numerous instrument components, amounting to hundreds of thousands, are densely printed. Various ingenious formulas and structures are presented like an arcane script before the eyes of all the students, leaving the accompanying professors and experts in profound awe. The atmosphere was thick with silence for a full 10 minutes. Then, a cacophony of astonished screams and gasps erupted. My goodness, is this the Xianyuan reactor? What an imposing name. Wow, this design idea is simply extraordinary. I think I understand a bit. This is a miniaturized tokamak device that utilizes magnetic fields to confine plasma, employing helium-3 as a reactant, resulting in a helium-4 nucleus and a high-energy proton during the nuclear fusion reaction. Well, the latter part is incomprehensible to me. The elite members of the National Defense 7 displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, the professors and experts trembled vigorously, their eyes sparkling with brilliance. It was astonishing how bold this design was, yet upon closer examination, it seemed to hold a slender chance of success. Good heavens! What unfathomable wisdom resides in this young man's mind. Everyone, a profound and ethereal voice pulled the audience back to reality. We now possess a complete set of research blueprints. Moreover, we have an entire nation as our backing. And you are the swordsmiths meticulously nurtured by our country. Lin Yuan surveyed the room, a proud and composed smile gracing his lips. Now, I declare the official launch of the Xuanyuan project. The first step. Within 7 days, we will achieve controllable nuclear fusion, and within 15 days, we will bring the Xuanyuan reactor online. Let us embark on a grand endeavor together. The sound resonated like thunder in the ears of the 680 elite students in the field of national defense research, who erupted in ecstatic, almost frenzied roars, each shaking their fists, their eyes aflame with determination. That day, Lin Yuan distributed a series of tasks, organizing teams as follows: the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Team, the Xuanyuan Battle Tank Team, the Yinglong Aerospace Bomber Team, the Xuanyuan Hill Artillery Team, and the Bionic Drone Team, among others. Each team worked independently yet collaboratively, with Lin Yuan as the chief engineer, providing technical insights, design support, and comprehensive oversight of the research endeavors. It must be said, the elite students of the National Defense 7 are remarkable. Not only do they possess a wealth of knowledge, but their execution capabilities and learning aptitude are also astonishing. After all, they are all geniuses. Soon, following the mobilization, the students returned to their respective posts and commenced their work. At that moment, a team of 1,000 students gathered in the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Research Workshop. Lin Yuan cast a glance over the crowd and calmly stated, "Do you know why I chose you, the National Defense Research students? Instead of recruiting experts in the nuclear field?" The crowd shook their heads in confusion. "It's quite simple," Lin Yuan chuckled. "This technology transcends the current scientific community's understanding of controllable nuclear fusion. Top experts in the nuclear field can easily fall into cognitive traps due to decades of exhaustive research. Therefore, I require no input. I simply need you all to adhere strictly to my directives." With a grand gesture, Lin Yuan distributed 1,000 printed copies of the Stellar Ring Energy Controllable Nuclear Fusion formula, along with design concepts and construction blueprints, to each student. Bear in mind, every single blueprint and every formula you see is a state secret. Now let us commence. At Lin Yuan's command, over 1,000 students instinctively lowered their heads to glance at the design blueprints and fusion formulas. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to the opening of a portal to a new realm. Excited shrieks resonated throughout the venue. "My goodness, this formula is profoundly intricate and miraculous. Some could barely comprehend a fraction of it." The advanced nature of these blueprints and formulas was remarkable, but even more impressive was Lin Yuan himself. A graduate student from Harbin Institute of Technology, specializing in nuclear research, adjusted his glasses and trembled, exclaiming, "I finally grasped Lin Yuan's intention. In truth, we are all mere instruments." This young man, already gaining recognition in the domestic nuclear field, surveyed his peers with a bittersweet smile, exclaiming with fervor, "Lin Yuan has made groundbreaking advancements in controllable nuclear fusion. Honestly, if it weren't for the sheer complexity of this project and the urgency of time, Lin Yuan could assemble a controllable nuclear fusion device single-handedly." His declaration plunged the venue into a cacophony of chatter, yet the students' eyes sparkled with unparalleled excitement. "I am proud to be an instrument. To participate in the development and assembly of a controllable nuclear fusion device is an honor. I would gladly serve as an accessory to Lin Yuan. Oh, even being a minor worker would bring me joy. In a century, my family's ancestral hall will celebrate me as the central figure, and my incense will be the first to burn." Chapter 35. What flavor of panda does Chief Engineer Lin want today? The following day, several military heavy trucks arrived at the research and development base. As soldiers unloaded various instruments and components, accompanying them were top experts from the Dragon Country Engineering Research Institute, specializing in tokamak devices, magnetic confinement, controllable nuclear fusion devices. At this moment, Old Chin appeared visibly frustrated, tinged with anger. "This is outrageous. Why should my decade-long painstaking research be allocated to that young man? He may be the chief engineer, but I am at least half a chief engineer myself. This is sheer bullying." Beside him, the director of the Engineering Physics Research Institute, Chi Changqing, sighed in an attempt to soothe him. "Old Chin, do not be so hasty. Our nation has so few individuals researching controllable nuclear fusion devices, and the materials for existing devices are equally limited. The higher-ups have indicated that you must endure this for now. After all, the urgency of this task is paramount. Furthermore, Lin Yuan is not acting recklessly. He must have conducted logical reasoning, or else the authorities would not allow him such latitude. Isn't he just acting recklessly?" As he gazed at the disassembled components of the device, continuously transported to the nearby workshop, Qin Beishao gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Old Qi, do you realize what this signifies? It means that my decade-long research has gone to waste. I refuse to accept this. If that young man does not provide me with an explanation, I will confront him directly. After all, within the institution, who does not know that I, Old Qin, would sacrifice my pride for the sake of scientific research?" At that moment, Old Qin raised his eyes and suddenly glanced toward the southeast. There, on a towering wall, hung a massive design blueprint of a device. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck. Old Qin stood frozen in place, his eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance. A few seconds later, this elderly man, who had devoted half his life to the study of controllable nuclear fusion, was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Unable to contain his excitement, his blood surging with fervor. "Incredible. Is this not the controllable nuclear fusion device I have yearned for and pursued my entire life?" Old Qin shouted in exhilaration as he hurried towards it. "Old Qin, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly." Chi Changqing was taken aback and quickly followed him. A few moments later, in the office of the chief engineer of the Xinyuan project, Lin Yuan had learned of Qin Beishao and his group's intentions and felt a pang of guilt. Earlier, he had casually mentioned that the nation should send him a set of tokamak components as material. Little did he expect that, in order to fulfill the task, the authorities had resolutely dismantled the device that Old Qin was researching and sent it to him. It was truly a predicament. In the realm of high-tech, our nation still struggles with resource allocation. Some materials and equipment must be conserved at all costs. "Old Qin, I am truly sorry." Lin Yuan rose to apologize, only to see Qin Beishao excitedly grasping his arm, trembling with anticipation. Chief Engineer Lin, do we have enough parts and materials to assemble the controllable nuclear fusion device at our base? If not, I know of a place, the Eastern Super Ring of our Dragon Nation, which is one of the most advanced superconducting tokamak devices in the world. I can take you there to dismantle it. Moreover, Qin Beishao, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, stumbled over his words. As long as you allow me to stay here and participate in the research, I would gladly work as a technician. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Not only him, but even the director of the Dragon Nation Institute of Engineering Physics, who was behind him, appeared utterly astonished. This old Qin has changed remarkably. Qi Changqing chuckled in disbelief. Old Qin, if you are willing, then stay. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan supported old Qin and spoke sincerely. A day later, to expedite the assembly process, Lin Yuan mobilized an additional 500 trainees from other teams. Simultaneously, he personally joined the research and assembly work. At this moment, a total of 1,500 national defense research students looked toward the experimental workshop, where a controllable nuclear fusion device was taking shape. Star Ring Energy Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Supported by the technical blueprints proposed by Lin Yuan, it had already reached such a scale in just 2 short days. It was nothing short of breathtaking. At that moment, Qin Beishao, invigorated like a soaring eagle, stood ready to ascend into the azure skies, much like the enthusiastic young defense research students around him. Time flew by swiftly. It was already the 7th day at the grand headquarters of the Xianyuan project. In the experimental workshop, 500 students, including Lin Yuan, gazed in awe at the imposing 30 cubic meter apparatus, which emanated an enigmatic essence of futuristic science fiction. In disbelief, Lin exhaled. I never imagined I would witness such a marvel in my lifetime. The students from the 7th cohort of defense research erupted in jubilant shouts. Just moments ago, with helium-3 nuclear fuel as the reactant and supported by Lin's array of cutting-edge technologies and design concepts, the Star Ring energy-controlled nuclear fusion had been completed. It had subsequently passed its simulated trial run with flying colors. This milestone symbolized that Lin Yuan and his diligent peers might have successfully developed the first controllable nuclear fusion device in Longhua. Oh my goodness, Chen Lin exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. He raised his fist, turned to Lin, and stammered, My dear Chief Engineer Lin, what flavor of panda would you like today? The crowd paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. Clear broth, braised, grilled with bamboo fragrance. Tears of joy streamed down their faces. Leading a group of freshly graduated defense researchers to construct a controllable nuclear fusion device in just 7 days was nothing short of a national treasure achievement. Forget about braised panda. As long as Lin Yuan desired it, one could serve the Si Mu Wu cauldron for simmered cabbage, use the Qingming Shanghut Tu for wiping, or even trim nails with the Yu Wang Go Jian sword. Such tasks would be mere trifles. Now, let us not celebrate too soon. Lin Yuan remarked with a calm smile. Although the trial run was flawless, we must conduct real tests to ascertain its actual efficacy. He cast a glance at the Star Ring energy-controlled nuclear fusion apparatus, a towering structure standing 30 meters high, with a diameter of 28 meters and a weight of 260,000 tons. The magnetic system comprised 26 toroidal field coils, resembling star rings, each weighing as much as a domestically produced large airplane. All of this was achieved within a mere 7 days, orchestrated by 500 defense research students and aided by 12,000 technicians. Truly a testament to the speed and marvel of Longhua. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan waved his hand. Clear the area, prepare for the real test. The crowd was electrified. A real test differed vastly from a trial run. The latter involved monitoring stable data without ignition, while the real test would ignite the device. The young researchers buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming, especially the experts led by Qin Beishao. Chief Engineer Lin, are you suggesting we ignite the device? Indeed, Lin Yuan affirmed with a nod. Without further ado, he instructed to connect to the imperial capital's Shiyuan number 1. Chen Lin possessed a secret number, and upon dialing, it was as if the heavens themselves were listening. Soon enough, the call was connected. Chapter 36. You commanded a grand military exercise. And yet you have achieved controlled nuclear fusion? On the phone, Lin Yuan calmly articulated his intentions. Have we truly developed a controlled nuclear fusion device? In Shiyuan no. 1. Old Chen murmured with a tremor in his voice, infused with bewilderment. It felt almost like a dream. The mobilization of the National Defense 7 just 7 days prior was still vivid in his mind. He had thought it would take at least half a month to receive any news. As for research outcomes, the nation did not expect any groundbreaking advancements. It was merely a preparatory exercise for the young minds in defense research. Yet who could have imagined? I commanded a grand military exercise. And you have produced controlled nuclear fusion? Indeed, Old Chen. We now require practical testing, hence the need for special approval from the state, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. I understand. Old Chen was a man of resolute determination. With Lin Yuan having accomplished the development of a controlled nuclear fusion device, there was no room for hesitation. What do we need to do? The elder inquired with steadfastness. Well, we have also constructed an energy conversion device. The testing procedure is as follows. I will need to temporarily shut down the power supply to certain regions, then initiate the controlled nuclear fusion, converting nuclear energy into electrical energy. The preparation time is approximately 1 minute, Lin Yuan explained clearly. The elder immediately grasped the implications. Shutting down power in a specific area and replacing it with the energy produced by Lin Yuan's controlled nuclear fusion device would satisfy the power demand. Old Chen glanced at the time. It was 6 in the evening, the peak hour. Any failure in subsequent power supply could result in direct economic losses amounting to hundreds of millions, not to mention the indirect losses. Taking a deep breath, Old Chen declared with unwavering conviction, I agree. Very well, your location is in the Magic City. I will instruct the Southern Power Grid to temporarily shut down power in one district of the Magic City, and then your device will take over. How does that sound? Not enough, Lin Yuan replied decisively, shaking his head. One district is insufficient for your experiment. Old Chen's eyes widened. A shiver ran through him. Good heavens. What kind of extraordinary device has this young expert created? All right then, 2 districts. Old Chen gritted his teeth. Feeling the sting, shutting down power in 2 districts of the Magic City, even for a mere minute, would create immeasurable social repercussions and economic losses potentially reaching hundreds of millions. After a prolonged silence, Old Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. You can't possibly intend to shut down power for the entire Magic City, can you? Still, no response came. Old Chen, now thoroughly bewildered, clenched his teeth. Speak. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan finally responded softly. What about the 3 southeastern provinces? Like a bolt from the blue, Old Chen was left momentarily speechless. After a while, he let out a hysterical yell. You rascal, you can really stir things up. Fine. I grant you the title of Chief Engineer of the Xianyuan Project, and you shall have the authority equivalent to the commanders of the 5 major war zones. I still do not believe that in 1 minute we cannot bear the loss of several billion. With that, Old Chen gritted his teeth, articulating each word with gravitas. Go ahead and do it. I will bear all responsibility. Good. Lin Yuan hung up the phone, his gaze resolute. Taking a deep breath, he slowly lifted his gaze, observing that outside the safety zone, thousands of students had gathered, drawn by the news of the impending activation of the controllable nuclear fusion device. Chief Engineer Lin, Qin Beishao, representing the students, approached with trembling steps. Old Qin, Lin Yuan glanced at him, a smile gracing his lips. Let us together ignite the light of nuclear fusion. With those words, Lin Yuan retreated to the safety area and personally pressed the activation switch for the Star Ring Energy Controllable Nuclear Fusion device. In the next moment, various components of the device emitted a blue glow, humming as they entered the operational phase. With a resounding boom, 10 kilograms of helium-3 were injected. And through the nuclear fusion reaction, the energy released equated to that of 5,000 tons of standard coal. At this moment, it was indeed 10 kilograms of helium-3. Should the scientific community from the Eagle Nation witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. After all, the Dragon Nation had just excavated 1 million tons of helium-3 nuclear fuel, a veritable treasure trove to be utilized at will. Soon, a series of beeps signaled the successful injection of helium-3 into the Star Ring's magnetic confinement field. Nuclear fusion commenced. Integration. The Star Ring coil initiated nuclear collisions. On the electronic display, the thermometer for the Star Ring Energy Controllable Nuclear Fusion device continuously climbed. 100,000 Kelvin, equivalent to 100,000 degrees Celsius. Then, it continued to soar. In less than 10 seconds, the figure escalated to 10 million Kelvin, 50 million Kelvin, 100 million Kelvin. Heavens! Within the safety zone, the students gazed in awe at the gentle blue halo emitted by the colossal device, as if witnessing the most beautiful sight in the world. High efficiency, no radiation, no pollution. It was the epitome of dreamlike nuclear energy. 200 million Kelvin. When Lin Yuan declared this figure, a wave of excited cheers erupted around him. Meanwhile, within the invisible confines of the controllable nuclear fusion device's Star Ring magnetic field, helium-3 elements collided furiously, initiating the fusion reaction. 300 million Kelvin, Lin Yuan stated calmly. Looking towards Chun Lin trembled, opening his mouth as he hastily contacted the headquarters of the Southern Power Grid. In the next instant, centered around the Magic City, the power across the entire southeastern provinces was abruptly severed, with exceptions for high-speed rail, hospitals, and essential military facilities. In an instant, the southeastern provinces of the Dragon Nation were plunged into darkness. At that moment, it was around 7 in the evening. Many residents, just returning home from work, suddenly discovered the power outage, their frustration palpable. Cities fell into shadow. What the hell? Why did the power suddenly go out? Many young gamers, engrossed in a match, cursed as their screens lost signal, exclaiming, "Damn server, this is so unreliable." Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Magic City, the Xianyuan Project Research Headquarters, the controllable nuclear fusion reaction index reached 90. It hit 100. With an excited shout from an announcer, Lin Yuan nodded. Controllable nuclear fusion. The paramount essence lies in the word controllable. At present, this magnificent apparatus has not faltered. Its operational state is flawless. Having achieved the coveted controllable phase long yearned for by countless scientists. Initiate energy conversion and activate the power interfacing device. Understood. Following the issuance of a series of commands. In less than a minute, through the subterranean cables of the research headquarters, supported by the reverse power transmission hub system, the controllable nuclear fusion device of the stellar ring instantaneously transformed vast amounts of electrical energy, rapidly dispersing it to connect with major junctions of the power grid. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, particularly in the southeastern provinces, cities that were once shrouded in darkness were instantly illuminated. Commercial establishments resumed operations, streetlights guided pedestrians home, and network signals were restored. Alas, the high ground has been breached. We have been infiltrated. The players, cursing vehemently, plunged into the battles of the canyon, unbeknownst to them. At that very moment, in a unique location, a group of youthful scholars, led by a steadfast young man, gazed silently at the azure beam of light. As the lights flickered to life, tears streamed down the faces of all present. Old Qi, did you see that? We have succeeded. Qin Beixiao's eyes were reddened with emotion as he raised his fist in triumph. Not far away, Chen Lin sat down heavily, burying his head in despair, tears streaming down his cheeks. All the students erupted in jubilant cheers. Controllable nuclear fusion. This is the dawn of fusion. We have accomplished it. From this moment forth, the Dragon Kingdom officially steps into the era of controllable nuclear fusion. In the distant imperial capital, at Shiyuan No. 1, Elder Qin stood quietly by the window. Listening to the immediate reports from his secretary, the elder could not contain his overwhelming emotions and burst into laughter. Cigarette, bring me a cigarette. Elder Qin, who had refrained from smoking for 30 years, exclaimed to his secretary in excitement. After taking a deep drag, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. In just 1 minute, the country has incurred a loss of at least 3 billion. Yet, why am I so inexplicably elated? As he spoke, Elder Qin oscillated between laughter and tears. Damn it, I must smoke a few more to recover tonight's losses. Chapter 37. Will the H-20 become an overrated sensation before its service? Before the experimental workshop, Lin Yuan meticulously reviewed a series of data, ensuring absolute precision. Behind him, 680 national defense research students, along with esteemed experts such as Shen Feng from the Advanced Physics Research Institute, Lin Zhe, Qin Beixiao, and Qi Changqing from the Engineering Research Institute, looked upon Lin Yuan with exhilaration, as if gazing at the most exquisite and perfect treasure in the world. Although the nuclear fusion apparatus before them was a collective achievement, it can be said that without Lin Yuan, the success of controllable nuclear fusion research would not have been possible, from the theoretical research, fusion equations, and design blueprints to the framework construction, down to the precise placement of each screw, all bore Lin Yuan's unwavering responsibility. The group merely functioned as the most quintessential of tools, integral components of the assembly line, diligently working to construct controllable nuclear fusion. At that moment, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Engineer Lin, congratulations. Your hard work has paid off. On the other end, Mr. Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude with palpable excitement. Mr. Chen, Lin Yuan replied with a serene smile, accepting the commendation. The controllable nuclear fusion we are currently researching, Dubstar ring energy, is remarkably stable, with a control level reaching 100. This signifies that our nation will have an inexhaustible source of energy. After all, merely 1.030 tons of helium-3 is sufficient to meet the entirety of Longwa's energy demands for an entire year. Moreover, once controllable nuclear fusion is realized, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers will become standard for our Navy. Consequently, various military devices powered by nuclear energy will also shine brilliantly. It is akin to the South Heaven Gate project, which was previously just a concept, but now we truly have a chance to bring it to fruition. Wonderful, Mr. Chen said, tears streaming down his face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yuan ended the call. Turning to the enthusiastic students before him, Lin Yuan beamed. Dear students, your efforts have been commendable. Engineer Lin, we do not find it burdensome. The students, invigorated, gazed at Lin Yuan with fervent admiration. Even Yi Chun, the prodigious student from Shigong University, who had previously held a rather average impression of Lin Yuan, now looked at him with admiration and respect akin to that of his peers. I just had a brief discussion with the higher-ups. Lin Yuan stated earnestly. To be honest, I am quite astonished that we managed to construct this colossal entity within just 7 days. Thus, I must commend everyone. The rewards I proposed have also been approved by the authorities. He paused mysteriously, causing the students' eyes to sparkle with anticipation. Rest assured, everyone will receive their due. Lin Yuan declared with grandiosity. I have coordinated with Brother Ma from Pengcheng to reward each participant in the Xianyuan project with an account that has all skins unlocked in the game. Oh, what? The students were initially filled with excitement, only to be left dumbfounded in the next moment. Goodness. Engineer Lin, you truly know how to have fun. All skins are trivial. I just want to play as Zheng Ji and Snipe. Laughter erupted throughout the room. That was merely a jest. Of course, there will be real rewards. The nation will not overlook any of its scientific contributors. Lin Yuan scanned the room, his smile gradually shifting to a serious and solemn demeanor. Students, our defense's 7 sons are the finest. It is because of you that our great Longwa can achieve instantaneous and explosive advancement. I hereby announce that the next phase, the Xuanyuan reactor, is entering the critical stage. With that, Lin Yuan cast a glance at the other research teams. Disperse. Do not slack off in your respective research groups. I am keeping a close eye on you. How goes the polishing of the titanium shell for the Xuanyuan battle vehicle? And you, it has been 7 days. And the Yinglong aerospace bomber is still merely a skeleton. And you, artillery team, do not chuckle. The electromagnetic cannon barrel resembles a mere water pipe. Expand your network, expand it further. Remember, influence is justice. The following day, within a secluded research laboratory, Lin Yuan toiled through the night, his eyes profoundly deep-set. Fortuitously, he had discovered a remarkable item in the system marketplace, the stamina potion. For a mere expenditure of 10 points, one could procure a vial that would sustain mental vigor and physical energy for a full 24 hours. Alas, its use was limited to twice within a week. Otherwise, Lin Yuan could have become a paragon of endurance. Before him lay an extensive design blueprint, the Yinglong aerospace bomber. The blueprint depicted a magnificent aircraft, its design strikingly extravagant and imbued with a futuristic, sci-fi essence. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to the ancient divine beast, the Yinglong. Its dragon-like body was adorned with scales, clearly constructed from carbon fiber armor. With dual wings sprouting from its back, it showcased a variable wing configuration, capable of extending up to 605 meters, crafted from an array of superlative materials and equipped with an assortment of advanced functionalities. Historical texts of Huaxiao once recorded, with scales, it is a Jiaolong; with wings, it is a Yinglong; with horns, it is a Qiolong; without horns, it is a Chulong. In Lin Yuan's research, the Yinglong's dual wings functioned similarly to those of contemporary bombers, serving a crucial role in flight stabilization. The clouds beneath it were, in fact, the gases expelled by the nuclear fusion reactor housed within the aircraft. To traverse the cosmos, was this not akin to the ancient chronicles of aerospace bombers? What is an aerospace bomber? It is an aircraft capable of both atmospheric and space travel, able to soar at hypersonic speeds within the atmosphere and in the void of space, facilitating long-range bombardment. In today's military research community, the B-2 Spirit reigns supreme. Naturally, the Tu-160 Blackjack, produced by the Bear Country, has consistently been a favorite among Dragon Nation netizens. Yet, Lin Yuan firmly believed that once the Yinglong emerged, all others, including the B-2 and the Blackjack, would be relegated to the sidelines. And let us not forget the independently developed H-20 bomber of the Dragon Nation. With a serene smile, Lin Yuan gathered the blueprint and approached the Yinglong aerospace bomber research team. In the expansive workshop, nearly 800 students were diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Upon Lin Yuan's entrance, the students instinctively turned their excited gazes towards him. "Greetings, Chief Engineer Lin," they exclaimed, promptly setting aside their work to offer their respectful salutations. "Dear students," Lin Yuan began, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the room with composed elegance. "This is the complete design blueprint for the Yinglong aerospace bomber. From this moment forth, you shall become the inaugural generation of researchers for the Dragon Nation's aerospace forces." With that, he distributed the meticulously printed design blueprints. As the students received the documents and beheld the intricate assembly of components and technical formulas, they were instantly struck with awe, their scalps tingling. Chief Engineer Lin, Li Fuxing from Shigong University exclaimed, gazing at his idol in disbelief. "Is this the aerospace bomber?" "Indeed," Lin Yuan affirmed with a nod. "But our H-20 is yet to be constructed, let alone deployed." Li Fuxing screamed once again. Thus, Lin Yuan shrugged his shoulders, his expression one of helplessness. It seemed he had become a faded internet celebrity. After speaking, Lin Yuan put down the blueprints and waved his hand gracefully as he departed. Upon returning to his office, Lin Yuan had intended to continue his research on the Xinyuan reactor. However, he took a moment to glance at his phone. Online, netizens were fervently discussing the topic "The Earth is a spaceship." Major media outlets and news reports had released a series of follow-up articles. While both domestic and international academic institutions were engaged in heated debates surrounding this theory, reflecting on the fact that he hadn't streamed in several days, and considering the barrage of comments from millions of netizens criticizing his silence, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to host a live stream today. He promptly logged onto the Douyin live streaming platform, accessed the account of the Advanced Physics Research Institute, and announced his streaming schedule. The live stream would commence in half an hour. He then elegantly crafted the title for the stream. Thousands of years ago, the Yellow Emperor cast that super hydrogen bomb on Sakura Island, a tale of love and hate. Chapter 38. Thousands of years ago, the Yellow Emperor cast the super hydrogen bomb on Sakura Island during the 7 days that Lin Yuan and the 7 sons of national defense immersed themselves in scientific research. The online community in the Dragon Kingdom was abuzz with excitement. Naturally, for many netizens, it was also a torturous wait. After hearing Lin Yuan's earth-shattering theory, many had become utterly captivated, feeling a void in their hearts if they went a day without his insights. It had been 6 or 7 days already. Why hadn't the streamer resumed broadcasting? Does anyone know where Lin Yuan has gone? 7 days prior, he had gathered a group of research students from the 7 Sons of National Defense, and afterward, there had been no word from him. Surely, he wasn't actually digging for the Earth spaceship, was he? Brother, please tell me just one more episode. I can't take it anymore. Just one more? I promise I won't ask again. At that moment, the title from the Advanced Physics Research Institute exploded across the screens of all netizens like thunder. Wow. The damn streamer has returned from the dead. Brother, you're finally back. I'm so excited. In an instant, the entire internet buzzed with energy. Particularly upon seeing Lin Yuan's title, reminiscent of a sensational news report, netizens were even more thrilled. Words spread rapidly, and after half an hour of anticipation and sharing, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream of the Advanced Physics Institute. Fortunately, Douyin servers were robust enough to withstand the onslaught of eager viewers. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan appeared on the screen as promised. Catching sight of the number of viewers online, he was taken aback. The number of online viewers, 560,000. And this was just after the stream had begun. A calm smile spread across his face. Welcome to the live stream of the Advanced Physics Institute. I am your host, Lin Yuan. Ahem, it has been a while since we last met, and I am delighted to see you all again. Amidst the friendly banter from the netizens in the comments section, Lin Yuan continued, please call me the Minister of Shock. It seems everyone is eager to hear about the love and hate of the Yellow Emperor, but alas, there is no such tale. Only an ancient nuclear war and a hidden history of the ancient world. There is no love or hate. But it is indeed true that the Yellow Emperor once unleashed a super hydrogen bomb upon the territory of Sakurajima in ancient times. At this point, Lin Yuan shook his head and sighed, stating, to be honest, it is not without reason that the foot basin chicken was struck by a fried egg. This is the power of genetics, a destiny inherited from our ancestors. Upon hearing this, netizens erupted in laughter. The geographical feng shui of the foot basin chicken is undoubtedly a chosen place for fried eggs. Haha, I am dying of laughter. Are there any foot basin chicken enthusiasts among the netizens? Please share your current feelings. The barrage of comments flew by as Lin Yuan continued his explanation. Previously, we discussed the Battle of the Stag, recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, which narrates the conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu for supremacy over the world. In truth, it was a grand interstellar conflict involving ancient civilizations occurring aboard a spaceship on Earth. We also mentioned that the Queen Mother of the West accompanied the Yellow Emperor, having inadvertently descended to Earth as part of a group of extraterrestrial beings, essentially led by the Yellow Emperor, along with the Flame Emperor, the Queen Mother of the West. Niuhua, Fuxi, and Shinno, they formed one faction known as Xinyuan. On the opposing side, Qiyu commanded the Jiuli, with subordinates such as Xing Tian, Gong Gong, and Di Jiang. At this juncture, Lin Yuan appeared contemplative and remarked, as for the origins of Qiyu, I believe he does not belong to the same race as Xinyuan and the Yellow Emperor. He should be from a different celestial realm. The Xinyuan faction fell to Earth due to an accident involving their mothership. As for the Jiuli, they arrived to extract nuclear fuel from the spaceship. With that, Lin Yuan turned and wrote the characters for Qiyu on a small blackboard. Since we mentioned the Yellow Emperor's research on fried eggs, nuclear bombs, I shall also touch upon his adversary, Qiyu. I have serious doubts that Qiyu is a carbon-based life form. Rather, he is likely a type of silicon-based life. The moment this was uttered, the live stream erupted with excitement. I knew it. Every time I listen to the host's explanations, my worldview is profoundly challenged. This notion is absolutely mind-blowing. Qiyu as a silicon-based life form? It's incomprehensible. Many netizens were left astonished. Fortunately, there were several knowledgeable individuals in the live stream who promptly provided explanations for those who were confused. Silicon-based life forms may resemble crystalline structures or synthetic fibers, which can be understood as a robotic form, though not exclusively. In contrast, we humans are carbon-based life forms, while Earth boasts a multitude of species. The majority belong to the carbon-based category. Now the netizens began to grasp the concept, albeit still feeling bewildered. Observing this, Lin Yuan did not linger and calmly elucidated. The Classic of Mountains and Seas records that Qiyu had an unusual appearance, possessing 8 legs, a copper head, and iron forehead, with 3 heads and 6 arms. From a certain perspective, does this not closely resemble the characteristics of modern robots? Furthermore, the flight log also states that when Qiyu was beheaded, he did not bleed, but instead emitted a black mist that drifted southwest. Let your imagination run wild. Does this scene not align perfectly with the behavior of a robot being struck by a weapon, where the intelligent chip abandons its discarded body to flee? This, too, explains why the Yellow Emperor sought to study nuclear weaponry. The objective is fundamentally to eradicate the existence of beings akin to Qiyu, classified as silicon-based life forms. Thus, the Yellow Emperor commenced the development of nuclear weapons millennia ago. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan wore a composed smile as he continued to elucidate this secretive history. In the flight logs of the Shanhai Jing, the Huangdong Jing, there exists a passage that recounts. In the East Sea, there lies a mountain called Liubois, 7,000 miles into the sea, where a beast named Kuei resides. Its radiance resembles that of the sun and moon. The Yellow Emperor acquired its bones, which produced a sound heard 500 miles away, instilling fear across the realm. Upon hearing this, a multitude of online viewers instinctively found their thoughts influenced by Lin Yuan's narrative, envisioning an extraordinary ancient giant beast. However, they were soon brought back to reality by Lin Yuan's words, leaving them momentarily stunned. Thus, I deduced that the first super hydrogen bomb developed by the Yellow Emperor, Lin Yuan, was named Kuei. The time of the nuclear test explosion, then, was millennia ago. After a pause, Lin Yuan clarified, when I refer to millennia ago, it is merely a generalized term. For that era is exceedingly distant from us. Therefore, it could have occurred 10,000 years ago, or perhaps 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years ago. As for the location of this hydrogen bomb explosion, it transpired in a place known as Liubois Mountain, corresponding to the geographical area of Sakura Island from that ancient time. The explosive force generated by the nuclear detonation of the super hydrogen bomb reached an astounding 5 million tons of TNT, equivalent to 300 times that of Little Boy. In the live broadcast, many viewers displayed expressions of confusion, bewilderment, doubt, and critique. In reality, at the Earth Life Development Association of the Dragon Nation, a congregation of scholars and experts gathered. After hearing Lin Yuan's exposition, numerous historians found themselves in deep contemplation. The notion that the legendary ancient divine beast Kuei could actually be a super hydrogen bomb is indeed astonishing. The association's president, Su Hani, expressed his sentiments. Beside him, a young girl with sparkling eyes covered her mouth in a smile. Expert Lin never fails to amaze us. Shiyu, do you endorse this theory? At that moment, Su Hani glanced at Zhao Xie, inquiring. Su Lao, Zhao Xie replied with a wry smile, to be frank, Director Lin's theory has completely bewildered us scholars studying Earth life sciences. Indeed, the group sighed in unison, then silently listened to Lin Yuan's discourse on the screen. His ethereal and profound voice resonated in their ears. According to the myths and legends bequeathed by the Huaxia civilization, the Kuei recorded in the Shanhai Jing is a creature that the Yellow Emperor vanquished, using its hide and bones to create a drum known as the Kuei Nyo drum. When struck, it produced sounds that resonated 500 miles, wielding influence over the world. Yet, upon reflection, this notion seems somewhat absurd. Lin Yuan remarked. At that time, the Yellow Emperor faced opponents as fierce as Qi Yu and the Jiu Li. Relying solely on a drum to intimidate his enemies seems rather implausible. Therefore, I am inclined to believe that this Kuei is, in fact, a super hydrogen bomb. At that time, the Yellow Emperor's nuclear research facility was located near Kunlun Mountain, associated with the Queen Mother of the West. As for the delivery method, it is possible that bombs were deployed via long-range bombers akin to Qingwan, Huangwu, or Miameng Bird. Alternatively, they may have been launched from a nuclear submarine base. Specifically, the launch platform referred to as Bird Rat Cave Mountain in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Ding. Congratulations, host. The number of participants for the Earth Starship has surpassed 1.5 million. Congratulations, host. You have officially unlocked the highest military commander in the Earth's spaceship member sequence. Xinyuan Huangdi. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Yuan soon regained his composure. Observing the barrage of explosive comments, he smiled nonchalantly. Many netizens might think I am merely indulging in fanciful exaggerations. Thus, I shall meticulously substantiate my theory. Allow me to elaborate. Chapter 39. The Foot Basin Chicken netizens were bewildered, pondering if we were indeed inheritors of nuclear explosions. First, let us examine the character key. Lin Yuan stated solemnly. We all know that our great ancestors established written language based on pictographs. The character depicts a beast resembling a cow, with one leg, a slender body devoid of horns. Named Kuei. However, this description contradicts certain aspects of the character. If it has one leg, why does the structure of Li have a lower part resembling two legs for support? And if it lacks horns, why does the top of the character feature two protrusions? My interpretation is that K, like a ding, possesses a supportive structure beneath it. Imagine, for instance, a nuclear bomb placed on a stand. The two protrusions atop the character may represent a fuse or some form of signaling device. The ancient records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas likely refer to Thi as a type of nuclear missile launcher, with this super hydrogen bomb ready for immediate detonation. Upon hearing this, many netizens began to ponder or even inscribe the character Li, marveling at Lin Yuan's explanation, which was quite logically sound. Furthermore, the principle behind hydrogen bomb construction is quite straightforward. It involves the fusion of deuterium and tritium heavy hydrogen nuclei to form helium nuclei, releasing energy. At that time, the Yellow Emperor had yet to discover helium-3, thus he opted to first detonate a uranium bomb to initiate the reaction of hydrogen nuclei. Let us continue to analyze the original text from the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Hui, entering and exiting water, must bring wind and rain. Its light resembles the sun and moon, its sound akin to thunder. The account in the flight log suggests that this wind and rain are not commonplace phenomena. but rather manifestations of energy and radiation. Hence, we observe that many ancient mythical beasts in the classic of mountains and seas are associated with wind and rain. Why is that? Because these ancient beings are, in fact, various nuclear devices and even nuclear weapons. Lin Yuan chuckled. Additionally, there is another piece of information. The phrase entering and exiting water does not refer to a conventional water source, but rather to heavy water. Those who have learned to craft a large mushroom cloud are aware that heavy hydrogen nuclei originate from heavy water. Therefore, it implies that the Yellow Emperor infused heavy water into the body of V. This discourse left the audience in the live stream momentarily speechless. The number of participants in the live stream reached an unprecedented 800,000. This online discussion is truly astonishing. Many popular live streamers or celebrities do not necessarily attract such a vast audience. Numerous scholars studying Earth's ancient history are captivated by the insights shared. Thus, with the logistical prowess of the Queen Mother of the West commanding the Kunlun nuclear mining spaceship to extract nuclear minerals worldwide, the Yellow Emperor swiftly constructed a super hydrogen bomb. Once completed, he pondered the ideal location for a test detonation, ultimately deciding on the auspicious site of Sakurajima. The host, with a charming smile, asserted that their claims were not baseless, but rather derived from meticulous calculations. Firstly, it is widely acknowledged that the historical flight logs recorded the Huaxia 9 provinces region, which likely represented an ancient continent. At that time, the entirety of Eurasia, and possibly even the Americas, may have been interconnected. Therefore, let us first analyze the location of Liubo Mountain. If the host calculations are accurate, the Yellow Emperor established a nuclear bomb factory in the vicinity of present-day Kunlun Mountains, which corresponds to latitudes between 32 and 36 degrees north. Analyzing the original text reveals that Liubo Mountain lies within the East China Sea, extending 7,000 miles into the ocean. As Lin Yuan contemplated this, he activated the quantum derivation mini-program, constructing a geographical map of ancient Huaxia. The data loaded swiftly, and the live stream showcased a picture-in-picture display, revealing a three-dimensional model of ancient Huaxia. The clarity of this visualization was remarkable, judging by the geographical contours. Could this be a topographical map of the continent from millennia ago? The live stream was filled with experts, including numerous geographers, who, upon viewing this three-dimensional terrain model, were immediately enraptured. Such an astonishing model bore an uncanny resemblance to my 20 years of research on the ancient Huaxia landscape. Its precision indicates that this expert Lin is certainly not speaking frivolously. Where did the host acquire such impressive data? The chat exploded with excitement as many netizens eagerly commented. Lin Yuan continued, the classic of mountains and seas records that Ojuan resides in the sea, and Min lies within the ocean, with mountains to the northwest. Ojuan corresponds to the modern-day Zhejiang province, while Min refers to Fujian province. Both regions are situated at an elevation of approximately 1,000 meters. Consequently, if these two areas were submerged, then ancient lands such as Su, Wan, and Ji would have been beneath the waves. This region is precisely the East China Sea during the era of the Yellow Emperor. The tallest peak at that time was Mount Taibai, which, based on my research, should stand at around 4,000 meters, marking it as a landmark. The 7,000 miles extending from Mount Taibai begins at its coordinates of 107 degrees east longitude and 33 degrees north latitude, proceeding eastward for 7,000 miles, or approximately 2,800 kilometers, leads us to a specific location. With a slight smile, Lin Yuan noted that the three-dimensional model of the ancient continent provided the answer. A majestic mountain emerged in view, unmistakably identified as Mount Fuji, located within the territory of Sakurajima. Indeed, it is the revered sacred mountain of the much-discussed Foot Basin chicken. However, at that time, the so-called sacred mountain had yet to fully reveal its topography and was merely a small mound of earth. Ultimately, Lin Yuan decisively concluded that, thousands of years ago, the Yellow Emperor crafted a super hydrogen bomb and deployed it within the confines of Sakurajima. According to the saying, the sound can be heard 500 miles away. The power of this super hydrogen bomb could be felt approximately 200 kilometers away in modern terms, manifesting the terrifying shockwave of a nuclear explosion. Furthermore, Lin Yuan paused and calmly remarked, if the officials of the Foot Basin chicken are willing to substantiate this claim, they could excavate deep pits across Sakurajima, and below 500 meters, an abundance of vitrified sand and stones would undoubtedly be discovered. This vitrified material, also known as tornanite, is an artificial mineral formed when gravel melts at high temperatures and rapidly cools into a glass-like state. Simply put, following a nuclear explosion, such artificially formed vitrified sand would be found in the vicinity. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor did not limit his deployment of super hydrogen bombs to the Foot Basin chicken alone. For our Huaxia Central region, the Foot Basin chicken serves as a nuclear test site. With a playful smile, Lin Yuan gestured dismissively. Ahem, therefore, I suggest that Sakurajima should embrace the mindset of a test site. Instead of foolishly meddling and discharging nuclear wastewater, they should be cautious, lest they provoke Mother Earth, who might have the ship's intellect erase them from existence in an instant. Meanwhile, across Sakurajima, numerous netizens from the Foot Basin Chicken were employing various means to watch Lin Yuan's livestream. After all, the theory of the Earth starship had been fervently debated globally in recent days. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's analysis, many netizens from the Foot Basin Chicken turned pale, realizing that their homeland was merely a desolate nuclear test site. The notion of inheriting a legacy of nuclear explosions was unbearable for many. Even the officials of Sakurajima, though skeptical of Lin Yuan's theory, found themselves enraged, gnashing their teeth in indignation. Bakayuru, this is absolutely impossible. We must issue a formal statement condemning this Dragon Nation individual and demand an apology. Conversely, certain individuals from the Foot Basin Chicken secretly vowed to unearth the glorious past of Sakurajima to refute the claims of that Dragon Nation person. Thus concludes the tale of the Yellow Emperor's super hydrogen bomb testing for today. Lin Yuan rose from his seat, directing the camera toward the window. He sensed the curiosity of many netizens regarding his recent activities. With a smile, Lin Yuan casually swayed the camera, saying, "Nothing of great significance. Merely learning from my ancestors how to create a grand mushroom." Though intended as a jest, some keen-eyed viewers swiftly caught sight of a massive blueprint outside the window to the southeast, adorned with intricate components that radiated a sense of science fiction, resembling a mysterious energy device. What on earth is that? They wondered, observing its exterior, reminiscent of the arc reactor from a blockbuster featuring the white-headed eagle. In a moment of astonishment, one might wonder if the host is about to divulge state secrets. The viewers, filled with curiosity, gaze intently. Observing this, Lin Yuan chuckles softly and declares, "Your keen eyes have not deceived you. I shall lay my cards on the table. The host is indeed constructing a nuclear energy reactor. As for the accidental capture of the design blueprints of the Xinyuan reactor, I remain entirely unperturbed. A leak of the design? That is simply inconceivable. Allow me to present you with a 4K ultra-high-definition display, meticulously showcasing the intricate details frame by frame. Even the most esteemed scientists across the globe would find themselves at a loss to derive any substantial insights from it." Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, General William and other high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation seem to have become fervent admirers of Lin Yuan, gathered together, engrossed in his live broadcast. "Goodness! My God!" they exclaim, their astonishment palpable as various translations echo around them. Soon after, when the colossal design blueprint flashes before their eyes, they are seized by an overwhelming urge to capture the moment, freezing the frame, magnifying the image. At that instant, Finkel, the foremost authority in nuclear technology in the Eagle Nation, gasps in disbelief, exclaiming, "My God, how is this even possible?" He feels a surge of adrenaline as he lunges toward the image projected on the screen, his pupils igniting with a frenzied brilliance. Chapter 40. The Earth is being pursued. At this juncture, not only Finkel but also Wilson, the chief engineer of the Eagle Nation's energy department, the world-renowned nuclear physicist Jones, and Karoff, revered as the father of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, are all equally astounded. They exchange glances filled with horror and incredulity, trembling as they utter, "This is the arc reactor." Typically, controlled nuclear fusion is categorized into thermonuclear fusion and cold fusion. The blueprint before them appears to depict a remarkably advanced thermonuclear arc reactor. What distinguishes a thermonuclear reactor from other controlled fusion devices? In simple terms, devices such as tokamaks or stellarators are enormous in scale, intended primarily for large projects like nuclear power plants. In contrast, thermonuclear reactors are significantly more compact. Theoretically, a thermonuclear reactor could be installed on an aircraft carrier, a plane, or even a tank. If miniaturized further, akin to the arc reactor portrayed in films, it could measure merely 10 centimeters, potentially serving as the energy source for a humanoid mech. The blueprint laid out before them is replete with intricate structures and elaborate equations, exuding an aura of enigmatic allure that is utterly maddening. I find myself utterly baffled. Moments later, Karoff sinks back into his seat, his face a canvas of astonishment. The expressions of the leading scientists from the Eagle Nation mirror that of witnessing a miracle, filled with sheer amazement. This formula is exquisitely intricate. My instincts tell me it addresses the conundrum of energy output being less than energy consumption, yet I am completely at a loss regarding its principles. Incredible. Every concept, and even the arrangement of each screw component on this blueprint is so ingeniously crafted, it surpasses our current technological capabilities by at least 50 years. The esteemed scientists of the Eagle Nation are in such a state of urgency that they seem almost frantic, eager to scrutinize every detail of the blueprint up close. My goodness. Upon hearing this, General William and the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation turned pale with astonishment. They immediately convened a coalition of top experts from the National Academy of Sciences, as General William vehemently declared, "I refuse to believe that with the strength of our hundreds of elite scientists, we cannot unravel the secrets of this blueprint." However, Finkel and his colleagues exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly, sighing, even if the world's 500 foremost nuclear physicists were to gather, they would require at least a decade to comprehend even a fraction of it. No wonder the Dragon Nation so boldly leaked the blueprint. If it were up to me, I wouldn't worry at all. In this world, it seems that only the individual who designed this thermonuclear arc reactor can truly understand it. Others will glean nothing from this document. Another female scientist, Ms. Jones, added with a wry smile, "This is a divine blueprint. Only God can comprehend it." As she spoke, her gaze fixated intently on the video of Lin Yuan. This young man from the Dragon Nation is undoubtedly a prodigy in the field of nuclear physics. Ultimately, the scientists arrived at a unanimous conclusion. Their words left General William pale and horrified. As a dreadful suspicion emerged in his mind, the Dragon Nation is researching controllable nuclear fusion reactors. Damn it, is there nothing that can impede their progress? At that moment, General William felt a surge of frustration. Then, as if struck by a thought, he narrowed his eyes and coldly stated, "Contact the palace immediately and have them extend an invitation to the Dragon Nation. In half a month, we Eagles will host a global joint military exercise. Invite the Dragon Nation to officially participate." Upon hearing this, the military advisors present reacted with delight. "General, that is an excellent idea. The world is currently abuzz with discussions surrounding the Dragon Nation and the interstellar ship concept they proposed. Yet to me, it appears merely as an exaggerated scientific notion. Only we Eagles are worthy of leading the global scientific community, whether in military or civilian sectors. Indeed, in this joint military exercise, we must employ all our advanced weaponry. Just imagine our 6th-generation fighter jet, the Dark Star, and the most cutting-edge space-based laser weapon, God's Eye, among others. We must ensure the world recognizes that only we Eagles possess the capability to guide the future of this planet. Of course, the primary purpose of the joint military exercise is to probe whether the Dragon Nation is genuinely engaged in researching controllable nuclear fusion. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation, at the Dragon Shipbuilding Group's military-industrial base, within a secret and vast research and production workshop, several top scientists held the status of chief engineers, gazing at the imposing apparatus before them, their eyes shifting to the screen displaying the frozen image of the thermonuclear arc reactor. Then, one by one, we gazed at each other, utterly astonished. When did our nation cultivate such talent and technology? The esteemed father of the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier, Su Pengfei, trembled with excitement and exclaimed without hesitation, "This engineer Lin on television may be able to assist us. Our country's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier development cannot proceed without him. Immediately send a request to the capital and the military to invite engineer Lin for guidance." I concurred, and several esteemed researchers nodded in agreement. Su, without further ado, reached out to senior military officials. Upon conveying our intentions, the call quickly escalated to the highest level of urgency, eventually connecting directly to the capital. In Shiyuan No. 1. Elder Chen personally answered the call. "Elder Chen, we wish to meet with engineer Lin Yuan of the Hongming project to discuss our nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier development." Su stated solemnly. Regarding the Hongming project, Elder Chen possessed a fragment of knowledge, but the specifics eluded him. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier matter. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity. He took a deep breath and said, trembling, "Old Su, your timing is fortuitous. I happen to have something to discuss with you. You must hold firm." Upon hearing this, Su Pengfei feared that the higher-ups might be succumbing to pressure, and he immediately urged, "Elder Chen, we must persevere. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier must be developed, regardless of the cost and finances and resources. Whether it takes 10 or 20 years, we must see it through." "I am fully aware," Elder Chen sighed, realizing the misunderstanding on the other end. "The news I wish to share with you is known to no more than 10 individuals across the entire Dragon Nation. Just a day ago, Engineer Lin successfully developed controllable nuclear fusion. Therefore, I believe your proposal can be bolder. We should take larger strides. What do you think about our nation's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier being based on nuclear fusion?" Boom. It was as if a thunderclap exploded beside Su. He stood frozen, his body trembling, his blood surging uncontrollably, and he swallowed hard. A nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier? It is known that currently, the only countries capable of developing and producing nuclear-powered aircraft carriers operate on nuclear fission. These fission carriers utilize uranium to initiate nuclear fission reactions, subsequently powering the aircraft carrier through a vast steam engine. To put it plainly, it's akin to boiling water. However, this nuclear fission reaction carries severe consequences. If it backfires, it can result in widespread nuclear radiation leaks. But now, that remarkably youthful engineer Lin in the video has developed controllable nuclear fusion? Why then should we pursue fission? Let us directly construct a nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier. Su, overwhelmed with excitement, vigorously shook his fist, tears streaming down his face. Upon witnessing Su's emotional transformation after just a phone call, the others grew alarmed, hastily comforting this venerable elder who had rendered extraordinary service. Yet Su merely allowed the tears to flow freely, his mind racing with thoughts. An overwhelming surge of excitement and joy pulsated through every nerve, as if awakening from a near-death experience. Could it be that nuclear fusion had arrived at my doorstep? How poetic. Old Su laughed while wiping away tears and shared this delightful news with his colleagues. A thunderous cheer erupted upon hearing the announcement. Everyone was elated, teetering on the brink of fainting from joy. Dear viewers, today's live broadcast comes to a close. In a calm voice, Lin Yuan shut down the streaming session. A chorus of reluctant cries filled the chat. Father, don't go. Just a little more. Yet, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, eagerly opening the system panel. Upon locating the section labeled Earth Spaceship Crew Chart, he gazed excitedly at the 3 character cards displayed. Sequence 3, Supreme Military Commander, Emperor Lin Yuan. Sequence 13, Logistics Supervisor, Queen Mother of the West. Sequence 19, Maintenance Engineer, Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Goodness. Sequence 3, the Emperor truly lives up to his title. Lin Yuan chuckled and casually tapped on the character card of Emperor Lin Yuan. Although today's broadcast yielded no cutting-edge technology or additional items, unlocking the Emperor's crew chart still felt like a significant achievement. Supreme Military Commander, Emperor Lin Yuan. Current exploration value, 1. You may expend 500,000 points to embark on a random memory exploration journey with Emperor Lin Yuan. At this, a spark of realization ignited within Lin Yuan. He checked his system points. The rewards accumulated over the past few days amounted to approximately 500,000. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively opted to redeem it. In the next instant, a peculiar stream of information surged into Lin Yuan's consciousness. Gasp! Lin Yuan felt a surge of tension as the breath was knocked from him, his veins pulsing with an overwhelming sensation. In the depths of darkness, a sorrowful, humiliating, and furious roar echoed toward the heavens. I refuse to accept this. Boom! Lin Yuan jolted awake, his limbs icy cold, gasping for air, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow and shock. Just moments ago, his mind had received an astonishing revelation. Coupled with 2 decades of painstaking research, Lin Yuan's complexion turned pale. He hastily fetched pen and paper, trembling as he inscribed, For 6 billion years, Earth has relentlessly traversed forward at a speed of 52 million kilometers per day, exploring the unknown depths of space. Why? Why only Earth? Why must we embark on interstellar voyages? After a lengthy pause, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and murmured to himself. Because Earth is being hunted. Humanity is merely a group of naive travelers on this spaceship Earth, experiencing an interstellar flight for survival. In that moment, some confusion in Lin Yuan's mind seemed to resolve. No wonder. After the Triassic and into the Jurassic, countless meteors rained down upon Earth, striking relentlessly for millions of years. No wonder the dinosaurs faced extinction. No wonder the 41st chapter, the Great Filter Theory, heralded the emergence of Chinese civilization. Lin Yuan felt his limbs grow cold. He was inherently a bold individual. Yet today, the sudden conclusion he reached left Lin Yuan profoundly moved. Just moments ago, during the journey of tracing the Yellow Emperor's memories, he received startling news in mere seconds. The revelation was overwhelmingly shocking. Lin Yuan took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Chief Engineer Lin, what troubles you? Chun Lin, noticing Lin Yuan's unusual demeanor, hurried over to inquire. After all, Lin Yuan's current status was akin to that of a national treasure. Any hint of distress or discomfort could stir the hearts of countless individuals. Brother Chun, Lin Yuan replied with a wry smile. Do you believe in the theory that the Earth is a spaceship? Absolutely. Chun Lin responded without hesitation. The Earth is profoundly enigmatic, and the civilization we possess is far too limited to uncover its true essence. Indeed, Lin Yuan sighed. I have studied the Earth for quite some time and conducted various investigations. Yet I have consistently overlooked a fundamental aspect. What is the significance of the Earth's spaceship navigating through the cosmos? Where did it originate, and where is it destined to go? But now, I have come to understand. Lin Yuan clenched his teeth. It turns out that the Earth spaceship has been relentlessly pursued by a certain mysterious civilization for billions of years. Perhaps our generation still has a chance. But what about our descendants? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan slowly tightened his fists, his eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit and fierce determination. Without further ado, he turned and returned to his research room. Meanwhile, nearby, academicians Xin Feng, Lu Zhe, Qin Beixiao, and Shi Changqing, along with students Yi Chun and Li Fuxing, inadvertently overheard Lin Yuan's murmured soliloquy. The Earth is being hunted. A chilling sensation coursed through them, leaving them unnerved. Back in his research room, Lin Yuan, with a thought, softly murmured, "Open the virtual space laboratory." As the words left his lips, he felt a peculiar force surge within him, as if pulling his consciousness into a fantastical realm. Once he regained his bearings, Lin Yuan discovered himself in a remarkable virtual space laboratory. This was his first experience within this extraordinary domain. The virtual laboratory was equipped with an array of instruments and devices. The only distinguishing feature was that these instruments could not be taken outside. Lin Yuan could only conduct research and experiments within this conscious space, though the findings could be brought back to reality. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan activated the quantum computer. Thanks to his advanced learning abilities, he swiftly mastered the operational methods. He then initiated a simulation device, calmly stating, extract data on the meteorites from the Triassic and Jurassic periods. The terrain modeling and simulation of the meteorite impact took over 10 hours. Exhausted, Lin Yuan finally exited the virtual laboratory, his expression tinged with bitterness. The extensive research had solidified his conclusion. The Earth is indeed being hunted. He fetched paper and pen, slowly inscribing 6 billion years ago, the Earth spaceship was forged by a mysterious civilization. After its construction, it experienced little grandeur before hastily embarking on a journey of interstellar flight. The reasons remain unknown to me. In the nascent stages of the Earthship's construction, it encountered an onslaught of formidable meteorite impacts, a cataclysmic process that persisted for a staggering 100 million years. Within the confines of a virtual laboratory, I simulated the extraction of ancient meteorites discovered by contemporary scientists, replicating equivalent conditions to conduct impact experiments while also melting spherical meteorites to recreate the primordial crust of the Earth. This endeavor resulted in a significant loss of silicon, yet an increase in various other elements. After a contemplative pause, Lin Yuan inscribed further thoughts. If one were to metaphorically liken the meteorite impacts to successive assaults, then all these explanations would find coherence. For instance, the meteor shower that occurred 65 million years ago precipitated a calamity, the extinction of the dinosaurs, orchestrated by a mysterious civilization that relentlessly pursued the Earthship. Lin Yuan harbored a bold hypothesis. This enigmatic civilization, for reasons yet to be discerned, was unable to catch up with the fleeing Earth. It is akin to a physical phenomenon where two objects moving in a straight line, one ahead of the other, maintain a constant distance due to their equal velocities. However, while this mysterious civilization may not be able to pursue the Earthship, it could still launch attacks through alternate means, such as manipulating meteorites or even asteroids to mount a sustained offensive against the Earth. Lin Yuan could vividly imagine the fierce resistance the Earthship mustered during the Triassic and Jurassic periods in response to these meteorite and asteroid onslaughts. Yet ultimately, they fell short, allowing an asteroid to seize the opportunity to breach the Earthship's energy shield, culminating in a cataclysmic impact in the Gulf of Mexico on the Yucatan Peninsula, resulting in a crater measuring 180 kilometers in diameter and 20 kilometers in depth. This planetary assault triggered a chain reaction that led to the extinction of 75 of the Earthship's inhabitants, thereby ending the reign of the dinosaurs. Following this catastrophic event, humanity emerged. Yet, a chilling thought haunted Lin Yuan. The Earthship had once harbored numerous illustrious civilizations, such as Atlantis, the Maya, and Sumer. Why then had these magnificent cultures vanished? According to his recent experiments, during the Triassic and Jurassic eras, the Earthship's energy shield withstood the relentless barrage of meteorites, indicating a robust defensive system was in place. Even to this day, hundreds of meteorites threaten to collide with the Earth daily, yet invariably, each one veers off course, a testament to the efficacy of the Earthship's defense mechanisms. Consider the incident on December 22, 2012, when a colossal meteorite was detected hurtling towards Earth. Weighing 351 tons, it was poised to crash in the heart of the Bear Nation. Once entering the atmosphere, it would travel at speeds exceeding 50 times the speed of sound, equivalent to 66,000 kilometers per hour. Should it collide, its destructive force would rival the simultaneous explosion of 500 atomic bombs. At that time, the technological capabilities of the world were wholly inadequate to intercept such a meteorite. Yet, peculiarly, as the meteor approached Earth at an altitude of 30,000 kilometers, it unexpectedly deviated from its trajectory. Subsequent analyses by global scientists revealed that just as the meteor was about to enter Earth's atmosphere, it was swept away by a powerful, mysterious airflow. Indeed, it was astonishing to realize that this terrifying meteor was diverted by such a force. According to Lin Yuan's research, it is plausible that some form of defensive mechanism of the Earthship was triggered, employing devices akin to dimensional vibration bombs or extinction-level gravitational propulsion cannons. This suggests that the Earthship might still possess sufficient strength to retaliate. However, why have these magnificent civilizations from history vanished? Lin Yuan pondered this for an extended period, ultimately arriving at a chilling conclusion, known as the Great Filter Theory. This notion may indeed elucidate why these civilizations have perished. Lin Yuan smiled wryly, recognizing that the Great Filter Theory posits that the evolution of human civilization is fraught with challenges. At critical junctures, civilizations face catastrophic trials, and only those who successfully navigate them advance to the next stage of development. Failure results in extinction. Thus, in Lin Yuan's hypothesis, historical civilizations such as Atlantis, Sumer, and the Maya could not withstand the trials of the Great Filter and were consequently eliminated. Moreover, Lin Yuan harbored a terrifying speculation regarding the instigator of the Great Filter, the very consciousness of the Earthship's intelligence. The reasoning is straightforward. Those who do not pass the Great Filter lack the right to be part of the Earthship's community, leading to their annihilation and the rebirth of new civilizations. This cycle continues until a civilization emerges capable of mastering the Earthship and creating a more resplendent society. liberating Earth from billions of years of flight and pursuit. Amidst the ruins of these obliterated civilizations, the Huaxia civilization came into existence, seemingly destined to endure. Yet, Lin Yuan felt a shiver at the thought. Had the Huaxia civilization withstood the scrutiny of the Great Filter? Chapter 42, Lacking Materials? Then we must dig at Singui. After a prolonged period, Lin Yuan shredded the 10 pages of handwritten theoretical data. He rose slowly, his presence as formidable as a mountain, and his gaze deep as the cosmos. Until the opportune moment arises, I shall bear this burden alone, he murmured in tranquility. A week later, at the RD headquarters of the Xianyuan project, within the nuclear fusion experimental workshop, a device stood quietly before everyone. Measuring merely 1/10 the size of the stellar ring-controlled nuclear fusion device, utilizing the same stellar ring technology, it harnessed the gravitational field of the cosmos to confine high-temperature nuclear fusion. Yet, compared to the massive apparatus outside, this petite device, approximately 2 meters in height and width, was significantly more compact. This was the Xianyuan reactor, developed under Lin Yuan's leadership. Its nuclear fusion charging was flawless, its operational efficiency impeccable, and its energy conversion output was nothing short of perfect. As Lin Yuan pressed the start button, the various data and instruments of the Xianyuan reactor operated within standards, and an eruption of jubilant cheers filled the air. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes, unable to contain their overwhelming emotions. It was beyond their wildest dreams to have not only participated in the creation of a controllable nuclear fusion device, but also to have constructed such a compact thermonuclear reactor. This advancement has significantly elevated the technological prowess of modern nuclear industry. What a remarkable achievement. Dean Shun of the Advanced Physics Research Institute wiped his tears and spoke with trembling excitement. Indeed, this is the Xianyuan reactor, a unique treasure of our Dragon Nation. My joy only grows with each glance. Vice Dean Liu Zhe expressed his fervent sentiments. If controllable nuclear fusion can be perfectly utilized in civilian sectors, then the military applications of the Xianyuan reactor are beyond measure. To put it plainly, once this device is operational, the military strength of the Dragon Nation will be enhanced by at least tenfold. Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, and nuclear tanks will become the norm. Even the dream of a space battleship will no longer be distant. It's simply astonishing. Nearby, Zhao Tsongru, who had hurriedly arrived in the magical city, wore an expression of awe and shock. He could hardly believe that Lin Yuan had quietly achieved such monumental success with the scientific researchers of the National Defense 7. Thank you for your generous gift the other day, Zhao Laozhang. Lin Yuan jested upon recognizing Zhao Tsongru's identity. Not at all. It is I who should be grateful to you. Zhao Tsongru looked at the young man before him with a complex expression. It was precisely because of Lin Yuan that his research on the Xinguang No. 5 laser fusion device had overcome the shackles of the first phase and progressed to the next stage of research. Although he faced another challenge now, for some reason. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Zhao Tsongru's intuition told him that he could find the answers he sought here. He eagerly inquired, Chief Engineer Lin, to be candid, our team has encountered a new challenge with the Xinguang No. 5 laser fusion device. After some discussion, Lin Yuan began to formulate a thought, saying, Elder Zhao, please hold your horses. As you mentioned, the greatest challenge currently faced by the Xinguang No. 5 is the inability to surpass existing technology. As I understand it, your previous research on the Xinguang No. 3 laser fusion device utilized an 8-beam laser system for synchronous firing, achieving an unprecedented output of 26 kilojoules in 2 nanoseconds. Indeed, Zhao Tsongru acknowledged, recognizing Lin Yuan's understanding of laser fusion devices. He continued with solemnity, in fact, I gleaned some insights into formula variations from your previous heavy element fusion equations. After experimentation, we succeeded in achieving synchronous firing with 108 laser beams. However, a new dilemma has emerged. The Xinguang No. 5 requires the simultaneous firing of 108 laser beams, which is 13 times more than the Xinguang No. 3. The current challenge is that we cannot make all 108 laser beams successfully penetrate a small aperture of 900 micrometers in diameter, causing all 108 impact points to converge into a single point. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and replied, that's quite simple. After all, the controllable nuclear fusion technology he comprehended encompasses 3 methodologies: gravitational confinement, inertial confinement, laser confinement, and magnetic confinement. Old Zhao, to resolve this issue, you must follow my instructions. He articulated, narrating his thoughts with an eloquence that instantly widened Zhao's eyes in astonishment. In the next moment, he exclaimed with delight, heavens, how did I not think of that? Recovering from his initial surprise, he excitedly raised his fist and could not suppress a hearty laugh. Chief Engineer Lin, you truly are a genius. I cannot thank you enough. Once I tackle the challenges at hand, I shall treat you to a few drinks. With that, the elder, whose heart was devoted to national defense research, hurriedly took his leave, promptly returning to the Southwest Institute of Nuclear Industry to continue his studies. This scene, witnessed by many, stirred fervent admiration, particularly among the group of researchers known as the 7 Sons of National Defense. After spending a considerable time alongside Lin Yuan, They had developed a profound appreciation for his scientific prowess in creating the controllable nuclear fusion device and the Lin Yuan reactor. A genius. Chief Engineer Lin is undoubtedly a once-in-a-century prodigy. The students were filled with admiration. Our Dragon Nation is truly fortunate to have a figure like Chief Engineer Lin. The older generation of researchers, including Shin Feng, were equally moved. However, it was noted that while the Lin Yuan reactor was remarkable, it still fell short of the nuclear fusion reactor he envisioned. At this moment, Lin Yuan thoughtfully remarked, especially in light of the impending threats to Earth and humanity's civilization facing the Great Filter Theory, he yearned to unveil all the advanced technologies at his disposal. Chief Engineer Lin, please do not be modest. Our development of the Lin Yuan reactor is already an impressive achievement. Shin Feng and others exchanged wry smiles. Chief Engineer Lin is truly humble. The Lin Yuan reactor can be regarded as unparalleled globally, with its represented scientific technology likely remaining unsolved for the next 30 years. Yet, Lin Yuan expressed dissatisfaction with its adequacy. It is indeed not sufficient. Lin Yuan insisted earnestly, at the very least, hot nuclear fusion still lags somewhat behind cold nuclear fusion. Furthermore, the Lin Yuan reactor is excessively large. My vision is to achieve a compact device of around 10 centimeters, akin to the arc reactor depicted in films. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, followed by another round of wry smiles. If the research index for hot nuclear fusion is considered 1, then the index for cold nuclear fusion is at least 5,000. This illustrates the immense difficulty of cold nuclear fusion. It is evident that humanity may not overcome the technological constraints of cold nuclear fusion for a century. Observing the reactions of those around him, Lin Yuan understood their thoughts and chuckled. In truth, cold nuclear fusion is not insurmountable. The greatest challenge lies in discovering an element that facilitates nuclear fusion at room temperature. Essentially, a new cosmic isotope. Just then, Li Fuxing, a representative from the research team for the Yinglong aerospace bomber, approached to report, Chief Engineer Lin. We have largely constructed the framework and outer shell of the Yinglong aerospace fighter according to your design blueprints. However, we are currently confronted with a dilemma. We have selected various advanced materials, capable of propelling aircraft to speeds exceeding Mach 10, yet the results of the most hardness tests have been rather disappointing. We urgently require a unique material that can achieve the utmost hardness, while also withstanding extreme temperatures and friction. Without such a material, Li Fuxing spread his hands and remarked, the aircraft produced would hardly deserve the title of a space bomber. Indeed, you are correct, Lin Yuan replied. A serene smile gracing his face as he turned to the experts, including Shin Feng, and said nonchalantly, it seems that plan must be expedited. Excuse me? The group was momentarily taken aback, curiosity piqued. Chief Engineer Lin, what plan are you referring to? The plan to excavate the Sanxingdui site. Lin Yuan explained without hesitation. Sanxingdui serves as a metal forging factory for Earth's spacecraft. In my research, it is certain that remnants of the Yellow Emperor's era, along with newly mined metallic materials from interstellar sources, are preserved there. Chapter 43. The Grand Revelation of Sanxingdui, the Prehistoric Steel Forging Legion. The following day, Lin Yuan contacted Professor Wang Wenjiao, an archaeologist, and set out from the metropolis to the Sanxingdui ruins in Diang County, Xifang Province, accompanied by Chen Lin. They traveled by commercial airline. Although the military insisted on dispatching a private jet for Lin Yuan's journey, he firmly declined, deeming the matter not significant enough to warrant such an elaborate arrangement. ISNT that Lin Yuan. On board, many fellow citizens recognized him, their faces lighting up with excitement. Expert Lin, could you share the story of Nuwa's genetic experiments with us? Wow, this person is incredible. My favorite text, Shanghai Jing, has been transformed into a tale of extraterrestrial labor, and I must admit, he articulates it brilliantly. Chief Engineer Lin, I've heard that even the state is vigorously supporting your research on Earth as a spaceship. Are there any new developments? A throng of passengers eagerly inquired. Lin Yuan ultimately stood up to address a few questions, managing to temper the fervor of the crowd before he finally exhaled deeply and sat back down. Chief Engineer Lin, it seems we ought to prepare a pair of sunglasses for you in the future, Chen Lin remarked with a wry smile. He had not anticipated Lin Yuan's popularity would rival that of a top-tier celebrity. It was inevitable, Lin Yuan thought, appearing quite at ease. After a brief rest on the plane, 5 hours later, they landed at Tianfu Airport, where Lin Yuan and Chen Lin met up with Professor Wang Wenjiao, who had traveled from Lingnan. Professor Wang, I appreciate your assistance once more, Lin Yuan greeted with a gentle smile. Not at all, Wang Wenjiao replied, his excitement palpable. Upon hearing about Lin Yuan's expedition to Sanxingdui, his heart had already ignited with enthusiasm. Yet, he found himself puzzled. He had heard that Chief Engineer Lin was engaged in nuclear technology research related to Shanghai Jing in the metropolis, and now he was suddenly heading to the Sanxingdui ruins? However, knowing the weight of Lin Yuan's reputation, he did not dare to inquire further. He promptly introduced his team, saying, Chief Engineer Lin, these are my students, Chen Hai, Xiao Jieru, and Ouyang Yuan. They are all young experts in archaeology within our country, possessing profound insights into the Sanxingdui civilization. Thus, I have summoned them to see if they might be of assistance. Wang Wenjiao introduced his 3 disciples. Greetings, everyone. Lin Yuan displayed no semblance of arrogance befitting his title, greeting them with a gentle smile. Hello, Chief Engineer Lin. Among the 3, Xiao Jieru, a woman in her 30s with a commanding presence, gazed at Lin Yuan with fervent admiration, exclaiming, Chief Engineer Lin, I am your fan. Although your theories on planetary starships are rather avant-garde, I find them highly compelling. I believe you will uncover more secrets about Earth in the future. Thank you. Lin Yuan replied with a warm smile. Ouyang Yuan and Chen Hai, both in their early 40s, respectfully shook Lin Yuan's hand, addressing him with utmost deference. Shall we set off? Lin Yuan suggested with a smile. The group exited the airport, boarding the designated vehicle to the Sanxingdui site. Meanwhile, at the Sanxingdui Museum, as Lin Yuan's figure appeared at the entrance, thousands of visitors, regardless of age, fixated their gaze upon him. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lin Yuan, it's actually Lin Yuan. Incredible, he has come to the Sanxingdui Museum. Could he have made a discovery? Many curious visitors eagerly inquired. Chief Engineer Lin, could you enlighten us on what is happening? Is it true that Sanxingdui conceals some secrets? Some imaginative visitors were particularly exhilarated, as discussions about the Sanxingdui site proliferated online, with myriad theories circulating. Observing the fervor, Lin Yuan pondered briefly before responding. Very well, since everyone is so inquisitive, I shall share a brief insight. In my research, I propose that the Sanxingdui site is, in fact, an ultra-civilization metal foundry. The inhabitants of Sanxingdui were essentially a prehistoric iron forging brigade, a meticulously organized ancient force engaged in metal casting and metallurgical processes for a certain enigmatic superpower of the time. He was unperturbed by the potential for information leakage, reasoning that even if advanced technology were disclosed, the blueprints would baffle anyone unable to comprehend them. As for further details, I will be releasing a video shortly to elaborate. Pausing momentarily, Lin Yuan turned to the museum's director and inquired, who is the person in charge here? Chief Engineer Lin. I am Zhang Wenlong, the director of the museum, he responded, hurrying over with a serious demeanor. He had received orders indicating that a significant figure was arriving, necessitating their utmost preparedness for the visit. Additionally, it was emphasized that this esteemed individual had a mission to undertake, one that could involve excavating the entirety of Sanxingdui, warranting unconditional compliance. Thank you for your assistance, Director Zhang, Lin Yuan replied calmly. After that, he continued. Lin Yuan nodded at Chen Lin, and the two of them resumed their seats in the car as the business vehicle gradually entered the museum complex. Upon alighting, the group made their way into the Sanxingdui Museum. Before their eyes lay a bronze mask, quietly displayed, an astonishing sight indeed. Elder Wang approached it with the excitement of a man reunited with his beloved. The others followed suit, their eyes sparkling with wonder. In contrast, Lin Yuan maintained his composure, slowly smiling as he remarked, look at this bronze mask. Doesn't it resemble a welder's helmet from a metal fabrication shop? And that bronze figure, towering in stature, is actually akin to the exoskeleton suits worn by managers in ancient foundries, designed to facilitate the handling of several tons of heavy metal ore. As for the mask's unique features, aren't they reminiscent of a macro lens? After all, sometimes the forging of certain metals requires meticulous precision. This is the true secret hidden within Sanxingdui. Here once thrived an ancient and formidable prehistorical steel forging legion. Lin Yuan expressed with a sense of nostalgia. Turning his head, he observed Elder Wang and his 3 disciples, all of whom were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief and astonishment. Chief Engineer Lin, is this truly the case? Ouyang Yuan felt his mind straining to comprehend. I understand that you may find this hard to believe, but it is indeed the truth. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Among the bronze artifacts unearthed throughout history, irrespective of type, zinc has always been present. Yet, in all the bronze relics excavated from Sanxingdui, no traces of zinc have been detected. As for the reason, I speculate it is due to a particular class of specialized weaponry that did not require zinc. Moreover, copper melts at a temperature of 1083 degrees Celsius, but during that era, the technology to smelt raw ore simply did not exist. How then did the ancients manage to melt bronze while simultaneously eliminating zinc? At this moment, the tranquility of the plaza outside the Sanxingdui Museum was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of a rapid response unit from the Dragon Kingdom's Western Theater Command. Soldiers from the engineering battalion, equipped with shovels and various excavation tools, disembarked with solemn expressions, forming an orderly assembly before entering the Sanxingdui site without a hint of emotion. Simultaneously, large excavation machinery was delivered to the site by military helicopters. Inside the museum, Lin Yuan continued his exploration, approaching a golden scepter, which he took into his hands for closer inspection. This was the renowned Sanxingdui Golden Scepter, a first-class relic of the Dragon Kingdom, measuring 143 centimeters in length, 23 centimeters in diameter, and weighing 463 grams, adorned with patterns of fish and birds symbolizing auspiciousness, while the overlapping necks of the birds and fish, resembling arrow feathers, represented authority. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the personal item, Lushan Scepter, belonging to Earth Spaceship Series 5 member. Current unlock. Earth Spaceship Technology Official Lushan Yindi, alias Shinnong. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan was utterly astonished. The illustrious Shinnong, the divine farmer? How could he possibly be connected to the civilization of the Sangsingui site? Chapter 44. Are artifacts more important than national defense? Dig it up for me. Upon careful reflection, Lin Yuan found the idea no longer jarring. If the Sangsingui site were indeed a specialized metallic fabrication facility aboard an extraterrestrial vessel, it would not be surprising that the Yellow Emperor, upon discovering it, dispatched the Flame Emperor to oversee the operations of this metal foundry. Furthermore, considering the Flame Emperor's esteemed identity and accomplishments, it is recorded in ancient chronicles that he introduced the practice of slash-and-burn agriculture, crafted farming tools, and taught the early people to cultivate land for grain production, as well as to create pottery and cooking implements. He even instructed them in the making of bows and arrows for hunting, delved into medicinal studies, and imparted the art of music, dance, and culture. This description aligns perfectly with that of a technological officer. Undoubtedly, the Flame Emperor served as a technological officer at this metallic foundry of Sangsingui, where he guided the ancestors in the forging of bronze tools and even the crafting of various prehistoric advanced technologies. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Even before the excavation at Sangsingui had commenced, he had already unveiled the technological officer's character map from the Earth vessel, which was indeed a bountiful discovery. Meanwhile, outside the Sangsingui Museum, curious tourists scrutinized the group of soldiers from the Wuxi military district. Some wished to inquire, but were pulled back by another visitor. No need to ask, they will undoubtedly tell you it concerns state secrets and cannot disclose anything, a fashionably dressed lady confidently asserted. Sister, how do you know? The crowd looked at her in confusion. I have a special connection with expert Lin. The lady, hailing from northeast China, joyfully replied. Half a month ago, I visited the Qin Great Wall and coincidentally encountered expert Lin during a live broadcast, only to be surrounded by military personnel blocking the area. Now that I am here at Sangsingui, I happen to run into them again. I dare say their presence here is surely due to expert Lin. At this, the crowd could not help but chuckle, thinking, you are not just fortunate, but it seems you bring the storm wherever you go. But what exactly was transpiring? Elsewhere, within the Sangsingui site, Lin Yuan retrieved the Lushan Scepter. Observing this, the staff of the museum furrowed their brows but refrained from voicing any objections, as they had received orders from above to cooperate with Lin Yuan's endeavors. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuan and his team arrived at a ceremonial pit. A major from the Wuxi military district approached Lin Yuan, standing at attention and saluting. Report, Chief Engineer Lin. We have received orders from higher-ups to assist in the execution of the task. Please direct us. Although Lin Yuan was not a military man, he returned the salute and earnestly replied, Thank you for your hard work. He then observed the continuous arrival of excavation and exploration equipment and nodded, according to the plan. Immediately commenced the excavation of all ceremonial pits at Sangsingui. It is estimated that we must dig down approximately 50 meters to reach the core target. Understood. The Major's expression hardened, and he promptly turned to issue commands to his subordinates. Meanwhile, a group of hurried experts from the Sangsingui Museum, including Professor Wang Wenjiao, arrived and were taken aback upon hearing these words. Professor Wang was the first to react, tremblingly asking, Chief Engineer Lin, are you planning to excavate the ceremonial pits at Sangsingui? Indeed, Lin Yuan affirmed. Lin Yuan spoke candidly, stating, in my research, the Sangsingui site is a prehistoric metal casting factory left behind by an extraterrestrial vessel. The various peculiar civilizations of Sangsingui embody the ironclad laws of a prehistoric steel legion, a unique battalion born solely for the purpose of forging. Therefore, I speculate that beneath this vast sacrificial pit, there may lie prehistoric treasures, including special ancient ores and even unique metallic materials mined from the cosmos by high-ranking members of the Yellow Emperor's crew. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, the assembled audience was left utterly speechless. The archaeological experts and cultural heritage preservation specialists at the Sangsingui Museum were so astonished that their eyes nearly bulged. Zhang Wenlong, regaining his composure, asked with a hint of trepidation, May I inquire, Master Lin, how do you plan to protect these invaluable Sangsingui artifacts during your extraction operations? He pointed anxiously at the sacrificial pit before them and continued, for instance, in sacrificial pit number 9. There are currently over 1,000 types of bronze artifacts that have been discovered, each requiring meticulous excavation and preservation. The entire Sangsingui site, encompassing both unearthed and unexcavated sacrificial pits, amounts to a staggering 21. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of artifacts yet to be unearthed. Each bronze artifact will require nearly 30 steps of restoration and maintenance after excavation. Such an immense workload would necessitate the recruitment of thousands of preservation experts working tirelessly for at least 30 years to perfectly excavate all the artifacts. But now, Zhang Wenlong glanced at the row of soldiers who appeared fierce, yet seemed oblivious to the intricacies of artifact preservation, as well as the menacing excavation machinery lined up before him. A sense of unease and concern washed over him. Professor Zhang, is it? Lin Yuan responded by shaking his head. Who told you that I should protect and excavate these artifacts like you do? My objective is the prehistoric metallic materials buried 50 meters underground. Since the engineering battalion of the Western Military District is present, efficiency in excavation is paramount. If the artifacts buried below sustain some damage, it is simply an unavoidable consequence. What? The faces of Professor Zhang and his colleagues turned pale, utterly astonished. Master Lin, you have not considered a preservation plan for the artifacts? The museum staff inquired with pained expressions. Lin Yuan slowly surveyed the crowd, including Professor Wang Wenjiao, and then posed a soul-stirring question. I ask but one thing. Do you know how many national treasures and cultural relics our Dragon Nation has lost abroad? Just in the country of John Bull, the National Museum houses a staggering 230,000 artifacts that exclusively belong to our Dragon Nation. 230,000. What does this signify? It represents the shameless acts of those robbers who have stolen the treasures of our civilization. Over a century has passed, and our precious heritage remains stranded beyond our borders, causing immense sorrow among our people. Yes, you, the cultural heritage experts, are diligently and cautiously excavating our artifacts at the Sengxinghui site. Perhaps you believe you are preserving history. At this moment, I have far more pressing matters at hand. Specifically, the imperative to reclaim our nation's artifacts from those ravenous wolves, driven by ambition and shameless greed. Piece by piece, what holds greater significance, cultural relics or national defense? For this cause, I, Lin Yuan, am prepared to bear the infamy of damaging cultural heritage without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the Assembly of Cultural Heritage Protection experts fell into stunned silence, as if struck by thunder. Wang Wenjiao closed his eyes tightly, his beard trembling with emotion. Well said, Chief Engineer Lin, he exclaimed, his voice filled with fervor and tears welling in his eyes. We have already lost too many national treasures. In my lifetime, even at great cost, I yearn to see our treasures returned home. The staff of the museum, too, found themselves at a loss for words. One by one, they silently stepped aside, their eyes sparkling with fervent admiration as they gazed at Lin Yuan. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Yuan issued an unambiguous military command. To the Western Military Region, the 9th Group Army's 16th Engineering Company. Dig it up. Yes, sir. A group of soldiers, their spirits ignited, rushed forward without hesitation, brandishing pickaxes and vigorously striking the earth. Soon after, a variety of large machinery was brought into operation. In tandem with the machines, over 1,000 soldiers commenced an impassioned excavation of the 21 sacrificial pits, both revealed and concealed. 5 hours later, as the surface of Sacrificial Pit No. 12 descended by 56 meters, an exhilarating voice emerged from the depths. Chief Engineer Lin, we have made a significant discovery. Is it true that we have uncovered 5,000 kilograms of carbon fullerenes worth $6 million per gram? With a gasp of astonishment, Lin Yuan felt invigorated and immediately leaned over to peer into the seemingly bottomless pit. Under the expert excavation skills of the military engineers, the 12th sacrificial pit had reached a depth of 56 meters. This pit was identified by Lin Yuan through the activation of the Lianshan E spacecraft's mapping device as one of the most likely areas approaching the Sengxinghui metal foundry storage site. Before long, the soldiers returned to the surface, and one officer emerged, cradling a handful of black substance, his face alight with excitement. What is this? At the site, Wang Wenjiao and his disciples displayed expressions of astonishment and confusion. Even Lin Yuan rushed over, eager to take a small piece of the black material, examining it closely. Minutes later, Lin Yuan's tone shifted to one of peculiar realization. I have made an error in judgment. He turned to Professor Wang Wenjiao, smiling. I should have summoned an entire assembly of top experts from the military materials field. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Do you know what this is? The crowd shook their heads in bewilderment. Haha, it is absolutely marvelous. In that instant, Lin Yuan was nearly beside himself with joy. This is carbon fullerene, and not just any carbon fullerene. This is naturally occurring carbon fullerene produced by the cosmos. Lin Yuan murmured with exhilaration. As the crowd listened, their expressions turned increasingly bewildered, each person fixated on Lin Yuan with an insatiable curiosity. Sensing their confusion, Lin Yuan offered a brief explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what the hardest material on Earth is today? Although Wang Wenjiao and the others were archaeologists, they were knowledgeable enough to respond in unison, graphene. While the layman would indeed think of graphene, the truly extraordinary material was the one Lin Yuan referred to. He pointed to the dark substance in his hand and smiled. This remarkable substance, known as carbine, originates from materials discovered by scientists in space and is hailed as the whiskers of meteorites. It is, in fact, the most resilient and hardest material in the world. To put it into perspective, the tensile strength of carbine is twice that of graphene, 40 times that of diamond, and 200 times that of steel. It is regarded as the perfect material for constructing future interstellar spacecraft. Not only does carbide possess a greater hardness than graphene, reaching nearly the pinnacle of the Mohs scale, but it also has an extremely low density, allowing it to be incredibly lightweight. Moreover, carbide exhibits a unique property, transforming from a conductor to an insulator with just a threefold stretch, coupled with exceptional extensibility and unparalleled flexibility. Having conveyed this information, Lin Yuan beamed with excitement and declared, "Currently, the method for artificially synthesizing carbide is exceedingly complex, resulting in an exorbitant production cost of $6 million per gram." Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly flabbergasted. Even the temporarily detained experts on the Sanxingdui artifacts were visibly shaken and astonished. "Mr. Lin, you truly have discovered something beneath the Sanxingdui sacrificial pit," they exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, the collective astonishment within the group was indescribable, while Lin Yuan's excitement reached new heights. He promptly instructed the crowd, "Commence further exploration immediately. I wish to ascertain how much carbide is stored beneath the Sanxingdui site. Furthermore, I dare say there is more than just carbide underground. There must be other valuable materials as well. Be meticulous in your exploration. Do not overlook any area." "Yes," the group of soldiers replied enthusiastically, and thus began a lengthy exploration that lasted several hours. Ultimately, they reported their findings. Beneath the Sanxingdui sacrificial pit, numbered 121518, an astonishing 5,000 kilograms of rare carbide had been discovered. Upon receiving this news, Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. 5,000 kilograms of rare carbide. At $6 million per gram, what would the total value be? It was an unimaginable sum, far beyond what could be spent. Moreover, this material would not be sold. It was perfectly suited for the construction of the Yinglong aerospace bomber. It was simply perfect. In that moment, Lin Yuan was elated, and the others were thoroughly impressed. What did 5,000 kilograms of this extraordinarily rare and advanced military research material signify? Perhaps it represented the equivalent of 100 ultra-advanced J-20 fighter jets. It could also herald the birth of an even more sophisticated national defense weapon. Thus, they all understood that not only would there be no concerns about damaging the Sanxingdui artifacts, but even if Lin Yuan were to melt down all the existing bronze relics unearthed from Sanxingdui to manufacture missiles, the nation would commend him for his resourcefulness. On the other side of the Pacific, the majestic bald eagle stands tall. In the Pentagon, Admiral William occupies the head of the conference room, his expression clouded with concern and astonishment. The Dragon Nation is orchestrating a grand scheme. We have just received news that Lin Yuan, a prominent figure from the Dragon Nation, has led military personnel to seal off a location known as Sanxingdui. We remain in the dark about their intentions, but we can ascertain that as long as Lin Yuan is involved, there must be a significant secret and an elaborate plan at play. We, the Bald Eagle, must accelerate our efforts. Can anyone inform me if there are any recent research discoveries regarding the Earth Starship?" Admiral William glanced at the assembly of top scientists from the Eagle Empire. Upon hearing his query, the audience furrowed their brows, enveloped in a heavy silence. Damn it! Witnessing the reluctance of the leading scientists to meet his gaze, Admiral William felt a deep sense of disappointment. Suddenly, a spirited voice broke through the tension. "General, we have received good news from Kinlan County in Nevada. A research team affiliated with the National Academy of Sciences has made significant breakthroughs at Area 51. "What?" Upon hearing this, Admiral William and the esteemed scientists stood up in shock, their expressions quickly transforming to elation. "Splendid!" Admiral William exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. "Truly, Area 51 is a testament to our great Bald Eagle Empire's formidable prowess. Area 51, AU-S, Air Force Base, is rumored in international circles to be a clandestine site for the development and testing of advanced scientific weaponry. Moreover, it is often described as strange and enigmatic, frequently associated with mysterious occurrences, hence its moniker as the Forbidden Zone. Arrange a helicopter at once. I must visit Area 51 personally," Admiral William commanded enthusiastically. Soon, Admiral William and a throng of scientists arrived at Area 51. Among these scientists were top experts from national laboratories, MIT, Stanford University, and the Department of Energy, each capable of causing a stir in the international scientific community. "What is the situation?" William eagerly inquired of the lead investigator. "We detected some unusual data signal fluctuations 5,000 meters beneath Lake Mofu, and we discovered unknown dust particles on the recovered drilling heads, along with a mysterious substance resembling coke." "What?" Upon hearing this, the group of elite scientists from the Eagle Empire erupted in excitement. Subsequently, the local head guided Admiral William and the scientific delegation into the base, where they traveled a few kilometers by special vehicle to Grant Valley, located at the heart of the Mufa Basin. Upon witnessing the bizarre data signal fluctuations and the mysterious substance in the analysis room, the scientists erupted in cheers. "God has not forsaken us after all. We have studied Area 51 for many years, and to think that such a colossal secret lay hidden 5,000 meters underground." They exclaimed, "Haha, this is fantastic. We owe our gratitude to the Dragon Nation for their reminder. This enigmatic substance eludes my understanding regarding its composition. I only know that it transformed into carbonized particles after enduring an incredibly high-temperature combustion. We hypothesize that this carbonaceous material, prior to its extreme burning, represents a novel form of ancient prehistoric residue. It is imperative that we delve deeper into this matter. The assembly of scientists, breathless with anticipation, cast their anxious gazes upon General William. Naturally, let it not be said that we would refrain from excavating even at a depth of 5,000 meters, or even 8,000 meters. General William felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. When the individual from the Dragon Nation proposed the theory of the Earth starship, the bald eagle found itself in a state of perpetual defensiveness. Initially, including himself, no one took it seriously. However, as significant new discoveries emerged from the Dragon Nation, such as the airborne helium-3 and the astonishing superconducting electronic special gas, the upper echelons of the bald eagle, including General William, could not help but ponder a profound question. What if Earth truly is a cosmic vessel? With this thought, General William erupted into a fit of jubilant laughter. He promptly convened the nation's most esteemed scientists, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe that the rabbits can reap such benefits while we, the bald eagles, cannot." At that moment, General William was blissfully unaware that he had become a staunch advocate of the Earth starship theory. Soon, the bald eagle commenced excavation at the site. General William personally oversaw the operation. "General, the subterranean team has reached a depth of 100 meters. It must be said that the bald eagle possesses remarkable capabilities. In less than half an hour, the excavation equipment had penetrated to a depth of 100 meters. Continue to increase the intensity." Thunderous sounds erupted. Before General William could finish his sentence, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the depths of the pit, accompanied by a surge of flames that illuminated the sky, along with a terrifying shockwave that sent all present sprawling to the ground. The earth trembled, and fissures spread ominously outward, ultimately forming a chasm nearly 30 meters long before calmness finally returned to the scene. Amidst the swirling dust, General William clumsily emerged from the debris, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "God! What has happened? Can someone tell me?" His face was pale, eyes wide with terror. Shortly thereafter, an expert approached to report, trembling with fear, "General, it's catastrophic. The subterranean excavation team has been entirely annihilated. We suspect that some mysterious mechanism was triggered, leading to an eruption of subterranean fire. But how could this be possible?" This top scientist of the bald eagle was at a loss, racking his brains for an explanation for such an occurrence. Upon hearing that the entire subterranean team had been obliterated, General William's demeanor grew increasingly despondent. His lips quivered as he bellowed in despair, "Damn it! Why has this happened?" At this moment, the bald eagle faced an immense loss, not to mention the military personnel. Even several unfortunate researchers present who perished or were injured by the shockwave numbered in the dozens. What filled General William with dread was that, after thorough analysis, they could not uncover a single reason for the incident, as if the explosion had materialized out of thin air. Damn it! Admiral William could only roar in fury. Upon receiving the news, the expressions of the higher-ups at the White Eagle resembled that of someone who had just ingested something foul. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had just reported good news to Elder Chun regarding Imperial Capital's West Garden No. 1 when he felt a stirring in his mind. The Earth spaceship's map device, Lin Yuan, emitted a gentle blue light, seemingly activating some mechanism automatically. Before Lin Yuan, a virtual map materialized, with a red dot blinking intermittently. What could this be? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing it was a sub-function area of the overseas map segment. Initially, he felt a tinge of anxiety and confusion. However, upon examining the annotations on the map device, he instantly felt reassured. What a relief. He thought it was something significant, but it turned out to be merely the temporary activation of a second-rate garbage incineration chamber aboard the Earth spaceship. A cursory glance revealed it was located in some desert region controlled by the White Eagle. A desert indeed seemed quite suitable for waste incineration. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself, seeming to grasp the situation. The Eagle had dug too deep, stumbling upon the Earth spaceship's garbage incineration chamber, without the necessary permissions or knowledge. Recklessly triggering the self-defense system of the Earth spaceship was tantamount to courting disaster. Lin Yuan knew without a doubt that the Eagles would find themselves in dire straits. Moreover, he was currently preoccupied with the research and exploration progress of the Huaxia Jiuzhou functional sector aboard the Earth spaceship, which had yet to reach level 03. How could he possibly concern himself with overseas affairs? Furthermore, garbage incineration chambers came in varying grades. This one, not worth his attention. Returning to reality, Lin Yuan refocused his attention on the Sank Singui ruins. Elder Wang, the reason I summoned you here is that I have another task I would like to discuss with you. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan spoke in a warm and clear voice. I hope you can assist me in compiling a list of ancient relics and the origins of mythological legends discovered globally, such as Death Valley, Borneo, and the Bermuda Triangle. Certainly, Wang Wenjiao nodded in agreement without hesitation. He did not inquire about the reasons, but could surmise Lin Yuan's intentions. In the ensuing time, the engineering battalion of the Shuxi military district continued its extensive excavation work at the Sanxingdui ruins. A formidable team of nearly 5,000 personnel was fully engaged, and good news poured in. Chief Engineer Lin, we've unearthed something else. Upon receiving the findings, Lin Yuan examined them closely and smiled with delight. This is a tantalum rod, atomic number 73, a heavy metal with extensive applications in the aerospace industry. However, this tantalum rod exhibits an unusual luster. It may yield even better results. Ultimately, it was determined that the tantalum rods buried deep within several sacrificial pits amounted to at least several tons. Following this, another peculiar meteorite was presented. Incredible. This is the T particle. The moment Lin Yuan laid eyes upon it, he immediately recognized its elemental properties as originating from the cosmos. This was precisely one of the prehistoric materials he sought to unearth from the Sanxingdui site. The cosmic isotopic material for cold nuclear fusion was finally within reach. Lin Yuan was filled with immense joy. Those who have watched certain blockbuster films are aware that in the comic realm, the arc reactor harnesses the mysterious cosmic isotopic or, often referred to as space gems, to facilitate cold nuclear fusion reactions. The T particle in his possession bore a striking resemblance to such effects. After an arduous excavation lasting several hours, a treasure trove of rare prehistoric metallic ores was unearthed from the various sacrificial pits at Sanxingdui. 5,000 kilograms of carbon allotrope, 36,000 tons of supertalum rods, 180 kilograms of T-particle cosmic isotopic or 2,000 kilograms of proton vibranium, and approximately 1,000 kilograms of a mysterious multicolored stone. The essence of this multicolored stone was beyond Lin Yuan's comprehension. Thus, he resolved to take it back for further study. Additionally, various rare metals and materials known in the contemporary world were found, totaling around 120,000 tons. Truly a bountiful harvest. Of course, the entire Sanxingdui site lay in utter disarray. Ultimately, Lin Yuan returned to the Magic City with a collection of crucial materials. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, upon learning that Lin Yuan had once again assisted the nation in acquiring an invaluable cache of scarce metallic materials and energy ores, Elder Chun and Shiyuan No. One was moved to tears. A true patriot indeed. Another esteemed figure also expressed profound excitement. Such rare and significant resources were handed over to the state without a second thought. What heartfelt dedication. What patriotic spirit. It seems we have underestimated Lin Yuan's contributions thus far. Elder Chin's demeanor turned solemn. I propose that not only should Lin Yuan be honored as an academician this year, but he should also be included in the ranks of national heroes. The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. With the departure of those venerable elders who had rendered great service to the nation, only 6 national heroes remained in Long Nation. Each of these 6 heroes enjoyed unparalleled honors, privileges, and authority. Is it not a bit too early for such recognition? One elder pondered hesitantly. No. Lin Yuan is undoubtedly deserving. Elder Chin asserted resolutely. I have a premonition that he will bring us even greater surprises. This is a decree of national significance. I hereby officially appoint Lin Yuan as the 7th national hero of Long Nation. The following day, at the headquarters of the Xianyuan project, when Lin Yuan appeared in the production workshop of the Yinglong aerospace bomber project, the entire research team erupted in excitement. Especially when Lin Yuan showcased the flawless material known as carbon allotrope, everyone was nearly beside themselves with enthusiasm. What followed was a fervent surge of research and production work. With the blueprints provided by Chief Engineer Lin, along with the various prehistoric materials sourced from the Sanxingdui metal casting factory, the momentum was unstoppable. Nearly 1,000 researchers, in collaboration with over 2,000 skilled technicians such as fitters and riveters, laboriously crafted the external shell of the Yinglong space bomber in under 3 days. Following this monumental task, attention turned to the bomber's core, the engine. Lin Yuan, exhibiting utmost diligence, personally immersed himself in the workshop, dedicating each day to meticulously refining and casting the engine alongside the research team. Ultimately, just 1 week before the Spring Festival, Lin Yuan's fervent efforts culminated in the creation of a fantastical aerospace engine. It can be said that the development of this engine was predominantly Lin Yuan's endeavor, single-handedly bringing this magnificent creation to life, the ion pulse detonation engine. Its performance is nothing short of astonishing, appending all existing theories within the military aerospace research domain. By merging ion propulsion with pulse detonation, it generates thrust through accelerated ions in a strong electric field while simultaneously producing rotational detonation via a novel spiral pulse detonation engine. The resulting speed can effortlessly elevate any aircraft's velocity to over 20 Mach, and within the atmosphere, it can even achieve a staggering 3,050 Mach. After 3 additional days of tireless work, Lin Yuan and his team assembled the remaining components of the Yinglong space bomber. The final product stood before them, a colossal aircraft measuring 65 meters in length, 15.8 meters in height. with a wingspan of 598 meters and a wing area of 468 square meters. This was the first generation of the space bomber, independently developed by Long Nation, the Yinglong. Gazing at the aircraft, resembling a masterpiece of art, all the researchers, experts, and technicians present were momentarily transfixed, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Is this truly the space bomber we built together? After a prolonged silence, Li Fuxing, representing the elated researchers, erupted in ecstatic applause. My goodness, it's astonishingly magnificent. I'm so overwhelmed I can hardly speak. In that instant, many had tears streaming down their faces, kneeling in fervent celebration. Lin Yuan, equally exhilarated, quickly contacted high-ranking military officials. I require a pilot. Must be the finest in the entire military, for a test flight mission. Yes, the Yinglong space bomber has been successfully constructed. Meanwhile, in a military base in the northwest desert of Long Nation, codenamed Yunxiao, members of the research group for the domestically produced H-20 bomber emerged from beneath a colossal structure. Their expressions filled with fervent excitement as they raised their fists in triumph. 6 long years. We've toiled day and night in this desert, and we have finally brought this behemoth to fruition. Let's contact the higher-ups immediately to share this splendid news. Haha. Our nation's most advanced stealth supersonic bomber can finally be unveiled to the people. Chapter 47. The emergence of the Skydragon bomber leaves the H-20 stunned. The H-20 is on the verge of debuting, and I can hardly contain my anticipation for the reactions of the Americans. Their expressions will surely be nothing short of spectacular. The H-20 is our treasure, and for its inaugural test flight, we must enlist the finest pilots from the military. Undoubtedly, I have had my eye on the military pilot codenamed Lin Yuan for quite some time. A hero deserves a worthy steed, and only an ace pilot like Lin Yuan is deserving of being the first to test fly the H-20. The chief and deputy chief engineers of the H-20 bomber from the Dragon Nation exclaimed with excitement. They promptly contacted the higher-ups. Moments later, Chief Engineer Kwang Jianya, upon hearing the response from the other end of the line, abruptly raised his head, his face a picture of shock. What did you say? Our country has successfully developed the first generation of a space-capable bomber? As he spoke, Chief Engineer Kwang glanced at the H-20 beside him, internally screaming, what does this mean? What on earth? The other deputy chief engineers, finally able to take a moment to sip tea, were similarly taken aback by the news, coughing for quite a while before regaining their composure. Old Kwang, what are you saying? Just 2 months ago, we returned to the capital to report our work and heard nothing about any brother institutions developing a space-capable bomber. Moreover, when it comes to the field of bomber technology in the Dragon Nation, aren't we the most proficient? All the deputy chief engineers were utterly bewildered. I don't know, Kwang Jianya murmured in confusion after hanging up the phone. When I called, the military informed me that there will be a test flight for a space-capable bomber tomorrow. The military's top ace pilot, Lin Yuan, was taken away just half an hour ago. Hearing this, the group of deputy chief engineers exchanged glances, and one of them finally shouted in frustration, what is going on? The situation could indeed be serious. Kwang Jianya shook his head, alarmed, from what the military higher-ups indicated. It seems their research has yielded results. If there are no surprises, our painstakingly developed H-20, which we've worked on for 6 years, may already be outdated? Upon hearing this, everyone felt their heads spinning, nearly suffocating under the weight of the revelation. They instinctively glanced at the imposing figure of the H-20, as if it were lamenting its fate. Is our Dragon Nation so competitive? Our proud H-20 has yet to be commissioned, and now it faces obsolescence? For them, this was particularly unacceptable. While I also wish for our nation to develop a globally leading space-capable bomber, this seems patently unrealistic. Have those military folks lost their minds? I dare say, there is absolutely no bomber in the world more advanced than the H-20. Even if the bald eagle has something, its performance is likely comparable. Where did this so-called space-capable bomber come from? I refuse to believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. In that moment, the top military experts were filled with fervor. Chief Engineer Kwang, too, felt a whirlwind of emotions, finally nodding emphatically. Indeed, the truth will reveal itself in time. I shall report to the higher-ups about the H-20's test flight tomorrow. In a comparison of might, who truly embodies the blue sky sort of the Dragon Kingdom? Meanwhile, within the Northern Defense Military District, in a specialized maintenance workshop, a man in military attire, in his 30s, with a statuesque posture akin to a pine tree and a square jaw, his eyes filled with determination and sharpness, was diligently repairing his beloved aircraft alongside an engineer. This was a fearsome J-20, particularly marked by 2 golden stars etched beneath the cockpit, seemingly proclaiming an unparalleled honor of iron and blood to the world. At that moment, an officer approached with a solemn expression, stating, "The commander wishes to see you." Acknowledging the request, Ling Xiao stood at attention and swiftly made his way to a command room. Blue Sky Sword Flight Team, reporting in, Lieutenant Colonel Ling. A formidable man before him rose and approached, speaking slowly. "The nation has a significant mission to entrust to you. Please instruct," Ling Xiao replied with unwavering resolve. "Excellent. You are indeed the ace pilot of our Northern Defense Military District, Commander Su of the Northern Theater remarked with a hearty laugh, then continued with a composed demeanor. The higher-ups require you to proceed to the Magic City to execute a top-secret mission. This mission is codenamed Nine Heavens. Here is your key. The specific details will be revealed upon boarding the helicopter. Remember, this mission holds an SSSS-level confidentiality rating. Pausing, Commander Su fixed a stern gaze upon him. This mission entails certain risks. Before he could finish, Ling Xiao rendered a crisp military salute, his voice steady. I assure you, the mission will be accomplished. Very well. Commander Su clapped his hands in delight. Exhilarated, go forth and uphold the esteemed reputation of our Northern Theater. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao boarded a military Z-20 helicopter, swiftly ascending towards the skies. Shortly thereafter, upon receiving the key via text message, he opened his portable computer, logged into his account, and entered the key. Instantly, a line of shocking text appeared before him, regarding the trial flight mission of the Dragon Kingdom's most advanced hypersonic space bomber. Boom. Ling Xiao sat in stunned silence, his mind blank and buzzing with disbelief. The most advanced generation of space bombers was about to undergo trial flights? After a minute of suffocating shock, he finally regained his composure, trembling with excitement. This is incredible. After such a long wait, the nation has finally completed the H-20. He exuberantly pumped his fist in the air, but continued to read on. However, with each line, his astonishment deepened, mingled with confusion. Given his mindset, upon reaching the final line of the document, he could not suppress a shiver, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. The space bomber was not the H-20 set for trial flights, but rather, it was the Dragon Kingdom's independently developed, most advanced supersonic stealth space bomber, the Yinglong, that was about to commence its trial flight program. Ling Xiao was left in a daze. In the Magic City, at the Xinyuan Engineering Research Headquarters, Lin Yuan sat in his office, envisioning the scene of the following day, unable to suppress a smile of excitement. The Yinglong space bomber was surely a solid endeavor. After all, with the advanced black technology at his disposal, the detection data of the current Yinglong is flawless, awaiting only the trial flight to yield further data insights. As for its performance and safety, Lin Yuan harbors no concerns whatsoever. What remains is the development work on the Xinyuan War Chariot and Xinyuan Hill. Ultimately, the culmination of all these research projects will manifest as the comprehensive Dejiao Xinyuan War Fortress, which, upon its unveiling, is bound to cause a global sensation. With this thought, Lin Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. He took a moment to glance at the data panel. Earth Starship has accepted 809 for 167 participants. The recent growth in followers has been rather sluggish, considering he hadn't streamed in over 10 days. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before logging into the Higher Physics Research Institute's live broadcast room. He crafted a title and released a teaser, the hidden black technology from the classic of mountains and seas, Xingtian Mecha. If gifts exceed 50, an additional chapter will be added tomorrow. Chapter 48. Am I, a distinguished ace pilot, still required to consult the manual? What on earth is vertical sonic boom? 3 hours later, in the assembly workshop of the Xinyuan War Chariot, Lin Yuan was manually assembling the gearbox. Not far away, a group of researchers and technicians were meticulously refining the chariot's exterior shell. Various high-tech metals, through the processes of smelting and machining, were seamlessly integrated into the surface of the war chariot, resulting in the most resilient armor in the current military industry on Earth. Presently, the most advanced armored vehicle globally is the VB infantry fighting vehicle from Gallia, which incorporates titanium alloy throughout its structure. Compared to aluminum alloys and armored steel, titanium alloys significantly surpass them both in weight and hardness. However, titanium alloys have one notable drawback: they are expensive. The researchers initially believed that participating in the Xinyuan War Chariot project, with its armor composed of titanium alloy and other rare metals, was already a commendable achievement. Yet, they were taken aback by Lin Yuan's audacity in utilizing carbon nanotubes, a groundbreaking technology. You must be frugal. Observing the researchers nonchalantly adding this rare material, Lin Yuan muttered, I painstakingly extracted 500 pounds from the Yinglong bomber, and now I have less than 3,000 kilograms left, with a whole family to support. The group exchanged sly smiles and continued to work diligently. It seems an opportunity must be sought to explore places like Shenangjia, Ileo Mountain, and Lop Nur, where they might unearth ancient relics. Lin Yuan contemplated this secretly, for Shenangjia and Ileo Mountain are known as forbidden zones in the Dragon Nation, steeped in mysterious legends since antiquity. According to Lin Yuan's research, these locations are certainly not mere dense forests, but may conceal deeper secrets. Chief Engineer Lin. At that moment, Chen Lin rushed in, reporting, the pilots sent by the military have arrived. Good. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with warmth as he stepped outside. Soon, he encountered the military pilot dispatched to them, Ling Xiao, codename Ling Yuan. Hello, Chief Engineer Lin. Ling Xiao possessed the distinctive cold demeanor of a soldier, remaining remarkably composed even in the presence of the chief engineer of the national-level Hongming project. Major Ling, welcome. Lin Yuan greeted with a faint smile. Having perused the military resume that had been forwarded to him, the individual before him was indeed a true ace pilot. Having enlisted at the tender age of 16 and becoming a pilot for the J-15 fighter jet by 18. Since then, he had piloted various types of fighter jets and bombers, amassing a wealth of flying experience. I appreciate Major Ling for escorting me that day, Lin Yuan remarked. At these words, Ling Xiao paused momentarily, realizing that Lin Yuan referred to the escorted arrival of the fully loaded J-20 to Beijing. He promptly nodded, "It is my duty." "There is no need for you to be so polite, Chief Engineer Lin." "Major Ling, please follow me," Lin Yuan said without delay, eagerly guiding him toward the hangar of the Yinglong aerospace bomber. "Come, let me show you that magnificent beast." "All right." Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon, upon arriving at the hangar, he immediately spotted the colossal aircraft standing majestically at its center. Wow! At that moment, even the ace pilot could not help but exclaim in astonishment. His mind went blank, buzzing with disbelief. Forget the J-20, forget the H-20. A true man of iron and blood craved nothing less than this marvel. The Yinglong aerospace bomber loomed before him, its armor resembling dragon scales shimmering under the lights. The overall appearance, apart from radiating a sense of futuristic sci-fi, was visually explosive. This was the epitome of violent aesthetics. Ling Xiao was instantaneously struck by an overwhelming sense of allure toward this aircraft. "Major Ling, this is our latest creation, the first-generation Yinglong aerospace bomber of the Dragon Kingdom." Lin Yuan observed Ling Xiao's astonishment with great satisfaction and eagerly elaborated. This Yinglong fighter jet employs an ion pulse detonation engine and incorporates variable cycle technology, allowing for the seamless switching of multiple supersonic cruise modules. Theoretically, once airborne, it can effortlessly achieve speeds exceeding Mach 8, and in the upper atmosphere, the Yinglong can reach an astounding Mach 30. What does that mean? In less than an hour, it could circumnavigate the Earth. Moreover, this supersonic aerospace bomber boasts the most advanced stealth technology. At this point, Lin Yuan chuckled playfully. In other words, piloting the Yinglong aerospace bomber, you could effortlessly take a leisurely tour above the Statue of Liberty, and by the time the American air defense systems realize what's happening, we would have long vanished, leaving them in the dust, with even supersonic missiles struggling to catch up. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he trembled and inquired, "Chief Engineer Lin, I have a question." "Speak," Lin Yuan replied with a smile. "While the ordinary supersonic flight mode may be manageable, if the Yinglong aerospace bomber can achieve such incredible speeds, say exceeding Mach 10, how would the human body cope with the extreme G-forces?" "Simple," Lin Yuan responded. Lin Yuan explained with a smile. "Initially, we contemplated two solutions, one of which was to adopt a deep-sea liquid pressure-resistant model. However, after further reflection, I decided to abandon that idea and instead develop the existing pressure-resistant device. This device, known as the superconducting electromagnetic pressure module, operates on the principle of applying a unique force to accelerate each atom in the human body, thereby maintaining the relative positions of the atoms. In situations of overload, impact, or compression, the forces exerted on the body remain uniform. Current research indicates that an overload below 100 G causes no harm to the human body." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was utterly stunned. But that was not all. Lin Yuan continued to unveil more features. Furthermore, the Yinglong has a variety of functions. There are too many to mention at once. "How about this, Major Ling? Why not take a look at the instruction manual?" With that, Lin Yuan handed over a thick manual for the bomber. Ling Xiao was momentarily speechless, internally screaming, "Am I, a prestigious ace pilot, really expected to consult a flight manual?" Unable to contain his astonishment, he took it, and, after a few seconds of reading, was left questioning his very existence, trembling as he exclaimed, "Chief Engineer Lin, this takeoff mode? It's actually vertical takeoff. And what on earth is this vertical sonic boom?" Chapter 49. Your bomber has firepower exceeding that of the J-20? Ling Xiao wore a dazed expression. In contrast, Lin Yuan remained calm, explaining, "Major Ling, this is the most advanced space-based bomber, ISNT vertical takeoff standard. As for the vertical sonic boom, have you not heard that achieving sonic speed during vertical takeoff would naturally produce a sonic boom effect?" Ling Xiao was left speechless. He continued to flip through the manual, and with each page, his expression grew more incredulous. Finally, he gasped in shock, exclaiming in a trembling voice, "Laser cannons on rails? Hypersonic air-to-air missiles? Multiple cluster RF weapons? 72-barrel electromagnetic shock machine guns? Not to mention the Yinglong can carry 180 to 250 nuclear warheads, flying at high speeds for up to 24 hours without lingering in the atmosphere. So, is this truly a bomber? The weaponry listed is even more ferocious than that of the J-20. After all, the J-20 still employs conventional military weaponry, while the Yinglong is already equipped with laser cannons. Indeed, the full name of the Yinglong should be the Yinglong Armed Space Bomber. Besides its formidable bombing capabilities, its offensive and defensive capabilities are equally impeccable. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Major Ling, don't rush. Take your time studying this manual. As for the operating mode, I've enabled the standard control protocol of our Dragon Nation S aircraft. You'll master it in just a few hours of practice. Ling Xiao chuckled wryly, but excitement sparkled in his eyes. All right, I understand. Chief Engineer Lin, rest assured, I will diligently study this manual. Ling Xiao emphasized the word study with fervor. A day later, at the headquarters of the Xinyuan project, a procession of Hongqi sedans made their entrance. Occasionally, military helicopters swooped down from the sky, landing gracefully to reveal a cadre of distinguished military leaders, each adorned with commendable accolades. The Eastern Battle Zone, the Southern Battle Zone, the Western Battle Zone, the Northern Battle Zone, and the Central Battle Zone, all converged as nearly 100 generals gathered to witness this unprecedented military aircraft test flight program. Accompanying them were nearly 30 top-tier experts and professors, each granted access to the realm of military aviation. It is said that this test flight features the aircraft project masterminded by Chief Engineer Lin. Indeed, Chief Engineer Lin holds significant esteem among the higher echelons. Having summoned thousands of elite researchers from the National Defense 7, I eagerly anticipate the outcome of his endeavors. I have also heard that the Shuxi Military District's Yunxiao project has finally succeeded and is slated for a test flight in the coming days. What does this mean? Could it be that our Dragon Nation has finally developed a formidable bomber? The generals instantly buzzed with excitement, though some remained skeptical. However, what exactly is this aircraft project that Chief Engineer Lin is working on? A new model of fighter jet? That seems unlikely given the short time frame. I speculate it must be some modified transport helicopter or other type of aircraft. Meanwhile, the gathered experts continued their murmurs. On the other side, Lin Xiao was nearly ready to commence the inaugural test flight. Fortunately, the Xinyuan project headquarters was formerly the second research institute of the Eastern Military District, and not far from the testing workshop lay a spacious flight runway. As the Yinglong aerospace bomber glided smoothly onto the runway, the sunlight reflected off its silver metallic sheen, emanating an aura of chilling sharpness. Upon its approach, the military leaders and experts present were momentarily taken aback. What is this? It appears almost dreamlike, reminiscent of the aircraft seen in films. As realization dawned, gasps of disbelief erupted. My goodness, this is a bomber. How is this possible? Waves of astonished exclamations reverberated through the crowd, each person seemingly breathless, unable to regain their composure. No words could adequately convey the violent beauty of the Yinglong aerospace bomber. Especially striking were the futuristic bionic armor scales adorning its body, rendering the entire aircraft reminiscent of a fierce, ancient mythical beast. Yinglong. Ladies and gentlemen, a voice of calm authority broke through the commotion as Lin Yuan announced through the loudspeaker, codenamed Jiutian. The test flight mission for the Dragon Nation's new generation of aerospace bombers is officially underway. As the words settled, the entire assembly stood in unison, each one stunned to the brink of madness. An aerospace bomber? This is indeed an aerospace bomber? A solemn reverence enveloped the crowd, their astonishment palpable. Chief Engineer Lin, the Jiutian test flight plan is ready. Please provide your instructions. Several military personnel appeared in the command room, their expressions grave as they reported. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded and commanded, initiate the test flight. At the sound of his order, Ling Xiao in the cockpit of the Yinglong aerospace bomber took a deep breath and decisively pressed the aircraft's ignition button. With a thunderous roar, a flurry of data materialized before Ling Xiao's eyes. Simultaneously, a crisp and cold notification echoed in his ears. Yinglong aerospace bomber is about to enter vertical takeoff mode. Current data is stable, micromodules are continuously adjusting. Current engine power output, 200 kilonewtons, 500 kilonewtons, 1000 kilonewtons. Articulated hyperfrequency jet device ignition adjusting dual wing smooth posture. This process lasted approximately 3 minutes. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, a gathering of military leaders and experts paused in astonishment as they observed the Yinglong aircraft suddenly resting silently on the ground. Shouldn't it have entered a taxiing position, poised for takeoff? What was happening? Could there be a malfunction? I told you, this aerospace bomber is not so easily researched. As the crowd pondered and sighed, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. With a whoosh, the Yinglong aerospace bomber shot upwards like a sprout breaking through the earth, soaring into the sky as if it were a rocket ascending into the heavens. In an instant, it created a terrifying white sonic boom cloud. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. This was simply astounding. At that moment, all experts in the military aviation field were left dumbfounded. They beheld the aerospace bomber, which, in a vertical takeoff posture, had generated a sonic boom cloud during its ascent, indicating it had reached supersonic speed. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Shortly thereafter, various real-time data was transmitted to the leaders and experts. Speed reached 1 Mach, then 2 Mach. Good heavens, it surged to 36 Mach. Whoosh. The Yinglong pierced through the atmosphere. The speed continued to climb. 7 Mach, 10 Mach. It soared to 16 Mach. The atmosphere was electrified with excitement. Meanwhile, in the northwestern desert, at the Yunxiao 20 Development Base, Chief Engineer Kwong received news from the military. The Yinglong aerospace bomber had taken flight. Excellent. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Kwong Jianya gritted his teeth and declared, "Initiate the H-20 test flight." I refuse to believe that our painstakingly developed rotating detonation engine, capable of reaching speeds of 9 Mach, will be outperformed by that aircraft. Moments later, on the runway, a sleek black H-20 rapidly ascended, instantly transforming into a shadow that vanished into the sky. Immediately, it locked onto the coordinates of its ally, Yinglong. Kwong Jianya stated solemnly. According to my discussions with the higher-ups, this simultaneous test flight of the H-20 and Yinglong is not only to validate their respective performances, but also to engage in a silent competition. Kwong Jianya was confident that while the Yinglong aerospace bomber might exhibit remarkable performance in the upper atmosphere, the H-20 would reign supreme below it. After a prolonged 10 minutes of electronic silence, the moment arrived. The communication device crackled to life, revealing the voice of the H-20 pilot, reporting to the command center. "We have detected a friendly target." "What? This is impossible." Chapter 50. The Bureau of Strategic Support takes action. Don't panic, Eagle Sauce. That was merely a promotional video. The pilot's voice was filled with a torrent of excitement and disbelief. Suddenly, the communication device fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, the H-20 pilot's voice emerged, laced with bitterness yet tinged with exhilaration. Reporting to the command center, "I am unable to pursue the friendly target, Yinglong. In 3 seconds. It has left me trailing 30 kilometers behind. Radar detection confirms the target has exited the atmosphere. I can no longer continue tracking. Should I initiate other test missions?" At this moment, within the command center, Kwong Jianya and several deputy chief engineers of the H-20 project exchanged incredulous glances, collectively frozen in shock. How could this be? To have outpaced the H-20 in just 3 seconds at a speed of Mach 5 means the opposing craft has achieved a theoretical escape velocity, at least over Mach 10. My heavens, how is this possible? The atmosphere in the command center grew heavy with silence, everyone displaying expressions of astonishment, confusion, and bitterness. "Initiate the remaining test missions." Kwong Jianya's hoarse voice broke the stillness. He then turned off the communication device, closed his eyes, and trembled uncontrollably at that moment. The collective heart of the group was filled with profound sorrow as they anxiously regarded Kwong Jianya, fearing that this venerable elder might not withstand the blow. After all, it had been 6 long years of dedicated research. They thought to themselves, even if the H-20 had become somewhat outdated, it shouldn't be lagging this far behind, right? Yet, what they did not anticipate was that in a mere glance, they could not even catch a glimpse of the Yinglong's tail. The disparity was unfathomably vast. At that moment, tears welled in Kwong Jianya's eyes, his expression gradually reddening, and when he opened his eyes, he could no longer contain his exhilaration. "The spaceborne bomber, the spaceborne bomber," he exclaimed, laughter erupting from him like a jubilant child. "Our nation has developed a more advanced spaceborne bomber. We should rejoice. Old Zhang, old Qi, old Li. For us old men, even if we were to pass away at this moment, it would be enough to close our eyes in peace." The esteemed elders, in that instant, wept and laughed, shedding their emotions like children. Meanwhile, in the command room, Lin Yuan received a call from higher-ups. By now, half an hour had elapsed since the Yinglong spaceborne bomber had entered low Earth orbit. On the other end of the line, the voice of Elder Chun from Shiyuan No. One was stern. "Chief Engineer Lin. Relevant agencies have detected a trend of exposure regarding the Yinglong's test flight plan circulating among the public and online. Should we implement public opinion control? After all, the test flight location for the Yinglong spaceborne bomber is in the outskirts of the Magic City." This had been a consideration prior to the test flight. However, Lin Yuan insisted on conducting the tests at this location, and the higher-ups, favoring Lin Yuan, allowed him to proceed. No need for control. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Old Chun, times have changed. In the past, we concealed our capabilities out of necessity. But now, even if the Yinglong supersonic bomber has been unveiled, trust me, it will not be our final trump card." On the other end of the line, Old Chun was utterly exhilarated. "I understand." Half an hour later, the news reverberated throughout Longwa's online community. Major military enthusiast forums and various platforms were ablaze with fervent discussions. "What on earth is happening in Modu today? I live near Maishan and suddenly heard explosive sounds from the sky, thinking a missile attack was imminent. Has anyone upstairs just gone online? Quickly check the news. Someone captured an astonishing scene near Maishan. What is this?" As netizens clicked to view the footage, they were met with a video of a fearsome aircraft, resembling an ancient mythical beast soaring into the sky. In a mere 5 seconds, it completed a vertical takeoff, leaving behind a white sonic boom cloud before vanishing into the clouds. Its sci-fi design, sharp fuselage, and breathtaking speed left every viewer in a state of stunned disbelief. "Wow, am I seeing things? What in the world is this?" Then, another astonishing piece of news broke. A traveler had revealed online that he had filmed a mysterious bomber gliding through the skies over the northwestern desert. Its imposing appearance and the exhilarating 5-star emblem sparked a visual explosion of excitement. Wow, this has to be the legendary H-20 of our Longhua. I can feel it. The details of the bomber in this video are strikingly similar to the previously released official images of the H-20. Just look at that Mach ring and its speed. This must theoretically exceed Mach 3. The H-20 is astounding. Tears of joy streamed down as the realization hit. Had our nation's hidden H-20 finally come to light? Wait, something feels off. Look at the footage from the northwestern desert. The appearance of the H-20 differs significantly from the bomber in Modu. Can someone explain what is going on? In an instant, Longhua's netizens were both exhilarated and perplexed. After all, two distinctly different bombers with equally explosive capabilities had emerged on the same day across various platforms. This bewildered many seasoned military enthusiasts. The H-20 was somewhat manageable. Through various pieces of information, its identity could be reasonably deduced. However, the Modu bomber was an enigma, especially the footage showcasing its vertical takeoff and sonic boom, which shocked the entire world. At that moment, even across the ocean, the relevant agencies in the land of the eagle were stirred. Within the Pentagon, General Williams stared in astonishment at the reports from his subordinates. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Immediately contact all relevant agencies for analysis. I want to know what is truly happening." Soon, the investigation commenced. A collective conclusion has been reached by over 100 of the foremost aircraft experts in the white-headed eagle. General William, we can assert with utmost certainty that the bomber spotted in the desert is undoubtedly the H-20, which the Dragon Kingdom has concealed for several years. Based on the current information, it appears that the Dragon Kingdom has successfully developed the most advanced bomber. However, a momentary pause ensued among the experts, as they hesitated to comment further. Regarding the bomber featured in another video, we are unable to draw any definitive conclusions. The sonic boom cloud left by its vertical takeoff is theoretically unachievable with today's technology. It is far too fantastical. We harbor serious doubts that this is anything but a skillfully edited special effects video. A special effects video, are you certain? General William frowned and retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the experts hesitated once more. Some of them had analyzed that the dreamlike bomber had appeared in multiple videos across the Dragon Kingdom's internet. Others had also captured footage of it, which was subsequently shared online. Through data analysis, it has been nearly confirmed that these videos show no signs of editing or special effects. In other words, the videos are authentic. Yet the content within them left the experts bewildered, almost questioning their very existence. Such high-speed vertical sonic booms. No nation in the world will be able to develop such a sci-fi-esque future aircraft within the next decade. Infuriated by the experts' inability to reach a concrete conclusion, General William felt a surge of frustration. We must contact the Dragon Kingdom immediately and probe for information. Taking a deep breath, General William resolved to adopt a more conciliatory approach to elicit some intelligence from the Dragon Kingdom's officials. At that very moment, a mysterious organization within the Dragon Kingdom, which had caught the attention of the white-headed eagle, issued a declaration. On the Doing platform, the military leader officially appeared before the public, smiling as he responded. I believe many netizens, including those from abroad, are keenly following the sudden online revelation regarding the Dragon Kingdom's latest and most advanced bomber. I simply wish to convey one message. The H-20 is real. Our nation possesses the capability to produce it. As for the astonishing bomber video from the Magic City, after thorough examination, I believe it to be a fabrication by internet users. Therefore, dear Eagle, fret not. It is merely special effects, a promotional clip from a film. Following his remarks, countless netizens struggled to contain their amusement, flooding the comment section in unison. Uniformly, they expressed their sentiments. If the Eagle believes it to be a promotional clip, then so be it. If the Eagle does not believe it, then we shall commence production. The additional chapters have been completed today. P.S. Gifts have exceeded 100. Special thanks to the esteemed Wandering Life for the certification and to all the loyal supporters for their gifts. There are too many to mention, and for that, I extend my gratitude once more. Thus, 2 additional chapters will be added tomorrow. Let us continue generating content for the love of it. Chapter 51. The Struggle of the God of War, Xing Tian Mecha. As the military leader made his move, netizens erupted in joy. Meanwhile, news about the H-20 and the latest bombers from the Dragon Kingdom flooded every corner of the Dragon Kingdom's media. Truly remarkable. I can only express that this is the H-20 of my dreams. After watching the video, I was left speechless for a long time, picking up a small joy to serve as military funding. For the H-20, for the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, dear netizens, let us rally. As for the other video showcasing the bomber, most viewers dismissed it, believing it was merely a smokescreen released by relevant state agencies to confound the eagle-eyed and the foot-washing chickens. After all, the content of that video was astonishingly advanced. Only a handful noticed that the filming location was in the magical city. And the magical city? It seems that recently the expert Lin Yuan, who proposed the Earth Starship concept and even garnered state endorsement, is also based there. Coupled with the significant mobilization of the National Defense Seven Suns just half a month ago, Could there be a connection? Some netizens were filled with excited speculation. At the headquarters of the Lin Yuan project, as the Yinglong aerospace bomber descended in vertical flight mode onto the runway, a multitude of military leaders and top-tier experts from the military-industrial sector, unable to contain their composure, raised their fists and cheered, nearly overwhelmed by the spectacle. Incredible. This is our nation's most advanced aerospace bomber? Huh. With it, what fear do we have of phantoms? We can directly engage above the Americas. Unbelievable. Everyone was animatedly discussing, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon a youthful figure. From the distance of the runway, Lin Yuan personally emerged from the command room and approached the runway to welcome Ling Xiao. The cockpit of the Yinglong aerospace bomber slowly opened, revealing Ling Xiao's excited, flushed expression. Colonel Ling, splendid job, Lin Yuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, and then inquired with a smile, how does it feel? Absolutely fantastic. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, his heart racing with fervor, his scalp tingling. This is the finest aircraft I have ever piloted. After a while, tears of joy streamed down Ling Xiao's face, overwhelmed with genuine excitement. Even the J-20 seemed to pale in comparison in his heart at that moment. The Yinglong is truly magnificent. Take Colonel Ling for a medical checkup. The maintenance team will service the Yinglong, and the research team will extract the data for the second round of testing. With that, Lin Yuan walked towards the distant viewing platform. Meanwhile, the commanders from several war zones exchanged glances, each displaying a gratifying and invigorated smile. Below, the crowd erupted. A major general from the Pingdong military district, his voice charged with excitement, shouted, Commander's son, this Yinglong bomber is incredibly formidable. We must secure several dozen for our Chilean fleet. Old Tan, step aside. Our Jinan war zone's Xuanwu fleet bears the greatest pressure, but I can assure you, as long as we have this Yinglong bomber, I guarantee our Dragon Nation's maritime territory will continue to expand. Your naval forces should stay where it's comfortable. This is an aerospace bomber, and its deployment will undoubtedly prioritize our air force. Nonsense, old Zhang, don't speak. Does the army not need it? This is indeed a vertical takeoff bomber, which logically belongs to the terrestrial combat system, and we are undoubtedly among the first to be equipped with it. Enough. Do not compete with me for this. If anyone dares to, I shall relinquish my claim to the first place in this year's military exercise competition. A certain elite operational brigade from the Central War Zone excitedly declared. In an instant, the 5 major war zones, filled with numerous generals, were embroiled in a heated debate, nearly escalating into a brawl. After all, this is the most advanced aerospace bomber of the Dragon Nation. Who wouldn't desire it? The moment one can equip their own troops first, personal pride becomes trivial. Seeing the scene of these high-ranking generals behaving so shamelessly and on the verge of a fight, several commanders glared fiercely at them and scolded, enough of this commotion. What kind of decorum is this? The decision regarding which unit will receive the Yinglong first is already determined by higher authorities. Moreover, with Chief Engineer Lin present, do you still fear a lack of future advancements? As they spoke, the commanders noticed Lin Yuan departing and immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Alongside dozens of generals and top-tier experts, they eagerly surrounded Lin Yuan. Chief Engineer Lin, you are truly remarkable. This is what genius looks like. Young comrade, I must commend you as a chief designer. No wonder the nation values you so highly. You are indeed impressive. Chief Engineer Lin, I implore you, we must prioritize the Yinglong for our air force. It is a national treasure. Even one would suffice, and I would dare to operate it over the Palace of Versailles. The esteemed experts fervently praised Lin Yuan. Rest assured, everyone, Lin Yuan replied calmly. The Yinglong is merely the first batch. Even more advanced aircraft and vessels will emerge subsequently. With that, he left the prominent figures with a cool demeanor, turning to depart. Such audacity. No wonder he is the genius behind the aerospace bomber. The elite figures marveled. Meanwhile, across the ocean, at the Pentagon, General William and several advisors bore solemn expressions as they scrutinized the data report before them. According to our Aegis system and Starlink feedback, it has been confirmed. Between 3 and 5 in the afternoon, there was indeed an unusual flight trajectory within the airspace of the Dragon Nation. It has been verified that the stealth long-range strategic bomber, the H-20, developed by the Dragon Nation, has successfully completed its test flight. Regarding the aerospace bomber shown in another video, we did capture a peculiar signal source. But we can rule out the possibility of it being an ultra-advanced strategic bomber, and even the much-discussed aerospace bomber under development by the Dragon Nation. Our Eagle Eye spy satellites can monitor the Earth's surface and any location, and combined with the Starlink system and celestial radar, we have not detected any traces of an aerospace bomber flying in low Earth orbit. Therefore, we can dismiss the possibility that the Dragon Nation has developed an aerospace bomber. It is likely just a smokescreen released by their officials. Upon hearing this, General William and his associates finally breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging smiles. Phew, I told you. With the military technology of the Dragon Nation, how could they possibly develop an aerospace bomber? Our research on the aerospace bomber remains in the second preparatory stage. Thus, it is even less likely for Dragon Country to achieve any significant progress. Yet, they have surprisingly developed the H-20 bomber. It seems that during the upcoming global joint military exercises, we must deploy more advanced bombers. Do they truly believe that crafting the latest strategic bomber grants them the upper hand? How laughable. Let them witness what it means to be the foremost military-industrial power. The high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation grinned with satisfaction, as if foreseeing the moment when their most advanced strategic bomber would mercilessly overpower the H-20 during the global military exercises. After the test flight, Lin Yuan returned to the laboratory, confirming a series of accurate data. He proclaimed the successful development of the Yinglong aerospace bomber. In that instant, the room erupted in cheers. Lin Yuan, observing the young researchers around him, couldn't help but smile. Everyone has worked hard. Moving forward, I will assign you to other research teams. And I ask for your continued diligence. After speaking, he took a tour of the Xianyuan tank development workshop, resuming the assembly work on the Xianyuan tank. 2 hours later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yuan, having finished his tasks, initiated a long-awaited live broadcast. The hidden advanced technology from the Shanghai Jing, the Xingtian Mecha. As soon as the stream began, nearly 200,000 viewers rushed in at lightning speed. Following this, the online audience steadily climbed, ultimately reaching 1,600,000. Thankfully, the Douyin platform had prepared in advance, deploying robust servers to cope with the influx. In front of the camera, Lin Yuan remained calm and composed. With a gentle smile, he began, "Greetings to all fans and viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Advanced Physics Research Institute. I am your host, Lin Yuan. Today, I will unveil a segment of hidden black technology and a tale of blood and tears from the Shanghai Jing. It is the saga of the war god Xingtian. In fact, Xingtian is a war mecha powered by hydrogen energy." As the broadcast continued, Lin Yuan stated, "The Shanghai Jing describes how Xingtian contended with the emperor. The emperor severed his head and buried it on Changyang Mountain, using it as an eye and his navel as a mouth, dancing with a pole. He then scanned the audience and remarked, upon hearing this, your minds should conjure a vivid image. Why could Xingtian continue to live and resist even after his head was severed by the Yellow Emperor? Without the theoretical research on Earth starships, I would consider this merely a myth concocted by ancient people, akin to fantastical tales. However, if the Yellow Emperor and his companions were extraterrestrial beings, upon their arrival on Earth aboard their spacecraft, with the scientific knowledge they possessed, they might have obtained certain permissions to operate the ship, acquiring enigmatic artifacts reminiscent of mechs or Gundams. This notion offers a coherent explanation. Therefore, in my research, I propose that Xingtian is not merely an individual, but rather a faction equipped with mechs that rebelled against the Yellow Emperor. The account of Xingtian recorded in the Shanghai Jing actually describes a mech. At this moment, Lin Yuan activated the quantum propagation mini-program. The three-dimensional modeling commenced, revealing an image akin to that of Xingtian in mech form. Upon witnessing this scene, numerous internet users expressed their astonishment with exclamations of wonder. Let us ponder this. After the Yellow Emperor severed Xingtian's head, why was Xingtian still capable of movement? It is because the Yellow Emperor had merely destroyed the head apparatus of the mech. The functions associated with that location are indeed vital. I strongly suspect that it houses the nuclear power drive and the primary control intelligence. Naturally, this area also encompasses the visual capabilities of the mech. The Yellow Emperor's strike was quite astute, effectively crippling the Xingtian mech. At this juncture, Lin Yuan felt a profound solemnity. Furthermore, the metal composition of such mechs is particularly unique, rendering them impervious to conventional ammunition. It is noteworthy that ancient texts document that the Yellow Emperor employed the legendary Xianyuan sword to decapitate Xingtian. Lin Yuan then smiled, suggesting that we should let our imaginations run wild regarding the true nature of this so-called Xianyuan sword. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Thus, when the head was severed, it equated to the disconnection of a substantial portion of the mech's energy source. Of course, given that mechs can be constructed, it is improbable they rely solely on a singular energy source. Xingtian's mech must possess backup energy supplies, which explains the phenomenon of a headless Xingtian wielding an axe and shield, continuing to fight fervently on the battlefield. Simultaneously, the virtual imagery in the live stream faithfully reflected this scenario. From a distance, it indeed appeared as Lin Yuan described. If Xingtian were a mech, then its survival post-decapitation becomes entirely plausible. To elucidate all of this, we must delve into the ancient narratives concerning the Yellow Emperor and his extraterrestrial lineage." Lin Yuan remarked with a smile. In truth, the cohort of the Yellow Emperor may have inadvertently crash-landed on Earth. As for Chi-Yu, as previously mentioned, they could potentially be silicon-based life forms, broadly interpreted as robots, encompassing all modern computers and smartphones. It could even be understood as our computers and phones achieving a semblance of consciousness. Does this sound fantastical? Yet, the universe is vast. And who can assert that silicon-based life does not exist? With a gentle and affectionate tone, Lin Yuan continued, "The purpose of Chi-Yu's faction landing on Earth was likely to extract nuclear fuel, ores, and precious metals from their spacecraft. However, due to some unknown reasons, possibly tribal conflicts, a great war erupted between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu. Let us turn our attention to a different subject today, focusing primarily on the tale of Xing Tian's rebellion against the Yellow Emperor. The conflict between Xing Tian and the Yellow Emperor was ignited by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Qiyu. In this battle, Qiyu suffered a devastating defeat. While there were various contributing factors, I contend that the principal reason for Qiyu's downfall was the superior military prowess of the Yellow Emperor. This is evident in the Shanhai Jing, which serves as a chronicle of interstellar voyages. For instance, the Yellow Emperor had the support of the Yin Emperor, who, in fact, belonged to the same extraterrestrial lineage as the Yellow Emperor. In their early days, they both crashed on Earth, unable to return to their home planet. To survive, the Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor banded together, existing in a relationship that was both collaborative and competitive. Nevertheless, as members of the same tribe, the Yin Emperor ultimately supported the strategic directives of the Yellow Emperor, which inevitably led to Qiyu's defeat. In our discussion, Xing Tian is depicted as an ally of Qiyu. One might wonder how such formidable mecha could falter. Lin Yuan, with a touch of exasperation, exclaimed that it was not Qiyu's shortcomings that led to this outcome, but rather the presence of advanced technology on the side of the Yellow Emperor. This revelation dropped like a bombshell, leaving the audience in stunned silence, with online viewership nearing 3 million, including numerous top-tier scientists from Dragon Country and around the globe. Many international scientists, unable to comprehend Mandarin, meticulously recorded each word with the aid of translators, their expressions grave. Lin Yuan continued with a playful demeanor, questioning why. If Qiyu had the assistance of mecha, the Yellow Emperor could not possess a Gundam as well. What, then, was the Yellow Emperor's Gundam? In truth, it is represented by the mythical figure of Kwa Fu. Lin Yuan elaborated that Kwa Fu symbolizes not merely an individual, but rather a collective or a military faction. The Shanhai Jing describes Kwa Fu as belonging to a race of giants, characterized by their immense stature, aligning perfectly with the image of a Gundam. Simultaneously, a three-dimensional rendering of a Gundam appeared in the livestream, significantly larger than the Xing Tian mecha. It is essential to note that within rigorous scientific frameworks, mecha and Gundams are distinct entities. Mecha encompasses a broader range, including animal forms and exoskeletal suits of various sizes. In contrast, Gundams are colossal, typically standing at least 50 meters tall, with some strategic models reaching heights of several hundred meters. Moreover, the Kwa Fu class Gundam operates on hydrogen energy as its core power source, a detail also referenced in the myth of Kwa Fu chasing the sun. In this narrative, Kwa Fu perishes from thirst while pursuing the sun, which can be interpreted as a metaphor for the Gundam's reliance on a continuous supply of water to electrolyze and produce hydrogen energy. Thus, Kwa Fu needed to perpetually drink from the riverbank, and when the water eventually ran dry, he could no longer sustain his energy, leading to his inevitable collapse. Having stated this, Lin Yuan turned and boldly inscribed the words Xing Tian Mecha and Kwa Fu Mecha on the blackboard. Now, let us delve into the tale of Xing Tian's struggle against the Yellow Emperor. On one hand, it was to avenge Qiyu. On the other, it was to contend for certain treasures, even artifacts of civilization. Upon finishing, Lin Yuan once again wrote a prominent line on the blackboard. The Three-Eyed People, a mysterious prehistoric civilization capable of constructing the Yinjia spaceship thousands of years ago. Chapter 53, Prehistoric Black Technology, Yinjia Civilization, Exoskeleton Mecha, Iron Blood Battle Suit. Three-Eyed People? Is that true? Upon hearing this, the live chat erupted in chatter. Lin Yuan, unfazed, proceeded with his explanation. Since we are on this topic, allow me to propose a grand hypothesis. Within the Shanhai Jing, this log of Starship voyages, lies the genetic coding of humanity and other life forms. This assertion sent shockwaves through the entire live stream. Why do I say this? In fact, the Shanhai Jing not only chronicles various extraterrestrial races, but also recounts numerous civilizations that have emerged aboard Earth's vessels. For instance, the Yinjia civilization, which incited the war between the Yellow Emperor and Xing Tian, is fundamentally rooted in the so-called Three-Eyed People. Indeed, it is plausible that humanity possesses a third eye, scientifically referred to as the pineal gland, located within the human brain. It is endowed with extrasensory capabilities. If one is curious, they may place their hand just above the midpoint between their eyes. Typically, one may experience a peculiar tingling sensation. This phenomenon is indicative of the biological genetic coding highlighted in the Shanhai Jing, a unique extrasensory organ exclusive to humanity. Lin Yuan smiled gently and continued his exposition. In contemporary medical research, the third eye of humans vanishes at 2 months of gestation, transforming into a pea-sized pineal gland. Furthermore, as previously mentioned, this third eye serves as an extrasensory organ, which explains why some children often claim to see ghosts or other supernatural occurrences. It is indeed the pineal gland at work. With this, Lin Yuan concluded the topic with a smile. I merely touched upon this in passing. Those intrigued by biological genetic coding may wish to investigate further. Now, let us resume our discourse on the Three-Eyed People civilization. After Qiyu was slain by the Yellow Emperor, Xing Tian, as Qiyu's ally and close friend, was filled with rage and vowed to take revenge on the Yellow Emperor. Consequently, Xing Tian, leading his mecha army, named after himself, as he was the commander, concocted a grand scheme to seize the coveted Yinjia civilization from the Yellow Emperor. The Yinjia civilization was crafted by the Three-Eyed People, the Shanhai Jing. Overseas Western classics records. In the land of the strange arms, the people possess one arm and three eyes, embodying both yin and yang. What is remarkable about the land of strange arms? The inhabitants there are capable of creating an ancient flying vehicle, which I shall tentatively refer to as the Yinjia flying car, to affirm that I am not merely speaking fancifully. Lin Yuan immediately searched for a plethora of information online. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. In history, both Zhang Huazhouji from the Western Jin and Guo Puzhongjit from the Eastern Jin recorded details pertaining to the enigmatic nation of Qigong. The Boger states, in Qigong, the people are skilled and ingenious, capable of crafting flying chariots that traverse great distances by harnessing the wind. In simpler terms, the inhabitants of Qigong could create a remarkable flying vehicle that could soar vast distances with the aid of wind power. This represents a wondrous technique of mechanical engineering, akin to the modern marvels of advanced technology. The Yellow Emperor, captivated by the potential of these flying chariots, personally journeyed to Qigong to negotiate with the locals. However, at that moment, Xing Tian emerged with a formidable mechanized army, launching a surprise assault on the Yellow Emperor and engaging in a life-and-death struggle. The outcome was inevitable. Xing Tian met his demise at the hands of the Yellow Emperor, who had been well prepared, severing his head with a single stroke. The other mechanized warriors of Xing Tian were similarly vanquished by the Emperor's allies, who understood that only by decapitating Xing Tian, essentially the core of the nuclear power reactor, including the mainframe of the mechanized units, could they truly eradicate the threat. Thus, a legion of headless Xing Tian manifested across the lands of Jiuzhou. Although Xing Tian, as the leader, was defeated by the Yellow Emperor, his indomitable spirit and fervent desire for vengeance drove him to continue wielding his weapon, the Gengqi. The early ancestors of the Huaxia civilization bore witness to this spectacle, recording it for posterity, later incorporated into the chronicles of their celestial voyages. Nevertheless, a portion of Xing Tian's mechanized units managed to escape. To evade the relentless pursuit of the Yellow Emperor's forces, these surviving machines were left to wander aimlessly. Yet, due to damage to their mainframe systems, the coordination of their limbs became ineffective, resulting in a chaotic display reminiscent of a headless giant flailing about. At this juncture, Lin Yuan, with a deep and gravelly voice, transported all the online viewers into a mysterious and grandiose prehistoric realm, provoking profound contemplation among many. In January 1965, in Sangyuanhua Autonomous County of Yunnan Province, ancient rock paintings dating back 3,000 years were discovered. These murals were created using a pigment formed by blending red iron oxide with cow's blood, depicting figures, animals, houses, suns, and more. Among them, one particularly striking image featured a figure remarkably similar to Xing Tian, with a head resembling a radiant sun, wielding the Gengqi. As previously mentioned, Xing Tian's energy was derived from nuclear power, specifically controlled nuclear fusion. Thus, it is conceivable that the ancient inhabitants of Yunnan inadvertently stumbled upon the remnants of a fleeing mechanized unit of Xing Tian and documented their findings. It is suggested that during the conflict with the Yellow Emperor's forces, the head of this mechanized unit suffered a malfunction, causing the mainframe to lose control. Considering that the war between Xing Tian and the Yellow Emperor may have occurred millennia ago, the survival of this mechanized unit until it was observed by ancients over 3,000 years later serves as compelling evidence of its reliance on nuclear power. Only nuclear energy could sustain such a machine over such an extended period. With that, Lin Yuan's tone lingered in the air. Moreover, in Africa and within the ancient relics of various European nations, there are also records of murals reminiscent of the headless executioner. As Lin Yuan spoke softly, the audience found themselves engulfed in a state of bewilderment and stupor. It can be said that countless netizens were once again astonished by Lin Yuan's astonishing theory. Thus, the grand scheme of revenge by the executioner met a complete failure. However, in the annals of our Huaxia history, the tale of the executioner dancing with his axe, his fierce aspirations unwavering, has been passed down through generations. It is fair to say that within the flying logs documented in the classic of mountains and seas, this represents a bloody chronicle of resistance, indirectly granting us a clearer understanding of ancient figures such as the Yellow Emperor Lin Yuan. At this very moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Earth Starship's accepted participants has officially surpassed 2.5 million. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. Mechanism Art of the Yinjia, Earth Starship's accepted participants, has surpassed 3 million. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. Super Mecha, Iron-Blooded Battlesuit, Manufacturing Technology, and Blueprints. At that moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were left in a state of shock. Although it sounded absurd, why did it resonate with such reason? I am in awe. I truly cannot fathom how the host's mind operates. To have conceived such a remarkable theory, Just as the viewers were engaged in discussion, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his mind now brimming with an abundance of information regarding the cutting-edge technology of super mechas, igniting a newfound brilliance in his gaze. A smile graced his lips, and he felt elated. Glancing at the time, only an hour had passed since the live broadcast began, which piqued his interest. He cheerfully remarked, "Since there is still time, let me share insights into the intelligence system of the Yellow Emperor." Earlier, we mentioned that the executioner, seeking vengeance for Qi Yu, lay in ambush with his mecha army, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Yellow Emperor. Logically, the executioner, akin to Qi Yu, should also belong to a higher form of silicon-based life, possessing a significant level of consciousness and intelligence. In such a life-and-death conflict, it would be implausible for the executioner to divulge his plans. So how did the Yellow Emperor become aware of the executioner's intention to ambush him? This brings us to the Yellow Emperor's intelligence system, famously known as the Baizé Map. Chapter 54, The Mysterious Baizé Map, an ancient intelligence network, surpassing Starlink technology by a millennium. The moment these three characters appeared in the live broadcast, all viewers were once again exhilarated. At that moment, the number of online viewers in Lin Yuan's live room had reached an astonishing 5 million. The cumulative viewership soared to an impressive 60 million. This placed immense pressure on the Douyin official servers. Not enough. More viewers continued to flood in, and if this persisted, the servers would surely crash. In this moment, the higher-ups at Douyin were overjoyed to the brink of madness, yet terrified to the verge of tears. For not long ago, the company received directives from the upper echelons of the imperial capital, mandating that every live broadcast led by Lin Yuan, the chief engineer of the Hongming project at the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics, must proceed smoothly. At that moment, the executives at Douyin were filled with fervor, exclaiming, "Immediately allocate other live streaming servers. Even if the entire Douyin backend collapses, we must ensure that Lin Zhonggong's live broadcast runs smoothly without a hint of lag." Understood. A group of engineers diligently set to work, propping up their phones to stream Lin Yuan's broadcast, their thoughts already soaring into the fantastical realm of the Shanhai Jing. In Lin Yuan's live stream, the barrage of comments erupted. Why is the host bringing up the Baizé 2 again? This is the legendary ancient scripture that rivals the Shanhai Jing. Goodness, I'm losing my mind here. The Baizé 2 was the intelligence network of the Yellow Emperor. Host, please elucidate, or don't even think about ending the stream. This is the most riveting and imaginative theory I've ever heard. I humbly beseech you, dear host, please don't leave us hanging. I've bought a counterfeit Shanhai Jing. Does anyone know where to find the authentic version that the host mentioned? Additionally, there were some new viewers who, upon observing the discussions in the chat, were utterly bewildered. However, as they learned more, they too became intrigued. Meanwhile, in reality, the top research institutions across Longhua had fallen silent. Though they were eager to dismiss the ideas as utterly absurd, once Lin Yuan presented his meticulously reasoned theory, they found themselves unable to pinpoint any flaws in his argument. The Shanhai Jing records. On the eastern Lookout Mountain, there exists a beast named Baizé, capable of speech. The virtuous king, by illuminating the distant and the obscure, shall summon it. In the annals of Huaxia history, Baizé is regarded as an ancient divine beast, attuned to the sentiments of all beings and knowledgeable of the affairs of spirits and demons. In the live stream, Lin Yuan addressed the camera with confidence. This statement implies that Baizé recognized the benevolence of the Yellow Emperor Xin Yuan, thus choosing to emerge and assist him. Baizé presented the Yellow Emperor with a so-called list of spirits and monsters, which included 15,520 types of supernatural beings, encompassing all supernatural entities. This is recorded in historical texts. However, from my perspective, the so-called Baizé 2 is essentially a spacecraft intelligence system. The Yellow Emperor merely acquired partial access, gaining the ability to monitor both the inner and outer realms of the mountains and seas, as well as the entirety of Huaxia. At this point, Lin Yuan smiled leisurely. Imagine if everything recorded in the Baizé 2 were dynamic, like a surveillance system, allowing the Yellow Emperor to scrutinize all of Jiuzhou. He could even observe the inner thoughts of individuals through minute changes in their expressions. Upon hearing this, some intrepid viewers likely began to speculate about the underlying principles, drawing parallels to the Prism incident that had been leaked by the Eagle Nation years prior. The moment this was uttered, the internet erupted in a frenzy. Wait, the Prism? The legendary electronic surveillance program? My goodness, if the Baizé 2 truly possesses such capabilities, it's no wonder the Yellow Emperor triumphed in the war against Qi Yu. In modern military warfare, the role of intelligence is unparalleled. Warfare is essentially an information battle. Whoever controls the information emerges victorious. As the host articulated this, a chilling realization struck the viewers, reminiscent of the Eagle Nation's Starlink project. In an instant, the online community was left in awe. Lin Yuan continued his elucidation. In 1965, a scientist named Gaidashek traveled to Papua New Guinea, residing within a primitive tribe. Over the following years, Gaidashek documented extensively through video recordings and notes, ultimately revealing a remarkable insight. Within this Stone Age society, devoid of written language, the actions and expressions of each individual, including their laughter and tears, resonated profoundly with the micro-expressions and body language of modern humans. Remarkably, a mere glance or gesture from these indigenous people could convey intricate linguistic meanings. Reflecting on this, Lin Yuan expressed a deep sense of awe. If supported by quantum supercomputers, capable of performing near 10 billion analyses in a mere second, the Bayes diagram could decode these body languages and micro-expressions, yielding highly accurate informational content. This represents the most enigmatic and powerful intelligence chain system hidden within the spacecraft of prehistoric times, surpassing the military intelligence systems currently being fervently researched and developed by nations worldwide, such as the satellite spy networks of the United States, by over 10,000 years. Pausing briefly, Lin Yuan marked a large X over the term Starlink on the blackboard. P.S. Today, I have completed 2 additional chapters. In light of the author's dedication, having spent 6 hours writing, I kindly ask the patrons to support with a free gesture of appreciation. Additionally, the total number of gifts currently stands at 315. Upon reaching 500, 3 more chapters will be added. Chapter 55. Since ancient times, the moon has been an inherent territory of the Huaxia civilization. Starlink is a low Earth orbit satellite internet constellation developed by the United States, ultimately projected to encompass 42,000 satellites densely positioned in outer space. Firstly, it poses a military threat, enabling real-time control over missiles, precise targeting, and functionalities for early warning and interception. Secondly, Starlink boasts an all-weather seamless intelligence monitoring and reconnaissance network. Thirdly, it features a robust command and communication network that spans the globe, allowing drones and nuclear submarines to receive information from headquarters at any moment. In the live broadcast, Lin Yuan spoke in a subdued tone. However, in comparison to the Bayes diagram, the monumental investment of manpower and research power by the United States into Starlink appears trivial. Instantaneously, a wave of lively comments filled the live chat. This is hilarious. The host's imagination is astounding. The Bayes diagram as an ancient intelligence network? There might be some truth to that. A segment of viewers, evidently well-versed in research, excitedly debated. Lin Yuan continued his exposition. Why do I assert that the Bayes diagram is an ancient intelligence network? The first point is that the Bayes diagram was originally recorded in the flight logs of the Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas. However, once the Yellow Emperor utilized it, it activated the intelligence network, leading to its subsequent removal from the Shanhai Jing. Why was it removed? Just as those engaged in espionage must operate under aliases. The Shanhai Jing was widely known. If the Bayes were to be recognized by the public, it would likely incite widespread panic. Therefore, within the consciousness of the spacecraft's intelligence, the Bayes was automatically excluded from the Shanhai Jing. Moreover, the Bayes map chronicles the so-called information about monsters, which, in a sense, serves as a compendium of the myriad beings inhabiting this world. Only the vast database of the spaceship's big data intelligence network possesses such an extensive repository. As Lin Yuan eloquently narrated, a grand ancient worldview unfolded before the audience. To comprehend the Bayes map, one must first grasp the defense strategy of the Yellow Emperor. After all, as the leader of the entire Xianyuan tribe at that time, the Yellow Emperor bore significant responsibilities. Furthermore, being an extraterrestrial who inadvertently descended to Earth, the Yellow Emperor quickly discerned the essence of the terrestrial spacecraft due to his civilization's super-advanced state. He acquired partial supervisory authority over the spacecraft, including the Bayes map and the 9-tripod energy weapon platform. The Xianyuan Yellow Emperor forged the 9 tripods to establish the 9 provinces, leading me to speculate that the so-called 9 tripods are not mere ordinary bronze vessels. Rather, they represent a formidable weapon system known as the 9-tripod energy weapon platform, which, as the name suggests, is an exceptionally powerful armament system automatically interconnected with the vast intelligence database of the Bayes map. Should any disturbance arise, the Bayes map would promptly issue a warning, and within a mere 10 seconds, the 9-tripod energy weapon platform would autonomously launch an offensive. At this juncture, Lin Yuan remarked with a hint of amusement, "Isn't it reminiscent of a modern missile defense warning system?" Indeed it is. If the Bayes map functions as an intelligence database and a networked monitoring platform, any enemy invasion would be swiftly detected by various spy satellites, enabling a rapid counterattack. Much like the Aegis system of the Bald Eagle, yet, as the host pointed out, the Bayes map is evidently more advanced. It is astonishing that our ancestors of Huaxia possessed such formidable black technology. Truly, they epitomize the essence of Huaxia civilization. In an instant, the crowd was stirred with excitement. Once the emotions of Lin Yuan and the other netizens settled, he continued, "In truth, the conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu was a fierce contest of equals. Given that we have now discussed the intelligence network of the Yellow Emperor, we must naturally delve into his defense strategy. My research indicates that Xianyuan Yellow Emperor occupied the entirety of Asia. Furthermore, I wish to assert that in those ancient times, Asia was an expansive land. For instance, the Kunlun Mountains, where the Queen Mother of the West resided, could very well be the snowy peaks of Africa, namely Mount Kilimanjaro. Additionally, the classic of mountains and seas records a nation called the Shoma Kingdom near the residence of the Queen Mother of the West. The flight log describes it thus. In Shoma, one casts no shadow standing upon the ground, and loud calls receive no reply. The heat is overwhelming, rendering it uninhabitable. What does this imply? It suggests that a person standing on the ground casts no shadow, a phenomenon only observable at the equator. Therefore, it can be inferred that long ago, the territory where the Queen Mother of the West resided fell under the dominion of Lin Yuan Yellow Emperor. This means that, encompassing Europe, America, and Africa, a significant portion of the world's land has historically been the inherent territory of Huaxia. Upon the utterance of this statement, the atmosphere shifted. The live stream erupted like a powder keg, igniting fervor among viewers. Wow, incredible! From time immemorial, Europe, Africa, and the Americas have been inherent territories of the Huaxia civilization. I adore this notion, haha. The audience was entranced, many shouting in exhilaration and raising their fists in excitement. Consequently, in the prehistoric era, the Yellow Emperor established extensive defense strategies in Asia, the land of Huaxia, within the central functional zone of the Earth ship, to resist and counterattack the Qiyu clan. For instance, the Shanhai Jing records, from the eastern mountain's origin to Zhu Mountain, there are 12 mountains spanning 3,600 miles, inhabited by beings with human bodies and dragon heads. The logs of the spaceship document that the term God does not refer to deities, but rather to some unknown, ancient, and mysterious entities or phenomena, such as nuclear fighter jets and various devices powered by nuclear energy. It is precisely for this reason that the Yellow Emperor, utilizing the Baizhe II, was able to thwart the surprise attack from Xingtian at the right time and place, securing victory in that conflict. Remember, the Yellow Emperor not only established a defense system aboard the Earth ship, but also mirrored this system on the moon. This leads us to a new, undeniable truth. Since ancient times, the moon has been an inherent territory of Huaxia. Indeed, not only Europe, Africa, and the Americas, but the moon is also a rightful domain of Huaxia. It is not an exaggeration to assert that within the Yellow Emperor's defense framework, the responsibilities assigned to the moon are even more significant. Speaking with a calm and profound tone, Lin Yuan addressed the camera. Have you ever pondered what lies on the far side of the moon? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's inquiry, many viewers' eyes sparkled with intrigue. The number of online participants surged to 4.2 million, reaching an unprecedented high. It is astounding that even the moon is under the surveillance of the Baizhe II, and the defensive system of the Earth ship is truly remarkable. The Yellow Emperor and certain ancient sages must have secured access to specific regions of the spaceship. Otherwise, the reasons remain inexplicable. What truly exists on the moon's far side? Don't keep us in suspense, dear host. Please elaborate. Chapter 56. The Moon as the Guardian of the Earth Starship. The Bald Eagle Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. This is a large research institute responsible for listening to and studying gravitational waves emanating from the depths of the universe. Internally, it operates as a specialized entity supported by the Eagle Nation Science Foundation. Nearly 900 scientists work here. At this moment, in one of the conference rooms, over 100 scientists gathered, intently focused on the projection screen. My God, this Mr. Lin from the Dragon Nation is truly a genius. Upon hearing the translation discussing what lies on the far side of the moon, all attending scientists were momentarily struck with brilliance. The institute's head, Lawrence, witnessing this, promptly returned to his office, opened his computer, and logged into a certain official website of the Bald Eagle, subsequently accessing a subforum known as Artemis through a secure key. Could it be that the Dragon Nation has uncovered our plans? Lawrence typed inquiringly. Moments later, mysterious IDs flickered. This is inconceivable. Across the globe, no nation or top-tier research institution could possibly possess a greater understanding of the moon than we do. Indeed, perhaps the people of Dragon Country are merely probing us? Regardless of their reactions, the Artemis program must be executed as scheduled within 20 years. Moments later, Lawrence exited the server, rubbed his temples, and reclined on the sofa, a pensive expression crossing his face. The so-called Artemis program refers to the Eagle's initiative to land on the moon and construct a LIGO, Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, within 2 decades. Its structure is L-shaped, extending 40 kilometers, with a laser emitter at its center. Officially, it is portrayed as a study of cosmic gravitational waves. Gravitational waves serve several significant purposes in the realm of public science, the most evident being their role in cosmic navigation. However, the true implications of Artemis, when contemplating the enormity of that plan, sent shivers down Lawrence's spine. May God be on our side, he murmured softly. Meanwhile, in another location, John Bull. Within a government building, 100 scientists gathered, their expressions grave as they attentively listened to the presentation streamed via projector. Their gazes occasionally drifted to several seemingly historical documents laid out on a round table. Should any compatriots from Huaxia be present, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment. The Baizhe map? Indeed, this illustration contained the long-lost Baizhe map of Huaxia, a treasure thought to have vanished for millennia. Historically, the Baizhou map first surfaced to the public in 1900, when Taoist Wang Yuan accidentally discovered the Cave of Scriptures following an earthquake, leading to what would later be known as the world-renowned Mogao Caves. Subsequently, an archaeologist from Britain acquired 24 boxes of manuscripts and 5 boxes of various artworks unearthed from the Mogao Caves for a mere 200 taels of silver. Among these was a version of the long-lost Baizhou map, detailing descriptions of 9 extraordinary creatures. Ladies and gentlemen, a dignified official from John Bull's special agency surveyed the room gravely. According to Mr. Lin, our experts have conducted an in-depth study of the Baizhou map. It documents the myriad deities and monsters of the so-called primordial world of Huaxia. However, based on the other party's assertions, we seriously suspect that the contents of this map may represent a form of cipher. We are diligently working to decipher it, hoping to make some discoveries. At that moment, a staff member entered to report, "Mr. Owen, we have received an official letter from the Dragon Country, stating that the fragments of the Baizhou map are considered a national treasure and demanding their immediate return." Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Owen scoffed coldly. How absurd. Where do the people of Dragon Country derive their audacity to make such demands? Mr. Owen, this time is different. The staff member, visibly anxious, trembled as he spoke. The stance of the Dragon Nation is resolute. They have warned us to return immediately. Failure to comply will result in sanctions against our John Bull from various channels. For instance, regarding the recently heated topic of the Dragon Nation's superconducting electronic technology, they claim they will impose a blockade on us. Additionally, they are also restricting access to critical industrial materials, pharmaceuticals, and various special resources. With these words, the atmosphere in the room erupted. Owen's expression darkened instantly. He was acutely aware of how much the John Bull officials valued the Dragon Nation's recent advancements in superconducting technology. The mere ability to enhance chip performance by 30% was enough to incite frenzy in any country worldwide. Damn it. Owen, overwhelmed with fury, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Initiate negotiations with the Dragon Nation immediately." In the live broadcast, facing the camera, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and proclaimed, "In truth, the moon is a warship of the Earth Starship." This assertion landed like a bombshell, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Dragon Nation's online community. Everyone knew that the moon was tidally locked to the Earth, presenting only one face to our planet, referred to as the lunar surface. The side facing away from Earth is known as the far side of the moon, collectively termed the lunar back. During interstellar navigation, the far side of the moon plays a crucial role, constantly facing meteorite impacts, serving as a protective shield for the Earth. It can be said that throughout countless ages, the far side of the moon has absorbed a significant portion of meteorite attacks on behalf of the Earth. As Lin Yuan continued, his expression grew more solemn. It is known that 300 years ago, an ancient scholar at the Library of Alexandria penned a remarkable statement. In ancient times, the moon was not visible in the Earth's sky. Furthermore, the ancient Greek philosopher Anaxagoras similarly believed that the moon appeared in the sky at a relatively late period. Such sentiments have echoed across various academic fields in Western nations. Then, Lin Yuan's tone became more profound as he smiled and said, "In ancient times, the ancestors of the Huaxia civilization also recorded similar observations about the moon. For instance, in ancient texts such as the astronomical records of the Jin dynasty, there exists a perplexing account. In the 11th year of the reign of Emperor Taizong, in May, the moon suddenly deviated southward and shortly returned to its original path. What does this mean? It suggests that on the 15th day of the lunar calendar, the moon behaved much like a modern spacecraft, unexpectedly veering off course to the south before swiftly returning to its former trajectory. This account, viewed through the lens of contemporary science, presents a groundbreaking theory that baffles many. However, if we consider the moon as a warship, then this record becomes quite plausible." Lin Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze sharp. "Thus, this brings us to a critical question. Who was the first to unveil the true nature of this lunar warship?" Chapter 57, Nuwa Mends the Sky, Repairing the Earth Ship's Defense System. In the live broadcast, the number of online viewers surged to an unprecedented high at that moment. A staggering 5 million online viewers. Lin Yuan's words sent ripples across the internet, creating a sensation that reverberated throughout the digital realm. Experts and professors from various academic institutions donned expressions of contemplation, endeavoring to grasp Lin Yuan's theory through the lens of their respective fields of study. On the screen, Lin Yuan observed the diverse opinions flooding the bullet comments. Some speculated it was Chang'e, while others proposed it was Wang Shu. After the online community had engaged in fervent debate, Lin Yuan finally interjected with a decisive statement. In truth, the first individual to unveil the essence of the moon as a battleship was none other than Chang'e. The Shanhai Jing recounts, Di Jun's wife Chang'e bore 12 moons. This is where the bathing began. Based on our hypotheses, figures such as the Yellow Emperor and his contemporaries were extraterrestrial beings, leading me to surmise that Di Jun and Chang'e were similarly of alien descent. Lin Yuan paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, there exists the possibility that Di Jun and Changxi are descendants of the Yellow Emperor and others. Indeed, within Lin Yuan's research, it was even plausible that Di Jun and the Yellow Emperor were one and the same. As these words resonated, the live audience and the broader online community following Lin Yuan were plunged into contemplation. Changxi bathed in the moonlight. I always believed that in Huaxiao mythology, Changxi is the mother of the moon. It turns out she was the one who discovered it. They mused. However, first examine the theory presented by the host, who claims that in ancient times, the moon did not exist in the sky. If that is the case, whence did the moon originate? If the moon is indeed a battleship, where was it before, and how did it become Earth's companion satellite? Amidst the flurry of comments, there were also many skeptics. This theory is rather bizarre, isn't it? A time without a moon. I refuse to believe it. If the host possesses evidence, let it be presented, otherwise, he is merely a charlatan. Noticing the skepticism, Lin Yuan smiled calmly. Without hesitation, he activated the quantum derivation app. In no time, a trajectory map illustrating the cosmic flight paths of the Earth and the moon materialized before the audience's eyes. The visuals remained in ultra-clear mode, surpassing even the clarity of the video released by the Eagle Sauce Nation regarding the Earth and moon, showcasing greater detail. Recall my earlier assertion that the moon was absent from the ancient sky, Lin Yuan explained in a somber tone. In the chronicles of the Maya civilization, there are some descriptions of Venus and Mars, yet no mention of the moon exists. Ancient songs from the indigenous tribes of Colombia recount a time when the sky bore no moon, and when night fell, darkness enveloped all. Consequently, a chieftain sacrificed himself, transforming into the moon to illuminate his people. In the legends of the Yao people in southwestern China, it is recorded that the sky only held the sun and stars. Until one day, the moon suddenly appeared in the night sky. All ancient civilizations that documented the moon did not do so until after 3000 BC, and its appearance was notably abrupt alongside the Earth. But why is this the case? At this juncture, Lin Yuan's tone grew grave and unexpectedly solemn. He turned to the small blackboard behind him and inscribed the phrase "the rage of Gong Gong colliding with Mount Buzhou" in bold letters. It is quite simple. In ancient times, the moon was remarkably close to the Earth. The legendary Mount Buzhou was, in fact, a space elevator, implying that Earth and the moon were once interconnected. My conjecture is that the distance between them did not exceed 350,000 kilometers. Due to this proximity, the ancients gazing at the night sky were unable to perceive the moon's presence. However, after the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the moon and the Earth lost their connection and were subsequently displaced from their predetermined orbit. Upon uttering this assertion, many netizens felt a chill run down their spines. Numerous experts in reality widened their eyes in disbelief. How outrageous! This claim is utterly unprecedented. The moon is known to be approximately 360,000 to 400,000 kilometers away from Earth, yet the broadcaster had the audacity to state that it was merely 350,000 kilometers in the past. This is incomprehensible. Were it not for engineer Lin's recognition by the state, I might have mistaken him for a charlatan. I finally grasped why geniuses are often perceived as mad. It is simply astonishing. Amidst the cacophony of skepticism, Lin Yuan smiled calmly. In the realm of contemporary scientific discourse regarding the moon's origin, three prevailing theories exist. The first is the co-formation theory, suggesting that both Earth and the moon formed simultaneously during the creation of the solar system. However, if we consider Earth as a spacecraft, this theory becomes untenable. Alternatively, it can be viewed that Earth and the moon were once a singular entity in ancient times, only to be separated at a certain stage by human intervention. Another theory posits the capture theory, which asserts that the moon was ensnared by Earth's gravitational pull during its celestial journey, thus becoming Earth's satellite. However, adhering to the logic of Earth as a spacecraft allows for the interpretation that this spacecraft utilized some form of advanced technology to capture the moon, subsequently transforming it into a guardian vessel under the guidance of ancient Chinese ancestors. Upon hearing this, many netizens furrowed their brows, feeling as though their cognitive faculties were nearing combustion. A netizen had previously urged me to present irrefutable evidence, so I shall succinctly outline a few points for contemplation regarding the broadcaster's assertions. Firstly, I would like to inquire whether you believe the moon is hollow or solid. Upon hearing this, responses erupted. Hollow. Solid. It must be solid, just like Earth. The netizens eagerly replied. Observing this, Lin Yuan shook his head and chuckled, saying, in fact, during the Apollo lunar mission, there was an experiment conducted known as the Apollo Moonquake Experiment. Scientists placed seismic detectors on the moon and, upon departing, ignited the rocket boosters, resulting in a 15-minute impact. What was the outcome? The conclusion from the Moonquake experiment revealed that, after a period of testing, no longitudinal waves were recorded. What does this imply? Lin Yuan continued, smiling as he patiently elucidated. A solid object subjected to impact generates two types of waves, surface waves and longitudinal waves. However, only a hollow object can register surface waves. Longitudinal waves can penetrate an object, yet none were detected on the moon. Furthermore, the average density of the moon is 3.35 gcm, while that of the Earth is 5.51 g-centimeter. Hence, if the moon were solid, its density would approximate that of Earth. Lastly, the moon's surface is riddled with numerous craters, and scientists have discovered that the diameters and depths of these craters are disproportionate. For instance, the largest crater on the moon, the South Pole Aitken Basin, boasts a diameter of 2,400 kilometers, yet its depth is merely 805 kilometers. At this point, Lin Yuan displayed a profound expression. This data is exceedingly bizarre. A diameter of 2,400 kilometers, with a mere impact depth of 805 kilometers? This defies conventional expectations. According to meticulous calculations, such a large impact should yield a crater depth of at least 400 kilometers. Furthermore, lunar craters are typically bowl-shaped, whereas standard craters should exhibit an elliptical or conical form. For those interested, fans can conduct their own experiment by throwing a stone forcefully into a sand pile. The resultant impact surface will invariably be conical. Yet, this is not the case on the moon. What does this signify? Lin Yuan took a deep breath, making a definitive statement. This implies that beneath the lunar soil lies an extraordinarily deep environment, essentially a rigid shell. Concurrently, geological surveys on the moon have uncovered a substantial presence of high-density metals. All of this suggests that beneath the lunar dust resides the body of a mysterious ancient battleship. The moon's current shape, as presented to the world, is reminiscent of the myth of Nuwa mending the heavens. Lin Yuan articulated each word with precision. In truth, Nuwa did not mend the heavens, but rather the defense system of the Earth's spacecraft. After the collapse of Mount Bujo, the space elevator, Nuwa and a contingent of spacecraft members endeavored to compensate for the Earth's defense system by employing enigmatic means to propel this battleship, the moon, a staggering distance of at least 300,000 kilometers away. As for Nuwa gathering 5 colored stones to mend the heavens, it was, in fact, the utilization of various metallic ores to reconstruct the surface of this battleship. Subsequently, after positioning it into the designated orbit, they completed the final breach in the Earth spacecraft's defense system. Chapter 58, Live Broadcast Preview. The most formidable Star Destroyer Dragon. As Lin Yuan spoke, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were engulfed in profound shock. Each felt as though their blood had reversed course, and their breathing had nearly ceased. Such a claim is utterly astonishing. My mother asks why I slapped myself. It is because I was stunned, kneeling to watch the live series. Incredible. If the host's theory holds true, it would undoubtedly ignite a monumental upheaval in civilization. Viewers engaged in fervent discussions. Imagine, for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the well-known tale of Nuwa mending the heavens is, in fact, the repair of a super mysterious and colossal cosmic battleship's defense system, and the moon is a battleship? This assertion is nothing short of astonishing. Yet, remarkably, Lin Yuan's argumentation appears quite reasonable, leading many viewers to ponder deeply, finding themselves in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, if the moon has always graced the night sky, why is it that ancient civilizations left behind no records of its constant presence, only to describe its sudden appearance during a specific epoch? The tale of Nuwa mending the heavens can be viewed as an endeavor to enhance the Earth's cosmic vessel, thereby completing its defensive architecture. However, one may ponder, what compelled Nuwa to undertake such a colossal task? Indeed, I find myself most curious about why Gonggong collided with Mount Bujo. Constructing a space elevator is no trivial matter, and this predicament has rendered it impossible for future generations to embark on leisurely excursions aboard the cosmic vessel. Truly, Gonggong is infuriating. I am struck by a remarkable idea. If Mount Bujo serves as a celestial elevator, could the legendary Jinmu also be a similar construct? Additionally, the ancient Western legend of the Tower of Babel might, from a certain perspective, resonate with the essence of Mount Bujo or Jinmu. Inspired by Lin Yuan's discourse, viewers in the livestream began to fervently engage in animated discussions. Observing the flurry of comments, many posed inquiries. While the host's previous arguments were sound, I too share a lingering question. Why did Nuwa feel the need to mend the heavens? Seeing numerous individuals echo this query, Lin Yuan's demeanor grew somber. He found himself at a loss on how to convey the theory of the Earth is being pursued to the audience. Even he only grasped it superficially. After all, within the framework of his research, the exploration of Earth had scarcely commenced. Moreover, what significance would it hold to unveil the notion of the Earth is being pursued to the public? Most would likely contend that, after enduring eons, with countless beings thriving on Earth, it seems rather unfortunate that humanity's generation should find itself targeted by a formidable cosmic force, culminating in a cataclysm that obliterates the planet. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan shook his head and spoke slowly. The narrative of Nuwa mending the heavens can be interpreted as a response to an extended period during which the Earth, as a cosmic vessel, endured relentless meteorite bombardments. Some may argue that, given Earth's nature as a spacecraft, it should effortlessly withstand such impacts. While that is true, one must also acknowledge that the operational timeline of Earth as a cosmic vessel spans an unfathomable duration. I suspect that for millions of years, this vessel remained in a dormant state, conserving energy to endure the interminable voyage through the stars. thus minimizing all functional capacities. At that time, figures such as the Yellow Emperor and Nuwa possessed limited authority over the vessel. To address the myriad challenges encountered during their cosmic journey, they undertook modifications to the moon. This initiative gave rise to the Nuwa Mending the Heavens project. In due course, the host will delve deeper into a meticulous examination and discourse surrounding this endeavor. Well, without realizing it, we have conversed for nearly 2 hours. Lin Yuan smiled. Amidst a flurry of reluctant comments in the live stream, he announced, "Today's broadcast has come to an end. Thank you all for your viewership. As per tradition, I shall share a preview of the next episode. With the new year approaching, and coincidentally, the year of the dragon upon us, I believe that as descendants of the Huaxia, we all harbor a unique sentiment towards the legendary creature, the dragon. Therefore, the title for the next live session is tentatively set as the most powerful star destroyer in dragon history." With that said, Lin Yuan gracefully closed the live stream, leaving nearly 6 million viewers staring at a dark screen, engulfed in a state of stunned bewilderment. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Earth Starship has officially surpassed 5 million participants. The current reward is 1 million points. Side quest initiated. Locate the lost Bai Zhe map. Upon retrieving 108 Bai Zhe secret script images, you may acquire the Bai Zhe Star Chain Advanced Technology. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yuan exhaled deeply. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Upon entering, Chen Lin wore a serious expression and trembled as he spoke. "Chief Lin, the personnel from the Central War Zone have confirmed the target location based on the coordinates you provided in the Longnan area. The site is currently sealed off, and over 15,000 soldiers are engaged in extensive excavation work with various large-scale equipment. We have reached a depth of 100 meters and estimate that we can reach the target area within 3 days. Good, Lin Yuan replied with a smile and a nod. If all goes well, we should be able to find that object. Indeed, the severed head of Xing Tian, cleaved by the Yellow Emperor's sword. According to the classic of mountains and seas and mythological tales, Xing Tian's head lies buried deep beneath Changyang Mountain. Chapter 59, The Three Great Mysteries of Nature. Surprisingly related to the Earth ship malfunction, 2 days later, in a remote mountain in Longnan, Li Tai, an outdoor instructor, was leading a group of adventurers on a winter trek. "Xiao Chu, hurry up, don't fall behind." Noticing a young woman lagging at the back, Li Tai frowned and called out to her. "What are you doing?" As the girl caught up, he noticed she was distractedly looking at her phone. Li Tai was left speechless. "Haven't I told you all not to look at your phones while trekking outdoors? What if something happens?" "I'm sorry," the girl replied with an awkward smile. "A friend just sent me a video, and I couldn't resist taking a quick look. It was too exciting. I promise it won't happen again." What video could be so captivating? Li Tai leaned in to take a glance, only to be met with the visage of Lin Yuan. It's Lin Yuan's live stream. Realizing this, Li Tai shook his head in resignation. After all, the discussions surrounding Lin Yuan had reached a fever pitch online. Even if he hadn't been following the news, he was aware that this young man had proposed a remarkable theory, which seemingly garnered national recognition. The theory regarding the Earth Starship was indeed growing ever more significant. Li Tai muttered to himself, thinking he would check the latest videos online after returning. At that moment, a teammate ahead suddenly pointed toward a nearby canyon, exclaiming in confusion, "TZ, look over there. There are so many people. What's happening?" The group followed his gaze and noticed. 200 meters away, several large mining trucks laden with rocks and soil, alongside numerous soldiers in military uniforms traversing the woods. Surprised, Li Tai furrowed his brow and said, "You all stay here. I'll go take a look." With that, he moved forward. Indeed, he saw a cluster of soldiers active in the forest. Having just retired from the military last year, where he served as a reconnaissance soldier, his vision was exceptionally keen. Spotting the soldiers brought a sense of familiarity, prompting him to approach within several dozen meters. He then caught sight of a large crane hoisting a peculiar black object from a deep pit. The dark object appeared odd, resembling a fusion of stone and metal, its shape vaguely reminiscent of something he had seen in the film Pacific Rim. Was it something akin to a mecha or the head of a Gundam? Li Tai was momentarily taken aback by his own conclusion. In the next instant, his reconnaissance instincts kicked in, and he abruptly turned around, just as a shadow darted past him. In a flash, a pair of iron hands firmly gripped his left arm. A loud bang echoed as Li Tai instinctively prepared to throw a punch, only to have a 58mm handgun pressed against his waist. "Easy there, my friend," the shadowy figure murmured, seemingly sensing the tension. "Apologies, I lost control for a moment." Recognizing the identity of his assailant, Li Tai realized he was facing a camouflage-clad reconnaissance soldier and quickly offered an awkward explanation. "Hey, I can tell," the soldier replied with a grin. "You've got some skills. Which unit did you retire from?" "The Wolf Assault Team," Li Tai answered, and the soldier paused before bursting into laughter. "Looks like we've got a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King Temple. I'm from the Western Defense Zone." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Tai pointed toward the mysterious object in the distance, puzzled. "What is that? Are you on a mission?" "You're quite lucky, my friend," the soldier chuckled. "As for the specifics, let us not delve into that." He patted Li Tai on the shoulder, smiling broadly. "Come this way, please." A minute later, Li Tai returned to his group, his expression brimming with excitement as he urged the members of the off-road team. Everyone, come over here. Li Ge, what happened? This place is so remote. How did military personnel end up here? Goodness, the sight of it all is quite impressive. Did we accidentally stumble into a military base? Surely, they aren't executing a secret mission? Before he could finish, the team felt a sudden chill, instinctively turning their gazes toward Li Tai. Cough, cough, Li Tai grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. You guys have guessed correctly. Come, it's time to sign a confidentiality agreement. As they witnessed the sudden appearance of a dozen soldiers, this group of urban elite professionals was left utterly bewildered. The items have arrived at the 749th Bureau? Good. Listening to the message from the other end of the phone, Lin Yuan smiled calmly, and then hung up. Brother Chun, Lin Yuan called out. Chief Engineer Lin. Is there something you need? Chen Lin, who was guarding in the adjacent room, stepped in upon hearing the call. Brother Chun, with the new year approaching, let's make some arrangements, Lin Yuan suggested with a smile. Gazing through the window at the bustling scene in the base, he continued. We should prepare some good food for everyone to celebrate the new year. Indeed. Chen Lin nodded solemnly, reflecting the same gravity. After all, nearly 4,000 researchers from the National Defense Seven Sons, along with over 10,000 skilled workers, had gathered here at the expense of their family reunions for the new year, dedicating their efforts to the nation's defense projects. Such patriotic fervor is truly admirable. Please coordinate with the higher-ups and send over a few chefs from the national banquet. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Understood. Chen Lin grinned and nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Chief Engineer Lin, aren't you returning home for the new year? No, I won't, Lin Yuan replied, having seen on Douyin that many people were stuck on the highways due to heavy snowfall, making their journeys home for the new year quite miserable. Since everyone else is staying, as the chief person responsible for the Xinyuan project, how can I leave alone? I've already discussed it with my parents, and they understand. Very well, Chen Lin nodded and turned to leave. After he departed, Lin Yuan casually scrolled through his phone and noticed that heavy snow was blanketing various parts of the country, making this winter seem colder than usual. Oh, the spacecraft's temperature control system is not functioning properly, Lin Yuan complained. Suddenly inspired, he opened his computer and began to write a post with fervor. 3 Great Mysteries of Nature. A system malfunction of Earth's spaceship. After completing it, he promptly published it online as a New Year's gift for his many fans. Meanwhile, once Lin Yuan's post was published, it instantly caused a stir. Wow, I love this. Lin Yuan actually posted a science popularization article. The title discusses 3 great mysteries of nature? This is intriguing. Chief Engineer Lin is indeed quite generous with his fans. With the new year approaching, I thought I wouldn't see his live broadcast, but this is an unexpected delight. Subsequently, netizens excitedly and curiously clicked on the post. At first glance, they were greeted with astonishing content. Earth's spaceship temperature control system malfunctioned. This triggered the apocalypse explosion, leading to the onset of the Little Ice Age during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. What is the Little Ice Age? It refers to a sudden drop in temperature that results in decreased agricultural productivity and brings about a series of natural disasters, including social unrest and population decline. The most recent occurrence of the Little Ice Age globally coincided with the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, marking the beginning of a cold period on Earth from the 15th century onward. In this post, Lin Yuan incisively pointed out, the emergence of the Little Ice Age during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties can be attributed to a malfunction in the temperature regulation system of the Earth's spacecraft. Remarkably, this malfunction coincided with a significant historical event, the Tianqi Explosion of 1626. Chapter 60. The Tianqi Explosion and the Onset of the Little Ice Age. The Tianqi Explosion is regarded as one of the 3 great unsolved natural mysteries on Earth. In essence, in 1626, a bizarre explosion occurred near the gunpowder depot in the southwestern corner of the imperial capital. This explosion had a radius of 750 meters and covered an area of 223 square kilometers. It is deemed a natural mystery due to the unknown cause of the explosion and its extraordinary phenomena. Some may speculate that the explosion, occurring near the gunpowder depot, could have been caused by gunpowder ignition. However, this is not the case. Firstly, black powder was in use at that time, which had limited power. Even if all the stored gunpowder were ignited, it would not have resulted in such a vast explosion. Moreover, a gunpowder explosion would inevitably cause fires. Yet historical records indicate that after the Tianqi explosion, no wood was burned, and there were no signs of fire damage. Additionally, Lu Ruiyu's History of the Ming Palace recounts that a sudden, violent tremor uprooted over 20 large trees, and many victims were found without their limbs, entirely unclothed. Various accounts point to a singular conclusion. The local populace was swept by the shockwave of the explosion, leaving them without garments, yet unharmed. The peculiarity of this scenario is striking. Following the Tianqi explosion, several disaster theories emerged, including those of earthquakes, meteorite impacts, and tornadoes. However, these explanations are improbable. If it were an earthquake, it would surely be recorded in the history of Ming. If a meteorite had struck, how could it have thrown several tons of stone lions miles away? Furthermore, why were the locals found without a stitch of clothing? The tornado theory is even less credible. As people in the Ming dynasty were aware of tornadoes, had one caused the Tianqi explosion, it would have been documented. At the time, people from all social classes, from emperors to commoners, were baffled by the explosion. Lin Yuan, in a scientific article, clearly stated that the Tianqi explosion was a genuine event, resulting from a short circuit in a component of the spacecraft's temperature regulation system, producing a phenomenon akin to a shockwave. If this explanation holds, the Tianqi explosion loses its air of mystery, establishing a clear causal relationship. Following the explosion in 1626, the malfunction of the Earth's spacecraft temperature system led to a disruption in temperature regulation, marking the official onset of the Little Ice Age. Upon learning this, many online users, including numerous eminent scientists and professors, were taken aback, collectively gasping in astonishment. After all, the logic presented is compelling and profound. Lin Yuan has once again astounded us by presenting a new corroboration for his theory. After listening, I was utterly shocked. The logic is impeccable. The causal relationship is clear and straightforward. Following the apocalypse Big Bang, the Little Ice Age ensued, aligning perfectly with the malfunction of the temperature regulation system. How precise. It is no wonder that the nation places its trust in him. The concept of the Earth Starship is becoming increasingly tangible, and I eagerly anticipate the day when the true nature of the Earth ship is revealed. Enthusiastic netizens continue to peruse the remaining content of the post. In this discussion, Lin Yuan delves into the Mound of the Dead incident after explaining the apocalypse Big Bang. The Mound of the Dead refers to the destruction of the ancient city of Mohenjo-daro in the Indus Valley Civilization. Over 600 years ago, on an undetermined day, the city was abruptly erased from the earth, and all its inhabitants perished simultaneously. Subsequently, scientists, analyzing fragments unearthed from the site, along with clay and other minerals, reached a conclusion. At that moment, Mohenjo-daro experienced temperatures soaring to 400 to 500 degrees Celsius. Moreover, radiation was detected in the remains, comparable to that found in the victims of the Hiroshima nuclear explosion. These phenomena indicate that the Mound of the Dead endured a nuclear explosion, resulting in the instantaneous demise of 40,000 individuals. Thus, Lin Yuan's definition of the Mound of the Dead in his post is strikingly simple. The ancient Indus civilization lacked the capability to manufacture nuclear weapons, so where could such a weapon have originated? Quite simply, the people of Mohenjo-daro may have unearthed a weapon system from an Earth ship, possibly acquiring a nuclear bomb or another formidable weapon. Due to their lack of understanding, the inhabitants of Mohenjo-daro foolishly conducted what they deemed research on this device, inadvertently triggering its activation switch, leading to this catastrophic disaster in an instant. Therefore, the so-called Mound of the Dead incident is essentially a nuclear explosion. According to ancient texts from the Indus Valley Civilization, there are records of an explosion in antiquity accompanied by a brilliant light, an extraordinary sun, and violet-white lasers. These descriptions vividly resemble the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. As for the final incident, the Tunguska event of 1908, which occurred near the Tungus River in Siberia, Russia, a massive explosion obliterated over 8 million trees across 150 square kilometers, equivalent to a 20 megaton TNT explosion. Subsequent investigations revealed no meteorite craters, thereby ruling out the possibility of an asteroid impact. At that time, no bomb or weapon possessed the capacity to achieve such destruction. In this post, Lin Yuan offers a research resolution. The disaster was triggered by a malfunction in a wireless power transmission device aboard an Earth ship. Upon reading this, netizens were left utterly speechless. Upon reflection, one cannot help but find Lin Yuan's theory to be quite logical. If Earth is indeed a cosmic vessel, then it stands to reason that a malfunctioning system could lead to a series of problems. Otherwise, how might one explain the enigma of these 3 major natural disasters? It is truly thought-provoking. Despite my best efforts, I cannot articulate a coherent explanation. Lin Yuan is remarkable. Rapidly, amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, Lin Yuan's popular science post, published just before the new year, ascended to the pinnacle of online headlines. In a fleeting moment, the theories and viewpoints he presented seemed to further validate the possibility of the Earth Starship theory, prompting countless internet users to ponder deeply once again. Time swiftly passed, akin to a fleeting gallop of a white steed. The brief spring festival holiday soon came to an end. During these days, Lin Yuan and his fellow researchers from the National Defense 7 immersed themselves in their studies, residing and working closely together. Meanwhile, shortly after the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, at a military command center in the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation, several high-ranking military officials, with resolute expressions, surveyed the mobilization conference. In a commanding tone, they declared, during this global joint military exercise, we must showcase the might of our Dragon Nation. Chapter 61. Ambitious Eagle Sauce, are you inviting me to be a guest? Lin Yuan inquired, astonished, as he set aside his work on the dual-axis linkage of the battle vehicle in the workshop. Indeed, Chief Engineer Lin Chun-Lin continued, reporting. This invitation is part of a joint application from a total of 21 nations. It is said that accompanying them are top scientists from various countries, exceeding 100 in number, all eager to engage in discussions with you. Pausing for a moment, Chun Lin's eyes sparkled as he added, after all, the Earth starship theory has sparked a tremendous upheaval in the global scientific community. It is no exaggeration to say that, with Lin Yuan's further corroboration, many leading scientists worldwide have become ardent supporters of this theory, as the event is to be held within our Dragon Nation. Specifically in the vicinity of the Lop Nur area, the higher-ups need not worry about your safety, Chief Engineer Lin. Understood, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Let us proceed. It will be an excellent opportunity to discuss with experts from various nations, not only within the scientific community, but Chen Lin gazed at Lin Yuan with profound significance, remarking, currently, officials from various countries are exhibiting a pressing eagerness to engage with you. It seems they are quite anxious indeed. Soon, the day of the global conference arrived. As one of the organizers of this joint event, the Dragon Nation undertook the role of the organizing committee for the Asia-Pacific region, establishing the headquarters for the exercise on its territory. In the southern frontier, within the confines of Lop Nur, a secure area was transformed into a venue equipped with grandstands and various comprehensive facilities, thanks to the efforts of the engineering battalion of the Northern Defense Theater. At that moment, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Official representatives and personnel from a total of 21 nations gathered together. When accounting for the personnel from the respective military forces, the number of participants at this conference reached an unprecedented 500,000. This remarkable scale sent waves of exhilaration through global netizens and media alike. Wow, the scale of this conference is utterly astonishing. Other minor details aside, our attention must turn to the performances of our formidable nations, including the Dragon Kingdom, Bear Nation, Eagle Sauce, John Bull, and Foot Basin Chicken. It is indeed quite astonishing. Speaking of which, the venue for this conference is surprisingly located in the Robur Desert of southern Xinjiang, a region infamously dubbed the Sea of Death. This brings to mind the recent buzz surrounding the Earth starship theory. I wonder in which functional system zone of the Earth spacecraft, according to Mr. Lin's theoretical framework, the Robur Desert might reside. This sparked a flurry of discussion among netizens. Meanwhile, at the Robur Desert base, the leaders of the 5 major war zones of the Dragon Kingdom were receiving foreign dignitaries. Soon, an Eagle Sauce Chinook helicopter arrived, from which a dozen blonde gentlemen disembarked. Praise the Lord. The Eagle Sauce delegation, led by Generals William and Smith, both 5-star generals, approached with amused expressions. General Fong, greetings. Mr. Su. It is a pleasure to see you again. Commander Zhou, I hear you have developed the world's most advanced H-20 bomber. We are eager to witness it. With the aid of translation software, the commanders of the Dragon Kingdom's 5 major war zones exchanged pleasantries with the 2 5-star generals from Eagle Sauce. Indeed, indeed. General Fong replied with a calm smile. I am also curious about your advanced bomber, rumored to be named Dark Star. Have you brought it along? Haha, General Fong. Do not be impatient. You shall see shortly. On the other side, from Bear Nation, Emperor Pu personally arrived on site. His demeanor solemn as he took his seat in the stands. His first words were a declaration. I wish to request an audience with Mr. Lin, yes. The young man who has recently garnered much attention in your nation's online circles. Upon hearing this, the officials from the Dragon Kingdom felt a jolt of surprise. Emperor Pu's serious expression suggested that meeting Lin Yuan was of paramount importance at this conference. How extraordinary. The reception personnel quickly smiled and replied, Chief Engineer Lin is on his way. We shall organize a meeting shortly. At this, Emperor Pu's face brightened with joy. As for Foot Basin Chicken, Ichiro Hatoyama, representing the military's highest authority, surveyed the scene with glistening eyes. That Chief Engineer Lin harbors significant misunderstandings towards us Foot Basin Chicken. However, science knows no borders. When we meet him, we must showcase our friendliness and warmth, and learn as much as we can from Chief Engineer Lin, so that this genius may feel our sincerity. Ichiro Hatoyama declared passionately. Little did anyone know, during this period, the high-ranking officials of Foot Basin Chicken were embroiled in a massive uproar. On the day Lin Yuan openly stated online that Sakurajima was a nuclear test site of the ancestral Chinese, Foot Basin Chicken's officials were both anxious and furious, eager to find evidence to counter Lin Yuan's claims. However, in the time that followed as the official verification of the Foot Basin Chicken took place across various locations in Sakurajima, a significant quantity of the so-called tolonite substance, a glass-like artificial mineral formed after high-temperature melting, was detected, leaving the Foot Basin Chicken utterly bewildered. Unable to disclose this information to the public, they were compelled to classify these findings as the nation's top secret. Subsequently, with the arrival of numerous influential figures, the global event officially commenced. This joint conference was divided into 7 major segments, the first of which was a demonstration of the individual combat capabilities of special forces from various nations. Soon, the inaugural competition began. Over the course of 2 hours, the Special Forces soldiers showcased their remarkable combat prowess. Ultimately, the special soldier from Bear Country secured first place with their extraordinary individual combat strength. While Eagle Sauce claimed second place with their advanced individual combat equipment, Dragon Country took third place, observing that their warriors had only achieved third place. The leaders from the 5 major battle zones sighed in resignation. Alas, those bald eagles merely relied on their superior equipment to surpass us, I dare say. If it came down to a one-on-one confrontation without gear, they would certainly not prevail against us. The bald eagles have long touted their super soldier program, and their military-industrial strength surpasses ours. We cannot fault ourselves for this loss. As for the 4th place, it was captured by John Bull. While Foot Basin Chicken finished in 5th, the other nations had little to show for their efforts. Everyone was well aware that this conference was merely a backdrop for the few major powers. Following closely was the commencement of the second competition, the aerial combat segment, showcasing aircraft. At this moment, General William from the Bald Eagles, with a calm smile, addressed the assembly. Commander Fong and esteemed colleagues, I have a proposal. In previous years, we engaged in virtual confrontations and aircraft displays, which, to be frank, have become rather outdated. Therefore, this year, I propose we conduct a strategic offense and defense exercise. Upon hearing this, the prominent figures present exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with intrigue. Commander Fong of Dragon Country, representing the assembly, inquired gravely, General William, what does this strategic offense and defense exercise entail? Quite simply, General William replied, raising an eyebrow and allowing a composed smile to grace his lips. Each of our nations will establish a simulated bombing zone, sending our strongest aircraft to engage in attack missions within each other's territories. Commander Fong, I have heard that Dragon Country has recently developed the latest generation of the H-20 long-range strategic bomber. How about challenging us to test our air defense systems? He continued, of course. We will also deploy our latest strategic bomber, the Dark Star. With this declaration, the atmosphere in the room erupted into a fervor, resembling a pot of boiling water. As a whirlwind of emotions surged within, every spectator present, whether a military expert, a diplomatic envoy, or an ordinary journalist, gazed intently at the colossal screen at the center of the stage, where the latest masterpiece of the Eagle Nation, the Dark Star bomber, was gradually unveiled. This was not merely a display of weaponry. It was a silent contest, a confrontation concerning technology, power, and the future strategic landscape. The Dark Star represented the pinnacle of aviation prowess, touted in legend as the most advanced 6th-generation bomber, exceeding speeds of Mach 8. Its advanced stealth capabilities had seemingly come to fruition. A commentator from the Eastern Isles shook his head in disbelief, his voice laced with astonishment and reverence. His words rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring fervent discussions among those nearby. This is inconceivable, murmured a representative from an Asian country, his expression a blend of surprise and concern. He understood all too well what such a technological breakthrough entailed and the profound implications it held for the world at large. This is a game-changer, whispered a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, his demeanor gravely serious. He recognized that the emergence of the Dark Star was not just a challenge to the status quo, but a redefinition of the future itself. Based on prior intelligence, the Dragon Nation's H-20 was merely a replica of the Eagle's B-2, reportedly even inferior to the B-2 of the last century. Yet, now that the Dragon Nation had just launched the H-20, the Eagle Nation had unveiled a new generation with the Dark Star. What chance did they have? A young analyst waved his arms in agitation, his voice infused with frustration and resentment. His words struck a chord with many in attendance. As the competition between the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation seemed to have entered a new chapter, around the venue, the reactions of the representatives varied. Yet all bore expressions of grave concern. Some engaged in hushed conversations, others furrowed their brows, while a few exchanged furtive glances, each calculating the implications of this sudden upheaval on their own nations. A palpable tension hung in the air, as if an invisible war was quietly unfolding. It appears the ambitions of the Eagle Nation extend far beyond this, remarked a wise elder, his gaze revealing a blend of sagacity and apprehension. The introduction of the Dark Star was not merely a challenge to the Dragon Nation, it served as a warning to the world. At that moment, the Dark Star bomber, under the gentle yet precise control of its mechanisms, rotated gracefully on stage, reminiscent of a dancer pirouetting under a vast celestial canopy. Each turn elegantly showcasing its breathtakingly streamlined fuselage and intricately sophisticated weapon systems. Its surface gleamed with a cold, enigmatic luster under the lights, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky, yet it concealed untold power and secrets. This was not merely an exhibition of weaponry. It was a harmonious fusion of technology and aesthetics, a bold exploration of the limits of human intellect. It stood as a silent proclamation, heralding the unassailable stature of the Eagle Nation. However, for everyone present, the shock and contemplation brought forth by this demonstration transcended the mere significance of the weapon itself. Each individual understood that the tempest ignited by the Dark Star had only just begun. Chapter 63. The Eagle is bewildered. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, In the global financial epicenter, the great city of the White Eagle, within the region of the city that never sleeps, at an altitude of 150 kilometers above the surface. A sleek, ebony-hued space bomber emerged from low Earth orbit, akin to a specter. A faint glimmer, adorned with 5 radiant stars, descended rapidly. It was none other than the Yinglong space bomber. At the helm of the Yinglong was none other than the Dragon Kingdom's premier pilot, Ling Xiao. Within the cockpit, he donned an extraordinary flight suit, enveloped by a specialized depressurization module. This very device enabled him to withstand the extreme conditions of supersonic flight at an astounding Mach 30, defying the limitations of the human body. With a long, relieved exhale, Ling Xiao's eyes gleamed with intensity as he suppressed his surging emotions and sharply pulled down the control stick. A minute later, the Yinglong swiftly descended into the atmosphere, cautiously maneuvering in a circle. Finally, without hesitation, it dove downwards, racing towards the designated coordinates at a speed nearing Mach 8. Boom. With a speed akin to a flash of lightning, the Yinglong space bomber executed a rapid descent above the city that never sleeps. As if to provoke, the Yinglong activated its super frequency, unleashing a thunderous roar as it circled swiftly above the city. At that moment, it was precisely around noon. Many office workers and citizens, stepping out for lunch, instinctively looked up upon hearing the immense sound. My God, what is that? Countless screams and cries of terror erupted in that instant. Among them, a keen-eyed blonde individual spotted the futuristic bomber, appearing as if it had traversed time, its tail adorned with a dazzling 5-star emblem, hovering 200 meters above the city. Ah, the demon has arrived. Dear God, is this the bomber of the Dragon Kingdom? What could they possibly want? Then, another wave of frantic exclamations ensued. The entire city that never sleeps descended into chaos, with innumerable emergency calls flooding the relevant agencies. What? A bomber from the Dragon Kingdom has appeared above the city that never sleeps? This is no jest, dear God. In the next moment, the enforcement personnel of the city that never sleeps stepped onto the streets. Upon lifting their gazes, they too were rendered speechless. Swallowing hard, rubbing their eyes, they exclaimed, Dear God, all enforcement officers were on the verge of kneeling, terrified to the point of tears. They believed that the Third World War had erupted. At this time, the entire city of the city that never sleeps, with nearly 8 million citizens, flooded the streets, witnessing that ominous silhouette racing past them, ultimately heading straight towards the Statue of Liberty. Boom. A sonic boom cloud manifested before all. With a ghostly swiftness, it ascended abruptly, adopting a vertical takeoff mode, soaring rapidly to an altitude of 10,000 meters, vanishing entirely from the gaze of the citizens of the sleepless city. At that moment, the entire military command of the White Eagle, along with defense-related agencies, was thrown into utter disarray. Countless complaints and emergency calls flooded in. Meanwhile, at the nearest military base to the sleepless city, the underground fortress's 3rd level housed hundreds of bewildered personnel of the White Eagle, sitting in a daze as they stared at the surveillance systems and various data displays. Turning their heads toward the television mounted on the wall, they saw the renowned NBC urgently broadcasting breaking news. The devil has arrived. A terror bomber from the Dragon Kingdom has appeared over the sleepless city. Reporters, their faces pale, delivered the report. Throughout the entire Delamon military base, the so-called strongest ground-based defense system, the Aegis system, displayed a state of normalcy across dozens of monitoring panels. Radar detected no enemy aircraft signals. Energy detection revealed nothing. Optical sensors reported no hostile targets. Infrared sensors confirmed no adversarial presence. This meant that the bomber from the Dragon Kingdom had circled over the sleepless city, even performing a sonic boom above the Statue of Liberty. Yet all defense systems at their military base had failed to register any information regarding the presence of enemy aircraft. Moreover, this was not limited to the Delamon base. Every military installation within the borders of the White Eagle, including the Patriot Missile Defense System, THAAD system, Avenger Missile Defense System, and Iron Dome Short-Range Defense System, without exception, failed to detect the slightest trace of the Dragon Kingdom's bombers. At that moment, the entire nation of the White Eagle was profoundly shaken. Countless citizens were left utterly terrified. Chapter 64. The Mysterious Lop Nur, an experimental cabin for earthly spacecraft? At Lop Nur, silence reigned in the viewing platform. Everyone gazed at the urgent news being broadcasted on the massive projection screen. A Dragon Kingdom bomber surfaces above the Statue of Liberty. General William and other high-ranking officials of the White Eagle appeared fearful and astonished, their bodies trembling violently. In disbelief, they turned to the representatives from the Dragon Kingdom. How is this possible? General William's face turned ashen as he stammered. Have the Dragon people truly developed a spaceborne bomber? Behind him, a group of elite scientists from the White Eagle were equally stunned. My God, how did the Dragon Kingdom achieve this? It's inconceivable. A chorus of scientists gasped in shock, their minds racing. In just 30 minutes, within a mere 30 minutes, the Dragon Kingdom's bomber had departed from its homeland and suddenly appeared over the sleepless city across the ocean. The speed must have exceeded 30 Mach. What is the principle behind the engines? How does the bomber's exterior withstand the friction and pressure of supersonic cruising? How did the pilots endure the extreme overload? In that moment, not only the scientists of the White Eagle but also military experts worldwide in related fields found themselves exhilarated, left speechless in awe. General William, have you perhaps indulged in something unwholesome? Your complexion appears rather ghastly, remarked Commander Fong, approaching with a smile. As I mentioned, today is destined to be a momentous occasion for both our nations. General William and his companions were utterly flabbergasted, at a complete loss for words. Oh, by the way, where has your Dark Star bomber gone? I trust it hasn't lost its way, Fong inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, General William's countenance darkened further, and he was genuinely alarmed. The Dragon Kingdom's bomber had silently appeared over the city of eternal night. This was nothing short of terrifying. A chill coursed through him as he gritted his teeth and returned to his comrades, urgently contacting the domestic military base, instructing, issue an immediate command for the Dark Star to return at once. What a farce. The Dragon Kingdom's bomber had leisurely circled the skies over the Bald Eagle territory in a mere 30 minutes, while their own aircraft were still lumbering across the Pacific. The disparity in strength was staggering, rendering this so-called simulation of attack and defense nothing more than a source of ridicule. The Bald Eagle's expression turned a sickly shade of green. How utterly satisfying. No nation's bomber had ever flown over Bald Eagle airspace before. Now we, the Dragon Kingdom, had accomplished it. What a triumph. The generals from the 5 battle zones were in fits of laughter, tears streaming from their eyes, filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, the military representatives from various nations stood in stunned silence. Even the Bald Eagle's air defense system had failed to intercept the Dragon Kingdom's bomber, let alone those lesser nations. Their emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety and disbelief. How formidable the Dragon Kingdom was. By all that is holy, this must be a dream. I have a premonition that the global military landscape is on the verge of transformation. Amidst the murmurs, Commander Fong turned his indifferent gaze toward the chicken of the foot basin. There, the military representative, Mr. Kitayama, who had initially wore a smug expression, was now rendered speechless with shock. Realizing Fong was looking at him, he felt a wave of panic wash over him, his expression faltering. Fong spoke coolly, contact the Yinglong. On the way home, take a detour around Sakura Island. At these words, Mr. Kitayama nearly lost control of his faculties, his fear palpable. He stammered, Commander Fong, we concede defeat in this competition. His trepidation was genuine. If the Dragon Kingdom's bomber were to fly over Sakura Island, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to their morale. Mr. Kitayama, are you jesting? Fong's eyes gleamed with a cold intensity. Let us not forget where we are. This is a global joint military exercise. Though it may be termed an exercise, for us soldiers, it constitutes a war. The sword has been drawn, and there is no turning back. Upon hearing this, Mr. Kitayama could no longer maintain his composure, nearly collapsing to the ground. Regaining his senses, he frantically rushed back to his nation's camp, shouting in desperation, contact the station forces at once. For heaven's sake, have them deploy all aircraft for interception. Since we knew in advance that the Dragon Kingdom's bomber was coming, we must intercept it. Yukiyama Kazuo roared in madness, utterly unable to maintain his composure. Simultaneously, aboard the Yinglong hypersonic bomber, Ling Xiao received his orders, unable to suppress a beaming smile of exhilaration. A surge of euphoric energy coursed through him as he gritted his teeth and pulled the control stick. The Yinglong soared into near-Earth orbit like an ancient mythical beast. In an instant, it accelerated to a staggering speed exceeding Mach 25, heading towards the territory of the Foot Basin chickens. During this operation, military satellites from around the globe frantically activated. Yet, without exception, none could detect the presence of the Yinglong bomber. Soon, it reached the skies above Sakurajima, hovering briefly over the target area before Ling Xiao flashed another smile and dove the bomber down. The next moment, it appeared over Kyoto. In the skies of Kyoto, a dozen fighters from Sakurajima circled restlessly. Upon witnessing the Yinglong bomber materialize in a ghostly manner, the pilots of the Foot Basin Chicken's aircraft were left utterly stunned. It had truly appeared. It was too swift. Damn it. Our entire air defense system failed to track its flight path. How can we intercept it at speeds exceeding Mach 25? The pilots screamed in despair. Had it not been for their military training, they might have crumbled in fear. Gritting their teeth, the dozen fighters activated their training modes and turned on their fire control radars, attempting to lock onto the mysterious bomber from the Dragon Kingdom. However, the capabilities of the Yinglong were far beyond what the F-2 fighters could contend with. In a flash, the Yinglong sliced through the sound barrier. Directly above the National Guardian Shrine, this edifice, symbolizing the honor of Sakurajima, was reduced to a mere backdrop for the Dragon Kingdom's bomber, trembling like a feeble wretch. On the ground, countless Sakurajima citizens gazed at the bomber, emblazoned with 5 stars, appearing in their airspace, and collapsed in terror, screaming loudly as dread enveloped every corner of the city. Oh Amaterasu, we are doomed. Bakayuru, help us. The citizens of Sakurajima cried out in panic. Despite the local news emphasizing that this was a multinational joint exercise, how could they be oblivious to the implications of foreign nations invading their sovereign airspace? Even under the guise of a military drill? Meanwhile, after the Yinglong soared over the National Guardian Shrine, it left behind a thunderous roar before playfully ascending once more. Witnessing this, the dozen fighters from Sakurajima swarmed in pursuit. Catch it! The Sakurajima pilots bellowed into their comms, their voices filled with fury. Various angry exclamations erupted. As the Dragon Kingdom bomber danced in the skies, alternating its speed whimsically, it toyed with the Sakurajima fighters for 3 full minutes. Then, with a thunderous boom, the Yinglong engaged its supersonic mode, instantly accelerating beyond Mach 3, leaving behind a brilliant Mach shockwave that illuminated the skies over Kyoto before vanishing in an instant. Thus, the saga continued. Dozens of aircraft from Sakurajima, akin to lost souls, returned to base in a disheveled manner, having lost all sense of purpose. As for firing or controlling radar, that was preposterous. They found not a single opportunity. A fleet of F-2 fighters had been utterly reduced to a mere jest in the face of the world's most advanced bombers. News of this debacle reached Roborov. Ichiro Kambayashi stumbled and fell into his seat, his visage reflecting the depths of despair and frustration. Regret consumed him, as he wished he could strike himself for seeking such folly. Now, the entire endeavor had become a farce, akin to a white-headed eagle reduced to ridicule. Moreover, the sudden emergence of strength from the Dragon Kingdom left them trembling in fear. My God! At this juncture, military representatives from nations around the globe wore expressions of complex emotions as they gazed upon the Dragon Kingdom. General William and his compatriots were particularly agitated, their faces devoid of pride, eager to depart from this scene. Then, a military scientist from the American contingent exclaimed, "All right, I concede that the Dragon Kingdom has developed such an extraordinary aerospace bomber. But I dare say, the cost of producing such a machine is astronomical. And the Dragon Kingdom certainly lacks the capability to manufacture a second one." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the military representatives from various nations softened slightly, a glimmer of hope emerging in their eyes. Indeed, General William, striving to maintain composure, turned to General Fong and inquired, "If I am not mistaken, this bomber, your esteemed Dragon Kingdom cannot yet produce in mass quantities, can you?" In response to the inquiry, General Fong, of course, would not divulge his nation's secrets. Instead, he smiled and said, "General William, you may keep your eyes peeled. This bomber's capabilities are indeed impressive, but I am confident that given time, our scientists of the White-Headed Eagle can achieve the same." General William forced a semblance of dignity for his side. "For this round, we concede victory to your Dragon Kingdom." The American military representatives lowered their heads, inwardly seething, vowing to reclaim their honor in the subsequent contests. Yet, the sense of despair lingered. At that moment, a figure draped in fine cloth approached excitedly, one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, a sharif. One of the princes grasped General Fong's hands with fervor, exclaiming, "General Fong, name your price. $1 billion? No, $100 billion? We are willing to pay that amount for this perfect bomber if the Dragon Kingdom is willing to sell." The urgency in his expression was palpable. In response, General Fong chuckled softly, his tone laced with meaning. "Prince Angeli, the Yinglong aerospace bomber is a strategic asset of the Dragon Kingdom, and we currently have no intentions of selling it. However, we do have another bomber, the H-20, which we have been researching for quite some time. If you are interested, we can discuss it further." Heaven above. The prince initially displayed a look of regret, but soon nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. We are very interested." With a mysterious smile, he expressed his hope that soon we might discover the Chinese manual for the H-20 bomber in the desert. The assembly of military personnel from the Dragon Nation erupted in laughter at the remark. Thus, upon its debut, the Yinglong space bomber captivated the entire world, instilling a sense of dread within formidable military powers like the Bald Eagle. Nations such as the Bald Eagle, the Chicken of the Foot Basin, and John Bull were gripped by an unsettling fear, as a terrifying voice echoed in their minds. The Dragon Nation is on the path of resurgence. Indeed, with the possession of such an awe-inspiring space bomber as the Yinglong, the Dragon Nation possesses the unparalleled capability to execute precise strikes across the globe. Who would dare to defy this mighty lion? The more he pondered, the more dread consumed General William, prompting him to bellow, "Commander Fong, let us proceed to the next military exercise. Indeed, let us commence the next drill. According to the exercise schedule, it will be a land combat simulation." A sigh of relief escaped him, for they would no longer face the terrifying weaponry of the Dragon Nation. In land combat, John Bull held absolute confidence, as their tanks and armored vehicles were undoubtedly of world-class caliber. Rumors circulated that the Bald Eagle had developed the latest heavy-duty armored vehicle, equipped with a drone coordination system for land and air operations. What astonishing performance might it exhibit? The technological prowess of the Bear Nation's tanks was equally impressive, with Tsar Putin himself in attendance, surely showcasing the Bear Nation's most advanced equipment. Representatives from various nations exchanged their thoughts. "Very well," Commander Fong replied with a calm smile, though he too felt a flicker of curiosity. He wondered how formidable the Xuanyuan battle car prepared by Chief Engineer Lin would be. Could it replicate the might of the Yinglong space bomber and thoroughly astonish these foreigners? Commander Fong's anticipation grew. Meanwhile, a Z-20 helicopter was steadily making its way to the exercise base. Inside the helicopter, Lin Yuan gazed contemplatively at the desolate landscapes of Lop Nur. Beside him, Chun Lin inquired with curiosity, Chief Engineer Lin, as far as I know, Lop Nur is referred to as the Sea of Death in Earth's ear, steeped in various supernatural legends. Based on your research, what do you believe to be the true nature of Lop Nur? In truth, Lop Nur is shrouded in enigma among the populace, particularly due to the incident involving the twin fish jade pendant, which has rendered Lop Nur a taboo topic for many. What do you think it is? Lin Yuan replied with a smile. I have no idea, Chun Lin mused, grinning. But I believe Lop Nur may conceal the civilization of the ancient Lulan that vanished. Furthermore, Lop Nur is dubbed Earth's ear because satellite images reveal that its terrain resembles a colossal human ear, measuring approximately 60 kilometers in length and 30 kilometers in width, with the contours of the auricle and cochlea distinctly displayed. Many are also fascinated by the concept of a crossroad of parallel worlds. As the conversation unfolded, Chun Lin became animated and remarked, Chief Engineer Lin, I propose that the Lop Nur might be a peculiar device aboard an extraterrestrial vessel, capable of connecting parallel worlds. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, Brother Chun, you are a soldier, and yet you subscribe to such notions? Coughing, Chun Lin chuckled. What can I say? After listening to your theories, many of my perceptions have been profoundly altered, and who knows, there may be some truth to it. Lin Yuan smiled in agreement and cast another glance at the vast, enigmatic land before them. Suddenly, he stated, Brother Chun, I believe Lop Nur is an experimental chamber aboard the Earth vessel. Deep within the abyss of the ear of Earth lies a colossal underground project. Moreover, satellite reconnaissance has confirmed the existence of a mysterious, massive heat source beneath Lop Nur. Chapter 65. Do you call this flying contraption an infantry fighting vehicle? In fact, the Shanhai Jing, an ancient travelogue, also records references to Lop Nur, referring to it as Yuz, which was once the second largest inland lake within the realm of the 9 provinces. In 2005, an exploratory team traversed Lop Nur and discovered hundreds of desiccated corpses beneath the surface. Carbon-14 dating revealed that these remains dated back to the 15th century BCE, approximately 400 years ago. Furthermore, through AI reconstruction, it was found that these individuals exhibited not only Asian characteristics, but also features akin to those of Western Europeans. The Shanhai Jing recounts an era in Chinese history known as the Xia dynasty, which once governed Western Asia. Due to Western Asia's refusal to heed Xia Qi's commands, the Xia dynasty dispatched a formidable army to engage in battle. This further substantiates the notion that, long ago, China held dominion over the world, illuminating every corner of the earth with the brilliance of the 9 provinces. This serves as direct evidence of the Huaxia 9 provinces being a crucial central system within the Earth vessel framework. However, speaking of which, Chief Engineer Lin, with your current clearance, you should have access to a considerable amount of classified information, right? Chun Lin leaned in mysteriously and murmured, to be honest, I am truly curious about the truth behind the Pisces jade pendant and the incident of the 300,000 mirror people. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled again. The tale of the Pisces jade pendant is well known, involving the mysterious disappearance of a scientist who purportedly traversed to ancient times to become a reformer. As for the 300,000 mirror people, it is rumored that an archaeological team discovered an ancient relic in Lop Nur, containing extraordinary devices that surpassed modern technology. In reality, the Pisces jade pendant is not a singular object, but rather a code name, indicating that within this ancient site exists a miraculous apparatus capable of replicating humans, thus giving rise to the legend of the 300,000 mirror people. Moreover, it is said that these replicas possessed identical memories to their originals, which eventually led to upheaval. Consequently, the relevant authorities had no choice but to deploy a nuclear device in Lop Nur to eradicate the 300,000 mirror people entirely. Naturally, such narratives are purely folkloric and remain unsubstantiated by any concrete evidence to this day. Lin Yuan is inclined to believe that beneath the Lop Nur lies a mysterious experimental chamber, potentially harboring cloning technologies related to Earth's spacecraft systems and enigmatic civilizations. He glanced at the system panel. Earth Starship Exploration Degree, 00005. Given his limited understanding of Earth spacecraft, Lin Yuan dared not recklessly delve into Lop Nur, particularly into the depths concealed beneath the ear of Earth. Otherwise, he might not even comprehend the manner of his demise. Meanwhile, at the exercise base, in the 19th Combat Zone, 2 futuristic infantry fighting vehicles, named Liberty, broke through the encirclement. As several signal flares ascended, the M1A2 SCP main battle tanks of the White Eagle, in conjunction with Blueside infantry fighting vehicles, John Bull, Gallic Rooster, Foot Basin Chicken, etc., launched an assault on the Red Side positions, Dragon Nation, Bear Nation, North Korea, and Iron Brother Nation. Within less than 40 minutes, they completely captured the Red Side stronghold. When the exercise footage and a series of data were transmitted back to the command center of the exercise base, Representatives from various nations were left in utter astonishment. My God, that infantry fighting vehicle is terrifying. The most advanced main battle tank of the White Eagle was astonishingly equipped with transforming wheel tracks and electromagnetic armor. Heavens! This functionality is simply remarkable. The Liberty is undeniably worthy of the title of the world's strongest fighting vehicle in terms of maneuverability, fire control systems, and protective capabilities. But where are the tanks from the Dragon Nation? Why have they not made an appearance? Amidst a flurry of curious discussions, the military representatives from the White Eagle smugly glanced towards the Dragon Nation contingent. General William finally displayed a hint of a smile, boasting, "Did you see? This is our most advanced infantry fighting vehicle, Liberty. It is equipped with cutting-edge electromagnetic armor technology, which employs millimeter-wave radar to detect incoming projectiles and utilizes powerful computational algorithms to determine protective points, capable of withstanding over 80 of projectiles and other fire assaults." Afterward, he teasingly inquired, "Commander Fong, where are the tanks from your Dragon Nation?" In response, Commander Fong smiled nonchalantly, "No need to rush. The tank exercises are not yet concluded." As he spoke, he returned to the Dragon Nation's side, where a group of generals anxiously awaited his words. "Commander Fong, what is the situation? Where are our tanks?" "Not only tanks, but we have yet to see any fighting vehicles. As far as I know, the Northern Vehicle Research Institute has developed an exceptionally advanced fighting vehicle, also equipped with electromagnetic armor. Has it not been brought out this time?" The representatives from the Eagle Nation began to gloat, which infuriated me. I felt an urge to retaliate with a punch. Amidst the anxious voices, Commander Fong finally spoke slowly. "Ahem, our fighting vehicles should be en route. Oh, let me inform you in advance. The fighting vehicles participating in this exercise were also developed by Chief Engineer Lin. Yes, you guessed it right. It is the project known as the Lin Yuan project. According to Chief Engineer Lin, he has led a scientific research team from the National Defense Seven Sons to develop an exceptionally advanced infantry fighting vehicle. However, this vehicle was only completed yesterday, and upon receiving the order to participate in the military exercise, it swiftly made its way to Lob Nor. Upon hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded. Last night, it was just developed, and now it is on its way? What kind of absurdity is this? There is no way it can arrive in time. After all, it is a battle vehicle. How could it possibly traverse the distance from the Magic City to the Lob Nor in just one night? Could it have been transported by a Y-20? But logically, it should have arrived by now, if time is truly of the essence. We could mobilize the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade from the Northern Defense Zone. They are currently stationed in the exercise area No. 17 and could reach the scene in 10 minutes. At that moment, a low, resonant hum echoed from the distant horizon of the exercise base. Shortly thereafter, within the Dragon Nation's camp, military personnel reported in astonishment, "Commander, we have received a strange request for access. The authority level is extremely high. Yet this unfamiliar signal originates from the sky. All nearby aircraft and flying vehicles should be within the system's permissions." The next moment, the military staff member was left speechless, his gaze drawn upwards to a colossal object that suddenly appeared in his field of vision, leaving him utterly astonished. He was not alone at that moment. Everyone at the exercise base, including the representatives from various countries, stood in stunned silence, their scalps tingling as they beheld the enormous and eerie silhouette in the sky. A vehicle, resembling an infantry fighting vehicle, was hurtling towards them from the heavens, approximately 30 meters above the ground, creating a massive airflow in its wake. Indeed, there was no mistake. This object unmistakably resembled an infantry fighting vehicle, now soaring at an altitude of 30 meters. What was most terrifying was the array of menacing weaponry mounted on this vehicle. A colossal electromagnetic main cannon, with a dark muzzle, radiated an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Not to mention the various other weaponry affixed to its exterior, including several anti-tank gun barrels and machine gun mounts that exuded sheer firepower. There were even numerous weapon systems that military experts could not identify, appearing extraordinarily formidable. Oh my God, what in the world is this? The military representatives from various nations were once again rendered speechless, more shocked than they had been upon encountering the American Liberty electromagnetic armored vehicle. What left them utterly astounded was the 5-star emblem emblazoned on the body of this gigantic monstrosity. "Is this from our Dragon Nation?" In the Central War Zone, a general exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom what he was witnessing, despite his authority, which, while not on par with the commanders of the 5 major war zones, still encompassed logistical responsibilities for military weaponry and equipment deployment. He had never encountered such an unusual battle vehicle before. Wait a minute. It cannot merely be labeled a battle vehicle. This thing is flying. All the generals present were left in a state of bewilderment. Finally, the military experts and professors on site began to react, each one shouting in excitement. "Goodness, is this a battle vehicle developed by the Dragon Nation? No, wait. This resembles an effectively flying vehicle, but it is astonishing. From its appearance, it is indeed an infantry fighting vehicle. What on earth? Have the Dragon Nation uncovered an alien base? It is astonishing that such an outrageous contraption has been created. The air was filled with gasps and exclamations from countless onlookers. After a brief moment, the peculiar war chariot finally soared above the crowd, allowing everyone to clearly see the 4 Chinese characters emblazoned in a crimson hue on its belly. Commander Fong's pupils trembled. His entire being quaked with excitement as he articulated each word with fervor. It is the Xianyuan chariot. The Xianyuan chariot developed by Chief Engineer Lin. The other 5 commanders of the major battle zones exchanged knowing glances, all aware of Lin Yuan's endeavor in the Magic City, working on a project known as the Xianyuan Project. Recently, he had successfully achieved controllable nuclear fusion, although it had yet to be publicly announced. Following this, the Yinglong aerospace bomber came into view, and now, a flying land-based war chariot? The Xianyuan chariot. Incredible. At this moment, the commanders of the 5 battle zones were flushed with excitement, wildly waving their fists. Not to mention the military personnel of the Dragon Nation, who erupted into cheers. Their faces flushed, riveted on the silhouette hovering in the sky. Moments later, the Xianyuan chariot arrived at the designated exercise area, and a solemn voice emanated from the chariot's loudspeakers. Belonging to the Dragon Nation, the Xianyuan chariot has officially arrived at the exercise area, requesting to join the exercise. Through the live feed from the front lines, the 5 commanders of the battle zones erupted in collective laughter. Granting approval, allow the Xianyuan chariot to participate in the exercise. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying electromagnetic force was unleashed from the main cannon of the Xianyuan chariot, propelling the shell forth with a thunderous blast that struck a distant hillside. Amidst the rising dust, a deep crater, measuring 100 meters in diameter, was formed at the target zone, reducing the area to scorched earth, with plumes of smoke billowing forth. Subsequently, the ominous black barrel of the electromagnetic cannon slowly pivoted, aligning itself with the formation of battle tanks belonging to the White Eagle, located 500 meters away. Simultaneously, a visible blue light pulsated across the surface of the Xianyuan chariot, reminiscent of a magical barrier from a novel. Those with keen insight could immediately discern that the Xianyuan chariot was undoubtedly equipped with a super-advanced energy shield. Damn! The 12 battle vehicles and tanks belonging to the White Eagle were instantly stunned. Particularly, the operators, upon observing the data feedback from their instruments, trembled with disbelief. This chariot must be equipped with the most advanced stealth system. Our radar and various infrared detectors have detected no energy signatures at all. My God, how are we supposed to engage in combat? After all, modern tanks rely on radar to lock onto enemy targets for attacks. Yet here was this colossal entity appearing in their vicinity, and their systems registered not a ripple. This scene was captured in real time by drones, transmitting clearly back to the exercise base. Led by Generals William and Smith, all military personnel of the White Eagle stood in stunned silence. A military scientist's pupils dilated in shock as he let out a terrified scream. My God! This electromagnetic main cannon unleashes at least 100 megajoules of energy with a single shot. Damn it! Even the most advanced electromagnetic armor system of the Liberty Lady tank cannot withstand such a blast. No, that last shell was merely a demonstration. If this were not a training exercise, the firepower from that Dragon Country tank alone could obliterate our fleet of white-headed eagle tanks with just one barrage. It is unfathomable that the Dragon Country could develop such a terrifying behemoth. On the other side, General William was equally dumbfounded, his face flushed with disbelief. He slowly turned to glance at the smiling figures of Commander Fong and other dignitaries from the Dragon Country. You Dragon Country folks call this monstrosity. Capable of flying at 30 meters high, engaging in long-distance flight, delivering at least 100 megajoules of energy with a single shot, while boasting super stealth, superior firepower, an incredible defense, an infantry fighting vehicle? Seeing the frantic expressions on the faces of the white-headed eagles brings me such delight. Commander Fong couldn't help but chuckle, responding, General William, you are absolutely correct. This is indeed a battle vehicle. With that, he turned to the screen, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Incredible. Chief Engineer Lin is remarkable. Then, with a playful grin, he added, Oh, by the way, General William, our personnel on the front line participating in the exercise have asked me to pose a question to you Eagle folks. Do you concede? Or perhaps, would you like to try and withstand one of our shells? If you manage to do so, we shall concede defeat. A few seconds later, General William took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and let out a desperate, frustrated roar. You dragon folks are ruthless. Damn it, we concede this round. With that, he retreated in defeat, his face a mask of unwillingness. The horror and disbelief he felt were impossible to conceal. Not just him, at that moment. Representatives from countries around the globe were utterly stunned. On the other side, Mr. Gio, feeling a chill in his heart, suddenly took out his phone and sent a coded message back home. Immediately contact the relevant institutions in the Dragon Country. We must return a portion of their national treasures. Remember, maintain a friendly attitude. Meanwhile, in the Bear Country, Emperor Pooh secretly swallowed hard, thinking to himself, my dear brother, if you had revealed such a treasure earlier, we could have swept across the entire globe together. Prince Shate's eyes sparkled with fervor as he trembled in excitement, exclaiming internally, I want the H-20. This battle vehicle is even more desirable. Oh, may the future desert be filled with Chinese manuals dropped by the Dragon Country. As time passed, the representatives from various nations struggled to regain their composure, nearly breathless from the overwhelming revelation. Meanwhile, the white-headed eagles were left utterly deflated. What was the point of continuing the exercise? Whether it was the Yinglong space bomber or the terrifying creature known as the Xianyuan battle vehicle, either one alone was sufficient to intimidate a small nation. Thus, the situation had irrevocably changed. The grand global joint military exercise has unequivocally transformed into the sole stage for the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, at a military base in the depths of the Lobna region, Yichen stood before a uniquely designed weapon platform, flanked by several representatives from the National Defense 7th Institute. Surrounding them were dozens of military personnel, each gazing with fervent astonishment at the weapon launch platform before them. The platform featured a massive metallic cannon at its core, encircled by 4 three-dimensional pillars entwined with menacing wire-like structures, complemented by various instruments and devices, creating a scene reminiscent of a science fiction weapon launch facility. Xianyuan Hill, Yi Chun proclaimed, "This is our creation, the high-energy ion laser cannon. Who could have imagined that in ancient times, our illustrious Huaxiao possessed such an advanced weapon system?" The crowd murmured in excitement. Indeed, representing their collective sentiments, Yi Chun remarked, "Chief Engineer Lin once stated that the Shanhai Jing Chronicles, the desolate mountains lie to the north, and they dare not shoot westward, fearing Xianyuan Hill. To the north of Xianyuan country, the hill is square, entwined by 4 serpents. In truth, the Xianyuan Hill described in the Shanhai Jing refers to a unique ion laser cannon belonging to the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. For the primitive ancients of that era, such an advanced weapon system evoked boundless reverence, which is why the records of their trepidation in shooting westward have been passed down through generations. At that moment, a military officer approached with a smile after receiving a confidential order. "Esteemed colleagues," he announced, "I convey the directive from the Exercise Command Headquarters. The objectives of the exercise have been achieved, and there is no need to activate Xianyuan Hill. Remain in silence and await further instructions." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun exchanged glances with his fellow students from Shigong University, each of them wearing knowing smiles. Indeed, as the motto of Shigong University states, "Conceal one's name and forge swords for the nation." Under Chief Engineer Lin's guidance, they have crafted this national treasure, Xianyuan Hill. There is no need for anyone to know of their existence, nor for them to seek fame. Therefore, even if Xianyuan Hill does not reveal itself to the world during this exercise, it exists in reality. In the future, it shall serve as a formidable asset for the nation, guarding a region. That alone suffices. As they exchanged laughter, Yi Chun and his fellow students from Shigong University quietly departed. Observing their retreating figures, the military personnel stood solemnly, paying their respects with a salute to these admirable youths. Concurrently, Lin Mo arrived at the exercise base, whereupon his presence drew the enthusiastic attention of experts from various nations. "Chief Engineer Lin, thank you for your hard work," exclaimed Feng Zongshi, along with notable figures from the 5 military theaters, all expressing heartfelt sentiments, their admiration unmistakably reflected in their eyes. "Greetings to all," Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Meanwhile, as the foreign representatives observed the reverence with which the Dragon Nation's military leaders treated Lin Yuan, they began to connect the dots with prior information received from the Dragon Nation, leading to new conjectures in their minds. Could it be that the Dragon Nation's aerospace bomber and the recently unveiled miraculous flying battle vehicle were all developed by this young man named Lin Yuan? Indeed, it must be so. With this thought, the representatives from various countries gazed at Lin Yuan with fervent admiration. "Professor Lin, you are truly a genius." In no time, Professor Orff from the European Quantum Research Institute approached excitedly, representing the European academic community with profound accolades. "Lin, your theory of the Earth starship has opened a new scholarly portal, from which we all have greatly benefited. Although the Earth starship theory presently lacks a complete framework of empirical support, I firmly believe in its existence. Lin, we at the European Nuclear Research Center extend a formal invitation for you to deliver a lecture. Please honor us with your presence." In an instant, top scientists from around the globe offered enthusiastic invitations. Even from the Eagle Nation, General William finally laid eyes on Lin Yuan in reality for the first time. His gaze flickered as he nodded toward his team of scientists. Soon, a leading scientist from the Eagle Nation Academy of Sciences, Ames, stepped forward and earnestly invited, "Professor Lin, your future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of Einstein. We formally invite you to guide our work. As you may know, our academy possesses the finest research facilities and expertise in the world. With our support, your Earth starship theory will surely take shape in the shortest time, establishing you as one of the greatest scientists of this era." Under his persuasion, he painted a picture of a glorious future, attempting to entice Lin Yuan. After all, he was not entirely wrong. The research prowess of the Eagle Nation indeed stands at the pinnacle of global standards. However, upon hearing the representatives from the Eagle Nation attempt to woo Lin Yuan in front of the Dragon Nation delegates, The generals from the 5 military regions were nearly infuriated. Conversely, the esteemed leaders, including Commander Fong, remained calm and unperturbed, for prior to this, Lin Yuan had already demonstrated his unwavering patriotism through his actions. As anticipated, Lin Yuan cast a tranquil glance at Ames and then shook his head. Mr. Ames, I recognize you as a formidable nuclear physicist, and I hold your research capabilities in high regard, as well as the strength of your institution. However, you have made an error. While your research capabilities are indeed at the forefront globally at this stage, as we say in the Dragon Nation, fortunes shift every 30 years. I am confident that within a year, our academic community will completely surpass your Eagle Nation. Furthermore, I am a proud citizen of the Dragon Nation. With that, Lin Yuan disregarded the Eagle Nation scientists' earnest pleas and enthusiastic invitations, turning to engage in conversation with others. Lin, exclaimed Emperor Pu from the Bear Nation, approaching with enthusiasm. His demeanor was one of excitement as he shook Lin Yuan's hand, clearly displaying his admiration. Observing this, Commander Fong and several other commanders exchanged glances, filled with emotion. Mr. Lin, Emperor Pu whispered mysteriously, I know you are a genius, and there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. Regarding this Emperor of the Bear Nation, Lin Yuan held him in considerable esteem. He chuckled lightly and nodded, saying, very well. He continued, Mr. Lin, you must have heard of the underground drilling project organized by our nation in the last century. We utilized specialized equipment to drill down to a depth of 13,000 meters, endeavoring to uncover some of the Earth's subterranean secrets. At this point, the expression on Emperor Pu's face grew particularly grave. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. He was indeed familiar with the Bear Nation's drilling initiative. It was said that they had managed to create a borehole reaching 13,000 meters, known as the Kola's Super Deep Borehole Project. This endeavor commenced in 1970 and by 1983 had reached a depth of 12,000 meters. Yet in the ensuing decade, they could not penetrate even an additional 1,000 meters, leading to the project's eventual cessation. Currently, various rumors circulate, predominantly of a supernatural nature. Some claim that the Bear Nation's officials recorded sounds resembling human screams emanating from the depths of 13,000 meters, which led many to speculate about the existence of hell. Given the profound depth, fearing the demons that might dwell in such abyss, the people of the Bear Nation refrained from further drilling. In truth, according to classified documents, the drilling team did indeed encounter some extraordinary phenomena. The Emperor spoke enigmatically, stating, for instance, beyond 3,000 meters, the drill bits would mysteriously melt. Despite being crafted from special metallic materials with melting points comparable to the surface temperature of the sun, yet, the drill bits inexplicably succumbed to melting. Furthermore, there were various peculiar occurrences, including strange artifacts retrieved from depths of 10,000 meters. With genuine earnestness, Emperor Pu expressed, Mr. Lin, we, the Bear Nation, seek your assistance in unraveling these enigmas. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan promptly declined the Emperor's invitation. Emperor Pu, I must say that you have stumbled upon matters of extreme secrecy, Lin Yuan replied candidly. Given the current capabilities of our scientific community, we ought to approach the remnants of such advanced civilizations with a greater sense of reverence. After all, I am hesitant to delve into the mysteries of our own Lop Nur, let alone concern myself with the secrets buried deep within the earth of your nation. Moreover, in Lin Yuan's research, he conceptualized Earth as a cosmic vessel, traversing the universe for billions of years, encountering countless star systems and untold extraterrestrial life forms. Among these, there exist those who are benevolent, but inevitably, there are also those who harbor malevolence. The intellect of this planetary vessel may very well be guarding against hostile extraterrestrial entities deep within the so-called Earth's core. These extraterrestrial beings could be immensely powerful. Akin to how humans perceive mayflies, their existence lasts but a day, while humanity spans decades, or even a century. Might these formidable extraterrestrial beings regard us, the inhabitants of Earth, with a similar perspective, merely as insignificant insects? Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's refusal, Emperor Pu displayed a hint of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure, sincerely responding, nevertheless, Lin, you are indeed a remarkable genius. Subsequently, before representatives from various nations and numerous experts, Lin Yuan earnestly articulated his theories. Conclusively, he profoundly remarked, I am aware that the perspectives on the Earth starship theory vary among you present. Some harbor belief, while others express disdain. Regardless, the essence of science resides in the realm of daring hypotheses and meticulous verification. As scientists, we must possess the courage to explore the enigmatic unknown. Thank you all. With that, Lin Yuan gracefully bowed, concluding his impromptu speech. An immediate eruption of applause filled the venue. At that moment, the gaze of the representatives intensified towards Lin Yuan, brimming with fervor. The commanders of the 5 major war zones silently contemplated the necessity of elevating Lin's security level. Meanwhile, the foreigners discreetly concealed their ulterior motives. For our Lin Yuan would not be swayed by your deceptive charms. The following day, as a distinguished guest, Lin Yuan toured the global joint military exercises. Although the Dragon Kingdom refrained from unveiling any advanced technological marvels, its military personnel still showcased exceptional prowess. Throughout the exercises by land, sea, and air, the Dragon Kingdom's forces achieved commendable results. In stark contrast, the nations represented by the bald eagle, John Bull, and the rooster were left utterly deflated. Consequently, General William found himself in a state of profound dismay, grappling with feelings of frustration and unease. This global joint military exercise had rendered the bald eagle a laughingstock. Not only did they lose, but they were utterly vanquished. Commander Fong, this time you have triumphed. Yet, we, the bald eagle, still boast many illustrious scientists. And we shall strive with unwavering determination. With a resigned expression, General William led a dejected group of eagle soldiers away from the exercise base. Upon witnessing their leader's departure, Q-san from the rooster faction hastily followed suit, fleeing in disarray. The representatives from various nations bore solemn expressions, promptly reporting the outcomes of the exercises to their superiors, while conducting a comprehensive reassessment of the Dragon Kingdom's military capabilities. Thus, the multinational joint military exercise officially concluded. On that very day, John Bull dutifully returned all remnants of the Baizé map housed in his national museum to the Dragon Kingdom. Soon after, an article published by state media in the Dragon Kingdom sent shockwaves across the internet. At the third Global Multinational Military Conference, the Dragon Kingdom's military triumphed, achieving first place and instilling awe across both hemispheres. Meanwhile, the online community in the Dragon Kingdom erupted with excitement. In a bid to participate in the military exercises, the Xian Yuan battle chariot virtually soared from the Magic City to the Lop Nur. The chariot's flight altitude ranged between 30 to 100 meters, allowing nearly half the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to witness this uniquely designed, exaggerated infantry vehicle glide through their line of sight in an astonishing manner. Coupled with the sensational news footage broadcasted by the Bald Eagles television station, the spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. The Dragon Nation's bomber showcased a sonic boom over the Statue of Liberty and paraded above the sacred guardian toilet of Sakurajima, an extraordinary spectacle indeed. Startled from my stupor, I realized that the great powers were none other than my own. What in the world is this? This is an infantry fighting vehicle. But wait, it can actually fly? Good heavens. Could it be that the previous videos were genuine? Not merely the handiwork of a disinformation bureau. Has our Dragon Nation truly developed such an astonishing aerospace bomber? I had suspected that the Xiaohong 20 was just the beginning, but it turns out there are even greater marvels behind it. How exhilarating. Have you seen the faces of those from the white-headed eagle? They look as green as if their wives had run off with someone else. Online, the citizens of our nation were utterly elated. Amidst the fervent curiosity and excitement of countless netizens, the state released an official announcement. Under the leadership of Chief Engineer Lin Yuan, the Dragon Nation's independently developed new generation aerospace bomber has made a stunning debut, and the super infantry fighting vehicle made its appearance in a multinational joint military exercise, capable of both aerial and ground combat, heralding a new era in land warfare. The netizens eagerly clicked to delve deeper. Upon finishing the news report, they finally grasped the entire narrative. Astonishingly, it was revealed that Chief Engineer Lin had convened the Defense 7's research students to work on the aerospace bomber and flying combat vehicle. Truly remarkable. Chief Engineer Lin is a genius. His research prowess is simply unparalleled. What left us most astonished is that the nation seems to be recognizing Chief Engineer Lin's Earth Starship theory in a different manner. I realized that this aerospace bomber bears an uncanny resemblance to the ancient divine beasting Long. And could this Xianyuan fighting vehicle have also been inspired by the classic of mountains and seas? In an instant, countless citizens were swept away by waves of excitement, rendered speechless by the news. For a moment, the nation rejoiced. This brought a covert smile to the faces of the esteemed figures in the imperial capital, who mused that if controlled nuclear fusion had been unveiled, the citizens of the Dragon Nation would surely be overwhelmed by this unexpected delight. A day later, Lin Yuan returned to Magic City and commenced a long-awaited livestream. By this time, following days of news fervor, Lin Yuan's popularity surged globally at a terrifying pace. Earth Starship Theory viewers, 769, 127, on the verge of surpassing 8 million. As the livestream began, a flood of netizens rushed in. Oh my. After a full 10 days, the host has finally reappeared. Chief Engineer Lin is incredible. Do you know how I fared these past few days? Having been silent for nearly half a month, I was on the brink of despair. Hurry up and speak, host, for I have long awaited this sustenance for the soul. I recently reread the classic of mountains and seas, and I found that what the host said truly holds merit. I am the captain of the Earth spaceship, currently repairing the engine. Everyone, lend me 50, and I will lead you all beyond the solar system. Lin Yuan is truly remarkable, having developed such advanced aerospace bombers and infantry fighting vehicles, significantly enhancing our nation's military prowess. Alas, he is indeed my idol. I am a student of the 6th Military Academy, and I would like to ask Chief Engineer Lin when it will be our turn to develop a handcrafted bomber. Upon seeing the comments on the screen, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile knowingly. As per tradition, he cleared his throat, and his resonant voice echoed in the ears of 5 million netizens. Today, I present to you the theme, unveiling the most powerful starfighter, the Dragon. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan continued. In the classic of mountains and seas, the character for Dragon appears fewer than 20 times. Yet the true essence of the Dragon is something I believe all of my fellow countrymen share a fervent fascination for. Indeed, as descendants of the Huaxia civilization, we proudly refer to ourselves as the heirs of the Dragon. The Dragon symbolizes a spiritual totem for the Huaxia people, a profound image etched into the souls of all descendants of Yin and Huang. Let us return to the classic of mountains and seas. Within its flight logs, descriptions of dragons include the following. In the south, Zhu Rong, with the body of a beast and the face of a man, rides on 2 dragons. Xiao Hoqi rides on 2 dragons. In the east, Zhu Meng, with the body of a bird and the face of a man, rides on 2 dragons. Furthermore, our understanding of the dragon's characteristics often encompasses features such as a shun waist, eagle claws, carp scales, tiger paws, and ox ears. Its traits include a perpetually open mouth resembling that of a crocodile, the ability to breathe fire, a body adorned with intricate scales, feet, and claws, and the capability of flight. From a certain perspective, the Dragon can be likened to a starfighter capable of traversing the cosmos. During takeoff, it spews flames, and as it soars, it is enveloped in mist, which symbolizes the currents of flight and the combustion of nuclear fuel. Moreover, ancient descriptions of dragons are inextricably linked to water. The saying a dragon cannot ascend to the heavens without water elucidates a simple truth. This starfighter relies on the combustion of water to release energy, specifically through the isotopes deuterium and tritium, utilizing nuclear fusion as its power source. The scales of the Dragon serve as various heat dissipation, protective, and radar devices. The notion of the Dragon possessing a reverse scale, which if touched will bring death, actually refers to the triggering of the starfighter's defense system, leading to an offensive response. The Dragon's release of pearls signifies the launch of a terrifying projectile, while its fire, water, and lightning breath represent an array of supremely advanced weaponry systems. Chapter 67. Did the Yellow Emperor create a bronze cauldron from Mount Kai to construct a signal receiver? In the live stream, a profound silence enveloped the room. Although the netizens were mentally prepared, they were still taken aback by Lin Yuan's words. Various academic institutions across the Dragon Kingdom saw many scholars and scientists from diverse fields diligently taking notes. The concept of a dragon as a starfighter is indeed a novel proposition. At this moment, in a conference room at the Imperial Capital Dragon Institute, Qin Shanha presided over a gathering of venerable experts, their silver hair a testament to their years of wisdom, as they listened intently to Lin Yuan's broadcast. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's theory, Elder Qin sighed. Another expert, Mr. Yi Mu, a figure in the field of biological genetics, solemnly remarked, in my view, if there were no prototype, humanity could not have conjured such a being as the dragon. Moreover, it is not solely within our eastern lands that dragons are found. They also exist in Western mythology, albeit the dragons of the East typically lack wings, while their Western counterparts possess them. If there were no common reference point, what could have spurred both Eastern and Western ancients to conjure the image of such a creature? Indeed, the esteemed naturalist, Mr. He Peifeng, concurred, noting that ancient civilizations such as the Maya and Dogon, as well as modern excavated murals, depict celestial visitors arriving on the backs of dragons. The Dogon people venerate Sirius, and their historical records state that the ancestral deity descended upon them riding a feathered dragon, imparting vital survival skills to their forebears. In the Maya civilization, the worship of the feathered serpent stems from the genuine existence of serpents in Earth's ancient biological systems. If dragons were akin to starships or space vessels, then clad in armor, they would resemble elongated feathered serpents. This is reminiscent of how ancient observers might perceive modern aircraft as mysterious and formidable beasts, a misunderstanding born from a lack of comprehension. A lively discussion ensued among the scientists of the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Lin Yuan continued his exposition. Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian contains a passage that recounts the Yellow Emperor mined copper at Mount Qianshou, casting a cauldron beneath Mount Jing. Once the cauldron was completed, a dragon with flowing whiskers descended to greet the Yellow Emperor, who mounted the dragon and ascended. No lesser officials were permitted to accompany him. They merely held the dragon's whiskers, which fell, bringing down the emperor's bow. Upon hearing this, many viewers immediately searched online and discovered the veracity of these accounts. Lin Yuan then remarked thoughtfully, the reason I referenced Sima Qian and these ancients is that I harbor a bold conjecture. In the span of over 5 millennia of Chinese history, with sages and wise men emerging, is it possible that these revered figures had indeed encountered the essence of extraterrestrial vessels, or even received training from the intellects governing them? The Taoist philosophy emphasizes the resonance between heaven and humanity. Could it be a pursuit of communion with the ship's central intelligence? Regardless, I suspect that Sima Qian may have accessed certain privileges related to these vessels, perhaps witnessing images of the Yellow Emperor aboard a dragon starship through devices akin to projectors or virtual networks. Lacking an understanding of the principles behind dragons, Sima Qian referred to them as divine beasts and thus pinned this enduring classic. Returning to the earlier statement, let us analyze it in detail. Lin Yuan elaborated. If we consider dragons to be starships, then what was the Yellow Emperor doing by mining copper at Mount Qinsho and casting a cauldron beneath Mount Jing? Pausing momentarily, Lin Yuan took a sip of water, leaving the audience with an interactive topic. Feel free to guess, he smiled. How could one even venture a guess? The host's imagination is beyond comprehension. Yet, if I were to speculate, could it be that the Yellow Emperor was casting a cauldron to gather materials for constructing starships? It can't be that simple, can it? As the comments flooded in, none seemed to pinpoint the crux of the matter. Lin Yuan offered a clue. I believe many viewers are familiar with the concept of satellite antennas, right? In the days of yore, many households in rural areas had contraptions atop their roofs, enabling us to glimpse television broadcasts from distant places. Reflecting on this, Lin Yuan expressed his nostalgia. In my childhood, my family also had such a satellite dish, which allowed us to tune into foreign television channels. What a marvel that was. Instantly, a multitude of netizens were stirred by Lin Yuan's reminiscence, echoing in agreement. Indeed, we had one of those at home too. Haha, what a vivid memory. I recall that many families in the countryside possessed one, and with it, we could enjoy an array of thrilling programs. They even referred to this apparatus as a pot lid in the South, for it resembled a lid of a cooking pot. Suddenly, a realization dawned on some netizens, and they grasped the underlying intent behind Lin Yuan's topic. Haha, this generation of internet users is quite easily led. Lin Yuan chuckled before continuing. Yes, precisely as you surmised. The pot lid refers to the satellite dish, and many older rural folks, lacking formal education, have taken to calling it in such colloquial terms. If we modern individuals refer to satellite dishes as pot lids, how would those in antiquity, who were less advanced than us, perceive such a novel electronic device? For instance, what about the signal guidance receiver of the Star Destroyer? The ancient Yellow Emperor, casting bronze tripods on Mount Chaos Ho, was essentially crafting a ground-based signal receiver. When the ancients beheld such a vast, square metallic object, they, much like us today, would naturally refer to it as a ding. Delving deeper into Sima Qian's writings. After the Yellow Emperor finished crafting the signal receiver, his companions piloted the Dragon Star Destroyer in outer space, descending to the ground guided by the signal receiver. The character for beard signifies a man's facial hair, and if one were to gaze from afar at a dragon's beard, does it not resemble the scene of the Star Destroyer landing as it deploys its landing gear? Thus, upon witnessing this tableau, Sima Qian inscribed the phrase dragon's beard hanging down. Subsequently, the Yellow Emperor entered the Star Destroyer, accompanied by several ministers and concubines. Yet, due to the limited space within the vessel, some lesser officials, those known as Kalamis, were deemed unworthy of boarding. Reluctant to let go of the Yellow Emperor's presence, these officials clung to the landing gear, which Sima Qian chronicled as holding the dragon's beard. When the Star Destroyer took off, retracting its landing gear, all those who clung to it fell, as recorded by Sima Qian as falling. Observing this poignant scene, the Yellow Emperor, moved by the moment, cast down his bow as a memento for those left behind. A tale preserved in historical texts as the falling of the Yellow Emperor's bow. As Lin Yuan concluded his narration, countless netizens found themselves utterly bewildered. Chapter 68, titled The Dragon Begets 9 Offspring, pertains to the development of 9 distinct nuclear weaponry. In the realm of reality, many historians were also captivated by Lin Yuan's livestream. Upon hearing his exposition, they were left in a state of confusion, eager to counter but at a loss for words. Indeed, Lin Yuan's explanations are logically sound. Whether it pertains to the discussion of dragons or the exploration of the ding as a terrestrial signal receiver, his arguments are well-structured and devoid of flaws. Naturally, upon deeper contemplation, one might find them somewhat absurd. Yet, who can assert that within the grand tapestry of time, these events have not genuinely transpired? Observing the barrage of comments, one cannot help but chuckle at the expressions of utter astonishment, as if the audience's cognitive faculties had been overwhelmed. Lin Yuan smiled and continued. The ancient words of Sima Qian merely serve as a modest argument of mine, lacking in concrete evidence. However, I aspire to ignite the minds of netizens, inviting them to engage in a collective exploration of the enigmatic dragon. Had Lin Yuan not opted to close the live stream for donations, it is likely that an avalanche of extravagant gifts would have inundated the screen, potentially shattering previous records of contributions. At that moment, the live stream boasted an audience of 8 million, with viewership surpassing 50 million. In less than half an hour, the follower count surged by 800,000. Seizing the momentum, Lin Yuan pressed on. Previously, he mentioned the presence of scales on dragons. What could be the rationale behind this? The dragon, regarded as a starship, harnesses isotopes from water for propulsion, necessitating metallic plates for heat dissipation. The notion of a dragon spitting pearls arises from the starship's weaponry being situated at the head, which, when launching missiles, resembles the dragon expelling pearls from a distance. Moreover, various folklores surrounding dragons can indeed be elucidated through distinct principles. In discussing the dragon as a starship, one cannot overlook the defensive matters concerning the Yellow Emperor Lin Yuan as referenced in the Shanhai Jing. As previously stated, Lin Yuan and Qiyu represented two extraterrestrial factions in ancient times, a period when the continents were not as they are now. One might envision that the landmass of that era was a singular entity. So where did Xuanyuan's territory lie? Naturally, it was within our Huaxia, the 9 provinces. Here, the host wishes to clarify that while the theory posits the Yellow Emperor may have been an extraterrestrial being, it does not detract from the significance of Huaxia civilization. Nor does it diminish the Yellow Emperor's status as a cultural progenitor and revered sage of the Chinese nation. Our entire Huaxia civilization has been nurtured and preserved through the guidance of the Yellow Emperor. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan continued, at that time, the Yellow Emperor's domain was in Huaxia, while Qiyou's territory, according to my conjecture, likely encompassed the regions of the present-day South Pacific. This could elucidate why the mythic creatures of the East and West, particularly dragons, have evolved into two distinct styles throughout ancient history. One could surmise that Qiyou's faction similarly constructed starships, yet due to the differences inherent in silicon-based life forms, their dragons appeared more formidable and cold, characterized by immense wings. While the Eastern dragons exuded a more ethereal quality, the flight logs of the Shanhai Jing recount, Qiyu waged war against the Yellow Emperor, prompting the Yellow Emperor to command Yinglong to attack in the fields of Jizhou. Previously, we mentioned that Yinglong is a type of fighter aircraft. For instance, our dragon nation has developed a spaceborne bomber based on this ancient mythical beast, capable of executing air-to-ground strikes. In ancient times, the absence of systematic scientific civilization and vocabulary to support the ancients' understanding compelled them to describe the unknown with familiar terms, labeling new phenomena with what they already knew. Thus, the ancients who recorded this battle inscribed their observations, which were later preserved in the flight logs by the intelligence systems of the spacecraft. Moreover, the Shanhai Jing contains numerous references to dragons. For instance, in the Shanhai Jing, South Mountain, it is written, from Mount Zhaoyao. There are 12 mountains spanning 2,950 miles, and the deities there have bird-like forms and dragon bodies. The Hai Dong Jing records, in the Thunder Marsh, there exists a deity with a dragon's body and a human head, drumming its belly. Located in the west of Wu, the Nanxi Senjing states, from Mount Tianyu to Nanyu, there are 14 mountains over 6,530 miles, with beings that possess dragon bodies and human faces. At this point, Lin Yuan's expression turned grave. We have previously asserted that the Shanhai Jing, as a flight log of Earth, does not merely document ephemeral matters. So, what does it signify that this flight log contains so many references to dragons? The answer is straightforward. If we perceive these dragons as various models of fighter spacecraft, the understanding becomes clear. During the intense conflict between Emperor Lin Yuan and Qiyu, the former stationed these fighter aircraft in the southern mountainous regions, specifically in areas like Yunnan, Qianzhou, and the surrounding provinces. This strategic placement allowed for a prompt response to any assaults from Qiyou's adversarial aircraft. As Lin Yuan concluded his explanation, the atmosphere in the live stream reached a crescendo. Astonishingly, every viewer was left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Of course, if we consider the dragon as a model of fighter spacecraft, it inevitably leads to the host's next conjecture. At this juncture, Lin Yuan boldly stated, "You are all familiar with the saying, the dragon begets 9 sons, each distinct, right?" Indeed. The audience responded enthusiastically, recognizing the 9 offspring of the dragon: Xionyou, Yaji, Chaofeng, Puyao, Suani, Baxiang, Bilian, Fushi, and Shiwen. Lin Yuan nodded, a smile gracing his lips, and elaborated. The concept of the dragon begetting 9 sons, in my view, actually refers to the 9 distinct types of weaponry developed by Emperor Lin Yuan, tailored to the terrestrial environment based on the fighter spacecraft, encompassing sea, land, and air systems. In reality, many scientists from various institutions were left astounded by Lin Yuan's revelation, as it opened a gateway to a new realm of understanding. Even abroad, including among the ranks of the bald eagle, there was a palpable frenzy. They were determined to seek the traces of these ancient mythical beasts at any cost. At this moment, the leaders of the bald eagle were gripped by a profound terror. Just recently, they had witnessed the terrifying spaceborne bomber developed by the Dragon Nation. This formidable and mysterious aircraft, known as Yinglong, had shattered their once unassailable pride. And what if? The theory among the populace of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed real. Could that man possess the capability to concoct something akin to it? If so, it would spell disaster. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream, stirred by Lin Yuan's words, found their emotions once again ignited. Chapter 69. The well-intentioned efforts of the technological officer, Emperor Yan, and the ambitions of a strong nation. The dragon begets 9 sons, each representing a distinct weaponry. The viewers engaged in fervent discussions, for dragons have always been shrouded in mystery, and within the ancient myths of Huaxia, the notion of the dragon's 9 offspring has birthed various interpretations. In the live stream, Lin Yuan observed the explosive barrage of comments and the rapidly increasing number of viewers, unable to suppress a slight smile before continuing his explanation. In truth, the concept of the dragon's 9 offspring can be attributed to the ancient forebears of Huaxia, such as the Yellow Emperor, who, through the disassembly and analysis of the dragon starship, developed 9 distinct technological products, including various weaponry and devices. Central to this endeavor was a remarkable being. Pausing momentarily, Lin Yuan offered a mysterious smile. Can anyone guess which historical mythological figure I am referring to? My goodness. Instantly, one name sprang to my mind. Gosh, could it be that everyone else is thinking of the exact same person? In an instant, the comments erupted with a singular name, stirring collective excitement. Emperor Yan, Shinon, the one who tasted 100 herbs. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan chuckled and stated without hesitation, indeed, the viewers have guessed correctly. This figure is none other than Emperor Yan, one of the cultural progenitors of the Huaxia civilization. As previously mentioned, figures such as the Yellow Emperor and others from mythology may well be remnants of ancient extraterrestrials who descended upon Earth, and Emperor Yan is no exception. In Huaxia mythology, he is revered as one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, known as Shinon. His remarkable achievements include personally sampling a multitude of herbs and inventing the practice of herbal medicine, thus earning the title of the progenitor of ancient Chinese medicine. Additionally, he devised the slash-and-burn method for agriculture, enabling the ancestors to cultivate and plant crops, as well as creating various pottery and cooking implements for daily life. But is Emperor Yan truly so straightforward? With a smile, Lin Yuan turned to the small blackboard and inscribed a significant phrase, the technological officer of the Earth Starship, Emperor Yan. The viewers were once again taken aback. Why do I assert that Emperor Yan is the technological officer of this Earth Starship? Because his extraordinary capabilities and the legacy he left behind certainly warrant such a claim. The Shanhai Jing records, Shinon tasted the 5 grains at a location whose mountain shape resembled a sheep's head. Furthermore, other texts describe Emperor Yan as having the head of an ox and the body of a human. According to our earlier theories, the ancestors, due to their misconceptions regarding the unknown, may have envisioned Emperor Yan, who was equipped with a space helmet, as the figure of an ox-headed man. Upon his arrival on Earth, Emperor Yan initially served as an ally to the Yellow Emperor. However, his role gradually evolved into that of a technological officer, as the Yellow Emperor and his companions deepened their understanding of the Earth Starship. Thus, the dragon's 9 offspring represent a major scientific research project spearheaded by Emperor Yan. Let us first examine the eldest of the dragon's 9 sons, known as Qionyou. In the ancient texts, including the Shanhai Jing, it is recorded that the creature known as Qionyou possesses a profound affinity for music, exhibiting a gentle disposition and the ability to discern the sounds of all things. Based on my research, I boldly conjecture that Qionyou is, in fact, a large scientific apparatus specifically designed for functions such as an ultrasonic weapon system and a cosmic signal receiver. The reasoning behind identifying it as an ultrasonic weapon lies in its penchant for music, suggesting that it may have been engaged in experiments related to such technology. Moreover, its capacity to identify various sounds implies that within its system, it was capable of receiving diverse auditory signals. It is my understanding that when the legendary figures Huangdi and Yindi descended to Earth, they sought their home planet or aimed to emit a distress signal while searching for communication within the cosmos, thus leading to the creation of the Qionyou device. Its primary purpose mirrors that of modern technological marvels like the Hubble Space Telescope and gravitational wave detectors, designed to listen to the sounds emanating from the universe. As Lin Yuan continued his live stream, the audience engaged in earnest analysis. Listening to the host's insights, one could indeed find merit in the argument. Qionyou's gentle nature is perhaps a reflection of its quest to find its way home. Frankly speaking, I find the host's assertions somewhat compelling. However, I am perplexed by the absence of so many ancient mythical beasts in contemporary times. Could it be that some monumental event in the distant past led to their disappearance? Next, we turn our attention to the second offspring of the dragon, known as Yizi. In this context, Lin Yuan remarked thoughtfully, when we speak of Yizi, the idiom Yizi must repay a slight comes to mind. Compared to its elder sibling Qionyou, Yizi exhibits a far more tempestuous nature, with ancient texts describing it as bloodthirsty and combative, characterized by a fierce appearance, often depicted with a sword in its mouth and glaring eyes. Additionally, it is said that Yizi embodies the principle of retribution for even the slightest offense, suggesting a deep-seated sense of justice. Consequently, I propose that Yizi is more inclined to be viewed as a war apparatus, constructed by Yindi to instill fear in adversaries, akin to a nuclear defense system designed for automatic retaliation. When faced with an attack, Yizi would activate its defensive capabilities, launching a counterstrike in an instant, thus giving rise to the notion of Yizi must repay. Following this, Lin Yuan continued his exposition concerning the dragon's third progeny, Zhaofeng, which resembles a beast and is known for its penchant for danger and observation. I personally speculate that this creature may have been an intelligent drone created by Yindi. primarily tasked with exploration to assist Huangdi and Yindi in surveying every corner of the earth at that time. As for the dragon's fourth offspring, Pulao, ancient texts record that it emits a loud roar when struck, serving as a monumental alarm bell. This can be easily understood as yet another form of defensive mechanism, automatically scanning the vast lands and alerting Huangdi and Yindi to any assaults. As Lin Yuan elaborated, the online audience's imagination soared, seemingly transported to a mysterious and enigmatic ancient world. After briefly touching upon other mythical beasts, Lin Yuan ultimately emphasized the dragon's ninth offspring, Qiyuan. In ancient texts, the Qiyuan is depicted as a creature that enjoys surveying perilous heights, devouring flames, and is associated with the ability to summon waves and rain. My conjecture is that the Qiyuan serves as a rescue apparatus powered by nuclear energy. Thus, wherever danger arises, the presence of the Qiyuan is likely to be observed. Its affinity for consuming fire is rooted in the historical conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, where both sides operated various nuclear-powered war machines. Following the Great Battle, the Qiyuan would embark on rescue missions. In summary, the dragon is a starship brought to Earth by the Yellow Emperor from another realm. Upon its unexpected arrival, the Yellow Emperor, in response to the war with Qiyu, enlisted the technological expertise of the Flame Emperor to decode various advanced technologies from the dragon, leading to the development of devices far surpassing ancient civilizations. At this moment, all viewers were left in awe by Lin Yuan's revelations. The phrase dragons have 9 offspring took on a newfound significance. Ultimately, Lin Yuan's deep voice gradually concluded the livestream, declaring the dragon as the spiritual totem of Chinese civilization. I fervently hope that one day, we will witness the unique manifestation of the dragon from the Dragon Kingdom. For that day would symbolize the emergence of Chinese civilization beyond Earth, embarking on a monumental journey into the cosmos. With that, today's livestream came to a close. And in the next session, we shall continue to explore the tale of the Flame Emperor, the technological officer of the Earth Starship. For instance, in ancient times, the Flame Emperor endeavored to guide the early inhabitants of China in establishing a scientific civilization. However, the ancestors proved to be unresponsive. Or else we might have entered the modern technological age thousands of years ago. Having spoken, Lin Yuan gracefully concluded the livestream, leaving nearly 9 million online viewers in a state of profound astonishment. Indeed, Lin Yuan, backed by national endorsement, has the remarkable ability to spark a civilizational discourse with each theory he presents. The more he elaborates, the more I find myself convinced that Earth is indeed a cosmic vessel. If only our technology could advance for another 500 years, we might uncover the truth of the Earth Starship. I hope to witness the day when the Earth Starship takes flight once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. The number of participants in the Earth Starship discourse has officially surpassed 10 million. Exploration level, 0001. Current reward, design schematics and technology for the Dragon spacecraft. Current activation, member profile of the Earth Starship, technology officer Flame Emperor. Once again, a torrent of information flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. After an indeterminate amount of time, he opened his eyes, his expression brimming with excitement. This livestream not only propelled the fanbase of the Earth Starship discourse beyond 10 million, but also witnessed a significant leap in exploration level to 0001, even yielding the manufacturing technology for a bionic Dragon spacecraft. However, what truly captured Lin Yuan's attention was the activation of the Flame Emperor's character profile. This was the Flame Emperor, the most illustrious scientist in the history of the Earth Starship. Lin Yuan murmured in anticipation, eager to delve into the character profile. The Earth spaceship's technology officer, Emperor Yin Shinong, currently possesses an exploration value of 5. One can expend 500,000 points to embark on a random journey of memory tracing concerning Emperor Yin. After half a month, Lin Yuan, having gained experience, glanced at his points and couldn't help but break into a broad smile. To his astonishment, the system rewards had accumulated to over 8 million. Thus, he decided to spend 500,000 points without a hint of regret, initiating the journey of memory tracing. Simultaneously, a peculiar piece of information flooded Lin Yuan's mind. A faint sensation of electric current coursed through his body, as if awakening from a millennia-long dream. In the next moment, upon opening his eyes, Lin Yuan found himself momentarily stunned, followed by a wry smile. It was indeed a disservice to the venerable Emperor Yin. In this journey of memory tracing, Lin Yuan beheld the following scenes. On the barren lands of antiquity, a group of early Chinese ancestors gathered around animal hides in various corners, with Emperor Yin at the center of the campfire, imparting knowledge to these primitive people. However, the dilemma was that, despite Emperor Yan's brilliance, what could he possibly convey to a group that could not even comprehend written language? It was akin to playing music to cattle. This left Emperor Yin feeling quite helpless. And ultimately, he could only impart some rudimentary agricultural techniques and the foundation of civilization. Over time, Emperor Yin resided among these tribes for an extended period. His intentions were noble, as he did not abandon the education of these ancestors. Yet, in the end, they only grasped a few basic elements of civilization. such as herbal medicine, music, and the establishment of marketplaces for trade. As for enabling the early Chinese ancestors to unlock the technological tree that was beyond reach. Alas, as if echoing Emperor Yan's lament, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of empathy. This memory journey abruptly concluded, but Lin Yuan managed to discern one of Emperor Yan's aspirations, to educate the youth in the ways of technological civilization. Emperor Yan had devised a series of educational plans, such as selecting intelligent children from the tribe for systematic instruction. He even endeavored to teach these children about various isotopes in the universe. From Lin Yuan's modern perspective, this approach resembled the gifted classes offered at contemporary universities. However, due to the outbreak of war between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, Emperor Yan's plans were tragically halted. Truly, Emperor Yan was ahead of his time, recognizing the concept of a strong nation through the empowerment of youth. Lin Yuan reflected on this, feeling a profound resonance with the notion. In ancient times, children as young as 5 or 6 could compose poetry, crafting timeless masterpieces like Ode to the Goose. Additionally, figures like Gan Luo became prime ministers at the tender age of 12. In antiquity, one could achieve scholarly distinction or hold official positions in their teens, and even command armies by the age of 13 or 14. Even in modern times, prodigies continue to emerge around the world. For instance, there have been reports of a 15-year-old who crafted an atomic bomb, or a child hacker breaching national cybersecurity systems. Indeed, our Dragon Kingdom boasts its own share of prodigies, though they remain lamentably few. Lin Yuan mused to himself. According to the philosophies of the esteemed Yin Emperor, a technocrat and educator, the cultivation of young minds from an early age is paramount to awaken their intellect. A robust youth is the foundation of a prosperous nation. Moreover, Lin Yuan was acutely aware that as he propelled the exploration of interstellar vessels, modern technological civilization was destined to enter an era of rapid advancement. There lingered an overwhelming sense of suffocation, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging above him. The Earth was being pursued. While Lin Yuan understood that, in the short term, Earth should remain safe, unforeseen circumstances could arise. What if that enigmatic and formidable enemy manifested within this century? Perhaps it was time for action. A flash of brilliance ignited in Lin Yuan's mind, leading to a bold plan. If the youth of our Dragon Kingdom were to grasp the principles of controllable nuclear fusion from a tender age, even crafting colossal mushrooms by hand. While children abroad were still playing with mud, our children would be conducting various experiments in laboratories. 9 years of compulsory education should not be wasted on learning English, a seemingly trivial pursuit, but rather focused on nurturing each child's innate talents through tailored programs. Furthermore, the establishment of a youth aerospace force. A select group of gifted children could be trained in advance to become the backbone of our future space military. The more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He immediately accessed the system's marketplace and, after a thorough search, discovered several invaluable resources. Chapter 70. Are you serious, Chief Engineer Lin? Spaceship Crew Training Set. Description. This set encompasses a range of products designed to unlock human potential, along with corresponding training programs. Function. To cultivate the next generation of spaceship crew members. Lin Yuan was astonished to find this remarkable item in the Earth Starship Exploration System's marketplace under the category Spaceship Crew Training. Upon delving deeper into the training set, his excitement escalated further. Among its features was a function called Virtual Training Room. This system, akin to virtual reality, would allow trainees to enter a virtual network and receive training through a meticulously crafted series of scenarios within a simulated environment. For instance, a fighter pilot could soar through the skies aboard AJ-20 in the virtual realm. Within this network, various combat parameters and even adverse weather conditions could be simulated. The implications of this were monumental. For a real-life fighter pilot utilizing this system, they could achieve exponential growth in the virtual world, amassing flight experience at a staggering rate. Additionally, there were various training kits designed to cater to children based on their potential from an early age. These kits, ingeniously developed into toy-like products, could educate while entertaining, imparting invaluable knowledge to children. This is truly remarkable. Lin Yuan felt invigorated, and a comprehensive vision took shape in his mind as he glanced at his points balance, an impressive 8 million points. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan opted to exchange them. After meticulously reviewing each category within the Spaceship Crew Training Set, Lin Yuan reached a decisive conclusion in his heart. The inaugural merchandise of the Earth Starship shall be none other than this. At that moment, Lin Yuan's gaze burned with intensity, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. With his mind returning to reality, Lin Yuan exited the office. At this juncture, within the Xianyuan project base, the comprehensive development completion of the controllable nuclear fusion, Yinglong aerospace bomber, Xianyuan battle vehicle, and Xianyuan Hill weapon launch platforms signified the conclusive end of the Xianyuan project. In the center of the base square, 680 researchers and expert professors, along with tens of thousands of technical workers, gathered together. Each face reflected a poignant sense of reluctance. Everyone, you have worked hard. Lin Yuan addressed the crowd of peers, bowing respectfully. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited. All the students, along with many elderly experts and professors, fervently chanted Lin Yuan's name. That evening, the base logistics prepared a sumptuous banquet to bid farewell to the students. During the feast, Lin Yuan was toasted by wave after wave of students, ultimately becoming inebriated and needing Chen Lin to escort him back to the dormitory. The students shared his excitement, their spirits equally high. In the late hours of the night, within the dormitory, Yi Chun lay restlessly in bed, tossing and turning. "Old Yi, what are you doing?" murmured Li Fuxing from the adjacent bed, still groggy. Oldly, Yi Chun suddenly gritted his teeth, declaring, "I no longer wish to join the weapons industry group. I want to follow Chief Engineer Lin." Huh. Li Fuxing, jolted awake, propped himself up in astonishment, turning to face his friend. In the darkness, Yi Chen's eyes shone with an alarming brightness. The next morning, as Lin Yuan awoke, he was greeted by Chen Lin, who thoughtfully brought him a cup of honey water to alleviate his hangover. "Brother Chen, if you were a woman, I might just be tempted," Lin Yuan joked, taking a sip of the honey water, feeling his mind clear. "Heh." Chen Lin chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. "Chief Engineer Lin, you have no idea how popular you are right now. The base has turned away countless internet users daily, and various female influencers and even celebrities have professed their admiration for you. If you so desire, finding a romantic partner would be effortless." "Romance? Forget it," Lin Yuan murmured, rising and glancing out the window, which revealed an empty expanse. Suddenly struck by a realization, he remarked, "The banquet must come to an end eventually. Have they all departed?" "Yes," Chen Lin confirmed. "Early this morning, the researchers and professors from various universities were sent off, marking a fitting conclusion." However, Chen Lin paused, producing a substantial stack of application forms. "Many students entrusted me to pass these on to you. They expressed a desire to remain and conduct research alongside you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn as he accepted the stack of applications, personally reviewing each one. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan raised his gaze, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. It seemed the time had come to establish a research institution. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin was taken aback. "Brother Chen, there is no need to be so astonished," Lin Yuan chuckled. "This is merely a step in my plan, one that I have long prepared for. We can take our time." He then turned to his companion and inquired, "By the way, have you found a suitable factory for the spectral medical mirror?" The spectral medical mirror was a reward Lin Yuan had acquired after completing a previous side mission, akin to a mini portable CT scanner that aids individuals in maintaining their health through preventive measures. "Yes," Chen Lin nodded. "I have communicated with the team in Beijing, and the business agency has identified an appropriate factory. Although it is on the brink of bankruptcy, the production lines and staff are still intact and can resume operations at any moment." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed according to plan." "Indeed," Chen Lin replied, smiling. The National Business Agency was exceedingly enthusiastic upon learning that it was you, General Lin, making the investment. They even asked me to inquire if you require any financial support from the state. "That won't be necessary," Lin Yuan said with a smile. He had his own strategies in mind. The spectral medical mirror was a product aimed at improving public welfare, and Lin Yuan intended to leverage it for capital generation, particularly in foreign markets, where substantial profits could be realized. This would provide him with the funds needed to facilitate his plans without constantly burdening the state, thus conserving valuable resources. "Oh, there is one more matter," Lin Yuan stated solemnly. "Please help me contact Elder Chen in Beijing. I wish to meet with him." "Understood," Chen Lin acknowledged, sensing the gravity of the situation from Lin Yuan's demeanor. He promptly nodded, "I will arrange it right away." 2 days later, in Beijing, at number 1, West Garden. Once a royal garden, the scenery of West Garden was undeniably exquisite. It was early morning, and Lin Yuan and Elder Chen were strolling along the stone path, engaged in light-hearted conversation, surrounded by beautiful streams and the fragrant air of sunshine. "Shaolin, you are truly a great benefactor of our nation." Elder Chen earnestly praised Lin Yuan, his excitement palpable. "You cannot imagine how our country has recently been elevated in the realm of diplomacy." Without delving into other matters, I must tell you that after negotiations with John Bull, they have agreed to return a batch of invaluable cultural relics from the British Museum that were once plundered from our homeland. These artifacts were taken from us, and despite our persistent demands for their return, John Bull had disdainfully refused. As he spoke, Elder Chen's expression was filled with indignation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he nodded emphatically. "Indeed, a strong youth leads to a strong nation." "Shaolin, please continue," Elder Chen said, his emotions stirred. "It is thus, Elder Chen, that I intend to launch a series of products aimed at the youth and children of our dragon country. You may perceive these as mere toys. Yet these toys are imbued with the dual purpose of entertaining and educating, enabling children to acquire invaluable knowledge through play. Indeed, there are certain unique toys designed to unlock the latent potential of adolescence. Simply put, these trinkets will subtly influence the youth, igniting their intellect." Lin Yuan asserted with conviction. "I am confident that, should this initiative proceed steadfastly, the next generation of our dragon country will undoubtedly flourish, with each young person maturing into a valuable asset for our nation." There is a sentiment Lin Yuan refrained from expressing to Elder Chun, namely that these youths are being nurtured under the Earth spaceship crew training program. Thus, one day, Lin Yuan will surely identify a select few among the millions of youths nationwide to become members. At that time, he would not be merely a solitary figure without support. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen applauded with enthusiasm. This is a commendable endeavor. However, young Lin, I sense a certain disquiet in your demeanor. Is something amiss? At this moment, Elder Chen noticed a hint of awkwardness on Lin Yuan's face and inquired with curiosity. Ahem, Elder Chen. The matter is that my plan for a strong nation through youth may be somewhat radical, yet I assure you, this initiative is entirely safe and will not inflict any adverse effects or harm on the youths, neither physically nor psychologically, Lin Yuan declared, his eyes clear and earnest. At this, Elder Chun's expression stiffened, sensing an underlying disquiet. What is the matter? It's merely a toy. How could it be associated with physical harm? He laughed heartily. Young Lin, do continue. I have witnessed far stranger things. Elder Chun, I shall indeed elaborate. Lin Yuan then spoke earnestly. For instance, I am poised to unveil the first peripheral product of the Earth Starship, aptly named the Nuclear Prodigy Toy Set. What does this contraption entail? Quite simply, it is designed to educate the youth about nuclear knowledge, comprising an array of toy products. Admittedly, while labeled as toys, they are in fact authentic instruments, capable of teaching adolescents about the application of various nuclear fuels, how to split multi-layered atoms, and observe the trajectories of nuclear particles through a Wilson cloud chamber. If we consider the subsequent, large and strong children's metal casting toy set, theoretically, a youth of merely 123 years should comprehend how to manufacture an atomic bomb. Upon hearing this, Elder Chin stood frozen, his mind blank, utterly taken aback. Chapter 71. The launch of the Earth spaceship, peripheral products, and the national response. After a moment, Elder Chen finally regained his composure, his body trembling slightly. Are we truly to expose the youth and children of our dragon country to nuclear knowledge? He asked incredulously. Indeed, Lin Yuan affirmed, the enlightenment of the youth commences with the minutiae, fostering their interest and passion for science. Moreover, esteemed Elder Chen, you may be unaware that, in the last century, a toy company under the banner of the Bald Eagle once launched a similar product, which, upon its introduction, received unanimous acclaim. However, due to safety concerns, this product was ultimately withdrawn from the market. Fortunately, this precaution was taken, otherwise, we might now be confronting a generation of children well-versed in nuclear principles. One must not underestimate this aspect. Children possess a remarkable propensity for imitation, and during this formative stage of development, systematic cognitive stimulation can yield unpredictable future accomplishments. This is precisely why many parents today prioritize early education, ensuring their children gain a head start. As for those who perceive this as excessive competition, such notions are unfounded. Given that it is a toy, its design undoubtedly incorporates an educational, yet entertaining element, fostering enjoyment rather than aversion in young minds. Yet what of safety? After much contemplation, Elder Chen cautiously posed this inquiry. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. I will devise a device capable of detecting nuclear radiation. According to my estimations, establishing a network of radiation detection instruments throughout the entirety of our nation is quite feasible. The construction of these instruments is straightforward, and their capabilities are formidable. Within 3 to 5 days, we could establish a comprehensive detection network across the nation. This represents merely one facet of safety measures. Most importantly, the toy set I have conceived will pose no risk of radiation leakage. Even in the exceedingly rare event of such an occurrence, I possess a contingency plan. Indeed, products from our system are guaranteed to be exquisite. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the majority of nuclear ores do not present significant radiation risks upon mere contact. Only when the nuclei within these ores undergo fusion or fission reactions does substantial radiation emanate. Moreover, as part of Lin Yuan's strategy, our country has recently discovered abundant helium-3, which poses no radiological threat and can be effectively harnessed. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan's demeanor grew more earnest. Elder Chun, I believe this is a far-reaching strategic initiative critical to our nation's future. It is arguably even more significant than our current developments in aerospace bombers and various advanced weaponry. Elder Chun, sitting in such a pivotal position, undoubtedly possesses keen insight and strategy. With a moment's reflection, he grasped Lin Yuan's vision. According to Lin Yuan's proposal, this initiative amounts to cultivating future generations of thousands of scientists among all children of suitable age in our nation, even if not every child possesses the requisite talent. Once this initiative is widely implemented, a few prodigies will inevitably emerge from the millions. As for the other children, even if they are not destined for scientific endeavors, the extraordinary cognitive stimulation and development of critical thinking they receive in their youth will surely lead to commendable achievements in the future. At that juncture, it will truly be as Lin Yuan proclaimed, our youth shall all be extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Elder Chen clenched his teeth. Young Lin, Do you comprehend the monumental stir that will arise in society once the nation decides to support your initiative? I am fully aware. Lin Yuan's gaze was clear, and he confidently declared, I believe this plan will enhance the prosperity of our dragon nation. Good, Elder Chun exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head, sharpness gleaming in his eyes. Both the nation and I are well aware of your research capabilities. Since you possess the confidence to ensure no mishaps will occur, I shall take a gamble. If successful, our youth will flourish, and that will be a great blessing for our dragon nation. Having spoken, Elder Chen fixed his intense gaze upon Lin Yuan and gravely added, Be bold and proceed with your endeavor. Both I and the nation stand behind you. Thank you, Elder Chen. Lin Yuan, filled with fervor, felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins was ablaze. He solemnly vowed, I will not let you down. On that day, Lin Yuan personally assembled a radiation detection device in a laboratory in the capital and subsequently submitted the blueprints to the relevant national research institutions. With the might of the national machinery, directives were issued across the country to commence the establishment of radiation detection devices. At that moment, the relevant institutions nationwide were still oblivious to the true purpose of this apparatus, which resembled a radar device. Its construction was quite straightforward. With cellular signal stations densely distributed throughout the nation, it was designed to be constructed in areas spanning 10 kilometers. Meanwhile, with the support of the state, Lin Yuan selected an appropriate institution to produce the Nuclear Child Genius toy set. With systematic assistance, all challenges naturally became manageable. In no time, just 5 days later, Lin Yuan received the first Nuclear Child Genius toy set. After spending over an hour experimenting with it, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This is truly remarkable. He mused, reflecting on how, had he possessed such a toy in his youth, he would have easily forsaken video games, becoming completely engrossed in crafting colossal mushrooms instead. What astonished Lin Yuan even more was the formidable functionality displayed by the spaceship crew training set. It was evident that, should he fully develop all the features embedded within this set, he would undoubtedly cultivate a multitude of future elites across various fields. After all, talent is the foremost driving force behind research and development. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan contacted Elder Chen once more. 3 days until launch. So soon? Elder Chen was taken aback upon hearing Lin Yuan's intention to release the product immediately. Indeed, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. As for the pricing, I plan to set it at 999 yuan per set, which aligns fairly well with the current average household income in the country. This price is quite reasonable, especially considering the helium-3 and other nuclear resources utilized in the Nuclear Child Genius toy set, which are significantly more expensive. Moreover, for families in need, subsidies will be provided. And this toy set will be included in the curriculum of primary and middle schools, allowing underprivileged children to use it for free. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan had meticulously considered all the details, Elder Chen couldn't help but express his admiration. Young Lin, go forth and pursue your dreams. Yes, Lin Yuan replied emphatically. He then logged into the live stream of the Institute of Advanced Physics and crafted a post. The first peripheral product of the Earth spaceship will officially launch in 3 days. Stay tuned. As soon as the post was published, the online community of the Dragon Nation erupted instantaneously. Goodness, is the end of the universe merely a merchandise venture? Who could have anticipated that Lin Yuan, a renowned streamer endorsed by the nation, would embark on a path of selling goods? I can only say it's impressive. Regardless of what the first merchandise related to the Earth spaceship might be, I am an ardent fan of the streamer and will undoubtedly purchase it. Could it possibly be a model of the Earth spaceship? I wonder what its design will entail. I am filled with anticipation. Indeed, I too am curious about the nature of the merchandise, regardless of quality or price. In light of the streamer's contribution to our Dragon Nation in developing a spaceborne bomber, it is worth making a purchase. Absolutely, we must support the streamer. The audience's reaction to Lin Yuan's announcement of merchandise sales has been unexpectedly unanimous. All positive reviews with not a single negative comment. After all, the discerning eyes of our people can see clearly. Given Lin Yuan's remarkable contributions to the Dragon Nation, it is more than sufficient to support him without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the West, official and civilian media from nations such as the Eagle and John Bull are also curious about the kind of merchandise Lin Yuan will unveil. In the Pentagon, General William exhaled deeply upon hearing the news of Lin Yuan's merchandise sales. That was a close call. This high-ranking official of the Eagle's military, in front of hundreds in the conference room, patted his chest with a relieved expression. The last thing General William wishes to hear is news regarding Lin Yuan. After all, this young talent from the Dragon Nation has proven his genius through his accomplishments. Selling products is quite normal. He glanced at his subordinates and muttered, even our Einstein-like scientists publish books to gather fans. There is nothing amiss with that. He cannot believe that a mere product sold by that individual could possibly affect the fortunes of the Eagle. On the other hand, the response from the Chicken Nation was one of alarm. For some reason, Kazuo Kitayama felt that the young man from the Dragon Nation was up to something again. He immediately focused on the livestream, prepared to purchase any products the moment they became available for research. Kitayama issued commands to his subordinates. As for the Bear Nation, Tsar Putin also issued orders promptly. Lin Yuan is the greatest genius on this planet. I must show my support. In summary, regardless of whether the items sold in Lin Yuan's livestream are of poor quality, they must be bought and cherished. Thus, under the eager gaze of domestic netizens, time swiftly passed to 3 days later. In Sioux City, at 8:50 a.m., within an apartment in a residential complex. 60-year-old retired teacher Sue held his phone with an expression of excitement. Old Sue, when did you, a retired teacher, start chasing stars? His wife Lin Yuan laughed at the sight of his anxious anticipation. Lin Yuan is no ordinary celebrity. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's eyes sparkled with determination. And he responded with a smile. He is a national hero and a remarkable scientific genius. Even Lin's groundbreaking theory of the Earth starship has ushered in an entirely new genre of scientific research, garnering national attention. I even suspect that the aerospace bomber and Xinyuan battle car, which Lin is spearheading in development, draw inspiration from this very theory. In summary, this young man is remarkably talented, and I firmly believe that his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of all renowned scientists currently on Earth, potentially ushering humanity into an entirely new era. This is the inaugural peripheral product of the Earth spaceship, and I am wholeheartedly inclined to support Lin. Observing this, my wife shook her head and casually remarked, "Indeed, we must support him." With that, the clock struck 9. Su Yi's expression sharpened as he clicked into Lin Yuan's live broadcast, refreshing the page. Let's see what the first peripheral product of the Earth spaceship is. Su Yi gazed on with anticipation. However, upon glimpsing the product information displayed on his phone, he felt as if struck by lightning. His eyes rolling back as he fainted in shock. "Old man, are you all right?" His wife rushed over to steady him, glancing instinctively at the screen, her expression shifting to one of utter astonishment. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed in the room. "Oh my goodness!" His wife exclaimed in disbelief. "Am I seeing things?" After a moment, Su Yi finally lifted his gaze, shaking his head in confusion. "I wanted to ask you if my eyes were deceiving me. How could this be the product on sale?" At that moment, Su Yi was utterly astounded. He saw that in the product section of Lin Yuan's livestream, there was a strikingly titled item, Nuclear Bomb Child's Toy Set. Note, this toy set is suitable for ages 10 and above. Description, handcrafted giant mushroom, essential for 9 years of compulsory education. Specifications, this set is categorized as a children's toy product, children's science kit, and includes a piece of helium, 3 nuclear ore, a Miller counter, a voltmeter, a flickering mirror, a short-lived alpha source Wilson cloud chamber, 3 natural ores containing uranium-238, over 10 low-level radiation sources, an atomic model, and an 80-page instruction manual, among other items. Price, 999 yuan. Furthermore, in the detailed product description, Lin Yuan personally penned a message, "Let our children sail through the ocean of science." Additionally, this toy set conforms to safety standards for toy products and has received national recognition. Upon seeing this, Su Yi felt utterly overwhelmed. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he was at a loss for what to do. "My dear, is this truly the peripheral product launched by Lin Yuan for the Earth spaceship?" His wife's trembling voice broke the silence. "But this is nuclear ore. My heavens, what on earth does Lin Yuan mean by this?" "I have no idea," Su Yi echoed, equally stunned. "I'm completely baffled. The crucial point is that the state has actually approved Lin Yuan to launch this product, which surely indicates its safety. But this is a children's toy." The wife trembled as she whispered, "Could it be that this children's toy was purchased for our grandson?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Yi suddenly erupted with brilliant enthusiasm, laughing heartily. "What is wrong with that? This is the children's toy launched by Chief Engineer Lin. It has even been approved for sale by the state, so its safety is undoubtedly assured. How incredible! I always dreamed of engaging with nuclear physics during my childhood, but such opportunities were scarce back then. Now, at last, I have the chance to delve into the essence of nuclear atoms." In that moment, Su Yi was overwhelmed with excitement, ready to make a purchase. Little did he expect that the next moment would be filled with disappointment. It's barely been a minute, and the product is already sold out? Su Yi's expression was one of utter shock. Unbeknownst to him, at that very instant, every household in Long Country was astonished by Lin Yuan's grand endeavor. Yet, despite their astonishment, they did not hesitate to place their orders. Chapter 72. The Revelation of the Origin of the Yellow Emperor. Name, Unboxing Countdown. Lin Ping was an ordinary office worker in the bustling metropolis. With her husband running a fruit stall in the market, they had a harmonious family with one son. One day, her son, Hong Xiaocheng, excitedly approached her, exclaiming, "Mom, I finally didn't come in last in my class for this semester's exam. I came in second to last. You promised me a reward for my gift. Up to 1,000 yuan. Are you still keeping your word?" Hong Xiaocheng was a boy of 12 or 13, with a lively spirit reflected in his bright eyes. After speaking, he eagerly looked at his mother. Hearing this, Lin Ping felt a headache coming on. Her son was commendable in many aspects, but his academic performance was woefully poor. Although she and her husband were not high achievers, they had graduated from ordinary universities. With her son's current trajectory, she feared he might struggle to even graduate from junior high. Thus, they devised a motivational strategy. As long as he wasn't last, it would be acceptable. All right. Lin Ping gritted her teeth and asked her son, "What do you want?" "I want this." Hong Xiaocheng was fiddling with his father's phone and immediately pointed at the screen. "Let me see." Lin Ping took the phone and glanced at it, instantly frozen in place. Nuclear bomb prodigy toy set? A few minutes later, in a daze, Lin Ping inexplicably clicked to purchase and miraculously succeeded in placing the order. Meanwhile, in Yuandong City, at the home of the educated Lu Heng family, 16-year-old Lu Heng entered the study and solemnly addressed his grandfather, Lu Qingshu, "Grandfather, can I use my pocket money to buy this?" Old Lu was not just any intellectual. He had previously participated in the development of Long Country's nuclear submarines. Although he had since retired, his eyes still sparkled with wisdom. He was immensely proud of his grandson, who had inherited the family's excellent genes. At just 16, Lu Heng was remarkably gifted, having already secured a recommendation for admission to the National Defense Science and Technology University. Moreover, he was mature beyond his years, instilling great confidence in his family regarding his endeavors. Thus, old Lu, without even glancing at the phone handed over by his grandson, waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Xiao Hong, your New Year's money is yours to manage. Feel free to purchase whatever you desire." He was certainly not concerned about his grandson's potential extravagance. At times, he even felt that his grandson was excessively mature, lacking the vivacity typical of a youth. In fact, he wished for his grandson to engage in activities akin to his peers, such as playing games online or going out for leisure. "Thank you, Grandpa," Lu Heng replied, nodding and suppressing his excitement as he turned to leave. A similar scene unfolded across the Dragon Kingdom. When the clock struck 9 on that day, numerous citizens tuned into Lin Yuan's live stream, only to be astonished by the surrounding products named Nuclear Bomb Prodigy. Once they regained their composure, countless individuals were filled with exhilaration, shock, and an eagerness that felt almost overwhelming. Indeed, what a remarkable feat by Chief Engineer Lin. His proposal of Earth Starship is nothing short of revolutionary. This inaugural sale features products that are equally groundbreaking. The enthusiasm was palpable, and amidst the festive atmosphere, support surged forth. The more the merrier. One must not miss out on these extraordinary products. Wow, I'm truly taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it appears these items are state-sanctioned and legally marketed, which surely implies they pose no danger, right? One could only commend Chief Engineer Lin. It was evident that only he could develop such impressive products. The online community erupted in chaos. Major research institutions and media outlets within the country were astounded by Lin Yuan's bold endeavors. Not to mention the foreign organizations that were perpetually monitoring his progress. How astonishing. What could possibly be the mindset of the Dragon Kingdom's people? Are they truly selling nuclear, or without fear of repercussions? Goodness, the audacity of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens is remarkable. In an instant, the world was set abuzz. In Magic City, Lin Yuan tidily gathered his belongings and departed from the Meishan research base, arriving at an upscale villa district located in Pudong. This area, known as Panlong Dagwang, boasts a unique geographical advantage and picturesque scenery, making it an ideal residence. Within one of the standalone villas, characterized by a Su-style garden layout, Lin Yuan was exploring his new abode. "Chief Engineer Lin, how do you find the environment?" Chen Lin inquired with a smile. "Chenggu, I must say, this house is truly delightful. I am quite pleased," Lin Yuan responded with a smile. "However, at over 10 million, is this not a bit too cheap? After all, in Magic City, every inch of land is precious. From what I understand, similar villas in the vicinity are priced at least 50 million. Not too bad. Primarily because the developer of Panlong Dagwang is a state-owned enterprise. Upon learning that you wish to purchase a property, the CEO convened a meeting and decided to sell it to you at cost price," Chen Lin explained with a grin. "Very well, then I shall graciously accept it," Lin Yuan affirmed without hesitation. The funds for the purchase stemmed from the profit-sharing revenue generated by the superconducting electronic special gas. 2 months prior, after Lin Yuan delivered the superconducting electronic special gas to the state, the higher-ups took it very seriously and specifically arranged for him to sign a profit-sharing agreement regarding it. Over the course of these 2 months, Lin Yuan took a moment to glance at his account, noticing that the government deposited funds into it almost daily, with his balance nearing a staggering 100 million. Thus, spending 10 million on a house was of little consequence to him at this juncture. Moreover, in accordance with your request, we have specially converted the basement of the villa into a laboratory, Mr. Lin. I just had a look, and it is quite impressive. In the future, I can tinker with some projects in the lab at my leisure," Lin Yuan remarked with a satisfied laugh. Subsequently, he eagerly entered his study and began to immerse himself in work. As for the shipping arrangements for the Earth spaceship peripheral product, the nuclear bomb child toy set, relevant personnel from the National Business Agency would coordinate the matter. After all, with the backing of the state, Lin Yuan need not handle every detail personally. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Lin, noticing the silence in the study, grew concerned that Lin Yuan might be too engrossed in work to eat. He thus knocked on the door and called out, "Mr. Lin?" "Come in," came the reply from inside. Chen Lin opened the door, carrying a tray laden with delectable dishes. "Mr. Lin, I worried you might be hungry, so I brought you some food. Chen Lin smiled broadly, adding, the commanders of the 5 war zones and those bigwigs in Dijing frequently check in on me, urging me to ensure your well-being. I dare not neglect it. In truth, Chen Lin had more to share with Lin Yuan. For instance, in the adjacent villa resided a team of 3 national banquet chefs, including nutritionists, who had been specially invited from Dijing, Shi Yuan No. 1. It could be said that every meal Lin Yuan had recently enjoyed was a meticulously crafted result of these chefs and nutritionists, all aimed at ensuring his comfort and care. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's security level had significantly increased. A 5-member special guard team, each possessing exceptional skills and intellect, was stationed in the neighboring villa, discreetly safeguarding his personal safety without intruding on his work. Thank you, Brother Chun. Lin Yuan finally emerged from his focused state, glanced at the time, and touched his stomach. Realizing he was indeed hungry, he promptly accepted the meal and devoured it heartily. Mr. Lin, please eat slowly, Chen Lin remarked with a smile. Though his eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, he had witnessed Lin Yuan's journey to this point. If it were another young person receiving such national attention, one might say they had achieved success and would have indulged in the pleasures of life. Yet, Lin Yuan was different. Like the older generation of scientists, he humbly dedicated himself to his work, never once slacking off. In fact, Chen Lin had never seen Lin Yuan visit a bar or go on a date. Brother Chun, how are sales going? Lin Yuan inquired after sipping the ginseng chicken soup. Ah, the nuclear bomb child toy set is performing exceptionally well. The first batch of 100,000 sets has already sold out. We are currently preparing a second batch of 500,000 sets, which we expect to launch within 2 days. At this, Chen Lin expressed his profound admiration. At that moment, Yu Guang caught sight of Lin Yuan's desk, where a multitude of densely packed words adorned the computer screen. As Lin Yuan typically did not guard against him, and with Chen Lin standing, he was privy to such matters. Subconsciously, Chen Lin stole a few glances and, with astonishment, inquired, Chief Engineer Lin, are you organizing materials? Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded affirmatively. I believe that apart from live streaming Earth Starship talk, written words are also an excellent means of expression. Hence, I take time to compose 1 or 2 pieces, and once I accumulate 100,000 words, I shall publish a book. That sounds splendid, Chen Lin replied. Though his thoughts were already captivated by the text he had glimpsed earlier, curiosity piqued, he eagerly asked, Chief Engineer Lin, you happen to be discussing the origins of the Yellow Emperor, and I find myself exceedingly curious. You mentioned that the ancient Huaxia people had reasons for bestowing the title of Yellow Emperor. Might I hear about it in advance? Ah, certainly. Lin Yuan, having finished his meal, waved his hand with enthusiasm and smiled. Brother Chen, come take a look. I previously mentioned in the streaming room that the Yellow Emperor may have been an extraterrestrial being, whose mothership accidentally crashed on Earth. While the mothership was destroyed, some equipment and aircraft within remained operational, which relates to the earlier mention of the Queen Mother of the West's endeavors, disassembling usable electronic instruments from the alien mothership. As for the Yellow Emperor, he initially piloted simple aircraft to explore the regions of the ancient Jiuzhou. Thus, when some of the ancestors beheld the flying machines piloted by the Yellow Emperor, they were awestruck and revered him as a deity, developing a fervent worship. The Chinese characters evolved from pictographs. Brother Chun, come here and look at these 2 drawings I made. What do they resemble? Lin Yuan pointed to a depiction created using drawing software on his computer, his expression radiating confidence. Isn't that an airplane? But if viewed from the front, it indeed resembles the character Huang. And from a bird's eye view, it forms the character D. Here, the author has provided images. Modern fighter jets bear a striking resemblance to the character for the Yellow Emperor, and it's worth a look. Chen Lin merely caught a glimpse, and a shiver ran down his spine. Exactly, Lin Yuan exclaimed with delight. It's the characters Huang and D. When the ancients witnessed the Yellow Emperor descending in his aircraft, it transcended their understanding. Yet, with their limited wisdom, they could not comprehend it fully. However, our Huaxiao ancestors were remarkably astute. They gradually crafted the name Yellow Emperor by correlating the patterns with the characters. The character Huang is, in essence, a frontal depiction of a nuclear-powered fighter jet. The character gone above it represents the vertical tail fins, while the decomposed character Tian refers to the aircraft's body and cockpit. The horizontal stroke in the middle of Huang signifies the main wing of the fighter jet. As for the character D, it too can be clearly expressed when viewed from an elevated perspective. Upon concluding his discourse, Chen Lin was left utterly dumbfounded. Upon further contemplation of the intuitive design, Chen Lin found himself utterly convinced. Chief Engineer Lin, your insights are profoundly compelling. I now comprehend the remarkable wisdom of our ancestors. The pictographs indeed evolved from tangible forms in reality. Each stroke adheres to its own rhythm. Aligning with the laws of development in nature, Chen Lin expressed with a deep sense of appreciation. Indeed, Lin Yuan replied earnestly. This notion further corroborates the legend of the Yellow Emperor piloting a fighter aircraft, as recounted by our forebears. Consequently, they ultimately referred to this illustrious leader as the Yellow Emperor based on the transformations of pictographs. Very well, Chief Engineer Lin, I shall not intrude upon your work any longer. With his curiosity satisfied, Chen Lin contentedly gathered his belongings and departed, while Lin Yuan returned to his tasks. Time swiftly passed, and soon the first batch of customers who had ordered the nuclear bomb child toy set received notifications that their packages had arrived. In Magic City, it was a Sunday, and Lin Ping, having just risen, received a notification from the delivery station that her online purchase had arrived, inviting her to collect it at her convenience. Half an hour later, Lin Ping, her heart racing with trepidation, returned home clutching the package. "Mom, let me help you." The young boy had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Upon seeing his mother struggling with the large box, he couldn't contain his excitement and leaped high, exclaiming in joy as he rushed to take the parcel from her. "Son, please be careful," Lin Ping said, her voice trembling, feeling her body weaken under the palpable tension. After all, she was holding what was rumored to be a nuclear device. "Mom, look at how frightened you are." Hong Xiaoqing chuckled heartily. Chief Engineer Lin is such an extraordinary figure. The products he develops must be reliable. Let's open it and see. With that, Hong Xiaoqing eagerly tore open the package, revealing a metallic box before his eyes. The box measured approximately 80 centimeters in length and width, with a thickness of 30 centimeters, showcasing an exquisite and weighty design. A prominent inscription adorned the top, reading, "Nuclear Bomb Child Toy Set." The alarming phrase caused Lin Ping's complexion to pale, while the boy trembled with excitement. "Wow, this is incredible." The spirited youth's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly opened the metallic box. "Mom, could you please record a video for me?" Hong Xiaoqing requested as he began to unveil the contents. "All right," Lin Ping replied, hurriedly retrieving her phone to film. She felt it necessary to capture this moment, considering the nature of the item her son was about to unveil. Though she understood that the government would not permit the nuclear bomb child toy set to be commercially available unless it was safe, her anxiety still lingered. Finally, the boy, brimming with excitement, extracted all the items from the metallic box, arranging them neatly on his desk. His fiery gaze was fixated on the objects before him, his curiosity barely contained. Even Lin Ping leaned in to observe. "This is the instruction manual." Hong Xiaoqing promptly picked up the thick manual, nearly 80 pages filled with dense text and a plethora of experimental teaching images. Typically, the sight of such books would overwhelm him, causing a severe headache. However, at this moment, he felt no disdain. He earnestly opened the manual, turning to the first page, diligently identifying the categorized tools and instruments as instructed. This device, resembling a calculator, is known as a Geiger-Müller counter, a specialized instrument for detecting ionizing radiation. And this exquisite apparatus is a scintillation counter and an electrometer. In that moment, Hong Xiaoqing's expression was one of sheer exhilaration. To the 13-year-old boy, every tool and object before him exuded an air of endless mystery, beckoning him to explore and discover. Far more enticing than any toy he had ever played with. Moreover, this is a Wilson cloud chamber, which requires assembly. "Mom, what exactly is a Wilson cloud chamber?" Hong Xiaoqing suddenly turned to his mother and inquired. Lin Ping, holding her phone, was momentarily taken aback and quickly opened a web page to search for information. Carefully explaining, a Wilson cloud chamber is a detector for charged particle tracks. Hong Xiaoqing, listening to his mother's explanation, clearly could not grasp the concept. Nevertheless, it did not dampen his fervent enthusiasm to continue exploring other items. Eventually, several button-like stones appeared before him, encased in a layer of special transparent glass, allowing the user to observe the nuclear or within without direct contact. In fact, Lin Yuan had obtained these tools from the Earth spaceship crew training set, ensuring their safety. Even the Dragon Academy and various military research institutes in Longhua had conducted safety tests. The nuclear or contained in the nuclear bomb prodigy toy set has a uranium content of less than 0.05, and since uranium-238 primarily emits particles, which have far lower penetration power than rays, a mere sheet of paper can safely shield against these particles, thereby preventing any significant nuclear contamination. Is this truly the legendary nuclear ore? Hong Xiaoqing picked up a piece of nuclear ore to examine it, his face brimming with curiosity and excitement. "Mom, look at this," he said, extending the nuclear ore towards his mother. "Ah," Lin Ping gasped, nearly dropping her phone in shock. "Hee, Mom, look how startled you are. Don't worry, it's harmless." Her son chuckled, covering his mouth with a grin. "Well, let me see." Lin Ping, regaining her composure, accepted the nuclear ore and observed it with care. "It looks just like an ordinary stone. Who would have thought it contains uranium?" she remarked. "Mom, take a look at this manual," he urged. At this moment, the son unearthed a packaged black pill and earnestly remarked, "The instruction manual states that in the event of an accidental nuclear leak or other hazardous situations, this black pill can be dissolved in water. A mere small pill can dissolve in 200 milliliters of water. Consuming just a sip can effectively block nuclear radiation. Furthermore, the manual mentions that to facilitate the product's market release, the government has established a network of nuclear radiation detectors across every region of the nation, with one located every 10 miles, creating an extensive network that can detect nuclear leakage at any time. Thus, under this dual assurance, there is no need to worry about any adverse reactions from nuclear leakage." Upon hearing this, Lin Ping took the instruction manual and perused it carefully. Then, through the official website link sent during the order process, she accessed it and discovered a dense array of detection points. For instance, in the Chongning district of the Magic City where her family resides, there are dozens of monitoring points operational 24 hours a day, alleviating any concerns about unexpected incidents. Oh, truly worthy of Engineer Lin. With this realization, Lin Ping finally felt a sense of relief. After spending another half-hour with her son, they managed to thoroughly understand the instruction manual, which detailed various scientific play methods for the nuclear bomb prodigy toy set. One of the simplest methods involves learning to operate a Geiger-Müller counter, followed by conducting experiments to record data and create graphs. Utilizing the obtained data, one can apply the inverse square law of radiation intensity included in the manual to calculate safe distances from different radiation sources. The second method measures the shielding capabilities of various materials against radiation. This entails placing different materials between the Geiger-Müller counter and the source to determine the half-value layer using wood, water, aluminum, iron, and lead. The third method explores cosmic rays, allowing for data collection at higher altitudes. The fourth involves observing particles and their trajectories, requiring the use of a Wilson cloud chamber to witness the paths of two types of particles within the chamber. Additionally, there are other scientific play methods of varying difficulties available for children to explore, develop, and learn to utilize. Son, how do you feel about this? Seeing such a plethora of obscure scientific terminology, Lin Ping felt her mind was on the brink of asphyxiation, and she instinctively inquired of her son. After a prolonged silence, she noticed that her son was engrossed in studying the manual. When encountering unfamiliar terms, he would even pick up his phone to search the internet for their meanings. Observing this scene, Lin Ping was particularly astonished. She had expected her son to abandon the task upon encountering such challenging language. After all, in the past, he would either be engrossed in gaming or playing mobile games, showing little inclination to utilize his phone for learning. Yet at this moment, her son was earnestly and seriously browsing the manual while simultaneously searching for knowledge he did not understand. The clear gaze in his eyes even allowed Lin Ping to perceive a flicker of insatiable thirst for knowledge. Lin Ping's body trembled slightly as she observed her son's focused demeanor. Without uttering another word, she quietly sat beside him, accompanying him as he delved into the myriad concepts presented in the Nuclear Bomb Genius toy set, navigating the vast ocean of nuclear physics. A similar scene unfolded across the nation. The first batch of online users who received the Nuclear Bomb Prodigy toy set eagerly engaged in unboxing experiences. In a residential community in Sioux City, retired teacher Su E, upon receiving his parcel, excitedly tore it open. After 2 or 3 hours, noticing that her husband had sequestered himself in the study, his wife Lin Yuan could no longer resist pushing open the door to investigate. She immediately saw Su E engrossed in manipulating some peculiar scientific instruments. "Dear, what is this?" Lin Yuan asked in astonishment. "Did you not say you bought it for our grandson? Why are you the one using it?" Their grandson was soon to enter high school and often enjoyed tinkering with small scientific experiments, which was why Lin Yuan had not opposed her husband's acquisition of such a potentially hazardous toy. "Is this merely a fleeting whim?" Su E adjusted his glasses, excitedly declaring, "In our youth, we never had such things. Today, I am finally gaining insight." He added with a chuckle, "Don't you say anything, my dear. I feel I have a certain aptitude for this. Had I encountered such a thing in my younger days, perhaps I would not have become a teacher, but rather a nuclear physicist." With a complex expression, Su E waved his hand, signaling his wife not to disturb him as he continued to ponder the use of the toy set. Meanwhile, in Guangdong Province, Lu Hong, a freshman who had already received an acceptance letter from the National University of Defense Technology, knocked on his grandfather's study door. Half an hour later, confronted with a series of intricate and specialized toy instruments, along with nuclear ores highlighted by helium-3, Lu Qingshu found himself momentarily stunned. "My dear grandson, you mean to say you purchased this online?" Lu Qingshu, who prided himself on being quite open-minded, was nonetheless taken aback upon seeing the Nuclear Bomb Prodigy toy set. "Indeed, Grandpa." Lu Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. "I have been studying it for several hours. Just now, by assembling the Wilson cloud chamber, I filled it with saturated ethanol vapor. When high-energy charged particles traversed the chamber, I discovered that the collisions with gas molecules caused ionization, resulting in a mist-like liquid surrounding the ionized gas particles, successfully allowing me to observe the particle trajectories. However, there is one aspect I do not comprehend: the process of ionization of charged particles and nuclear fission. Could you explain that to me in detail, Grandpa?" Gazing into his grandson's eager eyes, Lu Qingshu was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively began to explain in detail. A little over 10 minutes later, Lu Hong adjusted his thick glasses, and a radiant smile blossomed on his youthful, delicate face. "Thank you, Grandpa, I understand now." With that, he picked up a small ore containing helium-3 and began to examine it closely. Casually, he remarked, "Grandfather, theoretically speaking, if one possesses sufficient materials and acquires a modicum of systematic knowledge regarding the fabrication of atomic bombs, can an ordinary individual indeed create one?" As Lu Qingshu listened to his grandson's inquiry, a phrase instinctively surfaced in his mind. 1 sulfur, 2 nitrates, 3 charcoal, add a dash of helium, 3, and voila. In truth, while the endeavor of crafting a colossal mushroom cloud may seem both simple and daunting, it is indeed feasible for an ordinary person to conjure such a phenomenon, provided they grasp certain pivotal concepts. Chapter 74. A discussion on the prehistoric black technologies invented by the scientific sovereign, Yin Emperor contemplating his grandson's prodigious talent. Lu Qingshu found himself at a loss for words. He stood quietly, observing as his grandson delved into the examination of various small instruments. As time passed, even Lu Qingshu felt a tingling sensation of unease, his expression profoundly moved. He instinctively took the thick manual and began to peruse its contents, meticulously scrutinizing all the small devices and tools. The esteemed scientist, who had once participated in the development of the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear submarines, found himself trembling with excitement, rendered speechless and frozen in place. Grandfather? At that moment, Lu Heng noticed his grandfather's unusual demeanor and hurried over to support him, inquiring with concern, Grandfather, are you all right? Are you worried that I might cause an accident with these items? Rest assured, I purchased these products from Chief Engineer Lin's livestream. You must be familiar with him, right? Additionally, I have already self-studied a considerable amount of knowledge regarding nuclear physics, so having access to these nuclear ores and instruments is simply wonderful for me. Moreover, I am following all the procedural steps meticulously. There will be no mishaps. Having said this in one breath, Lu Heng gazed intently at his grandfather. Suddenly, Lu Qingshu was overwhelmed with tears. This venerable elder, who still received special allowances from the state, weeping like a child, his sobs unrestrained. Grandfather, please do not cry. Are you afraid I might encounter trouble? If it's too concerning, I promise I will wait until I am older before handling these things. Lu Heng, flustered, hurriedly attempted to soothe the elder's emotions, and after some effort, he finally managed to calm him. Lu Qingshu, in an agitated voice, exclaimed, Xiao Heng, I am not worried about you tinkering with these items causing any accidents. I have examined them, and all these instruments meet safety standards. I am also aware of Chief Engineer Lin. He is a genius, and his endorsement from the state speaks volumes. My tears are not due to concern for your experiments. Rather, they stem from the realization that if I had access to such resources during my studies, alongside my former colleagues in the national nuclear sector, our country's nuclear technology research would have advanced at least 20 years ahead of where it stands now. 20 years. What an astonishing implication that holds. It is simply unimaginable. Lu Qingshu trembled with excitement, his heart racing at the thought of the monumental significance that this nuclear prodigy toy set would bring to the youth of the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said, it will, in an imperceptible manner, significantly elevate the overall scientific research level of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. It will facilitate rapid advancement in science among the youth, captivating more adolescents with an interest in scientific pursuits. An influence that could last a lifetime and potentially transform a young person's entire existence. Consider my own grandson, exceptionally gifted, who at merely 16 years of age comprehends the foundational theories of nuclear physics. If the current trajectory continues with systematic nurturing, Lu Qingshu finds it hard to fathom the heights his grandson may reach in the future. Understanding atomic bomb construction at 16 and assembling a nuclear submarine by 20 seems entirely plausible. Who's to say he might not instigate a technological revolution in the nuclear domain by 30? It resembles the butterfly effect. Lin Yuan has gently introduced the nuclear prodigy toy set among the youth of the Dragon Kingdom, yet the outcomes in 5 or 10 years remain uncertain. What kind of geniuses these young minds will evolve into is unpredictable. Come, dear grandson, let grandfather personally teach you how to engage with these marvels. After a moment of reflection, Lu Qingshu wiped away his tears and broke into a hearty laugh, eagerly guiding his grandson Lu Heng on how to experiment with these nuclear toys. Lu Heng, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, Grandfather, that sounds wonderful. I have so many questions to ask you. Thus, the elderly and the youth immersed themselves in the ocean of nuclear physics, filled with laughter and joy. On that very day, the Dragon Kingdom's online community was in a frenzy. Unbelievable. Incredible. Upon witnessing various netizens flaunting the nuclear prodigy toy set on Douyin, I realized the magnitude of Lin Zhonggong's remarkable achievement. Lin Yuan, through his own efforts, has ushered our entire Dragon Kingdom into an era of widespread nuclear technology knowledge. My child, who is 13 this year, has been thoroughly enjoying the nuclear prodigy toy set, independently researching unfamiliar concepts online without any need for my supervision. Indeed, my child is in their senior year, traditionally struggling academically, yet after receiving this extraordinary toy, they transformed into a proactive learner, immersing themselves in study for hours without a hint of fatigue. Forget about your high schooler. Even my husband, at 30, purchased one of these toys and has been sequestered in his study for hours after work, nearly driven to madness with excitement. The set includes a plethora of experimental activities, profoundly significant for scientific education, igniting children's imagination while providing enjoyable learning experiences, imparting substantial knowledge. My son is about to enter his sophomore year and typically shows no interest in physics. Usually, he chats with friends about games in the canyon. discussing which hero farms faster and how to execute combos. However, just now, while eavesdropping on his conversation with friends, I was astonished to hear them discussing the Nuclear Prodigy toy set, boasting about the various experiments they have completed and the intriguing new knowledge they have acquired regarding nuclear physics. Lin Zonggong, I was mistaken. I initially thought this was merely a simple toy, but I have come to realize it is much more than that. It is a remarkable tool for enlightening the minds of young children. Is this truly just a toy? Have any of you encountered toys that inspire children to learn proactively? My peers, graduates of prestigious institutions, have been inquiring about topics such as ionization and electromagnetic radiation, even cosmic rays. I can only exclaim how extraordinary this toy is. It has ignited excitement among not only parents of adolescents, but also a multitude of netizens who are nearly losing their minds with joy. It is utterly exhilarating. I recently had the pleasure of experiencing it firsthand, and it has truly opened my eyes. Nuclear material is not as enigmatic as I once believed. As a youthful individual of 280 months, I have finally discovered a toy that suits my interests. Thanks to Engineer Lin for this enlightening experience. I now understand why the government has approved this product for market release. I dare say that if this toy, developed by Lin Yuan, becomes widely adopted in society, within a decade, our nation could witness the emergence of countless top-tier scientific talents. Moreover, the scientific enlightenment it provides to young people is immeasurable, igniting a genuine interest in science among countless children of appropriate age, thereby transforming their futures. In this moment, the citizens of our country are filled with excitement. Major media outlets have also published articles praising Lin Yuan and the government's initiative from various perspectives. However, there are some parents and media organizations expressing concerns about potential disasters arising from the nuclear material in the Nuclear Prodigy toy set. In response, government spokespersons have assured the public that there will be no incidents of leakage. Regarding fears that malicious individuals might exploit the nuclear material within the Nuclear Prodigy toy set, officials have explained that manufacturing an atomic bomb requires at least 15 kilograms of uranium-235 with a purity of 90% or higher. Both uranium-235 and uranium-238 are found in minuscule amounts in uranium ore, meaning one would need to excavate at least 5,000 tons of uranium ore from regions rich in uranium deposits, such as Xinjiang or Shannon, or purchase over 1 million Nuclear Prodigy toy sets to amass enough uranium for bomb production. Additionally, acquiring these sets necessitates real name registration, alongside numerous radiation detection points and a series of measures to prevent radiation hazards. These factors alone indicate that any unfortunate incidents are highly improbable, as the machinery of the state is not merely ornamental. As for the West, news of this event swiftly reverberated, inciting a significant reaction. The Eagle emblematically condemned the citizens of the Dragon Nation for allegedly placing the lives of children and adolescents in jeopardy, expressing profound dissatisfaction. Consequently, that same day, the Eagle's official website was overwhelmed by its own netizens. Countless young individuals from the Eagle Nation engaged in fervent online discussions, expressing their envy towards the youth of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, not only the Eagle but the entire Western world was astounded, witnessing for the first time how a mere toy could create such monumental waves. Amidst this fervent discourse, Lin Yuan once again initiated a live stream. Observing the influx of numerous viewers into the chat room, Lin Yuan calmly addressed the audience, his tone both solemn and powerful. Hello, everyone. I am your host, Lin Yuan. Today, I present to you a captivating topic for our live broadcast, focusing once again on the figures documented in the Shanhai Jing, particularly the illustrious life and achievements of the Earth's spaceship technocrat, Emperor Yan. Through my research, it is evident that Emperor Yan, as a pivotal figure in the annals of Earth's spaceship development, made indelible contributions to the civilization of Huaxia. Let us delve into the legacy of this eminent scientific figure, who, despite his remarkable inventions and discoveries, has mysteriously faded into obscurity amidst the ancient epics, leaving behind prehistorical technological marvels. The Shanhai Jing, akin to a flight log, contains over 120 references to snakes, alongside various descriptions of turtles and fish. In truth, the peculiar forms, enigmatic appearances, and mysterious functions of these entities recorded in the Shanhai Jing are, in fact, different technological creations developed by Emperor Yan. These include transportation vehicles, nuclear power plants, specialized experimental facilities, weapon manufacturing plants, energy conduits, and even various air-to-air or intercontinental missiles. Naturally, these terms are interpreted through a modern lens. We remain unaware of how Emperor Yan might have referred to these technological wonders in ancient times. Now, allow me to elaborate further. Chapter 75, The Gene Bank of Species. Exploring the Shenangjia. Let us commence our discussion with the snake. Addressing the camera, Lin Yuan eloquently unfolds the narrative. In fact, the Shanhai Jing chronicles numerous accounts concerning snakes. The West Fourth Classic states, on Mount Daxian, devoid of flora, beneath it lies much jade. With a serpent known as the long snake, its fur akin to that of a boar, and its sound resembling a drum. The North Third Classics mentions, from there, Water emerges, and there exists a great snake with a red head and white body. Its sound akin to that of an ox upon sighting it. The city experiences great drought. The Eastern Mountain First Classics notes, on Dushan, abundant in gold and jade, beneath it lies exquisite stones in the form of yellow snakes, emitting light upon their entrance and exit. Sighting them results in great drought for the city. From the majority of these accounts, we can deduce that these snakes inhabit regions rich in water and minerals, and most descriptions of snakes utilize a common term, shurchun, which can be interpreted as dust eating. This notion of consuming stone and dust seems implausible for modern serpents. Lin Yuan posits that shurchun refers to the act of transporting these minerals within the snake-like vehicles, which, to the primitive ancestors of that era, would have appeared as if they were being consumed. Furthermore, the log describes these snakes emitting tremendous roaring sounds, an attribute that modern serpents cannot possess. However, if we adjust our perspective and classify these snakes as technological artifacts, such as transportation devices, the understanding becomes clearer. For instance, the sound of these long snakes, akin to a rhythmic pounding, could very well represent the operation of an engine. We can ascertain that the ancient ancestors' descriptions of these serpents were based on their shapes, and most transportation vehicles, much like modern trains, are elongated and segmented, which aligns perfectly with the imagery of snakes. Certainly, in my research on these serpentine entities, I am inclined to assert that such serpentine technological marvels do not belong to the realm of mere locomotion akin to trains. In the ancient expanse of the Huaxia continent, land was scarce, with most of the topography characterized by marshlands. Thus, I posit that these serpents represent a sophisticated form of maglev transport machinery. The Shanhai Jing predominantly describes these serpents as luminous beings, emerging during periods of severe drought, which I attribute to their reliance on nuclear fuel as a source of power. As previously mentioned, water contains nuclear elements. Hence, locations where these nuclear-powered vehicles manifest necessitate substantial water supplies, utilizing electricity to dissociate water molecules and procure hydrogen. Consequently, the ancestors recorded that such areas would experience drought. Furthermore, in the Zhongzi Shi Shan Jing, it is noted that the mountain of Gaoqian possesses water, exceedingly cold and clear, the essence of the emperor. This implies the existence of a peculiar water source at Gaoqian Mountain, which only the emperor is deemed worthy to utilize. At this juncture, Lin Yuan surveyed the audience, maintaining a composed demeanor. It has also been noted in flight logs that only a select few are entitled to the title of emperor, namely the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor. The Yellow Emperor assigned logistical responsibilities to the West Queen Mother, dismantling most of the components and instruments from the crashed extraterrestrial mothership. Subsequently, he entrusted the Flame Emperor, a scientist of considerable intellect and research prowess, with the creation of various nuclear-powered technological inventions. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor discovered numerous exceptional substances on Earth, such as modern specialized fuels. Liquefied natural gas, with a temperature of -160 degrees Celsius, is colorless, transparent, and flammable. Liquid oxygen at -183 degrees, liquid nitrogen at -186 degrees, and liquid hydrogen at -252 degrees all share the same colorless and transparent characteristics. For the Yellow Emperor, the functionalities of these unique materials were undoubtedly apparent, aligning with the earlier reference to the essence of the emperor. The descriptors exceedingly cold and clear correspond to low temperature and transparency, indicating that by ancient times, figures like the Yellow Emperor were adept at employing these specialized fuels. Furthermore, due to the rarity of these fuels, common individuals were not authorized to engage with them. Only the Yellow Emperor had the privilege to orchestrate their use. In addition, the descriptions of most serpents reveal an aura of luminosity and the presence of wind and rain. The light requires no elaboration, while the phenomena of wind and rain signify an energetic display characteristic of nuclear operational states. Lin Yuan meticulously elucidated these points, providing a bold and intricate scientific exposition to over 10 million viewers in the live stream. Regarding alpha and beta rays, both are charged particles, and their emission resembles raindrops cascading down. At this moment, Lin Yuan offered a knowing smile, suggesting that many viewers have likely acquired the Nuclear Bomb Prodigy toy set. With this remark, the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, the host's mention has compelled me to speak up. This merchandise is undoubtedly the most remarkable item I have ever purchased. It's a hardcore accessory, ushering the people of Longhua into the era of handheld nuclear or so exhilarating. Initially intended for my son, my husband ended up enjoying it even more than him. Amidst a jubilant atmosphere, Lin Yuan chuckled, stating, within the Nuclear Bomb Prodigy toy set, there exists an apparatus known as the Wilson Cloud Chamber, which allows for the observation of fog-like substances through charged particles. At this moment, with the aid of lighting and a camera, this process can be captured, thereby enabling everyone to vividly comprehend why these particles can create phenomena akin to rainfall. It is, in essence, a manifestation of radioactivity in our world. Thus, when these strange serpents make their appearance, they are accompanied by wind and rain. Upon concluding his remarks, silence enveloped the live stream. All present fell into deep contemplation. It must be noted that Lin Yuan's interpretations are consistently logical. Hearing him articulate these thoughts indeed creates a seamless connection. The broadcaster's reasoning is sound. If these strange serpents are authentic creatures, why have none been encountered in modern times? Could it be that they faced extinction? Or are they perhaps concealed within some mysterious, unknown zone of the Earth? An impulse surged within me, urging the broadcaster to venture to Shenanjia for an on-site exploration. Who knows what ancient, unique species may be discovered? Shenanjia, renowned as the gene bank of Earth? What a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly support this. When will Lin, the esteemed engineer, embark on such an exploration? I am genuinely curious about which functional area of the Earth's spacecraft Shenanjia corresponds to. Returning to the main topic, do not lead the broadcaster astray. Observing the comments on the screen, Lin Yuan felt a stir within. Shenanjia? The netizens indeed reminded him. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan did not delve into that direction, but continued to elucidate the previous content. Therefore, in my research, the various bizarre and mysterious serpents correspond to a range of different technological creations. For instance, the Tungsha, a serpent adorned with dual wings, is documented in the classic of mountains and seas as a formidable ally of Nuwa in her quest to mend the heavens. In my view, the Tingsha should be interpreted as a type of aircraft. Additionally, there exists the acid ant, resembling a serpent with 4 wings, 6 eyes, and 3 legs, whose vocalizations portend fear upon its sighting. Translated, this creature possesses 4 wings, 6 eyes, and 3 legs, and its sound echoes its name whenever it appears. It heralds ominous occurrences. Hence, I propose that this acid ant is, in fact, a missile, with the peculiar descriptions of its appearance correlating to this ancient advanced weaponry. And the sound it emits resembles a swift whoosh, akin to the sound made by a missile breaching the sound barrier. When missiles explode, it is only natural that terrifying events ensue in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, the netizens were taken aback. Such an explanation is plausible, yet, upon deeper reflection, it holds merit. After discussing serpents, let us turn our attention to turtles and fish. Concurrently, within a prominent research institution in Beijing, a congregation of professors specializing in natural sciences and biological life engaged in fervent debate. Should Professor Lin's assertions prove true, it would upend numerous fields within modern life sciences. It was high time for such a revolution. Have you all forgotten the mysterious skeletal remains unearthed from Shenanjia during the 516 project a few years ago? As this statement was made, recollections of the Inko Dragon Fall incident from the last century surfaced, along with the Longjiang Dragon incident occurring more than 20 years ago. The atmosphere in the venue was tense, with dozens of esteemed professors rendered speechless. Indeed, the advancement of science has only spanned a few centuries, and our grasp of civilization remains utterly minuscule. A distinguished academic sighed with a wry smile, reflecting, Professor Lin's theories hold considerable merit. I believe that even if these so-called ancient divine beasts and monstrous serpents are not products of technology, they could indeed represent a fusion of science and biology. After a moment of contemplation, the esteemed scholar solemnly proposed, Ladies and gentlemen, I have a suggestion. I would like to invite Professor Lin to visit our capital, to personally observe the mysterious skeleton unearthed from Project 516. Perhaps through Professor Lin's insights, we may derive some answers to our inquiries. The director responded enthusiastically. That is an excellent approach. However, Professor Lin is the chief engineer of a nationally significant project. It would be prudent to extend our invitation through the appropriate channels. Yet, I am uncertain whether he will accept. I foresee no issues, the director replied with a subtle smile. I am an old acquaintance of academician Qin Shana, Professor Lin's mentor. Through his connections, I believe Chief Engineer Lin would be inclined to grant us the courtesy. That would be splendid, if he can indeed assist us. We may advance our research on the Shenanjia region significantly. Excitement surged among the experts and professors in the institution. In the live broadcast, Lin Yuan continued his exposition. In the Zhongxi Lu Jing, it is stated, in the Mishi Mountains, the sun is abundant in jade, and the shade is rich in iron, where many spiral turtles dwell. Resembling birds and beasts but with tails like that of a turtle, their sounds akin to the splitting of wood. In the Zhongxi Shursen Jing, it describes the Tsongshan Mountains, abundant with pines and cypresses, and below them, bamboo, where many 3-legged turtles reside, with branches and tails. In the Nancy Sen Jing, it notes, in the Jiao Mountain, gold is plentiful above, and cinnabar below, with the black river emerging from it, inhabited by fish that resemble the bream but bear bristles, their sounds akin to dolphins, upon sighting. The world faces great drought. In the Dongxi Sea Jing, it mentions, in the Zitong Mountain, there are numerous fish, shaped like fish but with wings of birds, entering and exiting with light. Their sounds resemble mandarin ducks. Upon sighting, the world faces great drought. The turtles and fish referenced herein are, in fact, various technological creations developed by the Flame Emperor. For instance, the Xian turtle and spiral turtle are large processing factories established within lakes and marshes. From an aesthetic perspective, many Chinese mythological texts depict the Xian turtle as colossal, its shell resembling a half-sphere, structurally akin to factory workshops and roofs, additionally producing sounds reminiscent of wood being split. The term splitting wood signifies the operation of various production lines within factories. Naturally, we remain unaware of what these Xian turtles were manufacturing. This phenomenon can be likened to modern offshore drilling platforms. If we were to cover these platforms with a hemispherical roof, wouldn't they bear a striking resemblance to creatures such as the Xian turtle? Furthermore, creatures akin to the three-legged turtle essentially represent various mining and sand extraction facilities. The mention of the three-legged turtle having branches and tails refers to the transportation pipelines used for extracting ores and silt from the water, drawing them into the body of the three-legged turtle, which has resulted in the formation of numerous lakes, consequently leading to vast expanses of barren land devoid of vegetation. As for the crocodile mentioned in the Southern classics, I perceive it as a type of submarine, with its sound resembling that of a dolphin due to the low rumble produced by the engine's propeller. Similarly, the depiction of severe drought in ancient times can be attributed to the immense heat generated by the combustion of nuclear fuel. Additionally, it is plausible that the harsh weather conditions of antiquity frequently led to droughts, causing these submarines, which typically lay hidden beneath the waters, to emerge into the sight of our ancestors, thus inspiring the narratives of aridity. Of course, the various fish and turtles mentioned are merely tools for sustenance. While the Shanhai Jing also references other implements of warfare, we shall address these matters later. The crux of the discussion is that all these diverse manifestations of advanced technology were inventions of the Flame Emperor. Furthermore, the host wishes to emphasize that whether it be snakes, turtles, or fish, we must not simplistically interpret them through the lens of modern technological artifacts. It is essential to recognize that figures such as the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor were, in fact, representatives of an advanced extraterrestrial civilization that descended upon Earth. Through their exploration of this planetary vessel, they likely acquired significant authority and were gifted with formidable technologies and artifacts from this advanced civilization. Indeed, in ancient times, the creation of humanity by Nuwa was essentially a genetic experiment. The Shanhai Jing also mentions 11 rang, akin to stem cells, which possess the ability to replicate indefinitely. Even the legendary figure Neza, who wreaked havoc in the East Sea, was a beneficiary of regenerative medicine. Various divine artifacts from mythological tales point to terrifying war machines from higher-dimensional civilizations, reminiscent of contemporary concepts like the two-dimensional foil, akin to the map of mountains and rivers. All these elements suggest that in ancient epochs, the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor wielded powerful technological means, and due to the differing flow of time and physical constitution, they attained immortality on Earth. However, the question arises, why did they mysteriously vanish? At this juncture, Lin Yuan planted a seed of intrigue, provoking contemplation among netizens. This also paved the way for the future revelation of the grim truth that Earth is being pursued, creating a narrative thread. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan concluded the livestream, which had once again set a record, peaking at nearly 13 million concurrent viewers, with total views approaching 200 million. Shortly after finishing his broadcast, Lin Yuan received a call from his mentor, Qin Shanha. The 749 Bureau in the imperial capital invited him to provide guidance on their work. They had unearthed a mysterious skeleton in Shenanjia 5 years ago. Understanding the implications, Lin Yuan ended the call, his eyes glinting with excitement, a smile gracing his lips. Shenanjia, renowned as the mysterious sanctuary of Earth's genetic repository, seemed to beckon him for a visit. Indeed, in Lin Yuan's research, one of the laboratories where the Flame Emperor developed these ancient technological marvels is likely nestled within the vast and enigmatic mountains of Shenanjia. Chapter 76 is the Huangdi Neijing not a medical text, but rather an instruction manual for the human biomechanical body. A day later, a Southern Airlines flight arrived at the international airport in the imperial capital. Lin Yuan and Chun Lin discreetly emerged from the VIP passage, both adorned with oversized sunglasses that obscured half of their faces. Mr. Lin, this way please. A few men in black approached them respectfully as they exited the airport, extending a courteous invitation to Lin Yuan. Chun Lin, casting a glance, recognized these individuals as former colleagues, all members of the internal security of Shiyuan No. 1, and he smiled faintly, signaling safety. Subsequently, the two settled into a Hongqi car heading to Shiyuan No. 1. Upon arrival, Chun Lin was astonished to see the elderly gentleman frequently featured in the central bank's 7 p.m. news standing at the entrance, personally welcoming Lin Yuan. This sight filled Chun Lin with immense excitement. As Lin Yuan alighted from the vehicle, he too was taken aback by the honor. Yet he quickly composed himself and approached with a smile. Old Chun, it has been a while. Welcome, my child, replied the elder with a broad grin, coming forth to pat Lin Yuan on the shoulder before personally guiding him inside. It was this term of endearment, my child, that made Chun Lin acutely aware of the elder's warm and affectionate demeanor towards Lin Yuan. A true national hero indeed, Chun Lin mused inwardly, reflecting on the fact that among the 14 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom, only Lin Yuan warranted such treatment from the elder. In the dining hall, the elder looked upon Lin Yuan with warmth as he devoured his meal, chuckling. I still remember our first encounter. when you unabashedly joined us for a working meal at Shiyuan. Well, that was your concern for me, old Chun, Lin Yuan replied with a grin. After the meal, the elder requested a pot of tea to be brought in. Try this, it's Da Hong Pao, he said gently. Is this truly Da Hong Pao? Lin Yuan inquired, gazing curiously at the tea in his cup. The Da Hong Pao that could be served at Shiyuan no. One was certainly not the commercially available variety priced at a few hundred yuan per pound. It was sourced directly from the mother tree of Da Hong Pao in Weishan. A splendid tea, Lin Yuan remarked after taking a sip, unable to contain his admiration. If you like it, I can have the special guards prepare a few pounds for you. The elder continued with a kind demeanor. Anyone else who overheard this would undoubtedly be envious, as only a national hero like Lin Yuan could receive such a generous gift of several pounds of tea from the mother tree. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yuan and the elder delved into recent matters. Lin, since your product's launch, our nation has faced significant criticism from the West, the elder stated with a smile. Particularly from those hawks in the Eagle country who incessantly accuse us of instigating a nuclear crisis. Behind the scenes, our national security agencies have uncovered countless cases of smuggling nuclear bomb toy sets, all destined for the Eagle country, clearly the handiwork of their special task forces. And then there's the foot basin chicken. Not only are they creating nuclear pollution themselves, but they also shamelessly accuse us. It's utterly absurd. Lin Yuan could only shake his head in disbelief. After all, the foot basin chicken had been discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean, provoking public outrage. And yet they had the audacity to criticize the Dragon Kingdom. It seemed inevitable that they would face divine retribution one day. However, the domestic response has been quite positive, he remarked. Old Chun smiled and remarked, even my grandson has been captivated by it. I ordered a copy for him, and he's been thoroughly enjoying it these past few days. He even dreams of becoming a great scientist one day. Children, after all, will flourish if they learn through play, stimulating their minds in the process. Lin Yuan chuckled in response. In the future, I will introduce other similar products. I firmly believe that through such a systematic approach, our nation will nurture numerous prodigies over the next decade or two. Lin Yuan sighed. Our nation, with a population of 1.4 billion, is the most populous in the world, yet why must our children still learn English? The reason lies in the advanced fields of research, industry, and daily life, where many inventors and creators are from the West. Without understanding English, one cannot grasp the civilizational knowledge they wish to convey. However, if one day, our people lead the global research arena, it will be Chinese that becomes the primary language of scientists, with Westerners learning our language instead. If I can witness that in my lifetime, I will have no regrets. Listening to Lin Yuan's beautiful vision, old Chun felt a wave of nostalgia. By the way, do you wish to take a look at that thing? At that moment, old Chun seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired of Lin Yuan. No need, Lin Yuan replied, fully aware that old Chun referred to the head of Xingtian. After all, the military had excavated it from beneath Changyang Mountain based on coordinates derived from the map of the Lianshan spacecraft. It pertains to an unknown level of civilization, one that our nation is not yet qualified to engage with at our current level of understanding. Lin Yuan stated earnestly, Old Chun, you must comprehend my meaning. Indeed. Old Chun promptly affirmed, rest assured, Chief Engineer Lin, once we excavated that object, we swiftly transported it to a military base in Lop Nur for secure storage. As you mentioned, with our current technological civilization, it is wise not to tamper with such forbidden knowledge. Suddenly, Old Chun recalled the 3 great natural mysteries of Earth that Lin Yuan had mentioned in a previous livestream, particularly the Tunguska event. Lin Yuan had posited that the Tunguska explosion occurred because ancient people inadvertently trespassed upon the taboos of a powerful, unknown civilization, resulting in a nuclear strike that obliterated a thriving city overnight. Of course, what is impossible now does not imply that it will remain so in the future. Lin Yuan mused for a moment before saying, Old Chun, you are likely familiar with the concept of civilizational levels. Without waiting for a response, he continued. The theory of civilizational levels refers to the classification of civilizations in the universe based on their energy control technologies. Currently, humanity resides at a level 1 civilization, barely achieving 75 of the first tier. A level 2 civilization, or stellar civilization, can harness the resources of stars, signifying its attainment of that status. The third tier, known as galactic civilization, involves proficient use of a Dyson sphere, shifting the focus of energy acquisition from stars to entire galaxies. To comprehend or study the head of Xingtian, one must at least reach a mid-level of a second-tier civilization. Upon hearing this, Old Chen nodded, I understand. In fact, I have a bold hypothesis. At this moment, Lin Yuan chuckled, remarking, in the third-tier civilization of the universe, we have essentially reached an era of universal nuclear control, where all citizens must comprehend the relevant knowledge in the nuclear field. I hope that one day, our children will awaken on Earth at dawn, ascend to the moon via the Jinmu space elevator to study, and spend weekends vacationing on Mars. The dragon totem will be ubiquitous across every corner of the solar system. After speaking, Lin Yuan smiled and took his leave, leaving the elderly Qin visibly exhilarated. In the afternoon, at a clandestine research facility in the capital, Lin Yuan gazed at the understated entrance of the compound, overwhelmed with emotion. This was the legendary Bureau 749. It was astonishing to see such a renowned organization online appear so discreet in reality. Lin Yuan mused quietly. In truth, for most citizens, Bureau 749 remains shrouded in mystery. While some may question its existence, the fact is that although information about Bureau 749 is elusive, the institution is indeed real. Originally affiliated with the Dragon Nation Space Technology Research Institute, it was later rebranded as the 749th Research Institute of the Dragon Nation Science and Technology Committee. This agency, under the auspices of the Science and Technology Committee, is one of the most enigmatic bodies in the Dragon Nation. Its founder is none other than the revered father of technology of the Dragon Nation, whose name I shall refrain from mentioning here. The cosmos is vast and boundless. While the world known to humanity is insignificantly small, who dares assert that the so-called supernatural events do not exist? Our perception of absurdity stems from human ignorance. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stepped into the precincts of Bureau 749. Chief Engineer Lin. At that moment, Professor Zhao Huayong, the head of Bureau 749, was already waiting with a group of experts. Upon Lin Yuan's arrival, they eagerly welcomed him, their gazes fixed on him with fervent intensity. After all, Lin Yuan's emergence, particularly his proposition of the Earth Starship theory, resonated with many aspects of their research, instantly dispelling numerous confusions they harbored. More importantly, they saw hope in Lin Yuan. Given the secretive nature of Bureau 749's research, any findings must be confidentially archived, with even family members forbidden from uttering a word. Yet, Lin Yuan's appearance offered a glimmer of hope. Chief Engineer Lin, I wholeheartedly support your Earth Starship theory. The theory you have put forth will stand as another monumental discovery in the scientific realm, following Einstein's theory of relativity. Professor Zhao Huayong, now 60 years old, spoke to Lin Yuan with the enthusiasm of a fervent admirer. Professor Zhao, I am humbled, Lin Yuan replied modestly. Subsequently, he entered the facility amidst the warm reception of Professor Zhao and the other experts. Chief Engineer Lin, please follow me. Professor Zhao warmly guided Lin Yuan on a tour of Bureau 749. You should be aware of our agency's confidentiality. To be honest, you are the first outsider to visit here in many years, Professor Zhao remarked with a slight smile. It is indeed a rare occurrence. Lin Yuan nodded appreciatively, deeply admiring the dedication of these esteemed scholars from the older generation. He commenced his tour, noticing numerous documents adorning the walls, resembling a recording wall. His eyes brightened as he observed, is that the Beijing White-Hair Peak Stone Man incident, the peculiar phenomena at Changbai Mountain's Heavenly Lake, and the 1998 Yangtze River Dragon incident? Truly, the 749 Bureau deserves its reputation, as it meticulously archives a plethora of supernatural occurrences and natural enigmas from around the globe. For the average person, such so-called supernatural events might be regarded merely as amusing anecdotes. However, when elevated to a national level, their significance transforms entirely. I apologize for the oversight, Chief Engineer Lin, Professor Zhao remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The establishment of the 749 Bureau was indeed aimed at unraveling these enigmatic cases. Over the decades, we have made some discoveries, yet they pale in comparison to your contributions, Chief Engineer Lin, including the special institutions of the Bald Eagle, which have reverse-engineered certain technologies from what they term Area 51, such as the development of the B-2 Spirit bomber, which bears resemblance to our work. However, we are acutely aware that your insights from the Earth Starship theory have brought invaluable advancements to our nation. Lin Yuan remained humbly modest. After their tour, the conversation shifted to more pressing matters. Chief Engineer Lin, Professor Zhao began earnestly. We heard you mention the mythological figure Yin Emperor in your livestream. According to your Earth Starship theory, the Yin Emperor is a scientific officer granted access to a spacecraft and himself a scientist. Previously, we unearthed a mysterious skeleton in Shenangjia. Legend has it that the Yin Emperor, known as Shenong, constructed 36 heavenly ladders atop cliffs to successfully harvest divine herbs, thus saving humanity from plagues. To honor his achievements, future generations named this pristine forest Shenangjia. Regardless of the legends, one fact remains clear. There is indeed a causal relationship between Shenangjia and the Yin Emperor. As Professor Zhao spoke, his seriousness was palpable. The skeleton we excavated is rather peculiar, and we would like to request your assistance in examining it to see if any insights can be gleaned. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding and calmly explained, in my research, Shenangjia is revered as Earth's genetic reservoir precisely because it corresponds to the functional regional plate of the Earth Starship, akin to an experimental chamber. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao and the other experts exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting sheer amazement. Ultimately, they could only marvel at the audacity of Chief Engineer Lin's thoughts. This way, please. Professor Zhao gestured, leading Lin Yuan into a room. Remarkably, this room connected to a basement, and the underground space was astonishingly vast. After descending several floors in the elevator, they finally reached their destination. Do not be deceived by our unassuming exterior. We have our secrets. Even if a nuclear bomb were to detonate above us, we would remain entirely unscathed down here, Professor Zhao explained with pride. Subsequently, Lin Yuan was directly led to the 12th underground level, into one of the clandestine research chambers. The entire laboratory exuded a minimalist aesthetic, with cold metallic walls surrounding a central metallic platform, upon which rested a transparent object resembling a crystal sarcophagus. As Lin Yuan approached, he discerned a skeleton within the crystal enclosure. To be precise, it was a skeletal assemblage composed of several bones, approximately 1 meter in both length and width. Chief Engineer Lin, this is the enigmatic skeleton we discovered in Shenangjia 5 years ago, stated Professor Zhao. According to various instruments, the genetic material contained within this skeleton does not belong to any species currently known on Earth. Moreover, intriguingly, we not only detected traces of biological energy, but also remnants of metals, including rare elements such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. Thus, we seek your expertise to investigate and ascertain the true nature of this artifact. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately grasped Professor Zhao's intent. Are you suggesting that this mysterious skeleton may indeed be one of the various strange serpents, peculiar fishes, and mysterious turtles chronicled in the Shanhai Jing, possibly a product of ancient technology? Indeed, I harbor such conjectures, Professor Zhao replied with a wry smile. We have studied this skeleton extensively, yet it completely overturns the foundations of our current scientific understanding. For instance, if it were artificially constructed, the detection of biological energy implies it was once a living entity. To illustrate, it would be akin to finding human tissue within a laptop computer, utterly inconceivable. This has perplexed me and my colleagues for quite some time. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Yuan donned a pair of white gloves, carefully removing the crystal sarcophagus, and began to examine a segment of bone with utmost caution. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as Professor Zhao and the others fixated their anxious gazes upon Lin Yuan. I require some equipment, Lin Yuan stated after a few moments. Of course, Professor Zhao promptly assured him that their institution possessed all necessary instruments. Lin Yuan then commenced his examination of the bone fragment, and after more than 2 hours, he finally emerged from the laboratory. Chief Engineer Lin, what have you discovered? Professor Zhao and the others eagerly approached him. Exhaling deeply, Lin Yuan nodded. If my deductions are correct, this appears to be a fusion of biological genetic experimentation and mechanical fabrication. After responding to their inquiries, he posed a question of his own. Professor Zhao, have you ever pondered the notion that humanity might also be a form of robotics, albeit a more advanced biological energy robot? Perhaps the legendary Huangdi Neijing is not merely a medical text, but rather a manual for the operation of human mechanical bodies? Lin Yuan's inquiry sent shivers down the spines of the experts from the 749 Bureau. Due to his profound understanding, Lin Yuan's words seemed to unlock a vast expanse of thought in their minds, provoking a chilling sense of dread. Indeed, such a notion is entirely plausible. Professor Zhao murmured to himself. Regarding the origins of humanity, the prevailing consensus within the modern scientific community venerates Darwin's theory of evolution. However, this theory is notably bereft of a coherent chain of evidence, such as the absence of transitional fossils in the evolutionary journey from ancient apes to humans. Additionally, humans exhibit numerous traits akin to marine mammals, and there are even modified genes within our DNA. Archaeological expert Halishi once asserted that myths are not mere fanciful tales, but rather encapsulate certain historical truths. Lin Yuan reiterated, ladies and gentlemen, this enigmatic skeleton is indeed connected to the legendary Emperor Yan. He nodded, adding, moreover, it involves not just Emperor Yan, but also another illustrious figure from our Huaxia mythology, Nuwa. This skeleton is, in fact, a product of the fusion between advanced technology and biological genetics, perhaps representing a certain ancient divine beast chronicled in the Shanhai Jing flight logs. At this revelation, excitement illuminated the faces of Professor Zhao and his colleagues. However, if this truly is an ancient divine beast as described in the Shanhai Jing, what could its true form be? Furthermore, how are Emperor Yan and Nuwa intertwined in this narrative? One research expert inquired with palpable curiosity. Others nodded in agreement, directing their gaze towards Lin Yuan. This is quite simple to explain, Lin Yuan smiled. In my research, I have discovered that both Nuwa and Emperor Yan were prominent figures among the extraterrestrial beings during the era of the Yellow Emperor Xin Yuan. As previously discussed, Emperor Yan was a multifaceted technological official with significant contributions across various academic fields. As for Nuwa, she is adept in biological genetics and cosmology. They were likely engaged in a grand collaborative research project, and the state of this skeleton reflects the culmination of their endeavors, with the research site being the Shenangjia region. At this point, Lin Yuan turned to Professor Zhao and his team, stating, Professor Zhao, I intend to initiate an exploratory expedition to Shenangjia. I wonder if your esteemed institution would be interested in participating? Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao and the other experts expressed their excitement. Absolutely. This is fantastic. With Chief Engineer Lin leading the charge, we are confident that our journey to Shenangjia will not disappoint. The group responded with enthusiasm. Very well, Lin Yuan nodded. And they agreed upon a departure date. He then gestured towards the skeleton and remarked, "Professor Zhao, I have a suggestion for you. It may be best to cease the research on this skeleton." Understood, Professor Zhao quickly nodded. Previously, they had been investigating the mysterious skeleton in hopes of uncovering its identity during its lifetime. However, now that they had learned from Lin Yuan that the skeleton might be a product of some ancient black technology, the necessity for further research had diminished. That day, Lin Yuan returned to the state guest house to rest, while Chun Lin represented him in formulating a joint operation with the 749 Bureau regarding Shenanjia. Including under the auspices of the chief engineer of the Harmony Plan, a select elite team was mobilized from the Northern Defense Zone, alongside top-tier experts and scholars from various fields of research, with an array of exploration instruments and equipment being continuously dispatched to the Shenanjia region. Of course, another significant mission for the capital was that Lin Yuan was to attend the 2024 certificate awarding ceremony for new academicians at the Long Institute. Not long ago, Lin Yuan was successfully elected as an academician of the Long Institute, following a unanimous resolution from all members. At merely 23 years of age, he shattered the record for the youngest academician in the history of the Long Institute. The news sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Can you believe it? A 23-year-old academician of the Long Institute? Absolutely remarkable. The title of academician is merely the starting point for Chief Engineer Lin. It is by no means his pinnacle. Do you comprehend what it signifies to be a 23-year-old academician of the Long Institute? In an instant, netizens engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, major domestic media outlets raced to report the story. The youngest academician of the Long Institute, a burgeoning star in the realm of scientific research. Lin Yuan's title is indeed well-deserved. On various platforms, media and numerous netizens spontaneously promoted Lin Yuan's achievements. From the inception of the astonishing scientific theory known as the Earth-Starship theory, to gaining national recognition. Leading military research projects such as the Yinglong space bomber and the Xianyuan battle vehicle, each scientific endeavor is worthy of being inscribed in history. Furthermore, in the West and across various nations, numerous research institutions observe this promising future scientific luminary. Some Western media outlets have even hailed him as one of the greatest scientists of the 21st century. However, in the land of the bald eagle, many scientific giants raised doubts. While I do not deny Lin Yuan's scientific prowess, he remains exceedingly young. The Earth-Starship theory, as it currently stands, is supported by a series of rigorously logical evidence chains, yet fundamentally rests on ephemeral illusions. I dare say Lin is the most successful deceiver of the 21st century. He attempts to weave an enormous lie to mislead all of humanity. To dismantle pseudoscience and expose Lin Yuan's shameless visage, restoring fairness to the scientific community is imperative. The Earth-Starship theory is the most audacious scam of this century, and its proponent has even ascended to the rank of academician at the National Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Nation. I cannot help but feel concerned for the people of the Dragon Nation. Just wait and see. That individual, Lin from the Dragon Nation, will lead the country to ruin. How laughable. That person from the Dragon Nation, merely having developed some so-called war weapons, is shamelessly lauded by his compatriots as the greatest scientist of this century? It is utterly absurd. They have no understanding of what defines a scientist. A true scientist makes outstanding contributions to the development of human civilization. While that individual from the Dragon Nation, Lin, is merely a hypocrite, full of lies, self-scripted and self-directed. Moreover, with the shameless covert support of certain institutions, many Western media outlets have fabricated false information to portray Lin Yuan as a scientific madman, an arrogant petty individual. The so-called Earth-Starship theory is nothing but a fallacious doctrine designed to deceive the masses for personal gain. The news has returned to the domestic sphere. Many netizens express their grievances and indignation on behalf of Lin Yuan, fervently posting online to show their support and engaging in heated exchanges with Western users. At Shiyuan No. 1, Elder Chun was signing documents when he came across news articles criticizing Lin Yuan, which incited his fury. These scoundrels, those in the West, are clearly intent on ruining Lin Yuan, Elder Chun exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Indeed, another prominent figure lamented. Currently, our diplomatic institutions receive daily missives from various nations, all extending invitations for Lin Yuan to conduct research visits. Despite the harsh criticisms from the white-headed eagle, I am aware that both the National Academy of Sciences and the NASC, along with numerous top experimental institutions, hold Lin Yuan in the highest regard, practically wishing to abduct him to their country. They have even covertly offered conditions. Should Lin Yuan agree to pursue research there, they would be willing to allocate no less than $2 billion annually for his research endeavors, granting him extensive privileges to become the foremost figure in their scientific realm. And as for the Chicken Basin Nation, I have heard they are nearly driven to madness with their desire to invite Lin Yuan, presenting various lucrative conditions, all of which he has declined. These individuals are delusional. If it were merely a scientific investigation, there would be no issue, but everyone knows they have ulterior motives. This young man, Lin Yuan, is astute enough to realize that, Elder Chin remarked with a grin, feeling reassured. However, the media has gone too far. with some scientists being led astray, even labeling our chief engineer Lin as a fraud. Just because Chief Engineer Lin has developed some military weaponry. They claim he contributes nothing to the advancement of human civilization? How ludicrous. They have no idea what Lin Yuan has accomplished in recent months. Elder Chen murmured, his eyes gleaming with intensity. After exchanging glances with several esteemed colleagues in the office, Elder Chen suddenly felt a surge of excitement and lifted his gaze, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. In my opinion, it is time to announce that matter. Upon hearing this, the esteemed figures were collectively stirred. Elder Chen, are you suggesting the announcement of controllable nuclear fusion? Elder Chen nodded in affirmation. Indeed, foreign media and scientists have criticized Lin Yuan for lacking contributions to human civilization, claiming he is unworthy of being the greatest scientist of this century. Let us counter that assertion right here and now. Let them open their eyes wide and witness what Lin Yuan has truly achieved. Our Dragon Nation will be the first in the world to initiate a controllable nuclear fusion project. Lin Yuan's research findings will usher all of humanity into a new era. At 6:58 p.m. on Central Bank News Television, host Song Lina was adjusting her appearance. Having hosted the 7 p.m. news segment for several years, she was beloved by the people of Dragon Nation. Just then, Song Lina received a notification from the station indicating that an additional news segment would be added on short notice. And it was substantial enough to require at least 5 minutes for presentation. What is happening? Song Lina glanced at the time. The national live broadcast was about to commence at 7 p.m. It was announced that there would be an extended news segment, a substantial piece lasting 5 minutes. Was the station truly treating this matter so lightly? As Song Lina furrowed her brow, her expression transformed to one of profound astonishment upon receiving the news report. My goodness. It was no wonder such a lengthy introduction was warranted. It was simply incredible. A few moments later, Song Lina, suppressing her excitement, took a deep breath and began to memorize the news script rapidly. Soon, the clock struck 7. Good evening, esteemed viewers. Welcome to tonight's 7 p.m. news. I am your host, Song Lina. After her opening remarks, the national news commenced its broadcast. Following the introduction of current events, Song Lina spoke. After a 2-year hiatus, the Lonko Academy has announced the latest list of newly elected academicians. This time, 19 individuals have been selected, with the eldest being 81 years old and the youngest merely 23. Among them, Lin Yuan, the chief engineer of our nation's Harmony Project, has successfully been elected as an academician of the Lonko Academy, receiving unanimous acclaim from both the state and the scientific community. Just moments ago, our station received breaking news. Lin Yuan has recently succeeded in inventing a controllable nuclear fusion device. This device has passed all experimental evaluations flawlessly, marking our nation as the first in the world to develop controllable nuclear fusion technology, heralding the dawn of a new energy era for our country. Boom. Like thunder crashing in the ears, at that moment, countless citizens of Longhua, gathered before their television screens, stood frozen in disbelief. Did I just hear that correctly? Many were left in a state of shock, murmuring incoherently, as if their hearing had betrayed them. After a considerable pause, the realization dawned upon them. Controllable nuclear fusion. Thanks to the explosion of information in the modern digital age, even those with limited education had heard of the term controllable nuclear fusion and grasped its significance. It can be said that in the hearts of many citizens, controllable nuclear fusion is regarded as one of the most advanced and cutting-edge scientific technologies globally. Even in the highly developed Western nations, the field of controllable nuclear fusion research remains a formidable challenge. Experts had previously predicted that given the current state of global scientific technology, developing controllable nuclear fusion would require at least another 20 years. And now, Longhua had actually succeeded in researching a controllable nuclear fusion device, which had passed trial operations flawlessly. Furthermore, the mastermind behind this groundbreaking achievement was none other than Lin Yuan. At that moment, all of Longhua fell into a profound silence. Countless netizens were astounded, and as their exhilaration reached a crescendo, the vast expanse of Longhua erupted into cheers and applause. Incredible. Lin Yuan is extraordinary. Oh my, controllable nuclear fusion has indeed been realized. The Nanchaman project is coming to fruition. I'm utterly overwhelmed. I could cry. The online realm of Longhua was instantly set ablaze, with countless netizens fervently posting their excitement. In the blink of an eye, the news regarding Lin Yuan and controllable nuclear fusion rapidly ascended to the forefront of the internet. At that moment, in the 7 o'clock news studio, host Song Lina was equally overwhelmed with emotion, her voice trembling as she proclaimed, Lin Yuan has ushered in a new era. Let us collectively congratulate this remarkable young scientist, celebrate our motherland, and cheer for the rise of Huaxia. Remember this date. The Dragon Nation has officially entered the age of controllable nuclear fusion. Following this, a detailed 3-minute segment elaborated on the stellar ring-controlled nuclear fusion device, which Lin Yuan spearheaded. The comprehensive operational explanations and data feedback conveyed to the nation and the world that this is indeed a flawless controllable nuclear fusion apparatus. In that moment, as the Central News report aired, the global gaze once again turned towards the Dragon Nation. The entire Western world was profoundly shaken. In the Pentagon, the night was ablaze with lights. Countless research institutions were in a frenzy, and numerous scientists fell into a stupor upon hearing the news of the Dragon Nation's breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion. The entire Western Bloc, including the White Eagle and half of its allied nations, as well as certain Asian countries, were all on high alert. Diplomatic missives were dispatched to the Dragon Nation, and military units were secretly mobilized, plunging the entire Pacific region into a state of heightened tension. In contrast, the Dragon Nation responded with remarkable composure, graciously inviting experts from all countries to come and inspect the controllable nuclear fusion project. The following day, after receiving the certificate from the Academy of Sciences in the Grand Hall of the imperial capital, Lin Yuan mysteriously vanished from public view. This left the domestic media in a frenzy. Ever since the Central News broadcast revealed Lin Yuan's leadership in developing the controllable nuclear fusion device, global online platforms erupted with excitement. Nearly 1 billion people worldwide were captivated by the name Lin Yuan. Numerous media outlets, both domestic and international, clamored to interview him and explore the genesis of the controllable nuclear fusion project. Lin Yuan became the center of attention. However, after receiving his certificate, he quietly slipped away without uttering a single word to the press, leaving countless citizens anxious. Where could Lin Yuan be? Alas, he is indeed my idol, creating such a stir, yet choosing to remain so discreet. Meanwhile, those so-called scientific giants in the West continued to mock Lin Yuan for his perceived lack of contributions to human civilization. In an instant, Lin Yuan delivered a resounding rebuttal to them with his astonishing achievement. Controllable nuclear fusion, the pinnacle of global scientific endeavors, has now been realized by Chief Engineer Lin. What could those Western critics possibly say now? How gratifying it is. Wherever Chief Engineer Lin may be, I long to see him on television. He is truly remarkable, and I yearn to witness the interview with him conducted by the Central News. In a flash, excitement swept through the nation, with people fervently inquiring about Lin Yuan's whereabouts. Meanwhile, at a military airport in the imperial capital, within a Y-20 transport aircraft, Lin Yuan observed the various exploratory equipment and instruments being loaded into the cabin, a serene smile gracing his face. Half an hour later, the Y-20 aircraft ascended gently, heading towards its destination, Jiangsu province. In the cabin, Lin Yuan sat by the window, engaged in conversation with Chun Lin. Brother Chun, did you know that the coordinates of Shenangjia are rather remarkable? Positioned at 30 degrees north latitude, it is often referred to as the Ring of the Gods, as this latitude is home to numerous wondrous sites, such as the Bermuda Triangle, the Sanxingdui civilization, the Egyptian pyramids, Mount Everest, and the fabled ruins of Atlantis, as well as the deepest point on Earth, the Mariana Trench. Why do so many mysterious and forbidden places, alongside civilizations, reside along this particular latitude? This is, in fact, aligned with the theory of the Earth starship. Lin Yuan smiled serenely, elucidating. It is akin to the construction of an aircraft or an aircraft carrier, where each functional area is meticulously designed in advance. The enigmatic forces behind the creation of the Earth starship have similarly orchestrated these mysteries, hence the abundance of such enigmatic zones at 30 degrees north latitude. In truth, these mysterious areas represent various functional systems of our planet as a space vessel. Mount Everest, the highest point on Earth at 848 meters, and the Mariana Trench, the lowest point at 11,034 meters, along with the polar demarcation lines, are all situated along this latitude. I speculate their purpose lies within the enigma of Chapter 78, the mystery of the wild man of Shenangjia, a biological gene engineering experiment, in the vastness of interstellar travel. Despite the extremely low density of matter in the cosmos, particles from micrometeorites and larger celestial bodies, such as asteroids and even free hydrogen atoms, can pose threats to our planet as a vessel if they attain sufficient velocity. Consequently, there must be a system in place to counter these dangers, namely, the navigational deflector. Lin Yuan chuckled, adding, in my view, Mount Everest serves as a colossal and enigmatic navigational deflector. At this, the cabin filled with experts and professors, their interest piqued, turned their eager gazes towards Lin Yuan. Chief Engineer Lin, please elaborate. Professor Zhao from the 749 Bureau earnestly requested. It is well known that Mount Everest's formation dates back at least 500 million years, when the region was submerged beneath the ocean. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to clarify. The reason I refer to Mount Everest as a navigational deflector is due to its capacity to generate intense subspace and electromagnetic radiation, which can adversely affect the performance of various sensors. Therefore, in the layout, the main deflector must be positioned in a remote functional corner. Naturally, Mount Everest is well suited for this role, as is the operating principle of the deflector. Theoretically, the core of a navigational deflector is a high-power gravitational subpolarization source generator, providing thousands of spatial field distortion amplifiers, while the variable aperture dish antenna must support the emission array. Among the world's mountain systems, only Mount Everest possesses these conditions, being part of the Himalayas, surrounded by numerous peaks capable of sustaining the formation and precise direction of the deflector wave beam. Another reason is that when we gaze upon Mount Everest, we notice a pale yellow band of rock at its core, thus referred to as the yellow band. This characteristic is unique to Everest within the global mountain system. What exactly is this yellow band? At this point, Lin Yuan scanned the audience. Observing that he had captivated everyone's attention, he noted the excitement etched on each face. Clearly struck by the depth of his description, this yellow band, also known as calcium silicate rock, is rich in minerals such as vesuvianite, pedalite, and tourmaline. These ores are laden with valuable rare metallic elements, primarily utilized in aerospace and military chip industries. However, the operational principles and essence of Everest as a navigational deflector remain elusive to our current human understanding, and I merely present this as my perspective. Upon finishing, the room erupted in applause. Engineer Lin's insights have truly broadened our horizons. Indeed, when considering various regions of the Earth, only Everest seems apt for such a designation as a navigational deflector. It is no wonder Everest continues to rise annually. Could it be due to the gravitational wave beams of space? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Chen Lin, still craving more, inquired. Engineer Lin, which functional module of the Earth spaceship corresponds to the Mariana Trench? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan replied, I believe the Mariana Trench belongs to the low-temperature fluid transport system module, which includes a special energy transmission system such as deuterium fuel. Of course, what lies deep within the Mariana Trench remains beyond my knowledge. As for the poles, I currently theorize that beneath the Antarctic ice lies the Earth's spaceship's ammunition depot, though it may serve additional purposes, such as a defensive shield system, which is more pronounced in the Arctic ecosystem. In truth, I feel that both poles are yet to be fully explored, but with our current understanding, humanity is not prepared to venture into these forbidden zones. Professor Zhao nodded in agreement, remarking that this aligns with one of the intentions behind the signing of the Antarctic Treaty. Nations are not foolish. For to recklessly encroach upon these restricted areas without capability is akin to opening Pandora's box, leading to the potential demise of human civilization. The discussion continued to unfold as time flowed by. Several hours later, at a military airport in Jiangsu province, the Y-20 landed on the runway, and Lin Yuan and his party disembarked. Chen Lin checked his phone and couldn't help but smile. Engineer Lin, it's no wonder you were so eager to rush to Shenangjia today. You were trying to avoid the crowd. Right now, our dragon country, no? The entire world is abuzz. Engineer Lin, you have become a household name. Controlled nuclear fusion. The national leadership has finally made the announcement. If you were out there, countless media outlets would be seeking you. You'd hardly be able to leave your home. Chen Lin was visibly excited. Lin Yuan, fully aware of the matter at hand, simply smiled and replied, it's good that it has been announced. I have submitted a plan to the higher-ups, and according to my proposal, our dragon country will fully embrace the era of controlled nuclear fusion within the next 2 years. As the civilization of controllable nuclear fusion spreads, it is anticipated that other scientific realms will also experience significant advancements. Consequently, our journey to explore the Earth ship will become considerably smoother in the future. After speaking, Lin Yuan and his companions boarded military vehicles and set off towards the Shenangjia region. Half a day later, at the entrance of a valley within the Shenangjia Primitive Forest Protection Area, a large scientific research team appeared. With the arrival of several military off-road vehicles, a figure stepped down, prompting a wave of excited commotion among the crowd. Chief Engineer Lin, it's actually Lin Yuan, exclaimed a voice. Goodness, no wonder this scientific expedition was so shrouded in mystery. It turns out the leader is Professor Lin. The members of the research team exhibited expressions of exhilaration. After all, Lin Yuan's recent achievement in developing controllable nuclear fusion had just made headlines, reverberating worldwide. Seeing him in person stirred even the hearts of many seasoned experts. Chief Engineer Lin, allow me to introduce you, said Professor Zhao, another key figure in the project, enthusiastically presenting the identities of those present. This is Professor Wang Fengfeng from the Dragon Academy, a stalwart in natural sciences with decades of research experience, regarded as a pillar in this academic field in our country. And this is Senior Professor Liang Qiyuan, a globally recognized geography expert and the foremost researcher of Shenangjia's geographical features. This is Major Yang Yu from the Northern Defense Zone, responsible for the safety and security of this expedition. After a round of cordial exchanges, Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings and smiled slightly. Professor Zhao, if there are no issues, shall we embark? Absolutely, Professor Zhao replied, nodding and adding. Before we set off, Chief Engineer Lin, why not say a few words to inspire everyone? Very well. Lin Yuan agreed without hesitation. He moved to the front of the team, scanning the faces of the expedition members with a smile. Hello everyone, I am Lin Yuan. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. We love you, Chief Engineer Lin. The enthusiastic voices belonged primarily to the younger members of the research team. I love you all too, Lin Yuan responded warmly, bridging the gap between himself and the crowd with a cheerful smile. This expedition has received robust support from the nation, and I shall refer to it as the Shenong Project, part of the Homing Plan. Our goal is to uncover the hidden secrets of Shenangjia, from geographical features to the mysteries of natural species. and even delving into various myths, we aim to discover the true essence of Shenanjia. With a serious expression and profound eyes, Lin Yuan continued, I have but one request. I urge you to cast aside your preconceived scientific notions, for the ground we tread upon is an enigmatic world of the unknown. Science is a process of bold hypotheses and cautious verification. Now, let us unite and unveil the true secrets of Shenanjia. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Yuan concluded. At that moment, the entire research team, comprising over 100 individuals, erupted into fervent cheers as they commenced their journey into the Shenanjia wilderness. Given that Shenanjia lies within a primitive forest, even the most formidable military vehicles could not penetrate the dense thickets, and the team had no choice but to proceed on foot into the depths of the forest. As for certain instruments, logistical supplies, and other expedition gear, they were transported by being securely bound to livestock, such as cattle and horses. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into the heart of the dense forest, he felt a surge of vitality. The air he breathed was so refreshingly pure. Truly, it was a veritable oxygen bar provided by nature. Lin Yuan smiled in appreciation. For someone like him, accustomed to urban life, the environment of Shenanjia was remarkably soothing, cleansing the soul. Indeed, the core members of the team, including Professor Zhao, closely followed Lin Yuan and remarked, the government's protection of primitive forests like Shenanjia is quite meticulous. Even the locals dare not casually tread into this restricted area. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in. I have a question I would like to ask you, Professor Lin. According to Earth Starship, given Shenanjia's enigmatic nature and its status as the birthplace of the Yin Emperor, could it perhaps be the core of the 9 provinces of Huaxia, a central functional area? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan instinctively turned to see a graceful woman with bright, sparkling eyes gazing intently at him. This is Xiao Xia. Observing her, Professor Zhao of the 749 Bureau promptly stepped forward and introduced her with a smile. Xia is my niece. However, please do not misunderstand, Chief Engineer Lin. I did not casually include family in the research team. Xia was selected based on her own merit. She is a prodigy in the field of life sciences and was regarded as the most promising future star in domestic research capable of winning a Nobel Prize before your arrival. Furthermore, Xia is the granddaughter of Zhao Tsongru, the foremost figure in our country's military nuclear technology. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked at Professor Zhao in astonishment, realizing with solemnity, so, Professor Zhao, you are related to Zhao Lao. That is truly admirable. Zhao Tsongru is a military nuclear technology expert, and Zhao Kongmo is also a renowned scientist in the Dragon Kingdom. Clearly, this family is one of scholarly lineage and scientific heritage. Lin Yuan smiled gently and said, Miss Zhao, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am your fan, Chief Engineer Lin, Zhao Xia replied, barely containing her excitement. I have been following you since your first broadcast and am a dedicated fan of Earth Starship. In response, Lin Yuan chuckled warmly. There is no need for such formalities. We are all young people here, after all. Indeed, Zhao Xia giggled, covering her mouth, and continued with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Chief Engineer Lin, could you elaborate on the question I posed earlier? Shaking his head, Lin Yuan spoke candidly. Shenanjia is indeed mysterious, and I understand that many hold a special fascination for it. However, in truth, Shenanjia does not belong to the core of the 9 provinces of Huaxia within this spaceship central system. If one were to pinpoint a location, I believe the Qinling-Antahang Mountains align more closely with the essence of a central functional system, with Taihang being paramount. As he spoke, Lin Yuan's interest piqued. Since they were currently traveling, he eagerly engaged in conversation. The Taihang Mountains are often referred to as the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. For instance, the engine of our national defense marvel, the J-20, has been aptly named Taihang, which speaks volumes. In ancient times, the Taihang Mountains were also referred to as the 5 Elements Mountain, Wangmu Mountain, and Nuwa Mountain, among others. Legends speak of Nuwa molding clay to create humanity and mending the heavens with stones, of Ho-Yi shooting down suns, of Jingwei filling the seas, and of Yugong moving mountains. Thus, in my view, the Taihang Mountains rightfully deserve the honor of being the heart of the 9 provinces. However, we shall refrain from discussing its specific functions as an Earth vessel for now. Pausing briefly, Lin Yuan glanced at Zhao Xia and remarked with a smile, Now, let us continue our discourse on the Shenanjia. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xia nodded and curiously inquired, So, Chief Engineer Lin, do you truly believe that mysterious wild men exist within Shenanjia? If such beings do exist, what manner of species might they be? At this, the other members of the scientific expedition team also became intrigued, their eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan, eagerly awaiting his insightful exposition. Wild men. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan began to elaborate slowly. The wild men of Shenanjia, akin to the Sasquatch of North America and the Yeti of Tibet, remain one of the world's unresolved enigmas. The classic of mountains and seas records that in the current region of northwestern Hubei, there exists a giant known as the Gan Giant or the Owl Yang, a baboon-like creature standing approximately 10 feet tall, covered in fur, with long hair cascading to its shoulders, agile in movement, and possessing a cheerful demeanor. In antiquity, The great poet Lin Yuan penned a poem titled Mountain Spirit, which vividly describes the image of the wild men of Shenanjia. I advocate for the existence of such beings, and their plight is indeed rather tragic. At this juncture, Lin Yuan sighed softly. The wild men of Shenanjia are ancient mutated species, utilized as subjects in biological genetic engineering experiments. Their origins may trace back to an era recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, where they were likely mutated due to nuclear radiation or perhaps introduced as extraterrestrial species alongside the arrival of the Yellow Emperor. Their sole purpose resembles that of the laboratory mice, zebrafish, and macaques frequently employed in modern scientific research. Chapter 79. The Prehistoric Laboratory, The Origins of Daqin Heavy Industries. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's exposition, expressions of astonishment appeared among the crowd. If the wild men are akin to laboratory mice, then are they being experimented upon by the Yin Emperor? Zhao Siya was the first to respond, exclaiming in surprise. Not just the Yin Emperor, but also Nuwa. Lin Yuan affirmed with a nod, speaking calmly. In recent decades, there have been several reports concerning the wild men of Shenanjia. However, since the year 2000, such reports have virtually ceased. At this point, Lin Yuan cast a glance at Professor Zhao and the personnel from Bureau 749. Professor Zhao, feeling somewhat awkward, adjusted his glasses and clarified. In truth, we have discovered numerous traces of wild men in Shenanjia in recent years, but due to certain reasons, information has been tightly controlled. I knew it, the others remarked with knowing smiles. After all, with the advent of the information age, the absence of reports regarding wild men online raises suspicions about possible concealment. It is only natural that the state would be involved. After examining the geographical location, Professor Zhao suddenly stiffened and said, Chief Engineer Lin, this area is known as Wild Duck Forest. 2 years ago, we discovered what appeared to be footprints of a wild man here. Just last month, our observation equipment stationed in this vicinity also captured a thermal image resembling a wild man. Upon hearing this, the team was visibly startled. If luck is on our side, we may very well witness the wild man ourselves, one expert exclaimed excitedly. In response, Lin Yuan nodded and instructed everyone to temporarily set up camp at Wild Duck Forest. He then found Chen Lin and directed him, Brother Chen, please coordinate with the personnel from the Northern Defense Zone to expand the search outward from Wild Duck Forest for a distance of 3 kilometers. No problem, Chen Lin replied with a nod. In fact, the Northern Defense Zone had dispatched not only a small team responsible for Lin Yuan's safety, but also a 30-member reconnaissance unit. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's orders, the well-trained soldiers swiftly prepared their equipment and commenced their exploration. Times have certainly changed, Professor Zhao remarked, observing the military scouts adeptly utilizing various electronic instruments, such as drones for surveillance. Indeed, had we possessed such advanced equipment back in our day, we might have unraveled the mystery of the wild man long ago, echoed the sentiments of several seasoned experts. Subsequently, Lin Yuan and his entourage set up camp in Wild Duck Forest. During their respite, Lin Yuan activated the Lianshan E-spacecraft's map device. To an outsider, it seemed as though Lin Yuan was merely resting his eyes, but in reality, he was granting permissions to the device and conducting a series of searches. Moments later, he appeared to have made a discovery, opening his eyes and inquiring, have any messages come through? None, Chen Lin replied, standing by with a satellite communication device in hand. Tell them to investigate this location, Lin Yuan stated, providing a specific coordinate. The revelation surprised Professor Zhao and the others, yet they remained silent. At that moment, a sudden cry echoed from within Wild Duck Forest. What happened? Lin Yuan and Chen Lin exchanged glances and rushed outside. They found a research team member in the southeastern corner of the forest, pale and visibly shaken. Chief Engineer Lin, the individual, a female professor in her early 30s, exclaimed in terror, look over there, there's a snake. Everyone be careful. Chen Lin immediately shouted, most snakes in Shenanjia are venomous. Be cautious not to get bitten. Although they were equipped with various antidotes, Shenanjia was renowned as a genetic reservoir, and one could never know what undiscovered snake species might lurk within. Consequently, the group refrained from making any hasty moves. Instead, Chen Lin and several experienced soldiers followed the direction indicated by the female professor and soon discovered a mysterious serpent beneath a large boulder. What kind of snake is this? Its entire body is a vivid crimson, utterly bizarre, one soldier remarked in astonishment. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others approached, and upon a brief glance, Professor Zhao exclaimed, a shattered body snake. What? Is it truly a fragmented serpent? Upon hearing this, a multitude of experts from the 749 Bureau gathered around. The Bureau had only encountered some skeletal remains. It was utterly unexpected to witness a living specimen today. The research value of such a creature is immense. It may aid modern medicine in unraveling the mysteries of limb regeneration. Chief Engineer Lin is indeed our lucky star. I have visited Shenanjia several times without encountering any rare living beings, and to think that we have stumbled upon such a precious research specimen so quickly this time. The group of expert professors excitedly discussed. In truth, this so-called fragmented serpent is a remarkable species. When faced with danger, It can shatter its body into countless segments and flee in all directions. Once the threat has passed, all the fragmented parts reassemble into a singular form. Just listening to its characteristics, one might liken it to the mythological art of duplicity. Yet, in reality, it is quite different. The fragmented serpent essentially decomposes its body into numerous single cell-like entities, each part possessing an independent form, which, when unified, returns to a cohesive shape. This observation suggests that many ancient myths and exaggerated supernatural tales left by our ancestors may indeed have a basis in reality, rather than being mere fabrications. Meanwhile, thanks to the well-equipped scientific expedition team, military personnel collaborated with several zoologists to successfully capture the fragmented serpent. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured specimen number 04582. Unlocking the Earth Spaceship Species Gene Repository. Upon unlocking the Species Gene Repository, the host will gain access to certain genetic traits of the species, allowing for in-depth research to uncover the unique genetic secrets of this particular organism. As the long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Following this, detailed information about specimen number 04582 appeared before his eyes. Fragmented serpent. Length 1,520 centimeters, entirely crimson. When in danger, it can transform into thousands of segmented creatures, swiftly reassembling back into its original serpentine form once safe. Note, it can consume 100,000 points to analyze the current species' genetic secrets. Upon reading this, Lin Yuan could not help but marvel at the advanced technological methods employed by the Yin Emperor's era. While some might attribute this to the wonders of nature, Lin Yuan understood that over 90% of such extraordinary species were the result of ancient biological engineering conducted by the likes of the Yin Emperor and Yuan. Release this serpent. Lin Yuan's words left everyone astonished. This fragmented serpent can only survive in Shenanjia. Not even the most advanced ecological simulation environment can ensure its reproduction and survival. What purpose does capturing it serve if subsequent research cannot continue? Upon hearing this, the others had no choice but to release the serpent. As for Lin Yuan, he was not concerned, for he had already unlocked access to the spaceship's species gene repository. If he wished to study the fragmented serpent in the future, he could do so at any time in the virtual laboratory. Moreover, if Lin Yuan was not mistaken, this fragmented serpent indeed held significant research value. It was at this moment, a group of military scouts, returning from an exploratory reconnaissance mission, approached with grave expressions. Reporting, Chief Engineer Lin, we have discovered a mysterious underground cavern at coordinates XXX. According to ultrasound detection, the cavern extends 20 meters deep and is an unprecedented find. Additionally, we have observed traces of animal activity at the entrance. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao and the others displayed glimmers of excitement. Let us go take a look. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, instructing his accompanying personnel to equip themselves with an array of exploratory research apparatus before heading towards the underground cavern as indicated by the scouts. Upon arrival, they were greeted by eager faces. Chief Engineer Lin, we owe our gratitude for providing this coordinate. Otherwise, this enigmatic underground cavern would have remained undiscovered. Indeed, it is astonishing. Without your alert, even a century might pass without any realization of its existence. The crowd turned their curious gazes towards Lin Yuan. I deduced it from the clues in the Shanhai Jing, Lin Yuan casually explained. This ancient text conceals a wealth of primordial information, shrouded in mystery for the uninitiated. However, once one holds the key to deciphering the Shanhai Jing, essential insights can be gleaned. The gravity of his words settled upon the group, prompting immediate action. The animal experts began examining the traces at the cavern's entrance, while the military commenced the setup of various devices, deploying drones to conduct preliminary route reconnaissance within the cavern. This set of footprints is peculiar. They do not resemble those of felines or any other known creatures. One animal expert murmured in confusion. Could it be the legendary donkey-headed wolf or the mythical horse tiger? At that moment, Lin Yuan interjected with a question, donkey-headed wolf? Horse tiger? The animal expert and Professor Zhao exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, Lin Yuan affirmed with a serious tone. There have been reports from Shenanjia regarding local residents and tourists encountering a strange creature. Subsequent investigations suggested this might be the donkey-headed wolf, which is believed to have existed over 500,000 years ago. This creature, aptly named, resembles a wolf in body yet possesses the head of a donkey, complete with sharp fangs, reaching lengths of up to 2 meters, standing a meter tall. Its howl is reminiscent of a wolf's, yet it is incredibly ferocious. Alternatively, he continued, there is the horse tiger mentioned in the Shanhai Jing. The record describes, in the mountains of Zhongxiu, there exists a beast resembling a horse, with a white body, black tail, a single horn, and tiger-like fangs and claws. Its sound akin to a drumbeat, capable of devouring tigers and leopards, and can fend off soldiers. This peculiar creature, too, has long been thought extinct. Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings with a smile, stating, given the unique geographical positioning of Shenanjia and its rarity of human presence, It is entirely plausible that remnants of ancient species still linger here. There was another possibility that Lin Yuan refrained from expressing, that Shenanjia might conceal some form of functionality, potentially housing a teleportation device leading to the true interior of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. This notion would be a focal point for Lin Yuan's future investigations. In the realm of Huaxiao mythology, the legend of the 36 caves may very well represent a system of teleportation devices, allowing entry into different caverns, which are, in essence, gateways to another dimension aboard a spacecraft. Regardless of the entity in question, Brother Chun, please ensure that everyone remains vigilant and reports any clues at the earliest opportunity. With the activation of the spacecraft's genetic repository, Lin Yuan is particularly attentive to this matter. After all, each ancient species conceals unique biological genetic secrets. Unraveling these enigmas could potentially elevate modern medical science to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, the scouts have widened the entrance of the subterranean cave system using a series of advanced devices, revealing a mysterious, shadowy tunnel. Chief Engineer Lin, according to the drone's reconnaissance, there are no signs of biological thermal activity within the underground caverns. Additionally, the composition of oxygen and other elements is consistent with that of the surface. The environmental assessment indicates safety for entry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded, prepare to proceed. Let us explore this underground cavern. Chief Engineer Lin, are you truly going down there? Chen Lin, somewhat anxious, urged. It would be prudent to allow our military brothers to investigate the situation first. Very well, Lin Yuan replied, not insisting, and added with a smile. However, if it proves safe down below, you mustn't hinder me. Of course, Chen Lin sighed in relief. Half an hour later, two scouts returned through the tunnel, their expressions reflecting a mixture of shock and excitement. Chief Engineer Lin, the area below is indeed safe, but what? What did you see? The group pressed eagerly. Upon reaching a certain depth, the drone lost contact, leaving Lin Yuan and his companions curious about the true nature of the underground cavern and its wonders. Remarkable, one soldier exclaimed. We discovered some traces of human activity within the cave, along with some peculiar substances. It is truly astonishing. Chief Engineer Lin, you must come down to see for yourself. Very well, Lin Yuan agreed, then surveyed the group and issued a command. Professor Zhao, please arrange for a number of experts to accompany me. Among them will be specialists from fields such as archaeology, biological sciences, and geography. Understood, Professor Zhao nodded promptly. Soon, a select group of 12 individuals, including Zhao Xie, was assembled to descend into the underground cavern with Lin Yuan. Chen Lin also chose to join, bringing along 6 special forces soldiers to ensure Lin Yuan's safety. All right, let's depart, Lin Yuan declared in a low voice as he stepped first into the tunnel, following the path carved by the two scouts. After winding for approximately 100 meters, Lin Yuan turned to inquire, what is our current depth? Chief Engineer, we are now 36 meters beneath the surface, Chen Lin replied. Ahead lies the area we observed earlier. At this moment, the two scouts excitedly exclaimed, urging everyone to quicken their pace. After another 2 minutes of walking, they were greeted by the sight of a vast and mysterious underground cavern. Professor Zhao's eyes were immediately drawn to the decaying lamps embedded in the walls of this subterranean cavern. The unmistakable evidence of human activity was present. These lamps were clearly man-made. Astonished, Professor Zhao switched on his powerful flashlight for a closer inspection, exclaiming with delight, the engravings on these bronze lamps belong to the Qin dynasty, and their design resembles that of tree-shaped lamps, a relic from the pre-Qin era. At that moment, the assembled experts and scholars were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Lin Yuan, too, was visibly moved, instructing the soldiers to illuminate the cavern's space. Soon, a series of breathtaking sights unfolded before their eyes. This bronze furnace was evidently a product of the Qin dynasty. How extraordinary it was to discover such an underground cavern in the remote Shenanjia region, along with numerous bronze artifacts from the Qin era. What connection could there be between the two? Come quickly. What is this? Zhao Xie called out, having stumbled upon a storeroom of sorts in a corner of the cave, where strange minerals were heaped. Nearby, some structures resembling shelves displayed peculiar metals that had turned a deep black over time, obscuring their true nature. Be careful. An inquisitive expert picked up what resembled a ruler, but Lin Yuan's expression tightened, and he urgently warned him. Suddenly, the expert cried out in pain as blood oozed from his finger, having been cut by the ruler-like object. The item clattered to the ground, producing a sharp metallic sound. What is this? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Chen Lin quickly organized personnel to assist the injured expert, donning gloves to carefully pick up the fallen object. Is this a sword hilt? He remarked, his expression one of strange surprise after a closer examination. Indeed, it is a sword hilt. At this juncture, Lin Yuan surveyed the environment more clearly, running his hand over the peculiar metallic ores, his face reflecting shock. I see now. The weapon forging technology of the Qin dynasty was remarkably advanced, stemming from this very place. I hypothesized that this was an ancient laboratory of the Flame Emperor. Truly, Emperor Qin was an engineer of sorts. He must have discovered this underground cavern in Shenanjia long ago, unveiling such a monumental secret. Lin Yuan said, barely containing his excitement. Professor Zhao and the others, upon hearing this, were collectively taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Professor Zhao, you must be aware of the sophisticated weapon forging technology during the Qin dynasty, correct? Lin Yuan inquired with a sense of awe. Indeed, Professor Zhao nodded. It is true that swords unearthed from the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, which were severely bent under the weight of several tons of terracotta figures, resumed their original shape once the heavy objects were removed. Indeed. This clearly indicates that during the Qin dynasty, the existence of memory alloys was already a reality. The swordsmiths of that time utilized the principles of elastic alloys to their fullest extent. I had always wondered about the origins of this technology in the Qin dynasty. It now appears that the roots of Daqin heavy industries are undoubtedly found in Shenanjia. Lin Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 80. The Secrets of the Fuxi and Nuwa Diagram, the Ancient Art of Creation. Subsequently, the group conducted a thorough inventory of the site, discovering a plethora of metallic minerals, as well as semi-finished metal products, alongside numerous artifacts from the Qin dynasty. Among these were peculiar items that, given the technological and scientific understanding of the Qin era, could not possibly have been produced at that time. This led to the conclusion that these artifacts likely belonged to the era of the Yin Emperor, merely acquired by the ancient Qin people. Indeed, history bears traces of omissions. Lin Yuan sighed deeply, drawing a parallel to the Wang Mang period, when similar caliper-like objects were unearthed from ancient tombs, prompting many modern netizens to speculate that Wang Mang was a time traveler. The scene before him bore a striking resemblance. However, Lin Yuan was more inclined to believe that these ancient individuals were merely fortunate recipients of a fraction of the ancient technological marvels of spacecraft. Unbelievable. Shen Lin examined some semi-finished metallic sword blanks at the site, his expression one of astonishment. Chief Engineer Lin, look at this semi-finished dagger. Its sharpness rivals that of the military knives currently used by our active forces. Shen Lin exclaimed, holding a dagger-shaped semi-finished metal blank, which, after enduring countless years in the subterranean cave, could still be utilized following a simple cleaning and polishing. Its sharpness was comparable to the police-issued FK-1 tactical knife he held, able to effortlessly cut through iron without dulling the blade. One must not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients, Lin Yuan remarked earnestly. Particularly during the reign of the first emperor, the metallurgical and forging teams under his command had access to the relics and technologies left by the Yin Emperor, which is why the weapons of the Qin dynasty were able to dominate all realms. Consider this. It wasn't until 1676 that Western scientists proposed the renowned Hooke's law, which describes the elasticity of materials. Yet, ancient Chinese metallurgical practices had already articulated similar concepts. Furthermore, the weapon forging at the Qin heavy industries adhered to remarkably rigorous standardized processes, which mandated that each weapon bore the engravings of its artisan's name, allowing for accountability in the event of issues arising. Having spoken, Lin Yuan surveyed the metallic minerals discovered at the site and declared with gravity, let us take a portion back for further study to ascertain the nature of these items. The group nodded in agreement before returning to the surface. Half an hour later, at the temporary camp, Lin Yuan held a piece of metallic mineral that even the well-versed geologists from the Dragon Science Academy could not definitively identify. Meanwhile, the team observed the data returned by their instruments, their expressions brimming with excitement. What a remarkable find. This extraordinary metallic mineral clearly does not belong to Earth. According to the current data, it remains intact at temperatures reaching 500,000 degrees and possesses an exceptionally hard texture, capable of resisting radiation, shock waves, and electromagnetic attacks. We also found a semi-finished weapon blank crafted from a similar mineral, astonishingly sharp and capable of absorbing kinetic energy and heat. Upon mentioning this, the expert cast a glance at the crowd and elucidated. Have you ever seen a certain animated film from the Eagle Nation? It features a meteorite from space, known as vibranium, whose properties bear a striking resemblance to what we are discussing. At this revelation, the audience gasped in astonishment, followed by expressions of sheer elation. Such a discovery is indeed remarkable. We have just conducted a preliminary assessment and found that there are at least several tens of thousands of tons of similar metallic minerals within the subterranean caverns. If the efficacy of this mineral is indeed as potent as suggested, it could yield a plethora of valuable applications. For instance, it could be utilized in the military knives of special forces and in individual armor, serving critical roles during specific circumstances, Shen Lin exclaimed passionately. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. This marks a promising beginning. It appears that the Flame Emperor has bequeathed us a wealth of treasures. Consequently, the expressions of all present became a tapestry of complex emotions. For this point alone seemed to validate Lin Yuan's assertions regarding the Earth starship, drawing ever closer to reality. Nevertheless, upon further contemplation, this is indeed a fortuitous development. On the very first day of our expedition into Shenanjia, we have already amassed such significant findings, a monumental achievement. Immediately, Shen Lin assigned several soldiers to remain behind to assist the subsequent units in conducting deeper excavations within the underground caverns. According to Lin Yuan's estimations, the value of this subterranean site is on par with the previously uncovered treasures of Kunlun, specifically that million-ton cache of nuclear fuel, or helium-3. After delegating responsibilities, Lin Yuan and his team proceeded further into the depths of Shenanjia. For ordinary individuals, entering Shenanjia without professional equipment and a guide would likely result in disorientation within this vast forest. However, Lin Yuan's party was well prepared, backed by an entire nation, with military satellites available for immediate deployment, thereby significantly mitigating the dangers and challenges they faced. Along the way, they encountered certain hazards. Yet under the stringent security protocols enforced by the military, all threats were swiftly neutralized. Before long, as Lin Yuan's group traversed a particular area, Professor Zhao pointed ahead, suddenly exclaiming, "What is that?" At this moment, they had ventured deep into an area of Shenanjia that had never before been explored. Before them lay a peculiar monolith. And astonishingly, they discovered some decaying, charred remnants surrounding the stone. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though the stone had once been suspended by some mechanism. Observing this, Lin Yuan remarked gravely, "My friends, have you heard of the legend of the Dragon Lock Stone in Shenanjia?" "Yes." Zhao Xie was the first to respond, nodding vigorously. "Chief Engineer Lin, you can't be suggesting that this is the Dragon Lock Stone, can you?" "Whether it is or isn't is of little consequence," Lin Yuan smiled gently. "However, I surmise that the coordinates corresponding to these Dragon Lock Stones conceal secrets, likely left behind by emissaries dispatched by Emperor Qin Shi Huang during his investigations. Yet, while the emperor proclaimed himself the ancestral dragon, why did he instruct his subordinates to bind these stones with iron chains, calling them dragon locks?" Professor Zhao inquired, furrowing his brow. "It is uncertain, yet I believe that historical accounts of Emperor Qin Shi Huang are insufficiently precise, or perhaps they have misunderstood this remarkable sovereign." Lin Yuan solemnly remarked, "Historical records indicate that the emperor was enamored with the pursuit of immortality, dispatching Su Fu to distant lands in search of elixirs. However, I posit that the emperor may have acquired partial access to a terrestrial spacecraft, thus gaining knowledge of advanced civilizations that transcended his epoch. His sending of Su Fu in quest of the elixir may have been an endeavor to locate a particular medical facility or pharmaceutical repository aboard the spacecraft. The pursuit of such an elixir could be deemed both public and private, yet I find it entirely reasonable. For instance, were I to wield immense power, fully aware of the heavy responsibilities I bear, I too would desire to sustain my life in order to procure prosperity for my nation. Furthermore, during the tumult of the Qin dynasty, where did the main forces of the Qin army vanish? There were 300,000 soldiers stationed at the northern frontier. Yet these forces remained there until the demise of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Additionally, the formidable army led by Tu Sui, consisting of 500,000 troops, was engaged in battles in the south against the Yu. It is crucial to note that to secure the southern regions, the emperor issued a strict command, regardless of the circumstances. Even if the Qin dynasty were to fall, this army was not to be deployed to defend the throne. If the emperor were truly a ruler devoid of wisdom and virtue, why would he issue such an edict? At this juncture, Lin Yuan's expression turned grave. It can only be said that a colossal dilemma was testing the emperor. One far more formidable than the construction of the Great Wall to repair the temperature control system of the terrestrial spacecraft. Perhaps some function of the spacecraft had faltered, necessitating the presence of these troops to manage the situation. Otherwise, with the Qin state's overwhelming strength capable of subjugating the Six Kingdoms, how could the dynasty have been so easily obliterated? Upon hearing this, the onlookers were visibly contemplative. Coupled with the recent discovery of subterranean caverns from the Qin dynasty in Shenanjia, their curiosity was further piqued. "Do not look at me. I am equally in the dark," Lin Yuan said with a wry smile, adding, "Nevertheless, there is no doubt that the contributions of Emperor Qin Shi Huang endure through the ages." With that, Lin Yuan cast a glance at the locked dragon stone before the expedition team ventured deeper. 2 hours later, a scout suddenly returned, reporting, "I have discovered what appears to be an altar-like relic ahead." The group, stirred by this announcement, hastened forward. They soon arrived at the site described by the scout, where they beheld a modest area seemingly constructed from stacked stones, approximately half a meter in height, with a cylindrical stone at its center. Due to its long isolation from human presence, the site was overrun with moss and various flora. Another astonishing discovery. Seeing this, Professor Zhao and his team were filled with immense joy and immediately began their examination. Lin Yuan too gathered around the central cylindrical stone for observation. Half an hour later, Zhao Xie analyzed. "Chief Engineer Lin, this appears to be a sacrificial totem. I have just utilized instruments to conduct an examination, and the data suggests that this altar relic has existed for at least 5,000 years. 5,000 years. Lin Yuan's keen gaze flickered as he observed the conservation experts meticulously cleansing the cylindrical stone with various instruments, gradually revealing indistinct patterns. It appeared these designs were rendered using a mixture of some organic blood and special dyes. Professor Zhao and the others gathered around, their eyes widening in astonishment. The patterns depicted seemed to illustrate the figure of Nuwa. But who was the figure beside her? Could it be Fuxi? The group's spirits soared suddenly. Without a doubt, it was Nuwa and Fuxi. Lin Yuan pointed at the central cylindrical stone, saying, "Pay close attention. Not only are the images of Nuwa and Fuxi depicted on the pillar, but consider what this cylindrical stone resembles." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's prompt, the crowd began to scrutinize closely. The cylindrical stone at the altar's center, approximately 2 to 3 meters tall, bore the ravages of time, exuding an air of antiquity. When they touched it, they discovered it bore a resemblance to metal casting. Much like the mysterious metallic minerals we encountered in the underground cavern, it likely originated from extraterrestrial meteorites. Professor Zhao remarked gravely, "Moreover, look at the base of this cylinder. It appears to be intertwined with the tails of some creature." I see now. This corresponds to the Fuxi and Nuwa imagery. Indeed, it resembled the Fuxi and Nuwa depiction. The group gasped in unison. Lin Yuan also scrutinized it earnestly, his eyes shimmering with insight. The Fuxi and Nuwa diagram is a Tang Dynasty silk painting discovered in the 1960s in a tomb in Turpan, measuring 184 meters in length. It portrays two figures with serpentine tails entwined, which have been identified through research as Fuxi and Nuwa from Huaxia mythology. Even more astonishing, in 1983, the International Social Sciences Journal published this enigmatic ancient painting from the Dragon Kingdom, titled The Genesis of All Things. Scientists were astounded to find that the genetic structure of Earth's species, specifically deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, bore an identical pattern to the Fuxi and Nuwa diagram. This molecular structure is a double helix, mirroring the essence of the Fuxi and Nuwa diagram as well. What does this signify? It indicates that the ancient peoples of the Dragon Kingdom had an early understanding of the essence of life, akin to the modern scientific blueprint of DNA. It seems to articulate that the universe is composed of two fundamental substances, yin and yang, which intertwine to give birth to all things in the cosmos. Now, in this vast and mysterious primordial forest, the group beheld this breathtaking spectacle. I increasingly feel that the myths of ancient Huaxia are not mere fabrications, but indeed reflect a reality. Professor Zhao inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Lin Yuan, and with a wry smile remarked, "In truth, this alone is sufficient to affirm that Chief Engineer Lin's theory is correct. What the ancients regarded as powerful and mysterious gods were merely beings who possessed advanced civilization." "Indeed," Lin Yuan replied gravely, "since the discovery of this altar site, I am more convinced than ever that Shenangjia served as the experimental headquarters for the likes of Emperor Yin and Nuwa. In the Shanhai Jing, the Western classic of the Great Wilderness, there exists a statement. There are 10 divine beings, collectively known as the intestines of Nuwa, transformed into deities, residing in the fields of Liguang, beside the pathway. This phrase suggests the existence of 10 divine individuals, named the intestines of Nuwa, who are said to have emerged from the very essence of Nuwa herself, dwelling in a place called Liguang, adjacent to a road. In truth, this statement conceals a remarkable secret. It pertains to Nuwa's creation of humanity, or more precisely, it alludes to an ancient biological genetic experimentation initiative. On a literal level, the notion that 10 divine beings originated from Nuwa's intestines is evidently incongruous with contemporary rationality. However, in ancient times, the ancestors were shrouded in ignorance, lacking any concept of reproduction and nurturing. Their singular understanding was that childbirth was merely a fragment of flesh that a woman shed from her body, specifically from her abdomen. If we adopt this perspective, it could be interpreted that these 10 divine beings were birthed by Nuwa. As for the method of their creation, given the appellation intestines of Nuwa, Lin Yuan posits that these beings were cultivated from specific cellular tissues of Nuwa herself. In essence, Nuwa extracted a cell from her own body and, through some means, nurtured a form of life. This, in reality, constitutes a biological genetic experimentation initiative, with the location of the experiment being none other than the Shenangjia region. Chapter 81. The Ancient Nine Provinces, the mysteriously vanished 12th starship of the solar system. Upon Lin Yuan's revelation, Professor Zhao and his colleagues appeared enlightened. If we adhere to Lin's hypothesis, the logic aligns perfectly. Indeed, Zhao Xie remarked with animated eyes. Do you all remember the fragmented snake we encountered earlier? Its characteristics bear a striking resemblance to what Chief Engineer Lin just described regarding the intestines of Nuwa. Could it be that before conducting her experiments, Nuwa first tested on such serpentine creatures, altering their genetic structure, which resulted in the snake's ability to shatter into countless segments when threatened? This aligns seamlessly with the legend of the intestines of Nuwa, both representing a form of self-splitting. Following the success of this experiment, Nuwa could have commenced her trials utilizing her own cells. Perhaps humanity itself is the product of Nuwa's biological genetic experimentation. Moreover, the myth of Nuwa molding humans from clay, along with various global mythologies, whether it be the account in the Bible of God creating man or the tales of ancient Greek mythology, all converge on a singular point: the creation of humanity from Earth. However, if we interpret this through the lens of modern science, it becomes evident that this Earth is not merely ordinary soil, but rather a form of nurturing solution, its structure resembling that of soil, which also aligns with the characteristics attributed to the Mother of Earth in Chinese mythology. At this juncture, Zhao Xie gazed at Lin Yuan with eager anticipation, akin to a child yearning for praise from a teacher. Lin Yuan responded with a gentle smile and a nod, affirming, "You are quite correct, Xiao Zhao. My thoughts mirror yours. Moreover, my ideas are even bolder." With that, Lin Yuan cast a glance over the gathered crowd. The audience was captivated by Lin Yuan's tone, all adopting a serious demeanor as they listened intently. As you may know, within the pantheon of Chinese mythology, Niwa and Fuxi are recognized as a married couple, predating figures such as the Yellow Emperor and Yindi, thus belonging to the ancestral lineage. However, in my perspective, Fuxi and Niwa indeed predate the era of the Yellow Emperor, originating from an exceedingly enigmatic realm, the 12th celestial body of our solar system, known as Nibiru in Sumerian civilization. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In reality, the term Nibiru first emerged within Sumerian mythological records, signifying fairy in Sumerian. Lin Yuan continued to eloquently expound upon this. This notion aligns with my proposed theory of the Earth starship. For if Earth is a mysterious cosmic vessel, it follows that over 90 of celestial bodies within our solar system correspond to this starship concept. They are merely categorized based on their diverse functions and ranks. For instance, the sun may be likened to an energy vessel, the moon to a frigate, whereas I lean towards regarding Nibiru as a reconnaissance ship. This can be analyzed through the Sumerian mythological records, which state that Nibiru completes its orbit every 600 years. Why such an extended duration? Because, as a reconnaissance vessel, it would predominantly occupy the forefront of the solar fleet, and 600 years represents the cycle for Nibiru to return to report back to the solar fleet. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of bewilderment wash over them. They exchanged glances, striving to suppress their astonishment, each appearing like earnest students seeking wisdom. "Mr. Lin, do you imply that Fuxi and Niwa both hail from Nibiru?" "In truth, I prefer to refer to it as Jiuzhou, as Nibiru is merely a designation from Sumerian civilization." Lin Yuan replied earnestly. "Some ancient texts record that Fuxi and Niwa were born of Huaxiu, who originated from the land of Huaxiu. According to the Lizi Huangdi, the land of Huaxiu is situated west of Yinzhou and north of Taizhou. This location does not exist in reality and can only be reached through spiritual exploration. This is easily explicable, as ancient peoples had no concept of interstellar travel. Thus, they believed it could only be achieved spiritually, when in fact, it is simply a celestial realm. Therefore, I am inclined to believe that Fuxi and Niwa emanated from this region known as Jiuzhou, and in their longing for their mother planet, they designated the Earth's Huaxiao region as Jiuzhou. The audience listened, enraptured, experiencing a moment of joy akin to sailing through the ocean of knowledge. In fact, Nibiru first appeared on a clay tablet unearthed from Sumerian civilization, discovered by a scientist from the White-Headed Eagle in the 1970s at the Sumerian ruins. On this tablet, the Sumerians illustrated 12 celestial bodies, precisely corresponding to the 12 major celestial entities in our solar system. Among them was a planet that, at that time, was considered a non-existent celestial body within the solar system, Nibiru. What is even more astonishing is, this clay tablet is at least 500 years old, indicating that the Sumerians had already observed information regarding the celestial bodies of our solar system. This theory, when considered in a modern context, is nothing short of astounding, as the ancient civilizations of that era were remarkably primitive and lacked contemporary astronomical instruments. How, then, could they have perceived celestial entities so distant from Earth? Furthermore, this scholar, through the deciphering of Sumerian cuneiform, discovered that the Sumerians were aware of Neptune as a blue-green swamp planet. This revelation is even more astonishing. Modern astronomical findings confirm that Neptune is indeed a blue-green planet due to the presence of methane and other gases in its atmosphere. Yet, how did the Sumerians arrive at this knowledge thousands of years ago? All evidence points to one conclusion. Extraterrestrial life from the planet Nibiru must have visited Earth at some point in our planet's history. The Sumerian and Chinese civilizations share numerous similarities, but in my view, the deities recorded by the Sumerians are merely alternate incarnations of Fuxi and Niwa. Lin Yuan remarked that upon their arrival on Earth, Fuxi and Niwa would undoubtedly explore the planet, leading to various civilizations around the world introducing their identities. However, due to differing cultures, the names and descriptions of Fuxi and Niwa varied. In fact, I am inclined to view the initial conception of Earth as a multifunctional spaceship. This notion aligns with a well-known theory in modern scientific academia, referred to as the Cambrian explosion of life, which posits that approximately 540 million years ago, a plethora of animal species emerged abruptly on Earth. All researchers are aware of the extraordinary nature of this phenomenon, akin to the theory of evolution, where the emergence of each species requires time to evolve. Yet, these animals seemingly originated simultaneously. If we hypothesize that their appearance was a deliberate creation by a mysterious force constructing the Earth as a spaceship, it begins to make sense. Moreover, humans were likely conceived by Fuxi and Yuan, who arrived aboard this earthly vessel through genetic experimentation and integration with the genes of contemporary primates, and possibly even incorporating elements of mechanical life beyond our current understanding. This suggests that humanity may not merely be an ordinary genetic species, but rather an advanced cosmic biological robot, quantum biological robots. Tesla once stated that humanity is material driven by a certain force, merely machines endowed with motion, emotion, and thought. Of course, I do not intend to imply that we humans are mere robots. At this, Lin Yuan chuckled, asserting that he firmly believes in the unique characteristics of human life. Our souls and thoughts are singular to us. Naturally, these assertions lack empirical evidence, and I present them merely as hypotheses in need of further exploration. Upon hearing this, the audience refrained from criticizing Lin Yuan's perspective, acknowledging the potential validity of this theory. However, one may wonder why Fuxi and Yuan would appear on Earth. As he spoke, Lin Yuan's demeanor abruptly turned chillingly severe, sweeping his gaze across the faces of everyone present. For reasons unknown, Chen Lin suddenly felt that Lin Yuan's presence had grown immensely weighty, and from his expression, Chen Lin discerned an unprecedented sense of impending danger. A sense of danger? Why did such a thought arise? Chen Lin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lin Yuan then spoke slowly, revealing a harrowing truth. The starship that birthed Fuxi and Yuan, namely Nibiru, Jiuzhou, had been annihilated by a mysterious and formidable force. Moreover, the entity responsible for the destruction of Nibiru harbored hostility towards Earth, relentlessly pursuing it for billions of years. In that moment, Lin Yuan articulated the theory of Earth being hunted. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Professor Zhao and the others, who had been basking in the enlightenment of Lin Yuan's knowledge, their faces radiant with the joy of intellectual fulfillment, were abruptly struck dumb by the shocking assertion that Earth was under siege, rendered speechless by fear. Director Lin, Earth is being hunted? Chen Lin was the first to regain his composure, trembling as he inquired. Indeed, Lin Yuan sighed. Initially, I hesitated to unveil this harsh reality. However, after considerable contemplation over these past days, I acknowledge that although our Chinese civilization, and indeed all of humanity on Earth, has not encountered any crises for thousands of years, we must remain vigilant in times of peace. The absence of danger now does not guarantee a future devoid of peril. Our generation, the next, and even those thousands or millions of years hence may one day confront that enigmatic and powerful adversary. It is crucial to recognize that the entire fleet of the solar system has embarked on an interstellar journey of escape. The objectives of this fleet remain shrouded in mystery, and the emergence of human civilization on Earth is not merely a coincidence. It carries a profound sense of mission. Furthermore, the intellect of the Earth ship is both calm and brutally candid. Should humanity fail to withstand the scrutiny of the Great Filter Theory, we may not need an enemy to annihilate us. The intellect of the Earth ship alone could suffice to bring about our destruction. This is akin to the many mythological tales wherein deities perceive humanity's sins and seek to cleanse the Earth, unleashing cataclysms. The persistence of such narratives through time surely holds significance. I believe it serves as a warning from the intellect of the Earth ship to all of humanity. Throughout the annals of Earth's history, various civilizations have emerged, yet none have withstood the trials posed by the intellect of the Earth ship, leading to their ultimate demise. With that, Lin Yuan let out a long sigh. The room was enveloped in silence. Everyone, including Professor Zhao and the elder experts, felt as though their very souls were trembling. For instance, consider the civilization of giants. Lin Yuan mused. In 1921, in the imperial capital, 8 skeletal remains of prehistoric humans, each 3 meters tall, were discovered, and in the West, tales of giants persist. Certainly, due to various reasons, although the previous civilizations demonstrated remarkable intelligence and culture, they ultimately succumbed to the trials posed by the Earth's spaceship intellect, dissipating into the currents of time. In ancient times, there was a notion referred to as absolute separation between heaven and earth. What does this imply? It signifies a division between the celestial and the terrestrial, a realm where humans and deities remain unperturbed. In my understanding, this suggests that the entirety of human civilization has been downgraded, thus obscuring our vision of an alternate reality and preventing us from grasping the true essence of the Earth's spaceship. Consequently, I harbor another audacious thought. Perhaps the era we currently inhabit is a unique period, as humanity is under observation and scrutiny. Regardless, I firmly believe that our human civilization, particularly the Huaxia culture, will undoubtedly persevere through these adversities. After a moment, Chen Lin, visibly agitated, stammered, "Chief Engineer Lin, have you reported this to the capital?" "No," Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. "This is my first disclosure of the truth that Earth is under pursuit. Naturally, I concur that this truth should not be made public at present. It suffices for only a select few to be informed." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After all, the notion that Earth is being pursued is indeed alarming, and any leakage would inevitably cause an uproar. "I understand." Chen Lin inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. Chief Engineer Lin, as a soldier, I am obligated to report this matter. Lin Yuan nodded, chuckling. Chun, you needn't be so anxious. Since I have revealed it, I harbor no intention of concealing it. Go ahead and report it. However, there is no need to be overly concerned, for human civilization has endured for so long that it cannot simply be annihilated by a grand filtering theory. With this, the group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Chun Lin, acting swiftly, contacted the capital and the military, relaying Lin Yuan's astonishing theory to the higher-ups. Instantly, both the capital and the military were stirred. Had Lin Yuan not been in Shenanjia, they might have dispatched personnel to summon him for an urgent meeting. Returning to the main topic, Lin Yuan refrained from imposing further pressure and instead smiled, stating, thus, Niwa crafted humanity from the earth in Shenanjia, creating this magnificent life. If we continue our search, we may uncover substantial clues that could lead us to Niwa's experimental base. At that moment, a notification rang out from the system. Task initiated. Please complete the side quest. Success grants a mysterious reward. Chapter 82. Is oxygen poisonous? The secret of the elixir of life, a task has emerged? Lin Yuan mused silently, eagerly opening the task panel. In the next instant, his deep-set eyes suddenly gleamed with sharp intensity. Side quest activated. Seek the secret of Niwa's repair of heaven. Locate the traitors who once emerged in Earth's civilization and destroy the signal receivers they established. Task reward. Unlock the character illustrations of Fushi and Niwa from the Spaceship Series 2. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan was profoundly astonished. What does this mean? Were there indeed traitors within Earth's civilization? The members of the spacecraft Sequence 2, astonishingly, are Fushi and Niwa? Lin Yuan murmured in disbelief. In fact, within the scope of his research, Niwa's act of mending the sky appeared exceedingly abrupt and enigmatic. The Huainanzi from the Han Dynasty records. In ancient times, the 4 poles collapsed, the 9 provinces fractured, the heavens did not cover all, and the earth did not support all. Concerning this calamity, the Shanhaijing and numerous ancient texts, as well as mythological legends, bear scant documentation. The sole account is that of Gongong's furious collision with Buzhou Mountain. After Gongong toppled Buzhou Mountain, half of the sky caved in, revealing a vast chasm, and instantly, the Milky Way cascaded down, flooding the earth and triggering cataclysmic disasters. Thus, the subsequent legend of Niwa mending the sky came into being. In Lin Yuan's research, Niwa's act of mending the sky may have entailed the creation of the warship Moon to safeguard the Earth's security. Then, could the traitor on Earth be Gongong? No, it cannot be that simple, and moreover, Gongong, how should one say, may not necessarily be the archetype of a villain. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. With his mind returning to the present, he addressed the group. Everyone, take a moment to rest and prepare. I have a premonition that we shall uncover something new in the Shenanjia. The group nodded in agreement, and the expedition team set up camp to recuperate. As for the recently discovered altar site, it would naturally be preserved, as it holds significant research value. Seizing the opportunity during the break, Lin Yuan communicated with the system consciousness, continuing to utilize the Lianshan E-map device to plan the subsequent exploration routes. Half an hour later, Chun Lin approached Lin Yuan, announcing that dinner was ready. With the expedition team comprising over 100 individuals, equipped with various logistical supplies, food was undoubtedly essential. At this moment, everyone gathered around the campfire, engaged in barbecuing. Skewers of sizzling lamb and beef were cooking on the wooden frame, alongside an assortment of other foods. Is this military rations? Observing several scouts enjoying their meal, which appeared quite ample, Lin Yuan could not help but feel intrigued. Indeed, Chief Engineer Lin, a slightly younger scout, stood up, a bit bashful as he rubbed his head, smiling earnestly. Would you like to try some? Sure, Lin Yuan replied with interest, taking a portion of the military rations to taste. To his surprise, it was rather delicious. Chief Engineer Lin, this is the individual field ration from our military. We are accustomed to eating this in the troops, Chun Lin explained with a smile from the side. In fact, this ration not only tastes good, but is also nutritionally comprehensive. For instance, this vegetable soup packet, just boil a pot of water in the field, and our soldiers on duty can enjoy a warm and heartening soup. Chun Lin elaborated. Indeed, Lin Yuan gazed intently at the vegetable packet Chun Lin held, inside which lay various shriveled greens. Yet, upon soaking in water, they would instantly return to their verdant form. While it could not compare to fresh vegetables, such vacuum-sealed vegetable packets were quite commendable. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan stared fixedly at the shriveled vegetables, his expression seemingly lost in contemplation. As he remained in thought for quite some time, Chief Engineer Lin, Zhao Xie called out to him several times in confusion, but received no response. Gently nudging him, Lin Yuan finally came to his senses, accepting the steaming soup handed to him by Chun Lin. With a profound expression, Lin Yuan remarked, as you all may know, food does not spoil in a vacuum. This is one of the principles behind many pre-packaged meals. Indeed, isn't that common knowledge? Someone murmured, puzzled as to why Chief Engineer Lin suddenly brought this up. Have you ever considered why food remains unspoiled in a vacuum, yet deteriorates in the open air? Lin Yuan inquired with a playful smile. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Anyone who has attended school knows that food spoils due to oxidation, and in a vacuum, where there is no air, food can naturally be preserved for an extended period. Zhao Xie blinked her beautiful eyes and cheerfully replied, "That is indeed the case." Lin Yuan glanced around at the crowd and provocatively stated, "Could we then conclude that oxygen is toxic?" At that moment, it was mealtime and everyone was relaxing, in a state of ease. Suddenly hearing Lin Yuan's assertion left them all momentarily stunned. Zhao Xie, who was nibbling on her tongue while savoring a meatball from her ration, couldn't help but spit out a morsel in shock, her face filled with astonishment. Oxygen is toxic? What nonsense is this? Aren't humans reliant on breathing oxygen to survive? If oxygen were toxic, how could humanity possibly endure? Many in the crowd wore expressions of confusion. Conversely, the seasoned experts from the 749 Bureau brightened at Lin Yuan's words, each becoming animated. "Chief Engineer Lin, what a brilliant statement." Professor Zhao Kongmo exclaimed excitedly. "Our institution has conducted similar experiments. As we know, human respiration is intricately linked to oxygen, and indeed, most life forms on Earth depend on it. However, there are theories suggesting that oxygen acts as a chronic poison." "Precisely." Lin Yuan nodded slowly, beginning to educate the audience. "In fact, some scientists today have discovered that oxygen is a chronic toxin, capable of causing human toxicity and death within 70 to 80 years. While many may dismiss this notion as absurd, it warrants consideration from a different perspective. Modern scientific research suggests that the human lifespan could potentially extend to around 200 years, yet most individuals only live to be 70 or 80. Furthermore, humans can experience oxygen toxicity in oxygen-rich environments, leading to death, indicating that oxygen is not entirely safe for us. And even more intriguingly, there exist numerous anaerobic organisms on Earth that do not require oxygen to sustain life, implying that the origin of life is not directly tied to oxygen. At this point, Lin Yuan spoke eloquently. Indeed, the idea that oxygen is toxic is not without merit. He regarded the audience solemnly, as recorded in the Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas. In the kingdom of Xinyuan, among the mountains, those who do not live long may reach only 800 years. The Great Wilderness West scripture also elucidates that in the land of Xinyuan, a region situated to the south of the mountains, a lifespan of 800 years is deemed a misfortune. This implies that within the chronicles of the Earth's spacecraft logs, it is recorded that in ancient times, individuals from Xinyuan who perished at the age of 800 were considered to have died prematurely. Thus, by this reasoning, one might ponder whether true longevity could extend to 8,000 or even 80,000 years. Earlier, we have alluded to the notion that figures such as the Yellow Emperor were extraterrestrial beings. Upon their arrival on Earth, their foremost endeavor was to investigate whether the environment could sustain their existence. The conclusion was negative, hence, initially, the appearance of the Yellow Emperor and his companions was rather peculiar, resembling the fabled beings with human faces and serpentine bodies. I propose that they were, in fact, traversing the Earth in spacesuits, with the lower portions of these suits comprising oxygen supply conduits linked to their extraterrestrial mothership, delivering breathable air. This notion may also serve as a testament to the toxicity of oxygen. The Yellow Emperor and his cohort were acutely aware of oxygen's detrimental effects early on, which led to their aversion to inhaling it. Only after developing a substance or device capable of neutralizing this toxicity could they roam freely on Earth, shedding their spacesuits. This progression explains the transformation of the Yellow Emperor and his companions from their initial serpentine forms to more human-like appearances over time. Upon hearing this, the audience felt a jolt to their very cores, their astonishment rendering them momentarily speechless. Indeed, the reason the Yellow Emperor and his associates were eventually able to navigate Earth without fear of oxygen's toxicity was due to their discovery of an antidote. At this juncture, Lin Yuan spoke with a grave and solemn tone. This antidote has left an enigmatic mark within the annals of our Huaxia mythology, known as the fabled elixir of immortality. Historically, many emperors sought eternal life, which was, in essence, a quest for this elixir. They were not in pursuit of a miraculous potion that merely prolongs life, but rather an antidote to counteract the oxidative deterioration inherent to humanity. Thus lies the true secret of the elixir of immortality. Its purpose is not merely to extend life, but to serve as an antidote to oxygen, liberating the human body from its dependence on this element, and allowing it to return to its essential nature, where the potential for longevity is boundless. I can assert with increasing certainty that the research for the elixir of immortality took place in the experimental grounds of Shenangjia, conducted by figures such as Fuxi, Niwa, and the Yin Emperor. As for the reason the steward of the elixir in mythology is the Queen Mother of the West, as well as the accounts of King Wan of Zhou seeking this elixir from her, it is because, upon its discovery, she was appointed by the Yellow Emperor as the overseer of the elixir. As Lin Yuan concluded, silence enveloped the room once more. Professors and experts exchanged glances, feeling as though no other challenges in their lives had been as profound as this revelation. Ironically, it was Lin Yuan who proposed this theory. Moreover, The majority of the audience were scientists, and upon reflection, one could not help but concede that Lin Yuan's assertions held merit. Whether oxygen is a poison or the principal culprit behind the premature demise of humanity remains uncertain. However, one undeniable fact stands. Oxidation is indeed the foremost catalyst of human aging. The highly reactive chemical nature of oxygen generates free radicals within the human body, leading to oxidative reactions. As oxidation accumulates, it inflicts damage upon vital cellular components such as lipids, proteins, and DNA fragments, ultimately impairing bodily functions. It is akin to the gradual yellowing of our skin and the increasing opacity of our eyes, both intricately linked to oxidation. To illustrate, consider a cut apple that swiftly turns brown. Similarly, other foods like potatoes, when exposed to oxygen, rapidly decay. This is all due to oxidation. Moreover, some research indicates that the longevity of turtles is attributed to their remarkably slow respiratory rate, resulting in minimal oxidative impact. In contrast, humans cannot escape the necessity of breathing, which subjects us to oxidative erosion with each inhalation, accelerating cellular enzymatic activity and, consequently, cellular aging. Thus, I posit that humanity's early mortality is a consequence of the chronic toxicity of oxygen. At this juncture, Lin Yuan displayed a look of resignation. Tragically, we are inextricably bound to oxygen, unless one day we, like the Yellow Emperor and his contemporaries, unravel the secrets of the elixir of immortality, perhaps liberating us from the constraints imposed by oxygen. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the room. Every expert and scholar present, including those from the military, stood frozen in contemplation, ensnared in deep thought. It is no wonder that in certain novels, the distinction between the mortal realm and the celestial domain is attributed to the nature of the air. In the celestial realm, it is the ethereal essence, whereas in the mortal realm, it is mere oxygen, which significantly diminishes human lifespan. Conversely, in the celestial realm, one inhales the ethereal essence rather than oxygen, thus achieving immortality. A bewildered soldier from the military murmured this notion. Of course, this was merely his personal interpretation, yet it could be considered a reasonable explanation to some extent. As for the existence of oxygen, we need not delve into whether it is inherently good or bad. After all, humanity's current technological prowess is insufficient to unravel its mysteries. Additionally, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of whether the emergence of oxygen was an original substance designated for Earth's vessel or a sinister trap set by an unknown adversary seeking to annihilate our planet. This question is rather intricate. According to modern scientific research, billions of years ago, oxygen did not exist on Earth. It was only with the advent of the first light and the emergence of cyanobacteria, approximately 3.7 billion years ago, that oxygen began to manifest in our atmosphere. These organisms, thriving due to their survival advantages, proliferated extensively, continuously releasing oxygen into the atmosphere and oceans for an astonishing billion years. During this epoch, the ecological system of Earth's vessel underwent unprecedented transformation. Yet for cyanobacteria, carbon dioxide served as their energy source, while oxygen was merely a byproduct of their metabolic processes. In that ancient era, cyanobacteria obliterated countless anaerobic organisms, and humankind may have been one of the unfortunate targets of its wrath. If cyanobacteria and oxygen are integral and significant components of Earth's ecological system, akin to a spaceship, then Lin Yuan can accept and comprehend this reality. However, currently, Lin Yuan harbors a profound fear that the emergence of cyanobacteria may be the machinations of a mysterious force, lurking in the shadows and orchestrating events over billions of years, instilling dread within him. Chapter 83, The 10 Sorcerers of Ling Mountain, the earliest academy of sciences in Huaxia. If oxygen is indeed toxic, it resembles a terrifying genetic lock embedded within humanity. Only by unlocking this genetic enigma can humankind reclaim its true essence. Professor Zhao and his colleagues swallowed hard, their expressions brimming with fervor. Despite being seasoned, highly educated researchers, they were utterly convinced by Lin Yuan's theory at that moment. It echoed the steadfast belief of many great scientists that the apex of science leads to theology. Contemplating this, Professor Zhao clenched his fists and inquired, "Chief Engineer Lin, your words illuminate my understanding. I speculate that a portion of ancient people seem to have grasped the secret of oxygen being toxic, thus dedicating their lives to this pursuit." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement and applauded. Professor Zhao is correct. This group of individuals is frequently referenced in history and literature as the preaching practitioners of qi cultivation. In the preaching era, there existed a unique cohort that ardently supported Taoist culture and were pure practitioners. In contemporary literary terms, the affection of the Huaxia people for the culture of immortality cultivation is deeply ingrained in our being. In truth, our illustrious and wise ancestors discovered the secret of oxygen being toxic long ago, and their lifelong pursuit was the refinement of qi. Whether in Taoist culture or the realm of immortal cultivation depicted in novels, the descriptions of qi are shrouded in mystery and significance. The so-called refinement of qi is, in essence, about liberating oneself from the dependency on oxygen, embarking on a journey of evolution to a higher realm. The preaching practitioners of Qi were among the earliest to comprehend the essence of science. Lin Yuan remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Gu Hong is a figure of venerable stature in Huaxia Taoism. In his compilation records of immortals, he explicitly mentions a Qi practitioner named Lu Ao who encountered an immortal. However, in reality, Lu Ao did not meet an immortal, but rather an extraterrestrial being. The records of immortals recounts that Lu Ao arrived at a location called Mount Mingu, where he encountered an immortal. The original text describes, the individual had deep-set eyes and a mysterious countenance, with broad shoulders and a slender neck, a robust upper body tapering below. Translated. This depicts a figure with sunken eye sockets, a prominent nose, elevated shoulders, and a long neck, with the upper body broader than the lower. This is, in fact, a description of Lu Ao's encounter with an extraterrestrial being, aligning well with modern imaginings of extraterrestrial appearances. Subsequently, the two engaged in prolonged conversation. After a pause, Lin Yuan smiled and added, perhaps some may wonder how beings of different races could communicate. This is easily explicable. For those capable of interstellar travel would undoubtedly possess advanced linguistic translation devices. Thus, it is an undeniable truth that Lu Ao has engaged in communication with extraterrestrial beings. He later recounted how these beings described their experiences traversing the cosmos. The description was as follows. In my youth, I roamed the universe. The expanse of space is vast, devoid of earth beneath and sky above, with neither sight nor sound, an abyss of darkness and silence. Beyond this realm, there exists a tumultuous essence, and with a single motion, one can traverse myriad miles, light years away, where nebulae linger at an unimaginable distance. With my abilities, I remain unable to fathom it, and you, even less so. At this juncture, Lin Yuan expressed profound sentiment. The celestial being Lu Ao encountered was undoubtedly an extraterrestrial engaged in interstellar travel. Perhaps it was from this being that he gleaned the secret that oxygen is toxic, which led the preaching practitioners of Qi cultivation to devote their lives to discovering methods of refining Qi, seeking to liberate themselves from the shackles of fate. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. The preaching practitioners of Qi. Chun Lin's eyes sparkled with fervor as he softly murmured, feeling a surge of passionate blood coursing through him. We ought to embody this spirit, to break free from the chains of destiny. Perhaps, as Chief Engineer Lin suggested, humanity is under observation, and this enigmatic vessel we call Earth conceals secrets beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. After a lengthy pause, Zhao CS spoke with complexity. Chief Engineer Lin makes a compelling point. I once studied a foreign paper that reported the discovery of a 500-year-old mummy outside the city of Luxor in Egypt. Researchers noted peculiar sounds emanating from this mummy. Further investigation revealed that within the location of the mummy's heart, there existed a heart pacemaker crafted from black crystal. This is utterly astonishing. It is well known that only white crystals exist on Earth, and no naturally radioactive black crystal has ever been discovered. So, where did this black crystal originate? Moreover, how could it be fashioned into a precise heart pacemaker when such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ancient Egyptian civilization? Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao also shared his perspective. I have perused the report Sia mentioned. Many institutions accused the discoverers of fabricating evidence. However, not long after, archaeologists unearthed the remains of a caveman in a primordial forest in northern Tunisia. Although the remains had long since decayed, a meticulously constructed, flawless artificial heart with numerous metallic components was found within the chest cavity. Carbon-14 dating indicates that this caveman lived at least 50,000 years ago. The emergence of such evidence conveys two truths. One, that Earth has witnessed multiple instances of super-advanced scientific civilizations, and another possibility, that extraterrestrial beings have visited our planet. Indeed, throughout the passage of time, there will always be individuals who inadvertently uncover the truths of this world. Lin Yuan sighed and remarked, while humanity relentlessly pursues the enigma of immortality, who could have imagined that the true culprit lurks among us, and tragically, we remain dependent upon it. Chief Engineer Lin, is it possible for modern scientific civilization to assist humanity in finding a means to liberate ourselves from oxygen? Chen Lin pressed eagerly. It is exceedingly difficult. Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. Perhaps even the entities that birthed humanity, such as Fuxi and Yuhua, would find it an insurmountable task. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. As dinner proceeded, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Nevertheless, regardless of the discourse surrounding the toxicity of oxygen, which remains unverified by scientific scrutiny, we need not succumb to undue anxiety. Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly, encouraging everyone. We must focus on our respective duties. Human civilization has evolved through countless generations. Perhaps in the future, we shall uncover the true secrets linking oxygen to human longevity. Indeed, there will come a day. I have faith that Chief Engineer Lin will guide us to the truth. Professor Zhao and others immediately broke into smiles. In the late hours of the night, within a valley of the Shenanjia region, Inside a windproof tent, Lin Yuan lay in his sleeping bag, ostensibly resting, yet his mind was abuzz with contemplation. A singular question occupied his thoughts. What is the true significance of the suddenly activated side mission? Identifying the traitors who had once emerged in Earth's civilization and dismantling the signal receivers they established. Who were these traitors? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow in deep thought. Presently, many figures came to mind. For instance, Qiyu, who battled the Yellow Emperor, and Gonggong, who violently collided with Mount Buzhou, as well as other mythological figures chronicled in the Shanhaijing. The concept of the signal receiver perplexed Lin Yuan further. A mysterious civilization relentlessly pursued Earth, and since the inception of its spacecraft, humanity had embarked on an endless flight of survival. How did this enigmatic civilization ascertain Earth's coordinates? Judging from the task assigned by the system, the signal receiver appeared to be some kind of apparatus, a component designed for transmitting signals. It reminded him of a novel where the protagonist responded to extraterrestrial beings, resulting in an instantaneous lock on Earth's coordinates. Given Earth's current circumstances, where might such a signal apparatus exist? Is it a natural phenomenon or a subsequent human creation? If it has existed throughout natural history, then every mountain and river on Earth could potentially serve as a signal device. Conversely, if it is a product of human ingenuity, Lin Yuan pondered internally, could it be the Egyptian pyramids? After all, their emergence is shrouded in mystery. The civilization of that time could scarcely have constructed such monumental edifices. And the pyramid's overall structure is indeed peculiar. The outer layer is composed of smooth granite, rich in metals, and exhibiting remarkable conductivity, while the quartz within is a piezoelectric material, capable of generating electricity under pressure. Moreover, their internal architecture may represent complex electrical circuits beyond contemporary comprehension. Collectively, the pyramids could function as an advanced apparatus, capable of transmitting profound energy signals to the cosmos. The principles governing this mechanism could, upon modern scientific examination, be elucidated. The pyramids are strategically aligned near the Nile River, and when the river swells, the gravitational forces exerted on the limestone produce friction, generating electricity. Through the so-called burial chambers and other structures within the pyramid, electrical currents are transmitted, activating the entire apparatus. Modern scientific research has revealed that the pyramid emits light at night, attributed to the flow of electricity. The refracted light may represent a form of energy signal, conveying messages deep into the cosmos. However, this notion is merely conjectured by Lin Yuan, lacking substantive evidence. Not only the Egyptian pyramids are suspect. In Lin Yuan's contemplation, numerous global relics and landscapes raise similar suspicions, such as Stonehenge and the Moai statues of Easter Island. Thus, enveloped in boundless imagination, Lin Yuan gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, the expedition team, comprising over 100 individuals, embarked on a new day of exploration. Rested from the night's respite, everyone was invigorated, and the pace of the expedition quickened. Shortly after delving 60 kilometers into Shenangjia, the reconnaissance team relayed encouraging news. Chief Engineer Lin Lin excitedly approached. The forward team has uncovered new clues. In a gorge to the southeast, they discovered a peculiar crevice in the rock face. This fissure is quite small and surrounded by dense vegetation, making it nearly imperceptible without careful observation. By chance, a scout stumbled upon it while on a break, and upon investigation, they found that it leads to an astonishing new world. It was as if they had stumbled upon the paradise described in Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring, where a small entrance opens to a broad and tranquil land. Lin was brimming with enthusiasm. Professor Zhao's drone footage revealed numerous plants and biological traces that modern science cannot authenticate. At this moment, Professor Zhao hurried over, his face flushed with excitement. Chief Engineer Lin, this recently discovered location holds immense scientific significance. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, instructing his team to hasten their pace, aiming to reach the site before noon. 2 hours later, the expedition team arrived at the target area. It was the end of February. Yet due to the remote location within Shenangjia, temperatures plummeted, even bringing light snow. In the mountain canyons of Shenangjia, snowflakes danced in the air, cloaking the landscape in silver and creating a breathtaking scene. However, the team was too preoccupied with the narrow rock crevice to appreciate the snowy vista, their faces alight with excitement. If this truly leads to another world, we may discover a plethora of extraordinary new life forms. One scientist exclaimed. Even Lin Yuan could hardly contain his anticipation. Soon, military personnel captured a series of images via drone, confirming the absence of danger within, signaling that it was safe to enter. Lin Yuan nodded approvingly, and the expedition team dispatched an elite squad, preparing to traverse the peculiar rock crevice and venture into the unknown realm. Lin Yuan naturally took the lead, with Lin closely following his side. Subsequently, they formed an expedition team of 12, comprising 6 scientists and 6 special forces, and slowly squeezed into the narrow crevice under the anxious gaze of the onlookers. The gap in the mountain wall was exceedingly small, barely allowing passage for a single person. As for the equipment, They could not carry it on their backs, but had to bind it together and drag it along with ropes. Goodness, I thought this path would be brief. Yet 5 minutes had elapsed without an end in sight. Among the team, Zhao Xie, an expert in the study of the origins of life and biology, exclaimed in astonishment. The drone took a full 3 to 4 minutes to traverse this space. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Yuan responded. Thus, amid the arduous conditions, pressed against the mountainside, enduring the friction and impact of the protruding stones, the group finally navigated through the narrow passage without incident. In the next moment, a wondrous world revealed itself before them. Heavens! This time, it was Zhao Kongmo who was moved, exclaiming with excitement. Just outside, it was a scene of white snow, yet here it feels so warm. As if it were spring. Hey, Chief Engineer Lin, come quickly and see what this is. At that moment, Chun Lin called out with enthusiasm. Following the sound, Lin Yuan approached to find Chun Lin crouched before a stone. Astonished, Chief Engineer Lin, look, there are actually patterns drawn on it. Lin Yuan crouched down to observe. Nodding as he said, similar to the altar ruins we discovered previously, these patterns are also created using a dye made from a mixture of special animal blood and minerals, then depicted on the stone. In fact, stone serves as the most reliable medium for human civilization, regardless of the carrier. Even the most advanced modern computers cannot match the dependability of stone. No matter the weathering from sun and rain, stone can stand resolutely. The ancients depicted totems and patterns on stone. As long as the dye does not fade, it can be preserved forever, allowing future generations to understand everything that transpired in that era. What is depicted here? Chun Lin leaned closer, murmuring, it appears there are 10 little figures. How peculiar. These figures hold a red snake in their left hand and a green snake in their right, dancing about. What could this mean? This is the legendary 10 sorcerers of Ling Mountain. At that moment, Lin Yuan's deep voice resonated. The classic of mountains and seas. Volume of the Great Wilderness West Records. In the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain named Fengjiu, where the sun and moon descend, and there lies Ling Mountain. With 10 sorcerers, Wu Xian, Wu Ji, Wu Pan, Wu Peng, Wu Gu, Wu Zhen, Wu Li, Wu Xie, Wu Di, and Wu Luo. These 10 sorcerers ascend and descend, and all medicinal herbs flourish. This statement implies that within the Great Wilderness, there exists a mountain with 10 sorcerers who possess profound knowledge and capabilities in divination, medicine, and astronomy. In truth, the 10 sorcerers of Ling Mountain represent the most elite cadre of scientists under the Yellow Emperor. The organization established by the 10 sorcerers of Ling Mountain is the most illustrious national academy of sciences from the ancient times of Chinese civilization. Chapter 84. The culinary wonders of the classic of mountains and seas. Moreover, there exists another theory suggesting that the 10 sorcerers of Ling Mountain are new beings cultivated from the cells of Nuwa herself, akin to the 10 divine beings mentioned in Nuwa's intestines. Lin Yuan articulated his thoughts with a rhythmic cadence, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. Chief Engineer Lin, given that we have discovered the totem records of the 10 sorcerers of Ling Mountain, does it imply that we have located the core of the experimental base of Fuxi, Nuwa, and the Yin Emperor? Zhao Xie inquired with palpable enthusiasm. Not necessarily, Lin Yuan replied, casting a glance around before smiling. However, this realm can indeed be considered hidden beneath the Shenangjia region. I even harbor suspicions that the narrow passage we traversed might be a unique mechanism, transporting us to another dimension. This notion resonates with many myths left behind by Chinese civilization, which often speak of serendipitously entering ethereal realms filled with enchanting vistas. I suspect some device may be at play, causing interference, much like a hidden chamber within a room, where one must discover the mechanism to unveil the true space beyond. Yet, how peculiar, Zhao Xie murmured, her gaze fixed on the totem with a hint of confusion. I've noticed that ancient Chinese civilization held a profound fascination for serpents. Observe how the 10 sorcerers of Ling Mountain wield red and green serpents. It is indeed intriguing. Such forms do not necessarily denote actual serpents. Lin Yuan chuckled as he elucidated. Have you forgotten that I previously mentioned the limitations of ancient vocabulary and their struggles with the unknown? Consequently, they often described objects through their shapes. The so-called red serpents held by the 10 sorcerers might more likely represent advanced electronic devices, akin to the smartphones of our contemporary society. With a playful tone, Lin Yuan continued, perhaps, following the next nuclear conflict, this flight log titled Between Mountains and Seas shall be enriched with additional content. In ancient lands, there exist beings, common and numerous, bipedal yet ungulate, possessing 2 arms with 5 fingers at their extremities, their bodies nearly devoid of hair, save for their heads, and a scant few on their limbs. They are called humans, sometimes traveling encased in iron, at other times wielding brick-like objects, capable of communicating across vast distances. Among them lies a mysterious faction known as Otaku, whose influence is both obscure and extensive. Led by a figure referred to as Internet Celebrity, the diligent Otaku diligently offer tributes to the Internet Celebrity each month. The pinnacle of achievement within the Otaku community is the Top Brother, who has developed 15 rockets dedicated to the enigmatic figure known as Streamer. The otaku hold dear an object dubbed body pillow, scientifically termed realistic doll, which they delight in adorning with cultural attire such as handmade outfits, as Lin Yuan concluded. The assembly momentarily fell silent, only to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Zhao Xie stared at Lin Yuan, her smile radiating with astonishment. Utterly unprepared for such humor to emerge from the lips of this brilliant engineer, the atmosphere transformed into one of merriment. Lin Yuan, with a grin, added thus, I suspect that the strange serpents held by the 10 sorcerers may indeed be a form of super-electronic product crafted from nanotechnology. They could serve as communication devices or personal handheld computers, exquisitely engineered to conveniently coil around one's arm during idle moments, merely due to its resemblance to serpents. Coupled with the ancient reverence for such creatures, it was thus designated. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding, acknowledging the rationale. It is akin to what Chief Engineer Lin previously articulated, when modern humans wielding smartphones appear before an ancient individual. The latter might very well refer to the device as a mere brick. At this juncture, Chun Lin and several other military special forces personnel approached. Chief Engineer Lin. Chun Lin stated solemnly, there exists a peculiar magnetic field here that disrupts the operation of our drones. While the drones can capture some imagery within this corridor, as they venture farther, the signal diminishes significantly. Currently, our visual capture extends only to about 1 kilometer. Beyond that, the drones become inoperative, and thus far, we have detected no hazardous entities within the footage available. Understood, Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Let us confine our activities to within a 1 kilometer radius for now. As for the subsequent actions, Lin Yuan paused and addressed Chun Lin, immediately relay a message to the main forces outside, instructing them to inform the higher-ups of our new discovery. This time, we have genuinely stumbled upon something monumental. With our mere expedition team of over 100, we cannot hope to undertake this alone. We require the involvement of the entire nation, with tens of thousands mobilizing. Understood, Chun Lin nodded eagerly. Following the establishment of guiding coordinates, the group commenced their expedition. Let us explore towards the southeast, Lin Yuan suggested as he activated the Lianshan spacecraft's map device. At that moment, a route map materialized in the virtual display, albeit limited in functionality due to access restrictions. Nonetheless, a pathway was delineated. Excellent. The group followed Lin Yuan, filled with excitement and curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Goodness, this place resembles an alien world. As they traversed the landscape, all, including Lin Yuan, were rendered nearly speechless by the astonishing array of bizarre flora, many of which were unfamiliar to the team. How astonishing! Su Minghui exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. A botanist invited to this expedition, in her early 40s, she is a renowned figure in the international botanical community and an academician of the Engineering Academy of Long Country. To her extensive knowledge, many of the plants they encountered surpassed her comprehension. What is this? Su Minghui's gaze was suddenly captivated by a peculiar plant that bore a resemblance to yam, yet was evidently not. Allow me to investigate, Lin Yuan approached, examining it closely before smiling. This should be the Qiuguo recorded in the Shanhai Jing, the flying log notes, 90 miles west of the Sun Mountain. The grass is abundant yet bitter, shaped like a fruit resembling a melon, with a sweet and sour taste. Consuming it wards off malaria, in truth. This is a tuber with a form akin to that of the catalpa tree, tasting pleasantly sweet and sour, and it can cure malaria when ingested. As he spoke, Lin Yuan, under the astonished gazes of the group, plucked a Qiuguo. Who wishes to give it a try? Lin Yuan signaled to Chun Lin for a tactical knife, which he used to peel away the skin of the Qiuguo, revealing its white flesh within. Everyone was astonished. Yet Chun Lin was in a state of great urgency. He hastily advised, Engineer Lin, we cannot consume recklessly. What if? Rest assured, it's perfectly fine. Lin Yuan confidently reassured them. He had just expended 10,000 points to utilize the Guizhong spaceship item from the encyclopedia system, which provided him with comprehensive information about the catalpa fruit. The data confirmed that it was indeed edible. I'll give it a try. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's assurance, Chun Lin's eyes sparkled with determination as he seized a catalpa fruit and took a bite. After all, if anything were to go awry, it would be he who faced the consequences. Engineer Lin must remain unharmed. In the next moment, Chun Lin's eyes brightened, and a look of delight spread across his face. He quickly devoured the fruit, and with a lingering desire for more, he set his sights on the other catalpa fruits scattered on the ground. Goodness, the others. Witnessing Chun Lin's reaction, quickly grasped the situation and, emboldened, began to pluck the catalpa fruits. They peeled and took bites, instantly expressing their astonishment. Delicious. My heavens. This flesh is a perfect blend of sweet and sour, surpassing any fruit I have ever tasted. With each bite, the refreshing juices exploded in their mouths. An exquisite delight beyond compare. In that moment, everyone forgot their manners and indulged ravenously. What a treasure of a fruit. The catalpa not only cured malaria but also improved digestion and promoted blood circulation, a rare and delightful delicacy. Having savored one catalpa fruit, Lin Yuan refrained from eating more. Knowing that further culinary delights awaited him, He needed to save room for what was to come. What a remarkable discovery. Su Minghui murmured excitedly. I noticed that the cultivation conditions for this catalpa fruit are quite lenient, making it easy to grow. Once it is promoted and marketed, our people will be able to enjoy a new fresh fruit. Indeed, the classic of mountains and seas records that this catalpa fruit can treat malaria. Its benefits may be even more substantial. After thorough scientific research, there could be even greater revelations. Professor Zhao Kongmo added animatedly, much like artemisinin, which was discovered by a female scientist from the Dragon Kingdom and garnered a Nobel Prize, significantly contributing to the global fight against malaria. Artemisinin is derived from the stems and leaves of the sweet wormwood plant, and many miraculous medicines worldwide are developed from extraordinary compounds extracted from flora. Following this, Su Minghui collected a bit of the catalpa's roots and stems, placing them in her bag with a satisfied expression. All right, let us proceed, Lin Yuan chuckled. Leading the group onward, the sights they encountered continually captivated their spirits. This particular plant is called grass lychee, a food that exists between vegetables and fruits, resembling wild chives and growing on rocks, known to alleviate heart pain when consumed. Soon, Lin Yuan discovered another new specimen. This grass lychee, deemed a vegetable, resembled chives and was said to treat heart ailments. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he gathered a generous handful, eagerly urging Chen Lin to start a fire. Then placing the grass directly over the flames to roast, reminiscent of grilled chives commonly found at barbecue stalls. The grass lychee ripened swiftly. Lin Yuan merely brushed a hint of oil on its surface, without even the need for salt, before plucking a cluster and placing it into his mouth. An extraordinary fragrance blossomed within, rich in flavor. It was exquisitely fresh, accompanied by a hint of meatiness that greatly delighted the taste buds. I joined in, savoring a cluster as well. Delicious. My goodness, what a delectable treat. Witnessing this, the crowd eagerly seized the grass lychees to sample them, grilled to perfection. As soon as they entered their mouths, the flavors stimulated their palates to the brink of ecstasy. Absolutely scrumptious. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was truly incredible that these ancient mythological delicacies tasted so exquisite. After a while, a significant number of grass lychees had vanished into the stomachs of the crowd. Yet they remained unsatisfied, murmuring in amazement. Just the discovery of these grass lychees and catalpa fruits was enough to revolutionize the dining experience of the people of Longhua. Professor Zhao chuckled heartily. Indeed, it's no wonder there's a saying that the Shanhai Jing is a culinary guide, documenting the ancients' accounts of various delicacies. The crowd chuckled in agreement. Lin, we've only walked a few hundred meters and already encountered such treasures. Do you think we might come across the legendary ginseng fruits, or the 3,000-year-old peaches, carmona, or 9-year grains next? Zhao Xie inquired excitedly. Believe it or not, it's quite possible. Lin Yuan nodded enthusiastically. This area may very well be the core of the experimental base of the Yin Emperor, Fuxi, and Yua, so it stands to reason that miraculous medicinal plants could be cultivated here. Perhaps even greater surprises await us. For instance, the legendary Kunpeng? Zhao Xie interjected, exclaiming with excitement. In the northern abyss, there is a fish named Koan, so large that it cannot be contained in a single pot. It transforms into a bird named Peng, which is so grand that it requires 2 grills, one for honey glaze and another for spicy seasoning, while a bottle of Shuahua beer accompanies you on your adventurous journey. The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Yuan waved his hand decisively. Let us go. At that moment, the group's spirits were lifted as they boldly ventured deeper into this mysterious territory. After all, the essence of the Chinese people as food lovers is deeply ingrained in their very bones. Just then, an unusual cry echoed in the ears of the group. Be cautious. Chun Lin jolted to attention, and the other special forces members responsible for security swiftly responded, brandishing submachine guns and various weapons in a tactical formation to protect Lin Yuan and his companions. Moments later, to their astonishment, a peculiar creature appeared before them. It resembled an animal, yet its appearance was extraordinarily bizarre, akin to a wild chicken but strikingly remarkable, boasting 3 heads, 6 eyes, 6 legs, and 3 wings. Goodness! Chen Lin exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is this? This should be the Changfu bird recorded in the Shanhai Jing, Ninshan Jing, resembling a chicken with 3 heads, 6 eyes, and 6 legs. One cannot rest after consuming it. Upon hearing this, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Realizing the situation, Zhao Xie covered her mouth and chuckled. This creature is truly a boon for enthusiasts of chicken wings, necks, and feet. However, Lin Yuan interjected with a thoughtful smile. Let us not forget that the Yellow Emperor's cohort possessed nuclear technology. What if this animal is a product of nuclear radiation? In fact, Lin Yuan had utilized the Guizhong system for research and discovered that this peculiar creature was indeed edible. Yet, its bizarre appearance was somewhat off-putting, making it difficult to take a bite. Nevertheless, Zhao Professor mused, if this were to reach the internet, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Indeed, stepping into this extraordinary realm makes one uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. At that moment, the atmosphere grew solemn among the group. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's attention was drawn to a nearby lake. where something seemed to be lurking beneath the surface. Chen Lin, having stared intently at the water's edge for some time, suddenly exclaimed, "There are fish inside. I can see them. At least several hundred pounds." Chapter 85. Is the bronze divine tree a radar signal tower? The others gathered around, their gazes fixed on the lake. Perhaps the commotion on the shore startled the strange fish within, but inexplicably, it appeared unafraid of humans and surfaced willingly. What kind of fish is that? The group collectively gasped in astonishment, for the creature's form was astonishingly peculiar, far beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continued to employ the Guizhong system to ascertain the information regarding the enigmatic fish. Shanhai Jing, Southern Mountains. Among them is the tiger jiao. Resembling a fish with a serpent's tail, its sound akin to that of mandarin ducks. Those who consume it do not swell, and it can alleviate hemorrhoids. Lin Yuan recounted. Its name is tiger jiao? What a formidable name. Zhao Xie inquired, astonished. Indeed, but I can't shake the feeling that this tiger jiao appears somewhat adorably foolish. Chen Lin added, glancing at several comrades with a knowing look before retrieving fishing gear. After preparing the bait, he cast the line into the lake. They had brought an array of survival tools for wilderness combat, and fishing equipment was certainly essential. How confident are you? Lin Yuan asked, only to fall silent. His expression somewhat dazed, for he witnessed the tiger jiao had already taken the bait. It seemed that the moment the line hit the water, the creature was hooked. Is it really that easy to catch? This is absolutely bizarre. Is this the ancient divine beast recorded in the Shanhai Jing? Pull hard. This creature possesses immense strength. Amidst the exclamations, Chen Lin and several soldiers grasped the fishing rod tightly, and with great effort, they finally managed to haul the tiger jiao onto the shore. As the tiger jiao flopped its tail a few times, it eventually lay still on the ground. Lin Yuan reflected. These ancient anomalies have not encountered humans for thousands of years. It is no wonder they are so easily caught. It is not that the tiger jiao is foolish, rather, it is simply too innocent. Zhao Professor voiced the unspoken question that lingered in everyone's minds. Can this strange fish be eaten? Indeed. This tiger eel not only boasts a delectable flavor, but also possesses remarkable medicinal properties. The ancient text, Shanhai Jing, mentions that the flesh of the tiger eel can prevent systemic edema and even treat hemorrhoids. Lin Yuan jestingly remarked. I wonder if the Yellow Emperor's cohort ever suffered from hemorrhoids. In ancient times, there were no medicinal remedies, but they had this tiger eel. Laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, Chen Lin and others reeled in another peculiar fish. This one was even stranger, sporting a visage reminiscent of a human face, truly bizarre. This was the Qi Yan, as recorded in the Nanshan Jing. From Yingshui, it flows south into the marsh of Ji, abundant with Qi Yan, resembling a fish but with a human face. Consuming it prevents skin ailments. In simpler terms, this creature possesses beautifying properties, and consuming it can prevent acne while rendering the skin delicate and rosy, truly an ancient form of collagen. Sighing, Professor Zhao lamented. These ancient species documented in the Shanhai Jing genuinely exist, indicating that this text is not a mere fabrication but a reflection of reality. Indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement, turning their gaze to Lin Yuan. The discovery of these ancient species serves as substantial evidence for the theory posited by Lin Yuan regarding the Earth starship, suggesting that his theoretical framework is becoming increasingly robust. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Yuan declare that these bizarre fish were edible, Chen Lin and his companions eagerly set about preparing the meal. Without requiring any advanced culinary skills, they simply fashioned branches into skewers and roasted the fish over an open fire. Before long, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's senses. How delightful! The group could hardly contain their salivation at the enticing scent. Initially, they felt a pang of guilt for intruding upon the tranquility of this pristine land. Yet the irresistible fragrance overwhelmed their reservations. In no time, each person was savoring the tiger eel and Qi Yan fish, relishing them without any condiments. Lin Yuan was instantly captivated by the extraordinary flavor. The texture was unparalleled, surpassing any fish he had ever tasted. Delicious. Oh my, this is the finest delicacy I have ever encountered. The group marveled in awe, their feelings of guilt entirely forgotten. After all, as the pinnacle of the food chain, it is only natural for humankind to indulge in delightful flavors. Half an hour later, with their bellies full and a substantial amount of fish remaining, given that the tiger eel alone weighed several hundred pounds and there were only a dozen people in the team, they were unable to consume it all. Hey, Lin, look, there are so many more fish. At that moment, Chen Lin spotted numerous fish along the lake's edge, including some fierce-looking ancient species as well as others that resembled the adorable tiger eel. Look, that's the Wenyao fish. Lin Yuan pointed to a peculiar fish within the school, grinning as he remarked, it resembles a carp, with a fish body and bird wings. Its flavor is sweet and sour, consuming it incites frenzy, and those who see it will reap a bountiful harvest. This creature is also a delicacy, combining the richness of carp with the tender flavor of chicken wings. And it naturally carries a sweet and sour taste, truly a fusion of sweet and sour carp and honey-glazed wings. Moreover, it possesses the ability to treat madness. Truly, the tales of the classic of mountains and seas do not deceive me. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Certainly, the lakes are not devoid of some ferocious ancient fish species. In summary, this is all a remarkable discovery. Lin Yuan remarked with a sense of wonder that this place surely requires protection moving forward. And these ancient fish species must not be carelessly released into the current natural world, for with their capabilities, they would have virtually no natural enemies in contemporary ecosystems. Indeed, the experts unanimously expressed their agreement. After a brief respite, they continued their exploration deeper into the area. Chief Engineer Lin. At that moment, a scout returned in shock to report. I have discovered a peculiar tree ahead. Its entirety appears to be made of metal. Oh, the group, intrigued by his words, quickened their pace towards the site. They soon arrived at the location indicated by the scout, and upon their first glance, one of the archaeologists in the team trembled with excitement, his face flushing red. This is the Bronze Divine Tree. It is indeed the Bronze Divine Tree. The archaeologist exclaimed jubilantly. It truly is the Bronze Divine Tree. As Lin Yuan and the others approached, they too were struck with astonishment. Before them stood a complete Bronze Divine Tree, whose exterior bore notable resemblance to the Bronze Divine Tree unearthed at Sangsingdui. It towered at least 10 meters high and was remarkably intricate in design, featuring 3 tiers with 9 branches, adorned with various metallic forms resembling divine birds. From a distance, it appeared immensely grand and magnificent. Goodness! Professor Zhao, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "This must be the complete version of the Bronze Divine Tree unearthed from Sangsingdui. My heavens, I cannot fathom how many years it has endured. Yet it remains in such pristine condition. However, have you all noticed something strange?" Zhao Xia inquired, puzzled. There are numerous trees and vegetation surrounding this area. Why has such a metallic structure been erected here, fashioned to resemble a grand tree? What purpose does the Bronze Divine Tree serve? The crowd, unable to contain their curiosity, immediately began to study this remarkable artifact. Lin Yuan also took part in the investigation. Before long, the experts were astonished to discover that this Bronze Divine Tree not only possessed a unique appearance, but its functional capabilities were likely extraordinary. Chief Engineer Lin. We have found that the Bronze Divine Tree is actually emitting pulsed electromagnetic waves and can even detect echo signals. Zhao Kongmo and 2 scientists from the 749 Bureau exclaimed in astonishment. What? The Bronze Divine Tree is emitting pulsed electromagnetic waves? Isn't that a function akin to a radar station? The crowd displayed expressions of disbelief. Furthermore, it was evident that this Bronze Divine Tree had stood in this enchanting realm for an extensive period, perhaps for millions of years, yet it was still operational. A radar station. So that is it. Lin Yuan's body trembled with realization as a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He suddenly understood and spoke gravely. Previously, I had been perplexed while studying the great battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu. In the classic of mountains and seas, a total of 4 wars are mentioned, one of which is recorded as follows. The classic of mountains and seas, western regions overseas states. In the land of Susen, located north of the white people, there exists a tree known as Xiongchang. The emperor first attacked the deity here and seized it. Lin Yuan quickly remarked. This particular war describes the fierce battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, where Qi Yu launched an assault on a place called the land of Susen, subsequently capturing a target referred to as the Xiongchang tree. At that moment, I was puzzled as to why Qi Yu would attack a large tree. However, if we shift our perspective and continue to apply our previous understanding of how ancient people recorded events, considering this tree might symbolize something else. Could it be interpreted as a military tower of sorts? If this interpretation holds, then everything aligns perfectly. The Xiongchang tree is not merely a simple tree, but rather a radar device crafted from bronze and various metals. This hypothesis suggests that the Bronze Divine Tree unearthed at Sangsingdui could be a foundational structure of some highly advanced radar technology. Lin Yuan grew increasingly excited, continuing, previously, I inferred that Sangsingdui was a metal casting factory, and thus the ancestors of Sangsingdui must have first polished and crafted the Bronze Divine Tree before transporting it to the Shenangjia research base for further processing and the installation of other core instruments. P.S. The author is unwell but will resume updates soon. Chapter 86. The Periodic Table of Elements in Ancient Times. Lin Yuan's conjecture is indeed quite plausible. Zhao Kongmo solemnly remarked. When the Bronze Divine Tree was unearthed from Sangsingdui, our Bureau 749 also conducted an in-depth study of it. For instance, through CT technology, we discovered a peculiar organic core within the central layer of the Bronze Divine Tree. To this day, we remain unsure what material this organic core is made of or what its function is. Moreover, the ancient techniques for casting the Bronze Divine Tree were exceptionally intricate. For instance, the welding techniques employed were far beyond the capabilities of the societal civilization at that time, suggesting that only those who had mastered some advanced civilization could achieve such feats. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Thus, I posit that the bronze divine tree is, in fact, a technological device of a super civilization. It could serve as a radar base or a form of defensive weaponry. Crafted in the Singdui metal casting factory and imbued with various functionalities. Lin Yuan concluded emphatically. The atmosphere among the group stirred once more, as they gathered around the actual bronze divine tree for observation. Regrettably, due to the lack of adequate research equipment on site, they could only rely on their naked eyes and a few rudimentary instruments for inspection. This was yet another monumental discovery. The mere existence of this bronze divine tree serves as compelling evidence of a civilizational gap in ancient times, indicating a highly advanced technological civilization. The group expressed their exhilaration. All right, Chen Lin, leave behind coordinates for the rear team. Let us press onward. Lin Yuan declared. The bronze divine tree was massive. They could not transport it and would have to leave it for the subsequent larger team to manage. Subsequently, with hearts full of anticipation and excitement, the group continued their exploration deeper into this extraordinary realm. At this moment, the group arrived at a gorge where a striking altar emerged in the center, surrounded by scattered stone platforms. Perhaps due to the desolation of the area, these stone structures were remarkably well preserved. Chief Lin, look over here. There's another mural. Zhao Xia exclaimed joyfully as she crouched down. Upon a mere glance, she could not help but exclaim, "Is that the great you controlling the waters?" What? The crowd gasped in surprise and quickly gathered around, only to see another mural on the stone platform, depicting a peculiar figure. The figure pointed forward, while the mural illustrated simple representations of rivers and seas. Indeed, it was the great you controlling the waters, likely a record of an event witnessed by the ancients. Zhao Kongmo exclaimed in astonishment. But how strange. Look at the direction the great you is pointing. There are many odd symbols. What could they signify? Hey, this symbol looks like some kind of element. Zhao Kongmo shouted. Indeed, the crowd was utterly astounded. Zhao Xia, upon closer examination, counted and ultimately discovered 72 strange shapes in the mural, perfectly corresponding to the first 72 elements of the periodic table. Zhao Xia was left dumbfounded. The rest of the group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to process this revelation. They then turned in unison to Lin Yuan, eagerly awaiting his insights. Lin Yuan stared intently at the mural for a long while before slowly articulating. The tale of the great you controlling the waters may not merely be a simple myth. What it truly signifies, I can only speculate at this moment. As I mentioned earlier, the great you may not have been controlling the waters, but rather creating a flood. My sole bold hypothesis is that during the conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Shi Yu, the Earth was likely saturated with radiation and toxic substances. Thus, the great you might have conceived the idea of generating a flood for purification. Whether this holds true requires further in-depth research. However, I have drawn some conclusions regarding the great you from my previous deductions. Lin Yuan continued. The Shanhai Jing references the great you numerous times, with one of the most significant passages as follows. As Lin Yuan recounted the tale, the group felt as though they were transported back to ancient times. You said, the renowned mountains of the world total 5,370, while the land stretches 64,056 li. The expanse of the earth is 28,000 li from east to west and 26,000 li from north to south. There are 467 copper-producing mountains, encompassing the 5 reserves and 72 families, all within. This is called the national resource. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xia immediately nodded. This is recorded in the Shan Jing of the Shanhai Jing. But Chief Lin, what does it signify? Certainly, Lin Yuan replied solemnly. The significance of this passage is immense, even suggesting a myriad of secrets about the earth to future generations. The you mentioned refers indeed to the great you. This passage reveals much, such as the area of the earth, the varieties of elements present, the sources of rich mineral deposits, and how to utilize them effectively. Additionally, records from overseas indicate that the emperor commanded the measurement from the easternmost to the westernmost edges, totaling 500,100,980 steps, with the left hand pointing towards the northern region of Qingqiu. Lin Yuan continued, stating that according to this passage, the distance from east to west is 500,100,980 steps. In that era, one step equated to 0 for meters. Thus a li during the time of the Yellow Emperor was equivalent to 10,000 steps, or 0 for kilometers. Hence, by this conversion, the expanse of the earth from east to west was approximately 28,000 li, equating to about 11,200 kilometers. The distance from south to north was 10,400 kilometers. If we consider Changbai Mountain as the starting point in the east, then traversing 11,200 kilometers westward would indeed reach the coastline of Spain. And similarly for the south to north direction. What does this signify? It suggests that during that time, the cohort of the Yellow Emperor had already explored and documented the geographical features of the earth through some unique methodology, encompassing much of present-day Asia, Europe, Australia, and Africa. Naturally, due to the movement of tectonic plates, the geographical features of antiquity and modernity would surely differ, and there is no need for excessive scrutiny. The mention of the 5 treasures is even more straightforward, referring to the 5 common minerals discovered by Diyu during his explorations. gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. Most importantly, pausing for effect, Lin Yuan glanced at the crowd and remarked, "The classic of mountains and seas even records the used grasp of the modern 72 elements." The phrase "the 72 families, gains and losses are all contained herein," thus is termed national utility, may sound rather abrupt and incomprehensible at first. However, when considering De Yu's identity, Lin Yuan reflected, De Yu was dispatched by the Yellow Emperor to explore the Earth, during which he uncovered 72 elements hidden within, corresponding to the modern periodic table. The phrase regarding gains and losses implies that these chemical elements undergo various reactions, adhering to the principles of modern scientific definitions and the law of conservation of energy. The term national utility further clarifies that these chemical elements can only be manipulated or utilized in state-level engineering projects. Of course, we are aware that modern science has identified more than 72 elements, yet the approximation remains pertinent, merely serving as a collective term. Now, observing this mural sufficiently illustrates that the cohort of the Yellow Emperor had already mastered the application of chemical elements. Chapter 87. Astonishing Discoveries, the Mystery of Dimensional Space. Listening to Lin Yuan's exposition, the audience felt their thoughts unshackled, momentarily rendered in a state of astonishment. After a while, Zhao Kongmo exclaimed, "A single discourse from you surpasses 10 years of study. This mural holds immense research significance. We must summon experts in cryptography and ancient texts. If we can indeed decipher the marvelous patterns representing the 72 chemical elements, the implications will be monumental." Lin Yuan continued, "Many of our discoveries here are sufficient to astonish the entire world. However, truly tracing the secrets of the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor remains a formidable challenge." Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao smiled and remarked, "Throughout our journey, we have uncovered numerous creatures and plants documented in the Shanhai Jing, as well as a plethora of ancient murals, which have significantly advanced our archaeological research. I am genuinely eager to discover what further surprises await us." However, Lin Yuan silently murmured to himself, feeling a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. For whatever reason, an unsettling feeling began to take hold of him. Nevertheless, the group, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "Since we have come this far, let us continue our exploration." They subsequently set the coordinates and resumed their journey. After approximately an hour of travel, Chen Lin approached with a frown to report, "Chief Engineer Lin, we have lost contact with the outside world." "Excuse me, what?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's previously calm expression transformed into one of astonishment and disbelief. He then slapped his forehead in frustration, appearing utterly distraught. "This is bad," Lin Yuan shouted, losing his composure entirely. "Is there a problem, Chief Engineer?" Professor Zhao and the others gathered curiously, bewildered by Lin Yuan's intense reaction. Chen Lin quickly added, "Chief Engineer, although we have lost contact with the outside, there is no need to worry about our safety. The firepower we are equipped with is sufficient to handle a range of large beasts, and we have marked our coordinates along the way, allowing the main force to locate us at any time. Additionally, if any issues arise, we can swiftly return." "It's not that simple." Lin Yuan opened his phone, which indicated that they had only been exploring this realm for about 7 or 8 hours. Yet, he sensed an ominous turn of events. "How long has it been since we last communicated with the main force?" Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and inquired. 3 hours ago, Chen Lin replied. "So, we have traveled for 3 hours?" Lin Yuan scanned the surroundings once more, massaging his temples, and suddenly gave a wry smile. "This is bad. I suspect we may have entered another dimensional world." "What do you mean?" At this, the group stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. From Lin Yuan's face, they could sense an unprecedented gravity. "We cannot proceed any further," Lin Yuan declared with unwavering resolve. "We must return immediately." The others, including Professor Zhao, seemed to have realized something, their expressions changing dramatically to one of shock and disbelief. Seeing that Chen Lin and the others were still uncertain, Lin Yuan solemnly explained, "We may have entered another dimensional world, and the realm we currently occupy exists in a different dimensional space than our reality." Zhao Xie, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down her spine and asked, "Chief Engineer Lin, could you elaborate?" "Quite simply," Lin Yuan replied in a low tone, "the more discoveries we make, the more secrets we uncover, indicating that we are drawing closer to the core of the mysterious forbidden land of Shenanjia. As we all know, the dimensional world of human civilization is 3-dimensional, and I believe that the true experimental base of Shenanjia lies beyond the 5-dimensional realm." Lin Yuan solemnly stated, "In the realm of modern physics, it is theorized that an 8-dimensional space exists, comprising the X dimension, the length of an object, the Y dimension, the width of an object, the Z dimension, the height of an object, the temporal dimension, the gravitational dimension, the electromagnetic dimension, the dimension of universal attraction, and the dimension of universal repulsion. Furthermore, Huijin has presented a cosmic model that proposes an 11-dimensional space. In ancient Chinese discourse, the concept of different dimensional worlds is articulated through the notions of Dantian and Fudi, as well as the celestial court. In fact, the the scientific community has discovered a place strikingly similar to the heavenly realm, Neptune. The spatial characteristics of Neptune correspond precisely to the adage of one day in the heavens equating to 1 year on Earth. Moreover, the temporal flow in other Dantian and Fudi is entirely distinct from our worldly experience. This understanding has long been grasped by the Taoist civilization of ancient China, which elucidated the essence of the universe. Lin Yuan sighed, reflecting that the universe is composed of multiple layers of space, within which time and space are relative, containing nothingness, giving birth to existence, encompassing the large within the small, and vice versa. The true experimental headquarters of Shenanjia is situated at least in a fifth-dimensional state. Given our current technological capabilities, deciphering the secrets of dimensions and entering another dimensional world remains a formidable challenge. However, we have fortuitously discovered the entrance to this paradise beyond the world. Of course, there may also be adverse circumstances. Lin Yuan pressed on, stating, the differing flow of time. You must comprehend what this implies. Upon his words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chief Engineer Lin, are you suggesting that we have merely experienced 7 or 8 hours here, while in reality, 7 or 8 days may have passed? Zhao Sie's words trailed off as Lin Yuan gravely interjected, possibly even longer. Not just her, but all present wore expressions of grave concern and shock. Indeed, it is as such, Lin Yuan affirmed with a nod. An ancient Chinese proverb states, a day within the cave equals 1,000 years in the world. Meanwhile, in the outside world, within a desolate canyon of Shenanjia, an uproar resounded. Various large-scale equipment had converged, and numerous engineering structures had risen in a short span of time. A research team of nearly 1,000 individuals, alongside around 5,000 military personnel, had completely sealed off this vast and mysterious forbidden zone. In the command center on site, everyone wore expressions of intense anxiety, excitement, and unease. Damn it, exclaimed General Chen Lang, the commander from the Wuxi war zone. His expression stern as he could not suppress a curse. It has been an entire month, yet we have still not located Chief Engineer Lin. I can face unforeseen circumstances. Even all of us here may encounter peril, but Chief Engineer Lin must not come to harm. Chapter 88. Reactions following Lin Yuan's disappearance. Hearing these words, everyone lowered their heads, their expressions laden with bitterness. Sighing heavily, General Chen Lang, in a state of urgency, began to pace within the room. Meanwhile, the military's most elite reconnaissance soldiers had been dispatched for over 20 days without any news, which cast a particularly heavy pall over the gathered experts and professors. At present, we can ascertain that the world into which Chief Engineer Lin and his team have ventured is an enigmatic and mysterious forbidden zone, teeming with flora and fauna distinctly different from our own reality. Moreover, through our reconnaissance vehicle, we have detected traces of their activities within a 100-meter radius of that narrow passage. However, once we exceed a certain range, the signals become lost. Over the past month, we have dispatched 3 exploratory rescue teams, all of which are currently uncontactable. We have employed every conceivable method, yet to no avail, including mobilizing military satellites. But in the vast expanse of Shenanjia, we have failed to uncover even a hint of useful clues. A senior colonel overseeing the rescue operation spoke gravely. We must prepare ourselves psychologically. Chief Engineer Lin and the other rescue teams may have encountered misfortune. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. General Chen Lang trembled visibly. The soldier beside him sighed quietly. For only he knew that the military lieutenant responsible for Lin Yuan's close protection, Chen Lin, was in fact General Chen Lang's only son. The Chen family had served in the military for 3 generations, and General Chen Lang had high hopes for Chen Lin. Chen Lin had exhibited commendable conduct, devoid of the arrogance often associated with third-generation military offspring, having grown up in the military compound as a true soldier. Alas, General Chen Lang's breathing had become markedly rapid, and with a heavy heart, he closed his eyes. He was at a loss for how to report to the elderly figure far away in the imperial capital. This was Lin Yuan. His emergence shone like a blazing sun over the land of the Dragon Nation. In just a few months, the scientific research and national defense capabilities of the Dragon Nation had advanced immeasurably. Indeed, the global scientific community unanimously regarded Lin Yuan as poised to become the greatest scientist of this century. Born and raised in the Dragon Nation, he was a true descendant of Yan and Huang. Yet now, they had lost Lin Yuan. The mere thought of this filled General Chen Lang with profound regret. Had he known, he would never have permitted Lin Yuan to enter the perilous forbidden zone of Shenanjia. Nevertheless, there was no need for despair. Perhaps Lin Yuan and his team were experiencing a different fate altogether. At that moment, an elderly man spoke slowly. He was Qin Shanhe, Lin Yuan's mentor, who had rushed over upon hearing of Lin Yuan's predicament and had already spent over half a month in Shenanjia, anxiously awaiting news of his student. Indeed, their team's wilderness survival equipment was exceptionally comprehensive. Chen Lin and 6 other Special Forces soldiers were all exemplary warriors, equipped with all the necessary conditions for survival in the wild. Let us not forget that Chief Engineer Lin is a person who brings miracles. Perhaps a miracle will occur. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a spark of hope and began to encourage one another. Indeed, General Chun Lang inhaled deeply and waved his hand. We cannot give up. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, we must persevere. At that moment, a lieutenant entered the room. His expression solemn as he reported, all major military districts have dispatched death squads. The soldiers are submitting volunteer forms, requesting to join the rescue teams. Over 800 soldiers have voluntarily joined the rescue mission. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if mist had gathered in their eyes. Such is the reverence we hold for our most esteemed soldiers of Huaxia. Chun Lang hesitated momentarily before lifting his trembling hand and softly declaring, approved. The young lieutenant stood at attention, saluted, and turned to depart. After a brief silence, an expert sighed and spoke, Commander Chun, how will the media respond? After all, in the past month, the 5 major military regions have frequently appeared in the Shenanjia area, and with various whispers and movements, many media outlets have begun to take notice. Converging around Shenanjia, there has also been a surge of discourse online, with some astute netizens sensing that something is amiss. It has been a full month. Lin Yuan has vanished. He has not appeared on any online platform, and even his live stream seems to have been sealed, with no news whatsoever. This has left many netizens deeply concerned, fearing for Lin Yuan's safety. Upon hearing this, Chun Lang felt another wave of headache wash over him. They had managed to keep Lin Yuan's disappearance under wraps for over half a month, but the situation had escalated to the point where it could no longer be concealed. In this age of information, any slight disturbance would be swiftly captured by online users. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Lang reluctantly confessed, very well. We must announce the news of Chief Engineer Lin's disappearance. At 7 o'clock that evening, on Central Television, the news anchor was methodically reporting various stories. Suddenly, upon receiving a message relayed from the back office, the anchor's expression shifted dramatically. Moments later, the anchor, visibly agitated, spoke in a trembling voice. Breaking news. Our station has just received information from relevant authorities that the renowned scientist and chief engineer of the homing project, Professor Lin Yuan, entered Shenanjia for a research expedition 1 month ago. Currently, communication with Chief Engineer Lin has been lost, and the state and military have dispatched elite rescue teams to initiate an emergency recovery plan. With a thunderous impact, as the 7 o'clock news aired, the announcement of Lin Yuan's disappearance in Shenanjia instantly surged to the top of trending topics online. Countless netizens in Longwo were left in a state of disbelief. Indeed, this news sent shockwaves around the globe. What? Lin Yuan has gone missing in Shenanjia? My goodness, this is monumental. Professor Lin is missing. Oh. I hope nothing has happened to him. He is the driving force behind the advancement of scientific research in Huaxia. What on earth is the relevant authority doing? How could they allow Lin Yuan to venture into such a perilous area without ensuring his safety? I have been wondering why Chief Engineer Lin had not made an appearance for an entire month. It turns out something has gone awry. In that moment, the entire nation erupted in fervor. Countless netizens rushed to the live stream of the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics and Lin Yuan's personal Douyin page to leave messages. Lin Yuan, please be safe. Protect Lin Yuan. I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life just to ensure Chief Engineer Lin returns safely. A national hero, Lin Yuan is worthy of being celebrated as a patriot of Huaxia. May the heavens bless Chief Engineer Lin with health and safety. When news of this reached the West, countless Western netizens also stirred with excitement. After all, compared to the reserved nature of their Chinese counterparts, Lin Yuan's Earth Starship theory resonates profoundly with these Western audiences. According to incomplete statistics, there are now at least 10 million fans of Lin Yuan in the West. Numerous Western netizens have expressed their concern. May God bless this great Lin. Oh dear, Lin is the most magnificent scientist of humanity. Should anything happen to him, it would be a loss for all mankind. Lin Yuan is the father of controlled nuclear fusion. He must not come to harm, for such an event would delay the advancement of human civilization by at least a century. May all the celestial beings in the world bless Lin and ensure his safe return. Meanwhile, official agencies across various nations were in a state of turmoil. In the land of the bald eagle, General William of the Pentagon convened an urgent meeting upon receiving the news. His emotions profoundly stirred. He immediately established a video link with the official representatives of the Dragon Nation. The military leader of the Eagle Nation, with an expression of righteous indignation, passionately declared, Mr. Lin is a priceless treasure of all humanity. He embodies the heights of scientific achievement that mankind can aspire to. Therefore, his personal safety is not only the responsibility of you, the people of the Dragon Nation, but also that of all the people in the world. We, the Bald Eagle, possess the finest rescue teams and equipment. Our rescuers are experienced in search and rescue operations. Please allow us to contribute to Lin's safety. I swear in the name of God that we will spare no effort to rescue Lin. Not only the Eagle Nation, but also the Rooster Nation promptly issued a declaration, expressing their willingness to send a rescue team free of charge to join the search efforts. Other nations, including the Bear Nation, the Rooster of Gaul, and the John Bull, also quickly expressed their desire to send teams to participate in the search plan. In response, the Dragon Nation's officials promptly expressed their gratitude for these nations' goodwill. stating that they were already vigorously implementing a rescue plan and that the safety of Chief Engineer Lin was not a concern for them. Upon seeing the statements from various countries online, General Chen Lang and his colleagues exchanged knowing smirks. Humph, their concern for Lin Yuan is merely a guise. They are clearly attempting to probe into the operations we have set up in Shenanjia, given that even an individual as significant as Lin Yuan has mysteriously vanished. Moreover, if they could indeed rescue Lin Yuan, it would serve as an excellent opportunity to garner goodwill. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, we must expedite the rescue mission. The group solemnly agreed. Thus, 7 days passed. On this day, a piece of good news finally arrived from the frontline rescue team. Commander Chen, a soldier, visibly excited, rushed into the command center, exclaiming, "The first rescue team has returned, and they bring astonishing news." Commander Chen immediately met with the members of the initial rescue team. The military personnel, appearing bewildered and shocked, reported to Commander Chen, "We have a rough idea of what Chief Engineer Lin has encountered." After entering through the narrow cliff, we followed the traces left by Chief Engineer Lin and his team and discovered some information he had left behind. Upon receiving the information, we immediately turned back, but astonishingly, it felt as though we had traversed no more than 2 hours, while in reality, an entire week had elapsed. What? When this revelation was conveyed by the soldiers, the entire assembly was rendered speechless. Among them were more than a dozen academicians from the Dragon Academy and the Engineering Academy, distinguished figures in various domains of scientific research. Each one of them had the potential to instigate a seismic shift within the scientific community. At this moment, upon hearing those words, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Like little sons. "Young man, are you certain?" inquired Qin Shanha, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. "Absolutely certain," affirmed the lead reconnaissance platoon leader with a firm nod. "We departed on the 15th, but the current date is the 22nd. This too perplexed us. Why did it feel as though we had only been gone for 2 hours? Yet so much time had passed in reality? It was utterly incredible." Hiss. At this juncture, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even General Chen appeared visibly shaken, exchanging a glance with several prominent figures, all of whom were equally astounded. At that moment, Qin Shanha took a deep breath, surveyed the crowd, and spoke. "I believe I understand what is occurring." He then approached a blackboard and sketched 2 overlapping circles, one encasing the other. "Ladies and gentlemen," Qin Shanha intoned gravely, "the first circle represents our reality, while the second I shall refer to as an alternate realm. The intersection of these 2 circles signifies the world where Chief Engineer Lin currently resides." Qin Shanha endeavored to articulate his thoughts in straightforward language so that General Chen and the military personnel could comprehend. "Since ancient times, Taoism in our country has spoken of paradisiacal realms. I suspect that the world where Chief Engineer Lin finds himself may indeed be a paradisiacal realm. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, ancient texts such as the records of the subtle and bright documented tales of individuals encountering immortals, wherein those who entered caverns experienced a sense of being in another world, attributable to the phenomenon of time wormholes. Thus, while a week or even a month may have passed in the real world, only a few hours might have transpired for the individual in that peculiar environment." Upon reaching this conclusion, Qin Shanha and the scientists released a collective sigh of relief. General Chen and the military dignitaries grasped the explanation. Yet their expressions remained one of shock. "Elder Qin, do you mean to say that due to the differing flow of time in these 2 locations, we perceive that a month has passed, while for Chief Engineer Lin, it may have only been a few hours?" "Indeed," Qin Shanha affirmed with a decisive nod. "Chief Engineer Lin should not be in any danger, and given his remarkable intellect, he has likely already discerned the anomaly and is on his way back." Hearing Qin Shanha's clarification, the group nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, if anyone could be the first to notice the issue, it would undoubtedly be Chief Engineer Lin. "Oh, then I can rest easy," General Chen remarked, patting his chest, feeling considerably more at ease. Like the others, he was left in awe. How wondrous it was that such a place existed on Earth, far beyond our comprehension. In truth, this is neither a fanciful tale nor mere fiction. When explained through the lens of science, it becomes quite comprehensible. Elder Qin elucidated. Einstein's theory of relativity posits that time slows down during motion. The faster one travels, the more time dilates. Should an individual embark on a long voyage aboard an interstellar vessel nearing the speed of light, upon their return, they would find themselves significantly younger than their contemporaries. If there exist spaces on Earth that resemble this phenomenon, the slowing of time could indeed be realized. With a chuckle, Elder Qin added, "Now, we shall patiently await what unfolds." The audience was left in a state of astonishment, instinctively nodding in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and his companions were making their way back towards the entrance. The ancient text chronicles of celestial paradises and sacred mountains recounts, as the universe was delineated, the pure and the turbid were separated, merging into rivers and solidifying into mountains. Some align with the stars above, while others conceal celestial caves below. This implies that the world we inhabit shares overlapping aspects with the realm of celestial paradises. The area we currently occupy is such a place. Should we delve deeper? We would enter the true celestial paradise, the laboratory headquarters of figures like the Flame Emperor, Fuxi, and Yuan. The flow of time in that space is undoubtedly distinct from our reality. We might perceive a single day within, while an entire year, or even a decade, could elapse in the real world. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of complex emotions. Incredible. Unbelievable. Today, I have truly witnessed the extraordinary. Amidst their exclamations, they did not tarry this time, swiftly returning to the entrance in a mere 2 hours. 10 minutes later, as Lin Yuan and his party emerged through the narrow passageway in the mountains, they were immediately spotted by the military personnel stationed there. The base erupted in a chorus of jubilant cheers. It's Chief Engineer Lin. Chief Engineer Lin has returned. Oh, how wonderful. Chief Engineer Lin has safely returned. Due to the astonishing nature of the time flow within the celestial paradise, the command headquarters had refrained from disseminating this information widely. Only a select few in the military and scientific communities were aware. At this moment, witnessing Lin Yuan's safe return brought tears of joy to the onlookers, their excitement palpable. Chief Engineer Lin. General Chun Lang rushed out upon receiving the news. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and his companions, he exhaled deeply, finally finding solace. Commander Chun and Teacher, you are all here. Upon noticing Commander Chun and Teacher Qin Shanha, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He then nodded to the cheering crowd, saying, "Thank you all for your concern. I'm quite well." With that, they were promptly ushered into the command room. Chief Engineer Lin, what exactly transpired? Commander Chun inquired as soon as they met. Commander Chun, I believe you are already aware of the circumstances, Lin Yuan responded gravely, surveying the assembly. The realm we entered is a space where the reality aligns with the so-called celestial paradise, and the flow of time is distinct from our own. He continued, moreover, we uncovered a plethora of ancient artifacts documented in the classic of mountains and seas, including an array of biological specimens and plant systems. Each discovery alone is sufficient to spark global sensation. Chapter 90. Revealing the truth, a global sensation when Lin Yuan spoke of the myriad wondrous creatures. The audience could not help but display expressions of astonishment. My goodness, this revelation would validate everything depicted in the Shanghai Jing. The concept of an Earth starship, proposed by Chief Engineer Lin, now seemed exceedingly plausible. It was unimaginable what marvels awaited in such a realm. Prominent scientists from the Dragon Kingdom, including Qin Shanha, were all aflame with excitement. Meanwhile, military leaders like General Chun Lang had more pressing considerations. Their primary concern lay in the peculiar temporal flow of that extraordinary world, which differed significantly from our own reality. Indeed, Lin Yuan's demeanor turned grave as he nodded in agreement. The implications of this exploration are extraordinarily profound. It could even transform the entirety of human civilization. A collective gasp echoed through the room, for all understood the weight of such a statement. However, I believe we must approach this matter with utmost seriousness, Academician Qin Shanha asserted gravely. Otherwise, we may unleash calamity upon ourselves. Indeed, I concur with my mentor's perspective, Lin Yuan interjected, his eyes glinting with insight. For in that world lies the embodiment of countless dreams held by humanity, including the aspirations of innumerable historical figures yearning for immortality. Consider this. In the idyllic realm Lin Yuan was destined for, current information suggests a time dilation ratio of 8 hours to 30 days. This implies that a mere day spent in that realm equates to 3 months passing in our reality. Should one linger for a month, 7 years and 5 months would elapse in the real world. Even a year spent there could see nearly a century unfold in our realm. Imagine the uproar should news of this wondrous place emerge. Lin Yuan's tone grew somber. Countless terminally ill patients would rush in desperation, willing to pay any price to enter that world. Within it, life would seem to enter a state of suspended animation, akin to a successful cryogenic preservation. Those who remain there for a year or so could emerge just as advancements in medical technology in our world reach unprecedented heights, potentially finding cures for ailments like cancer and ALS, diseases that have long eluded human civilization. At that point, terminal illnesses could become treatable, and human lifespans could extend dramatically through future scientific breakthroughs. To spend a year there and return to find decades have passed, would that not represent a form of immortality? At this juncture, Lin Yuan's expression turned profoundly serious. Once this truth is divulged, humanity will plunge into a chaotic era. Every faction and nation would go to great lengths to seize control. Take the White Eagle, for instance. Should they learn of this realm's existence, they would undoubtedly become frenzied in their pursuit of the Shenanjia area. The possibility of a third world war could emerge at any moment. The pressure facing the Dragon Kingdom would be unimaginable. Chief Engineer Lin speaks wisely. Upon hearing this, General Chun Lang felt a chill surge from his spine to the crown of his head. He immediately commanded the guards. In my capacity as the Supreme Commander of the 5 major military regions, I hereby issue a Level 1 military order, directing that the base and the area surrounding Shenanjia within a 10-mile radius be placed under immediate lockdown. All personnel involved must sign a confidentiality agreement. Any breach resulting in a leak will be dealt with as treason, with severe penalties. Following this series of commands, no one present expressed dissatisfaction or dissent. As Chief Engineer Lin stated, should the profound significance of that realm be divulged, it could lead to the total collapse of human civilization. Even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom must tread carefully, for the allure of immortality is a tremendous temptation for all of humanity. Taking a deep breath, General Chen Lang appeared both exhilarated and anxious, pacing back and forth in the room. After a considerable time, he turned to Lin Yuan and sincerely inquired, "Chief Engineer Lin, what do you propose we do about this matter?" Lin Yuan exchanged glances with those present. At this moment, those seated here were either expedition members aware of the secret of time flow or high-ranking military officials and top-tier scientists like Qin Shana. What do you all think? Lin Yuan posed the question to the assembly, stating, "Firstly, the value concealed behind the world of Shenangjia is immeasurable, enough to keep our Dragon Kingdom occupied for quite some time. Moreover, we have only traversed a mere 10 kilometers, and the vastness of that realm remains unknown to us. There may be even more terrifying threats within. Let us not forget the records of ancient mythical beasts in the Shanhai Jing. They are not mere fabrications, but may indeed exist. Potential products of ancient genetic mutations post-nuclear war, or perhaps highly advanced nuclear facilities beyond our comprehension. Should we disturb them, it could precipitate a catastrophic disaster. Furthermore, due to the differing rates of time flow between the two locations, Lin Yuan paused, surveying the crowd. It may seem to them that only a few days or months have passed, while in reality, years, even decades, could elapse. For a normal person, this is undeniably a tremendous sacrifice. Imagine a father entering that realm in the prime of his life, only to return to find his child has aged overnight, and his wife has turned gray in an instant. How cruel is that? It is akin to a well-known science fiction film where a father merely pilots a spaceship for a journey, only to reunite with his daughter, who has now entered her twilight years, her life nearing its end. How many can endure such a scene? As a result, Zhao Xie and the other researchers fell silent. Lin Yuan spoke the truth, a harsh reality. For some, the notion of immortality is irresistibly alluring, yet for others, it represents a heavy burden. However, the essence of scientific inquiry lies in enduring hardships and pressing forward. The research into that realm must undoubtedly continue, but the methods we choose must be approached with caution. Lin Yuan articulated a profound truth. When confronted with the enigmatic and uncharted realms, humanity must proceed with caution and reverence. Old Qin sighed, remarking that this matter could not be elucidated in a brief moment. Lin Yuan interjected, emphasizing the necessity of inviting various experts and institutions for collaborative discussions. However, upon surveying the somber atmosphere among the attendees, he shifted his tone and said with a smile, "Let us not be overly grave. Our discovery is indeed a cause for celebration." Indeed, at these words, the crowd quickly regained their excitement. "By the way, Chief Engineer Lin, how shall we manage the media and external communications?" inquired Director Chun, seeking Lin Yuan's insights. "After all, the news of the incident on your end has spread widely. Not only are our fellow citizens concerned, but the entire world, including various governments, is keeping a vigilant watch." "Ah, I see," Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, before engaging in further discussions with the group. Ultimately, they managed to establish a video link with Old Chun and other prominent figures from the Dragon Kingdom, convening a serious meeting where they devised a series of strategies. In conclusion, they reached a consensus. Regarding the mysterious expanse of Shenangjia, they would conceal certain truths, such as the differing flow of time from reality. However, all other exploratory findings would be disclosed to the public. On that day, Lin Yuan and his companions were taken to the hospital for a comprehensive health examination. Once it was confirmed that there were no issues, Lin Yuan enjoyed a well-deserved rest that night. The following morning, news began to circulate online in Dragon Kingdom about the incident. "Wow, I saw Lin Yuan at a military hospital in the southwest. Is that true?" "Indeed, I witnessed Professor Lin in person. But wasn't Lin Yuan reported missing? Has he been located by the military?" In the midst of this fervent discussion among netizens nationwide, Lin Yuan logged into the live stream of the Advanced Physics Research Institute, unexpectedly resuming a long-awaited broadcast. Instantly, the internet erupted in a frenzy. In the live stream, Lin Yuan appeared composed, his gaze deep and penetrating. Facing the sudden influx of millions of viewers, he revealed a meaningful smile. "Greetings, dear netizens. I am Lin Yuan. I understand your concern for my well-being, and I sincerely thank you. I have not encountered any misfortune during this period, and I appreciate your worry. Moreover, I am here today to announce some astonishing news. Indeed, as many have speculated, I, along with a scientific research and exploration team from the Dragon Kingdom, ventured deep into Shenangjia. During our month-long disconnection from the outside world, our team made remarkable discoveries. Without delay, Lin Yuan showcased various artifacts from the secretive locale of Shenangjia in the live stream, unveiling an array of specimens such as the catalpa fruit, grass lychee, and the tiger dragon fish, new species that captivated the audience. Their unusual forms, accompanied by descriptive text, generated an immense stir across the internet. In that moment, Nearly 10 million viewers in the live stream were left utterly astonished. Wow, what on earth is this? It resembles yam. Yet you tell me it is a type of fruit? And that grass lychee, it looks strikingly similar to chives, but it is evidently not. Can someone enlighten me on the veracity of this? Astonishing. Is this truly a newly discovered species documented in the classic of mountains and seas? The tiger eel, at first glance, appears to be an ancient relic. Countless netizens are fervently discussing this in the live stream. Meanwhile, numerous experts in botany and zoology are equally exhilarated upon encountering these novel species. There is no need for skepticism. The mere existence of the human-faced fish and the meow fish suffices to affirm everything. Incredible. Engineer Lin has indeed uncovered a new species recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Does this not imply that everything documented therein is genuinely existent? This further substantiates the feasibility of the Earth Starship theory. In an instant, the barrage of comments exploded. Media outlets and netizens from Western nations, as well as official agencies, are attentively following Lin Yuan's live stream. After all, this is Lin Yuan's first appearance since his mysterious disappearance for a month. Unexpectedly, he unveils a groundbreaking revelation that astounds the world. In no time, renowned research institutions such as the European Quantum Organization, the National Academy of Sciences of the Eagle Nation, and the Royal Academy of Sciences of Irradian sent official documents to Longhua. The documents simultaneously congratulated Lin Yuan on his scientific achievements, praising his immense contributions to the realm of human research. Beneath the surface, a singular intent was conveyed. They all wished to participate in collaborative research regarding these newfound species. The National Academy of Sciences of the Eagle Nation even expressed a desire to conduct research in the Shenanjia area, promising to offer concessions in other fields of scientific technology in return. These cunning individuals from the Eagle Nation swiftly sensed the value of these ancient anomalies and inferred that Lin Yuan and his team may have stumbled upon a forgotten sanctuary of Earth. Naturally, the Longhua officials promptly declined. The Eagle Nation, however, was unwilling to concede, continuing negotiations and promising even greater benefits in an attempt to persuade Longhua. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continued his live stream. Before an audience of national netizens, he indulged in a culinary experience inspired by the classic of mountains and seas, leaving viewers in awe. The sound of countless swallowed breaths echoed in reality. Alas, Lin Yuan is utterly ungrateful. This is the first time I criticize him. How outrageous. He brazenly flaunts exquisite delicacies before us. Oh, and they are ancient species recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. How envious I am. Streamer, grant your fans some benefits. I yearn to taste the wild fish. Its flesh appears extraordinarily tender. I long to savor the honey-glazed coenping. I wonder if I will ever achieve that in my lifetime. Oh, how tantalizing. The barrage of comments surged, and Lin Yuan's live stream once again shattered records. Taking a moment to glance at the system panel, Lin Yuan noted, Earth Starship Theory viewers, 18, 983, 671. Exploration level of Earth Starship Theory, 0002. Wow. Lin Yuan's expression shifted. The followers of the Earth Starship Theory are on the brink of surpassing 20 million. It is worth noting that this is a gathering of fans of the Earth Starship, and many netizens have been captivated by Lin Yuan's charisma and scientific prowess. If we were to consider only Lin Yuan's personal fanbase, it might well approach a staggering 100 million. Observing that netizens were intrigued by the delicacies mentioned in the Shanghai Jing, Lin Yuan remarked, in fact, through our meticulous scientific research, we can confidently assert that ancient species such as the catalpa fruit and wild lychee can indeed be cultivated and brought to market in reality. I believe that soon, these food items from the Shanghai Jing will grace the tables of our fellow countrymen. With these words, the comment section erupted once more. Haha, fantastic. Lin, you are incredible. I never imagined I would have the chance to savor the meat of an ancient divine beast in this lifetime. Lin, you are amazing. The netizens from Longhua were exhilarated. Meanwhile, their Western counterparts expressed envy, as Lin Yuan's subsequent statements indicated that these novel species would be prioritized for domestic supply within Longhua, implying that international netizens would be deprived in the short term. In an instant, discontent echoed among the Western audience. Following this, Lin Yuan shared some of his experiences during his expedition in the Shenanjia region. Naturally, due to confidentiality, he refrained from disclosing the truth about the different time flows in the two locations. However, he was able to share some observations from Shenanjia. Upon seeing the photographs captured by the research team of the bronze divine tree, the netizens were once again invigorated. I told you, the Sengsingdui must be connected to the Shanhai Jing. This is sufficient to validate Professor Lin's theory that the bronze divine tree was crafted in the Sengsingdui metalworking factory. Truly astonishing. The netizens buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, experts and scholars from various research institutions felt the weight of an academic upheaval. Their minds seemed to stall as they realized that their own research appeared to have been overturned. After surveying the lively comments in the live stream, Lin Yuan chuckled. It has been a while since we discussed the concept of Earth as a cosmic vessel. Today, let us continue our exploration. I think I shall recount the tale of the Supreme Military Commander, the Yellow Emperor, and Chi Yu's nuclear conflict. Before delving into this narrative, let us first discuss the initial visage of this cosmic vessel, Earth. Lin Yuan pondered and stated, as I have previously mentioned, the force behind the creation of the Earth starship is an exceedingly advanced civilization, which we may aptly refer to as divine. Therefore, do not attempt to comprehend the birth of Earth and the entire solar system fleet through mundane perspectives or contemporary scientific paradigms. It is akin to the colossal beings depicted in certain novels and films, whose forms span multiple star systems, with mere moments for them equating to millions of years. Humanity and Earth are but insignificant entities in the vast microbial world. The expansive cosmos harbors infinite possibilities. Lin Yuan spoke with poise. Thus, in the beginning, the Earth starship possessed only one continent, which we shall temporarily designate as Panga continent. Curiously, there are records in ancient prehistorical texts indicating that Earth once rotated in the opposite direction. Why, after a certain period, has the Earth's spatial expanse been divided into the modern tectonic plates? The answer is quite simple. It was due to a cataclysmic nuclear conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu. This nuclear war was so monumental that it shattered the very fabric of the Earth, causing the land to upheave and the heavens to be overturned. Listening to Lin Yuan's ethereal narration, many netizens in reality were filled with excitement. Each had prepared their sunflower seeds and beer, settling before their phone screens to relish this long-awaited moment. Ah, what a familiar taste. It had been a full month. Did the host know how I had spent this time? Finally, hearing the host's captivating tales again was overwhelmingly moving. The notion that the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu had engaged in a nuclear war was simply astonishing. Amidst a fervent discussion, Lin Yuan continued. Archaeological evidence has confirmed that atop many peaks of the Himalayas, which soar 5,000 meters high, lie fossils of deep-sea creatures, attesting that this region was once submerged beneath the ocean. Additionally, we previously mentioned that the Earth has experienced a retrograde rotation, a fact referenced in Buddhist cosmology regarding the four continents and the Taoist concept of the primordial 8 trigrams, indicating that the Earth's rotational direction and axis have undergone changes. Why did King Wen of Zhou alter the direction of the trigrams? It was because he sensed something was amiss and thus made adjustments. However, through what means he acquired this knowledge remains a mystery. One thing is certain. All of this transpired before the epic confrontation between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu. But why do I assert that this was a nuclear war? Lin Yuan chuckled and remarked, as we noted earlier, the Shanhai Jing records various nuclear devices, such as the Zhulong, akin to a nuclear-powered vehicle, and the Kunpeng, a type of nuclear-powered aerospace carrier. Additionally, the Western Queen Mother constructed Kunlun, a vessel capable of controlled nuclear fusion, while the Shanhai Jing documents various forms of white jade, which represent nuclear mineral fuel. Furthermore, the Shanhai Jing Nanshan Jing records a tree known as Migu, resembling a valley and possessing a black texture, with luminescent flowers that illuminate the surroundings. This translates to a description of a tree on K Mountain, whose trunk bears black streaks and emits light. Why does it appear black and glow? Because that region had previously experienced a nuclear explosion, resulting in mutations among flora and fauna due to nuclear radiation, leading to such phenomena. This is not mere conjecture. It is supported by rigorous scientific evidence. Lin Yuan gradually shifted his tone, speaking earnestly. Some Western research institutions have discovered that in Iran, a giant rat mutated due to nuclear radiation, emitting a brilliant glow in the night. The authorities even dispatched an elite special forces team to deal with these mutated rodents. As for the phrase "gangmi," it means that adorning oneself with the leaves and branches of this tree will prevent one from losing their way. The reason is straightforward. Some leaves that miraculously survived nuclear contamination possess strong magnetic properties, capable of indicating the cardinal directions. In the 21st century, scientists have found that leaves can be employed to monitor air quality. Their magnetism derives from minute particles in polluted air, which can be fashioned into a simple compass. Moreover, as recorded in the Shanhai Jing, the heavens were unstable, the sun and moon devoid of their courses, the earth was uncertain, and flora and fauna lacked their place. Lin Yuan lamented, reflecting on the cataclysmic conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, which cast the world into chaos. At that time, the southwestern coast of the Panga continent endured a nuclear explosion, causing entire tectonic plates to drift. Concurrently, ancient oils, trapped beneath the earth for millennia, were transformed into amber-like minerals due to geological upheavals and thermal forces, subsequently released by the nuclear blast and carried downstream. These occurrences are all chronicled in the Shanhai Jing. Upon finishing his account, Lin Yuan glanced at the viewer count in the live stream. The online audience had reached an astonishing 15 million. The views had surpassed 200 million. The premier live stream on the internet, undeniably so. Of course, Lin Yuan no longer cared for such ephemeral accolades, for the Dragon Kingdom stood as his most formidable ally. In various mythological accounts, it is stated that the Yellow Emperor occupied the Luz Plateau, while Qiyu claimed the North China Plain. There is also a narrative suggesting that the Yin Emperor participated in this struggle, holding dominion over the Guangzhong Plain. Lin Yuan chuckled, asserting that while the Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor initially harbored competitive intentions, Circumstances may have led to the eventual submission of the Yin Emperor and his extraterrestrial kin beneath the Yellow Emperor's authority. Furthermore, the geographical positions attributed to the three factions in mythology are largely inaccurate, as they are mere projections of our ancestors' imaginations. Applying the Panga continent to the map of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. In ancient times, there existed only one continent and 2 oceanic plates. Thus, the Yellow Emperor's stronghold indeed lay near the heart of Huaxia's 9 provinces. Conversely, it is likely that Qi Yu's stronghold was situated in regions such as South America, Europe, and even Australia. The viewers listened intently, each expressing admiration for the host's imaginative discourse. After elucidating the geographical relations preceding the nuclear conflict, Lin Yuan proceeded to discuss the reasons behind the outbreak of war. He mused that both the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, representing distinct extraterrestrial factions, unexpectedly arrived on this spaceship called Earth. Armed with advanced knowledge, both factions swiftly discerned the true nature of their surroundings. Thus, the primary catalyst for the ensuing conflict was the struggle for control of the Earth spaceship, specifically the position of captain. Additionally, they vied for various mineral resources, among which gold undoubtedly stood out as a unique entity. This obsession with gold among the descendants of Yin and Huang, as well as people worldwide, is one reason for such fervor. The Shanhai Jing presents an astonishing degree of attention and statistics regarding gold resources across the lands. This is also why similar records exist in various global civilizations, where ancient peoples offered gold as tribute to so-called deities in hopes of receiving blessings. This raises an intriguing question. Why did these so-called gods require gold? What purpose did gold serve for them? Lin Yuan replied, there exists a rumor that a 12th celestial body, Nibiru, resides within our solar system, where the gods require vast quantities of gold to repair their atmosphere. If we were to approach this matter from a different perspective, it could be understood as follows. The celestial body referred to as Nibiru may indeed be a cosmic vessel, and the gods inhabiting that planetary spacecraft discerned the true nature of their world millions, if not billions, of years ago. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, the functionality of their starship became compromised, necessitating gold for repairs, an assertion that modern science can elucidate quite well. Gold possesses remarkable properties in precision automated instruments, gauges, and electronic components. Its exceptional malleability plays a significant role in various conductive materials such as electronic devices, semiconductors, and microcircuits. Gold is resistant to corrosion, heat, and is an excellent conductor. Furthermore, gold can shield against solar radiation. A mere coating of gold, even if only a few micrometers thick, can yield immediate anti-radiation effects. If these are indeed the reasons, it becomes comprehensible why these so-called gods exhibit such an obsession with gold, Lin Yuan mused. The conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, rooted in these very points, becomes clearer. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with insight. Having conveyed this, we must now endeavor to exonerate Gong Gong. Indeed, in numerous myths and legends, Gong Gong is depicted as one of the adversaries of the Yellow Emperor, said to have contended with Zhuang Su for the throne, infuriatedly striking Mount Buzhou, thereby triggering a great flood, which was ultimately quelled by Yu, who vanquished Gong Gong and executed his minister, Xiang Lu. However, in truth, Gong Gong was not an enemy of the Yellow Emperor. Chapter 92. A comparative analysis of the military powers of the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu. The records of Gong Gong in the Classic of Mountains and Seas are as follows. The record of the Great Wilderness states, beyond the Northwest Sea. In the corner of the vast wilderness, there are mountains and rivers, with you attacking the mountain of Gong Gong's nation. The record of the sea states, the game device gave birth to Zhu Rong, who descended upon you in the Yangtze River, giving rise to Gong Gong. Lin Yuan elaborated. In the aforementioned records, there is no mention of Gong Gong's wrath upon Mount Buzhou that resulted in the Great Flood, nor is there any account of his rivalry with Zhuang Su for kingship. Thus Gong Gong is indeed wronged. Moreover, in ancient times, it was customary to embody a tribe as a specific individual. Hence, I surmise that Gong Gong represented a prominent clan, possibly an extraterrestrial being hailing from the same mother star as the Yellow Emperor. After the descendants of this being emerged on Earth, they referred to themselves as the Gong Gong clan. What was the primary endeavor of the Gong Gong clan? In mythology, Gong Gong attempted to alter the world. He led giants in excavating earth and transporting stones, striving to elevate the heavens. What was the purpose behind this? Lin Yuan reflected. In my research, it became apparent that during that epoch, the Indian plate was incessantly moving northward, colliding with the Eurasian plate. The immense forces generated by the mutual resistance of these two colossal tectonic plates produced catastrophic consequences. The structural integrity of Earth, this grand vessel, was at risk of collapse. Thus, in a bid to save the planet, the Yellow Emperor devised a strategy to elevate the Eurasian plate while lowering the Indian plate, thereby diminishing the forces of their relentless push against one another. The process that initiated this program has resulted in the southern region of the Tibetan Plateau, stretching approximately 200 kilometers from the Himalayas to the Gangdais and Tangula Mountains, becoming the thickest crust on Earth. The execution of this ambitious plan was entrusted to the deity Gongong. In the classic of mountains and seas, it is stated that Gongong created instruments. The instruments were square-headed and intended to restore the soil in order to control the waters of the rivers. Translated, this implies that Gongong buried a certain device beneath the riverbed and detonated it, thereby deepening the riverbed. The motive behind this action is intrinsically linked to the elevation of the Eurasian plate. As for Gongong's minister, named Shangliu, I propose this individual commanded a specialized unit of the Gongong clan, operating a type of subterranean drilling vehicle. Thus, Shangliu may indeed represent a large, nuclear-powered drilling apparatus, equipped with a drill head and capable of delving into the earth for mining purposes. Most importantly, Gongong and Shangliu, in their endeavor to fulfill the Yellow Emperor's directive to elevate the Eurasian plate, opted to employ explosives, including nuclear devices, buried beneath the plate. Ultimately, their mission was accomplished. But the drilling vehicle operated by Shangliu encountered issues such as nuclear leakage, prompting the Yellow Emperor to dispatch Yu to address the crisis. Hence, the flight log records, the minister of Gongong, known as Shangliu, was slain by Yu the Great. His bloodshed rendered the cultivation of grains impossible. In simpler terms, the nuclear-powered drilling apparatus, Shangliu, suffered from a nuclear leak, with the resulting contamination comprising various forms of nuclear radiation and waste. It is worth noting that Shangliu might not merely be the drilling vehicle I conjectured, but could represent an even more advanced nuclear facility. Regardless, the Yellow Emperor ultimately resolved this planetary crisis. Pausing briefly, Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, during this period, the Yellow Emperor was simultaneously engaged in a nuclear conflict with Qiyu. First, let us examine the military capabilities of both sides. The Yellow Emperor possessed advanced technological weaponry, such as the Great Horn Xian Yuan, Yinglong, and Ba, as well as a nuclear submarine base known as the Mountain of Bird and Rat sharing a hole, in addition to numerous military installations scattered across the Eurasian plate. Furthermore, there existed a naval base, referred to in the classic of mountains and seas as Yu. On the other hand, Qiyu's forces were described in the same classic, stating that the Yellow Emperor commanded Yinglong to attack the wilds of Jizhou, where Yinglong amassed water, while Qiyu summoned the wind and rain masters to unleash a tempest. Thus, I surmise that the Wind Master and Rain Master may represent a form of meteorological weaponry, an impressive asset indeed. In modern military research, meteorological weapons are considered among the most sophisticated instruments of warfare, and Qiyu's command over such capabilities signifies exceptional military prowess. Overall, the Yellow Emperor's defensive system was remarkably robust, with military strength surpassing that of Qiyu. Nevertheless, Qiyu's military might should not be underestimated. As previously mentioned, his faction may potentially consist of silicon-based life forms, notably the renowned Jiuli. Additionally, mythological accounts reference the four great demon generals, Tao Tai, Hundun, Xiongqi, and Tao Tai. Based on our prior speculations regarding these ancient mythical beasts, we can conjecture that these so-called four great demon generals might also be advanced biomechanical war machines. Certainly, both the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu possessed nuclear technology, encompassing a range of intercontinental missiles, space-based weaponry, and various advanced mechanized warships. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream felt a shiver run down their spines. After a brief exploration of the military capabilities of both the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, we shall proceed to discuss the unfolding of their nuclear conflict. Lin Yuan smiled serenely, his tone ethereal as he continued to narrate. The initial phase involved Qiyu's assault on Asia. Chapter 93, The Dawn of Ancient Nuclear Warfare, Qiyu Destroys Radar Bases. In truth, I believe that after the war between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu commenced, the focus predominantly shifted towards air and naval defense. Lin Yuan elucidated, the reasoning is straightforward. As Qiyu's offensive direction towards Asia originated from the South Pacific, this is extensively documented in the Shanhai Jing. For instance, in the Shanhai Jing, the second 8 classics, it is recorded, on Sunlight Mountain, the ground is lush, and beneath it dwells the deity Jaimin, whose form is human with a dragon's head, and where it appears, storms and rains are inevitable. This passage suggests that in a place called Sunlight Mountain, there exists a deity named Jaimin, whose human form with a dragon's head symbolizes a cadre of pilots operating nuclear-powered aircraft, thus producing storms and rains. The terms storm and rain have been previously mentioned, where storm signifies energy and rain represents radiation. Jaimin does not refer to an individual or a so-called deity, but rather to a tribe or collective. Additionally, there is a record in the Zhongci 12 classics stating, the mountains of Dongting span 2,500 miles, and the deities therein possess the form of birds with dragon heads. It is my belief that the Yellow Emperor stationed a multitude of aircraft, akin to bombers, in the vast expanse of Dongting Mountain. At this juncture, Lin Yuan took a deliberate pause to clarify. We have previously discussed the dragons in Huaxia mythology. Thus it can be inferred that those entities possessing dragon heads or dragon bodies represent aerial facilities that surpass conventional nuclear aircraft, such as star destroyers or cosmic battleships. A closer examination of the Shanhai Jing reveals that the Yellow Emperor deployed a significant aerial presence in the northern, northeastern, and central regions of Asia. As for his deployments over the southeastern and southwestern seas, what strategies did he employ? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's inquiry, several meticulous viewers in the live stream promptly retrieved the Shanhai Jing, diligently flipping through its pages. Naturally, some academic experts specializing in the Shanhai Jing swiftly provided answers. The Shanhai Jing, the great wilderness of the South records, in the South Sea. There exists a deity with a human face and two azure serpents, referred to as Bianhuyu. The great wilderness of the West notes, in the West Sea. There exists a deity with a human face and bird body, accompanied by two azure serpents and two crimson serpents, known as Yanzi. Upon observing the responses in the comments, Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, correct answers. The records in the flight log, when viewed through the lens of modernity, may appear perplexing. However, if we continue to adopt the perspective of ancient peoples, we might interpret it thus. The so-called deities are, in fact, manifestations of some hyper-civilizational apparatuses that ancient individuals could not comprehend, such as Bianhuyu, which may represent a type of aircraft. The human visage is attributed to the pilots navigating these vessels, whose silhouettes, as viewed through the cockpit's glass from a distance, create the semblance of a human figure. Regarding the two azure serpents and the two vermilion serpents, if we envision these serpents as missiles, one could imagine aircraft adorned with two azure missile-like entities on either side, while beneath them, two red missiles designed for air-to-ground or air-to-air engagements dangle. It is worth noting that the suspended vermilion serpents need not solely represent missiles. They may also symbolize advanced aquatic vessels, such as hovercraft or miniature submarines. One must not underestimate the scientific and technological prowess of that era. After an elaborate explanation, viewers in the live stream enthusiastically expressed their admiration. It is indeed remarkable how the host managed to weave such a narrative. Upon reflection, it does resonate with a certain truth. Meanwhile, across the Western world and various regions globally, numerous official intelligence agents and esteemed experts from leading research institutions were attentively engaged. Each held a translator in one hand and a physical copy of the Shanhai Jing in the other, listening intently to Lin Yuan's exposition. Their expressions a blend of comprehension and perplexity. Yet, in the eyes of each expert, there was a profound sense of reverence and admiration. After all, Lin Yuan's proposition of the Earth Starship theory has captivated audiences worldwide, and his mention of the extraordinary technologies in the Shanhai Jing has astonished the globe. The assault, led by Qi Yu on Asia, commenced from the direction of the South Pacific. In the live stream, Lin Yuan continued his patient elucidation. The Yellow Emperor, being the most distinguished figure among that cohort of extraterrestrials, had foreseen Qi Yu's route of attack long before. Consequently, the Yellow Emperor established a naval base in the East China Sea, known as Yu. Casting a glance across the audience, Lin Yuan remarked, the Great Wilderness records state that within the East China Sea, there exists a deity with a human face and a bird's body, accompanied by two yellow serpents, named Yu. The Yellow Emperor birthed Yu, and Yu gave rise to Yu Jing. Yu Jing resides in the North Sea, while Yu is situated in the East Sea, being the sole deity of the sea. We previously discussed that ancient texts did not always denote birth in the literal sense of procreation. It could also signify invention or creation. Thus, this statement translates to the Yellow Emperor creating Yu, initially establishing the Yu naval base in the East China Sea, and subsequently constructing the Yu Jing naval base in the North Sea based on Yu. Upon hearing this, viewers engaged in lively discussions, with some posing inquiries. If this interpretation holds, why does the Shanhai Jing depict Yu as a deity, even referring to him as a human-faced bird god? In response to this query, Lin Yuan provided a straightforward clarification. Yu does not refer to a singular person or entity. Rather, it serves as a synonym encompassing the entire East China Sea naval base. The rationale behind this is simple. The ancient chroniclers of these events, or the intelligence systems of the spacecraft, recorded these occurrences in flight logs using coded language, rather than straightforwardly transcribing the text. This method necessitated subsequent generations to decipher the meaning. Additionally, the lexical limitations of that era contributed to this complexity. With careful study and an open mind, one can glean the understanding hidden within. After concluding with a smile, Lin Yuan seamlessly transitioned to the next topic. Moreover, it is noteworthy that to counter Qi Yu's invasion, the Yellow Emperor not only established a formidable naval base, but also constructed a remarkably comprehensive intelligence system. Lin Yuan chuckled, recalling a previous live broadcast where they discussed the ancient Baizhe II, interpreting it as an intelligence network system. However, during the tumultuous period of conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, the Baizhe II had yet to be conceived. How, then, did the Yellow Emperor procure intelligence? Quite simply, he established numerous communication stations and reconnaissance radars across his territories. As a result, within the Shanhai Jing, one encounters many peculiar references to trees, grasses, and woods. In truth, these so-called trees were merely various camouflage communication radar devices. For instance, the Hai Nei Jing states, between the southwestern Blackwater, there lies the vast wilderness of Duguang, where there is rich grain, and 100 grains grow naturally, played upon in winter and summer, with the Luan bird singing and the Feng bird dancing, and there are 100 beasts, roaming in herds. This grass, it does not perish in winter or summer. How should this be interpreted? It signifies that the Yellow Emperor established a grand intelligence base in the vicinity of modern-day Yunnan province. Here, a multitude of extraordinary trees, which were in fact towering radar signal towers, existed. The phrase played upon in winter and summer translates to the continuous emission of sounds reminiscent of musical instruments, which were actually the operational noises of various signal sources and radars. As for the Luan and foam birds, along with the 100 beasts, they represented the continuous operations of drones that gathered intelligence from all corners, relaying it back to the Yellow Emperor's headquarters. Thus, the great conflict was officially underway. In the first phase, Qiyu dispatched his forces to invade, targeting a region known as Su Xinjigua, the Shanhai Jing records. To the north of the Baimin, there is a tree named Xiongchang, where the emperor was first ambushed and defeated. This indicates that Qiyu's initial plan was to seize the Yellow Emperor's forward intelligence base located in this place, called Xiongchang. Qiyu's offensive was victorious, successfully capturing Xiongchang and dismantling a portion of the Yellow Emperor's communication and intelligence network, thereby achieving an early triumph in the first phase of the conflict. However, the Yellow Emperor was no ordinary adversary. Despite the initial setback, he swiftly made adjustments. How did he retaliate? Lin Yuan smiled, declaring that this formidable figure had directly dispatched the Kuo-Fu Gaoda. Chapter 94. Qiyu's counterattack, meteorological weapons foam bow, and Yushur. Upon hearing this name, many viewers displayed expressions of anticipation. Numerous longtime fans reminisced about a month prior when Lin Yuan mentioned Kuo-Fu Gaoda during a discussion about Xingtian, leaving a lasting impression on many. As previously noted, I had mentioned that Qiyu's faction might predominantly consist of silicon-based life forms. Lin Yuan continued his earnest exposition. The Shanhai Jing describes Qiyu as having a visage resembling that of an ox, with wings sprouting from his back, a human body with ox hooves, possessing 4 eyes and 6 hands, a copper head and iron forehead, impervious to blades and spears, subsisting on sand and stones. This aligns with our earlier analogy. The ancients, lacking understanding of the unknown, believed Qiyu to consume stone and sand. In reality, Qiyu belonged to an exceedingly advanced robotic civilization, where the consumption of sand and stones was a means of collecting nuclear or fuel. Similarly, Kuo-Fu is a formidable mech army crafted by the Yellow Emperor. The name Kuo-Fu likely refers to a singular hydrogen-powered mech, and the phrase Kuo-Fu chasing the sun suggests an extraordinary speed, surpassing at least supersonic velocity. This pursuit signifies an experimental endeavor of Kuo-Fu within the realm of space mechs conducted by the Yellow Emperor. The records of the Great Wilderness narrates that within the vast wilderness lies a mountain named Chengdu Zitian, where a being known as Air, who possesses 2 yellow serpents, gave birth to Xian, who in turn conceived Kuo-Fu. This statement is quite comprehensible, as it elucidates Kuo-Fu's origins. However, I propose that birth here denotes invention or creation rather than procreation. Lin Yuan remarked, moreover, that in the Shuowenjiezi, the term chasing connotes the notion of pursuit. If it were merely a matter of chasing, why employ the term chase? Furthermore, the expression entering the sun indicates that Kuo-Fu was nearing the sun, implying an alignment between Kuo-Fu and the sun. I surmise there are several reasons for this. One is that the Yellow Emperor was testing the speed of the Kuo-Fu mech. Another purpose might be to assess its resistance to radiation and heat upon nearing the sun. Additionally, there could be other military applications yet to be uncovered. Lin Yuan expounded with eloquence, prompting nods of agreement from the online audience. Most intriguingly, the Classic of Mountains and Seas contains a remarkable account of Kuo-Fu. It states that Kuo-Fu drank from the Great Lakes, suggesting he consumed the waters of the Yellow River and the Wei River, yet found it insufficient and sought to drink from the Great Lakes. This account is perplexing, even if Kuo-Fu were a giant. It seems implausible for him to deplete the rivers entirely. The only rational interpretations I can conceive are that the river waters could have been evaporated due to excessive heat, or perhaps seismic activity caused the riverbeds to sink, or that massive amounts of water were extracted for nuclear fission reactions. Furthermore, the Classic of Mountains and Seas concludes with the account of Kuo-Fu's demise, where he abandoned his staff, which transformed into a peach grove. This suggests that the staff, perhaps a form of advanced weaponry, contained a certain cosmic energy. Upon returning to Earth, the Kuo-Fu mech may have collapsed under the strain of this energy, yet possibly also brought forth some cosmic essence. As Lin Yuan elaborated with care, the audience continued to nod in understanding. Certainly, attentive viewers may have noted that the Classic of Mountains and Seas also contains a passage addressing this matter. The records of the Great Wilderness previously mentioned that the Ying Long, a creature under the Yellow Emperor's command, not only vanquished Qiyu, but also Kuo-Fu. If this is the case, it raises an intriguing question: why would Ying Long, both a member of the Yellow Emperor's faction, slay Kuo-Fu? At this revelation, the chat erupted with fervor. Wow, the host's words sent shivers down my spine. What on earth is going on? Isn't this contradictory? Amidst the audience's confusion, Lin Yuan elucidated. The reason for such a record in the Classic of Mountains and Seas may stem from 2 hypotheses I propose. One hypothesis is that Yinglong's slaying of Kwa Fu could have been a military exercise, suggesting that Yinglong might have been a super-advanced starfighter, and the confrontation with Qiyu was merely a drill in attack and defense. There exists another possibility. If Kwa Fu is indeed a highly advanced nuclear-powered mech, then the majority of its systems would be controlled by some form of instrumentation. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan remarked, "In essence, it resembles our current computers. Given that it functions like a computer, there lies the inherent risk of being infected by viruses. Should Qiyu's faction consist of sophisticated robotic life forms, it becomes plausible that they could implant a virus into the Kwa Fu mech. This scenario evokes the notion of a cybersecurity battle reminiscent of ancient times, as depicted in the Shanhai Jing with its black technology. Clearly, Kwa Fu has been compromised by a certain host virus, leading to a series of situations beyond the control of the Yellow Emperor. Consequently, the Yellow Emperor had no choice but to dispatch Yinglong to eliminate Kwa Fu." As Lin Yuan elaborated, the viewers could not help but narrow their eyes, each adopting a contemplative expression. Indeed, there seems to be some merit to the host's explanation. Now, let us return to the previous content. Qiyu initiated an assault on the Yellow Emperor, who promptly deployed Kwa Fu to repel Qiyu's initial wave of attacks. Thus, in the second round of this great battle, the Yellow Emperor achieved a temporary victory. Subsequently, both factions experienced intermittent skirmishes, yet none were particularly consequential. However, upon witnessing the formidable combat prowess of the Kwa Fu mech, Qiyu began devising counter-strategies. One aspect may involve the remote implantation of a virus into Kwa Fu, as previously discussed. On the other hand, this time Qiyu decided to unleash a powerful tactic. What is Qiu's trump card, you ask? At this juncture, Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. Meanwhile, the live chat and netizens across the nation were brimming with excitement, eagerly leaning in to hear more. "Come on, host, don't dawdle. Hurry up. Ah, Lin. You're being playful, aren't you? Don't make me send you a knife. Please, just tell us." Under the urging of the viewers, Lin Yuan finally composed himself to explain. At this point, the First War has entered its third phase, wherein Qiyu begins to retaliate. His countermeasure involves the use of weather weapons. Qiyu understood that the fundamental difference between the Yellow Emperor's faction and his own lay in the divergent legacies of their respective civilizations on Earth. Why did the ancient Huaxia ancestors refer to Qiu's faction as demons? It was, in fact, a rejection of Qiu's extraterrestrial civilization. In contrast, the Yellow Emperor aided the ancestors in establishing civilization, preserving written language, teaching agriculture, and healing the sick, thus earning a fervent following among the Huaxia ancestors, each tribe possessing its unique king. In a bid to undermine the Yellow Emperor's foundation, Qiyu resolved to employ weather weapons, launching missiles imbued with the powers of Feng Bo and Yushur. Chapter 95. The Emergence of Ba and the Comprehension of Weather Weaponry Black Technology. In the capital, within a clandestine military research facility, a dozen top-tier weaponry and meteorological experts gathered, intently watching the live broadcast projected on the screen. Truly, Lin is remarkable. Such an extraordinary concept. One can only express admiration. Lin's assertions hold validity. Even we now refer to our ongoing research projects as the Feng Bo Yushur Initiative, do we not? Surrounded by a group of researchers, each with bright eyes and profound insights, it became evident that these elite scientists, hailing from various fields, were currently investigating the core essence of meteorological weapons, a pivotal aspect of future warfare. Given the state of global scientific advancement, developing such weather-altering weapons presents significant challenges. However, the artificial generation of rainfall, fog dispersal, and even tsunamis on a smaller scale remains feasible. As for more advanced methods of controlling natural disasters, those are still under investigation at the Institute. Some may question the rationale behind pursuing meteorological weaponry, given its immense complexity and the catastrophic consequences of its deployment. The answer is straightforward. A great pioneer from our nation once proclaimed that possessing no sword is fundamentally different from wielding one. In the context of global power dynamics, our country must delve deeply into the research of meteorological weaponry. Otherwise, should adversaries employ such weapons, our nation would be left defenseless, leading to inevitable ruin. Thus, long ago, the state discreetly mobilized over 100 elite scientists to establish a covert institution dedicated to the study of meteorological weapons. I firmly believe that the words of Chief Engineer Lin are not mere fabrications. One expert expressed a sentiment shared by many, much like our current military research projects, which often borrow names from ancient mythological figures, such as the Chang'e Lunar Exploration Program, the Baidi fighter jet, the Luan Bird aerospace carrier, and the Xian Nu warship. Our ongoing research into meteorological weapons also draws its name from the wind and rain masters. A century hence, should civilization experience a rupture, future generations might concoct various tales to describe our research endeavors. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, redirecting their attention to the livestream, eager to glean inspiration from Chief Engineer Lin's words. Despite the current meteorological weapons research program achieving several interim milestones, the ultimate goal remains a distant horizon. There is palpable anticipation for what insights this young yet renowned scientist could impart. Meanwhile, in the livestream, Lin Yuan glanced at the myriad questions flooding the chat and continued his earnest explanation. In various mythologies, it has been mentioned that the Wind and Rain Masters served under the Flame Emperor, Shun No. However, one might wonder why they later became associated with Qiyu. Based on my conjecture, I suspect that the Flame Emperor, as a technological officer aboard the Earth-S spacecraft, oversaw a vast research institution. The research initiatives and developments attributed to the Wind and Rain Masters could very well be the accomplishments of the Flame Emperor and his subordinates, only to be appropriated by Qiyu for reasons unknown. Thus, when the conflict reached its third phase, with the Yellow Emperor dispatching Quafu Gao to counterattack, Qiyu had no choice but to retaliate using meteorological weaponry. This is reflected in the Shanhai Jing, which recounts Qiyu summoning the Wind and Rain Masters to unleash a tempest. Lin Yuan, upon reflecting on this, felt a deep sense of resonance. The Wind Master and Rain Master are meteorological weapons of an indeterminate level, yet their name suggests a connection to wind and rain. Once deployed on the battlefield, these weapons swiftly triggered a cascade of war-related consequences. At that time, the side of the Yellow Emperor suffered significant losses from the assault of these meteorological instruments. However, let us not forget that if the Wind Master and Rain Master were indeed developed by the factions of the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor, it would be implausible for the Yellow Emperor's side to be entirely unprepared after their theft by adversaries. Upon hearing this, the live-streaming audience erupted in fervent speculation. Many viewers familiar with the classic of mountains and seas experienced a moment of clarity. The Ba, the heavenly maiden Ba, the legendary figure believed to cause droughts, must be connected here. In response to the theft of the two meteorological weapons, the Yellow Emperor commissioned the development of the countermeasure known as Ba. Enthusiastic discussions ignited among the viewers. These comments did not escape Lin Yuan's notice, prompting him to smile and state that some viewers were getting quite close to the truth. Indeed, the records in the classic of mountains and seas mention that Qiyu summoned the Wind Master and Rain Master to unleash great storms, prompting the Yellow Emperor to invoke the heavenly maiden Ba to cease the rain. While this statement appears straightforward, the implications and processes it entails are anything but simple. In various myths, it is said that the Yellow Emperor birthed the heavenly maiden Ba to counter the Wind Master and Rain Master. The original text indicates that the Yellow Emperor petitioned the heavens for the descent of the heavenly maiden Ba. However, I contend that Ba, as a meteorological weapon, operates on the principle of being launched from space to land on Earth. As recorded in the flight logs, the emergence of Ba quelled the tempest, effectively neutralizing Qiyu's meteorological weaponry. Yet, one aspect remained beyond the Yellow Emperor's control. Although Ba was a product of his faction's research into meteorological weaponry, the experimental results lacked stability. Lin Yuan reflected that in order to combat Qiyu's meteorological instruments, the Yellow Emperor had no choice but to reluctantly deploy Ba. However, their research was too hasty and lacked thorough understanding, leading to unintended consequences when Ba was activated, causing a backlash against their own forces. Although Ba proved to be a formidable weapon, annihilating the Wind Master and Rain Master, the adverse weather conditions it engendered persisted, resulting in drought rather than relief. Consequently, the Yellow Emperor's faction had to resort to alternative methods to temporarily suppress and expel Ba. Thus, the third phase of the war commenced, with both the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu employing meteorological weapons. While the Yellow Emperor gained a slight advantage, the cost was significant, inflicting harm upon himself alongside his enemies. The situation reached a stalemate. At the same time, Lin Yuan's mind echoed with the long-awaited system notification. Congratulations to the host, as the Earth Starship has surpassed 20 million participants. A reward of the current theoretical grand package has been granted. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the development knowledge of meteorological weapons such as Wind Master, Rain Master, and Ba. A surge of enlightening information flooded in. Moments later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. Within his mind, he had unequivocally mastered a suite of exceptionally advanced meteorological weapon development skills. What a remarkable boon. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of composure. He had previously gleaned some understanding of the Dragon Kingdom's meteorological weapon research project, noting that most Western technologies were ensnared in a bottleneck phase. However, the series of advanced meteorological weaponry he had recently acquired employed atmospheric particles as lenses to focus and manipulate the wind direction, temperature, and density within the Earth's atmosphere, thereby achieving the desired human control over weather phenomena. It could be said that with this arsenal of meteorological weaponry, the national defense capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom would experience a significant surge. In fact, Lin Yuan even contemplated an excellent subject for experimentation, the neighboring Foot Basin Chicken, which had been discharging nuclear wastewater for the past year, much to the distress of the Dragon Kingdom as its neighbor. Now, armed with the most advanced meteorological weapons, it was the perfect opportunity to conduct an experiment and let the Foot Basin Chicken experience the consequences of its actions. With his thoughts thus ignited, Lin Yuan returned to the present, facing the camera with a gentle smile. Alright, let us continue our discussion on the fourth phase of the first great battle, during which the ancient divine beasts, led by Ing Long and Dai Jiaoxian Yuan, initiated their advance into the South Pacific. In this campaign, the Yellow Emperor's strategy was to eliminate the frontline military bases established by Qi Yu in the South Pacific region. Chapter 96. Lin Yuan's next research project. During the course of the offensive and defensive engagements, Qi Yu's assaults were thoroughly thwarted. Lin Yuan reflected, while Qi Yu is formidable, it is evident that the Yellow Emperor possesses a more advanced and sophisticated warfare technology, in addition to a wealth of talented individuals at his disposal. Seizing the opportunity, the Yellow Emperor dispatched Ing Long-class battleships and even frigates to the South Pacific, poised to obliterate Qi Yu's frontline military installations. It is crucial to note that the term refers to ships of the battleship class and above, not merely the fighter jets as understood in contemporary times, which are limited to atmospheric combat. These vessels employed bizarre and powerful combat methods, capable of descending from above the atmosphere with precision to strike targets below. Their arsenal encompassed various weaponry, including electromagnetic cannons, plasma artillery, laser weapons, and more. This accounts for the extraordinary events recorded in the Shanhai Jing, which speaks of a time when heaven and earth were overturned, accompanied by numerous miraculous occurrences. At this juncture, Lin Yuan expressed his deep admiration. While the Yellow Emperor's might was undeniable, Qi Yu's forces were equally formidable. Consequently, upon the arrival of the Ing Long fleet in the South Pacific, they encountered a fierce counterattack from Qi Yu. Ultimately, however, Qi Yu's forces could not match the strength of the Yellow Emperor's troops. Culminating in the recorded entry of the flight log, Ing Long set forth to slay Qi Yu and ventured southward. Thus, the nuclear conflict between Qi Yu and the Yellow Emperor reached a temporary conclusion. The flight log distinctly documented the Yellow Emperor's ultimate victory, although it came at a considerable cost. Pausing briefly, Lin Yuan turned to the blackboard and inscribed, Overseas South Route. Dishan, Emperor Yao perished in the Yang. Emperor Mi perished in the Yin. Overseas East Route. The corpse of Shi Bai, to the north, a beast's body with a human face, large ears, adorned with 2 green serpents. Inland North Route. The corpse of Prince Yi, with hands, thighs, chest, and head severed and scattered. The aforementioned accounts depict the scene where a multitude of generals under the Yellow Emperor, along with a portion of their war machinery, faced destruction. Following this nuclear conflict, the entire continental plate was devastated, including the territory of the Yellow Emperor, which became permeated with nuclear radiation. It was at this juncture that the Yellow Emperor commenced the process of battlefield recovery. As previously mentioned, in order to counteract the meteorological weapon of Qi Yu, referred to as the Wind and Rain Masters, the Yellow Emperor resorted to deploying the Bai-weather weapon. Perhaps due to incomplete development, the urgency of the war compelled him to utilize the Bai, resulting in the cessation of hostilities, yet the continuation of the meteorological calamities it wrought. The Great Wilderness North Classic records, the Bai could not ascend again. Where it resided, no rain fell. It commanded, the god travels north, first to clear the waterways and unblock the channels. This passage is quite comprehensible. The Bai, potentially akin to a nuclear reactor, could not be manually shut down. Thus the Yellow Emperor was compelled to transport it northward. Furthermore, within the classic of mountains and seas, there exists a plethora of post-war accounts regarding this nuclear conflict, detailing the deployment and damage of military armaments, as well as casualty figures from both sides. Thus, this great battle concluded with the Yellow Emperor's triumph. Ordinarily, one would expect the Yellow Emperor to revel in his victory. However, he found himself in a state of utter disarray. Let us not forget, this was a nuclear war. The consequences of such an unrestrained conflict resulted in catastrophic repercussions for the entire world, inundated with nuclear fallout and wasteland. At this point, Lin Yuan expressed his sentiment. That era can truly be characterized as the age of nuclear wasteland, where various species underwent genetic mutations due to radiation exposure. One of the reasons for the bizarre creatures recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, in his endeavor to restore the land. And perhaps armed with knowledge of advanced civilizations, the Yellow Emperor was acutely aware of the profound impact the natural environment has on our planet, this cosmic vessel. Consequently, to eradicate the nuclear radiation, he made a monumental decision to create a great deluge to cleanse the nuclear wasteland. As Lin Yuan concluded this thought, he glanced at the live stream, witnessing a record surge in viewership, with nearly 40 million online concurrently and over 500 million views. The barrage of comments flooded in, testing the capabilities of the streaming platform. Across the internet, the names Lin Yuan and the Earth Starship once again dominated the headlines. Ahem. Today's live broadcast is drawing to a close. I understand that many of you harbor numerous queries and interests regarding the nuclear conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu. Regrettably, the records in the classic of mountains and seas concerning their battle are scant, and I can only deduce insights from the limited texts and materials available. Perhaps with further research into the classic of mountains and seas, we shall uncover more valuable information in the future. At this juncture, Lin Yuan offered a brief preview. In the next live session, I will delve into the primordial Great Flood, I warmly welcome all viewers to join. With that, Lin Yuan concluded the live stream. In the aftermath, the online community erupted in excitement, with countless viewers reluctant to depart Lin Yuan's broadcast, their minds still immersed in the grand world he had vividly portrayed. Countless historians and scientists have been profoundly enlightened by Lin Yuan's revelations. It is truly remarkable. It is not that Qi Yu is lacking in strength, but rather that the Yellow Emperor possesses extraordinary prowess. Qi Yu's defeat is not unjust. As a silicon-based life form, the civilization to which Qi Yu belongs is fundamentally incapable of comprehending humanity, thereby failing to earn the recognition of the Earth's spaceship's intellect. Indeed, I feel that the content shared by the host is merely the tip of the iceberg. In my opinion, the Yellow Emperor's triumph over Qi Yu undoubtedly received substantial support from the Earth's spaceship's intellect. Astonishingly, this possibility is quite plausible. Amidst the fervent discussions online, Lin Yuan concluded his live broadcast and, after resting for the night, returned to Ninghai the following day. His expedition to Shenangjia yielded results far beyond his expectations. Thus, upon his return to Ninghai, the first thing Lin Yuan did was establish a brand new research team. Chapter 97. Ancient Technology for Mending the Heavens. The mysterious five-colored stone at the Military Science Institute in Magic City, which serves as the headquarters for the previous Xianyuan engineering project. Lin Yuan was meticulously sketching something on paper with a fountain pen. Nearby, Chen Lin was preparing tea for him. Chief Engineer Lin, the research in Shenangjia has officially entered its initial stage. Chen Lin is one of the few individuals privy to the hidden secrets of Shenangjia, and given his military background, the armed forces often prefer to relay information to Lin Yuan through him. Lin Yuan replied casually, his current interest in Shenangjia having diminished. After all, that location is shrouded in mystery. With the current technological civilization possessed by various nations on Earth, effective exploration is unattainable without reaching a certain threshold. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan inscribed another note on the paper. What is this? Chen Lin approached with a cup of Dahong Pao tea, and, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the paper, his expression changed dramatically. This outlines the mainstream scientific community's conceptualization of the civilization advancement process. Lin Yuan took a sip of the Dahong Pao and remarked with a serene smile, at present, humanity's scientific civilization is still exceedingly backward. We have yet to reach even a Type 1 civilization. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin, pointing at the content on the paper, inquired with curiosity, Chief Engineer Lin. Could you elaborate on this? Of course, Lin Yuan replied composedly. According to the prevailing thoughts within the scientific community, achieving a Type 1 civilization necessitates the following scientific advancements: controllable nuclear fusion with room temperature superconductors, miniaturization of fusion reactors, such as arc reactors, Hall thrusters, quantum computers, artificial intelligence, carbon nanotubes, nanomedical robots, medical pods, superconducting magnetic energy storage devices, plasma weapons, individual exoskeletons, starships, planetary defense systems, and nuclear torpedoes, among others. Upon hearing such advanced concepts, Chen Lin felt his mind struggling to keep up, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement as he stammered, Chief Engineer Lin, if we achieve a Type 1 civilization, does that mean we would be qualified for formal exploration of the Earth spaceship? We are still far from that. Lin Yuan replied with a shake of his head and a smile, filled with profound sentiment. At best, we would merely be qualified to genuinely explore the Earth spaceship. We must attain at least a Type 2 civilization. Chen Lin's expression darkened, and he solemnly inquired. You previously mentioned that the hidden civilization relentlessly pursuing Earth for billions of years has reached what level of advancement? I do not know, Lin Yuan replied swiftly, his tone equally grave. That civilization has transcended human imagination, and it may have far surpassed even the 11 dimensions of the universe. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The very fact that Earth has endured for so long suggests a certain rationale. Its demise will not be as simple as that. With that, Lin Yuan rose and waved his hand. Please inform the higher-ups that during this period, I will be in seclusion to conduct some research. Unless there is a significant matter, do not disturb me. After speaking, he strode into a research chamber. Nearly half a month later, within the experimental workshop, amidst a plethora of intricate devices and instruments, Lin Yuan was tirelessly engaged in assembly work. Before him hovered a spherical device, no larger than a fist, emitting a cold blue glow, suspended by an electromagnetic gravity field. At last, the Xianyuan reactor is complete. Lin Yuan smiled lazily. If it were not accomplished, the staff of the National Financial Institution would surely be anxious. After all, during the past half-month, in his capacity as the chief architect of the Hongming project, he had repeatedly accessed the national treasury, with the amount of funds mobilized exceeding 30 billion, not to mention other rare resources. The energy source issue for the nuclear mech had been resolved. This small Xianyuan reactor could generate energy equivalent to that of a nuclear power station. In truth, the Xianyuan reactor operated through cold nuclear fusion, outputting energy exceeding 1 billion joules per second. Its nuclear fuel was derived from the cosmic isotope material, T particles, discovered by the military at the Sanxingdui site months prior. Following a trial run, Lin Yuan's face lit up with a radiant smile upon receiving various data reports. Perfect. The trial operation of the Xianyuan reactor has yielded flawless results. He thought, now, I can proceed to the second phase of constructing the mechs. Then, Lin Yuan surveyed the site, where an abundance of scarce resources and parts were readily available, including carbon chains, proton vibranium, and the illustrious five-colored stones. Among these, the five-colored stones stood out most vividly. Lin Yuan speculated that the batch of five-colored stones unearthed from the Sanxingdui site might indeed be the mysterious stones utilized by Nuwa in ancient times to mend the heavens. Before him lay these five-colored stones, each displaying one of five hues: white, azure, black, red, and yellow. The white stone was as pure as snow, the azure stone reminiscent of the deep sea, the black stone as profound as the starry night, the red stone blazed like fire, and the yellow stone seemed to symbolize the bountiful harvest of autumn. How did Nuwa discover these wondrous minerals in ancient times? One thing is certain. These five-colored stones are artificially synthesized, their materials sourced from outer space, and the technology employed is undoubtedly extraordinary, possibly involving some form of small molecule synthesis technique. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he murmured to himself. In his research, ancient myths are recounted, including the account of Nuwa repairing the heavens as recorded in the flight logs of the classic of mountains and seas. However, the term repairing the heavens should be interpreted as the restoration of the Earth's spacecraft's defense system. This involves employing various technologies to modify the moon, a colossal vessel, and subsequently positioning it into its designated orbit, thus completing the final segment of the Earth's defense apparatus. The so-called five-colored stones are, in fact, various extraordinary extraterrestrial metallic resources. Nuwa utilized super-advanced metallurgical techniques to forge these stones. This notion is echoed in certain archaeological findings within the Dragon Kingdom. For instance, in 1983, archaeologists unearthed an ancient goddess temple in the vicinity of the Nihiliang area. Numerous female statues were discovered within this temple, most of which seemingly pointed towards Nuwa. Even more astonishing was the discovery of an artificial conical earth mound located 1,000 meters from the temple, standing 16 meters high with a base diameter of 40 meters, constructed entirely of stone. The appearance of this mound closely resembles the layout of the Egyptian pyramids. However, what truly astonished the archaeologists was that at the pinnacle of this earthen pyramid, there were 500 crucibles made of red copper, each over a foot tall and with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Additionally, near this mound, a male skeleton adorned with a jade ring was found, featuring two interlocking dragons, with one hand grasping a jade turtle, one male and one female, suggesting some profound significance. Lin Yuan surmised that the existence of this goddess temple was meant to convey a fact to future generations, that in ancient times, Nuwa indeed refined the five-colored stones. And these 500 crucibles were constructed by the ancestors who, having witnessed Nuwa's act, sought to emulate her. Yet, the ignorant ancestors could not comprehend the true meaning behind Nuwa's refinement of the five-colored stones. Regardless, the five-colored stones unearthed from Sanxingdui possess immense functional value. Lin Yuan felt a deep sense of awe. He once sent a five-colored stone to the Dragon Academy for analysis. But after a collaborative assessment by nearly a dozen top materials science experts, they could only identify one component of the stone: proton vibranium. This material originates from outer space, possessing remarkable and powerful properties that hold strategic value across various modern technological domains. For instance, the exoskeleton he is currently researching utilizes proton vibranium in its construction, yielding a weight, strength, and pressure resistance that far surpasses existing advanced materials. The five-colored stones are even more exquisite. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan commenced his work. Soon, the workshop was filled with the urgent sounds of hammers striking metal. Chapter 98. The second round of merchandise launches. The Eagle Nation was stunned. After another 10 days, the commotion in the workshop dwindled, plunging Chen Lin and others into an intense state of anticipation. During this period, Lin Yuan was utterly consumed by his work on the development of individual combat mechs, neglecting even his basic needs. He hadn't streamed for nearly half a month, leaving countless online viewers in a frenzy. Were it not for his prominent position as the chief architect of the Hongmeng project and the secrecy surrounding his work location, one might fear that fans would resort to sending him threats. Why has Chief Engineer Lin stopped streaming again? He was just about to reveal something exciting. It's driving me crazy, exclaimed one viewer. Indeed, he abruptly halted when discussing the Great Flood. I've scoured countless materials these past few days and discovered many intriguing anomalies. Another chimed in. The more I delve into the Earth Starship theory, the more I find the streamer's assertions compelling. I suggest we establish a new university major dedicated to exploring the Earth Starship. This suggestion sparked widespread agreement across the internet. In reality, relevant institutions were already contemplating such decisions. As Lin Yuan's supporting evidence for the Earth Starship theory became increasingly robust, an entire academic framework was gradually materializing for public scrutiny. Given time, the Earth starship theory would undoubtedly evolve into a comprehensive academic discipline, enticing countless researchers to engage in its study. One day, Lin Yuan emerged from the experimental workshop, stifling a yawn, and instructed Chun Lin, "Brother Chun, please help me find a few physically fit soldiers." "Chief Engineer Lin, you're finally out." Chun Lin exhaled in relief and promptly nodded, "No problem." Curiosity piqued. He glanced back into the workshop and, catching a glimpse of something, his face lit up with excitement. "Chief Engineer Lin, is that?" Chun Lin stuttered, his voice trembling. Noticing Chun Lin's expression, Lin Yuan chuckled softly, "Don't rush. This thing is even more challenging to construct than I anticipated. Fortunately, I have resolved the critical technical issues. In a few days, we should be able to produce the test subject. The reason I asked you to find soldiers is for the operational simulation of the individual combat mech, preferably selecting from among the pilots." "Understood." Chun Lin inhaled deeply and promptly reported to the military high command. "Is there anything else?" Lin Yuan casually inquired, having stepped out merely to take a shower and rest briefly before returning to his research. "Actually, there is," Chun Lin replied, momentarily taken aback before continuing. "The product you designed previously is about to launch." Lin Yuan quickly realized that Chun Lin was referring to the second merchandise related to his livestream. This was a children's toy, redesigned from the Earth spaceship crew training kit, aimed at inspiring the scientific curiosity and practical skills of the youth in Dragon Nation. "Has it been completed so swiftly? Let us officially launch it." Lin Yuan smiled. After all, the first nuclear prodigy kit sold remarkably well, indicating a high acceptance rate among the public. Moreover, it has been over 2 months. Many children must have grown tired of it. It's time to introduce a new toy set. "All right, I will arrange that immediately," Chun Lin replied, rubbing his temples with a wry smile. "Chief Engineer Lin, perhaps you should consider hiring a dedicated secretary?" After all, Chun Lin is considered one of the most elite soldiers in the military, a top talent among the special guards. Yet now he finds himself veering off course with his current tasks. "Haha, then I shall entrust this to you, Brother Chun," Lin Yuan remarked, waving his hand. "Rest assured." Chun Lin snapped his fingers, brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, at the White Eagle's headquarters, the Pentagon, General William took a sip of coffee, his gaze fixed on the documents before him. He then lifted his eyes to survey the hundreds of top scientists, sinologists, and intelligence personnel present. "The Pandora project has been underway for nearly 6 months, and you tell me that no useful findings have emerged thus far?" As he spoke, General William's impatience surged. He stood abruptly and slammed the documents onto the table, producing a thunderous sound. The stack of papers scattered, revealing a series of alarming titles. Exploration Plan for Borneo Island. North Atlantic Grim Reaper Island Excavation Plan. Exploration Plan for the Incan Ancient City of Machu Picchu. Top Secret Analysis of the Egyptian Pyramids. Death Valley Erosion Plan. The topics encompassed within these titles were all related to the various mysterious forbidden zones on Earth. For instance, the tropical rainforest of Borneo, often referred to as a purgatory on Earth, is home to over 60,000 species of flora and fauna, boasting unparalleled biodiversity. A veritable treasure trove of species. Yet, the dangers are equally unfathomable, with actual cannibals and colossal pythons, along with legendary beasts, residing within. The Pandora Project aims to dispatch elite scientific research teams to conduct comprehensive scientific investigations in these locales. Moreover, many of these forbidden zones belong to other nations, and to gain local governmental support, the White Eagle has paid a substantial price. For instance, in collaboration with Egypt to explore the pyramids, the White Eagle expended at least $10 billion to secure the consent of the Egyptian authorities, allowing a research team of nearly 100 individuals to obtain in-depth permissions and conduct secret studies across the country for several months. These operations included numerous highly classified endeavors. Yet the results relayed back thus far have left General William feeling a sense of foreboding. After all, the Dragon Nation has already achieved several significant breakthroughs. Contemplating the situation on his side, General William could not help but feel disheartened. Damn those individuals. The Dragon Nation has made remarkable strides in their investigations of these ancient relics and mysterious zones, while you have accomplished nothing. It is a sheer waste of the higher-ups' funding. If this continues, the Dragon people will inevitably uncover deeper secrets, and their national defense and scientific capabilities will surge, placing our position in jeopardy. Amid his furious outburst, General William squinted, unable to suppress memories of certain events. For instance, last month, the Dragon Nation unveiled a so-called children's toy. Devilish. The Dragon people are indeed devilish. They have allowed their children to come into close contact with nuclear elements. It is simply unimaginable. Upon first learning of this matter, Admiral William could not suppress his uncontrollable laughter, secretly contemplating how recklessly the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had ventured. How could they allow their children to come into contact with such perilous substances as nuclear ores? However, as the research group of the Eagle Nation delved deeper, Admiral William was confronted with a chilling revelation. The Dragon Kingdom fervently promoted the sales of this children's toy, which would, in the future, significantly enhance the growth of their youth. In simpler terms, within a decade, The influx of fresh talent into Dragon Kingdom's scientific research would see a substantial elevation. Upon this realization, a shiver coursed through Admiral William's spine. At that moment, an intelligence officer burst through the door, his expression one of alarm. "Admiral William, a grave situation has arisen." The officer, trembling with disbelief, reported, "We have just received word that the live stream has launched yet another product. This one also focuses on children's toys, titled the Earth Spaceship Technician Training Set. It comprises an array of metal casting molds and tools. In essence, it teaches children how to polish metal and engage in casting. While this in itself may not seem alarming, our intelligence has uncovered that within some of the metal molds devised by the Dragon Kingdom, there are unmistakable designs for our most classified weaponry, such as the Trident missile." The officer continued, his voice filled with dread. "The Dragon Kingdom has terrifyingly deciphered the internal structure of our Trident missiles and transformed them into molds that even children can comprehend. My God, I can scarcely imagine the scene that will unfold in a few days when Dragon Kingdom's youth will be polishing Trident missiles as a commonplace activity. Our nation's pinnacle military technology has been reduced to mere child's play." Chapter 99. You provide the blueprints, I supply the machinery. Together we flourish and create new splendor in Magic City. 13-year-old Hong Xiaoqing returned home, beaming with delight as he clutched a large package. "Mom, the package has arrived," he exclaimed excitedly to his mother. "Ah, is this the second children's toy product developed by Professor Lin? The packaging is enormous." His mother, Lin Ping, responded in astonishment. "Hee. Indeed, I am simply brimming with anticipation." Hong Xiaoqing chuckled, eagerly tearing open the package. Observing her son's enthusiasm, Lin Ping's face radiated joy. Reflecting on the past 2 months, she felt as though she were in a dream. 2 months prior, her son, Hong Xiaoqing, had been struggling academically, consistently ranking at the bottom of his class. This caused great concern for both parents, who fretted over their son's future and resorted to various methods, such as hiring tutors and enrolling him in supplementary classes. Yet his academic performance remained stagnant. It was only 2 months ago, in a bid to reward him for achieving second to last place in his class, that Lin Ping decided to purchase a product from the Magic City Institute of Advanced Physics, a peripheral item that has since become a sensation in the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Nuclear Child Prodigy Experimental Kit. Upon engaging with it, her son became utterly captivated. In pursuit of knowledge related to nuclear physics and its applications, the son underwent a remarkable transformation during this period, even abandoning his once beloved gaming pursuits. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would immerse himself in his mobile device, diligently exploring the usage of the Nuclear Bomb Prodigy toy set, while simultaneously conducting online searches to acquire knowledge in nuclear physics. This chain reaction remarkably ignited his interest in studies. Coupled with various subtle influences, his academic performance over the past 2 months can be described as nothing short of extraordinary. In a recent examination, he astonishingly achieved the 12th position in his class. According to his teacher, the boy is quite intelligent and had merely neglected his studies before. Now that he has redirected his focus, it is certain that his grades will continue to improve, paving the way for his future admission to a prestigious university. Upon receiving this delightful news, Lin Ping was overwhelmed with joy. Yet, amidst her excitement, a complex array of emotions washed over her. She understood that her son's remarkable change was entirely due to the seemingly absurd toy set, the Nuclear Bomb Prodigy. At that moment, Lin Ping perceived it not merely as a toy, but as a miraculous tool that had propelled her son's academic advancement. Therefore, upon hearing that Professor Lin's livestream had launched a second children's toy product, she eagerly tuned in and, once again, by sheer luck, managed to acquire the second item, the Earth Spaceship Peripheral. This was none other than the Child Technician's training set that her son was currently unboxing. However, the name struck her as rather peculiar. It sounded almost humorous, as if it were training technicians for the Earth spaceship. Nevertheless, in the realm of toys, the name mattered little, as long as it served its purpose of enhancing her son's academic performance, just like its predecessor. Moments later, Hong Xiaoqing finally unwrapped the package, revealing the true form of the product. The Child Technician's training set included a comprehensive array of 36 metal casting tools, such as files, pliers, hammers, saw blades, and scoops, along with a long-handled crucible, an alcohol lamp, a mini pouring machine, various metal materials, precision molds, and casting blueprints. Upon witnessing the array of casting tools, Hong Xiaoqing's mouth fell agape, his bright eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is fantastic," he exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he eagerly opened the set and began perusing the instruction manual. Lin Ping, equally astonished, joined her son in exploring the set. Soon, she grasped the purpose of this toy set. It aimed to teach children how to utilize various tools to melt, process, and polish metal materials, and subsequently cast them according to the provided blueprints, allowing children to create their own metal masterpieces. For safety, each set also included a high-strength mini fire extinguisher, roughly the size of a soda bottle, which could effortlessly extinguish a fire exceeding 100 square meters with a simple press of the switch. Moreover, the lifespan of this toy set is designated for children aged 13 and above. At this age, Children typically possess a certain level of self-protection awareness and are unlikely to engage in reckless behavior. Mom, look at these design blueprints. They are incredible. At this moment, the son, Hong Xiaoqing, excitedly brought several sheets of drawings closer, revealing an expression of exhilaration. What is this? Lin Ping, an ordinary office worker, could not help but feel her emotions surge upon seeing the astonishing titles on the design blueprints. Trident missile model, aerospace engine turbofan blades, nuclear submarine shaftless pump, rocket propulsor. Additionally, several blueprints pertain to advanced designs, which presented greater challenges, such as the high-pressure diesel pump, plunger and sleeve, both of which are among the most intricate components of a tank's diesel engine and require specialized precision grinding machines for fabrication. To manually polish a qualified product is a feat of skill. This is simply outrageous, Lin Ping exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, her son, Hong Xiaoqing, could hardly contain his excitement as he took the toy to the balcony, repositioned a small table, and began to play. He started with the simplest task. The first step involved extracting some easily meltable metal provided with the toy set, placing it in a long-handled crucible, and igniting an alcohol lamp to commence the metal melting process. At this stage, Hong Xiaoqing was intensely focused, his eyes shimmering with a certain brilliance. Next, he poured the molten metal into the mold to create his very own metal soldier figurines. In no time, he had successfully cast several metal soldiers, each with remarkably realistic details, making the entire process quite entertaining. Simultaneously, the instruction manual provided educational insights about the various metals used, allowing children to grasp relevant knowledge. This is so much fun, Hong Xiaoqing exclaimed joyfully, and the simplistic mold no longer sufficed for him. He began to challenge himself with more complex molds. Let's try this Trident missile mold. The young boy chuckled as he picked up Lin Ping's phone and searched for information about the Trident missile. Hey Mom. It says online that the Trident missile is a submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missile from the United States. It sounds impressive. But look at the blueprint. The casting mold is depicted so clearly. The boy tilted his head in confusion and asked, But I read online that the Trident missile is a military secret of the White Eagle, an advanced weapon. So it stands to reason that the internal structure of such a missile could not possibly be leaked. Is this mold fake? Lin Ping was momentarily taken aback by her son's question. Meanwhile, as the second wave of peripheral products from the Earth Starship reached the hands of the public, a tremendous uproar erupted online once again. Plastic transforms into iron, glue transforms into welding. You provide the blueprints, and I provide the machine tools. Grow strong and achieve greatness anew? Is Chief Engineer Lin aiming to ensure that children have a head start? Countless citizens were left astounded upon witnessing the true nature of this toy product, particularly with the release of the Trident missile mold, which sent the entire internet into a frenzy. Chapter 100. The fermentation of public opinion and the future of elite national craftsmen and truth. The product designed by Lin Yuan pertains to the second generation of Trident missiles utilized by the Eagle Nation's military. Although merely blueprints, the design and internal structure are delineated with remarkable clarity. The Trident II's internal configuration includes a dual-axis power-coordinated gyroscope, 3 pendulous integrating gyroscopes, and a precise inertial guidance system. To the untrained eye, it may appear as a mere toy model, yet upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be anything but ordinary. Consequently, the launch of the Build and Strengthen Children's technical toy sets caused a tremendous stir online. Particularly among military enthusiasts, excitement reached a fever pitch. Could this Trident II blueprint truly be authentic? Uncertain, yet it appears convincingly real. At least half of it seems genuine. As a discerning aficionado of advanced military technology, I am convinced that this blueprint undoubtedly dissects the internal structural technology of the Eagle Nation's Trident II missile. However, to what extent remains unknown. My uncle, an expert from the armament group, immediately asserted that the blueprint is indeed legitimate. While netizens from the Dragon Nation engaged in curious discussions, the officials of the Eagle Nation were utterly bewildered. In the Pentagon, amidst the familiar strategic conference room, General Williams' face was flushed with rage and bewilderment. How could this be? How could that individual from the Dragon Nation possibly know the internal design technology of our Trident II missile? In a flurry of hurried murmurs, beads of cold sweat began to form on General Williams' brow. Before him sat over 20 authoritative military experts, including designers and researchers of the Trident II missile. Their faces pale, trembling as if facing a formidable adversary. This was due to the fact that the children's toy currently available in the Dragon Nation's market contained the exact blueprint of the Trident II missile's initial internal design, which the proud Eagle military had cherished. My God, how did he achieve this? One military expert exclaimed in horror. To reach such a level of understanding, it would necessitate the Dragon Nation acquiring an unlaunched Trident II missile in reality, allowing them to analyze it for the internal design blueprints. But how could this be possible? The Trident II is a pinnacle product of the Eagle missile system, and the actual missile could never leak into the market. Indeed, it is terrifying. Currently, only allied nations have the right to obtain Trident II missiles, and similarly, both the missiles and their blueprints cannot be divulged. While some missile data has leaked online, Do not tell me that individual from the Dragon Nation merely utilized this potentially compromised data to deduce the internal structural system of the Trident missile. My God, that individual Lin is truly formidable. Amidst the clamor of discussions, General William received a phone call from higher authorities. Upon concluding the call, his expression was one of stark pallor. The Pentagon had just issued a new military order to withdraw all Trident II missiles currently in service across the military. As this declaration echoed through the room, all personnel, including military experts, erupted in cries of despair. At this moment, they all clearly understood a grim reality. The most advanced Trident II submarine-launched missile of the Eagle Nation's military faced a critical breach of core confidential information. Not only the Dragon Nation, but now countries around the globe were aware of the internal design systems of the Trident II missile. Should reverse engineering be applied, the deterrent capability and technological superiority of the Eagle Nation's Trident II would be irrevocably compromised. This signified that the Trident II missile defense system, developed at a staggering cost of billions of dollars, was utterly rendered obsolete. 3 days later, in the quaint village of Shaoning, located in the city of Quanzhou, Fujian Province, 42-year-old delivery man Yi Hujin returned home to find his 16-year-old son, Yi Wanzhong, engrossed in the yard, hammer in hand, diligently striking away at some object. In the dilapidated courtyard, the youth was so absorbed in his task that he failed to notice his father's arrival, earnestly tinkering with the metal and molds before him. Nearby, an open set labeled Strengthening Children's Technical Skills lay neatly on the ground. Bang! Witnessing this scene ignited a fury within Yi Hujin, prompting him to rush forward and deliver a sharp slap across Yi Wanjing's face. His fierce gaze was filled with anger, frustration, and a sense of disappointment. You little rascal! Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Yi Hujin fumed, his chest heaving with indignation. How many times have I told you to focus on your studies? Look at what you're doing now. Every day after school, you fiddle with these worthless trinkets. I toil for 10 hours delivering food just to earn a meager income. Not to raise you as a mere technician, inferior to others. Strengthening children's technical skills? Upon reading the words on the toy packaging, Yi Hujin erupted in outrage. Technician? What kind of rubbish is that? My son from the Yi family is meant to attend university and rise to prominence, not to be like your father, uneducated and only capable of delivering takeout. As he spoke, the weight of his hardships overwhelmed him, and he could not help but crouch down, cradling his head and weeping. After a moment of silence, Yi Wanzhong clenched his teeth, lifting his defiant gaze as he spoke softly. Dad, you don't understand. I'm not playing. I'm honing my practical skills. Yi Hujin retorted vehemently. As soon as school ends, you dive into this nonsense for at least 7 or 8 hours a day. I can't comprehend what's enjoyable about it. Other children are engrossed in mobile games or novels, and I can understand that. But what is so captivating about these tools and gadgets? Seeing this, Yi Wanzhong pouted and defended himself. Dad, this is my passion. Who says being a technician is inferior? Frustrated, he declared, I won't go to university anymore. No, I won't even take the high school entrance exam. I'm going to work in a factory as a technician because I love tinkering with these things. Oh, you dare talk back? Yi Hujin, incensed by his son's words, could not contain his anger any longer and rose to deliver another slap. The purpose of my urging you to pursue your studies is for you to graduate from university and secure a prosperous future. With a resounding slap, the heavy sound echoed once again against the boy's face. Following this, Yi Hujin, in a fit of rage, his face flushed crimson, approached and seized the set of children's engineering toys, erupting into a frenzied tirade. Over 600 yuan spent on this worthless trinket. I shall destroy it. I shall decide how you play, you insolent brat. With that, he raised the tools and molds high above his head, bringing them down with a forceful crash onto the ground, shattering the dreams encapsulated within those toys and tearing the accompanying blueprints to shreds. Dad! The boy cried out in pain, his eyes glazed over. The fiery sting on his cheek did not shatter his spirit, but the sight of his father's explosive anger drove him to the brink. You know nothing of me. Tears streamed down his face as he stamped his foot in frustration, then fled through the door. You brat, come back here. Yi Hujin's eyes widened, his trembling finger pointed in the direction of his departing son, his lips quivering, his complexion paling to an ashen hue. An hour passed, then 2. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Hujin had still not seen his son return, and anxiety began to gnaw at him. He reached out to his son's classmates and teachers, yet no news of Yi Yuan emerged. The entire night passed, and Yuan did not return home. The following morning, after a sleepless night spent in fruitless searching with bloodshot eyes, Yi Hujin was thoroughly alarmed and promptly contacted the authorities. Local police arrived on the scene, mobilizing personnel to assist the Yi family in their search for Yi Yuan. However, an entire day elapsed without any sign of the boy. His friends and classmates were equally in the dark about his whereabouts. The police reviewed surveillance footage, but it yielded no clues. Local villagers speculated that Yi Yuan, overwhelmed by his father's reprimand, might have taken a drastic step by leaping into the village pond. My son. Ye's mother collapsed, consumed by despair. Yi Hujin stood in stunned silence, his murky eyes filled with dread. That day, news broke of the boy's disappearance, raising fears that he might have taken his own life, and it quickly made headlines on the local news. By the third morning, as the police prepared to drain the pond, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. A staff member from the local village committee discovered Lin Yuan hiding in the cellar of a neighboring house, where he had concealed himself for 2 days and nights. At that moment, the boy lay curled on the ground, on the verge of starvation. My foolish son. Yi Hujian rushed to the scene upon receiving the news, utterly losing his composure in front of the gathered media as he embraced his son, weeping uncontrollably. Yuan, dazed from hunger, gritted his teeth, his expression a complex blend of resentment directed at his father. Journalists captured the scene in a flurry of clicks. Thus, the farcical saga of the boy's departure from home came to a close, yet the ensuing developments would unfold in ways that neither father nor son could have anticipated. That day, a news report swiftly became a trending topic online. 16-year-old boy runs away from home after a conflict with his father. Ignited by the boy's obsession with a toy, this news article has rapidly gained immense popularity, surpassing 100 million views within just an hour, with comments on the Douyin platform exceeding 1 million. As the news continued to circulate, coupled with the involvement of Lin Yuan and the launch of his Earth spacecraft-related products aimed at enhancing children's technical skills, a significant controversy emerged, swiftly spreading across the internet. A father, toiling away delivering food and earning a mere 100 yuan a day, strives to nurture his son into a successful individual, only to find that his son aspires to become a technician. If it were me, I would find it utterly unacceptable. If my son expressed such a dream, I would certainly respond with a stern reprimand. It is not that I harbor disdain for technicians, but in today's digital age, the prospect of such a career seems bleak. In the past, skilled trades like machining and fitting were revered, yet the current era has seen precision CNC machines replace manual labor, rendering the profession somewhat antiquated. What is this notion of becoming a technician? Essentially, it equates to being a worker. If my son dared to declare such an ambition, I would undoubtedly intervene. Why not aspire to be a doctor, a lawyer, or acquire other specialized skills? Consequently, the internet buzzed with discussions as numerous parents voiced their varying opinions. Some expressed support, while others criticized and rejected the notion. I acknowledge that Lin Yuan is a distinguished scientist, yet I find his latest product somewhat frivolous. What does it mean to create a children's technician training set? Who is this intended to serve? This underlying implication suggests we ought to train our nation's future blossoms to become technicians, which sounds rather peculiar. While I concur with his previous product aimed at fostering children's scientific curiosity and skills, this new toy feels misguided, potentially distorting young minds. I certainly would not want my son to pursue a career as a technician. It's not a matter of discrimination, but rather a reflection of reality. Amidst the rampant public discourse, Lin Yuan, situated in the bustling metropolis, took note of the unfolding news. Chief Engineer Lin Lin wore a wry smile, at a loss for words. This marks perhaps the first time the public has openly criticized Lin Yuan. I shall contact the media and various organizations to rectify the public sentiment, Lin stated solemnly. After all, Lin Yuan holds an esteemed position, recognized as a national figure. The government would not idly stand by while he faces public scrutiny. No need, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. Please book me a flight to Fujian province, promptly. Lin paused momentarily, taken aback by this request. 6 hours later, Lin Yuan arrived in the scenic city of Quanzhou in Fujian, and subsequently, accompanied by Lin and others, visited the home of the family at the center of this media storm. Zhao Daqiang, the village head of Xiaoning village, knocked on the door of the Yi family. Awkwardly introducing, Old Yi, allow me to present this esteemed expert from above, cough cough, expert Lin. At that moment, Yi Hujian was seated in the living room, smoking quietly. Upon raising his gaze and encountering Lin Yuan, he was momentarily taken aback. He undoubtedly recognized Lin Yuan. After all, among the 14 billion people in our nation, who does not know of his illustrious name? If it were earlier, in the eyes of an ordinary man like Yi Hujian, a figure such as Lin Yuan undoubtedly represents a person of great stature. However, having just witnessed his son's recent tribulations, Yi Hujian turned to glance at his son's bedroom. Its door firmly shut. A wave of frustration and bitterness washed over him, leaving him speechless as he quietly indulged in his smoke. The dilapidated old house, with its modest living room, was enveloped in swirling tendrils of smoke. Meanwhile, Yi Hujian's wife, a seemingly unworldly village woman, rose with a hint of timidity, mustering a strained smile to greet Lin Yuan and his entourage. Please, come in, village chief, and everyone. In recent days, due to their son's predicament, the Yi family had gained notoriety in the locality, and Ye's mother had endured immense pressure. Now, upon the arrival of village leaders, the unsophisticated woman could only hastily extend her hospitality. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Lin Yuan. Upon entering, Lin Yuan sighed softly at the other party. I am here to visit Xiaowen. Xiaowen was Yi Hujian's son, who had recently made headlines due to his departure from home. For several days, Yuan had refrained from attending school, isolating himself in his room, refusing to speak to his parents or anyone else. You are Lin Yuan. At that moment, The door to Yi Wen's room swung open, and the boy's head peeked out, evidently having heard the commotion of Lin Yuan's arrival. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the boy's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. "Idol, it's really you," Yi Wen exclaimed with fervor. "You must be Xiao Wan." Lin Yuan approached with a smile, greeting Yi Wen, and naturally closed the door behind him. Observing this scene, Yi Hujian and his wife exchanged glances, both taken aback. Half an hour later, the door opened, and Lin Yuan emerged alone from the room. "Brother Yi, I had a lengthy discussion with Xiao Wan. He is truly a bright child, with a promising future ahead." Lin Yuan praised enthusiastically. What good is that?" Yi Hujian, an ordinary man, felt that Lin Yuan was the root cause of the current predicament between him and his son. Yet, recognizing Lin Yuan's prominence, he refrained from expressing his discontent directly. Instead, he continued to smoke. Bewildered, "I worked hard to raise Xiao Wan, hoping he would study diligently, attend university, and achieve something in life. But now, he says he wants to become a worker." Coughing as his emotions escalated, Yi Hujian looked at Lin Yuan, agitated. "Expert Lin, I know you are a person of great influence and ability, but tell me, what is the meaning of this? Why can't he aspire to be a great lawyer or a renowned doctor? Why must he dabble in such things? What success can come from that?" At this point, Yi Hujian cast a pleading look towards Lin Yuan. "Expert Lin, I implore you, please persuade Xiao Wan. I know he admires you. Your words will surely resonate with him." Seeing this, Lin Yuan fell silent. After a few seconds, he let out a gentle sigh. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed something in the corner of the living room. He turned to Yi Hujian and his wife. "Oh, those are the things Xiao Wan has been tinkering with." Observing this, Ye's mother approached and retrieved several items, placing them on the table. With tears streaming down his face, he sobbed. Xiao Wan's grandfather was once a skilled worker at a local mold factory. Xiao Wan grew up alongside him. After his grandfather passed away, Xiao Wan became even more enamored with these creations. Just recently, he secretly spent his pocket money to purchase that set of toys. His academic performance has been decent. We had not interfered with him before, but lately, every time he comes home from school, he rushes to the yard to tinker with those items for 5 or 6 hours straight. Under Ye's mother's explanation, Lin Yuan envisioned a spirited young boy nestled beside his grandfather, intently observing as the elder polished and cast metal molds. Quickly regaining his composure, Lin Yuan's gaze instinctively fell upon the object that Ye's mother had handed him. At first glance, he recognized one of the items resembling a propeller as a component of the children's technician training toy set. He was well acquainted with the aerospace engine fan blade mold, which was part of the advanced play options in the toy set. In essence, it provided blueprints and molds, allowing children to engage hands-on by crafting a model of an aerospace engine fan blade. The model before him was exquisitely detailed, its overall polishing remarkably flawless. He immediately took it in hand for a closer inspection. Upon further examination, Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of gravity. "What is this, Chief Lin?" Chen Lin was taken aback, noticing Lin Yuan's demeanor had turned exceedingly serious. For a full 5 to 6 minutes, the room fell into silence. Initially, Yi Hujian had been smoking in quiet contemplation, but after observing Lin Yuan's intense focus on the mold his son was working on, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. To him, it was merely a child's plaything, devoid of any significance. His son's fascination with such items seemed to him a distraction from more productive pursuits, such as completing extra assignments or memorizing vocabulary. If it weren't for the recent incident involving his son, he would have been inclined to toss these items into the trash. After nearly 10 minutes of meticulous scrutiny, Lin Yuan's face was overtaken by astonishment, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. "Chief Lin, what is the matter?" Chen Lin and the accompanying local officials looked at Lin Yuan in perplexity. It was unbelievable, utterly astounding. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he exclaimed, "Do you realize how extraordinary this aerospace engine fan blade metal model is? This is pure genius. Xiao Wan is truly a prodigy, destined to become a master craftsman of our nation." Lin Yuan was utterly exhilarated, his admiration pouring forth. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's remarks, everyone, including Yi Hujian and his wife, as well as Chen Lin, turned to him in bewilderment. The excitement in his voice continued to resonate. "In this design blueprint, I included several challenging components. Among them, one part requires a thickness of 12 millimeters for the aluminum piece to be considered adequate for typical players. Yet Xiao Wan is exceptional. I just examined it closely, and the thickness of the aluminum piece he crafted is astonishingly thin, although I currently lack professional instruments for measurement. A mere visual inspection confirms that it has undoubtedly reached the remarkable precision of 0.1 millimeters. Furthermore, regarding the position of this minute hole, its diameter is assuredly within 0.005 millimeters. My goodness, even with Lin Yuan's current status, experience, and mental fortitude, he could not help but raise his head in astonishment. His gaze ablaze with fervor as he exclaimed, "Brother Chun, do you comprehend the significance of this? It signifies that Xiao Wan's handcrafted metal mold has entirely achieved the professional standards of our nation's aerospace, engineering, and military elite. It implies that Xiao Wan, without the aid of specialized milling equipment, has successfully polished an aluminum sheet to a precision of 0.1 millimeters by hand. Such talent is astonishing. Even many seasoned 8th-grade craftsmen in our country's military-industrial groups, who have devoted their lives to this trade, may not attain this level. Yet, Xiaowen is merely 16 years old. Chapter 101. A million-year salary. Frenzied netizens as Lin Yuan's astonished and excited words echoed. Those present could not help but gape in disbelief. Yi Hujin appeared somewhat bewildered, exchanging a glance with his wife, and instinctively inquired, "What use is this?" "Brother Yi, this is immensely useful, more than you can imagine," Lin Yuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaowen's room, where the youth had stealthily opened the door and peeked out, evidently having overheard Lin Yuan's declaration. However, being still young, he did not fully grasp the profound implications of Lin Yuan's words. To put it succinctly, Brother Yi, given Xiaowen's extraordinary talent, I could facilitate his admission to certain engineering universities without examination. If his academic performance were to improve further, then prestigious institutions such as the 6 military academies would be well within reach, Lin Yuan asserted, thumping his chest in assurance. What? Admitted to university without examination? Upon hearing this astonishing claim, both Yi Hujian and his wife were left speechless. Local villagers who had accompanied them were equally taken aback, and soon, dozens had crowded into the Yi household upon hearing the news. "Ah, this is remarkable. This high-ranking official claims he can secure a university spot for that young lad from the Yi family. Is that even plausible? How could it be? I know Xiaowen's grades. He barely surpasses my own child. Even the top student from the county's first high school might not be guaranteed admission. What makes him special? Shoo, perhaps it's genuinely feasible. That Professor Lin has appeared on television and holds some significant position in the nation. He could very well have the authority to make such promises." The villagers buzzed with lively discussions, all casting fervent glances at Yi Hujian and his spouse. "Professor Lin, you're not jesting with us, are you?" Gradually, with the explanations provided by the local village committee staff, Yi Hujian began to regain his composure and understood Lin Yuan's identity and the weight of his promise. "Of course not," Lin Yuan sighed. "Xiaowen's talent is extraordinary. With proper nurturing, he will undoubtedly become a master craftsman of our great nation." Master craftsman? Many villagers looked on in confusion, lacking any comprehension of the term. Seeing their bewilderment, Lin Yuan felt compelled to elaborate. "Mr. Yi, do not underestimate the significance of this skilled worker. While he may seem unremarkable and lacking in formal education, in certain fields, top-tier craftsmen hold far greater importance than some PhD graduates from prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Peking University. It is no exaggeration to assert that in the realm of military industry, a top-tier technician may very well be the linchpin of a missile project, indispensable to its success. For instance, in the development of guidance systems for missiles and aerospace rockets, certain master craftsmen are required to perform meticulous manual tasks, such as fitting and milling. Their role involves applying their precision expertise within the micrometer-scale dimensions of these systems, thereby contributing to the technological advancements of our nation's missile and aerospace endeavors. Moreover, in the construction of tanks, fighter jets, and aircraft carriers, there are components that cannot be manufactured by machines alone. They necessitate the artisan's touch for part fabrication. Each component demands an accuracy that reaches the micrometer level, with tools such as files, drill bits, and carving knives dancing deftly in their skilled hands, honing and refining to forge instruments of national defense. To ensure that the local villagers fully grasped the significance of this, Lin Yuan articulated in straightforward terms, to speak candidly. With Xiaowen's innate talent nurtured appropriately, should he enter the private sector, his proficiency in achieving a drilling diameter of 0.0005 millimeters would guarantee him an annual salary starting at a minimum of 1 million. However, I must inform you that the nation will not permit this exceptional talent to work in private enterprises. He will be cultivated as a special asset, Lin Yuan stated gravely. It is akin to the military's special recruitment programs or the National Defense Youth classes, where individuals are directly admitted to specialized institutions. What does this signify? It signifies that from this moment forth, Xiaowen has gained the recognition of the state, backed by the nation, securing a career position at the age of 16, along with the benefits of a civil servant, ensuring his well-being in the future. This implies that in a decade, Xiaowen will join a prominent military research institution, where he will refine and craft our country's missiles, rockets, and even aircraft carriers and fighter jets. For this very reason, Xiaowen will occupy the foremost position in your family lineage. Having conveyed this in one breath, the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was entranced, their faces flushed, utterly astonished by Lin Yuan's vivid portrayal of the future. Is this truly real? After a moment, Yi Hujian regained his composure, overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, it is true, Chen Lin interjected from the side. As one of the military's most distinguished talents, he understood all too well that Lin Yuan's words were devoid of exaggeration. In the military industry, elite technicians are comparable to chief research engineers. Without these skilled artisans, the creation of missiles and fighter jets would be inconceivable. After all, scientists may develop theories, but it is only a masterful craftsman who can bring missiles and fighter jets to fruition. Upon hearing this, Yi Hujian was utterly astonished. Wow. Brother Yi, congratulations. The nearby villagers, regaining their senses, expressed their envy, their excitement palpable. Your son possesses such talent. You, as his father, are truly fortunate. My goodness. This is a high-ranking official who has appeared on television. He wouldn't deceive us. They exclaimed in awe. It's astonishing. Who would have imagined that Xiaowen's playful pursuits could lead to such remarkable prospects? The villagers expressed their excitement and admiration one after another. Some individuals, filled with impatience, yearned to return immediately and provide their son with a complete set of tools for cultivating a strong foundation in technical skills. Perhaps their child possesses such remarkable talent. Xiaowen, come here. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed the timid Xiaowen and greeted him with a warm smile. Tell me, how did you achieve this? Lin Yuan inquired patiently. Xiaowen responded in a precise manner. Ultimately, Lin Yuan concluded that the child's innate talent was extraordinary. It seemed as though fate had bestowed upon him a gift. He then led Xiaowen to the courtyard, where he presented a set of toys for an impromptu demonstration. Half an hour later, upon observing Xiaowen meticulously refining a mold, Lin Yuan was overjoyed to see that the metal sheet had been processed to a remarkable 0.5 mm thickness. He proceeded to assess other skills, such as planing, filing, and drilling. The 16-year-old resembled a seasoned craftsman with 50 years of experience, skillfully polishing various molds to an exceptional standard, rivaling even the most advanced CNC machines. How astonishing! Lin Yuan marveled, then turned his gaze earnestly toward Xiaowen. Do you truly enjoy these activities? He asked, pointing to an array of metal polishing and casting tools. If one day you had the opportunity to become a top-tier craftsman, would you embrace it? Like my grandfather? The boy, bright-eyed and spirited, nodded without hesitation. I would absolutely love to. I cherish these tools. They feel like a part of my life. At this moment, Xiaowen's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at his father, choking back emotion. Dad, I never meant to upset you, but I genuinely adore tools like the plane and lathe. I promise I will study diligently. Could you please not take away my passion? Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he burst into tears. Yi Hujian, bewildered and overcome with emotion, felt a lump in his throat and embraced his son, weeping alongside him. Son, I am so sorry. I almost hindered your future. Yi Hujian's voice trembled with regret. He could hardly fathom the turn of events. As if caught in a dream, just considering Lin Yuan's assurances and the bright future he described made Yi Hujian realize how exceptional and unique his son truly was. A talent recognized by the nation, guaranteed admission to a military university, nurtured from a young age. Oh my, what great fortune had the Yi family accrued in their past lives. In an instant, all traces of despair, frustration, and helplessness vanished, replaced by overwhelming joy. Not only he, but Yi's mother also felt tears of pride welling up, tightly embracing her son with a beaming expression. At that moment, Lin Yuan turned to Yi Hujian and his wife, speaking earnestly. Mr. Yi, as the chief architect of the Hongming project, I extend a heartfelt invitation to Xiaowen. I have decided to enlist him, granting him the opportunity to attend any of the 6 military universities, nurturing his talents, and should Xiaowen have interest in other fields, we shall support his aspirations as well. Rest assured, I shall arrange for the relevant personnel to engage in discussions with you shortly, including a series of benefits for Xiaowen and the like. Such a promising talent will not be overlooked by the nation. With a light-hearted smile, the atmosphere erupted into cheers. Every villager present was a witness, sharing in the pride and excitement. Half an hour later, on the return journey, Lin Yuan's face reflected a sense of contemplation. Chief Engineer Lin, I never expected this unexpected trip would lead to such fortunate circumstances. It is almost unbelievable. Chen Lin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, it was not entirely unexpected, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. The launch of the strengthening and expanding the children's technical training set was conceived with this very consideration in mind. It serves as a nationwide selection and a subtle influence. Before long, our children will shine brightly in these fields. Of course, this is merely the beginning. I shall continue to unveil products in other domains, identifying individuals with exceptional talents. In summary, this can be regarded as a strategic plan for implementation. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan closed his eyes in thought and spoke again. Tomorrow, the media will undoubtedly report on this event. Therefore, please assist me in communicating with several other organizations. I have an idea. I intend to host an event to solicit outstanding model creations from users of the strengthening and expanding the children's technical training set for evaluation. Through this selection process, we aim to identify advanced talents possessing specialized skills, including those in fields such as machining. Naturally, most of these talents will be children and adolescents. This does not imply that these children will necessarily become technicians in the future. Rather, it is about nurturing their inherent gifts. In this manner, within a decade, our nation will boast thousands of exemplary craftsmen. I understand. Chen Lin nodded vigorously, equally exhilarated. The following day, many netizens, upon awakening and habitually browsing Douyin, were met with shocking news. A 16-year-old boy granted admission to a military university due to a toy. A child prodigy. At just 16, he has secured a national career position with a million-yuan annual salary. The 16-year-old technician, recognized by Chief Engineer Lin. Many were left bewildered, and as they clicked to read further, they were astounded. Wow. Incredible. Is this even possible? This young man, Yuan, at merely 16, possesses professional technical skills rivaling those of seasoned masters with decades of experience. No wonder the nation has taken notice and granted him admission to university. Do you comprehend what it means to be a top-tier technician, akin to an 8th-level machinist? It signifies mastery in a specialized field, embodying decades of dedication and toil. It represents the seamless production of missiles and fighter jets, ensuring the security of our national defense. I am utterly envious. This young lad, Yuan, has been recognized as a special talent simply for playing with a toy. He must have been incredibly fortunate in his past life. Oh, this is akin to a day when the government suddenly approaches you, proclaiming that your son is a rare talent capable of piloting the J-20 fighter jet. Subsequently, he is swiftly recruited into the military, accompanied by an array of generous benefits. Housing, vehicles, and financial support are all provided for your son, allowing your family to simply await a life of comfort. Indeed, this is the essence of the matter. Remarkable. I previously criticized this toy. It appears I was mistaken. I shall procure a set for my son, as he may possess talents in this domain. Goodness, the individual above is correct. I am heading out to purchase a set right away. Speaking of children, I have a neighbor, a man in his 30s, who delivers packages and has achieved little. Recently, he acquired a comprehensive set of Lin's techniques for growing and strengthening skilled workers out of personal interest. To his surprise, he discovered a latent talent for being a craftsman. In less than half a month, he studied under a seasoned master who acknowledged his abilities. And now he is being groomed as a disciple. It is said that upon graduation, his monthly salary will exceed 20,000. My goodness. Has he awakened his innate welding prowess at the age of 30? In a heartbeat, netizens were stirred into a flurry of discussion. Meanwhile, the negative publicity surrounding Yuan's departure from home vanished into thin air, igniting a frenzy among millions of domestic netizens and parents alike. Within mere hours, hundreds of thousands of the techniques for growing and strengthening children's skilled workers kits were sold, particularly when a metal casting model competition organized by a national youth cultural institution was announced, akin to an Olympiad in mathematics. It rapidly captivated schools across the nation. Upon the launch of this event, the relevant organizations were pleasantly surprised to discover a multitude of young individuals in the country possessing talents akin to Yuan's. Though they may not excel academically, they exhibit formidable abilities in specific fields. With just a bit of nurturing, they could undoubtedly become skilled professionals in missile, tank, and aircraft manufacturing. Concurrently, Lin Yuan promptly returned to the bustling metropolis. Upon witnessing the trending news online, he could not help but smile serenely. He then summoned Chen Lin and stated, "Brother Chen, prepare yourself. I have a significant plan that may require me to travel abroad." Chapter 102. The shock of the 5 major military regions. A mysterious humanoid aircraft appears in the skies of Long Country. Chief Engineer Lin, you are going abroad? Upon hearing this news, Chen Lin became anxious. Currently, a confidential clause within the special agencies of Long Country stipulates that Lin Yuan's identity is of exceptionally high security. Although there is no official red document to confirm this, everyone is aware that Lin Yuan's importance rivals that of the prominent figures within the Western Garden No. 1. Even regional governors and military district commanders do not hold as much significance as Lin Yuan. It is not an exaggeration to assert that countries around the globe are watching Lin Yuan closely. Should he express even the slightest desire to travel abroad, it would undoubtedly trigger a monumental storm that sweeps across the world. I understand your concerns, Lin Yuan said with a light-hearted smile. But my intention is to study spacecraft on Earth, and remaining solely within the country is simply not feasible. Across the globe, there exist numerous enigmatic forbidden zones, which I suspect are intricately linked to certain functional systems of the Earth's spacecraft. Therefore, subsequent field investigations are imperative. Moreover, there is a crucial reason that Lin Yuan has yet to disclose. The system has assigned him a mission to dismantle a particular signaling device. Lin Yuan has already conducted extensive research, yet further on-site exploration is necessary to ascertain the target. However, this plan is not urgent at present. I merely wanted to inform you in advance. Please confer with the logistics and security team, as we have approximately a month to prepare. Very well, I understand. I will report this to the higher-ups. Chen Lin smiled wryly, feeling that he could not press the matter any further. After all, he was aware of Lin Yuan's research focus, and this matter indeed warranted careful consideration. Now, unless there is anything else, I shall return to my seclusion. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan re-entered his laboratory to continue his research and development of the individual combat exoskeleton. Currently, Lin Yuan's work on the exoskeleton has entered its final stages. Preliminary estimates suggest that he will successfully complete the research and production in just a few days. In that moment, Lin Yuan envisioned the monumental impact that the emergence of the individual combat exoskeleton would have on the world. For several consecutive days, aside from delivering meals, Chen Lin saw little of Lin Yuan, which filled him with concern. In response, he urgently summoned a medical team from the West Garden to safeguard Lin Yuan's health at all times. 2 days later, Lin Yuan emerged from the laboratory, cradling a teacup and appearing remarkably relaxed. Chen Lin observed that, despite Lin Yuan's calm demeanor, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes, and a smile crept upon his lips, as if something delightful had transpired. "Chief Lin, you seem to be in exceptionally good spirits today," Chen Lin remarked with a smile. Indeed, Lin Yuan could no longer contain his laughter. After sipping his Dahong Pao, he added, "There is indeed splendid news. However, allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. Oh, by the way, is there something you need to discuss today?" Lin Yuan casually inquired. "Actually, there is," Chen Lin replied, presenting a stack of documents. He pointed to a particular report and said, "In the Western Theater, while constructing a military base in the Taklamakan Desert, some peculiar artifacts were unexpectedly discovered. These strange findings include bizarre, gigantic biological fossils, among which are marine vertebrate fossils of species such as seals, swordfish, and even extinct aquatic sloths." "Is that so?" Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. "Are you certain this is in the Taklamakan Desert?" "Absolutely," Chen Lin nodded with a wry smile. "I was just as astonished upon reading the report as you are. It is indeed the Taklamakan Desert, located in our nation's interior. To uncover a plethora of prehistoric marine vertebrate fossils beneath the desert is simply inconceivable. However, there is nothing particularly astonishing about it," Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. "In prior research regarding the Earth-S spacecraft, I posited that during ancient times, figures such as the Yellow Emperor and Shinnong orchestrated a great flood. Furthermore, post-ancient nuclear conflicts and various anthropogenic factors render the discovery of marine fossils in the desert rather unsurprising." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan spoke. "Arrange for me to visit the military base in the Taklamakan Desert tomorrow. Chief Engineer Lin, are you certain that there is research significance in visiting a military base that has yet to be constructed?" Chen Lin inquired cautiously, aware that Lin Yuan's outings were of utmost importance. "Yes, it is worth a visit." However, as he spoke, Lin Yuan suddenly paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "That will be all," he concluded, dismissing the conversation with a wave of his hand. The following day, at the Xinyuan Engineering Research Base, Chen Lin had gathered his belongings and approached Lin Yuan's room, only to find that no response came despite his persistent knocking. Has Chief Engineer Lin already left? He wondered. In his confusion, Chen Lin picked up his phone to call Lin Yuan. "Chief Engineer Lin, where have you gone?" he asked with a wry smile. "The military's helicopter has arrived. We need to take the military's special aircraft to reach Taklamakan." Just then, Chen Lin heard Lin Yuan's voice in his ear. "You go ahead with the team. I have other arrangements. I will meet you later in Taklamakan." With that, Lin Yuan abruptly hung up. Chen Lin was left bewildered. Typically, all of Lin Yuan's travel plans were meticulously arranged by him, and he had not heard of any alternate arrangements. What could this mean? Instinctively, Chen Lin called back, and Lin Yuan quickly responded, issuing commands in his capacity as chief engineer. With no other option, Chen Lin reluctantly boarded the military helicopter with the security team. Could it be that the military had other plans? As he pondered this, the helicopter gradually ascended, heading towards a certain Air Force base in the Eastern Theater. Meanwhile, at a radar detection station in the Eastern Theater, an alarming report emerged. Report. At around 3 in the afternoon, a radar monitor observed a sudden, unknown radar signal. "Old Zhao, what is going on? Why has an unidentified radar signal appeared?" A few moments later, the entire space base was engulfed in the urgent blare of red alarms. Warning! Warning! Radar has detected an unknown flying object traversing the airspace above our eastern region, with coordinates XXX. Warning! The detected object is exceeding 1 Mach in speed, at an altitude of over 3,000 meters, and is accelerating, currently surpassing 2 Mach. The frantic alarms resonated throughout the radar detection base, inciting widespread commotion. The news regarding the mysterious flying object, suspected to be a missile, appearing within our nation's airspace, swiftly reached the ears of the Eastern Theater commander, and even to the imperial capital. What is happening? Commander Zhou Huaishan abruptly stood from his office chair, his expression stern. His subordinates promptly reported the specifics, and upon learning that the unidentified flying object had reached a speed of 3 Mach, while flying over our nation's airspace at an altitude exceeding 5,000 meters, and had quickly exited the coastal airspace, Zhou Huaishan's demeanor grew exceedingly grave. Immediately contact the Central and Western Theaters. Could they be conducting test flights of a new missile or aircraft? Zhou Huaishan murmured, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Commander, it seems highly improbable. The subordinate immediately shook his head. Given our military's current system, any missile or aircraft test flights conducted in various war zones would be duly reported in the back-end system. It is impossible for us to remain unaware. Could it be that other secret military institutions are testing classified missile weaponry? Zhou Huaishan was utterly astonished. As for the notion of an external missile or fighter jet assault, Zhou Huaishan dismissed it entirely. The military prowess of Dragon Country today is no longer what it was decades ago, allowing foreign forces aircraft or missiles to encroach upon our airspace without any means of defense. Old Joe, what is the situation now? At this moment, several Warzone commanders had already logged onto the combat platform and initiated a video conference, their expressions grave. Zhou Huaishan briefly outlined the situation, and upon hearing of the mysterious flight signal appearing in Dragon Country's airspace, a profound seriousness overtook everyone's countenance. Could it be that the white-headed eagle is retaliating against us? Commander Fong from the Northern Defense Zone remarked, his eyes gleaming with intensity. After all, not long ago during military exercises, we sent the Yinglong space bomber to circle their territory. Impossible. The other military leaders immediately shook their heads. With the research capabilities of the white-headed eagle, it is inconceivable that they could develop weaponry comparable to the Yinglong space bomber in such a short time. Indeed, I too do not believe they possess such capabilities at present. So what exactly is happening? Just as the commander of the military operations zone was expressing his bewilderment, intelligence personnel below reported in horror once more. Report. The mysterious aircraft signal has been detected by our military radar, and its speed has now escalated to Mach 5. It has ascended to an altitude of 7,000 meters. Based on the system's capture, we are in the process of predicting its flight trajectory, targeting the western region of Dragon Country, near the Taklamakan Desert. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with confusion anew. It was at this moment that a dozen military personnel, their expressions grave and their eyes fixed intently on the screen, suddenly displayed astonishment, their scalps tingling. And they rose abruptly. Report. Just 1 second ago, our detection platform officially accessed the opposing signal source. The key was accurately connected, and the opposing side transmitted an identity password. The military personnel gasped in shock, exclaiming, the identity password connection reveals that the counterpart is Chief Engineer Lin. Chief Engineer Lin? Which Chief Engineer Lin? Commander Zhou of the Eastern Theater instinctively paused. It is indeed Chief Engineer Lin. The military personnel's expressions shifted dramatically. They bowed their heads and confirmed the password connection multiple times, before again expressing their astonishment in trembling voices. It is undoubtedly Chief Engineer Lin, the chief designer of the Hongming project. What? At this revelation, the commanders of the 5 war zones clearly heard the statement, rising in shock from their respective offices. Their faces a portrait of bewilderment. After a moment, Zhou Huaishan could not help but rub his temples, exclaiming, are you jesting? Are you telling me that this entity, which is under collective radar lock from our 5 war zones, is flying at an altitude of 6,000 meters at Mach 5 speed, has connected to Chief Engineer Lin's identity password? In other words, Chief Engineer Lin is aboard that mysterious aircraft? The commanders of the 5 major war zones collectively experienced a moment of epiphany, their faces lighting up with astonishment. Could it be that Chief Engineer Lin has once again invented some extraordinarily advanced aircraft? It must be so, otherwise. How could we explain the connection to Chief Engineer Lin's classified identity command at our base? This young man truly enjoys his tinkering. Our national treasure of a chief engineer consistently surprises us with his innovations, quietly producing such remarkable feats. Once the commanders regained their composure, a hearty laughter erupted among them. They exchanged knowing glances and cheerfully agreed to promptly connect with Chief Engineer Lin's aircraft to inquire about the situation. Indeed, due to the precise handling of the classified command, the urgent alarm bells had ceased, and the radar monitoring stations and operational bases of the 5 major war zones breathed a sigh of relief. Report. The Eastern Theater has dispatched AJ-20, which is currently in the target area, and we are in communication with Chief Engineer Lin. The commanders of the 5 major war zones nodded in unison, their expressions filled with joy and anticipation as they began to discuss amongst themselves. I am genuinely curious about what extraordinary invention Chief Engineer Lin has conjured this time. Could it be a type of super-advanced fighter jet? Report. At that moment, personnel from the base emitted a sharp gasp. The imagery transmitted from the aircraft revealed that this was not a fighter jet. The staff's voices grew frantic and astonished. That is a humanoid flying machine. Chapter 103. The Fushi Mecha finally unveiled. In the vast base, a breathtaking image appeared before everyone on the projector. It was a humanoid mecha, resembling the iconic Iron Man from the movies. Its exterior shimmered with a metallic sheen, elegantly embodying lines that exuded an aesthetic of violence, stimulating the nerves of all present. Every detail was strikingly futuristic, adorned with an array of seemingly awe-inspiring weaponry. And it even had flame jets akin to a Mach ring at its feet, enabling the humanoid mecha to soar at supersonic speeds. As if detecting the presence of the aircraft, the mecha's head suddenly turned, a metallic glow scanning the surroundings with an air of menace. A chorus of gasps filled the operations command center. The 5 major war zones, and even the esteemed leaders at the Imperial Capital's West Garden No. 1, were momentarily rendered speechless, their scalps tingling with shock. What have I just witnessed? My goodness, this is a humanoid mecha. It is simply surreal, akin to Iron Man. Could this be the latest high-tech equipment developed by our Dragon Nation? Amid the murmurs of astonishment, several commanders were exhilarated, their chests heaving with excitement. Is this truly the initial research product of Chief Engineer Lin? Yes, it cannot be mistaken. It is indeed that. Chief Engineer Lin has genuinely created a personal combat mecha. My heavens, he is remarkable. Commander Zhou and the others murmured in excitement. They were well aware of Lin Yuan's current undertaking. Knowing he was researching the future of personal combat mechas, a futuristic technological marvel familiar to the public, reminiscent of Iron Man. However, it has been less than a month. At this moment, witnessing the tangible presence of the object before their eyes, the commanders felt as if they were in a dream. The sensation was utterly surreal. It has truly been created. No wonder we have the esteemed Engineer Lin. Commander Zhou and the others were overwhelmed with excitement. It was at this moment that the humanoid mecha soaring above the central plains established contact with the pilot of a J-20 fighter jet, engaging in a secure communication exchange. Report, this is the 2nd Special Operations Flying Brigade of the Eastern Theater Command, codenamed Qingtian. The pilot of the J-20 spoke with a tone both fervent and solemn. A moment of silence enveloped the air as everyone strained to listen, when a clear voice broke through. I am Lin Yuan. In an instant, all who heard this voice, including the esteemed figures of Long Nation, such as the anxious elder Chen far away in the capital, felt their pupils contract and their bodies tremble. They were all completely stunned. It was Engineer Lin. Goodness, that was Engineer Lin's voice. My word, Engineer Lin is inside that humanoid flying mecha. What is happening? Within the operational base of the Eastern Theater Command, Commander Zhou Huaishan was momentarily struck with disbelief. He had never imagined that Lin Yuan would be inside that humanoid flying mecha. This meant that Engineer Lin was currently clad in what resembled an Iron Man suit, soaring at an altitude of 6,000 meters. Damn. Commander Zhou could hardly suppress an expletive, his eyes wide as saucers, his face flushed. Engineer Lin, what is going on? In the next moment, the operational base, in contact with the humanoid mecha, heard Commander Zhou's trembling voice. This is unacceptable. You, the scion of a wealthy family, cannot be so reckless. At this point, his mindset was completely shattered. Commander Zhou had never envisioned that Lin Yuan would be audacious enough to ascend into the heavens clad in a mecha suit. This was utterly beyond reason. What was even more alarming was Lin Yuan's status. If anything were to go awry, the fate of Long Nation could be irrevocably jeopardized. A consequence that he and the esteemed figures in the capital could not bear. He urgently implored, Engineer Lin, please do not act rashly. I command you to return immediately with the fighter jet. Oh, my dear ancestor, please prioritize your safety. In delivering these words, Commander Zhou spoke almost in a tone of desperation. This plea, heard by all personnel within the base, stirred a complex array of emotions. The commander of a major theater was speaking to a young man in such a manner. If this were to leak out, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Rest assured, Commander Zhou, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. The fact that I dare to soar into the skies clad in this mecha signifies that its safety is beyond question. As for your command, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply. As the chief engineer of the Hongmeng project, Lin Yuan operated independently of the 5 major theaters. To put it plainly, all 5 theaters were required to cooperate with the chief engineer of the Hongmeng project for operational arrangements. In certain respects, Lin Yuan's authority was comparable to that of the commanders of the 5 theaters, placing them in a somewhat equal status. Not to mention, in the eyes of the commanders of the 5 battle zones, Lin Yuan is indeed a prized asset. They are often eager to curry favor with him. So it is inconceivable that they would reprimand or punish this young comrade. Chief Engineer Lin, are you certain everything is all right? Commander Zhou asked with a wry smile. Of course, Lin Yuan replied. I anticipated your reaction, which is precisely why I kept this test flight mission under wraps. Rest assured, I will be perfectly fine. As he spoke, soaring high in the sky, Lin Yuan wore a calm smile. Please be extremely cautious. Commander Zhou implored earnestly. Meanwhile, Chen Lin, who was aboard a special aircraft en route to the northern frontier, received alarming news from the military. Chief Engineer Lin has personally donned the mech suit and is currently flying at an altitude of 6,000 meters. Chen Lin was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Wiping his brow, he muttered, no wonder I didn't see Chief Engineer Lin this morning. Half an hour later, outside a base in the Taklamakan Desert, a beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens, ultimately landing with precision in the expansive square of the base, guided by satellite navigation. Chief Engineer Lin, military personnel, who had been eagerly awaiting news, rushed forward, their expressions filled with excitement and fervor. Commander Liang Xiaoping of the Western Theater, I am honored to meet you. Chief Engineer Lin, a major approached and saluted solemnly. Ah, General Liang, I appreciate your assistance, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Where is the site of the prehistoric marine biological ruins you unearthed? This way, please, General Liang responded, his pupils suddenly brightening. Witnessing the mech-clad Lin Yuan, his suit resembling a transformer, radiated a mystical glow. The metallic surface of the armor appeared to transform like a nanofluid, shifting and adapting. Moments later, the entire set of individual combat armor was released from its confinement, the icy blue flame gem on its chest extinguishing as Lin Yuan stepped forth from the suit. Keep a close watch on it, he remarked, and with those profound words, the military base immediately entered a state of utmost alertness. Rest assured, Chief Engineer. Overwhelmed with excitement at this future national defense asset, Liang Xiaoping swiftly summoned a platoon of soldiers, armed and ready to protect the individual combat armor with the utmost care. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan returned to the base from the site of the prehistoric marine biological ruins, having reached a conclusion in his mind. Indeed, there had been a great flood in prehistoric times. The marine life from around the world had evidently been swept into the region where the Taklamakan Desert lies, only to become buried beneath the sands over the millennia. Now resurfacing, it could serve as a testament to the existence of that ancient deluge. Lin Yuan smiled to himself and then glanced at Liang Xiaoping. I must trouble you, Commander Liang. I need to report to several commanders in the imperial capital. I bid you farewell. With that, Lin Yuan donned the enchanting mech suit once more, and in a flash of light, he ascended into the sky, vanishing from the sight of all present soldiers. In that moment, the hearts of the warriors were stirred. Liang Xiaoping surveyed the scene and commanded everyone, return and sign the confidentiality agreements. Not long after Lin Yuan's departure, Chun Lin and the security team finally arrived in Beijing. However, just as they disembarked from the plane, they received a call from Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, have you already left? Chun Lin was taken aback. Indeed, I visited the prehistoric marine biological site in the Taklamakan Desert. There were some research findings, but ultimately, it holds little further research value. I have been summoned to the capital, so I am flying directly to Emperor Capital now. I am almost out of the desert. See you in Emperor Capital. The call ended, leaving Chun Lin in a state of confusion. I have just reached Beijing, and Mr. Lin, in his exosuit, has already circumnavigated half of the Dragon Kingdom? How impressive! In the evening, Lin Yuan, having traversed a significant portion of the Dragon Kingdom in his exosuit, landed at a secret military base in Yinjiao, Emperor Capital. What a thrill! Just as he removed his helmet, he was greeted by the commanding generals of the 5 military theaters, who stood lined up on the runway, eagerly approaching him. Not only the generals of the 5 theaters, but also Elder Chun and other prominent figures of the Dragon Kingdom were equally electrified and rushed forward in excitement. How extraordinary! I, Chun, am truly fortunate to witness this moment. It has indeed been realized. As the voices of the esteemed figures trembled with excitement, Lin Yuan fully disengaged from his exosuit, stepping out into view. At that moment, the sci-fi-inspired dreamlike exosuit was clearly revealed to all present, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. Its metallic sheen exuded an aura of formidable presence. Elder Chun, Commander Zhou, Lin Yuan addressed the distinguished assembly, beaming with a smile as he pointed to the exosuit behind him, enunciating each word carefully. This is the Fuxi exosuit. Chapter 104. Unveiling the Fuxi exosuit and discussing the prehistoric deluge. The Fuxi exosuit. Originally, the design obtained from the system was named the Iron Blood Battle Suit. However, Lin Yuan found the name unappealing, and upon its final development and manufacturing, he chose to christen it the Fuxi exosuit. In Huaxia civilization, Fuxi is an indispensable sage who ushered in a remarkable era. Now, the emergence of the Fuxi exosuit may symbolize the arrival of a new epoch. Majestic. How astounding. At that moment, everyone present was awestruck by the Fuxi exosuit. What capabilities does this exosuit possess? Elder Chun inquired, his voice trembling. I shall provide a brief overview of the Fuxi exosuit's functionalities. Lin Yuan smiled gently and began his explanation. The Fuxi exosuit employs controllable nuclear fusion technology. As we all know, energy is the most crucial component within such a compact exosuit. Fortunately, we have previously conquered controllable nuclear fusion technology. And by utilizing the cosmic isotope materials, T-particles, discovered at the Sengsingui site, I successfully deciphered the technology for controllable cold nuclear fusion. This means we have managed to miniaturize a massive nuclear fusion reactor to the size of an apple. Having concluded his speech, Lin Yuan approached the mecha and deftly removed the Xinyuan reactor from his chest. An icy blue luminescence permeated the vicinity, sending shivers down the spines of all present. This was the nuclear reactor I had developed, a marvel that outstripped the capabilities of its time. Compact in size, yet releasing energy comparable to that of a full-scale nuclear reactor. Next, I detailed the mecha's body, constructed from an array of ultra-advanced futuristic metals, including carbon nanofibers and proton-vibrating alloys. The piece de resistance was the 5-colored stone, an ancient artifact unearthed from the Sengsingui ruins, believed to originate from cosmic meteors. Its properties were remarkable. Not only did it possess extraordinary hardness, but its flexibility, extensibility, and resistance to extreme temperatures and pressures rendered it nothing short of perfect. As Lin Yuan elaborated, the audience gathered around the Fuxi mecha, their eyes wide with fascination. The aesthetic violence of its futuristic design, coupled with the chilling metallic texture, captivated everyone in attendance. Furthermore, the Fuxi mecha boasted a suite of cutting-edge technologies, including a life support system and an internal deep-sea liquid mechanism capable of withstanding high G-forces. This allowed me to navigate supersonic flights without a hitch, ensuring my personal safety amidst the strains of acceleration. In addition, It was equipped with an intelligent system, albeit not quite on par with cinematic AI, but sufficiently advanced for current needs. The life support system, sensory apparatus, skeletal suspension system, armor protection system, and control system were all products of world-class technology. Then came the piece de resistance, the weaponry. Lin Yuan's pride was palpable as he spoke of the controllable cold nuclear fusion technology powering the mecha, which enabled the installation of formidable armaments. These included magnetic storm shockwaves, mounted energy cannons, hyperfrequency nanoblades, laser guns, and 16 mini-missiles, along with various conventional weapons. Naturally, the weapon systems could undergo further optimization, but I refrained from detailing every aspect. In summary, once donned, the Fushi mecha possessed the capability to maneuver effortlessly on the battlefield, even against a modern special operations battalion. With a slight increase in firepower, it could confront an entire brigade or even a corps head-on. This was merely a prototype, standing at a mere 2.5 meters tall. Classifying it as a small mecha. As our research progresses, we shall create behemoths measuring dozens of meters, true war machines capable of annihilating an entire army in mere moments. The excitement in the room was palpable, igniting a fervor among the attendees, each one brimming with enthusiasm. This was indeed a new generation of weaponry. The combination of agility, firepower, and a robust energy system was nothing short of terrifying. Remarkable. Without a doubt, if we were to manufacture dozens of these, I would not hesitate to showcase our prowess in Yellowstone Park tomorrow. Indeed, within less than a month. The spectacle of folk dances before the Arc de Triomphe would be merely a trivial matter. The commanders of the 5 military theaters were filled with fervent emotion, their faces aglow with excitement as they gazed at the Fushi mech, yearning to embrace it. It can be said that this formidable machine heralds a new generation of warfare technology, destined to remain invincible for an extended period after its grand debut. Chief Engineer Lin, what is the manufacturing cost of this mech? At that moment, Elder Chen astutely posed a question that piqued everyone's interest. Lin Yuan articulated a figure that he anticipated would leave them astounded, considering it was a sum exceeding several billion. However, the reaction from Elder Chen and others was one of relief. Phew, that I say relief. With some determination, our nation can produce several dozen units within the next 2 to 3 years. Elder Chen, brimming with vigor, felt his breath quicken at the prospect. Just imagine, when Longhua possesses the most advanced mech weaponry, the international arena will erupt in fervor. Moreover, equipping our military with dozens of these mechs would unleash a terrifying combat capability. After all, the mobility and firepower of mechs are formidable enough to handle various large-scale warfare scenarios. However, to be candid, I am not entirely satisfied with the Fushi mech. At this juncture, Lin Yuan shook his head with a sigh. The functionality of the Fushi mech is not yet flawless. For instance, the portability I envision has yet to be realized. Everyone grasped Lin Yuan's implication. Chief Engineer Lin, are you suggesting that, akin to what we see in films, the mech could be donned by a soldier and transform, shrinking down to the size of a suitcase? Commander Zhou inquired, astonished. Precisely. That is the perfect individual mech of my dreams. Lin Yuan chuckled. However, achieving that would require the application of nanofluid technology and more complex materials. For now, it remains a distant aspiration. Well then, the crowd responded with wry smiles. Such a magnificent mech has already emerged. Yet who would have thought Chief Engineer Lin would express dissatisfaction? Truly a testament to his high standards. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that we will soon develop even more advanced nanomachines. Lin Yuan beamed. Chief Engineer Lin is already doing remarkably well. The atmosphere erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic applause, as Elder Chen and other military dignitaries regarded Lin Yuan with fervent admiration, cheering for him. Oh, by the way, half an hour later, Elder Chen and others encircled Lin Yuan, earnestly inquiring, Chief Engineer Lin, do you have any suggestions regarding this mech? And what are your opinions? Lin Yuan, understanding their intent, posed a counter-question. Of course, confidentiality is paramount. This is a weapon of mass destruction. Commander Zhou declared with solemnity. I propose we classify the Fushi mech as a top-tier military secret. All personnel who have witnessed the Fushi mech today must sign a non-disclosure agreement, with treason as the penalty for any breach. That is unnecessary, Lin Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Based on my current research, once we identify suitable nanofluid materials, we will be able to develop even more advanced individual mechs. Furthermore, abroad, for instance, the Eagle Nation likely has similar flying mech research initiatives. There is no need for us to treat it as a hidden treasure. Therefore, I believe that the Fushi mecha should be unveiled, allowing everyone to recognize that our dragon country possesses such advanced weaponry technology, which in turn would bolster national pride and morale. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen fell into deep contemplation and soon nodded. Chief Engineer Lin, we shall heed your advice. Very well, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Yuan devised a plan to reveal the Fushi mecha during his live broadcast. The following day arrived swiftly. Early in the morning, Lin Yuan released a preview for his live stream. At 2 in the afternoon, he was set to unveil the hidden secrets behind the Shanhai Jing and the Great Primordial Flood. In an instant, the internet buzzed with excitement. as countless netizens eagerly spread the word. After all, it had been over half a month since Lin Yuan last broadcasted, and the wait had been excruciating for his audience. Soon, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. As Lin Yuan's live stream commenced, hundreds of viewers flooded into the room. What is going on? The viewers were astonished to find the broadcast depicted an empty space, seemingly from a high altitude. Surrounding them was a pristine blue sky, and in the distance, faint outlines of mountains and rivers could be discerned. Greetings, I am your host, Lin Yuan. A serene voice resonated in that moment, and after a brief pause, Lin Yuan continued with a tranquil smile. At this very moment, I am broadcasting live from an altitude of 1,200 meters. The camera shifted, revealing an awe-inspiring figure before all the viewers. In the broadcast, captured by an advanced ultra-wide-angle drone, a commanding silhouette came into view. From 1,200 meters above, the sound of rushing air was accompanied by 2 blazing red flames, reminiscent of the legendary fire wheels of Neza, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. As the viewers recognized the figure, they were left utterly speechless, their hearts racing with astonishment. Good heavens, is that a mecha? They gasped. Wait, I just heard Professor Lin's voice. Could he be inside this mecha? The excitement was palpable, as they exclaimed, this is just like the armored suits from science fiction films. Incredible. Our Dragon Country has created this. Mom, come and see the live broadcast. Chief Engineer Lin has unleashed something extraordinary. In reality, nearly 10 million netizens were continuously gasping in amazement, promptly sharing this astonishing news with their relatives and friends. This surge led to an influx of viewers into Lin Yuan's live stream. Within a minute, the online audience surpassed 15 million. Thankfully, under advisement from relevant authorities, Douyin had already prepared for Lin Yuan's live stream, setting up robust servers capable of supporting millions of concurrent viewers. Nevertheless, the pressure on the servers was immense, especially given Lin Yuan's background, which made Douyin's staff exceedingly anxious as they monitored the stream closely, wary of any potential mishaps. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Wow. This mecha is absolutely stunning. Indeed, it is a mech, strikingly reminiscent of the armored suits depicted in films. The chest area undoubtedly houses a form of nuclear fusion reactor. My goodness, has our Dragon Country truly mastered such advanced technology? It is astonishing and utterly breathtaking. Could it really be Lin Yuan? Speak up, broadcaster. Viewers, filled with excitement and fervor, began to express their opinions, flooding the live chat with millions of comments. At this very moment, Lin Yuan's clear voice gradually resonated. You guessed correctly. I am currently at an altitude of 1,200 meters. And the mech suit I am wearing is the latest development in our nation's single-soldier exoskeleton technology, which I have named the Fushi mech. Boom. Instantly, the live chat erupted. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's confirmation, all emotions burst forth at that moment. This is indeed our Dragon Country's mech. Fushi mech, a name that is absolutely stunning. I find myself inexplicably moved to tears. Amidst the viewers' excitement, Lin Yuan smiled gently. As you can see, the successful development of the Fushi mech heralds the advent of a new era. Here, I shall briefly demonstrate the capabilities of the Fushi mech. With that, Lin Yuan engaged the cruise mode, and the surface of the Fushi mech shimmered with a fiery red glow, vanishing with a whoosh beneath the blue sky and white clouds. 30 seconds later, Lin Yuan's figure reappeared on camera, his voice ethereal. You may be wondering where I just went. Ahem, it's nothing much. Just took a stroll around Sioux City, which is 300 kilometers away. What? Upon hearing this explanation, everyone was taken aback. In under 30 seconds, the broadcaster traversed 300 kilometers to Sioux City and returned. This speed is simply extraordinary. Viewers struggled to comprehend, their eyes wide with disbelief. Furthermore, the Fushi mech boasts various functionalities. Lin Yuan smiled, and as per the pre-planned design, drew a fiery red combat blade. This blade is forged with nanoflying edge technology, featuring a 5-star emblem on the hilt, exuding an aura reminiscent of a Tang Dynasty sword. In the next moment, with a sound that pierced the air, the Fushi mech transformed into a shadowy figure. Simultaneously, the distant mountains erupted with a thunderous rumble, reminiscent of an earthquake, and moments later, a mass of boulders tumbled down from the mountain's peak. Abruptly, in an instant, Lin Yuan wielded the Fushi mech and cleaved through a hill of considerable size with a single stroke. This scene resembled something out of a novel or film, yet it now appeared so vividly and realistically before all the viewers. Incredible! Roars of excitement erupted from countless viewers who rubbed their eyes in disbelief. This is the cold weapon functionality of the Fushi mech. As for the other capabilities, ahem, they are rather violent. Considering that there are many minors watching the live stream, I shall refrain from demonstrating those here. With a calm smile, Lin Yuan slowly sheathed the nanoblade. In that moment, the imposing, formidable, and powerful appearance of the mech left countless viewers in awe once more. Having merely whetted our appetites, we now delve into the core of the matter. Lin Yuan remarked with a light-hearted tone. Next, the host will expound upon the prehistoric deluge chronicled in the Shanghai Jing flight logs. Was this merely an appetizer? Professor Lin was far too modest. With the creation of formidable mechs, What could possibly elude his grasp? I can scarcely believe the spectacle before my eyes. How astonishing. In the blink of an eye, our Dragon Nation has entered the era of mechs. It seems that before long, Gundams will be deployed across the military. Enthusiastic discussions erupted among netizens. Meanwhile, at the juncture of the Bald Eagle and Australia lies a place known as Squirrel Valley. This site serves as a joint defense space base established by the Bald Eagle and Australia, reputed to house a colossal supercomputer, countless satellite monitoring instruments, and the world's largest ground observation system. At this moment, with the arrival of an urgent military order from the Pentagon, Squirrel Valley erupted into a frenzy. The second radar phased array was activated, targeting the coordinates of the Dragon Nation in the east, XXX. In the commander's stern and icy voice, all satellite and radar monitoring systems within the base were set to full frequency. Before long, a crystal-clear image materialized before everyone. Oh my God, what the? A chorus of gasps filled the air. The proud and arrogant Bald Eagle citizens felt a chilling dread creep up their spines. Mechs. These were the mechs of the Dragon Nation. Impossible. The military personnel on-site stammered, their faces paling, palms slick with sweat. The commander, wide-eyed, wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Steel mechs. After a prolonged moment, the commander regained his composure, his expression one of sheer terror. That was the legendary mech. Despite being a high-ranking official within the Bald Eagle military hierarchy, what he witnessed surpassed all bounds of imagination. For he beheld a humanoid mech that resembled a crimson tempest. It was a sight only seen in cinematic special effects. Its striking appearance was complemented by weapon systems that loomed like ferocious beasts lying in wait. Yet he understood that those dark cannon muzzles, along with dozens of enigmatic micromissile devices, radiated a chilling luminescence that struck directly at the mind. In an instant, it could obliterate the beliefs of countless Bald Eagle citizens. Crimson Tempest. At that moment, the commander whispered in terror, instinctively uttering a term. It was also at this instant that the Fushi mech made its debut, instantly acquiring its own codename within the Northern Alliance. 10 minutes later, an urgent combat order was dispatched from the Pentagon. The Bald Eagle, along with various member states of the Northern Alliance, sprang into action. In the South Pacific, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the Bald Eagle, escorted by 12 destroyers, suddenly altered its course, collectively heading towards the southern seas of the Dragon Nation. In the depths of the ocean, a Russian Kilo-class submarine, fully armed, likewise adjusted its course towards the Dragon Nation. At the same time, 6 Sea Wolf-class attack submarines are converging from various directions across the ocean, heading eastward. In the northern territories of the Bear Nation, the god of the North Wind is slowly navigating through rocky depths, engines roaring as it makes its way towards the targeted region. At this very moment, nations such as John Bull, Gallic Rooster, and Teutonic tribes are mobilizing their fleets, all with their sights set on the southern seas of the east. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Dragon Nation, at an altitude of 200 meters, Lin Yuan wears a composed smile. The feedback from his intelligence system indicates that his recent display of prowess has stirred a considerable uproar online. The response has been overwhelmingly positive. Countless citizens are filled with pride and excitement, enveloped in the immense sense of security and dreamlike experience brought by the Fushi Mecha. Chief Engineer Lin, the response is splendid. The voice from the communication link with Shiyuan in the imperial capital bursts forth as Elder Chen laughs heartily. The revelation of the Fushi Mecha has set the global internet ablaze. In less than a minute, our intelligence agency received cyber attacks from various dark web sources attempting to obtain official data regarding the Fushi Mecha, but it was futile. Since we dared to showcase the Fushi Mecha, we are well prepared with all necessary countermeasures. Furthermore, this show of strength is bound to disturb the slumber of the Bald Eagle. Rest assured, Elder Chun, everything is proceeding according to plan. Lin Yuan responds with a calm demeanor, exuding confidence. All right, we old fellows shall await the grand spectacle. Elder Chen chuckles before ending the call. Lin Yuan, equally delighted, connects to the live stream to continue broadcasting. Dear viewers, let us now delve into the main topic of today's discussion. You may wonder why I chose this manner of streaming. The reason is quite simple. I wish to share this moment of joy with my fans and followers. As Lin Yuan's words conclude, a wave of knowing laughter resonates across the internet. The great flood of antiquity has indeed been mentioned in the civilizations of the world. The classic of mountains and seas records it, and the Western Bible also speaks of a great deluge, along with Noah's Arkansas. The ancient Mayan myths, ancient Indian scriptures, and the Sumerian civilization all reference this cataclysm. In these cultural narratives, it is believed that the gods initiated a world-destroying flood. Lin Yuan continues. Even within our own ancient texts, such as the Huainanzi, we find descriptions of this prehistorical deluge. Heaven tilts to the northwest, and the earth sinks to the southeast. The heavens are not filled in the northwest, hence the sun, moon, and stars shift. The earth is not filled in the southeast. Thus the waters stir the dust to return. This excerpt alone suffices to illustrate that this deluge was not merely a natural disaster, but an apocalyptic event capable of obliterating the entire ecological system of our planet. Who, then, orchestrated this monumental catastrophe? Lin Yuan inquires, his tone steeped in profundity. As those who have followed my previous broadcasts are aware, I mentioned that the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and Qiyu ignited an ancient nuclear conflict, resulting in the world being engulfed in nuclear radiation. The Earth was left battered and scarred, and life was reduced to despair. Another reason is that during that time, the Yellow Emperor observed that the structural integrity of the Earth's vessel was undergoing self-destruction, as the Indian plate continuously pressed northward, colliding with the Eurasian plate. Had the Yellow Emperor remained indifferent, the internal framework of the Earth's vessel would have collapsed entirely, and the energy unleashed by the collision of these two massive plates would have obliterated half of the Earth. We could interpret this as the complete destruction of the entire Earth vessel. This calamity was undoubtedly catastrophic. Consequently, the Yellow Emperor devised a strategy to create a great flood, which would not only address the impending structural collapse, but also cleanse the surface of residual nuclear radiation through the floodwaters, while simultaneously reinforcing the Earth vessel's defense system. A veritable threefold achievement. Thus, amidst the eyes of the multitude, the Yellow Emperor initiated a plan to artificially induce a great deluge. At this moment, countless netizens perked up, their eyes wide with astonishment. Firstly, to generate a global flood of such magnitude, an immense quantity of water resources would be required. Lin Yuan spoke with an ethereal tone. However, in the primordial formation of the solar system, like Mars and Saturn, the surface structure of the Earth was predominantly composed of rock and soil, with insufficient water resources. At this point, some scientists might attempt to refute this by asserting that the water on Earth was formed over billions of years through chemical reactions between hydrogen and oxygen. Yet, if this were the case, why has only Earth amassed such vast water resources? Thus, the true answer lies in the fact that a significant portion of Earth's abundant water resources originates from comets. Moreover, we boldly speculate. Could a substantial part derive from the moon? Lin Yuan stated solemnly. With a resounding boom, the entire live stream erupted in excitement. Many netizens were left bewildered. The shock they felt was comparable to witnessing the awe-inspiring Fushime just moments prior. The notion that Earth's water resources stem from the moon? Astonishing. What audacity. This theory is utterly explosive. Netizens marveled in disbelief. Even among Western scientists following Lin Yuan, shock reverberated through their ranks. Many wore grave expressions, lost in contemplation. In summary, why did I bring up the source of Earth's water resources? Lin Yuan casually inquired within the live stream. The answer is straightforward. To create such an immense flood, a vast amount of water resources is essential. In various civilizations, accounts specifically mention Earth being engulfed by a mysterious tsunami, with terrifying floods descending from the heavens, mountains trembling amidst the tumultuous waves, and land succumbing beneath the deluge. Lin Yuan spoke in a haunting tone, providing evidence one by one. The ancient Babylonian text, the Epic of Gilgamesh, states, the flood, accompanied by storms, submerged the continent almost overnight. Only those who fled to the mountains could survive. The horror of such a scenario is almost unbearable, as the winds howled through the air and everyone fled for their lives. This is recorded in the cuneiform tablets of Sumerian civilization. Furthermore, the ancient texts of Huaxiao recount a myriad of tales. At the dawn of history, the four corners of the earth fell into disarray, and the 9 provinces were torn apart, with waters surging endlessly. This is derived from the Huainanzi. The depths of the great springs are unfathomable. What could fill them? The 9 regions, how could they be buried? This is sourced from the Chusi Tianwen. The records of Indian civilizations and the sacred texts of the Maya also document this dreadful scene. At this moment, Lin Yuan, clad in Fushi's mech, stands suspended 1,200 meters above the ground, addressing an audience of 36 million online viewers in an unprecedented live broadcast. Beneath the azure sky and amidst the cold, glinting light of the mech, punctuated by eloquent remarks, countless viewers are left in a state of profound astonishment. In pursuit of abundant water resources, the Yellow Emperor, utilizing his mastery of technology, pinpointed the moon, which was drifting through the cosmos at that time. Meanwhile, scientists from major global research institutions and various fields related to Earth have plunged into deep contemplation. At the Royal Academy of Wisdom, Professor Steve adjusted his refined spectacles and slowly closed the chronicles of the Earth in his hands. This esteemed professor from the Dragon Kingdom, Lin, unfolded a grand vision before the world. Steve surveyed the conference room, where his colleagues were engrossed in Lin Yuan's live broadcast, and spoke solemnly. Across civilizations worldwide, the origins of the prehistoric deluge remain shrouded in mystery. Initially, I supported the primordial theory, but after considering Professor Lin's discourse, my convictions have wavered. Indeed, this Oriental scholar's theory is poised to ignite a monumental scientific upheaval. Another eminent scholar, Professor Owen, a 3-time recipient of the Global Natural Science Award, also expressed his sentiments. Currently, the formation of water resources, oceans, on Earth can be attributed to 2 primary theories, the primordial theory and the extraterrestrial theory. Proponents of the primordial theory assert that 3.5 billion years ago, following Earth's formation, its rapid rotation caused the moisture in molten primordial materials to migrate to the surface. akin to a centrifuge releasing water resources. Concurrently, as the Earth's surface temperature dropped below 100 degrees Celsius, gaseous water condensed into rain, forming the oceans. Conversely, the extraterrestrial theory posits that a multitude of meteors and comets descended upon Earth, delivering cosmic water and thus forming the oceans. If the extraterrestrial theory holds, it aligns with Professor Lin's conceptual framework. I eagerly anticipate his forthcoming statements. Professor Owen gazed deeply at the youthful figure on the computer screen, his expression a blend of admiration and reverence. Simultaneously, in the live broadcast room, Lin Yuan, suspended 1,200 meters above, continued to deliver impactful statements to his audience. I have a hypothesis, Lin Yuan declared gravely. The ancient civilization that engineered the Earth spaceship was acutely aware of the formidable challenges posed by navigating the boundless cosmos. The foremost concern is how to withstand the impacts of meteors and comets encountered during space travel. Therefore, I propose that the ancient civilization has chosen a remarkable method to disperse abundant water resources across the planet, serving as a shield against the impacts of meteorites and comets. It is well known that within the rich tapestry of Chinese civilization, there exists an ancient proverb stating that water benefits all things, yet contends with none. Our esteemed ancestors recognized early on that this wondrous substance, water, embodies a gentle nature, nurturing all forms of life. Thus, I entertain a radical notion. For humanity and numerous species, water is indeed the essence of life. However, is its true purpose merely to sustain the myriad forms of life on Earth? I contend that the formation of water may indeed serve as a means of energetic protection. At this moment, millions of viewers in the live stream were utterly captivated, their attention unwavering. The scientific community has postulated that Mars may have once harbored life, owing to the existence of oceans on the red planet. These Martian oceans bore a striking resemblance to those of Earth. Yet recent explorations have revealed that they have long since vanished. A publication in Scientific Weekly indicated that the ocean once covered 19% of Mars' surface area. But now that expanse has entirely disappeared. This presents a profound enigma. What could have led to the obliteration of these oceans? Subsequently, scientists have theorized that the loss of Martian oceans could be attributed to impacts from meteors or asteroids. Lin Yuan articulated thus. It appears to me that the water resources on the planet serve to protect it, functioning as a soft barrier or perhaps embodying a form beyond our current comprehension. This protective layer has thwarted all threats. Concurrently, having established an overarching strategy, the Yellow Emperor initiated his plan to artificially create a great flood. Lin Yuan pronounced deliberately. After meticulous selection, he appointed none other than the legendary figure Du to oversee this monumental endeavor. As these words fell, countless compatriots, both online and in reality, felt a shiver run down their spines. Good heavens, Du was not merely controlling the waters, he was orchestrating a flood. Had this theory been proposed at the onset of Lin Yuan's broadcast, he would likely have faced a torrent of disdain from the audience. After all, in the annals of Chinese history, Du is regarded as a heroic figure, renowned for his righteous deeds and flood control, celebrated across the land. Yet now, Lin Yuan's assertion that Du was generating a flood struck many as incomprehensible. I understand that some may accuse me of insulting the revered sages of our civilization with fanciful fabrications. However, we must not view ancient matters through the lens of modern sensibilities. Lin Yuan smiled, his demeanor calm and collected. He then posed a reflective question to the audience. First and foremost, I ask you, does the historical record indicate that Du's flood management was in response to a prehistoric deluge? Upon this inquiry, many viewers couldn't help but furrow their brows, while certain experts and scholars shook their heads without hesitation. Historical texts do not explicitly link Du's flood control efforts to a prehistoric flood. Rather, this mythological narrative reflects the spirit of ancient Chinese ancestors battling against natural calamities. According to modern scientific investigation, the legendary flood control conducted by Du transpired approximately 4,200 to 4,000 years ago, addressing a significant deluge. In contrast, the true prehistoric cataclysmic flood is likely associated with the myth of Nuwa mending the heavens. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, remarking that Du's flood management and the creation of the flood itself are distinctly separate matters. One might even speculate that it was precisely due to Du's prior experiences with flood creation that he undertook flood control measures at that time. However, this may perplex some readers, as the logic appears incongruous. Yet, considering that Du served under the Yellow Emperor, it raises the possibility that Du's true identity could be extraterrestrial. Or perhaps the Yellow Emperor's research institutions had unraveled the secrets of the elixir of immortality and bestowed it upon Du. Thus, to some extent, it is conceivable that Du lived far longer than we might imagine. Of course, another possibility exists. The term Du may serve as a collective designation for a group of individuals or a certain tribe's lineage. As Lin Yuan elaborated, many online viewers nodded in agreement. Therefore, when the Yellow Emperor appointed Du as the head of the Flood Creation Initiative, his faction concurrently embarked on a distinct project, utilizing methods far beyond our current civilization to capture the moon from outer space. Lin Yuan's demeanor turned solemn. In a previous livestream, it was mentioned that during ancient times, the moon did not exist. It suddenly appeared in the sky at a particular moment. We might speculate that the moon was adrift in some cosmic space and was captured by the Yellow Emperor through gravitational forces or other means, positioning it in a predetermined orbit not far from Earth. Following Lin Yuan's statements, online discussions erupted with astonishment. Is that even possible? Capturing a celestial body, really? Meanwhile, at the National Space Science Center of the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences, a spacious conference room housed a dozen leading scientists from various fields, including cosmology, spacecraft propulsion design, and astronomy. Chief Engineer Lin's thoughts resonate with our own, declared Lin Yuan, the esteemed head of the Space Science Center. Currently, the Academy is secretly deliberating a project focused on how to capture asteroids from outer space. These asteroids, weighing hundreds to thousands of tons, pose a potential impact threat to Earth. However, if specific capture methods are employed to bring them into Earth's orbit, they could transform from a threat into a valuable resource. As a complete asteroid is rich in mineral resources, the research at the Space Institute involves designing a spacecraft capable of carrying a massive net to ensnare asteroids and return them to Earth. With current technology, the Academy estimates that by 2034, it may be feasible to successfully bring an asteroid back to Earth. In comparison, the ancient civilization, endowed with astonishing and formidable technological means, and even the forces of the Yellow Emperor, capable of interstellar travel and capturing the moon, seem entirely plausible. Moved by Lin Yuan's forward-thinking theories, Professor Lin Yuan and other experts gazed excitedly at the live broadcast, eager to derive inspiration from Lin Yuan's discourse. Consequently, after the Yellow Emperor's faction captured the moon into Earth's near-Earth orbit, they commenced their ambitious plan. Prior to this endeavor, I harbored a bold conjecture. Upon capturing the moon into near-Earth orbit, the Yellow Emperor, employing advanced technological methods, constructed a landing project connecting to the moon. This monumental project could very well be the fabled Mount Buzhou. Thus, Mount Buzhou may indeed represent the ancient era's space elevator, while the collision by Gong Gong was, in fact, a strike against this celestial connection. As for why Gong Gong would collide with the moon's connecting ladder, I surmise it could be related to internal conflicts within the Yellow Emperor's ranks. The fierce battles between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, alongside the orchestrated deluge, reveal the Yellow Emperor's formidable character. His ambition and vision were vast. He was willing to disregard the lives on Earth to implement his predetermined plans, even going so far as to instigate a catastrophic flood. Yet, within his faction, another group of dissenters emerged. We do not know their precise motivations for opposing the Yellow Emperor, but among their ranks stood the legendary Zhuangzi. Who was Zhuangzi? In mythological texts, he is depicted as a descendant of the Yellow Emperor and one of the progenitors of civilization. Zhuangzi opposed the Yellow Emperor's flood plan, representing an alternative ideology. Thus, he later proposed a profound theory known as absolute separation of heaven and earth. This concept signifies a severance of ties with the divine, emphasizing that royal authority should remain untethered from divine influence, establishing an order where gods and humans do not interfere with one another. In simpler terms, Zhuangzi contended that the Yellow Emperor, possessing advanced civilization and potentially immortal extraterrestrial life, should not meddle in human affairs. Each realm, celestial and terrestrial, should fulfill its own role. Of course, the concept of absolute separation may harbor other hidden significances that remain unknown to us. However, it is evident that a series of profound conflicts erupted between Zhuangzi and the Yellow Emperor during that epoch. Thus, when Gong Gong toppled Mount Buzhou, sensing the gravity of the situation, the formidable leader initiated an unprecedented prehistorical flood plan under his command. As previously mentioned, the moon at that time was rich in water resources, including dry ice, icebergs, glaciers, and rocks. This can also be substantiated by modern scientific theories, akin to how scientists have discovered substantial amounts of frozen water on many comets, which are enveloped by a vast cloud of hydrogen atoms, referred to in the scientific community as cometary or hydrogen clouds. Upon the comet's descent to Earth, it is said to bestow upon our planet a substantial influx of water. The hydrogen clouds enveloping the comet react with Earth's oxygen, resulting in the formation of water. Thus, when Yu, following the edict of the Yellow Emperor, initiated the lunar project, it is conceivable that through some means, he unleashed a torrent of water resources from the moon onto the Earth. Concurrently, a portion of the lunar surface may have detached, breaking through the atmosphere and crashing to Earth, also bringing with it an immense quantity of water. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. This notion is echoed in numerous archaeological findings from ancient civilizations. For instance, the sacred texts of the Maya civilization recount a catastrophic deluge, a dreadful flood wherein people perished in the torrential, viscous rains that fell from the heavens. Here, I urge readers to pay close attention to the details. The Maya distinctly noted that this great flood descended from the skies and was of a sticky nature. This stickiness arose from the water that cascaded from the moon, which contained dry ice, dust, and various rocky mixtures. Upon breaching the atmosphere and inundating the Earth, it naturally transformed into a viscous liquid. Similarly, ancient texts from indigenous civilizations recount a great flood, during which darkness enveloped the surroundings and black rain fell. Why the darkness? One might wonder. It is because Du, employing some method, drew the moon into a near-Earth orbit, effectively shrouding the sky. Furthermore, the water was tainted with various lunar elements, which explains the similar descriptions found in ancient records. Nevertheless, the prehistoric deluge ultimately erupted, and its consequences irrevocably altered the trajectory of Earth's civilization. Chapter 107. The Strategic Vision of the Yellow Emperor. As Lin Yuan narrated, the audience in the live stream began to stir with excitement. After all, such ancient secrets were being revealed to them without cost, which was quite exhilarating. The Yellow Emperor initiated the Great Flood Plan of prehistory, with Du as one of its principal executors. At this point, some viewers might voice skepticism. For in ancient texts and the mythologies passed down through Huaxia, Du and his father Gun are celebrated as the great benefactors who tamed the floods. However, as previously discussed, Du's endeavors in flood control and water management may have unfolded across distinct phases in time. Lin Yuan continued with a grave tone. Moreover, it is essential to remember that the classic of mountains and seas, this interstellar flight log, contains not only information input by the Earth ship's intelligent core, but also records made by members of the spacecraft from that era. These individuals, descendants of the Huaxia ancestors, were constrained by the limitations of their civilization, leading to a perspective that diverges from our own. Consequently, the recorded information may exhibit slight discrepancies, which can be elucidated through a dialectical examination of Gun's life. In the classic of mountains and seas, there is a noteworthy passage. The Yellow Emperor begot Luo Ming. Luo Ming begot the White Horse. The White Horse represents Gun, and Gun and Du were the initiators of land distribution, pacifying the waters of the 9 provinces. This statement is quite straightforward. Translated, it conveys that both Gun and Du are descendants of the Yellow Emperor, and together they undertook the task of land management and flood control, bringing order to the inundations of the 9 provinces. However, in the final segment of the classic of mountains and seas, it is recounted that Gun stole the earth of the emperor to quell the floodwaters, leading the emperor to command Zhu Rong to slay Gun at Yujiao. Gun subsequently gave birth to Yu, and the emperor then ordered Yu to distribute the land in order to stabilize the 9 provinces. These records are chaotic and inconsistent. According to traditional narratives, Du was born only after Gun's demise. Thus, it appears illogical. How could Gun, having already perished, collaborate with his son to manage the flood? Furthermore, regarding Gun's theft of the earth, known as Shi Rang, which is said to possess the extraordinary ability to grow and expand endlessly, one must question why Gun would resort to theft if he was acting under the emperor's orders to control the waters. Surely, he could have rightfully requested it from the emperor. It is my belief that the emperor referred to here is the Yellow Emperor, for during that era, he wielded significant power. Xuanxu sought to sever the connection between heaven and earth due to his belief that extraterrestrial forces, the lineage of the Yellow Emperor, should not excessively interfere in the affairs of the terrestrial natives. The Yellow Emperor's intention to orchestrate a great flood stemmed from his possession of advanced knowledge of civilization. He discerned impending structural issues with Earth's framework, caused by the relentless compression of the Indian and Eurasian plates, which would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences for the entire planet. Additionally, the incessant bombardment of Earth by meteorites and comets necessitated a strategic decision to create a prehistoric deluge to fortify the planet's defense system. As these records were passed down, contradictions emerged. Moreover, why did the broadcaster assert that Du was involved in the creation of the flood rather than its mitigation? Lin Yuan's subsequent remarks ignited considerable controversy. The classic of mountains and seas, northern classic of the seas states, the kingdom of Bo Fu lies to the east of the mountain where you accumulated stones, where the river flows in. The western classic of the seas articulates, the river emerges from the northeastern corner, then westward and northward, entering the mountain where you directed the accumulation of stones. The northern classic of the Great Wilderness mentions, within the Great Wilderness, there exists a mountain named Xianlan, and to its west, another mountain called Yu's accumulated stones. These passages elucidate a singular event. Du mobilized vast human and material resources to construct numerous stone mountains across the 9 provinces. Lin Yuan, with a resolute tone, inquired, what does this signify? It implies that Du engineered a series of water retention projects, amassing substantial stones and redirecting river waters into them. This undertaking can be interpreted in 2 ways. One as a means of water conservation, akin to a dam that confines river water, and the other as a preparatory measure for the creation of a great flood. It is well known that Du was remarkably astute. If his objective was to manage the waters, he would have understood that diversion is preferable to obstruction. Hence, Du had no justifiable reason to accumulate river water. The question then arises, what was the purpose behind Du's construction of so many stone mountains and the diversion of river water into them? The singular truth is that this was in conjunction with another project involving the terrifying water resources on the moon, collectively orchestrating a cataclysmic deluge. As Lin Yuan continued his discourse, a virtual three-dimensional model emerged in the live stream, swiftly simulating the visage of ancient Earth. Simultaneously, a grand silhouette drew closer to the planet. As an unfathomable quantity of water resources from the lunar surface cascaded forth through some miraculous means. It was as though one were witnessing a scene crafted by the poet Li Bai. The waters of the Yellow River descend from the heavens with a thunderous roar. A terrifying flood descends, seemingly purging the era and submerging all that lies upon the earth. Concurrently, as we are all aware, the tides of the ocean are directly influenced by the gravitational pull of the moon. Thus, while torrents of water pour from the lunar body, the oceans of our planet are irresistibly drawn, resulting in colossal tsunamis that engulf the land. A gasp of astonishment fills the live stream, as viewers are gripped by an indescribable dread while gazing at the virtual representations of this catastrophic prehistoric deluge. It is utterly horrifying. Setting aside the calamity, the spectacle of this primeval flood is nothing short of magnificent, akin to deluge descending from the skies, submerging even the lofty Tibetan plateau. Revered as the backbone of the earth, such a cataclysmic deluge surpasses any ordinary flood, which pales in comparison and can only be orchestrated by human hands. The audience trembles, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. They mourn for the beings of that time, yet deep within, they comprehend the reluctance with which the Yellow Emperor conceived this plan of a great flood. Nonetheless, in the face of overwhelming circumstances, the Yellow Emperor resolved to unleash this prehistoric inundation. For only in this manner could the Earth, this celestial vessel, continue its voyage, ensuring the survival of future generations. In the grand scheme of things, such sacrifices are deemed necessary. Behold, as Lin Yuan speaks, the virtual models within the live stream morph once more. A series of geographical videos emerges, depicting the subaqueous turbidite deposits discovered in South America during the last century, estimated to have formed over a span of 7,000 years, indicating that the Earth had indeed endured a colossal tsunami. Following this, the virtual imagery shifts again, revealing images of clay sediment layers unearthed by archaeologists in the deserts of Mesopotamia. Such geomorphology can only arise post-flood, and despite the desert's elevation, it too was submerged, thus attesting to the magnitude of that ancient deluge. Henceforth, a monumental and terrifying prehistoric flood engulfed the entire globe. Meanwhile, what transpired with the Yellow Emperor as the flood descended? He commanded Diyu to embark upon an alternative endeavor, deploying a vast quantity of explosives, along with specific detonation devices, to elevate the Eurasian tectonic plate. Thus, the phrase recorded in the classic of mountains and seas regarding the Emperor's directive to you is not merely a call to govern the land, but rather to configure it. Configure the land? Or perhaps it can be understood as establishing something beneath its surface, even suggesting the presence of a particular device. What could that be? Lin Yuan spoke in a hushed tone. I surmise that Diyu's configuration involved the placement of a nuclear detonation device buried deep within the Earth's crust, aimed at unleashing immense heat to transform subterranean waters and volatile substances into gas. Once a sufficient accumulation of gas formed, the entire Eurasian plate would be propelled upwards. As he spoke, the virtual three-dimensional imagery in the live stream shifted once more, unveiling yet another scene. Under the support of the system, a simulation was conducted to illustrate the configuration of the Indian and Eurasian tectonic plates at that time. The relentless pressure and collision between these two continental plates appeared as if they were irreconcilable adversaries. Once a certain threshold was reached, the plates would compress together, unleashing a colossal force capable of overturning the very framework of the Earth. Such an event would surpass even the cataclysmic deluge of prehistoric times. An apocalyptic disaster that even the Yellow Emperor, despite his advanced civilization and technology, could not avert. Thus, the only solution was to induce a great flood to alleviate this crisis. Consequently, torrents of water cascaded from the moon, activating long-buried mechanisms that generated vast amounts of gaseous energy, propelling the Eurasian plate upward by 100 meters, 500 meters, and ultimately 2,500 meters. Lin Yuan's voice resonated with authority. As evidenced by the virtual imagery presented, I meticulously recreated the scene of that epoch. According to geological cross-sections from present-day Inner Mongolia and northern Xinjiang, the Eurasian plate was elevated by 2,000 to 2,500 meters. At that time, the Mongolian region was submerged beneath ocean waters. Thus, when the crust was raised, the descending floodwaters flowed southward from high to low, instigating significant geological transformations. Simultaneously, the deluge from the moon served as the most effective lubricant in this tectonic movement. Upon hearing this, the online audience could no longer maintain their composure. With wide eyes, they were captivated by Lin Yuan's discourse. Indeed, they were not mistaken. The torrents pouring down from the moon had become the optimal lubricant in this tectonic process. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, filled with admiration. Here, I must commend the profound wisdom of the Yellow Emperor. He and Diyu orchestrated this prehistoric flood, not only to cleanse the land of the nuclear radiation pollution resulting from ancient cataclysms, but also to resolve the existential threat posed by the collision of the Indian and Eurasian plates. The abundant waters that inundated the land acted as a lubricant, mitigating the friction and collision between the plates. Water, possessing a gentle nature, enabled the elevation of the Eurasian plate, while simultaneously diminishing the catastrophic forces generated by the collision of these colossal landmasses. Thus, stability was restored to the Eurasian continent. This revelation is the true essence of the records found in the Shanhai Jing, which speaks of stabilizing the 9 provinces. In that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream fell silent. The viewers seemed momentarily entranced, forgetting to voice their thoughts. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, the comments erupted once more. Wow, this theory is astounding. My blood is boiling. I can hardly believe it. The wisdom and audacity of the Yellow Emperor are unparalleled, inducing a great flood to cleanse nuclear pollution while simultaneously guiding the lunar waters to the land as the finest lubricant to stabilize the Eurasian and Indian plates. Averting a true cataclysm. This plan is simply unimaginable. Who else could conceive of such a strategy? It's utterly breathtaking. The Yellow Emperor truly deserves the title of the supreme military commander of Earth. Such intellectual prowess and strategic finesse can only be attributed to him. The viewers whispered excitedly, thoroughly captivated by the Yellow Emperor's grand design. Meanwhile, observing the comments on the screen, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. I previously remarked that the cataclysmic flood orchestrated by the Yellow Emperor, though seemingly a great disaster, harbored profound strategic significance. Beyond the aforementioned benefits, at that juncture, the moon was positioned in a near-Earth orbit, and the abundant water resources accumulated upon its surface cascaded down to our planet. It was during this period that the Yellow Emperor and his faction embarked on another ambitious endeavor, the restoration of the heavens, known as Nuwa the sky. Once the lunar water resources were fully expended, the moon transformed into a modifiable apparatus. Thus, Nuwa initiated her celestial project. Utilizing meteoric materials from outer space, she extracted vast quantities of 5-colored stones and transported them to the moon. Through a combination of time, relentless effort, and methods beyond our current comprehension, she meticulously fashioned the entire lunar surface into a formidable defensive mechanism. Subsequently, through a certain technology, the Yellow Emperor and Nuwa maneuvered the moon away from its near-Earth orbit, establishing it as a protective bulwark for our planet. For countless eons, it has served as the first line of defense against cosmic meteors and comets, shielding Earth from numerous celestial impacts. With the completion of both the Restoration Project and the Primordial Flood Initiative, a sense of exhilaration surged among the listeners, who felt that hearing such an ancient revelation was a fulfillment of a lifetime. However, Lin Yuan's subsequent words sent shockwaves through them once more. Yet, this is not the end. Lin Yuan chuckled, stating that the Yellow Emperor's orchestration of the primordial flood, in addition to the previously mentioned advantages, bore another monumental consequence. It instigated significant alterations in the Earth's rotation, rendering time a comprehensible and clear law for humankind. As the Eurasian continent was elevated, the planet's moment of inertia suddenly increased, coupled with the effects of the Great Flood, causing the Earth's rotation to decelerate. Thus, the duration of a day transformed into a span of 24 hours. What? Upon hearing this, the audience was once again astounded. Could it be that the origin of our current concept of time is linked to the primordial flood? If that is indeed the case, then this catastrophic flood transcended mere disaster and emerged as a momentous act of salvation. Just contemplate how our civilization would fare without the 24-hour day. It is beyond imagination. The strategic foresight of the Yellow Emperor is truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 108. The audience's query. Where has the Yellow Emperor gone? In the live broadcast, Lin Yuan's thoughts surged as he prepared for the final summary. As many are aware, the Shanhai Jing chronicles a plethora of tropical flora and fauna, suggesting that millennia ago, the geographical position of the Huaxia 9 provinces may have been situated within the equatorial region. Additionally, modern scientific research has revealed that in ancient times, the Earth's rotation was swifter than it is today. The Western scientific community has indeed conducted investigations on this matter. A research report published in the journal Paleoceanography and Paleoclimatology by the Geographic Society of the United States reveals a fascinating secret through the fossilized shells of late Cretaceous mollusks. The ancient Earth rotated significantly faster than it does today, possibly completing up to 372, 400 rotations each year. This suggests that a day in ancient times was approximately 23 hours long. We are currently unable to accurately determine the era in which the Yellow Emperor existed. If it were even earlier, a day on Earth could have lasted merely 20 hours or even less. The variation in the length of a day undoubtedly affects the human body in ways we have yet to fully understand. Yet I believe the Yellow Emperor had profound motivations for his actions. Following this, a cataclysmic prehistoric flood heralded the arrival of a new era. Lin Yuan's voice resonated deeply, imbued with emotion and strength. This great deluge was intended to cleanse the surface of nuclear contamination, uplift the Eurasian continental plate, prevent catastrophic structural collapse of the Earth's framework, and repurpose the moon into a battleship, thereby establishing new laws governing Earth's rotation. From the perspective of that time, the prehistoric flood was undoubtedly a tremendous disaster, resulting in the suffering of countless lives. However, when viewed from a strategic standpoint, the Yellow Emperor's decision was undoubtedly wise, as it ensured the continuation of Earth's existence and allowed human civilization to thrive and endure. As for whether this decision was ultimately beneficial or detrimental, I trust that everyone has their own thoughts and evaluations. At this juncture, Lin Yuan surveyed the audience from an altitude of 1,200 meters, smiling slightly. Ahem. Today's broadcast will conclude here. Upon hearing this, countless viewers expressed a sense of reluctance. After all, today's live stream was incredibly exhilarating. Whether it was the unveiling of the Fuxi mech or Lin Yuan's analysis of the secrets behind the prehistoric flood, it left an indelible impact on many viewers. For the next broadcast, I would like to give a preview. We will delve into ancient relics overseas, exploring the connections between foreign civilizations and the civilization recorded in the Shanhai Jing. Please continue to tune in to the host's live stream in 3 days. Thank you all. With that, Lin Yuan activated the cruising mode of the Fuxi mech, which, with a swift whoosh, transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the viewer's sight. Simultaneously, the live stream concluded, marking the end of the session. It took the viewers several seconds to process this, each regretfully exiting the broadcast. That was truly exhilarating. Today, Chief Engineer Lin spoke for only 2 hours, which felt all too brief. After all, he is our idol. Couldn't he prolong it a bit more? The revelations were eye-opening. Whether it was the Fuxi mech or the host's theories on the prehistoric flood, they opened a window to a new world, making it hard to tear myself away. Our Dragon Nation is remarkable. With the host tracing the origins of the Shanhai Jing civilization, we've even created mechs now. I can't help but speculate. Could the host have truly inherited the technological legacy of the Yellow Emperor's era through his research on the Shanhai Jing civilization? There exists a possibility, for the Yellow Emperor commanded such advanced civilization. With his intellect, it is certain he left behind some form of legacy for future generations. However, to speak candidly, what excites me the most is the host's proposition regarding the theory of a prehistoric deluge. In our understanding, the Yu has always been the esteemed figure credited with ancient flood control, yet who would have imagined the multitude of secrets concealed behind this narrative? It can only be said that the discontinuity in our civilization is glaringly apparent, for in ancient times, there were no effective means to document civilization, leaving us perplexed as to whether these mythological figures indeed existed or were mere fabrications of our ancestors' imaginations. Nonetheless, Professor Lin's remarks are profoundly enlightening, truly broadening my horizons. The host's concluding thoughts also evoke a deep sense of reflection within me. In the hearts of the Huaxia people, the Yellow Emperor is the progenitor of our civilization, our venerable ancestor. Although he was responsible for the Great Flood, one can understand the circumstances. Indeed, at this moment, the Yellow Emperor stands as a hero in my eyes. Such exceptional composure and rationality for the greater good is not something the average person could achieve, which explains why he could lead extraterrestrial beings. Speaking of DU's flood management, was it not a creation of the flood? And what of Ho-E shooting down the suns, or the legendary Jing Wei filling the sea? Might they not be euphemisms for some grand mission? My goodness, the notion proposed above is utterly brilliant. I suspect that Ho-E was not merely shooting at the suns, but perhaps launching some form of rocket or military missile, targeting not the sun, but rather a hostile entity's space station. Jing Wei filling the sea is not merely a tale of vengeance, but could be a representation of some technological endeavor. And what about Chang'e ascending to the moon? I have encountered an intriguing theory online suggesting that Chang'e was not a singular individual, but rather a spacecraft or some interstellar vehicle. Another perspective posits that Chang'e stole the elixir of immortality from the Queen Mother of the West, hiding an even greater secret. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, a more astonishing title emerged, posed by a professor from Tsinghua University. According to Professor Lin, in ancient times, the Yellow Emperor and his contemporaries unveiled the secret of Earth's toxic oxygen. Consequently, during their era, the citizens of Xianyuan could live for a millennium, perhaps even attain immortality. By this reasoning, the Yellow Emperor should still be among us. Yet I must inquire, if the Yellow Emperor possessed such advanced technological civilization, even obtaining partial authority over Earth's spacecraft, and vanquished the silicon-based life form Qiyu, where did he ultimately go? Furthermore, what of the figures recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, such as Niuhua and Fuxi? Where have they vanished? And why have they disappeared amidst the currents of time? With the questions raised by this professor from Tsinghua, a tempest of discussion surged online. Indeed, if the Yellow Emperor was so formidable, and if the essence of these extraterrestrial beings allowed them to thrive on Earth for extended periods, why then did the Yellow Emperor simply vanish? Mythology depicts him as having ascended to immortality. I conjecture that perhaps the Yellow Emperor discovered a means to return to their home planet, and thus departed from Earth. There exists a possibility. After all, if it were my choice, no matter how splendid the Earth may be, it would never be my homeland. Hence, It is conceivable that the Yellow Emperor and his cohort have departed from Earth. This, I must say, is yet another astonishing revelation. I wonder if Professor Lin will mention it in his forthcoming live broadcast. Shanghai, home to the Lin Yuan Engineering Research Base located in Meishan. For the majority of netizens, their perception of this place remains tethered to the understanding of the Lin Yuan Engineering Research Base. However, at this very moment, within the scientific framework of Longhua, Meishan, the research institute where Lin Yuan resides has earned the esteemed title of one of the top 10 research bases in Longhua. The security measures of the entire research facility rival those of a large military base. The Fushi mecha gently descended to the ground, and staff members hurriedly approached to assist Lin Yuan in disassembling the mecha apparatus while conducting a health check to ensure the well-being of the chief engineer. When will you let me give it a try? Chen Lin inquired enviously from the side. It can only be said that the design of the Fushi mecha has profoundly resonated with every descendant of Huaxia. Apart from its incorporation of ancient Huaxia aesthetic elements, the mecha boasts an array of super advanced functionalities. Anyone who encounters the Fushi mecha is compelled to experience it firsthand. Once I modify the biological gene authentication mode and add your biological gene sequence, it will be ready, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Great. I am truly looking forward to it. Chen Lin beamed with delight at his words, subsequently handing over a bottle of water as they walked towards the office. Conversing along the way. How about it? Any news? Lin Yuan took a sip of water, his demeanor calm and composed. Chen Lin understood that he was not inquiring about the reactions of netizens following the live broadcast. Thus, he spoke earnestly. According to the information obtained from the military, the unveiling of the Fushi mecha has utterly astonished various Western nations. Not just the West. One could say the entire world has been stirred. Chen Lin continued. Consider this. The most advanced and terrifying weapon in the realm of military warfare, the atomic bomb, was developed almost 80 years ago, in 1945. Even the B-2 Spirit bomber, a creation of yesteryear, hails from the last century. While the great powers of the world engage in strategic rivalry, the advancements in civilian scientific fields progress at an astonishing pace. How could the military sciences, which lead civilian technology, possibly remain stagnant at the developmental level of the previous era? For the average person, understanding the true inner workings is beyond reach. This is a consequence of intentional oversight by various nations. Yet, those with discernment are aware that the technologies currently possessed by military forces worldwide are far more complex than they appear on the surface. Concepts such as supergene warriors, mecha Gundams, electromagnetic cannons, and space-based laser weapon platforms are not merely theoretical designs. There may already be preliminary developmental achievements underway. And now, Longhua stands as the first nation globally to publicly announce the successful development of mechas, heralding the dawn of a new era. We, Longhua, are the first to declare the successful development of mechas. While other nations may be astonished, I remain skeptical that they do not possess similar developmental plans. Lin Yuan chuckled as he spoke. Indeed, everyone has become accustomed to concealing their trump cards. It is implausible to reveal all high-tech weaponry. Chen Lin remarked with a sense of contemplation. At that moment, Lin Yuan received a call from Elder Chun in the imperial capital. Shaolin, ever since you unveiled the Fushi mecha, nations across the globe have been stirred into action. Elder Chen's voice conveyed a blend of wry amusement and complexity. According to our radar surveillance, the North Alliance fleet, spearheaded by the Bald Eagle, is steadily advancing towards our southern waters. Furthermore, other nations are urgently seeking clarification on matters related to the mecha. It is safe to say that the entire world is now shaken by the Fushi mecha. Our intelligence has confirmed that the Bald Eagle's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier has surfaced in international waters, possibly harboring ulterior motives. After some deliberation, we concluded that it may be necessary for the Fushi mecha to flex its muscles. As soon as Elder Chun concluded, Lin Yuan comprehended the implication. He promptly replied, Rest assured, Elder Chun, I shall return and configure the weapon systems of the Fushi mecha. Not only the Bald Eagle, but should the North Alliance entertain any nefarious intentions, I guarantee they will return in tears. Upon hearing this, Elder Chin felt a sense of relief and chuckled heartily. With your reassurances, I can finally breathe easy. However, according to our plan, you must not personally engage in battle. Even though they are aware that the Fushi mecha, developed by you, is highly advanced, they dare not allow you to wield it in actual combat. Elder Chin, you need not worry. I have made arrangements. Having said this, Lin Yuan hung up the phone and turned his gaze towards Chen Lin. Brother Chen, we have work to do. Observing Lin Yuan's significant smile, Chen Lin instantly became invigorated. 2 days later, in the Pacific Ocean, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the Bald Eagle sailed through international waters. Inside the operations command room, a palpable atmosphere of tension prevailed. Admiral William arrived by helicopter from the nearest naval base, accompanied by Admiral Walter, the highest-ranking officer of the Bald Eagle Navy. At this moment, the two stood in the command room, scrutinizing the maritime map before them. There are still 200 nautical miles to go before entering Dragon Country's waters. William remarked with a cold demeanor. What sort of reaction do you think the Dragon Country's officials will have? What reaction could there possibly be? Admiral Walter scoffed. I actually hope their response is significant. It would be best if they deployed that recently announced mecha, so I can truly ascertain its capabilities. Indeed, upon hearing this, a flicker of an emotion, whether of madness or fear, passed through Admiral William's eyes, only to dissipate swiftly. He gritted his teeth and nodded. The Dragon Country has managed to construct a mecha. We, the Bald Eagle, have been pursuing mecha development for 30 years, pouring countless resources into it. And our results are merely 3 prototype models. From the videos circulating online, it appears that the functionality of the Dragon Country's Fushi mecha surpasses ours by leaps and bounds. If we do not devise a counter-strategy, the ensuing chain reaction would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Indeed, Admiral Walter acknowledged, stating that the prominence of the Dragon Kingdom had become overwhelmingly significant. As the foremost superpower, the White Eagle must express its stance. Otherwise, it would become the subject of ridicule by other nations. Ever since the international joint military exercises months ago, where the White Eagle was decisively defeated and humiliated by the Dragon Kingdom, the entire military establishment had been simmering with frustration. The recent announcement of the successful development of the Fushi mech by the Dragon Kingdom further astonished the White Eagle. This led to the present deployment of an entire Northern Alliance aircraft carrier fleet in the Pacific high seas. As they approached the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom, it was time to execute their plan. An hour later, Generals William and Walter exchanged glances, revealing mutual unease. Of course, their plan was not to recklessly invade the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Its purpose was straightforward: to provocatively test the waters at the periphery of the Dragon Kingdom's territory, demonstrating their might with the entire Northern Alliance fleet. Making it clear that even with the development of mechs, the aircraft carrier fleet of the Northern Alliance remained formidable and insurmountable. Chapter 109. The Dragon Kingdom mech lands on the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier. The Eagle Sauce is stunned. It is well known that currently, all major global powers share a common practice of concealing highly advanced secret weapons during peacetime, only to reveal them as trump cards when war looms. For instance, the Eagle Sauce's F-117 Nighthawk, the world's first stealth fighter, served for nearly 2 decades before being publicly acknowledged. William and Admiral Walter were acutely aware of the advanced technologies possessed by their nation. Although the Dragon Kingdom had developed flying mechs, they were convinced that their capabilities were significantly limited. Admiral William scoffed, asserting that at best, they might be equipped with some laser weaponry, which could not compare to true war machines. Indeed, that was the most they could hope for. Walter's eyes glimmered with determination as he glanced at the computer screen. General, the Northern Alliance fleet has assembled. We are 10 nautical miles from the Dragon Kingdom's waters. The fleets are inquiring whether to proceed with the next phase of the plan. At this moment, a communication officer brought forth an inquiry. Once we are within 5 nautical miles of the Dragon Kingdom's waters, all vessels are prepared to follow my command. With a wave of his hand, Walter smirked. I am curious to see how the Dragon Kingdom will respond. At that moment, both Admiral Walter and General William, along with all the sailors aboard the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, wore expressions of overwhelming pride and confidence. After all, the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier fleet was unrivaled globally, and they possessed ample assurance in their dominance. Simultaneously, in the eastern theater of the Dragon Kingdom, within a naval base, the commanders of the 5 major war zones connected with the key figures in the imperial capital through a virtual war room. The video link displayed a startling scene. The voice of an intelligence officer resonated in everyone's ears, announcing, the Northern Alliance fleet has gathered in the Pacific Ocean, comprising the White Eagle and John Bull, along with the Chicken and the Stick, all assembling under their elder brother's summons. Currently, radar statistics reveal the presence of at least 2 nuclear aircraft carriers, 12 destroyers, 18 cruisers, and several frigates in international waters. Upon hearing this, Chun, an elder from the imperial capital, narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth, exclaiming in frustration, what do these American devils intend to do? They are undoubtedly anxious. Commander Fong from the Northern Defense Zone chuckled coldly, remarking, the emergence of the Fushi mecha heralds a transformation in next-generation military weaponry. Naturally, they will be fearful and will resort to various means to test the capabilities and power of the Fushi mecha. After all, this is the legendary mecha. The destructive potential of such machines is common knowledge, especially among those at the upper echelons privy to state secrets. The Yinglong fleet has already set sail. Here, General Gao Changlong of the Yinglong fleet in the Pingdong military district spoke coldly, as long as the white-headed eagle dares to cross the line, our aircraft carriers will retaliate. Hearing this, the commander of the southern military district frowned and remarked, surely, the white-headed eagle wouldn't be so reckless? To which Chun replied solemnly, one must always be prepared for the worst. Indeed, we must be vigilant. If they dare to step into our territory, we cannot afford to turn a blind eye. After all, the security of our territorial waters supersedes all else. Even if their actions are merely provocative, they shall not go unchallenged. However, I am now concerned that the white-headed eagle, along with the Northern Alliance fleet, making such a show of force in international waters could trigger a series of upheavals. A senior military official voiced his worries. Old Sheen, I think you are being overly timid. What does our Dragon Nation have to fear? In response, several military leaders chorused. Our Dragon Nation is no longer the same as it was 2 or 3 decades ago. We are no longer the nation that could only endure and tolerate enemy aircraft flying over our territory. This time, should the white-headed eagle dare to provoke us, we shall strike. With vigor and determination, the commanders declared. Indeed, in less than 6 months, the military defense capabilities of the Dragon Nation have seen significant enhancement. For instance, the emergence of the Xianyuan battle tank and the Yinglong space bomber, coupled with the nation's own formidable nuclear deterrent. Does the Dragon Nation fear provocation from adversaries now? Certainly not. Just as these military leaders were engaged in their fervent discussion, another report came in. Report. Intelligence indicates the Northern Alliance fleet is nearing our territorial waters, now less than 5 nautical miles away. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes sparkled with resolve as he immediately issued a command. Order the Yinglong fleet to assemble at the designated location for a direct confrontation with the enemy fleet. Understood. With the highest directives from the 5 military zones and the imperial capital issued, the Yinglong fleet, led by the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Lin Yuan, gradually approached the Pacific waters, halting 3 nautical miles away from the Northern Alliance fleet. Thus, the 2 fleets stood in distant opposition. At this moment, aboard the Lin Yuan, Captain Hong Guangyao's eyes blazed with fury as he commanded, "Keep your eyes wide open. If they dare to cross the line, fire after 3 warnings." Understood. With a series of thunderous roars, the deck of the Lin Yuan aircraft carrier sent chills down the spines of those aboard. Eyes widened in astonishment as, not far away in the open seas, the surface erupted with splashes of water. The Northern Alliance fleet was conducting bomb-dropping and close-range artillery exercises. Advanced warplanes ascended from the nuclear-powered carrier, soaring through the skies in low-altitude patrols, seemingly baring their fangs and flexing their muscle. Some of these aircraft even ventured into the skies close to the Yinglong fleet, executing various provocative maneuvers high above. Damn it, these scoundrels are utterly despicable. This is clearly a provocation against us. The members of the Yinglong fleet seethed with fury. Humph, they only dare to act tough on the high seas, remarked Hong Guangyao with a cold sneer from the Lin Yuan carrier. Their blatant provocation indicates they believe we are powerless to respond, as we have no jurisdiction in international waters. The first mate, visibly displeased, chimed in. International waters are regions not governed by any nation on Earth. The Bald Eagle and the entire Northern Alliance fleet are gathering in the Pacific, engaging in live-fire training right in front of the Dragon Nation's fleet, deploying aircraft for low-altitude patrols. This series of actions is undoubtedly a challenge to the Dragon Nation. After all, just 3 nautical miles away lies the official territorial waters of our nation. They are essentially coming to our doorstep, bullying us under the assumption that we cannot retaliate. Such abhorrent behavior is truly infuriating. Old Hong, why don't we send our aircraft up for a spin as well? The first mate inquired through gritted teeth. Not yet. Let us await orders from the higher-ups, Hong Guangyao replied, taking a deep breath to calm himself. These outsiders are clearly attempting to provoke us. If we react impulsively, they might twist the narrative, claiming the responsibility lies with us, clearly engaging in underhanded tactics. What then? Are we to allow them to flaunt their might at our doorstep? The officers aboard the aircraft carrier grew anxious. Certainly not, Hong Guangyao replied coldly. If they fire, we shall also join the fray. With a military command issued, a torpedo soon detonated in the waters of the Dragon Nation. Boom. Thus commenced an invisible competition. On the other side, aboard the Northern Alliance Joint Fleet, General William, observing the front line through a drone, wore an expression of stoic indifference. Advance another nautical mile, William commanded coldly. The personnel in the carrier's command room were momentarily taken aback. General William, we are currently at a safe distance. Advancing another mile could be perceived as a provocation, classified as a military action. The subordinate's words were cut off by William. Do not forget the objective of our operation is to test the capabilities and functions of the Dragon Nation's mechs. If we do not engage in some provocative actions, how can we compel the Dragon Nation to reveal their trump cards? Understood. In the next moment, the entire Northern Alliance fleet received orders to continue advancing another nautical mile. Meanwhile, William and General Walter made their way to the carrier's deck. On the deck, a fearsome silhouette emerged as the soldiers slowly removed the black cloth that had concealed it, revealing a terrifying behemoth. The assembled Eagle soldiers collectively widened their eyes in astonishment. Before them stood a futuristic, sci-fi-inspired mechanized fighter, its form reminiscent of a dragonfly, adorned with an intricate array of advanced weaponry. 3 pairs of flapping wings graced its metallic structure, exuding an aura of cool sophistication, further enhanced by the ominous glow of its electromagnetic cannons and laser weapons. It appeared as if a harbinger of destruction had descended from the future, instilling a sense of awe. This was the Thor-class bionic flapping-winged dragonfly mech. General William erupted in laughter, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. This was the first mech weapon developed at Area 51, originally slated for unveiling a decade hence. Yet, to their surprise, the Dragon Kingdom had already pioneered its own flying mechs. Thus, in response to this development, the Pentagon had authorized the deployment of their trump card. How laughable it was for the Dragon Kingdom to believe their advancements in mechs were something remarkable. The United States of America was the first nation in the world to successfully research war mechs. Upon hearing this, General Walter eagerly approached, scrutinizing the so-called mech fighter. Its structure resembled that of a flapping wing mech, akin to an enormous mechanical dragonfly. What is its power? Walter inquired with excitement. It is undoubtedly invincible. General William chuckled heartily. This time, during the standoff in international waters, our Eagle will unveil this mech, undoubtedly causing a global sensation and demonstrating that the Dragon Kingdom is not the only one capable of developing such technology. With a grand gesture, General William commanded the display. On the deck, this 12-meter-long bionic dragonfly fighter, under the pilot's control, began to flap its 3 pairs of wings vigorously and astonishingly took flight from the deck, defying the laws of physics. In truth, the flapping wing mech fighter developed by the United States did not strictly qualify as a mech. It was more accurately a controllable aircraft. However, the global stir caused by the Dragon Kingdom's Fushi mech necessitated that the U.S. defense apparatus temporarily showcase this aircraft to counter the Dragon Kingdom and bolster national morale. Soon, as the Thor-class flapping wing dragonfly fighter ascended into the skies, a breathtaking scene unfolded across the Pacific Ocean. My God, what on earth is that? The entire Northern Alliance fleet, along with the Eagle's allies, beheld this sci-fi aircraft for the first time, and countless voices erupted in astonishment. A similar spectacle transpired in the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it, Hong Guangyao muttered, his jaw tightening, eyes widening in disbelief. What is that? The crowd felt a chill run down their spines as they watched the flapping wing dragonfly fighter execute various intricate maneuvers in the sky. It was no exaggeration to say that the performance of this flapping wing dragonfly fighter completely overshadowed that of modern combat aircraft worldwide. Had they seen this fighter unveiled by the Eagle earlier, Hong Guangyao and his compatriots would have undoubtedly felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, at this moment, as the crowd stood astonished, their fear began to dissipate. It appeared to be a new type of weapon secretly developed by the White Eagle. Soon, a group of weapon experts was summoned to scrutinize the images relayed by the drone. With a solemn tone, one expert declared, "This is a flying apparatus with a flapping wing structure, a concept that has been explored by various nations. Yet it is astounding that the White Eagle has actually succeeded in its creation. From the information we currently possess, this equipment lies somewhere between a fighter jet and a mech. Moreover, I can observe that this flapping wing aircraft is equipped with a formidable arsenal, including electromagnetic cannons and laser devices. While the specifics of its firepower remain uncertain, its flight capabilities alone are sufficient to overshadow the fighter jets of contemporary nations. Presently, the only comparable aircraft from our Dragon Nation would be the Ying-Long space bomber." As the expert concluded, the expressions of Hong Guangyao and his companions remained grim. After all, they were unaware of how many such aircraft the White Eagle had developed or what additional functionalities they might possess, posing an unknown threat to the Dragon Nation's fleet and aircraft. It was no wonder the White Eagle dared to flaunt its might in international waters, having such a trump card at its disposal. Hong Guangyao cast a glance at his own fleet, letting out a sudden sigh. He had initially intended to conduct a round of live-fire exercises with the closed defense cannons, but now he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Meanwhile, aboard the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier, the onlookers were left speechless. Representatives from John Bull and other military factions gazed in awe at the advanced flapping wing bionic aircraft, their scalps tingling with amazement. Their eyes reflected a profound envy. Truly, they were the world's foremost military power. In that moment, the entire Northern Alliance fleet erupted in thunderous cheers, particularly the soldiers on the deck of the Eagle Sauce carrier, who leapt in exhilaration, pumping their fists and shouting, "Long live the White Eagle! We are the mightiest! The Dragon Nation is nothing. They are utterly powerless before us." Many soldiers rejoiced in excitement, while on the other side, the soldiers aboard the Dragon Nation's carrier wore gloomy expressions, their spirits dampened. Unbeknownst to them, there were rumors circulating online about the Fushi mechs. At that moment, witnessing the bionic aircraft of the White Eagle fleet displaying overwhelming capabilities, crushing modern military equipment, left them utterly dejected. Suddenly, a swift, piercing sound broke through the air. The naval personnel aboard the Lin Yuan carrier instinctively looked up, their bodies jolting in shock. Was that a mech? My goodness! All the sailors from the Ying-Long fleet stood in collective astonishment, soon catching sight of the star-emblazoned insignia on the heart of the Fushi mech. Instantly, their blood surged with excitement, unable to contain their exclamations. A mech! This is our Dragon Nation's mech. What is happening? When did we create such a fantastical mech? At that precise moment, in the command room of the Lin Yuan carrier, the officers, including Hong Guangyao, heard a calm voice announce, Second Lieutenant Chen Lin, reporting on behalf of the commanders of the 5 major war zones. The audacity of the Eagle Nation to devise such a contraption is truly laughable, especially as they now swagger in with unwarranted confidence. Accompanied by Chen Lin's musings, the Fushi mecha abruptly shifted into combat mode, and in the blink of an eye, It materialized above the Northern Alliance fleet. Report. Hostile activity detected, cried the reconnaissance lookout aboard the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, his expression betraying sheer panic. Much like the astonishment and dread experienced by the Dragon Nation upon witnessing the flapping wing aircraft, the soldiers of the Eagle Nation and the Northern Alliance were equally shaken at the sight of the Fushi-mecha. The visceral shock they felt was even more profound than when they beheld their own bionic flapping wing fighter. What was its intention? On the Eagle aircraft carrier, Generals William and Walter, along with their compatriots, witnessed the spectacle in the sky, eyes widened in disbelief as they instinctively rushed from the command center. They stood on the deck, gazing at the imposing figure above, a chill racing up their spines. The Fushi-mecha hovered in midair, its cold metallic form radiating a palpable aura of menace. Nearby, the so-called most advanced bionic flapping wing aircraft of the Eagle Nation flapped its wings helplessly before the Fushi-mecha, resembling an infant taking its first steps, an utterly absurd sight. In the next moment, both Generals William and Walter simultaneously grasped the gravity of the situation, exchanging incredulous glances. What the hell is going on? Why did our radar system not issue a warning? General William bellowed, his scalp prickling with anxiety. Logically, the appearance of the Dragon Nation's mecha above their fleet should have triggered alarms across the aircraft carrier-S systems, as well as the radar monitoring systems of the Northern Alliance and the various military bases of the Eagle Nation. A counter-response to this incursion into their military domain was expected, yet the anticipated barrage of missiles and artillery fire was conspicuously absent. It was as if the Fushi-mecha had brazenly invaded their space, and their defense systems remained utterly unresponsive. The soldiers on the deck of the Eagle aircraft carrier, many of whom were seasoned troops, felt their legs turn to jelly, nearly collapsing in fear. Then, a scene unfolded that shattered the faith of countless officers and soldiers of the Eagle Nation. In the sky, under Chun Lin's command, the Fushi-mecha descended slowly, ultimately landing upon the deck of the Eagle's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, amidst the incredulous and terrified gazes of its crew. It was as if it had entered a realm devoid of opposition. With a resounding thud, the Fushi-mecha settled firmly on the carrier-S deck, leaving all crew members and soldiers who witnessed this event utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? The Dragon Nation's mecha has so brazenly invaded and now stands on our proud nuclear-powered carrier? Was this not an egregious affront to the Eagle Nation? Chapter 110. I hear your aircraft carrier's barrier is quite formidable. Shall I test its strength? With a sigh of relief, Chun Lin deftly maneuvered the Fushi-mech to a steady landing on the deck of the Eagle Nation aircraft carrier, a surge of excitement swelling within him. Indeed, the radar counter-surveillance and cloaking capabilities of the Fushi-mech were unparalleled, rendering even the most advanced radar warning systems of the Eagle Nation military utterly ineffective. Chun Lin's heart raced with exhilaration as he surveyed the scene around him, standing quietly on the deck. The imposing presence of the Fushi-mech instilled a profound sense of dread among the soldiers aboard the Eagle Nation carrier, many of whom were left utterly speechless, some even seemingly paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, aboard the Long Nation's Lin Yuan aircraft carrier, Captain Hong Guangyao and his fellow officers were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. Our nation's mech has boldly taken its place on the deck of an Eagle Nation nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? This is surreal. They couldn't help but rub their eyes, each expression a vivid portrayal of disbelief. What on earth is happening? The excitement rendered them almost speechless. Just moments ago, when Chun Lin piloted the Fushi-mech from the skies, they had contemplated various countermeasures. Yet the last thing they anticipated was for their own Fushi-mech to land directly on the adversary's carrier fleet. Report. We have a video connection from Chief Engineer Lin in Modu, an excited communications officer exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Hong Guangyao waved his hand briskly, instructing, "Connect the video call immediately." Seconds later, the visage of Lin Yuan appeared on the screen, greeting everyone with a calm smile. "Chief Engineer Lin, what is going on?" Hong Guangyao inquired, his voice trembling with anticipation. After Lin Yuan listened to Hong Guangyao's brief account of the situation on the high seas, a smile crept across his face. Brother Chun is even more flamboyant than I am, he thought. As he explained, the Fushi-mech is equipped with the most advanced stealth and radar counter-surveillance capabilities, which means that at this very moment, the radar warning systems of the Eagle Nation and the entire Northern Alliance fleet are completely incapable of detecting the Fushi-mech's signals. Everyone understood that in modern warfare, particularly with advanced facilities like aircraft carriers, most weaponry has achieved a level of integrated computer control. A vast majority of missiles are equipped with radar-guided positioning systems. However, due to the Fushi-mech's state-of-the-art cloaking technology, the adversary's radar monitoring systems were rendered blind. Without even a signal to detect, their defense systems were naturally unresponsive. This was the very reason Chun Lin had the audacity to land in full view on the deck of the Eagle Nation aircraft carrier. As for the adversary's fighter jets or manually operated weaponry, the soldiers on the Eagle Nation side were left in a state of shock, utterly unsure of how to react. Even if they managed to regain their composure, the thought of firing was daunting. In their subconscious, they all entertained a singular notion: whoever opens fire is doomed. and not just doomed, but to meet a fate without a grave. Understanding the situation now, Hong Guangyao and the officers aboard the Dingyuan aircraft carrier wore expressions of exhilaration and enthusiasm. Chief Engineer Lin is truly remarkable. This is the Fushi Mecha. Oh, how magnificent it is. Truly, it is a formidable weapon. Absolutely stunning. Ha. Look at those expressions on the faces of the Eagle Nation troops. They appear utterly dismayed. Even the general is trembling in fear. As everyone regained their composure, laughter erupted around them. Meanwhile, aboard the Eagle Nation aircraft carrier, Generals William and Walter exchanged terrified glances. Their spirits shattered. Before them loomed the mecha, radiating an aura of lethal intent and authority. Despite its stillness, both William and Walter, as the highest-ranking commanders present, dared not make a rash move. No one fire. Walter, realizing that their radar and defense systems had malfunctioned, shouted in panic as he raised his hands and cautiously approached the Fushi mecha. In close proximity, Walter could truly sense the terrifying intimidation exuded by the Fushi mecha, which stirred within him a profound sense of helplessness and despair. In the sky, the Eagle Nation's most advanced bionic Dragonfly fighter jets floundered, their pilots in a state of sheer terror. All radar locking systems have failed. My God, I can't lock onto him. The various advanced missiles equipped on the flapping wing aircraft could not be launched or targeted, and the pilots, relying solely on manual operation, understood that if they dared to fire, the Dragon Nation's mecha would undoubtedly retaliate with lethal force. After all, they could see that an electromagnetic cannon was subtly aimed in their direction from the Fushi mecha. What do you intend to do, Dragon Nation? Walter stammered, trembling. Meanwhile, Chun Lin, controlling the Fushi mecha, felt an unexpected sense of calm despite being surrounded by enemies. With a cold chuckle, he accessed the intelligence sent from the command center and spoke. General Walter, we of the Dragon Nation wish to know why you, the Eagle Nation, along with all members of the Northern Alliance, have aggressively ventured into our territorial waters. Hearing the response from within the Fushi mecha, Walter breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was some reaction. He had feared the absence of any response would lead to a sudden onslaught. Even though he was on an aircraft carrier, he sensed an underlying tension. His adversaries were restraining their murderous intent. Should any part of the conversation falter, the Dragon Nation's mecha would not hesitate to unleash its fury, wreaking havoc in these Pacific waters. Dragon Nation, you have crossed the line. Walter shouted, filled with fervor. Our forces are conducting live-fire exercises in international waters. Yet it is you, Dragon Nation, who disregards international conventions, brazenly deploying military assets upon our aircraft carrier. He exclaimed. This is a grave insult and provocation against the great Eagle Nation. I vow to relay this message back home. If your mecha does not depart immediately and issue an apology, we... Walter's voice rose in a frantic attempt to regain the upper hand through words. However, Chun Lin paid him no heed, and upon hearing this, he burst into laughter. General Walter, someone wishes to speak with you. Shortly thereafter, Chun Lin connected the signal from Lin Yuan. A calm voice resonated in the vicinity. So, you are General Walter? If our mech from the Dragon Nation do not depart, what can your Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier fleet do about it? As you stated, this is international waters. Our mechs are merely conducting flight training exercises. Upon noticing a small fishing boat beneath us, we simply approached to rest for a moment. We have done nothing. Otherwise, your aircraft carrier's radar defense system would have reacted long ago, launching a Trident or Patriot missile at us. But the reality is, you have done nothing, which indicates that our mechs pose no threat to your fleet. Ah, damn it. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's mocking words, the soldiers from the Eagle Nation were left dumbfounded. And once they regained their composure, their anger flared. General Walter's complexion darkened, his expression grim as he felt utterly humiliated. You claim there is no threat? Nonsense. You are the greatest threat. Walter longed to curse vehemently, but restrained himself, fearing to provoke the Dragon Nation, and thus clenched his teeth, feeling frustrated. Mr. Lin, I know it is you. The high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation had invested considerable effort and resources into gathering intelligence about Lin Yuan, leading Walter to recognize the voice immediately. In summary, your actions are a provocation to the authority of our great Eagle Empire, and a grave offense to our dignity. General William stepped forward, steeling himself to roar, provoking the authority of the Eagle. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's voice turned icy. You Eagles, along with half of the Northern Alliance fleet, have traversed most of the Pacific, poised to infringe upon our Dragon Nation's maritime territory, effectively blocking our doorstep. Lin Yuan's tone was frigid and deliberate. To flaunt your might at our doorstep is a provocation initiated by you Eagles. Spare us the pretext of exercises. If you have the audacity, try firing a shot at our mechs. Our Fushi mechs are eager for a practice session with your entire Northern Alliance fleet. Lin Yuan's voice carried an undercurrent of excitement, unmistakable to all present. At this moment, Lin Yuan fervently wished for the Eagle Nation to respond in anger, providing an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Dingyuan aircraft carrier, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation, including Hong Guangyao, felt their blood surge with excitement upon hearing Lin Yuan's confident and taunting voice, almost ready to cheer in exhilaration. Chief Engineer Lin is incredible. He dares to threaten the Eagles? Most importantly, did you see how the Eagles reacted? They didn't respond at all. They are genuinely afraid. Is this really the Eagle Nation? It's the first time we've witnessed them so cowardly. The soldiers of the Dragon Nation buzzed with excitement. On the Eagle aircraft carrier, General Walter and General William wore expressions dark enough to drip ink. They exchanged glances, each discerning the other's thoughts. It is indeed prudent to refrain from hasty actions. They possess no knowledge of the formidable mechas of the Dragon Kingdom, utterly unaware of the devastating power they might wield. Should a confrontation arise under the guise of a military exercise, it could lead to a serious escalation. If they find themselves outmatched, the entire Northern Alliance fleet could meet its demise in these open seas. They are acutely aware of the sordid dealings at play here. Finding a convenient excuse afterward would be all too easy. For instance, the Dragon Kingdom could claim they were merely conducting mecha trials, while the critical fact remains that their fleet is indeed positioned right at the doorstep of the Dragon Kingdom. If the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier fleet were to meet its end, there would be no place left for lamentation. Contemplating this, General Walter felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Gritting his teeth and enduring the moment. Mr. Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. Our fleet is indeed engaged in joint exercises, and it is possible that a navigational error led us to inadvertently intrude upon your waters. Thus, if you would allow your mechas to withdraw, our joint fleet shall also depart without delay. How does that sound? Humph. Hearing Walter's concession, Lin Yuan let out a disdainful chuckle, subsequently severing the communication with the opposing party. On board the dinging aircraft carrier, as they listened to Walter's exasperated voice, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, led by Hong Guangyao, were filled with exuberance, bursting into laughter. It was utterly ridiculous. Although they could not decipher the expression on the face of that five-star general from the Eagle Nation, they could easily envision his visage contorted in a manner akin to having consumed something foul. It seemed this was the first time the Eagle Nation had faced such humiliation, and it was immensely satisfying. Shortly thereafter, following a brief negotiation, news arrived that the Eagle side would issue a public apology on international platforms. Chen Lin, upon receiving this information, could not help but express, "Humph, at least you were perceptive." He would have preferred a more obstinate stance from the Eagle Nation. Tearing apart the facade of diplomacy would surely be entertaining. As he mused, Chen Lin suddenly received a message from Lin Yuan. Moments later, a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. Turning his head, in reality, the Fushi mecha, previously motionless, began to stir. Its head, resembling an impenetrable steel shell, slowly turned, its eyes radiating a brilliance akin to the blazing sun. Witnessing the sudden movement of the Dragon Kingdom's Fushi mecha, everyone aboard the Eagle Nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier instinctively let out a panicked scream. What was it about to do? Walter's pupils constricted as he observed the Fushi mecha advance toward their nuclear carrier's deck. With each step it took, under Chen Lin's deliberate manipulation of gravitational pressure, the massive aircraft carrier trembled violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Heavens! Countless screams erupted. Bang! 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 The heavy thuds resonated in the ears of everyone present. In their line of sight, they beheld Chen Lin controlling the Fushi mecha as it approached the right side of the carrier's deck, where a colossal steel hand suddenly grasped a piece of iron chain. It was none other than the standard-issue landing arrestor wire of the Eagle Nation's nuclear aircraft carrier. I have heard that the arrestor wires used on your aircraft carriers are the fruits of research and development by our esteemed domestic enterprises. I merely wish to take a glance. Chen Lin's hearty laughter echoed as he exerted a tremendous force with his ironclad hand. Boom! The entire nuclear-powered aircraft carrier trembled violently upon the sea, and in that instant, an arrestor wire was effortlessly snapped by the Fushi mech. Good heavens! The devil! Those detestable people from the Dragon Nation! A cacophony of terrified screams erupted at that moment. On the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier, and even among the Northern Alliance fleet, the soldiers aboard the various destroyers and frigates witnessed a scene more bizarre and shocking than they had ever imagined. A figure of steel stood resolutely on the deck of the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier, clutching an arrestor wire, swinging it wildly before finally releasing it with a gentle toss. Whoosh! The sound of cutting air was deafening, as the wire was flung thousands of meters away. Oh dear, I accidentally let it slip, my apologies. I had heard that your arrestor wires were quite impressive, so I thought I would give it a try, not expecting it to be so fragile. Chen Lin feigned an accident, his tone surprisingly sincere. I shall compensate you with a new arrestor wire next time we meet. With that, he waved goodbye to the troops of the Eagle Nation, grinning broadly. Farewell, everyone. Meanwhile, in the eyes of Walter, General William, and the other soldiers of the Eagle Nation, a scene that sent shivers down their spines unfolded. The corners of the mech's mouth seemed to curl into a smirk as it waved goodbye. The Fushi mech activated its flight mode, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that manifested as two fiery rings erupting from beneath its feet. With a swift motion, the Fushi mech soared into the sky. The extreme heat generated scorching the deck of the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier and creating a gaping hole of approximately 3 meters in diameter. Yes, you read that correctly. The illustrious deck of the Eagle Nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier had been punctured. This caused several F-35 fighter jets nearby to topple and scatter due to the deck's tilt, resulting in utter chaos. Goodness. General Walter instinctively cradled his head and crouched down, his expression that of utter disbelief. The other officers and soldiers of the Eagle Nation reacted similarly, their minds reeling at the sight of the charred hole in the carrier's deck. Damn it. After a moment, William regained his composure, seized his headset, and, shaking his fist toward the direction of the Dragon Nation's Lin Yuan carrier, shouted furiously, "Damn those Dragon Nation people. Your Mets have burned a hole in our carrier's deck. This is outrageous." At that moment, everyone could no longer contain themselves, unleashing cries of despair, anger, and fear. Meanwhile, soaring through the sky, Chun Lin reveled in the immense power bestowed by the Fushi mech as he glanced down at the Eagle Nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The immense hole in the deck filled him with exhilaration to the point of cellular excitement. Haha, this is fantastic. The Eagle Nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is flimsy indeed. It was punctured by mere high temperatures, a true shoddy engineering marvel. As the excitement surged, the Fushi mecha scanning system was activated, revealing a remarkably clear scan of the most advanced Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. This venture has proven to be immensely profitable. Amidst the laughter, the Fushi mecha transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon, racing towards the magical city. Retreat. All members of the fleet, withdraw immediately. In the midst of fear and confusion, the commanders of the American aircraft carriers finally regained their composure, their expressions clouded with anxiety as they roared in frustration. In an instant, the entire Northern Alliance fleet sprang into action. At that moment, the vessels from nations like John Bull, Gallic Rooster, and Foot Basin Chicken had already discreetly slipped away. The moment the Dragon Kingdom's mecha severed the American aircraft carrier's restraint cables, they were thoroughly terrified. Were it not for a semblance of military dignity, they might have succumbed to panic. Meanwhile, half an hour later, the Fushi mecha flew straight back from the Pacific, gently descending at the Xianyuan Engineering Research Base. "Brother Chun, you've worked hard," Lin Yuan greeted with a calm smile. "Chief Engineer Lin." Chun Lin deactivated the mecha's combat mode, stepping out with a triumphant fist pump. "We have not only avenged ourselves, but also acquired the scan of the most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the American forces. Once they realize, they will surely be devastated." Chapter 111. Initiating the Dragon-Seeking Plan. In summary, the Americans have suffered significant losses this time. Lin Yuan felt elated. Indeed. One can only say that the Fushi mecha is exceedingly formidable. The enemy had no courage to resist. Chen Lin laughed heartily. "Yes," Lin Yuan replied. "With the Fushi mecha at our disposal, my overseas exploration plan should be approved without hesitation." This was certainly true. With such an asset, one could easily overpower a small nation without concerns for personal safety. Chen Lin felt reassured. Elsewhere, in the imperial capital, several prominent figures from the 5 major war zones watched the transmitted images of the majestic Fushi mecha and the gaping hole burned through the deck of the American aircraft carrier. One by one, they erupted into laughter like children. This is too amusing. The Americans are utterly bewildered. They quickly contacted the media to disseminate the images and videos online. Elder Chun was in high spirits, unable to contain his anticipation for the Americans' dismayed reactions upon seeing the news. Indeed, it wasn't long before breaking news ignited a global uproar online. First, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, upon encountering the shocking news, were left wide-eyed. The reports showcased a formidable mecha standing on the deck of the American aircraft carrier, fiercely tossing aside its restraint cables. Accompanying footage revealed even more explosive content, capturing the moment the Fushi mecha soared into the air, unleashing intense heat that burned a massive hole through the aircraft carrier's deck. This scene is nothing short of explosive. Netizens were left utterly speechless. A surge of excitement coursed through their veins, rendering them momentarily mute. After a prolonged pause, they finally regained their composure. The entire internet erupted. "Goodness. This is hilarious. The Dragon Kingdom's mecha causing a commotion on the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier? It fills me with fervor. How amusing. Is the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier made of tin? It burns so easily. Incredible." Just moments after General Lin unveiled the Fushi mecha, they went on to engage in a fierce battle with the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier. What a satisfying turn of events. "Hush, don't speak carelessly, upstairs. What do you mean by a fierce battle? Didn't you see in the news? Our mecha was conducting exercises in the Pacific international waters when an unexpected situation arose, and the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier kindly allowed our mecha to dock for a while. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts." Soon, an official spokesperson from the Dragon Kingdom stepped forward to address the online community. They began by expressing gratitude for the Eagle Nation's benevolence, stating that our mecha encountered difficulties during training and that the Eagle Nation extended a helping hand. After a deliberate cough, they solemnly declared, "We deeply regret the damage to the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier and are willing to offer compensation." The officials on the Eagle Nation side were infuriated upon witnessing their embarrassing moment being publicized by Dragon Kingdom media. They were filled with frustration and indignation. After hearing the spokesperson's remarks, their anger intensified, causing them to tremble with rage, leading to chaos in the Pentagon. Compensation? You must be joking. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier has a massive hole burned through it. This is not something that can be resolved with a simple compensation. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances. For if they continued to bicker, it would only bring more shame upon themselves. They could only sulk in silence, retreating to avoid further embarrassment. From that moment on, the world trembled. It was terrifying. The people of the Dragon Kingdom had actually developed mecha technology. It was beyond imagination. To be precise, it is not the mecha from movies, like Gundam, but rather a humanoid mecha device. Nevertheless, it is evident that the military technology of the Dragon Kingdom has surpassed that of many nations. It is truly astonishing. In no time, netizens from around the globe turned their attention towards the Dragon Kingdom. Whispers began to circulate that the Fushi mecha, which had caused such a stir, was the result of the independent research and development of the young scientist Lin Yuan. Instantly, Lin Yuan's name echoed in every corner of the world. Information about Lin Yuan appeared on the desks of high-ranking officials in various countries. They were eager to elevate Lin Yuan to the status of a distinguished guest, and even a hint of goodwill from him would be enough to bring them joy for a long time. In the research base office in the Magic City, Lin Yuan logged into the Dragon Kingdom military's intranet and sent an encrypted email through special channels. The recipient was the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Military Sciences. The content he sent was the meteorological weapon technology awarded by the system during his last science popularization livestream. Compared to nuclear weapons, meteorological weapons possess equally formidable capabilities and a wider range of application. Lin Yuan mused, hoping that this technology would elevate our nation's defense capabilities to new heights. Although nations around the world have prohibited research on meteorological weapons, clandestine studies continue unabated. The principle remains the same. One may not require it, yet one cannot afford to be without it. Currently, Lin Yuan finds himself burdened with numerous responsibilities. While meteorological weapons are of significant importance, it is unnecessary for him to invest excessive time and effort in addressing them. Thus, he meticulously compiles the relevant technologies pertaining to meteorological weapons and forwards them to the Military Science Academy of Long Nation, requesting their assistance in further research. Soon after, upon receiving Lin Yuan's email, the Military Science Academy was astir with excitement. The military took immediate notice and began to organize a research project focused on meteorological weapons. In contrast, Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief following the successful development of the Fushi mecha. The next step involved completing the system's tasks. Lin Yuan mused to himself, contemplating a journey across the globe to investigate certain forbidden zones and mysterious regions, with the aim of swiftly locating the signal receiving and transmitting devices mentioned in the system's tasks. With a thought, Lin Yuan connected to the Lianshan E-map instrument and simultaneously activated the quantum simulation application to recreate the ancient land of the 9 provinces. Online, many netizens were engaged in discussions regarding the whereabouts of the Yellow Emperor and his contemporaries. Lin Yuan pondered deeply. Indeed, according to my theory, there exists a substantial likelihood that the Yellow Emperor and his peers were extraterrestrial beings. They possessed such advanced civilization and unraveled the secrets of Earth's oxygen, even developing the elixir of immortality. From the perspective of the essence of life, it is conceivable that the Yellow Emperor and his companions could have lived for millennia, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. What then transpired with the Yellow Emperor that led to his complete disappearance? Lin Yuan mused, directing his gaze towards the virtual map generated by the quantum application. Currently, his exploration of the Earth starship had barely reached a level of 1. This illustrates the intricacy and vastness of the entire Earth starship project. Even if the Yellow Emperor and his cohorts left Earth, they would likely have left behind some remnants or clues. How fortunate it would be to uncover these artifacts. Lin Yuan reflected once more. Just as with the ancient relics left by the Queen Mother of the West, Lin Yuan believed that with the intellect of the Yellow Emperor, he would certainly have left some hints for future generations on Earth. Based on my research, it is evident that in preparation for the nuclear conflict with Qiyu, the Yellow Emperor must have constructed numerous nuclear-powered aircraft and missile systems. These storages could very well be hidden in snow-capped mountains exceeding 5,000 meters across the globe, perpetually shrouded in snow. Furthermore, to counter enemy reconnaissance, these warehouses would undoubtedly be equipped with signal jamming devices that modern instruments would struggle to detect. Perhaps only through the exploration of the Earth starship could these ancient relics be sequentially discovered. Lin Yuan's eyes glinted with determination. Yet, regardless of the challenges, it is ultimately worth a try. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan promptly contacted Elder Chun in Beijing, articulating his thoughts and plans. Chief Engineer Lin, are you suggesting we seek the ancient relics left by the Yellow Emperor? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's detailed introduction of the plan, Elder Chun was overwhelmed with emotion. Unable to contain his applause as he exclaimed, "What tremendous ambition! Chief Engineer Lin, I stand with you." Without hesitation, Elder Chun expressed his unwavering support for Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already demonstrated his worth in his own unique manner. 3 days later, Lin Yuan convened an online video conference in his office. On the other end of the video call was an investigative team, spearheaded by the Long country's Long Institute of Science and Technology and Bureau 749, comprising a total of 26 members, including top experts from relevant academic fields and the finest special forces, the elite among warriors. I hereby name this operation the Dragon Quest, Lin Yuan declared, his tone grave as he surveyed the room. Due to my other commitments, I will entrust the overall command of this operation to Professor Zhao Kongmo from Bureau 749. Your task is to identify certain unique locations within the borders of our nation. As Lin Yuan spoke, the expressions of the 26 members of the Dragon Quest team grew increasingly serious. According to my research, the Yellow Emperor must have left behind ancient relics on Earth. What they are and what they contain remains unknown, but I am certain of their existence. Our mission is to locate them. Lin Yuan turned to the blackboard and began to write. You may still have doubts, so allow me to elaborate. Lin Yuan scanned the group, his voice deep and resonant. For instance, as mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas, in Mount Kangwu, Emperor Shun was buried in the sunlight, while Emperor Danzhu was buried in the shade east of Xianshuan. In the mountain where the Han River yields catfish, Emperor Zhuangxu was buried in the sunlight, with the 9 concubines laid to rest in the shade, guarded by 4 serpents. Beyond the northeast sea, amid the vast wilderness, between the rivers, in the mountain of Fuyu, Emperor Zhuangxu and the 9 concubines were interred. The classic of mountains and seas contains numerous similar accounts, explicitly naming the burial sites of these mythological figures. However, I believe that some of these ancient personages may not have perished. The so-called burial sites could merely be a means of concealing their identities. Just as in strategy, there are occasions where one might feign death to execute a significant mission. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement with Lin Yuan's perspective. Yet, one member voiced a concern. Chief Engineer Lin, you mentioned various burial sites for Zhuangxu in the classic of mountains and seas. The descriptions seem inconsistent. How do we proceed with our search? Professor Zhao, with a furrowed brow, posed the question. Elder Zhao had also noted this issue. It's quite simple. This reflects the ancient practice of obscuring truths, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. The burial locations recorded for Zhuangxu in the classic of mountains and seas are numerous, such as the Mountain of Catfish, the Mountain of Fuyu, and the Mountain of Wuyu, which can effectively be interpreted as the same place. This inconsistency arises from the recorder's varying accounts from different regions. From the references in the flight logs, we can deduce that these burial sites are related to either the Yellow River or the Han River. Furthermore, although the prehistoric deluge and the movements of the Eurasian tectonic plate have occurred, my research reveals that during that era, the North China region was minimally affected by tectonic activity, resulting in little to no significant changes in the areas surrounding the Wei River and the Han River. The Shanhai Jing mentions that the Wei River originates from Niaoshu Mountain, flowing eastward to Zhongtiao Mountain before merging into the Yellow River, which aligns with the records in the Shi Cic Jing. However, to the west of Niaoshu Mountain, there is no river flowing westward into the Han River, which contrasts with the present situation. Thus, I suspect that during the time of the Yellow Emperor, the Daba Mountains, encompassing the Mekong Mountains and Longmen Mountains, formed a continuous mountain range, while the surrounding basin may have constituted a vast inland sea, suggesting that the Jialing River did not exist at that time. From this information, one can gradually infer significant locations and the modern pattern of changes. I have meticulously compiled these details in a notebook, which I have submitted to Professor Zhao, for you all to conduct research, investigation, and exploration based on my notes. In this regard, Lin Yuan stated earnestly, the essence of the dragon-seeking project is to identify certain regions distinctly marked in the Shanhai Jing, particularly those explicitly mentioned. Within these special areas, we may uncover ancient relics or discover traces of information left by the Yellow Emperor and others. This will undoubtedly yield immense significance for the exploration and research of our planetary vessel. Herein, I earnestly entrust this task to all of you. With that, Lin Yuan bowed sincerely to each individual on the video call in his capacity as the chief architect of the Hongming project. Chief Lin, how could we possibly accept such a grand gesture from you? Instantly, Professor Zhao and the others were exhilarated, hastily declining Lin Yuan's formal bow, and each expressed their fervent commitment to the dragon-seeking project, pledging to exert their utmost efforts. As for the higher echelons of the nation, they would naturally provide funding and personnel, vigorously promoting the initiative. 3 days later, astonishing news spread across the internet. What? Professor Lin has gone abroad? Indeed. The recently released news reported that Chief Lin was embarking on a goodwill visit, with the first stop being the Pyramid Nation, with a resounding impact. As the news of Lin Yuan's visit to the Pyramid Nation broke, the global network erupted once again. Simultaneously, a military aircraft from the Dragon Nation soared gracefully at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Inside the cabin, Lin Yuan gazed out at the scenery through the window. Despite the swirling clouds, he could still faintly appreciate some splendid vistas. Brother Chen, where are we now? Stretching lazily, Lin Yuan casually inquired. We just passed Damascus. Unfortunately, Our flight is a direct one. Otherwise, we could have truly enjoyed the beauty of the flower of Damascus. Chen Lin replied with a smile. Damascus, Lin Yuan mused with a smile, for he had indeed heard of this suffering land. Chapter 112. The ancient Egyptian pyramids. Could they be the altar of the many emperors recorded in the Shanhai Jing? A day later, in the Pyramid Nation, Cairo International Airport, a large aircraft adorned with a 5-star emblem, C919, gently descended onto the runway. Chief Lin, we have arrived. Chen Lin glanced outside, holding a phone to document their journey, and remarked, the diplomatic representative of the Pyramid Nation, Ahamenes, has been awaiting our arrival for quite some time. At this moment, Chen Lin gazed out the window, a hint of excitement playing at the corners of his mouth. It was surprising to see how much importance the Pyramid Nation placed on Engineer Lin's visit. Engineer Lin, look outside, Chen Lin said, pointing toward the airplane window. Just then, the plane was slowly turning on the runway, and as Lin Yuan followed Chen Lin's gaze, a smile crept across his face. On either side of the runway, 2 fire trucks were spraying jets of water, a grand display signifying the highest level of welcome in international civil aviation, the water salute. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, impressed by the warmth of the Pyramid Nation's reception. Of course, after all, Engineer Lin, you are now a globally recognized scholar, or rather, the greatest scientist of this century. Chen Lin stated earnestly. It has been nearly a year since Lin Yuan proposed the concept of the Earth Starship. Currently, the academic community is experiencing a stark polarization regarding this theory. Some scholars dismiss the Earth Starship as mere fallacy, deriding Lin Yuan and criticizing him in various academic publications. Meanwhile, a significant number of experts fervently support the theory, venerating Lin Yuan as one of the greatest scientists in human history, without exception. As Lin Yuan's research continues to evolve, the truths about the Earth Starship gradually unfold, profoundly challenging many people's worldviews. Yet, under Lin Yuan's rigorous and factual theoretical evidence, they are compelled to acknowledge the reality of the Earth Starship. For global leaders, their understanding of Lin Yuan's formidable intellect is even deeper than that of the general populace. Over the past 6 months, Long Nation has reaped numerous benefits from the exploration of the Earth Starship. Although their intelligence agencies have not fully uncovered the details, they have gleaned some insights. To speak of just one achievement, Lin Yuan's development of controllable nuclear fusion technology alone has secured his status as one of the most sought-after individuals of our time. Thus, upon hearing that Lin Yuan would be embarking on an overseas inspection, with the Pyramid Nation as his first destination, the leaders there were ecstatic, eager to extend a warm welcome to their esteemed guest. It suffices to say that winning the favor of this scientific luminary and receiving his guidance on their research initiatives or insights into the history and culture of the Pyramid Nation would be immensely beneficial for them. After all, the Pyramid Nation holds a unique position among the 4 great civilizations of Earth, unlike Eagle Nation, which lacks historical depth. Soon, as the plane gently came to a halt, Lin Yuan and his party disembarked and were warmly greeted by the welcoming committee of the Pyramid Nation. The head of an institution there enthusiastically received Lin Yuan, while nearby reporters snapped photographs. This moment was promptly broadcasted online. And upon learning of Lin Yuan's visit to the Pyramid Nation, where he was honored with the highest ceremonial water salute, netizens back home felt a sense of pride. Lin Yuan's presence is indeed remarkable. He embodies the aura of a true magnate, commanding the respect of even the nation's leaders. What a spectacle this is. Truly befitting his stature, our esteemed Engineer Lin is extraordinary. Undoubtedly, the Pyramid Nation is eager to curry favor with him. For both our nations share the honor of being ancient civilizations, and they must aspire to glean insights from Engineer Lin. Speaking of which, Lin's inaugural destination being the Pyramid Nation clearly indicates his intent to delve into the mysteries of the pyramids. Without a doubt. Yet, one must ponder, what exactly are the pyramids? They are undeniably fascinating, and we hope Engineer Lin will lead us in uncovering the truth. The online community buzzes with excitement. Meanwhile, upon arriving in the Pyramid Nation, Lin Yuan received a warm welcome from the officials. After resting at the hotel, he began preparing for his forthcoming endeavors. That morning, after finishing breakfast, Lin received a report from Chen Lin. Engineer Lin, a senior official from the Pyramid Nation wishes to visit you, accompanied by several renowned scientists from the country. All right, arrange for them to meet with me in half an hour, Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Half an hour later, in the hotel lobby, Lin Yuan was engaged in lively conversation with a prominent figure from the Pyramid Nation named Andy Yeb. Surrounding them were esteemed local scholars and top scientists from various fields. Mr. Lin, I have reviewed all your theories. They are truly astounding. Andy Yeb, a middle-aged man in his 40s who had studied in the Dragon Nation and is fluent in Chinese, displayed immense enthusiasm and admiration upon meeting Lin Yuan. His demeanor notably obsequious. Mr. Andy Yeb, you flatter me. In truth, my explorations of the Earth Starship are but in their infancy. We must unite as scholars of humanity and strive collectively forward, Lin Yuan humbly responded. Indeed, that is a given, Andy Yeb quickly affirmed. Our Pyramid Nation, alongside your esteemed country, is one of the 4 great civilizations, We share a rich cultural heritage, and in this regard, I wholeheartedly support you, Mr. Lin. After some light banter, Lin Yuan eagerly presented the objective of his visit. Andy Yeb, I wish to conduct a field study of the pyramids. May I inquire about your nation's stance on this? Certainly, I will arrange for you, Mr. Lin, to visit the pyramids. Andy Yeb replied cheerfully. Mr. Andy Yeb, Lin Yuan interjected, shaking his head. I meant a field investigation, not merely a visit. A mere tour allows only external access to the pyramids, which is clearly not my intention. I require permission to enter with instruments and conduct extensive research. I see. Andy Yeb's expression shifted slightly, revealing some hesitation. Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but to protect the pyramids. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan interrupted. Rest assured, Mr. Andy Yeb. I will unconditionally share all research findings regarding the pyramids with your nation. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's assurance, Andy Yeb's eyes sparkled with determination as he promptly rose to his feet and stated solemnly, Mr. Lin, I shall convey your sentiments to the higher-ups immediately. I am confident they will be in agreement. Seizing the opportunity while his counterpart was on the phone, Chun Lin chuckled wryly. This fellow is deliberately trying to keep us on edge. Quite normal, Lin Yuan replied casually. After all, our identities are rather unique, and we are operating on foreign soil. The officials of the Pyramid Nation will undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to our activities. However, Mr. Lin, must you disclose all your research findings to them? Wouldn't that be excessive? Chun Lin inquired with a hint of apprehension. The pyramid civilization holds a significant place in global history, and one could be cautious. Should the pyramids involve some clandestine or highly advanced technological device, relinquishing our discoveries could lead to substantial losses. Not a concern, Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly. The pyramids certainly possess their own distinct attributes. Even if I share my conclusions, without my assistance, the Pyramid Nation will find it futile. Very well. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's assurance, Chun Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. The internet buzzes with numerous theories regarding the pyramids, some suggesting they are remnants of alien technology. If any of those speculations held truth, Chun Lin, from a military perspective, would certainly prefer that the Pyramid Nation did not gain access to such knowledge. Yet, conducting research on the pyramids necessitates local official collaboration and consent, thus requiring careful consideration. Soon, Andy Yev returned, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Mr. Lin, the higher-ups have agreed to your proposal. When would you like to proceed? I can arrange it immediately. Now, Lin Yuan declared with unwavering resolve. Certainly, Andy Yev nodded vigorously, instinctively glancing at the several security personnel from Longhua behind Chun Lin. Where could that enigmatic Longhua mecha be? Andy Yev mused privately. Reports from national intelligence indicated that the mysterious Longhua mecha was indeed part of this expedition, tasked with security duties. Naturally, he was immensely curious about the much-discussed Fushi mecha that had recently garnered attention. However, curiosity aside, Andy Yev and the higher-ups from the Pyramid Nation dared not harbor any covetous thoughts. After all, Longhua's military prowess is not to be underestimated, and they are acutely aware of the significance the Longhua military places on Lin Yuan. Should any misfortune befall Lin Yuan during his stay, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of Longhua's formidable retribution. Not to mention, the mere presence of that awe-inspiring aerospace bomber was enough to instill profound fear in Andy Yev. Steeling himself, he inhaled deeply, once again donning a conciliatory smile, and stated, No problem, Mr. Lin, I shall make the arrangements forthwith. That day, under the auspices of the Pyramid Nation's officials, a grand convoy departed from the first city of the Pyramid Nation, Cairo, heading toward the Giza Plateau, situated 10 kilometers to the southwest. Along the way, the picturesque vistas of the Nile River invigorated the members of the Longhua expedition team, who were filled with enthusiasm. Truly a nation with a civilization as ancient as ours, Chun Lin remarked with admiration. Chungu, your thoughts are misguided. Lin Yuan chuckled and remarked. The contemporary Pyramid Nation and ancient Egypt are two entirely distinct entities. Among the four great ancient civilizations of the world, Dragon Nation, Ancient Babylon, Ancient Egypt, and Ancient India, the latter three bear the prefix ancient, while only the Dragon Nation continues to uphold the legacy of Huaxia civilization, standing as the sole bastion of ancient civilization in the modern world. Moreover, I believe that ancient Egyptian civilization was significantly influenced by Huaxia civilization. This assertion instantly sparked a considerable uproar within the confines of the business vehicle. During Lin Yuan's visit to the Pyramid Nation, besides Chun Lin, who served as a security personnel, there were also numerous esteemed experts and scholars, including the venerable Professor Wang Wenjiao, who had collaborated with Lin Yuan on several occasions. Professor Wang, renowned as the foremost authority in Huaxia archaeology and possessing profound knowledge of global ancient history, was invited by Lin Yuan for this expedition. The thoughts of Chief Engineer Lin resonate perfectly with mine, exclaimed Professor Wang, brimming with enthusiasm. Oh, upon hearing this, curious glances filled the vehicle. Lin Yuan, with a slight smile, encouraged, Professor Wang, would you care to elucidate for everyone? Very well, I shall take the stage today, Professor Wang responded with a hearty laugh. In my research, I have posited that ancient Egyptian civilization might indeed be a fragment of Huaxia civilization. Many legendary historical figures, such as Zhuangxu and Diyu, could very well be ancient Egyptian pharaohs. This notion can actually be substantiated by the previous research reports of Chief Engineer Lin. Professor Wang continued with gravity. In ancient times, the Earth had yet to undergo plate tectonics. All continents belonged to a single landmass, known as the ancient Nine Provinces. Consequently, some scholars suggest that the accounts of Diyu controlling the flood pertain to the regulation of the Nile River. He paused, taking care to clarify that this event must have occurred after the prehistoric deluge. Furthermore, recent archaeological discoveries in the Pyramid Nation reveal wall paintings that bear striking resemblance to those of Huaxia civilization. For instance, certain murals depict ancient individuals donning white garments and conducting funeral rites for the deceased, mirroring the attire associated with the Huaxia mourning culture of wearing hemp and filial piety. Additionally, some researchers have found that the hieroglyphs of ancient Egyptian pharaohs are identical to those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of Huaxia civilization, such as Yao and Shun. At this juncture, Professor Wang glanced at Lin Yuan, chuckling. Of course, I am merely presenting a few perspectives. I trust that Chief Engineer Lin possesses even more profound theoretical insights. Chief Engineer, considering this old fellow accompanies you abroad, might you indulge us with a detailed discourse? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could not help but burst into laughter. Professor Wang, are you attempting to take the easy route? After all, you are here with me. Besides, you may very well be more knowledgeable about these ancient civilizations than I am. Professor Wang replied earnestly. Very well. Lin Yuan gazed out the window at the passing scenery, seizing the opportunity to pass the time during their journey, and began speaking eloquently. In truth, my assertion that ancient Egyptian civilization is a member of the Huaxia civilization is not without evidence. Lin Yuan chuckled, recalling his earlier mention of the logistics officer of the Earth Starship during a live broadcast, who is none other than the Queen Mother of the West. She piloted the vessel named Kunlun, powered by controllable nuclear fusion, traversing the globe in her time, leaving her mark along the banks of the Nile. Perhaps her arrival sowed the seeds of Huaxia civilization in that region, which, after a lengthy historical evolution, culminated in the formation of ancient Egyptian civilization. Thus, the Sphinx atop the pyramids indeed corresponds to the attire of the Queen Mother of the West during that era. As he glanced around the vehicle, Lin Yuan smiled leisurely. Furthermore, the Shanhai Jing, an interstellar travelogue, contains similar descriptions. He continued, stating that in the Saqqara region of the Pyramid Kingdom, there exists a pyramid known as Zoser. While it lacks the fame of the Great Pyramid of Giza, its construction predates that of Giza, making it one of the earliest pyramids in ancient Egypt. The Zoser Pyramid, also referred to as the Step Pyramid, is constructed from numerous limestone blocks, featuring a square base, with a staircase leading directly to the top of the high walls at its southwestern corner. Atop these walls are a series of stone carvings depicting cobras, with a total of 9 heads, all exhibiting a brownish-yellow hue. In Huaxia civilization, it is well known that the Queen Mother of the West has a fondness for serpents, reflected in her imagery as well. Yet, the most astonishing discovery is the remarkable similarity between the Zoser Pyramid and the depiction of the throne of the emperors in the Shanhai Jing. The Zoser Pyramid bears an uncanny resemblance to the Gongong's platform described in the text. There is a passage in the Northern Classics which states, the minister of Gongong, the Shangliu, has 9 heads, feeding on the 9 mountains. With a human face and serpent body, it is green in hue and dares not face north, fearing Gongong's platform, which lies to the east, square in shape, with a snake of tiger color at its corner, its head facing south. If one carefully examines this description, the archaeological findings related to the Zoser Pyramid in ancient Egypt indeed share an astonishing resemblance. Chapter 113. Exploring the Pyramids. Could Emperor Yao and Shun have been ancient Egyptian pharaohs? As Lin Yuan elaborated, the eyes of those in the vehicle widened in astonishment. Shen Lin expressed his admiration, remarking on the privilege of being close to Chief Engineer Lin, who consistently unveils incredible truths of antiquity. His assertions hold considerable merit. Wang, an archaeologist and historian, has recently delved into ancient texts like the Shanhai Jing, influenced by the Earth Starship's revelations. He excitedly exclaimed, the Shanhai Jing truly conceals an abundance of astonishing secrets. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Marveling at the insights derived from the Starship's travelogue, Lin Yuan smiled, observing the enthusiasm of the group, and continued, modern scientific circles regard the pyramids as the tombs of ancient Egyptian pharaohs, yet within the Great Pyramid of Giza and others, no royal mummies have been discovered. Moreover, in the Shanhai Jing, the various altars of the sovereigns are recorded, including the altars of Gongong, Emperor Yao, Emperor Danju, and Emperor Shun, among others. If we adhere to our previous conjecture that these altars of the sovereigns bear causal connections to the pyramids of ancient Egypt, then, following the logic of contemporary scientific inquiry, these altars would indeed serve as the tombs of these monarchs. However, the Shanhai Jing explicitly documents the burial sites of these emperors. Emperor Yao rests in the mountains of Kangwu, while Emperor Shun is interred in Yang. This creates a contradiction. If each emperor possesses their own burial site, what purpose do these so-called altars of the sovereigns serve? Lin Yuan elucidated the matter earnestly, captivating the audience with his insights. At that moment, Wang Lao felt a sudden spark of inspiration and inquired, Chief Engineer Lin, while studying your theory, I discovered something intriguing. The Shanhai Jing mentions numerous altars of the sovereigns and repeatedly uses the phrase, the shooter does not dare to face north. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and applauded, saying, Wang Lao, you truly deserve the title of the foremost archaeologist in our nation. Your perceptiveness is remarkable. Indeed, the point you raised is quite significant. The Great Wilderness North Classic states, there is Mount Shikuan, and there is the altar of Gonggong. The shooter does not dare to face north. Similarly, the altar of Xinyuan contains the phrase, the shooter does not dare to face west. These expressions can elucidate the functional roles of these altars of the sovereigns. Lin Yuan continued, the recorders of that time were likely indigenous to the earth, allowing for an impartial documentation of that era's events. I believe that in the understanding of these recorders, the shooter referred to individuals wielding weapons. As we know, in ancient times, weapons such as bows, crossbows, and even spears from the Stone Age operated on the principle of throwing or launching. This suggests that those ancient peoples who possessed weaponry dared not to recklessly offend these altars of the sovereigns, which were evidently established by the Yellow Emperor and his contemporaries. While we cannot ascertain their precise functions, it is plausible that these altars possessed certain military capabilities, deterring any malevolent intentions. The audience nodded in agreement. Furthermore, based on my research, I hypothesize that some mythological figures mentioned in the Shanhai Jing correspond to the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. Lin Yuan procured a sheet of paper and inscribed his thoughts. I deduced that Khufu's identity corresponds to Emperor Khu, while Emperor Danzhu aligns with the ancient Egyptian pharaoh Rejdef. Emperor Yao corresponds to Hufu, Emperor Shun to Menkaure, and Yu to Userkaf. Of course, this is merely a conjecture, and there exists another possibility. Lin Yuan smiled and continued, this alternative theory suggests the notion of a spokesperson. It implies that ancient Egypt, influenced by the grandeur of Huaxia civilization, witnessed its indigenous populace fervently revering these exalted figures from Huaxia. For various reasons, emperors such as Yao and Shun may have supported certain locals as their representatives, who, out of respect or with ulterior motives, assumed the role of rulers in ancient Egypt. The audience, captivated by these revelations, found themselves in a state of astonishment. Upon careful reflection, it is indeed quite reasonable. During the conversation, Lin Yuan sensed the convoy had come to a halt and instinctively glanced outside. There, not far away, amidst a landscape surrounded by sand dunes, stood a familiar triangular edifice, majestically reaching towards the heavens. Upon disembarking, Andy Yeb greeted them warmly, serving as a guide as he enthusiastically introduced, Mr. Lin, this is the Great Pyramid of Khufu. In honor of Lin Yuan's visit, the official authorities of the Pyramid Nation had suspended tourist activities in the desert region for the day. At this moment, within the vast expanse of sand dunes, only Lin Yuan and his companions remained. Ah, Mr. Andy, you are too kind, Lin Yuan replied with a modest smile of gratitude, then proceeded towards the Great Pyramid. One cannot deny that the Great Pyramid's status as one of the last remaining wonders of the world is well-deserved. Enduring the ravages of countless storms over millennia, it still stands tall and unwavering. The surrounding scenery is equally enchanting, amidst the rich historical tapestry infused with exotic charm. Lin Yuan felt as though he were communing with the ancients, visions flashing through his mind. Mr. Lin, this way please, Andy Yeb gestured invitingly, welcoming Lin Yuan into the interior of the Great Pyramid. There was no need for tickets or any formalities. Under the guidance of the official entourage from the Pyramid Nation, Lin Yuan and his companions ventured into the heart of the pyramid. Upon entering, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the group. Initially, Chun Lin's interest in the pyramid was lukewarm. Despite its designation as a world wonder, his deep-rooted pride as a descendant of the Yellow Emperor led him to regard it with skepticism. It's just a pyramid. After all, our China has numerous comparable marvels. This was Chun Lin's genuine sentiment. However, having recently heard Lin Yuan mention that the pyramid might be linked to Chinese civilization, as recorded in the Shanhai Jing regarding the platforms of various emperors, his perception of the pyramid shifted dramatically. I must admit, it is quite magnificent, Chun Lin remarked. Indeed, every tile beneath our feet represents ancient history, and each space seems to narrate the splendor of ancient Egypt, Andy Yeb said as he led them further. Mr. Lin, ahead lies the Grand Corridor. As they walked, he began to recount the history and secrets of the Great Pyramid. In due course, they arrived at Khufu's burial chamber, which appeared rather austere and lacked any remarkable features. Isn't the interior supposed to be lavish? Chun Lin muttered. Hearing Chun Lin's grumbling, Wang Lao chuckled and replied, lavishness is certainly expected, but with the pyramid now open to visitors, any valuable artifacts have likely been secured by the authorities of the Pyramid Nation. That is true. Andy Yeb interjected, understanding the conversation in Chinese, and added, to be honest, we have indeed discovered some ancient relics within the pyramid. If it would not be an inconvenience for Mr. Lin, we would be delighted to share them with you. Upon hearing this, Lin could not help but inwardly speculate. Is Andy Yeb genuinely so benevolent? He must be hoping that Engineer Lin will uncover something of significance. Soon after, Andy Yeb turned to Lin Yuan and inquired, Mr. Lin, I have conducted some research on your theory of the Earth starship. In your proposition, you mentioned that certain relics and wonders left by Earth throughout history or specific regions may correspond to various functional settings of the Earth starship. If we adhere to your theory, what do you believe our Great Pyramid in the land of the pyramids represents? Seeing the proud expression on Andy Yeb's face, the others could not help but chuckle. Lin could not restrain himself from saying, Mr. Andy Yeb, have you ever contemplated the possibility that this pyramid might have been constructed by extraterrestrial beings? How could that be possible? Upon hearing this, Andy Yeb's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately shook his head. Mr. Andy Yeb, I am not here to criticize your civilization. I am merely elucidating a possibility. At that moment, Lin Yuan informed him that the ancient Egyptian pyramids could have been built by the civilization of Huaxia. This revelation made Andy Yeb's face turn ashen. The reaction of Lin Yuan and the others was understandable, as the civilization belonging to one's own country had once shown brilliantly in history. Thus, when someone suddenly asserted that their civilization might have been birthed with the assistance of other cultures, and that their most cherished relics were not as originally conceived but held other purposes, the abrupt collapse of such beliefs was indeed disheartening. In fact, the descriptions in the Shanhai Jing about the platform of the numerous emperors closely resemble the external design of the pyramids. Furthermore, the Sphinx may very well be an embodiment of ancient Huaxia mythical figures. After Lin Yuan elaborated on this, Andy Yeb was found rubbing his temples, his expression one of profound bitterness. Everyone was aware that in ancient Egyptian culture, the construction of the pyramids was a means of honoring the sun god. So, is there a possibility that? Lin Yuan smiled and suggested. What if the Yellow Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West descended in nuclear-powered spacecraft along the banks of the ancient Nile? Imagine, when the colossal ships descended from the heavens, their nuclear energy propelling them with full force, illuminating the landscape as if under the scorching rays of the sun. Fearing the toxicity of Earth's oxygen, the Yellow Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West would have donned some form of breathing apparatus, accompanied by an array of weaponry and extraordinary artifacts beyond that era. Thus, when the ancient Egyptians beheld the Yellow Emperor and his companions, they perceived them as deities. This also explains, in part, the ancient Egyptians' obsession with golden masks. Gold is a superb metallic material, and it is conceivable that much of the material for the oxygen masks of that time was crafted from gold. Hence, to express reverence for these divine beings, the ancient Egyptians emulated them by donning golden masks. After sharing these thoughts, Lin Yuan disregarded Andy Yeb's astonished countenance and began to explore the interior of the Great Pyramid of Khufu. For nearly several hours, the group cautiously navigated the depths of the pyramid, yet they found nothing of significance. Chief Engineer Lin, the internet suggests that the interior of the pyramid is shrouded in mystery. Are the various insights proposed truly authentic? At this moment, Lin, brimming with curiosity, inquired of Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately understood what Lin was alluding to. Currently, the internet is rife with various esoteric theories regarding the ancient Egyptian pyramids. For instance, some assert that it would be impossible to level a massive, convex rock into a foundation of 900 square meters without modern measurement tools. Furthermore, the four sides of the pyramid's base differ by less than 20 centimeters, with a margin of error below 1,000th. The deviation between the east-west and north-south axes is also within 5 arcseconds. How did the ancient Egyptians achieve such precision in construction? Moreover, the mathematical enigmas presented by the pyramids continue to baffle the world. For example, the height of the pyramid corresponds to the equation of the distance from Earth to the Sun. Additionally, the stable angle of the pyramid mirrors the 52-degree stable angle mentioned in modern geometry. How could the ancient Egyptians have known this in their era? They managed to employ a square pyramid to mitigate desert storms. How did they discern to establish the massive foundation at the center of magnetic lines? Even more astonishing are the various purported functions of the pyramid. Some claim that placing fresh milk inside a pyramid results in it remaining fresh after 24 hours. Numerous other bizarre assertions render the pyramid shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Lin Yuan chuckled, remarking that some online speculations should not be taken seriously. Nevertheless, there is also a kernel of truth. Lin Yuan solemnly noted that foreign scientists conducted a similar experiment with a triangular structure akin to the pyramid, designing a model based on the dimensions of the pyramid, and discovered that this apparatus exhibited remarkable preservative effects. Moreover, other scientists have conducted experiments, such as placing bean seeds within a pyramid, only to find that their germination rate exceeded that of ordinary seeds by 4 times, with chlorophyll levels also surpassing 4-fold. Additionally, the ancient Egyptian princess Mina, discovered within the pyramid, exhibited remarkably preserved skin that still appeared vital. Modern science posits that this is due to the pyramid's structure functioning as an effective microwave resonant cavity, where the heating effects of microwave energy can sterilize and dehydrate the body. Yet, how did the ancients comprehend the effects of microwaves? Furthermore, The granite within the pyramid is believed to possess battery-like properties, capable of absorbing and storing various cosmic waves. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's demeanor grew more solemn. A foreign research institution conducted an investigation revealing that a significant number of visitors to the pyramid, including those who ascended to its apex, had succumbed to cancer upon returning home 10 years later, an alarming statistic of 40 cases. What does this indicate? It suggests that a source of nuclear radiation may be concealed at the pyramid's summit. Admittedly, the radiation source is exceedingly weak, which could explain the visitor's cancer. Yet this raises an equally perplexing question. Why is there a source of radiation at the pinnacle of the pyramid? Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Lin Yuan's earnest expression, a chill running through their hearts. Shen Lin, sensing something amiss, immediately inquired, "Chief Engineer Lin, are you implying? Do you recall the theory I once proposed?" Gazing across the assembly, Lin Yuan spoke slowly. The Earth may indeed be under pursuit. Hence arises the question, how has this enigmatic force managed to pinpoint our planet amidst the boundless expanse of time? We shall not delve into the ancient epics. Yet I can now affirm that within contemporary Earth lies a certain civilizational apparatus, enabling this mysterious entity to continuously receive signals from Earth's starships. With a sudden realization, Shen Lin's face flushed crimson. He stammered, "Chief Engineer Lin, do you suspect that the pyramids serve as some form of signal transmission device?" "That is indeed a possibility." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan continued, "This is precisely the purpose of my overseas expedition, to identify and dismantle this signal apparatus. I understand that you may be perplexed. I previously stated that the pyramid is the platform of all emperors recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Yet, why now suggest that it could be a signal relay? The reasoning is straightforward. Consider that countless pyramids were constructed in ancient Egypt. Moreover, if those from the era of the Yellow Emperor included traitors, they might have infiltrated and employed subterfuge to embed a signal transmission device within the platform of all emperors. Hence, our current task is to uncover the truth." Having spoken, Lin Yuan shifted his gaze towards Andy Yeb. Upon hearing this dialogue, Andy Yeb appeared pallid, as if his mind had crashed, his scalp tingling. "Mr. Andy Yeb," Lin Yuan asserted earnestly, "this matter pertains to the legacy of future human civilization. Thus, I hope to collaborate with your esteemed nation, permitting me to conduct experiments on a portion of the pyramids. I shall execute the Miaozi probe experiment without compromising the structural integrity of the pyramids." After a considerable pause, Andy Yeb emerged from his stupor, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. He then cautiously inquired, "Mr. Lin, what precisely does this experiment entail?" "The Miaozi probe experiment," Lin Yuan elucidated, "involves high-energy particles capable of penetrating various materials. I possess a state-of-the-art Miaozi detection technology, which allows for comprehensive analysis of the pyramid's interior, unveiling all its secrets." Upon hearing this, Andy Yeb seemed to grasp the implications, eventually asking with a wry smile, "Mr. Lin, I believe I comprehend your intentions. However, I have but one question. If we indeed discover the signal transmission device you mentioned, confirming that a particular pyramid serves this function, what course of action would you pursue?" "Quite simply," Lin Yuan replied with a serene demeanor, "I would detonate it." Chapter 114, A Revelation. The underwater pyramid is the target. "You intend to demolish the pyramid?" Andy Yeb was utterly astounded, his limbs turning icy. This was akin to someone proclaiming intentions to travel to the Dragon Kingdom to obliterate the Great Wall. Such news would undoubtedly incite a maelstrom. "Indeed, but this is a course of action born of necessity," Lin Yuan reassured him. "I understand your confusion, Mr. Andy Yeb. But rest assured, I would not resort to such measures without the absence of a better alternative." Lin Yuan sighed and sincerely remarked, "Every civilization deserves respect, and I hold the ancient Egyptian civilization in high regard. Yet, the reality is often brutally harsh. For the greater good of human civilization, sacrifices must be made." He added gravely, "Of course, we have yet to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Perhaps my conjectures are erroneous." Andy Yeb, rendered speechless, wore an expression of profound bitterness. "I will personally negotiate the specifics with your country's leadership," Lin Yuan stated earnestly. "I understand." Andy Yeb, no ordinary individual, inhaled deeply to regain his composure. "Mr. Andy Yeb, I must ask you to keep our conversation confidential," Lin Yuan said, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. "I understand," Andy Yeb responded, his demeanor suddenly alert, nodding vigorously. "Now that we've concluded our visit to the Great Pyramid of Giza, let us proceed to explore other pyramids. We may uncover further discoveries," Lin Yuan suggested with a smile, waving his hand. Throughout the day, Lin Yuan visited numerous pyramids, conducting thorough explorations at each site. Upon returning to the hotel, Andy Yeb promptly arranged for a video conference between the high-ranking officials of the Pyramid Nation and Lin Yuan. Outside the conference room, Andy Yeb felt a surge of tension. Approximately half an hour later, he was summoned into the meeting room. The chief of the Pyramid Nation sat at the head of the table, his expression grave. "We are aware of the matters raised by the Dragon Nation. After deliberation at the highest decision-making level, we believe caution is paramount." Andy Yeb, over the next few days, closely observed the Dragon representatives, I need to ascertain their true intentions. Understood. Andy Yeb immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was preparing various experimental setups. The pyramids, as world wonders, represent a cultural legacy bequeathed by our ancestors and are invaluable components of global historical heritage. During this overseas visit, Lin Yuan had brought an array of instruments and equipment, some of which were exchanged through the system. He believed they would prove significantly beneficial in subsequent experiments. The following day, under the arrangements of the Pyramid Nation, Lin Yuan returned to the Great Pyramid of Giza to ensure the steady progress of the experiments. The Pyramid Nation had once again secured access to the Great Pyramid, sparking considerable curiosity and skepticism among tourists and the media alike. Mr. Lin, what is this? Wang Lao inquired, observing the array of instruments surrounding them. Being merely an archaeologist, he was not well versed in scientific research. Wang Lao, this is the subatomic detection device I developed. Lin Yuan noted the group's confusion, and with the preliminary preparations for the experiment now complete, he felt buoyant and began to enlighten them. As you all know, the pyramids are precious. We cannot carelessly damage them on their territory. Therefore, to explore the secrets of the internal substances of the pyramid, we require specialized instruments. The subatomic detection device was conceived for this very purpose. It employs the techniques of particle physics. The so-called muon, also known as the muon particle, is a subatomic entity closely related to the electron, yet possessing greater mass. Although diminutive in size, its existence is paramount to our comprehension of the universe's intricate structure, as its unique properties provide a glimpse into the very essence of the subatomic realm. Through the interactions of muons, we can uncover new revelations about the enigmas of the cosmos, potentially discovering minuscule particles hitherto unseen. Thus, if the pyramid serves as a signal transmission and reception device far beyond the grasp of human civilization, then this experimental process must inevitably yield some clues. With that, Lin Yuan commenced the experiment. The procedure was not overly complex. Everything remained under Lin Yuan's meticulous control. At this moment, approximately 50 meters from the Great Pyramid of Khufu, an intriguingly designed muon detector was reflecting intangible waves, revealing the secrets of the pyramid's internal structure on a nearby computer screen through its specialized frequencies and methods. Behold, this is the overall structure of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, Lin Yuan remarked, pointing at the screen. Unlike radar, sonar, X-rays, or CT scans, the muon detector's feedback was remarkably lucid. The penetrating ability of muons varies with the density of different materials and the size of atomic nuclei. As you can see here, there is clearly a cavity that corresponds precisely to a publicly acknowledged small void within the pyramid, Lin Yuan elucidated earnestly. And here, we have the Queen's Chamber. Lin Yuan conducted a detailed comparison using the video feedback from the muon detector. Subsequently, with the assistance of several researchers, Lin Yuan employed the muon detector to conduct a thorough exploration of the entire Great Pyramid of Khufu. However, no significant findings emerged. Certainly, the application of muon detection offered some insights into the study of the pyramid, yet Lin Yuan did not uncover the results he sought. It was not until reaching the apex of the pyramid that Lin Yuan discerned a hint of revelation. Oh, the feedback from the muons at the pinnacle of the pyramid indicates the presence of a peculiar magnetic field. The oscillation speed deviates significantly from predictions based on the standard model of particle physics. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of solemnity. This suggested that a strange radiation fluctuation indeed existed at the top of the pyramid. What does that imply? The attendees turned to him with inquisitive gazes. Let me illustrate with a simple analogy. It is akin to a miniature nuclear device that requires a specific detonation method to activate. Presently, at the summit of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, there exists a similar source of radiation, yet it differs from any isotope currently found on Earth. However, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow anew, for he realized that the energy of this radiation was exceedingly low, wholly insufficient to sustain its signal transmission. It is worth noting that humanity launched the Voyager spacecraft in the last century, and even now, Voyager 1 and 2 have yet to escape the confines of our solar system. Upon seeing the feedback from Yaozi, Lin Yuan suddenly shook his head with a wry smile and waved his hand, declaring, "Let us cease our exploration of the Great Pyramid of Khufu here." Chief Engineer Lin, what is the meaning of this? Chen Lin, who had been observing the proceedings, was taken aback by the remark. In my research and deductions, the pyramid aligns most closely with the concept of a signal transmission and reception device, Lin Yuan stated solemnly. Both its structure and the materials involved are remarkably compatible. Indeed, there exists a radiation source at the apex of the Great Pyramid, which, if we interpret it as a form of signal transmission, suggests that the entire pyramid may be operating through incomprehensible technological means to relay signals to the cosmos. Yet, it is evident that such a feeble energy output is wholly insufficient to sustain the transmission of any signal. Lin Yuan concluded in one breath. The others began to grasp the essence of his words, with Wang Lao furrowing his brow and interjecting. Could it be that the age of the Great Pyramid is a contributing factor? If we consider the pyramid as a type of instrument, after thousands of years of change, Might it have deteriorated or suffered functional degradation? Impossible. Lin Yuan shook his head. The Yellow Emperor's cohort possessed advanced civilizational technology. That traitor would not have overlooked the implications of revealing Earth's interstellar coordinates. Thus, the most reliable method would be to harness natural energy sources, such as solar, wind, or hydropower. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression shifted, as if struck by a revelation. He became animated. I understand. My hypotheses regarding the pyramid were entirely correct. The pyramid is, in fact, a wondrous structural apparatus, potentially serving as a navigation tower, a weapons platform, or a launch tower. Hence, that traitor would undoubtedly choose the pyramid as the device for signal transmission, tampering with it in that regard. Yet, our initial approach was misguided. Terrestrial pyramids could never suffice. With that, Lin Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, please return for now. I believe I have a plan." The others were left in a state of confusion. However, out of respect and acknowledgement for Lin Yuan, they complied, setting aside their tasks and packing their instruments before temporarily returning to their hotel in Cairo. Mr. Lin? Noticing the expedition team's swift conclusion of work, Andiev hurriedly approached. "Mr. Andiev, you need not worry," Lin Yuan replied gravely. "There should be no issues with your country's pyramid. You will coordinate the specifics with my assistant." With that, Lin Yuan hastily retreated to his room, closing the door behind him and plunging into a flurry of activity. Upon hearing this, Andiev was momentarily stunned before a look of joy spread across his face. "Does this mean we no longer need to detonate our nation's pyramid?" Andiev murmured to himself. "Indeed, Mr. Andiev." Chen Lin exchanged a meaningful glance with him. "Wonderful." With the assurance from the Dragon Kingdom's representatives, Andiev felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He had previously been anxious alongside the higher-ups about the potential consequences. If it were indeed discovered that the pyramid served as a signal transmitter, given the current stature and influence of the Dragon Kingdom on the international stage, the Pyramid Nation would undoubtedly buckle under the pressure and would have no choice but to cooperate in demolishing the pyramid. However, it seems that the issue has been resolved. With this thought, Andy Yeb's spirits soared, and he remembered to ask his assistant to bring forth an item. Indeed, he had intended to discuss this with Mr. Lin earlier. Before long, Andy Yeb presented in his hands a magnificent pharaoh's crown. This crown, a treasured artifact of our Pyramid Nation, has never been displayed to the public. Its origin lies within a certain pyramid. As Andy Yeb spoke, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward him. In an instant, Professor Wang Wenjiao gasped in astonishment. Does this not correspond with Chief Engineer Lin's previous theories? He eagerly stepped forward, took the pharaoh's crown, and after a careful examination, he remarked, "Look at this crown. It is evidently a female crown adorned with exquisite embellishments, including tiger teeth and leopard tail ornaments. This bears a striking resemblance to the image of the West Queen Mother that Chief Engineer Lin previously mentioned. Furthermore, what thrilled Professor Wang even more was the depiction of a hoopoe bird engraved on the crown. In the tribe of the Yellow Emperor, known as Lin Yuan, the hoopoe is regarded as a spiritual totem. Observe the patterns on this pharaoh's queen crown. They are remarkably similar to our Eastern hoopoe." Professor Wang exclaimed with excitement. "I am increasingly convinced that the West Queen Mother is indeed the ancient Egyptian pharaoh queen." Upon seeing this, Andy Yeb smiled subtly, displaying a respectful demeanor. "This esteemed gentleman, the crown of the pharaoh queen will be generously bestowed upon Mr. Lin, as per the unanimous decision of our nation's leadership. Please convey our profound respect and admiration for Mr. Lin. He is the greatest scientist of this century, and his research discoveries will alter the course of human civilization." Upon hearing this, the crowd smiled knowingly, secretly acknowledging that the Pyramid Nation certainly excels at flattering Lin Yuan. Though Lin Yuan was absent at the moment, Professor Wang accepted the Pharaoh Queen's crown with sincerity, saying, "Thank you. Chief Engineer Lin is currently occupied, but I shall inform him once he is finished." "Very well. Thank you, esteemed Professor Wang." With that, Andy Yeb felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, soon a glimmer of anticipation and tension returned to his eyes. For he had another mission, to ascertain from the Dragon Nation what function their proudly cherished pyramid serves. If, as the Dragon Nation claims, the pyramid is some sort of instrument, then unraveling its secrets could greatly benefit their country. This was the primary reason he endeavored to convey goodwill to Lin Yuan. With this thought, Andy Yeb instinctively glanced toward Lin Yuan's room, his face a canvas of tension and expectation. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lin Yuan opened his notebook and, utilizing his access, logged into the Dragon Nation's military satellite system, swiftly pulling up a map. Observing the targeted location revealed an expansive and profound ocean. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured to himself, "The pyramid is indeed the most likely candidate for a signal receiving and transmitting device. But I initially misdirected my focus. The pyramids on land cannot possibly be the answer. The underwater pyramid is the true objective. Only through the ceaseless flow of seawater from the ocean can we harness an inexhaustible source of natural energy, sufficient to drive our signal transmission devices, ensuring their uninterrupted operation through the ages." With a grin, Lin Yuan suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, sinking back into his chair. "Indeed, I had anticipated that the tasks assigned by the system would not be easily accomplished. Lin Yuan smiled leisurely. Chapter 115, The Five Constant Council. Joint operation for the next hour. Lin Yuan utilized his privileges to peruse a wealth of classified information through the internal military system of Longhua. Simultaneously, employing the Earth mapping instrument of Lin Yuan, he ultimately pinpointed the target. Exhaling a long breath, Lin Yuan felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Glancing at the time, he stepped out through the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Chun Lin hurried to greet him. Chief Engineer Lin, have you finished? He inquired. Curiosity and respect evident in his tone. After all, Lin Yuan's sudden actions had left everyone puzzled. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded. His spirits lifted by the discovery of a lead on the mission. I'm hungry. Let's have a meal first. In the dining hall. While savoring the local delicacies of the Pyramid Nation, Lin Yuan instructed, Brother Chun, please inform everyone to prepare for departure to the next target point tomorrow. However, we won't need too many personnel this time. Some can remain in the Pyramid Nation to assist the local authorities with research and exploration of the pyramids. The rest will accompany me. I've already sent a confidential email through the military system to our country, and I believe we will receive a response shortly. Upon hearing this, Chun Lin's curiosity piqued even further, prompting him to ask, Chief Engineer Lin, what has transpired? Well, Lin Yuan replied. You are aware that this overseas mission involves exploring ancient relics and mysterious zones across various countries. But there is a primary objective, to dismantle a certain signal transmission receiving device, thereby preventing the exposure of the Earth's starship's coordinates in interstellar space. I had always believed that the pyramids were the most suitable candidates for this signal receiving device, which is why I first traveled to the Pyramid Nation. However, I realized just yesterday that while the pyramids are indeed the most effective signal receiving structures, the terrestrial pyramids are not my true target. What? Chun Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Chief Engineer Lin, do you mean? The seabed. Lin Yuan leisurely took a bite of his steak before smiling and continuing. Let us not forget that archaeological discoveries worldwide have reported the existence of pyramids beneath the sea. Thus, our true objective is the underwater pyramids. Moreover, through extensive analysis of the data, I have already identified the specific details of this signal transmission receiving device. Hearing this, Chun Lin's face broke into a smile. As expected of Chief Engineer Lin, you have uncovered the clues so swiftly. Please, no need for flattery, Lin Yuan chuckled in return. However, this operation may incite controversy, and thus, we may need to disclose certain truths to various nations. Chun Lin's expression suddenly stiffened, and he quickly grasped the situation, his tone becoming hesitant. Chief Engineer Lin, are you implying that Earth is under pursuit? Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, in the capital of Longhua, within the office of Shiyuan No. 1, Elder Chun gazed at the emails on his computer and let out a soft sigh. He waved his hand. Addressing his secretary with an authoritative tone, immediately contact the highest leaders of the P5 nations. I require a joint video conference with them. Be sure to clearly convey to their key personnel that this conversation is of utmost importance. It pertains significantly to the legacy of our human civilization, or, as Chief Engineer Lin has articulated, the concept of the Earth starship. Understood, the secretary replied respectfully before retreating to make the arrangements. An hour later, the highest decision-making bodies of the P5 nations, comprising the Rabbit, Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, John Bull, and Gall Chicken, began preparations for the joint video call. In Shiyuan No. 1, Elder Chun was tidying his appearance when suddenly, the secretary approached with a somewhat grave demeanor to report. Elder Chun, the highest decision-making body of Gall Chicken wishes to speak with you. Additionally, the nation of Tianju has made a similar request. Upon hearing this, Elder Chin paused momentarily before a cold smile crept across his face. Gall Chicken and those from Tianju are quite well informed, aren't they? It must be that Eagle Sauce leaked the information. The secretary speculated. Let us ignore them. Elder Chin waved his hand dismissively. Gall Chicken and Tianju think they possess some strength, repeatedly applying to join the P5 without considering their own standing. As for matters concerning Chief Engineer Lin, the fewer who know, the better. After speaking, Elder Chun took his seat at the conference table and initiated the joint video conference with the P5 nations. Soon, the 5 figures representing the P5 appeared simultaneously on the screen. It is well known that a saying exists online. It is not the UN that endows the P5 with power, but the P5 that grants authority to the UN. Thus, as long as the other nations of the P5 could be managed, everything would be in order. Taking a deep breath, Elder Chin began. Greetings, everyone. Chief Commander, is there an urgent matter that necessitates the gathering of us 5? The commander from Eagle Sauce, Schlatter, chuckled meaningfully. Could it be that extraterrestrials are about to invade? His self-proclaimed humorous remark elicited laughter from the others, yet Elder Chun maintained a serious demeanor. He scanned the room solemnly and, without delay, recounted the task entrusted to him by Lin Yuan. The crux of the matter, of course, was to reveal the secret that Earth is under pursuit in the mission to destroy the signal receiving and transmitting devices. Oh my God, what the heck? Within the video conference room, the other figures trembled violently, each succumbing to the overwhelming shock. Ladies and gentlemen, I am now transmitting a document to you. It is a paper authored by a prominent scientist, Lin Yuan student, Elder Chen stated gravely. The partial truth regarding Earth's perilous situation is contained within. I encourage you all to peruse it at your convenience. I hope everyone will maintain confidentiality. Humanity must unite. After this statement, the video conference fell into a prolonged silence. Meanwhile, the highest leaders from the Eagle Nation, John Bull, Bear Country, and Galactic promptly convened their teams to analyze the documents transmitted by the Dragon Nation. Approximately 20 minutes later, several leaders rejoined the call, their expressions grave. "My God!" exclaimed Chancellor Schlatter from the Eagle Nation, his voice laced with complex emotions. "What plans does your country have?" According to the proposal from Chief Engineer Lin, humanity is currently in a secure phase. However, if there truly exists a device for signal transmission that has been secretly leaking Earth's coordinates into space, our foremost task must be to destroy this device. "I concur," affirmed Emperor Pu of Bear Country, nodding solemnly. "Mr. Chun, please speak plainly. Where is this device? Our great Ivan is ready." At this, Schlatter pursed his lips in exasperation. Mr. Chen couldn't help but chuckle before responding. "Your Excellency Pu, you exaggerate. While destroying the device is crucial, it does not necessitate the use of nuclear weapons." Meanwhile, the leader from John Bull furrowed his brow. "Where is this device?" he inquired. Galactic was quick to express concern, asking, "Could it have adverse effects on our nation?" Fortunately, Mr. Chun explained, according to Chief Engineer Lin's research, this device is not located within the boundaries of any of our countries. So we need not worry about negative repercussions. He further clarified that Chief Engineer Lin had identified the device as an underwater pyramid, its precise location being in the Bermuda Triangle. Upon hearing this, the other 4 participants in the video call widened their eyes in astonishment. The Bermuda Triangle? How intriguing. If that is indeed the case, there is less cause for alarm. I would like to know how confident your country's Chief Engineer Lin is. If he claims such a device exists, we must exercise caution. As discussions ensued among the prominent figures, Mr. Chen assured them, "Rest assured, the target will not be mistaken. After all, I believe you are all familiar with Lin Yuan's talent and capabilities." At this statement, the leaders fell silent. A moment later, Emperor Pu was the first to raise his hand, declaring, "Mr. Lin is a magnificent scientist. I trust his judgment. Bear Country supports Dragon Nation in all decisions regarding this operation." In response, the leaders from the Eagle Nation, John Bull, and Galactic exchanged glances, each reflecting privately. This matter, in truth, would not significantly impact their respective nations. After all, the underwater pyramid's location in the Bermuda Triangle lies in international waters. Even the deployment of nuclear weapons would not be overly consequential. "Chancellor," an aide from the Eagle Nation promptly suggested, "we should acquiesce to this matter. The documents clearly indicate everything. I believe it warrants our attention. Moreover, this is Mr. Lin's plan. Our esteemed Eagle Nation has long sought to foster amicable relations. And perhaps this presents an exquisite opportunity." Initially, Commander Schlatter harbored some hesitation. After all, it is customary for the Eagle Nation to stir the pot whenever the Rabbit Nation proposes anything. However, upon hearing the counsel of his aides, he immediately acquiesced, stating, "You are indeed correct. It is merely a matter of detonating a submerged pyramid in international waters, which poses no detriment to us, and conversely, could convey a gesture of goodwill." He promptly returned to the video conference room and declared, "We, the Eagle Nation, consent to your nation's, Dragon Nation, plan." Witnessing his elder brother's affirmation, both John Bull and Gallic Rooster swiftly raised their hands in agreement. "Very well." Elder Chun, relieved by the consensus, slowly remarked, "Then, let the plan commence officially." 2 days later, in the Atlantic, within the Bermuda Triangle, a 055 destroyer belonging to the Dragon Nation's Chilean fleet was braving the waves. On the deck, Captain Chen Xiaohua stood resolutely, gazing at a helicopter that gradually approached from the horizon before landing on the deck. With a sharp salute, Captain Chen earnestly addressed the first figure descending from the helicopter. "Chief Engineer Lin, welcome." "Captain Chen, it is a pleasure to see you again," Lin Yuan replied, recognizing him as the same Captain Chen who had previously assisted him in recovering the Qin Dynasty's Agujing in the Eastern Sea. He returned the salute and added with a smile, "I did not anticipate that your fleet would undertake this mission." "Indeed," Captain Chen replied with a hearty nod. "Thank you for your efforts," Lin Yuan expressed once more, casting a glance at the surrounding waters. Faintly, it appeared that several cruisers were positioned at various points within the Bermuda region, not too far from the 055 destroyer, yet also not too close. In this joint operation, the Eagle Nation, John Bull, Bear Country, and Gallic Rooster had all dispatched their respective cruisers to the scene. Understanding the gravity of the mission, Captain Chun's demeanor turned serious. "The detonation device will be managed by our Dragon Nation." "Understood," Lin Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He then proceeded to arrange personnel to begin deploying the instruments. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation had also dispatched its advanced submersible to probe the underwater target, as did the other nations. The Dragon Nation deployed its own Jialong manned submersible for close-range observation of the target area. In this moment, within the waters of Bermuda, The 5 permanent members employed their respective strategies. Due to Lin Yuan's significant status, Captain Shin did not dare allow him to board the Jialong submersible, instead assigning another scientist to partake in the underwater observation mission. Before long, the operations room was graced with clear visuals on the screen. Suddenly, an electric buzz filled the air as everyone present, be they military personnel from the destroyer, Lin Yuan, or the scientific team accompanying him, displayed expressions of shock and astonishment. How extraordinary! They exclaimed. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I could scarcely believe that such a colossal underwater pyramid lay hidden in the depths of the Bermuda Triangle. The crowd erupted in exclamations as they beheld the astonishing sight on screen. In the tumultuous ocean, at a depth nearing 5,000 meters, stands an enigmatic underwater pyramid. This is the objective of our expedition, Lin Yuan solemnly declared. The earliest reports of this pyramid's discovery date back to the last century. Lin Yuan recounted. The researchers at that time uncovered that this mysterious underwater structure boasts a footprint larger than any pyramid on land. The Great Pyramid of Khufu is widely known, with a base length of 230 meters and a height of 146 meters. In contrast, this underwater pyramid has a base length of 300 meters and a height exceeding 200 meters, utterly eclipsing the Great Pyramid. Lin Yuan stated gravely. Due to its location in the deep sea, research on this enigmatic structure is still in its infancy. We remain oblivious to who constructed this pyramid or which civilization it hails from. In fact, Lin Yuan harbored a belief that this deep-sea pyramid is likely related to the Huaxia civilization. Furthermore, observe the pyramid's exterior. Lin Yuan squinted slightly. Elaborating, notice that the apex of this underwater pyramid features 2 colossal openings, through which seawater flows at astonishing speed, creating tumultuous whirlpools. This phenomenon contributes to the surging waves and mist-laden surface of this maritime region, shrouding it in mystery. The reasons behind this spectacle and its specific implications remain unknown. Yet, I am convinced that the design of the 2 immense openings at the pyramid's summit undoubtedly serves a particular function. Lin Yuan pondered deeply, his mood becoming increasingly somber. It cannot be mistaken. This is it. The unique design of the 2 openings at the apex of the deep-sea pyramid is a special mechanism. It allows seawater to flow rapidly into the structure, and the pyramid itself serves as a distinctive apparatus that harnesses the kinetic energy generated by the rushing water. In Lin Yuan's vision, should the pyramid function as a signal reception device, it would require a perpetual power source. And what could be more exquisite than the currents of the ocean serving as a source of energy? Chief Engineer Lin, is this our target? Captain Chun exclaimed in astonishment. It is truly hard to fathom the conditions under which the ancients constructed such a pyramid. It may not have been built underwater, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, explaining that contemporary scientific and archaeological theories suggest that the pyramids within the depths of the Bermuda Triangle may be remnants of Atlantis civilization. If indeed constructed by the Atlanteans, then this region might have once been above sea level thousands of years ago. In truth, Lin Yuan harbored a hypothesis. According to myth, the Atlantis civilization was destroyed by a cataclysmic flood. Thus, when the traitor learned of the Yellow Emperor's plan to unleash a prehistoric deluge, he might have repurposed this pyramid into a signal transmission device. Through the ingenious design of 2 immense and peculiar chasms, coupled with certain methodologies, the entire pyramid was transformed into a signal transmission device amidst the relentless onslaught of the ocean's depths. This device not only attracted and concentrated deep-sea energy, magnetic oscillations, and other enigmatic energy waves, but also, via internal microwave resonant chambers, gathered and emitted radioactive materials. Utilizing the advanced techniques of a highly developed civilization, it continuously released signals into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Subsequently, with the advent of a cataclysmic prehistoric flood, the pyramid was buried deep beneath the ocean floor, achieving both concealment and an endless source of power from the sea. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan could not help but admire the brilliance of its creator. Yet, who was this traitor? And why would they divulge Earth's interstellar coordinates to the depths of the universe? Lin Yuan murmured to himself, perplexed. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He redirected his focus to the scene before him. Meanwhile, aboard the Jialong submersible, researchers utilized a muon detector to perform a comprehensive scan around the entirety of the underwater pyramid. This endeavor lasted a full day, culminating in the evening when the Jialong finally surfaced. With the assistance of personnel from the 055 destroyer, the researchers successfully returned to the vessel, and Lin Yuan obtained the primary data. Subsequently, he sequestered himself in his quarters for meticulous analysis. After 3 hours, Lin Yuan emerged, adorned with a confident smile. He was certain the underwater pyramid in the depths of the Bermuda Triangle was indeed their target. Lin Yuan's tone was grave, yet the others could not contain their jubilant cheers upon hearing the news. Excellent. Lin Yuan then turned to Captain Chun, stating with solemnity, there is no time to waste. Captain Chun, please communicate with the fleets of the other permanent members and inform them that we are about to initiate the detonation operation. Understood. Captain Chun responded with unwavering determination, promptly notifying the members of the fleets from the United States and other nations. The 5 permanent members unanimously decided to seal off the Bermuda region. After all, at a depth of 5,000 meters, detonating a colossal structure measuring 300 meters in length and 200 meters in height would require an extraordinary explosive yield. Naturally, the task of placing the explosives would fall to military professionals. Chief Engineer Lin, we have conferred with experts from the United States, Russia, and other nations, and have finalized the plan, Captain Chen reported. Given the depth of 5,000 meters and our inability to predict the structural integrity of the underwater pyramid against seismic and explosive forces, we estimate that a minimum of 50,000 tons of TNT equivalent deep-water bombs will be necessary to ensure the complete destruction of the pyramid. We will utilize the Jiaolong submersible to descend into the depths, equipped with specially designed explosive devices capable of withstanding the immense pressure at this depth. The mechanical arm of the Jiaolong will place the detonators at the 4 corners of the pyramid, and through a countdown mechanism, our personnel will have sufficient time to evacuate. Moreover, our scientists have estimated that the aftermath of the explosion will give rise to tsunamis and colossal whirlpools, thus necessitating our withdrawal from a radius of 50 nautical miles. I trust in your expertise. If there are no concerns, let us proceed with the plan. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Captain Chen once again communicated with the fleets of other nations to finalize the mission details. An hour later, around 2 o'clock in the morning, on the deck of the 055 destroyer, Lin Yuan observed as the Jiaolong submersible gradually descended into the depths of the ocean, his heart enveloped in tranquility. In contrast, the others were beset by anxiety. There could be no mistake regarding the target. Once the detonation was complete, it sufficed to await confirmation from the system regarding the successful completion of the task. Lin Yuan mused quietly. Here, upon confirming that the submersible had reached its predicted location, the 055 destroyer commenced its withdrawal operations. Naturally, the vessels of the Eagle Nation and other countries followed suit, hastily vacating the danger zone. Frankly speaking, it was fortunate that the discovery was not of a world-renowned monument like the Great Pyramid of Giza. Otherwise, it would have posed significant challenges, muttered Chen Lin. Indeed, Lin Yuan replied. While this underwater pyramid boasts an ancient history, its profound depths render it inconsequential for humanity's understanding of ancient civilizations. If it were to be destroyed, there would be no sorrow attached to it. 3 hours later, the 055 destroyer reached a safe maritime zone, and after another hour, it received the Jiaolong submersible back on board. Thus, all detonation protocols had been executed. Chief Engineer Lin. Captain Chen approached once more to report. The detonation countdown stands at 10 minutes. Good. Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of gravity as he stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, quietly anticipating the arrival of that moment. At this juncture, 20 nautical miles away from the 055 destroyer, an Eagle Nation cruiser loomed over the placid sea. Within the operations command room, a military officer from the Eagle Nation, Marty, sat with a solemn demeanor. Report. The Dragon Nation's military has confirmed the completion of the detonation operation. The countdown is now at 9 minutes. Upon hearing this, Marty sighed. Truly, the speed of the Dragon Nation is commendable. Were it the Eagle Nation, accomplishing such a task in such a short time frame would be utterly impossible. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Another subordinate remarked. The fact that the 5 permanent members could unite for this endeavor is almost unimaginable. Had it been any other nation proposing to detonate this deep-sea pyramid located in international waters, the procedural complexities would have been overwhelming, and they might not have even secured the consent of the other permanent members. However, this time, from the convening of the video conference among the nations to the execution of the mission, less than 3 days elapsed. Only Mr. Lin possesses such persuasive power, Marty expressed with a hint of envy. After all, the recent prominence of the Dragon Nation's military, particularly the Fushi mechas, has indeed evoked considerable admiration from the Eagle Nation. Report. At this moment, a communications officer stood to relay. A Izumo-class cruiser from the Foot Basin is located 120 nautical miles away from our position, requesting to establish communication with us. Upon hearing this, Marty displayed a hint of impatience and waved his hand dismissively. These people from Sakurajima are truly restless spirits. They should consider the level of this mission. With their capabilities, they are simply unqualified to participate. There is no need to pay them any mind. I trust others will feel the same. As he spoke, a knowing smile crept across Marty's face. Meanwhile, in a certain region of the Atlantic Ocean, a Sakurajima Izumo-class cruiser was under the command of several military personnel, their faces clouded with dismay. Damn it, this is utterly outrageous. They have audaciously rejected our communications. Captain Ichiro Shimada of the Izumo cruiser exhibited a fierce expression of anger. He had received a domestic mission to patrol the Atlantic aboard the Izumo, intending to seize an opportunity to investigate the undertakings of the 5 permanent members in these international waters. Yet, they were met with silence. The 5 powers disregarded them completely. This left Ichiro's national pride severely bruised, rendering him utterly helpless and frustrated. However, To be fair, from the perspective of the five powers, Sakurajima was indeed not taken seriously. After all, in matters of life and death for human civilization, given the inherent traits of the Sakurajima people, it was quite fortunate that they did not cause any disturbances. Concurrently, the countdown quickly approached its end. As the personnel in the command room chanted in unison, 1098, Lin Yuan felt a sudden tremor beneath his feet. Gazing into the distance, he faintly discerned a colossal wave rising from the ocean. It erupted. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, instinctively clenching his fists, while concentrating intently on the system's notifications. Report. The explosion has been successfully executed, expected to generate a wave approximately 100 meters high. There are no vessels in the explosion zone. The mission has been accomplished. The Jiaolong is about to return to the detonation site for final confirmation. Amidst a flurry of reports, the tension amongst the personnel eased, and they collectively exhaled in relief. At the very least, the explosion had gone smoothly. As for whether the underwater pyramid had been destroyed, they would await feedback from the Jiaolong submersible. It was then that a sly smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips, and he suddenly radiated an invigorating aura, unable to suppress a smile. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the system task of destroying the signal transmission and reception device. System Reward 1. Gravitational Wave Spaceship, Technology, and Blueprints. System Reward 2. Unlocking Earth Starship Crew Character Profile Sequence 2, Fushi and Yuwa. System Reward 3. Quantum Computer, Technology, and Blueprints. Upon hearing the system's feedback echoing in his mind, Lin Yuan's grin was as uncontainable as an AK bursting forth. He could not help but laugh heartily, thoroughly satisfied with the rewards from this mission. His considerable efforts in collaborating with the five powers for this task had not been in vain. Chief Lin, why do you appear so jubilant? Chun Lin inquired with curiosity. The mission is complete. A great weight has been lifted from my heart. How could I not be joyful? Lin Yuan replied with a hearty laugh. Oh, Chun Lin murmured, unable to restrain himself. You already know that the pyramid was successfully destroyed, even before the feedback has come in. Indeed. Lin Yuan mysteriously patted Brother Chun on the shoulder and assured him, rest easy, all is well. With a hearty laugh, he turned and strode toward the rest cabin. Finally having obliterated that infernal signal transmission receiver, a good night's sleep awaited him. A few hours later, the Jiaolong deep-sea submersible transmitted images and data reports. The mission was a resounding success. At that moment, the operations room aboard the 055 destroyer erupted in jubilant cheers. Chen Xiaohua glanced around and remarked, truly, Chief Engineer Lin possesses an uncanny foresight. No wonder he was so composed as he drifted off to sleep. Indeed, if I were to express admiration for anyone, it would undoubtedly be Chief Engineer Lin. Professor Lin is a genius. His intellect and thought processes are beyond what ordinary minds can fathom. The crowd buzzed with excitement, showering Lin Yuan with praises. On that very day, major international media outlets reported the news of a tsunami occurring in the Atlantic. However, under the veil of secrecy imposed by the five permanent members, there was not a single mention of the destruction of the underwater pyramid. Conversely, on Sakurajima, an atmosphere of dread descended, as it felt as though the five permanent members were conspiring something monumental, leaving everyone quite unsettled. 2 days later, in Europe, in London, at the International Airport runway, a Dragon Kingdom special aircraft landed smoothly. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan's calm figure emerged from the foggy airport, accompanied by over 30 individuals, including relevant security and research personnel. Chief Engineer Lin, what is our objective this time? Chun Lin inquired eagerly. It had been 2 days since the underwater pyramid was detonated, and both the Dragon Kingdom and the other permanent members had confirmed the successful destruction of the Bermuda deep-sea pyramid. The mission had been accomplished to everyone's satisfaction. Having completed the task, Lin Yuan bid farewell to Captain Chun and his entourage, hastening to their next destination, London. As Lin Yuan found himself in this grand city, he surveyed his surroundings, the foreign scenery evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. This was his first visit to the United Kingdom. Curiously observing the environment, Lin Yuan exclaimed, Stonehenge. Upon hearing this, Chun Lin's pupils constricted in astonishment as the group boarded their vehicle, en route to the designated hotel. Stonehenge. It was indeed Stonehenge. Inside the speeding car, Chun Lin and the research team were invigorated, for Lin Yuan had kept the purpose of this trip a secret until their arrival in London, leaving them oblivious to the fact that their next exploration point was Stonehenge. Chief Engineer Lin, could this eerie place possibly have some connection to the Earth Starship? Chun Lin inquired, having quickly researched information about Stonehenge online. I've seen numerous Western media outlets claiming that Stonehenge was actually constructed by the people of the United Kingdom in the last century, and that this so-called ancient wonder is merely a man-made replica. Is there any truth to this? Chun Lin peppered him with questions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan revealed a mysterious smile. Brother Chun, do not be swayed by the Western media's sensational claims that Stonehenge was constructed in the last century and is merely a fraudulent endeavor with no ancient history to speak of. In truth, This is a grave injustice to Stonehenge, for it indeed belongs to the realm of prehistoric relics. Chapter 117. The Secrets of Stonehenge, an ancient astronomical observatory? Oh, it is time for enlightenment. Chen Lin immediately sat up straight, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Many internet users have criticized the notion that Stonehenge was fabricated by the British in the 1950s, asserting that it lacks any ancient provenance. Their evidence consists of a few photographs circulating online, depicting workers engaged in restoration efforts at Stonehenge. Lin Yuan chuckled. This assertion is rather naive. The so-called photographs online are easily understood. They merely show the British undertaking some routine maintenance and stabilization work on Stonehenge. Furthermore, there is a theory suggesting that scientists from Britain captured images to simulate how ancient people might have erected the massive stones. Consequently, these images made their way online, leading to the ludicrous claim that the British were constructing Stonehenge. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin blinked and nodded, realizing the truth. Indeed, Stonehenge is shrouded in mystery. It is located on the outskirts of the foggy city of Britain, spanning approximately 11 hectares, and is recognized as one of the 7 wonders of the world. The stone pillars of Stonehenge reach heights of up to 8 meters and weigh as much as 50 tons, with massive stone lintels resting atop them. Surrounding the structure is a circular ditch and earthwork with a diameter of approximately 90 meters, within which lie 56 circular pits. Additionally, there are ditches, mounds, pits, and pillars, all arranged in a remarkably regular concentric formation, exhibiting a distinct order. According to modern scientific research, the construction of Stonehenge is regarded as a marvel of ancient engineering, with an extensive historical significance. Based on Lin Yuan's studies, the inception of Stonehenge likely coincided with the era of the Yellow Emperor. Moreover, it is worth noting that Stonehenge is not unique to Britain. Various other enigmatic stone circles can be found across the globe. For instance, in the Sahara Desert, there exists another grand and mysterious stone circle, which the discoverer named the Nabta Playa Stone Circle. After thorough examination, it has been determined that this stone circle in the Sahara is at least 7,000 years old. However, this figure is merely an approximation, as current technology cannot accurately analyze its origins. Thus, the establishment of this stone circle may potentially date back tens of thousands of years. Additionally, there is the Armenian Alien Stone Circle, composed of basalt and adorned with exquisite patterns, which predates that of Britain. The Amazonian Stone Circle, formed from granite, features stones weighing several tons, shrouded in profound mystery. There are also the stone circles beneath Lake Michigan and the one in Bear Country, among others. The existence of these stone circles vividly illustrates that in ancient times, a mysterious stone circle culture thrived across the globe. What purpose did these serve? And how were ancient peoples, with their rudimentary technologies and tools, capable of aligning these monoliths, some weighing dozens or even hundreds of tons? With boundless imagination, Lin Yuan and his companions gradually arrived at their accommodation in the heart of Mist City. Upon noticing a vaguely familiar building in the distance, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of surprise and instinctively glanced at Chen Lin. "Brother Chen, what is going on?" he inquired, gesturing towards the scene outside the car window. Ahead, a grand reception area had been meticulously arranged, with numerous royal-mounted police stationed at either side, a red carpet laid out, and an array of exquisite flowers and balloons adorning the space. To their astonishment, they discovered that this was none other than Buckingham Palace, the renowned residence of the members of the British royal family. Everyone was utterly taken aback. Seeing their reaction, Chen Lin hastily explained, "Mr. Lin, there's no other way. Once you mentioned your intention to visit Britain, the officials there were quick to reach out to us. They expressed immense enthusiasm for your arrival and insisted on welcoming you in their royal garden to showcase their hospitality. Rest assured, our security team has already made the necessary preparations at Buckingham Palace, so there's no need to worry about safety. The truth is, they are eager to curry favor with you. Look, even King Fei's has come to greet you." Chen Lin pointed out of the window. Indeed, they could see an elegantly dressed elder, surrounded by numerous attendants, beaming as he stood at the entrance of Buckingham Palace, clearly poised to welcome Lin Yuan. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, realizing that despite his initial desire for discretion, the British were going all out for this occasion. He exited the vehicle amidst the resounding salute of the royal guard, slowly making his way towards the welcoming party. "Mr. Lin," King Fei's exclaimed upon spotting Lin Yuan, his aged eyes sparkling with excitement as he approached eagerly. "Mr. Lin, we have heard that you have quite the following in our nation." Chen Lin whispered with a sly grin at Lin Yuan's ear. "Is that so?" Lin Yuan replied, allowing a gentle smile to surface as he shook hands with the elderly king. "Welcome, Mr. Lin, you are a great pioneer," the old king exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He then warmly ushered Lin Yuan into Buckingham Palace. That evening, King Fei's officially represented the British government and royal family in a grand and heartfelt ceremony to welcome Lin Yuan's arrival. Throughout the event, the king exhibited a profound interest and enthusiasm for the Earth starship, eagerly posing numerous questions to Lin Yuan. Satisfied with the responses he received, the king beamed with childlike excitement. He even made a direct promise to the official institutions in Britain to ensure full cooperation with Lin Yuan's scientific endeavors during his stay. The following day, Lin Yuan awoke in a room on the third floor of Buckingham Palace, gazing at the opulent palace architecture outside with a smile. After enjoying breakfast, he gathered everyone together and, with the assistance of local institutions, hastily set off towards their destination, the Stonehenge on the Salisbury Plain, located on the outskirts of Miss City. In adherence to principles of safety and cooperation, the local authorities, represented by John Bull, cleared the area surrounding Stonehenge. Consequently, when Lin Yuan arrived, this enigmatic architectural marvel appeared remarkably tranquil and serene. Upon witnessing Stonehenge firsthand, the gathered crowd was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, as one of the 7 wonders of the world, Stonehenge possessed an undeniable allure. Chun Lin was deeply moved. Having previously viewed photographs online, he had not grasped its magnificence until he stood before the enormous stone structure. A wave of profound impact washing over him. It was astonishing to realize that such a grand edifice could be constructed by the ancient peoples of the West, leaving him bewildered about the methods they employed. The other attendees engaged in animated discussions, speculating about the origins of the structure. At that moment, Lin Yuan, who had been quietly observing the monument, suddenly spoke. I suspect that Stonehenge may be connected to the Yellow Emperor and his cohort. He elaborated. According to the classic of mountains and seas, there exists a deity of the setting sun named Naz, who is depicted with 2 green serpents adorning his earlobes and rides upon 2 formidable red serpents. Thus, I postulate that this so-called Naz deity was merely a low-ranking member of the Yellow Emperor's entourage, assigned to the Western domain after their unexpected arrival on Earth. Furthermore, modern scholars have discovered that the term England, as referred to by John Bull, has linguistically evolved from the word Naz. The crowd was astonished by this revelation. Lin, what exactly is Stonehenge? They implored, eager for clarification. An ancient observatory. Lin Yuan replied emphatically. I suspect it was erected by the Yellow Emperor for the purpose of celestial observation, which is why we find stone circles of various scales distributed globally. Chapter 118. Preparing to activate the causal halo. Experimental target. Ancient observatory Stonehenge is an observatory? The crowd gasped in disbelief, expressing their skepticism. I will provide detailed explanations shortly. Lin Yuan responded with a calm smile. He then deployed a wide-angle drone for filming and initiated a live broadcast on his phone. It had been over half a month since his last educational livestream. Although he had intended to broadcast while in the land of the pyramids, the local authorities had discouraged any revelations regarding the secrets of the pyramids, coupled with the mission to destroy signal receivers, which had impeded his live streaming endeavors. This prolonged wait had left domestic viewers in anticipation, and when Lin Yuan finally commenced his broadcast, a flood of excited viewers surged in, nearly driven to frenzy. Oh my, the host has started streaming? What a delightful surprise. I was feeling quite down today, but now that the host is live, I feel invigorated as if I've been given a fresh lease on life. The greatest joy upon waking each day is the prospect of watching Lin Yuan's livestream. He is the leader of a national-level engineering project, and we are already quite satisfied with his ability to stream once or twice a month. The netizens engaged in jubilant discussions, while some, upon realizing the visuals presented in the video, were taken aback. Is this the Stonehenge of John Bull? My goodness. Chief Engineer Lin has actually ventured abroad. What place is this? Why are there so many massive stones? Stonehenge is inscrutable. It is one of the 7 wonders of the world. The online chatter intensified. Before long, the news of Lin Yuan's live broadcast, propelled by the spontaneous promotion of netizens, led to an influx of nearly 5 million viewers within a mere 5 minutes. This figure continued to surge at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, many Western netizens also took notice of Lin Yuan's broadcast. Upon seeing the backdrop of the Stonehenge in the foggy outskirts of John Bull City, they too felt a surge of excitement. Goodness, Lin is at Stonehenge. Has he uncovered the secrets of this enigmatic monument? It is a mystery of the world. The grandeur of Stonehenge is truly staggering, leaving one to ponder the circumstances under which ancient people constructed it. Even in modern times, theories about its formation remain varied and speculative. There is hope that this distinguished scientist from the Dragon Kingdom might provide a reasonable explanation. At this moment, the global online community was in a frenzy, as the backdrop of the foggy Stonehenge captivated numerous Western netizens, who fervently requested that the Dragon Kingdom facilitate internet access for them to bypass restrictions and watch the live stream. Chief Engineer Lin, I have received notification from Douyin. They mentioned that through a specific channel, your current live session can be transformed into a global broadcast, instantly attracting a multitude of viewers, reported Chen Lin as he approached. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, all right, inform them that I agree. Understood. Chen Lin nodded and immediately began communicating with Douyin's officials. Perhaps Douyin had anticipated this moment. Upon learning of Lin Yuan's consent to initiate a global broadcast, they were elated and swiftly mobilized all technical resources. Within just a few minutes, they established connections across all global channels, including the overseas version of Douyin. It is noteworthy that the overseas Douyin platform boasts an astonishing user base. Once the global broadcast commenced, Lin Yuan's stream instantaneously reached an online viewership of 30 million. The popularity was beyond numerical estimation. My goodness, I just saw the official notification from Douyin. Professor Lin has launched a global live stream. And the concurrent viewers have reached 30 million, with numbers still climbing. This is extraordinary. Even the most renowned global celebrities lack such immense online appeal. Truly, Lin is exceptional. The netizens from the Dragon Kingdom cheered with excitement. Western viewers also rejoiced, all eagerly anticipating the content of today's broadcast. Taking a gentle breath, Lin Yuan allowed a composed smile to grace his lips, resembling an elegant gentleman from ancient Dragon Kingdom, greeting the viewers through the camera. Hello everyone, I am Lin Yuan. As you can see, I am currently at the Stonehenge located in the outskirts of the foggy city. Lin Yuan smiled and remarked. At the conclusion of the previous live broadcast, I made an announcement regarding today's topic, which will delve into the content of ancient ruins overseas. Today, we find ourselves at Stonehenge, the second stop on my overseas expedition. The audience was astounded upon hearing that Stonehenge was the second destination. What on earth? The second stop? I must have missed an episode. Or was the first? Observing the barrage of questions flooding the screen, Lin Yuan chuckled and clarified, due to certain special circumstances. The content of the first episode was not streamed live. However, I will upload a refined version later, which pertains to the pyramids. Those interested may view it at their convenience. Now, to return to the matter at hand. The Stonehenge behind me is widely recognized. Many of you are likely familiar with it as one of the 7 wonders of the world. These colossal stones reach heights of approximately 10 meters and weigh several tons, making it exceedingly improbable that ancient peoples could have constructed such an immense edifice with their limited resources. Consequently, upon its modern discovery, a myriad of theories emerged. Some speculate that Stonehenge serves as a miraculous healing site, while others contend that it was a location for ritual sacrifices, and some even attribute its creation to extraterrestrial beings. In my view, however, Stonehenge should be classified as an ancient observatory or understood as a unique platform for celestial observation. Without further ado, let me elucidate why I assert this. Firstly, numerous experts have studied the entrance of Stonehenge and discovered that it aligns perfectly with the rays of sunlight during the summer solstice. Additionally, the orientation aligns with the sunset during the winter solstice. As he spoke, Lin Yuan retrieved a quantum detection device to analyze some of the stones at the site. Soon, he announced, as you can see, my quantum detector reveals that the internal composition of these stones is remarkably unique, indicating that they are not merely ordinary rocks found in nature. They contain mysterious substances that our modern technology has yet to comprehend. Akin to a notion I previously discussed during a live broadcast about the Great Wall circuitry. Within the stones of the Great Wall, there exists a mysterious white cement substance, which serves functions similar to those required in modern electronic chip engineering. The results obtained from the quantum detection of these stones not only unveil their enigmatic materials, but also suggest that they have been meticulously designed to create specific alignment patterns. Therefore, it is indeed accurate to assert that Stonehenge serves as an observatory, with numerous applications such as calendar creation, astronomical measurements, and planetary observation. This notion has been expounded upon by renowned astronomer Hawkins. Lin Yuan elaborated further. For instance, by connecting the key structures of Stonehenge, one can draw conclusions that coincide with the trajectories of the sun and moon throughout the year. Moreover, on a full moon night, standing within the confines of Stonehenge, one can witness lunar eclipses and even appreciate the beauty of moonstones. Moreover, one can observe the captivating images captured above. As the drone hovers, the apex of the monoliths reveals intricate patterns that catch the eyes of netizens. These designs have already piqued the interest of contemporary scholars. Lin Yuan remarked with a smile that experts have discovered 72 enigmatic symbols at Stonehenge. The purpose and significance of these symbols remain shrouded in mystery. However, I entertain a conjecture. Perhaps some of you have seen a film from the last century titled Stargate. It presents a remarkably fitting concept. The Stargate itself is a colossal circular structure adorned with mysterious symbols, which denote coordinates of different star systems, much like dialing a phone number. By manipulating these enigmatic symbols, one could theoretically open a cosmic wormhole, achieving interstellar travel in an instant. Pausing momentarily, Lin Yuan adopted a more serious demeanor. Some may question whether it is too frivolous to draw parallels with a film. Yet, I contend that the premise of Stargate is entirely plausible. And the 72 symbols etched at Stonehenge, coupled with other elements, imply that the structure serves a purpose far beyond that of a mere astronomical observatory. He further elaborated, drawing a comparison to a concept from a certain novel, a human array computer. In our imagination, the sheer number of individuals, through specific behaviors, could emulate the computational capabilities of a computer, which seems utterly fantastical. However, it is, in fact, a scientifically valid notion. Lin Yuan succinctly explained the functionality of the human array computer. By organizing 30 million soldiers into groups for binary calculations, they could collectively form a vast system that simulates computer operations. Upon hearing this, the online audience erupted in excitement. A human array computer. This notion holds merit. The various monoliths at Stonehenge resemble a human array computer. They may appear static or implausible, yet when combined or utilized through specific methodologies, they constitute an intricate instrument of significant functionality. Our lack of understanding, or perhaps the inadequacy of our current civilization's methods, hinders us from deciphering its operational principles. The audience was electrified by this revelation. At this juncture, Lin Yuan signaled to other researchers to wield the quantum detector and conduct observations around the Stonehenge site. As this was a live broadcast, the scene fell into a hushed stillness, with only Lin Yuan and his fellow researchers scanning the area with the quantum detectors. After nearly 10 minutes, the feedback from the detectors prompted Lin Yuan to speak again, his tone grave. Beneath the location of Stonehenge, a substantial material reaction has been detected. What does this imply? It suggests that beneath Stonehenge lies a plethora of undiscovered subterranean tombs and activity sites, indicating that the structure is far more complex than merely the visible stones above ground. Instead, a complex observational apparatus for celestial bodies is formed through a multitude of unknown structures buried deep beneath the earth. To substantiate this claim, extensive excavation at the site of Stonehenge would be necessary. However, such actions could irrevocably damage the integrity of this ancient monument, adversely affecting its functionality. At this juncture, Lin Yuan found himself somewhat helpless. After all, Stonehenge is situated on John Bull's territory, and given the official resolve of John Bull, it seems unlikely that excavation could take place here. With a sigh, Lin Yuan produced other equipment. Following a series of experiments, amidst the astonished gazes of online viewers, Lin Yuan slowly articulated. As you can see, the experiment being conducted by the host is a specific type of ultrasonic test. Ultrasound is a sound that is inaudible to the human ear, yet I can now confirm that within Stonehenge, ultrasonic waves can indeed be emitted. In ancient times, the civilization of that era would have been incapable of comprehending ultrasound. As Lin Yuan spoke, he directed the camera towards some peculiar blue sandstone within Stonehenge. Behold, this is a component of Stonehenge, a mysterious blue sandstone. I suspect that the ultrasonic waves emanating from within Stonehenge are generated by this blue sandstone, arranged in a specific configuration among the stones. However, what purpose these ultrasonic waves serve remains unknown to us. At that moment, Lin Yuan was suddenly seized by an urge. A thought crossed his mind. If he were to utilize the causal halo from the Earth Exploration System, could Stonehenge reveal its true secrets? Excitement welled within him as he recalled that several months had passed since he last employed the causal halo, primarily due to its significant implications, which had made him hesitant to use it recklessly. Yet, the enigma of Stonehenge ignited a desire within Lin Yuan to activate the causal halo. After all, should any undesirable consequences arise, they would not impact our Dragon Nation, as this is John Bull's domain. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he gazed into the camera and gently suggested, "Perhaps we can attempt to unlock the true functionalities of this megalithic structure?" Upon hearing this, global viewers seemed to grasp Lin Yuan's intention, their eyes widening in astonishment. Simultaneously, various research institutions around the world, filled with countless experts and scholars, trembled in disbelief, their scalps prickling with unease. God, what does Mr. Lin mean? Does he have a method to activate Stonehenge? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Stonehenge is merely an ordinary megalithic structure. It cannot possibly possess any functionality. Many experts and scholars asserted vehemently. Chapter 119. The astronomical mystery that has baffled humanity for millennia. At this moment, the number of online viewers in Lin Yuan's live stream had surged to a staggering 38 million. It is worth noting that this was an impromptu global broadcast, unprepared in advance. Otherwise, the numbers could have potentially doubled or even tripled. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's intention to attempt activating the functionalities of Stonehenge, the global online community was left in a state of disbelief. Whether in the digital realm or in reality, a wave of fervor swept through. In the real world, Professor Chloe from a European quantum institution sprang up from her sofa, her face a portrait of incredulity. My goodness, how could this be possible? Stonehenge, an ancient marvel of advanced technology akin to an astronomical observatory, is now to be activated by this young scientist from the Dragon Nation? What am I hearing? Chloe, an elderly woman and one of the world's most renowned astronomers, specializes in observing the universe through the lens of quantum physics. Immediately, her eyes sparkled with intense brilliance as she fixated on the live stream. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the National Academy of Sciences, nearly 100 experts from various academic fields donned translation headsets, intently listening to Lin Yuan's broadcast. Upon learning of Lin Yuan's intention to activate the Stonehenge functionalities, the atmosphere became charged with astonishment. My God, what is the mind of this individual from the Dragon Nation made of? How could he entertain such a fantastical notion? It is utterly inconceivable. If he truly succeeds, modern science would be compelled to redefine itself. The anticipation was palpable. Should he indeed activate Stonehenge, it would serve as a monumental catalyst for the study of modern science and ancient civilizations. A chorus of scientists murmured in excitement. In the Pentagon's war room, General William and a handful of fellow generals were equally engrossed in the matter. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan planned to attempt the activation of Stonehenge, General William abruptly stood up, trembling with fervor as he clenched his jaw, exclaiming, "My God, this individual from the Dragon Nation must possess some knowledge." His unwavering confidence that Stonehenge is an ancient device for observing the cosmos surely has its reasons. Perhaps he has uncovered a fragment of Earth's secrets. With this thought, a flicker of doubt crossed General William's eyes. Could it be that he has some insight into the mysteries beneath Area 51? Hearing his murmurs, the assembled dignitaries exchanged puzzled glances. "William, is there something you are withholding from us?" One prominent figure from Washington queried, brow furrowed. "Mr. Ted, this is classified information. However, given your authority and the current circumstances, you are now entitled to know." After a moment of contemplation, William slowly began to speak. He then instructed his secretary to retrieve a document, projecting it onto the screen, stating with a hint of bitterness, "A few months ago, our scientists made a significant discovery beneath Area 51. At a depth of 5,000 meters, we uncovered a series of peculiar subterranean ruins. On that day, a portion of our scientists and workers ventured deep into the depths, only to inadvertently trigger some mechanism." Wait. The assembly of dignitaries widened their eyes in astonishment at William's words. "Hold on. William, did you say you triggered a mechanism?" Another dignitary stammered. Indeed. William's expression was exceedingly grave. On that day, a significant explosion occurred at a depth of 5,000 meters in Area 51, igniting a terrifying blaze that resulted in the tragic loss of over 60 lives, including 12 of our nation's most elite scientists. The thought of this drove William to a frenzy, and he could not help but clench his fists. Due to the sensitive nature of the underground secrets involved, this incident was classified as top secret, known only to a select few. In the ensuing months, we continued our exploration of the 5,000-meter depth in Area 51. Naturally, following the incident, our scientists and engineering teams exercised extreme caution. Ultimately, it was determined that the incident was not an accident. Rather, the research team had triggered some kind of mechanism that led to the explosion and ensuing catastrophe. After thorough investigation, our scientists concluded that Area 51 likely conceals significant core secrets pertaining to the Earth Starship, contingent upon the veracity of the theories proposed by that individual from the Dragon Kingdom, suggesting that the Earth Starship indeed exists. Upon hearing William's words, the prominent figures present squinted their eyes in astonishment. "My God, could such a thing exist? Can I interpret this disaster triggered by a mechanism as an indication that we have stumbled upon certain confidential cores, only to be obstructed by some protective device?" Moments later, a high-ranking official from the military exclaimed with fervor. "Indeed, our research team shares this perspective," William replied solemnly. "As you all know, we designated Area 51 as a military no-fly zone due to its unique characteristics and the secrets we have uncovered here over the years. Thus, there undoubtedly lies an astonishing secret at the 5,000-meter depth in Area 51, and that mysterious explosion was intended to safeguard these secrets." Cheers erupted once more among the gathered dignitaries, who were filled with unrestrained joy. But let us not rejoice too soon. William suddenly sighed, his tone heavy with melancholy. While we can ascertain that the target area conceals some form of secret, our scientists have yet to decipher the means of protection. In recent months, we have dispatched the world's most elite scientists and academic prodigies across various fields to conduct extensive research and exploration of the target area. Yet none have found a viable method. Should we proceed recklessly, the reports from the expert team indicate a repetition of the tragic events of that day. Therefore, we must refrain from hasty actions and await the opportune moment. At this, several prominent figures from the military exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with determination. "William, are you referring to that individual from the Dragon Kingdom?" One of them suddenly turned and pointed at Lin Yuan in the video. "Precisely," William affirmed with a nod. "Mr. Lin is the genius who first proposed the theory of the Earth Starship. He must possess secrets and methods unknown to our nations. If, during this Foggy City encounter, he can indeed activate the so-called secrets of the Stonehenge, it may signify that he can assist us in unraveling the truth behind the 5,000-meter depth in Area 51. The analysis team has presented the most optimal plan. Since this young genius from the Dragon Kingdom has chosen to conduct scientific research visits abroad, we, the Eagles, can certainly extend our goodwill and invite him to our country. Of course, this hinges upon our ability to demonstrate genuine sincerity to impress this prodigy." At this point, William could not contain his excitement. His face flushed as he exclaimed, "If we could persuade this genius from the Dragon Kingdom to assist us in unraveling the secrets of Area 51, the benefits would undoubtedly be immense. Let us not forget that over the past 6 months, the technological advancements of the Dragon Kingdom have surged, and the intelligence gathered by our national team indicates that all of this is due to the contributions of this genius, Lin Yuan." As William spoke, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a composed smile graced his lips. I understand the concerns that linger among you. Once we unveil the secrets of Area 51, the Dragon Kingdom might also become aware of them, potentially placing us at a disadvantage. However, let us remember that this is Area 51, our domain. No matter how adept the Dragon Kingdom may be, I refuse to believe that the benefits they might gain could surpass our own. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted throughout the conference room. Indeed, General William was entirely correct. This is our territory, and as long as we can convince this genius to assist us, the subsequent actions, even if they require us to be confrontational, will be entirely within our control. Without delay, let us immediately contact the Dragon Kingdom and formally invite this genius to visit us, the Eagles. Naturally, to win him over, we should present certain terms that would be irresistible to him, which is entirely reasonable. Indeed, when compared to the potential future gains, most losses are entirely acceptable. The room erupted into a chorus of cunning laughter. Alas, Lin Yuan was not present, otherwise he would surely be laughing uproariously. The Eagles, fixated on the secrets of Area 51, believe there lies some hidden treasure beneath. If they were to discover that the so-called secrets of Area 51 are merely a substandard incineration chamber aboard an Earth starship, I wonder if their laughter would remain as bright as it is now. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of John Bull, Stonehenge stood silent, the atmosphere charged with Lin Yuan's astonishing declarations. Several official personnel from John Bull accompanying him, as well as local scientists and archaeologists, exhibited expressions of shock. My goodness, he actually mentioned activating Stonehenge. Professor Joseph, the most renowned scientist from John Bull, suddenly became animated, his face flushed. Beside him, a uniquely positioned official from John Bull turned to Joseph, urgency in his voice. Professor Joseph, do you believe what he claims is feasible? I do not know. Joseph quickly shook his head, gravely stating, but let us not forget, Lin is a genius. Currently, millions are watching his live stream, and I believe he would not jeopardize his reputation with baseless fabrications for mere publicity. Therefore, this may indeed be true. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan signaled Chen Lin to follow him with his phone, approaching the official personnel from John Bull. Mr. Lin, the person in charge immediately approached. Mr. Watts. Lin recognized the name and understood that he was the head of the official team from John Bull. Calmly, he stated, please assist me in contacting your nation's higher authorities. I trust you heard my earlier remarks. I may be able to conduct an in-depth study of this mysterious stone circle, but this is ultimately your country's territory. And the stone circle is also your nation's property. Therefore, it depends on your willingness to allow me to conduct this research. Lin Yuan spoke naturally. However, upon hearing this, Watts furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of hesitation. Very well, I shall grant you 5 minutes to present your case. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, my time is quite valuable. If you do not believe what I say, I shall take my leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Watts grew anxious. Joseph, even more agitated, quickly interjected, Mr. Lin, please stay. He then turned to Watts, exclaiming, Mr. Watts, this is a tremendous opportunity for us to gain insight into the ancient relics of civilization. Lin is a genius. I believe he will lead us into uncharted territories. Seeing the esteemed academic from his country hold Lin Yuan in such high regard, Watts gritted his teeth and nodded. I will report this to the higher authorities, but their decision is beyond my control. That is of no consequence, Lin Yuan shrugged. He had initially been inspired to employ the causal aura to uncover the true nature of the stone circle, but that did not mean he was obligated to do so. Regardless of whether John Bull agreed, he stood to lose nothing. Of course, should they consent, he could seize the opportunity to unveil the secrets of the stone circle, perhaps even garnering some benefits from the system. Otherwise, he would not be inclined to work for John Bull without due rewards. Any benefits must be rightfully his. Taking advantage of the time while the person in charge reported to the higher authorities, Lin Yuan once again addressed the live camera. As you have all heard, we are currently awaiting a response from the higher echelons of John Bull. In the meantime, let us continue to discuss my thoughts on the stone circle, this ancient observatory. I believe that when the Yellow Emperor's people established the observatories around the world, the stone circle, they sought not only to study the mysteries of the cosmos, but also to serve other purposes. At this point, Lin Yuan spoke meaningfully. I wonder if anyone has pondered or imagined a question. Could it be that the major planets in our solar system are, in fact, designed? And the designers? The super civilization behind the creation of Earth's starship. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's proposition, the global audience erupted once again. Some viewers, familiar with the solar system, visibly shook, instinctively displaying expressions of contemplation. Others exhibited puzzled looks, eagerly anticipating Lin Yuan's subsequent explanations. First, let me point out something. Are you aware of a question that has perplexed humanity for millennia? Or, since the flourishing of modern science and the dazzling era of astronomy, a remarkable phenomenon has been discovered within our solar system. That is, the distances of the planets from the Sun seem to be meticulously designed. For instance, the distance from Mercury to the Sun is 0. 4 astronomical units. Venus to the Sun is 0. 7 astronomical units. While Earth to the Sun measures precisely 1 astronomical unit. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's expression turned notably grave. This raises a compelling question. If the planets of the solar system are indeed products of natural cosmic phenomena, could it merely be a coincidence? Thus, we return to the theory previously mentioned by the host. Earth is likened to a starship, and the entire solar system is conceived as an interstellar fleet. The distinction lies solely in the different functionalities of each planetary vessel. Chapter 120. The causal halo illuminates the true nature of Stonehenge. What does this imply? It suggests that the entire solar system, and potentially the Milky Way and beyond, may have been preordained by some enigmatic creator. Lin Yuan solemnly remarked that this theory is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Prior discoveries by scientists regarding the cosmic axis have uncovered a profound truth. If this cosmic axis indeed exists, it signifies that at the dawn of the universe, 13.8 billion years ago, the emergence of the solar system was already predetermined 9.2 billion years later. This theory, when viewed on a grand scale, is somewhat overwhelming. So let us refrain from delving into it today and instead continue our previous discussion. We previously mentioned that the distance from Mercury to the Sun is 0. 4 astronomical units. Venus to the Sun is 0.7 astronomical units. Earth to the Sun is 1 astronomical unit, and Mars to the Sun is 1.6 astronomical units. Astute viewers might have noticed an intriguing detail. The distances of the major planets in the solar system from the Sun follow a discernible pattern. Indeed, this is the renowned Titius-Bode law. As Lin Yuan concluded his remarks, the global livestream erupted in excitement. Wow! The distances from the planets to the Sun seem to follow a formula where the first number is multiplied by 2, then increased by 4, and finally reduced by 10. By this calculation, the distance to the next celestial body should be 2.8 astronomical units. A quick-thinking viewer promptly announced the answer. Yet, there seemed to be a discrepancy. There appears to be no celestial body at that position. Some knowledgeable astronomy enthusiasts swiftly expressed their confusion. Lin Yuan, undeterred, proceeded with his enlightening exposition. With a calm smile, he remarked, "Indeed, many of you appear to have identified the issue. According to the Titius-Bode law, the next planet's distance from the Sun should be 2.8 astronomical units. Yet there is no substantial planet residing there. It seems as though this law is flawed. However, the subsequent distances for Jupiter and Saturn align with this formula. Jupiter's distance from the Sun is 5.2 astronomical units, while Saturn's measures 10 astronomical units. Following that is Uranus, which, adhering to the aforementioned pattern, reveals a distance of 19.2 astronomical units from the Sun. This conundrum has perplexed modern scientific civilization for centuries, encapsulating the essence of the Titius-Bode law. Upon the utterance of these words, many netizens found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Good heavens! This formula is astonishingly precise. It is indeed remarkable, but one must wonder, where has the planet corresponding to 28 astronomical units vanished? I entertain a bold conjecture. Could it be the fabled Nibiru, previously mentioned by the host? Observing the discussions among netizens, Lin Yuan chuckled softly and elucidated. While many speculate that this fifth planet may very well be the long-lost Nibiru, we shall refrain from delving into that debate for now. However, contemporary astronomical discoveries have identified a belt of asteroids in that region, which leads to an intriguing conclusion. These asteroids may be fragments resulting from the explosion of a celestial body. If that is indeed the case, it aligns with the Titius-Bode law, suggesting that a fifth planet once occupied that position, only to be obliterated by a cataclysmic planetary explosion. Furthermore, modern astronomy has revealed that the average distances of certain large planetary satellites astonishingly adhere to a similar pattern as the Titius-Bode law. Pausing for effect, Lin Yuan faced the camera, his demeanor strikingly serious. What does this imply? As the barrage of comments surged, Lin Yuan articulated each word with gravitas, his voice resonating like the clash of metal, powerful and sonorous. It suggests that in our solar system, the distances of most planets from the central starship of the solar system could potentially be artificially predetermined. To draw an analogy, if the entire solar system were likened to a train, then the Sun would be the locomotive, wielding immense energy to propel the entire train forward. Each planet would represent a carriage, maintaining a stable distance from the engine. Alternatively, one might view the solar system as a fleet, navigating the vast expanse of interstellar space, necessitating the maintenance of a safe distance among each planetary vessel. Just as modern ships, including naval fleets, must observe meticulous safety distances while traversing the seas. This formula elucidates the parameters of such safety distances. The emergence of the Titius-Bode law underscores this principle. All things possess a certain order. Yet the prospect of such precision in those laws is indeed daunting. As Lin Yuan concluded his remarks, an eerie silence enveloped the live stream. Goodness! The host's statements have rendered me utterly speechless. The logic is irrefutable. It is unfathomable. The more one analyzes, the closer the Earth seems to resemble a cosmic vessel. How terrifying! This could truly dismantle the worldview constructed by modern science. Amidst the chorus of exclamations, Lin Yuan remained remarkably composed. At that moment, Mr. Watts, who had been reporting to the upper echelons of John Bull, returned with an expression of solemnity. "Mr. Lin, our country has agreed to your proposal." Upon saying this, Watts inquired eagerly, What assistance do you require? Not at the moment, Lin Yuan replied, casting a glance at the streaming room. However, I will need a day to prepare. Understood. Watts nodded vigorously, excitement evident in his demeanor. We will cooperate fully. Only then did Lin Yuan turn his attention back to the live stream, speaking slowly. Dear viewers, at this time tomorrow, I shall commence a global broadcast, during which I will officially activate the ancient observatory at Stonehenge. Having concluded his broadcast, Lin Yuan elegantly shut down the live stream, leaving a multitude of viewers in a state of fervent excitement. To think, Master Lin has once again indulged in whimsy. Is this truly the end? I was under the impression that we were on the cusp of unveiling the Stonehenge mechanism. I was practically prepared. This is ancient black technology. Surely, it cannot be so straightforward. I believe Professor Lin must be meticulously preparing for this. Indeed, to witness the true visage of such ancient relics in one's lifetime is a stroke of fortune. We eagerly anticipate tomorrow's broadcast. I have an inkling that tomorrow will be a day etched into the annals of human history. Netizens from Long Nation were beside themselves with excitement. Even viewers from around the globe were seized by a spine-chilling thrill. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down their spines. In an instant, a tempest brewed worldwide. Lin Yuan had allocated a day's time, prompting numerous scientists and official agencies across various nations to dispatch elite representatives to John Bull. Ready to witness this grand spectacle firsthand, global media outlets were swift to cover the event. Is Stonehenge an ancient observatory? The greatest scientist of this century will unveil its secrets tomorrow became a headline that rapidly circulated around the world. That night, countless individuals would be too exhilarated to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and his team returned to the Buckingham Palace, their expressions markedly solemn. In the room, Lin Yuan sat upon a luxurious, royal British sofa, deep in contemplation. The reason he refrained from immediately activating the Stonehenge mechanism was deliberate. The primary motive was to conceal the existence of his system. Lin Yuan wished to create the illusion that he had genuinely made some groundbreaking discovery to activate Stonehenge, rather than revealing it, as if by magic in an instant. As he pondered, Chen Lin inquired, Master Lin, do you think this might be too grand? What is the concern? Lin Yuan snapped back to attention, smiling as he addressed Chen Lin. It's not that. I merely wonder if it might be too advantageous for John Bull. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. Should Lin Yuan truly unravel the mysteries of Stonehenge, it seemed to Chen Lin that John Bull would undoubtedly reap considerable benefits, given that Stonehenge lay within their territory. They wouldn't need to do much. Simply following Lin Yuan's research direction would yield substantial results. Perhaps we should negotiate with John Bull to assist them in uncovering the secrets of Stonehenge, securing some benefits beforehand? Chen Lin suggested. Brother Chen, I understand your concerns. But there is no need for worry. I have it all planned, Lin Yuan replied with a serene smile. Consider this. If we were to propose conditions now, it would amount to mere verbal negotiations with the John Bull authorities, who might not even acquiesce. However, if we allow John Bull to perceive some hope, realizing that Stonehenge indeed harbors secrets of an ancient civilization, they will then be the ones anxious to come to us, eager to curry our favor. In simple terms, the secrets of Stonehenge can only be unraveled by Lin Yuan, who has the freedom to invite whomever he wishes to join him on this grand adventure. This time, Lin Yuan is poised to embark on an extraordinary venture. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's expression transformed with realization, and he exclaimed with delight, So you already have a plan. I was worried we might be at the mercy of John Bull. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Lin Yuan resolved to orchestrate something monumental. A few moments later, Lin Yuan contacted Elder Chen and others in the capital through the military satellite phone of the Dragon Kingdom. After briefly outlining his plan, the elderly figure on the other end, busy at West Garden No. 1, suddenly radiated a brilliant light from his weathered eyes. Are you truly going to do this, Chief Engineer Lin? He asked, his voice filled with excitement. Yes, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Rest assured, in this game, we shall hold the initiative. John Bull will have no choice but to comply. After a moment of fervent, breathless anticipation, Elder Chen slowly wiped away the tears from his eyes and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I cannot thank you enough. I believe that if this plan succeeds, our descendants will forever remember your contributions and achievements. Elder Chen, you know me. I do not seek recognition. I merely desire to act with a clear conscience. Lin Yuan responded thoughtfully. Let us accomplish what previous generations could not. With that, he ended the call. Beside him, Chen Lin's expression was one of sheer astonishment, his eyes glistening with tears. After a lengthy pause, he trembled. Chief Engineer Lin, your plan. The Great Eagle Museum of John Bull houses 230,000 artifacts from our China, including paintings, bronzes, jade, porcelain, and textiles. Lin Yuan approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance with unwavering resolve. For instance, among their so-called 10 treasures, 3 are our national treasures, the Nushi Jin 2, the Dizong 10 Kings map representing the Guahuan culture, and the Yuan blue and white David vase representing Chinese porcelain. Not to mention numerous other priceless artifacts such as the Western Zhou bronze ritual vessels, Liao tricolor Arhut statues, the Yongla encyclopedia, Tang tricolor pottery, and the crystal cups from the Warring States period, along with the jade discs from the Western Han Dynasty. Each artifact embodies the profound heritage of our great nation, acquired through illegitimate means by thieves. Yet, for decades, John Bull has shown no genuine remorse, arrogantly claiming our antiquities as their own, looking down upon us with their false sense of superiority. This time, I shall ensure that John Bull returns these national treasures without hesitation. The treasures must come home. Lin Yuan's chilling words moved Chen Lin to tears. With a salute, the two exchanged a silent understanding. Meanwhile, in reality, domestic netizens remained oblivious to Lin Yuan's true intentions, naively believing that this was merely an academic exchange related to research or historical archaeology. Stonehenge. Chief Engineer Lin is actually claiming he will activate its functions. How utterly incredible. If Stonehenge truly reveals itself as described by Engineer Lin, it would indeed signify the existence of a formidable ancient civilization, thus affirming the authenticity of the Shanhai Jing. Indeed, according to the theory proposed during Professor Lin's live broadcast, Stonehenge was constructed in the Western realms by the figures from the era of the Yellow Emperor, as depicted in the Shanhai Jing. Oh, how I yearn for the revelation. An inexplicable sense of anticipation grips me. I sincerely hope there are no missteps. Engineer Lin has embarked on an extraordinary endeavor, with the gaze of billions from around the globe upon him. That night, countless netizens across the Dragon Kingdom found themselves unable to sleep. As time passed, it soon arrived at the hour designated for Lin Yuan's live broadcast. Meanwhile, at the Stonehenge site in the outskirts of the Misty City, Lin Yuan and his team were diligently preparing for the event. Of course, the so-called preparations were merely a facade, at least from the perspective of outsiders, who found the scene shrouded in mystery. For instance, Lin Yuan instructed his team to excavate certain areas of Stonehenge and to arrange various instruments around the site, lending an air of grandeur to the entire event. At last, the appointed time arrived, and Lin Yuan initiated the global broadcast. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Misty City time, netizens from around the world flooded into Lin Yuan's live stream almost simultaneously. The number of online viewers shattered previous records, reaching an astonishing 13 million. Unbelievable. Oh my. It is terrifying. Over 100 million people are captivated by this prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom, as if he were a deity surveying the mortal realm. In that moment, the global audience was electrified. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained composed, casting a glance at the camera, and murmured to himself, "System. Activate causal aura to reveal the true visage of ancient Stonehenge." Chapter 121. Ultra-high energy cosmic rays emitted from Earth. A serene smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. In the next instant, the entire Stonehenge seemingly came to life, and a resonant humming sound erupted from the site. What is that sound? My goodness. The first to react were those present at the Stonehenge site, including members of the Dragon Kingdom's expedition team accompanying Lin Yuan, as well as representatives from the John Bull delegation. Upon hearing the electrifying humming sound reverberating in their ears, everyone involuntarily widened their eyes. Mr. Watts was so startled that he nearly collapsed, his scalp tingling and his mind in turmoil. He could sense that the very ground beneath them was experiencing a tremor. The surrounding stones of Stonehenge began to emanate faint glimmers of light. Although subtle, they were distinctly visible upon closer inspection. Oh, dear God, what is the principle behind this? It is utterly astonishing. The scientists from the John Bull delegation were collectively stupefied, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. Simultaneously, 130 million netizens across the globe bore witness to this astonishing scene. Stonehenge seemed to unleash an invisible beam of light that soared into the heavens, with faint sounds of electricity crackling in the air. It was as if a device had been abruptly activated, transforming the entire essence of Stonehenge. Indeed, it was true. Stonehenge possessed a remarkable function. Witnessing this spectacle, Watts transitioned from a state of utter bewilderment to one of ecstatic joy. The scientists, akin to John Bull, trembled with excitement. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan's vision was flooded with a series of system notifications. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Earth Starship, Stonehenge Interstellar Observation Array. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultra-high energy cosmic ray blueprint, unlocking knowledge and technology related to high-energy cosmic energy. Congratulations, host. You have increased the exploration degree of the Earth Starship. Now at 0002. Access to the functional area of the Earth Starship has been unlocked. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan's smile broadened. What a tremendous gain. Without delving into specifics, the mere unlocking of knowledge regarding high-energy cosmic energy felt immensely worthwhile. Goodness, how astonishing is this? Did you see those layers of invisible light? The entire Stonehenge has been utterly activated. Who knows what this truly means? In the live stream, countless netizens from both domestic and international realms gasped in astonishment. At the same moment, at the White Eagle Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, a sudden, urgent alarm resonated throughout the laboratory. Within the expansive lab, nearly 100 scientists and staff members were left in a state of shock, staring blankly at their computer screens or phones. What captivated their attention was none other than Lin Yuan's live stream. Upon witnessing the activation of the foggy Stonehenge, the worldview shaped by modern science seemed to shatter in an instant. The blaring alarm finally roused everyone from their stupor. Professor Evan, the head of the observatory, suddenly came to his senses and turned to exclaim, "Scott, what is happening?" The young scientist referred to as Scott frantically switched screens, opening the monitoring program he was responsible for. Upon viewing the data, he shot up from his seat, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Professor, our satellite has just been struck by an ultra-high-energy cosmic ray. How is this even possible?" In the next moment, he was overtaken by panic. Feeling a chill wash over him, our satellite was struck by high-energy cosmic rays. What now? Upon hearing the report, Evan's expression turned to one of shock as he rushed to the computer screen, his eyes widening at the displayed data, leaving him utterly horrified. The elderly white man gasped sharply, trembling as he uttered, "How can this be? What is happening? My God!" The defense agency just sent a notification stating that the Starlink system has completely malfunctioned. To repair it all will take at least 3 to 5 hours. Moreover, our deployed detectors at the International Space Station have reported that just a minute ago, a high-energy cosmic particle resembling an emoji, God, particle struck the station's detector. And according to the data, this high-energy particle originated from Earth. This is impossible. Hearing this, the vast observatory laboratory fell into a state of confusion. With over 100 scientists staring wide-eyed in disbelief, their expressions fraught with panic. It is important to note that the energy of high-energy cosmic particles is 1,000,000 times greater than that of the most powerful particles humanity can create, which is currently unattainable with Earth's technology. Alternatively, the birth of high-energy particles akin to the so-called God particle may only occur through phenomena such as supernova explosions, black hole mergers, or pulsars, some of the most violent occurrences in the universe that can unleash such immense energy, thereby accelerating particles to ultra-high energy levels. However, the instruments have just reported an astonishing finding. This energy, reminiscent of the God particle, originates from Earth? How could that be possible? A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd, and it took Professor Evan a moment to regain his composure. Exclaiming in shock, could it be the work of that individual from the Dragon Kingdom? He abruptly turned, his gaze fixed intently on the live feed projected before him. Professor Evan's words jolted everyone back to reality, as gasps erupted. My goodness, just moments ago, Mr. Lin mentioned activating the Stonehenge, and mere seconds later, our instruments detected a surge of high-energy cosmic rays. Could it truly be his doing? The collective hearts of those present raced with disbelief. Meanwhile, at a clandestine research facility in the Dragon Kingdom, the head of the base stared at the data in his hands, equally incredulous. High-energy particles emitted from Earth? This was right after Chief Engineer Lin activated the so-called Stonehenge function? How on earth was this possible? The head, overwhelmed with astonishment, suddenly shouted, "Immediately report this to the higher-ups and contact Chief Engineer Lin." He then lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the information relayed by the scientists in the facility. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Chief Engineer Lin is extraordinary. In a military base located in Siberia, a general from the Bear Kingdom was reporting to President Putin. His voice grave. According to our satellite detection, an ultra-high-energy cosmic ray has emanated from Earth. Additionally, we have identified similar energy fluctuations at 13 distinct coordinates on the planet, all of which are associated with the same entity, the Stonehenge. Upon hearing the mention of Stonehenge, President Putin's expression shifted to one of shock and bewilderment as he instinctively turned to the screen, where Lin Yuan was smiling at the camera. Chapter 122, named the Xian particle. John was in a frenzy. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan received a call from within the Dragon Kingdom, temporarily blocking the live feed. He answered the call, immediately recognizing the familiar voice on the other end. "Shaolin, you've done it again." Without needing to think, Lin Yuan knew it was his mentor, Qin Shanha, as very few in the entire Dragon Kingdom's scientific community had the privilege to call him Shaolin. "Teacher, what has happened?" Lin Yuan inquired with a smile. Although he had utilized the system's causal halo feature to temporarily activate the Stonehenge, he was still unaware of the specifics. However, through some preliminary analysis, it appeared that the activation of the Stonehenge was indeed related to the cosmic high-energy rays. Just moments ago, observatories and major institutions worldwide detected a surge of cosmic high-energy rays emanating from Earth. Upon tracing its origin, they confirmed that the source is indeed located in the vicinity of the Stonehenge where you stand. Remarkably, following the anomalies at Stonehenge, our systems also registered similar energy fluctuations from numerous ancient stone circles scattered across the globe. Oh, upon hearing this revelation from his teacher, Lin Yuan was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that merely activating the Stonehenge associated with John Bull would trigger a response from over a dozen other stone circles worldwide. This analysis suggests that there exists some form of connection between these ancient stone structures. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Yuan's mind. "Shaolin, do you comprehend the implications of this?" Qin Shanha inquired gravely. "Teacher, I previously mentioned that Stonehenge served as an astronomical observatory constructed by the Yellow Emperor and his contemporaries. However, there exists another possibility. Its origins may be far more ancient, perhaps even a system brought to Earth by extraterrestrial vessels. Lin Yuan elaborated. The Yellow Emperor and his peers merely discovered and utilized Stonehenge, yet this alone underscores its profound significance. You mentioned that at the very moment I activated the Stonehenge aligned with John Bull, other regions housing stone circles globally also detected identical energy surges. This can only imply that these stone circles are part of a cohesive, interconnected system. Alternatively, they may represent a singular functional network. The mechanism by which such immense cosmic high-energy rays are emitted must belong to a far more advanced technological civilization. The entire arrangement of Stonehenge is certainly not as simplistic as it appears on the surface. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's analysis, Qin Shana nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is quite sound, but regrettably, the Stonehenge is located abroad, limiting our capacity for further in-depth research. No matter, Lin Yuan reassured his mentor with a smile. Teacher, let us not forget that I previously stated Stonehenge is an observatory. Its ability to emit cosmic high-energy rays is indeed significant in certain realms. Yet in the grand scheme of Earth's starship functionalities, it may be considered rather ordinary. In essence, Lin Yuan believed that the entire Earth functions as a starship, and that he and the Dragon Kingdom need only master the core functionalities and permissions, such as the crucial weaponry systems, control mechanisms, and life support systems. As for the less critical functionalities, allowing other nations to explore and uncover them poses no detriment. With Lin Yuan's explanation, Qin Shanha grasped the crux of the matter. And with a sigh of relief, he remarked, since you have made your decision, I shall be at ease. After concluding the call, Lin Yuan resumed his live broadcast. At that moment, several influential international media outlets, having gleaned some confidential information through their respective channels, released astonishing headlines online. Stonehenge activated. Cosmic high-energy rays emitted from Earth. What is the purpose? Is it divine judgment? The online community erupted in excitement, and shortly thereafter, they flooded back into Lin Yuan's live stream, inundating it with a barrage of questions. Incredible! Chief Engineer Lin has truly activated Stonehenge, sending forth a cosmic high-energy ray from Earth. My goodness! Can anyone enlighten me on what exactly is transpiring? Is it possible that Stonehenge serves as some sort of astronomical observatory or advanced technological instrument? The notion that it can emit cosmic rays is utterly astounding. By the way, what exactly is this cosmic high-energy ray, and what purpose does it serve when emitted from Stonehenge? Enthusiastic discussions erupted among netizens. Simultaneously, the officials at John Bull were taken aback. Once the higher-ups grasped the situation, they summoned hundreds of scientists at the nation's premier research center, the Royal Institute of Physics, to deliberate and analyze this phenomenon. While the foremost scientists at John Bull engaged in fervent discussions, the officials were visibly agitated. Stonehenge must conceal monumental secrets. We cannot allow the people of the Dragon Kingdom to continue exposing it. The senior executives of John Bull were in a frenzy, shouting anxiously. Without hesitation, they dispatched troops urgently towards the direction of Stonehenge. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan in the live broadcast appeared solemn, clearing his throat before speaking. I believe most viewers are now aware of what has transpired. Frankly, I too am astonished. I have just attempted to activate the functions of Stonehenge, and within 5 seconds, nations detected a surge of cosmic high-energy rays emanating from Earth, originating from the very area where I stand, Stonehenge. This substantiates the possibility that Stonehenge is indeed a relic of an ancient civilization, belonging to some form of advanced technology, though our understanding of its essence remains limited. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan continued, I have noticed many viewers in the comments expressing curiosity about the cosmic high-energy rays, so allow me to elaborate. In fact, this is not the first instance in modern research where cosmic high-energy rays have been discovered. Lin Yuan stated solemnly, just recently, scientists confirmed that an unknown source of cosmic high-energy rays struck Earth. Yes, you heard correctly. I used the term strike deliberately. These cosmic high-energy rays were first discovered by scientists on Sakurajima, who named them goddess particles. These minuscule particles carry an astonishing energy exceeding 240 exaelectronvolts. In simpler terms, this is roughly equivalent to the energy generated when a brick falls from waist height to one's big toe. While this may not seem significant, confining all that energy within an area the size of a proton results in energy levels 1 million times greater than what humanity's most advanced particle accelerators can produce. The goddess particle is the second highest energy particle to collide with Earth, surpassed only by the God particle, discovered in the 1990s. Amid the astonished gazes of viewers, a virtual three-dimensional depiction appeared in the live broadcast, simulating the scene of cosmic high-energy rays striking Earth. It may be hard to fathom, but indeed, throughout the ages of human civilization, Earth has endured numerous assaults from cosmic high-energy rays. Imagine, if you will, that Earth is likened to a house. While these cosmic high-energy rays are akin to bullets, one could visualize a day when countless bullets are launched from the cosmos towards our planet, striking our atmosphere with energy surpassing that of a nuclear explosion. What perplexes us is our utter ignorance regarding the origin of this bullet barrage. We remain oblivious to their quantity. and we are equally in the dark about the formation of this high-energy ammunition and the implications it bears for Earth. In truth, we know nothing at all. A momentary silence enveloped the atmosphere. As the heartbeat of the audience quickened and goosebumps arose, Lin Yuan resumed his discourse with serene composure. Fortunately, however, Earth's starship possesses a similar capability, exemplified by the monumental stone circle, Stonehenge, before us, which launches what I have termed Xian particles. Upon hearing this term, countless viewers instinctively widened their eyes. Lin Yuan then smiled slightly and remarked, "Indeed, dear viewers, you have not misheard. I have designated the mysterious cosmic high-energy rays I recently discovered as Xian particles, in the realm of scientific discovery. The one who makes the discovery holds the right to name it. So what do you think of the name Xian particles?" With an explosive fervor, domestic viewers erupted with excitement. The name Xian particles resonates with grandeur and embodies the essence of our culture. Enthusiastic viewers could not suppress their cheers. What are God particles or goddess particles compared to our Xian particles? They are utterly incomparable. Meanwhile, at Stonehenge, Lin Yuan, wearing a smile, continued, "Just as God particles and goddess particles enter Earth's atmosphere, they collide with the atomic nuclei of atmospheric atoms at an altitude of 1,020 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Such collisions would trigger a violent chain reaction, producing numerous secondary particles, resulting in a downpour of particles upon the Earth. The impacts of this particle rain on our planet are beyond the current scientific community's capacity to predict. It is highly plausible that this represents a stream of information transmitted by an extraterrestrial civilization wielding technology far superior to our own. In essence, these particles may harbor information that remains undetectable given our present technological limitations." After a brief pause, a peculiar glimmer flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. In fact, there was more he had yet to disclose. Whether it be God particles or goddess particles, it is conceivable that they are the result of a civilization, hidden away billions of light years away, that has relentlessly pursued Earth's starship across eons. Alternatively, these particles might serve as a means to observe Earth and gather information about our planet, the consequences of which would undoubtedly alter Earth's ecological landscape. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment before articulating. It is akin to modern medical imaging equipment, such as nuclear magnetic resonance. We are all familiar with the principle of magnetic resonance imaging, which involves placing the human body within a specialized magnetic field and employing radio frequency pulses to excite the hydrogen nuclei, inducing nuclear resonance to absorb energy. Subsequently, radio signals are emitted and processed by external computers to generate images. This is the essence of magnetic resonance imaging. It is widely acknowledged that magnetic resonance may pose certain minimal risks to the human body. This does not require extensive elaboration, as contemporary scientific reports have confirmed that excessive exposure to magnetic resonance frequencies can indeed inflict irreversible damage upon the human body. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly became extraordinarily clear as he declared, "Could it be that the God particle or even the goddess particle discovered by human scientific civilization is some manifestation of an extraterrestrial civilization far beyond our comprehension, employing a method akin to magnetic resonance on our planet? Their technology may be far more advanced, and we have yet to grasp specific information." Upon hearing these words, the viewers in the live stream were once again left in a state of shock. Goodness, this assertion is utterly terrifying. The very thought sends shivers down my spine. Is the Earth undergoing magnetic resonance at the hands of an extraterrestrial civilization? Are they seeking to uncover all information about our planet? If we abide by the host theory, such a possibility indeed exists. For instance, in our quest to explore other extraterrestrial civilizations, we have dispatched the Voyager spacecraft, but this merely reflects our own technological limitations. Conversely, should extraterrestrial life exist in the cosmos, their pursuit of exploration and connection with other life forms, particularly in distant galaxies, may compel them to utilize such enigmatic devices to emit cosmic high-energy rays like the so-called goddess particles. This aligns perfectly. It is unfathomable to imagine that billions of light years away, there might be a group of aliens scrutinizing electronic screens, interpreting the images transmitted back through cosmic high-energy rays of magnetic resonance, evaluating every aspect of Earth. The thought is overwhelming. Have you ever heard of the farmer theory? Our entire civilization is under observation. The viewers eagerly engaged in fervent discussions. Even the top experts from various countries and elite research institutions around the globe wore expressions of grave concern at this moment. Clearly, this is not auspicious news. Of course, the host had previously mentioned that the Earth starship possesses advanced capabilities, suggesting that the ancient figures of the Yellow Emperor and his contemporaries were remarkably astute. They may have discovered long ago that mysterious extraterrestrial civilizations were scanning Earth through cosmic high-energy rays, prompting their response by establishing megalithic observatories worldwide. Moreover, these megalithic structures serve another purpose. They can emit even more potent cosmic high-energy rays, which we have just identified as the Xian particles. Lin Yuan stated with solemnity, "Their role is significant. I believe that the Xian particles emitted by the megalithic observatories serve to counteract the cosmic high-energy rays probing our planet. It possesses the capability to dismantle all cosmic high-energy rays emitted from the universe to Earth. Furthermore, the Xian particles also carry a scanning and detection function. If we can unravel their true secrets, we may indeed obtain the informational feedback provided by these particles. In essence, the Stonehenge resembles a nuclear magnetic resonance instrument, capable of emitting high-energy particles at specific frequencies. This dual function serves both as a defense mechanism against extraterrestrial civilizations probing Earth and as a means to explore the myriad mysteries of intergalactic realms. This, I believe, is the profound secret concealed within this ancient monument. After sharing his thoughts, Lin Yuan faced the camera with an air of composure. Greetings to all viewers. Our live broadcast concludes here for today. While my exploration of Stonehenge may not have been exhaustive, how can we, the inheritors, ever fully articulate the enigmas of ancient relics? I simply hope that future generations will continue to forge ahead, for one day we shall truly comprehend the essence of all things. Until next time. As Lin Yuan beamed with a radiant smile, viewers expressed a sense of reluctant parting. Alas, it has come to an end. 2 hours of live streaming feels far too brief. We strongly urge the host to extend the duration. It was utterly fascinating. Lin's insights into Stonehenge have truly transformed my understanding. It was remarkable. Across the globe, Western viewers were equally animated in discussion. Lin is a genius. My goodness. His theories are simply captivating. They exclaimed. Absolutely extraordinary. Lin from the Dragon Kingdom is undoubtedly a genius surpassing Einstein. Just as the live stream was about to conclude, some observant viewers swiftly noticed a substantial contingent of John Bull military personnel arriving on site, seemingly surrounding and sealing off the Stonehenge area. In reality, as Lin Yuan wrapped up the broadcast, a multitude of John Bull military personnel swiftly arrived and initiated a lockdown. After receiving a phone call, Mr. Watts approached Lin Yuan with an expression of utmost seriousness. Mr. Lin, Watts said, his demeanor grave. Our higher-ups wish to engage in a dialogue with you. After a brief pause, he continued assertively, regarding Stonehenge. Of course, Lin Yuan had anticipated this, smiling as he replied, I look forward to it. What time? Tomorrow. We will send a special vehicle to escort you to 10 Downing Street, Watts explained. 10 Downing Street serves as the office of the highest-ranking official of John Bull, akin to the White House in America. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded. Very well. He then added with a smile, May I take my leave from here? Certainly. Watts promptly stepped aside to show his respect. Subsequently, Lin Yuan led the team of researchers from the Dragon Kingdom to exit Stonehenge with efficiency. Just as they departed, John Bull immediately fortified their lockdown around the monument, mobilizing the full strength of the nation. A cohort of distinguished experts from the realms of archaeology and high-energy physics, as well as scholars associated with the enigmatic Stonehenge, were summoned by the esteemed John Bull Academy for immediate on-site investigation. Within half an hour, the leading scientists of the Royal Academy arrived at the scene, equipped with an array of scientific instruments. Nearly 100 researchers encircled the site, creating a bustling atmosphere. Among them were the Academy's president, Mr. Constantine, a luminary in international high-energy physics, and Professor O'Connor, a titan in the field of atomic energy. The illustrious Ms. Windsor, celebrated as the greatest astronomer of the 21st century for her studies of celestial bodies, was also present. A veritable assembly of top-tier scientists, each bearing grand titles, arrived in waves, sufficient to convene an international symposium on scientific research. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Watts, adjusting his attire, addressed the assembly of eminent scientists with solemnity. Undoubtedly, the young scholar from the Dragon Kingdom has substantiated the existence of ancient technological secrets within Stonehenge. Our prolonged studies have led us to conjecture that it was merely a sacrificial site of an ancient civilization, but today's revelations compel us to reconsider our previous hypotheses. According to Professor Lin, Stonehenge serves as an ancient observatory capable of celestial observation and the emission of extraordinary cosmic high-energy rays. The higher echelons regard the formation and emission principles of these cosmic rays with utmost importance. If Earth is indeed a cosmic vessel, our nation must master some of the core functionalities of this vessel to effectively confront challenges posed by other great powers, including the Dragon Kingdom. With a piercing gaze that surveyed the assembly, Mr. Watts proclaimed, Thus, our mission is to unveil the secrets of Stonehenge and to ascertain how Mr. Lin from the Dragon Kingdom activated the structure to emit cosmic high-energy particles. This matter pertains to national security and the future standing of John Bull on the global stage. Hence I implore each of you to devote your utmost efforts to uncover the truth. Upon concluding his address, Mr. Watts bowed deeply to the gathering of John Bull scientists, signifying the gravity of their task. Rest assured, Mr. Watts, replied Mr. Constantine, stepping forward with calm assurance. We possess the world's most advanced technological apparatus and an elite cadre of researchers. If that scholar from the Dragon Kingdom can decipher the mysteries of Stonehenge, then so too can we. Mr. Constantine's remarks garnered unanimous agreement from the assembly of John Bull scientists. Indeed, our prior negligence in underestimating Stonehenge as merely a cultural landmark has led us astray, but now that the scholar has illuminated our path, our technological prowess shall soon unravel its secrets and reveal the means to activate the structure. I refuse to believe that our collective efforts cannot surpass those of a single individual from the Dragon Kingdom. Verily, divine providence is on our side. Such a miracle must be unlocked by the hands of God's chosen people. Laughter erupted among the scientists. Their confidence rekindled as they enthusiastically commenced their research and exploratory endeavors. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and his companions returned to Buckingham Palace. Upon hearing the news of the Stonehenge, the old king specially requested the royal chef to prepare a grand feast for Lin Yuan, expressing his gratitude. After all, the old king is also a fan of the Earth Starship. After dining, upon returning to his room, Chun Lin remarked, "Chief Engineer Lin, what do you think those folks are up to now?" With a knowing smile, Lin Yuan replied, "What else could they be doing? They are certainly circling around the Stonehenge. However, Chief Engineer Lin, are you so confident? Those individuals might uncover the principles of the Stonehenge. With the technology currently possessed by John Bull, they would be utterly incapable without my assistance." Lin Yuan chuckled. "Tomorrow's meeting with the higher-ups of John Bull will undoubtedly be a tough battle. However, I shall not lower my demands. If they wish to explore the Stonehenge, they must comply with my requests." As these words left his lips, an overwhelming aura of confidence emanated from Lin Yuan, deeply inspiring those present. The next day arrived swiftly. With the official vehicle of John Bull at his service, Lin Yuan arrived at Downing Street for his meeting with the top executives of John Bull. On the streets, Western media surrounded the venue, their lights and cameras trained on Lin Yuan's figure. Nearly tens of thousands of online spectators had gathered early, eager to witness Lin Yuan's charm in reality. "That's Lin. So handsome. Oh my God, he is the embodiment of my dream man." Most Western netizens cheered excitedly. However, a faction of Westerners gathered, fervently protesting, "He is a devil who has opened Pandora's box. We must expel him from the West." Yet their shouts and protests proved to be futile. Meanwhile, official representatives of John Bull respectfully and warmly welcomed Lin Yuan into a conference room. By this time, the prominent figures of John Bull had already arrived, standing up eagerly to greet Lin Yuan with outstretched hands. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chief Peter, with a serious demeanor, looked at Lin Yuan and stated directly, "Mr. Lin, we are immensely grateful for your research findings on the Stonehenge, which have illuminated a clear path for us. Therefore, we earnestly request your assistance." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan feigned ignorance and inquired, "Mr. Peter, what do you mean?" Without hesitation, Peter continued, "We require all the information you possess regarding the Stonehenge, including how you activated its functions and other pertinent details. As compensation, we are prepared to offer you a substantial reward." He spoke confidently. "This includes a research support fund of no less than 100 million euros, which we will transfer to your personal account. Additionally, Mr. Lin, you will be awarded the highest imperial honor medal by the British royalty, and you will be granted the title of Earl. Furthermore, the Royal Society of London will appoint you as its lifetime honorary chancellor. Moreover, there is a princess of the royal family who holds you in high esteem. She has expressed her willingness to marry you if you so desire." As Peter spoke, a beguiling smile graced his lips, and with a profound tone, he remarked, "Mr. Lin, this is the most beautiful princess of the royal family. Not only is she a supermodel, but she is also a dual-degree scholar. To put it in the words of your esteemed nation, you and our princess would be a match made in heaven. Of course, these qualifications are merely part of the compensation. If Mr. Lin has any requests that do not compromise national interests, we are more than willing to accommodate." Upon finishing, General Peter displayed a confident expression, fixated on Lin Yuan. He was assured that there was a 50% chance Lin Yuan would accept his proposal. Setting aside the allure of 100 million euros, merely the prospect of a union with the British royal family was the dream of countless men around the globe. Now, the other party merely needed to nod gently to realize this dream. He could not fathom that Lin Yuan would decline. Yet, Lin Yuan felt quite uncomfortable upon hearing these conditions. Was 100 million euros truly substantial? A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. What princess would deign to marry me? I wouldn't even consider it. An exasperated silence enveloped Lin Yuan's mind. Without further ado, he decisively declared, "General Peter, I regret to inform you that while your proposal is indeed enticing, I do not wish to accept it." Instantly, the expressions of all the British officials present shifted dramatically. "However, do not be alarmed," Lin Yuan continued with elegance. "I understand that you value gentlemanly etiquette, and since we are here to negotiate, it is undoubtedly in pursuit of a win-win situation. Therefore, I have but one request. Should your side agree to my terms, I will unconditionally provide you with all the data I possess regarding Stonehenge, free of charge." With that, Lin Yuan produced a card and gently extended it towards the other party. Upon hearing this, Peter furrowed his brow and instinctively accepted the card, only to be taken aback at the sight of its contents. "This is impossible," Peter exclaimed in agitation. The card bore a stark demand. "We request your nation to return all Chinese artifacts currently housed in the Great Eagle Museum." Chapter 125, A National Celebration. Welcoming national treasures home. Returning all artifacts to China? General Peter immediately became animated, furrowing his brow. This is utterly impossible. Even if I were to agree, the Parliament would never consent. He declared emphatically, "That is regrettable, for your nation shall receive no assistance from me." Lin Yuan responded with an icy demeanor. "I can confidently assert that with your technological capabilities, you are utterly incapable of conducting a profound excavation of the functions of Stonehenge. If I am not mistaken, your scientists are likely at a loss regarding the principles behind the cosmic high-energy rays emitted by Stonehenge yesterday." At this, a wave of embarrassment washed over the scientific advisors behind Peter, including Professor Constantine, the president of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Yesterday, over 100 top scientists from Britain had spent the night conducting extensive research and investigation at Stonehenge, employing various advanced equipment and analyzing down to the atomic level. Yet, perplexingly, they had uncovered not a single clue regarding the mysteries of Stonehenge. It stands like a series of silent stone pillars, quietly enduring upon the earth. To call it an observatory would be an understatement. It emits not even the slightest sound. This has left the scientists of John Bull disheartened, for they had presumed that with their profound knowledge and advanced technology, they could unearth the true secrets of the Stonehenge, much like the people of the Dragon Kingdom. However, they could not have anticipated such an inauspicious beginning. After in-depth discussions with Constantine and other scientists, they reached a consensus. The civilization that constructed Stonehenge possessed a level of technological advancement that eludes their current understanding. Even if they were to dedicate months or years to this endeavor, the ultimate outcome would be fruitless. Upon reporting this conclusion to the higher-ups, the leadership of John Bull was utterly bewildered. This led to the current recruitment efforts by John Bull's upper echelons. Yet, upon hearing Lin Yuan's resolute response, General Peter's countenance turned grim. For just yesterday, while scientists were conducting their research on Stonehenge, the officials of John Bull, including strategic agencies, delved deeply into the significance of its existence. They ultimately affirmed one crucial fact: the functionality of Stonehenge is indeed of paramount importance. It is highly likely that it serves as the most vital channel for communication between Earth's starships and celestial bodies. Moreover, the cosmic high-energy rays emitted from Stonehenge, as well as the high-energy particles received, may conceal information about extraterrestrial life. Should they grasp this information and channel, the potential benefits for John Bull in the future would be immeasurable. Not to mention, their scientists also believe that mastering the technology to emit high-energy cosmic rays could immensely accelerate the development of particle weapons. In summary, the secrets of Stonehenge are of utmost significance. John Bull must secure them firmly in their grasp. Therefore, it is utterly impossible for John Bull to abandon the exploration of Stonehenge. Infuriating. Observing Lin Yuan's unyielding gaze, General Peter's expression became rigid. He felt a surge of anger, but was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. He knew he could only acquiesce to the other's demands. With this in mind, Peter took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. "Mr. Lin, we need to discuss this matter." Peter forced a faint smile, expressing his resignation. "It is impossible for us to relinquish all Chinese artifacts. However, this matter is not devoid of negotiation possibilities. Perhaps I can persuade the Parliament to agree to a partial return of Chinese artifacts?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. He regarded the blond man before him, letting out a slight sigh inwardly. Lin Yuan understood that this was the best response he could expect at present. Recovering a portion of the national treasures would suffice. After all, the relationship had not yet soured, and there would still be opportunities to leverage the situation. With this thought, Lin Yuan spoke with determination. "Agreed. But the portion of Chinese artifacts must not be fewer than 3,000 items. Additionally, you must return at least one of the globally renowned heavyweight national treasures. This is my final condition." Upon hearing this, Peter let out a slight sigh of relief, his demeanor softening as he replied, "All right. I shall immediately confer with the members of the council. Please grant me 15 minutes. Watching Peter's retreating figure, Lin Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Lin. "Brother Chen, disseminate the news. Exert some pressure on John Bull's side. The world is not solely in possession of John Bull's Stonehenge. Release the information that these stone circles, or ancient astronomical observatories, are in fact part of a vast interconnected mechanism. Whoever first masters the Stonehenge will hold dominion over the functions of all such structures on Earth." "Ah, I understand." Chen Lin instantly grasped Lin Yuan's stratagem and promptly relayed the message back to their homeland. Soon, relevant personnel in the country uploaded the information online, and under the promotion of a vast water army, the news rapidly spread across the Western world. Naturally, the higher echelons of John Bull received the news at once. "Damn it! This is a blatant scheme by the Dragon Nation. They are clearly threatening us," Peter exclaimed, his expression one of profound frustration. Ultimately, the council unanimously passed a resolution, acquiescing to Lin Yuan and the Dragon Nation's terms. Soon after, Peter approached Lin Yuan, his tone laced with bitterness as he stated, "Mr. Lin, we agree to your conditions. The first batch of a total of 3,000 Chinese artifacts will be transported to the Dragon Nation within 3 days, and arrangements for their return will be made forthwith. Excellent, Lin Yuan responded, his spirits soaring, unable to suppress a smile. This is the most reasonable decision on your part. He regarded Peter with a profound gaze, devoid of sorrow or joy. After all, they rightfully belong to China. That day, the announcement from John Bull regarding the return of 3,000 Chinese artifacts sent shockwaves throughout the world, including one of China's most treasured national treasures. The admonitions of the instructress to the court. When the news reached their homeland, countless netizens in the Dragon Nation were left in shock, momentarily frozen in place. My goodness, this is incredible, they exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down their faces. How could those hypocrites at John Bull suddenly become so benevolent? No matter. As long as they agree to return the artifacts, that is all that matters. Welcome home, national treasures. For countless days and nights, 23,000 artifacts had mourned within the museum walls. Yet today, a portion of them was finally on the way home. In this moment, innumerable citizens wept tears of joy. The Great Eagle Museum, behind its splendid facade, concealed the blood and tears of countless plundered civilizations, representing a chapter of humiliation in the history of the Chinese people. However, our nation, our people, are now wielding their power to wipe away this disgrace. The return of our national treasures is merely the first step. On this day, the streets and alleys of the Dragon Nation erupted in celebration, from the aged with silver hair to the tender children of 3 or 4, all rejoicing in exuberance. Following closely, media outlets revealed that John Bull's willingness to return the Chinese artifacts was due to Lin Yuan's efforts. It was he who had engaged in significant negotiations, securing the return of the national treasures. In an instant, Lin Yuan's name resonated throughout the Dragon Nation once more. The officials from the Dragon Kingdom reached an agreement with John Bull regarding the reception of cultural relics from Huaxia. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was not one to dawdle. He promptly handed over all the meticulously organized information concerning Stonehenge to John Bull. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's documentation, John Bull was filled with exhilaration as he perused the detailed data and operational instructions. Professor Constantine from the Royal Academy, along with 100 scientists, was equally thrilled. On the day of the return of Huaxia's cultural relics to the Dragon Kingdom, high-ranking officials from John Bull, accompanied by representatives from the scientific community, swiftly arrived at the Stonehenge site on the outskirts of Mist City, eager to activate the monument once more using Professor Lin Yuan's method. General Peter, after our thorough examination, we have discovered the activation device beneath Stonehenge, as mentioned by Professor Lin. Additionally, we have verified the feasibility of the activation procedure based on the techniques left by the other party. Excellent. Upon hearing this, General Peter and the other high-ranking officials from John Bull were filled with joy and eagerly exclaimed, "Let us initiate the activation of Stonehenge at once. We wish to witness firsthand how it is activated and operates." As the words fell, the scientists immediately began to systematically initiate the activation procedure. Stone track inspection confirmed. Stellar locking system activating. Entering stargazing mode. Countdown to activation, 19, 18, 17. As the final digit reverberated in the ears of the assembled crowd, the personnel from John Bull widened their eyes, their hearts racing with anticipation for the astonishing spectacle to unfold once more. However, as 1 second passed, then 2, and then 10, 2 to 3 minutes elapsed, and the silent Stonehenge left Peter and the other high-ranking officials from John Bull in a state of bewilderment. The scientists on site were equally dumbfounded. What is happening? Could that individual from the Dragon Kingdom have deceived us? Peter exclaimed, his agitation rising. No. His data is entirely accurate. After thorough examination by the scientists of John Bull, it was ultimately confirmed that the activation plan for Stonehenge was flawless, and Lin Yuan's information was without any discrepancies. Then what is the issue? Peter fumed, his frustration boiling over as he shouted in anger. Following an extensive study, the scientists from John Bull finally identified the reason for the activation failure within the materials submitted by Lin Yuan. What? Are you saying that the energy required to activate Stonehenge has been depleted? We have no idea when it will be replenished? Damn that individual from the Dragon Kingdom. He has completely played us for fools. In the next moment, a chorus of furious roars erupted on site. General, that statement is not entirely accurate. Mr. Lin provided us with complete data and information, and he has not deceived us in any way, one scientist interjected, unable to remain silent. It is merely that the technological means employed by Stonehenge are far too advanced. We still need to conduct further research. Sooner or later, the energy will be replenished. At this revelation, Peter and the other high-ranking officials from John Bull were left speechless, their bodies frozen in place, their expressions as grim as could be. Meanwhile, in the Antarctic continent, at the campsite where the 5-star red flag flutters, a scientific expedition team from the Dragon Nation, led by Captain Ma Yinghong, is convening. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, everything will proceed as planned. We must outpace the Westerners and be the first to discover the water of prehistoric life. Chapter 126, the third station, Antarctica. Antarctica, 9 o'clock in the morning. A group of 16 members of the Dragon Nation's scientific research team, fully equipped, gathers at the campsite, preparing to head to Kirin Ice Lake. This lake, located in the Princess Elizabeth region of the East Antarctic inland ice sheet, has earned its beautiful name due to its resemblance to a resting Kirin. Captain, everyone is ready, stated Zhao Nan, the safety officer of the Dragon Nation's Antarctic research team, as he approached Captain Ma Yinghong. Ma Yinghong, a woman in her early 40s, is a renowned meteorologist both in the Dragon Nation and globally, and she leads the country's research efforts in Antarctica. Zhao Nan, a former military officer who has spent several years at the Antarctic Research Station, is exceptionally skilled at surviving in harsh environments. Please wait a moment, Ma Yinghong replied, her expression slightly excited. Let us hold off for another hour. Someone from back home is on their way, currently en route by helicopter. The members of the research team were taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, Captain, we won't have enough time. All plans for the expedition had been meticulously arranged in advance, and delaying for one person was unprecedented in past research teams. No, we must wait for them to arrive, Ma Yinghong insisted, further astonishing everyone, as she is known for her strict adherence to schedules and her assertive demeanor, often unafraid to confront higher authorities. Who is this important person? The team members inquired with curiosity, speculating who could command such urgency. In the realm of Antarctic research, Ma Yinghong is the most esteemed figure. Other top scientists have little interest in the Antarctic, resulting in minimal overlap. As the speculation continued, Ma Yinghong smiled slightly. Lin Yuan, the chief architect of the Hongming project. It's him. The group suddenly stiffened, their expressions illuminating with excitement. Chief Engineer Lin is coming to our research station? That is wonderful. I knew the Antarctic was shrouded in mystery. Professor Lin wouldn't overlook it. Captain, is Chief Engineer Lin joining our plan? They couldn't help but ask eagerly. Seeing the urgency in her colleague's eyes, Ma Yinghong felt a wave of emotion. She understood their enthusiasm. After all, when she received the notification from the higher-ups last night that Lin Yuan would be participating in the Antarctic project, she shared their sentiments. Yes, Professor Lin has heard about our plan and decided to join us. His decision came rather spontaneously, hence the hurried notice. However, as you all know, Chief Engineer Lin holds significant authority as the chief architect of the Hongming project. He can mobilize any research project domestically. I believe that with Professor Lin's involvement in the Kirin Ice Lake drilling project, it will greatly benefit our research. Ma Yinghong chuckled, in short. For the sake of Professor Lin, waiting a little more than half a day is quite acceptable. Indeed, the crowd erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Professor Lin is my idol. If he were to arrive, I wouldn't mind waiting not just half a day, but even running a lap in the Antarctic. Several young members of the team expressed their excitement with hearty laughter. Meanwhile, above the vast expanse of the Antarctic continent, aboard a research helicopter, Lin Yuan and Chen Lin sat in the rear cabin, gazing at the boundless white world of ice and snow below, their expressions filled with awe and wonder. Chief Engineer Lin, the Antarctic is truly breathtaking, Chen Lin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Previously, I had only seen images and videos of the Antarctic online, which left an impression of endless glaciers and a frigid world. The vast ice sheets, the desolate lifelessness, and the biting cold imparted an overwhelming sense of oppression. However, witnessing this glacier realm with my own eyes evokes a more intricate feeling. It is indeed the last pure land of human civilization. Chen Lin scanned the glacial expanse, where the pristine white snow seamlessly blended with the sky, an indescribable essence flooding his mind. Lin Yuan, too, felt profoundly moved. This was, of course, his first visit to the Antarctic, and even clad in a thick down jacket, he sensed a chill seeping into his heart. His choice to come to the Antarctic stemmed from his recent conclusion of the Stonehenge project. While perusing confidential files on the internet, he had inadvertently learned of the Dragon Country's Antarctic research team's upcoming drilling project at Kirin Ice Lake. Combining this with his previous research, Lin Yuan made a spontaneous decision to head to the Antarctic and participate in the drilling project at Kirin Ice Lake. Consequently, upon announcing his decision, the domestic team promptly rallied to support him, leveraging military connections to expedite his arrival on this icy continent. An hour later, the helicopter gently descended at the Dragon Country's Antarctic research station. As Lin Yuan and Chen Lin disembarked, they were warmly welcomed by the research team. Chief Engineer Lin, welcome. Ma Yinghong approached them, exchanging a brief pleasantry before her expression turned serious. Time is of the essence. If you don't mind, shall we set off now? Not a problem, Lin Yuan replied. Not here for leisure, but to fulfill a mission. He nodded affirmatively. Professor Ma, I appreciate your efforts. I understand the urgency of your task. Let us be on our way. Very well. Ma Yinghong smiled brightly, fond of this young man. Initially, she had anticipated that Lin Yuan, having attained such a prominent position at a young age, might be difficult to engage with. However, she was pleasantly surprised by his humility and courtesy, which significantly enhanced her impression of him. The other team members also displayed expressions of admiration, gathering around Lin Yuan to express their respect and admiration. Professor Lin, I am your fan. Your concept of the Earth starship has greatly inspired me. Wow, Professor Lin. I am also your ardent admirer. It is a tremendous honor to meet you today. Welcome, Chief Engineer Lin. After a few brief exchanges, the group boarded the snow vehicles and set off towards their destination. The destination of this expedition is none other than the Kirin Ice Lake. Along the way, Ma Yinghong enthusiastically recounted the details of the mission. Chief Engineer Lin, our task is to journey to the Kirin Ice Lake to conduct extensive subglacial drilling investigations. Among these endeavors, the most significant aims to extract ancient water samples from the depths of the Kirin Ice Lake, potentially unlocking a pivotal chapter in Earth's biological history and unveiling the origins of life in the cosmos. Upon hearing Professor Ma's introduction, Lin Yuan's expression grew serious as he responded thoughtfully. Professor Ma, the plan you have proposed is remarkably audacious and at the forefront of research, possessing monumental significance. I wholeheartedly concur. In fact, the secrets concealed within the Antarctic continent far exceed our imagination. Lin Yuan articulated deliberately. For instance, both our nation and various Western countries have previously uncovered ancient civilizations hidden beneath the immense glaciers of Antarctica. As the chief engineer of a national-level project, Lin Yuan possessed the authority to access numerous state secrets. He recalled having seen in a classified document that within Antarctica, in an area known as the Petermore Glacier, researchers had discovered a mysterious octagonal structure, so vast that it extended deep into the glacier. This octagonal edifice lies a mere 93 miles from the American research station, McMurdo. According to the information available, this site is currently dominated and controlled by the United States and its allied forces. It is well known that the Antarctic glaciers have been melting over the past few centuries, revealing this enigmatic base to the world, based on intelligence from the Dragon Nation. Upon learning of this mysterious base, the United States dispatched an exploratory team composed of scientists, engineers, and Navy SEALs, who, through specialized means, breached the facility and accessed a subterranean space 15 meters below ground. Upon entering this mysterious underground realm, the researchers found themselves in a vast glacial underworld, where both the floor and walls were composed of smooth black basalt. The temperature within was a mere 20 degrees Celsius, contrasting starkly with the outside chill of minus 40 degrees. The researchers initially scoured the first level of this space, but found no significant artifacts. Eager to explore further, they were dismayed to discover the absence of any doors or passageways leading to the next level. Given that this expedition may pertain to Antarctic secrets, Lin Yuan had the authority to grant the research team access to classified information, stating with gravity, when news of this emerged, it sent shockwaves across the globe. Our nation and others dispatched experts for investigation, and it was revealed that the first level of this underground space spans approximately 500 square meters, devoid of any objects. However, experts later discovered some hieroglyphs on that door. At this revelation, the group gasped in surprise. Hieroglyphs? Does this not imply that this site may have been established by a civilization that had yet to develop modern writing systems? This suggests that the formation of this mysterious base dates back at least several millennia. In such a harsh environment as Antarctica, truly astounding. The group was filled with awe and wonder. Lin Yuan continued to elaborate. Scientists have meticulously documented these hieroglyphs and enigmatic symbols, and their studies reveal that some of these signs astonishingly correspond to celestial charts of the universe. Upon hearing this, the audience's expressions grew serious once more. What does this indicate? It suggests that prior to human civilization, there indeed existed another civilization. It is also possible that these remnants were left by the Yellow Emperor and his contemporaries. Lin Yuan spoke with composure. When I refer to the Yellow Emperor, I am actually using it as a collective term, for during that epoch, these extraterrestrial beings, identified as the Yellow Emperor, left traces across various regions of Earth. Due to the ambiguity surrounding their representations, coupled with the diverse cultures of the early inhabitants in different regions, the names attributed to the Yellow Emperor varied greatly. It is akin to the ancient Egyptians venerating the Queen Mother of the West as a pharaoh. Furthermore, as we have previously discussed, many of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt corresponded to the mythological figures found in the Shanhai Jing. Thus, within this conceptual framework, there exists the possibility that our own Yellow Emperor, Zhuanxiu, and Du might indeed be equated with certain deities from the West. I have a bold hypothesis regarding this. The revered figure of Jesus in the West might actually be our own Emperor Zhuanxiu. They could very well be one and the same. At this revelation, the crowd could not help but widen their eyes. Chen Lin was particularly bewildered. Wasn't the focus supposed to be on Antarctic research? How did Zhuanxiu and Jesus become intertwined? While the audience's scalps tingled with astonishment, their curiosity surged, and they eagerly turned their gazes towards Lin Yuan. Everyone understood that the era in which the Yellow Emperor thrived was exceedingly distant, and historians often estimate that he lived between 5,000 to 8,000 years ago. However, I contend that this figure should be extended further back, potentially reaching tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or millions of years ago. At that time, the tectonic plates of the Earth had yet to separate. What we now refer to as the Huaxiao was known as the Nine Provinces. while the Western world spoke of a land called Mu. Ancient texts from the West recount that the land of Mu was home to 10 tribes, all of whom revered a leader named Ram. Who was Ram? He was, in fact, Zhuanxu. The ancestors of that time elevated Zhuanxu to the status of one of the 5 emperors. However, in the West, Zhuanxu was identified by contemporary religious fervor as the son of God, namely Jesus. As for why I assert that Zhuanxu is Jesus, are you familiar with ancient languages? Lin Yuan smiled and inquired of the audience. They all shook their heads honestly. They were a group of climatologists, geographers, biologists, etc., while they could discuss Antarctic research. Knowledge of ancient languages was beyond their purview. In ancient language, the characters for Zhuanxu and Ruishu are interchangeable. This is indisputable and can be verified through available resources. Additionally, are you aware of homophones? Homophones are a phenomenon in the ancient texts of Huaxia, where characters are used interchangeably. The term Tongjia implies universality and substitution. For example, Bei and Bei, Dang and Chong, where the former is the original character and the latter is the homophone. Within the culture of homophones, both Shu and Su correspond to Su, leading us to the conclusion that in ancient times, Zhuanxu could also be referred to as Ruishu. Due to the variations in ancient oral traditions across different regions, a certain term evolved, with Itu transforming into Itu, as Lin Yuan eloquently articulated, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. Furthermore, ancient texts such as the Shanhai Jing record that only Zhuanxu experienced death and resurrection. The text states, there exists a fish known as Yufu, which is partially paralyzed. Upon Zhuanxu's death, he was revived. This implies that through the entity known as the fish woman, Zhuanxu achieved the miraculous feat of resurrection. In Western mythology, Jesus was similarly crucified and soon after resurrected. As Lin Yuan spoke, a radiant gleam illuminated his visage, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In contemporary times, there have been claims of mermaid sightings in Antarctica. Indeed, these mermaids correlate with the fish woman mentioned in the Shanhai Jing. According to eyewitness accounts, the mermaids discovered in Antarctica bore a striking resemblance to humans, possessing smooth skin and the ability to traverse both land and water. Scientific reports have also indicated that mermaids existed on Earth millions of years ago. However, their extinction is attributed to global warming, suggesting that their survival depended on frigid temperatures. Consequently, only a few regions on Earth, such as Antarctica and the Arctic, could provide such an environment. Lin Yuan surveyed the crowd and remarked, I suspect that Zhuanxu perished after experiencing certain events, and to resurrect him, someone or some force transported him to Antarctica, where, through the fish woman, he was successfully revived. As for the means by which the mermaids could facilitate resurrection, that remains a mystery. Yet, if this hypothesis holds true, it elucidates many things. After all, most microbial strains require extremely cold temperatures to survive, and the cryogenic technologies we are currently researching also necessitate such conditions. Upon hearing this, the audience was left in shock. After a prolonged silence, Ma Yinghong, the leader of the Dragon Nation's scientific expedition team, tremulously inquired, Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that Antarctica may conceal an ancient medical research facility? Professor Ma, what is your view? Lin Yuan responded with a mysterious smile. Isn't your current scientific mission precisely to procure the prehistoric life water from millions of years ago for further study? Chapter 128. The mysterious unknown beneath Antarctica. Successful recovery in truth. With Lin Yuan's current level of access, he had already obtained numerous state secrets. For instance, in the Dragon Nation, there exists a classified document labeled as 49, which details the Fire Seed project in Antarctica. This initiative involves the covert establishment of a mysterious base in a certain region of Antarctica where a wealth of resources has been stored. Most significantly, it houses a plethora of embryonic genes belonging to the yellow race of Chinese civilization. What constitutes a fire seed? It symbolizes the continuity of life and the transmission of knowledge through generations. In the face of immense catastrophe or the advent of an apocalyptic scenario, this enigmatic base located in Antarctica shall be reactivated, heralding the emergence of a new civilization centered around the South Pole at some point in the future. At that time, the civilization of Huaxia shall rise anew from the ashes. Similarly, not only the Dragon Nation, but also various Western powers, including the Eagle Nation, the John Bull, and the Bear Country, have established analogous measures in Antarctica. Chief Engineer Lin, are you suggesting that this ancient medical facility is currently under the control of the Eagle Nation? Inquired the anxious crowd. Given the proclivities of the Eagle Nation, it is likely they would be reluctant to share such knowledge with our nation. That is unlikely. Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. The base controlled by the Eagle Nation and the Northern Alliance is likely just a forward post. The ancient medical facility capable of reviving the dead is probably still buried deep beneath a glacier that spans thousands of meters. Upon hearing this, Professor Ma suddenly recalled a significant event. Chief Engineer Lin, your words remind me of something. In 2006, the Eagle Nation invited renowned scientists from around the globe to participate in a mission of which I was a part. This endeavor, led by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, aimed to utilize gravitational retrogression and climate testing satellites to uncover a vast area of gravitational anomaly beneath the Antarctic ice wall, with a thickness of up to a kilometer. The location lies within the underground basin of the Wells Coast in Antarctica, encompassing a gravitational range of 500 kilometers. Despite the convergence of the world's top scientists, the true nature of this mysterious gravitational anomaly remained elusive. Consequently, the Eagle Nation referred to this area as the geological tumor, and it continues to be a puzzle in Antarctic geological research. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, "Professor Ma, are you suggesting that the ancient medical facility I mentioned could potentially lie within this anomaly?" Indeed, Professor Ma nodded. It is not without merit. Gravitational anomalies can arise from various phenomena, including magnetic field interference and other related occurrences, much like the dimensional mysteries I previously encountered in the Shenanjia region. This implies that beneath the Antarctic glaciers may lie an entrance to a mysterious dimensional space. Of course, the specifics remain unknown and require further exploration by humanity. Yet, to be candid, the current capabilities of human civilization are woefully inadequate to support such extensive research endeavors. The Eagle Nation is likely aware of this. Otherwise, why would they refrain from excavating for further study? Thus, as the group engaged in conversation, approximately an hour later, the snowmobiles finally arrived at their destination, the Chelan Ice Lake, located in the Princess Elizabeth region of the East Antarctic ice sheet. The Chelan Ice Lake is the second largest subglacial lake discovered in Antarctica, covered by a thick layer of snow reaching up to 600 meters, and has been isolated from the outside world for at least 3 million years. The entire area of Chelan Ice Lake spans 370 square kilometers, with a maximum water depth of 200 meters and sediment thickness exceeding 300 meters. The drilling mission beneath the Chelan Ice Lake holds immense potential for our research into ancient Antarctic topography and a host of prehistoric information. Upon disembarking, Professor Ma stated earnestly, "This is one of the reasons why the nation is fervently supporting the drilling mission beneath the Chelan Ice Lake." Prior to this, both the Eagle Nation and the Bear Country had already acquired samples of the lake water from beneath the ice, and there were even rumors of mysterious artifacts being salvaged from the depths. The Chelan Ice Lake, chosen by the Dragon Nation, holds paramount significance for the acquisition of prehistoric information. Should Professor Ma's team achieve their objectives, the Dragon Nation will become the first in the world to successfully complete an under-ice drilling operation at a depth of 600 meters in the Chelan Ice Lake. The samples and data obtained will surpass the information held by the Eagle Nation and the Bear Country. Soon, after selecting a suitable location, the group of engineers commenced the arrangement of instruments in the appropriate area of the Chelan Ice Lake. Lin Yuan, with his extensive research experience, immediately recognized the names and technical methods of the equipment upon a brief glance. "Professor Ma, for this under-ice drilling, you are employing a combination of hot water drilling and thermal melting detectors, correct?" Upon hearing this, Ma Yinghong promptly gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "As expected of Chief Engineer Lin, we are using entirely new equipment and technology, a world premiere, both domestically and internationally. I never imagined you would identify it so quickly." Afterward, Ma Yinghong fixed his gaze intently on the drilling equipment's activation point, his expression grave. Noticing the old professor's concern, Lin Yuan inquired, "What troubles you, Professor Ma?" Sighing, Ma Yinghong replied, "To speak candidly, Chief Engineer Lin, I feel quite apprehensive about recklessly unveiling the secrets hidden 600 meters beneath the Antarctic Ice Lake." Lin Yuan understood the source of the professor's worry. It is indeed normal for him to feel this way. After all, no one knows what kind of entities or information lie concealed in the depths of the Antarctic glacier, or whether they might bring about a catastrophic disaster for contemporary human civilization. For instance, these buried ice regions could harbor ancient viruses or microbial strains. A hasty revelation could lead to tremendous calamity. Yet, such is human nature. In the face of the unknown, alongside fear, there thrives an insatiable spirit of exploration. Shortly thereafter, the drilling equipment reached the underground area at 600 meters, successfully breaching the thick ice layer. Simultaneously, under the operation of long-distance instruments, a sample of the subterranean lake water from the Chelan Ice Lake was successfully extracted. As the mechanical arm emerged from the borehole, a tube of liquid, a deep azure reminiscent of the sky, gradually appeared before everyone. At this moment, the on-site personnel had donned protective suits and gas masks to prevent exposure to the ancient pathogens that might be present in this lake water, aged millions of years. Success. In that instant, a silent cheer resonated in the hearts of the crowd. Subsequently, under Professor Ma's guidance, they meticulously commenced the preliminary research and observation of this tube of ancient life-giving water. Meanwhile, the personnel operating the hot water drills suddenly made an astonishing discovery, exclaiming, "Professor Ma, it seems we have found something in the subterranean lake environment from which we just extracted the ancient life-giving water. What is it?" Upon hearing this, even Lin Yuan was drawn in, swiftly turning his gaze. A group of experts surrounded the scene, their eyes wide with anticipation as they urgently inquired, "Have we detected what it is?" With a serious demeanor, the staff responded, through the thermal melt detector and imaging analyzer. We initially suspect this could be a fishbone fossil or the remains of a prehistoric organism. We must lower the equipment immediately and employ all means to retrieve it. Professor Ma hesitated for a moment before speaking. At that moment, another expert in the team displayed a look of concern and voiced, "Professor Ma, I do not recommend proceeding. We have already extracted water from prehistoric life dating back at least 3 million years. Our mission can be deemed a success. We should not complicate matters further. If this is indeed the remains of a prehistoric creature, we have no knowledge of how it perished. What if it harbors viral strains? Bringing it to the surface could lead to a catastrophic disaster. Old Sue, you make a valid point. Yet we have stumbled upon such a rare opportunity to explore prehistoric information. It would be disheartening to abandon it now," Ma Yinghong said, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion as she sighed. She then directed her gaze toward Lin Yuan. "Chief Engineer Lin, what are your thoughts?" Ma Yinghong was keenly interested in Lin Yuan's opinion. If he agreed to proceed, she would follow suit without a moment's hesitation. Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings, contemplating that the temporary base's protective measures were adequate to handle any unforeseen situations. Without further delay, he nodded and commanded, "Retrieve it." Understood, Ma Yinghong immediately issued the order. Soon, under the control of the staff, the recoverable deep-sea submersible gradually emerged from the borehole. Researchers clad in protective gear approached to operate the instrument, using mechanical arms to avoid direct contact as they delicately extracted an object. What could it be? Including Lin Yuan, a multitude of scientists gathered excitedly to observe. Chapter 129. The super plague of 30 million years ago, it appeared to be fragments of the remains of some ancient creature, encased in layers of ice. Team leader Ma scrutinized the pieces before stating, "These must have been uncovered during our drilling process. Fortunately, the overall structure remains intact." Indeed, what a relief. The group exhaled in unison. They then carefully placed the skeletal fragments into a secure container, alongside the previously extracted water from ancient life, to transport back to the Dragon Kingdom's research base. Meanwhile, the drilling operation at Chilan Ice Lake had reached a preliminary conclusion. "Chief Engineer Lin, what do you think the prehistoric bone fragments resemble?" The scientists inquired curiously during their return journey. "It should be remnants of some prehistoric organism," Lin Yuan pondered before replying. "However, it remains unclear at this juncture. Team leader Ma, your research base possesses the appropriate instruments, does it not?" "Yes," Ma Yinghong nodded, grasping Lin Yuan's intent. "Upon our return, we can immediately analyze these remains." To be honest, the significance of the skeletal fragments they had obtained far surpassed that of the prehistoric life water they had extracted. The water samples from beneath the ice lake of Chilan can only provide insights into some prehistoric environmental information, which pales in comparison to the significance of a tangible object of such substance. "I, too, harbor great anticipation," Lin Yuan smiled. Soon, upon returning to the Antarctic research station in the Dragon Kingdom, Professor Ma and his fellow researchers eagerly commenced their work on the day's findings. The most crucial element, the primordial life-giving water, was momentarily set aside as they shifted their focus to an extensive analysis of the prehistoric remains. An hour and a half later, Professor Ma emerged, clutching data with a look of astonishment. "My heavens, Chief Engineer Lin, I am beginning to genuinely question the existence of the ancient civilization you mentioned." "How so, Commander Ma?" Lin Yuan inquired with a curious gaze. "It's utterly incredible," Professor Ma exclaimed. "We have detected multiple segments of DNA in these remains. Such a phenomenon is entirely impossible in nature." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with understanding as he grasped Professor Ma's implications. "Are you suggesting that this skeletal specimen was a product of human intervention, created through genetic coding?" "Precisely," Professor Ma replied, his excitement palpable. "The underground lake of Chilan Ice Lake boasts a history spanning at least several million years. While fluctuations in prehistoric climate temperatures cannot be ruled out, it is certain that the existence of these skeletal fragments dates back no less than several 100,000 years. Remarkably, we have also extracted an ancient virus from these remains." At this revelation, Lin Yuan's expression shifted. "Are you certain?" he asked, his tone serious. "Indeed," Professor Ma affirmed, "but rest assured. Our research indicates that this ancient virus poses no threat to humans or other life forms." "Oh," Lin Yuan was taken aback and quickly countered, "Professor Ma, what do you mean by that?" "We are uncertain," Professor Ma replied, furrowing his brow, "but based on our experiments, human cells exhibit a natural immunity to this virus. Logically, one would assume that such an ancient virus would be highly pathogenic to humans and other life forms. Yet our findings starkly indicate that we can indeed naturally resist it." "How peculiar," Lin Yuan mused, a sudden realization dawning upon him. His expression transformed into one of enlightenment. "I see now." Noticing Lin Yuan's abrupt proclamation, the others turned to him with puzzled expressions. "Do you all recall a significant event in the medical field that occurred in 2001? Lin Yuan casually inquired, and upon seeing their heads shake in unison, he proceeded to elaborate. "At that time, a foreign institution extracted a virus from ancient biological fossils. Subsequent research traced the origins of this virus. To put it succinctly, 30 million years ago, a catastrophic plague ravaged the globe, enduring for a staggering 15 million years. The impact of this plague on Earth was monumental. Professor Ma, your earlier assertion that our bodies possess innate immunity to this virus can only be attributed to one reason. Our genes have previously been infected by this virus, thus granting us immunity, Lin Yuan gravely remarked. In the current body of research, this cataclysmic plague from 30 million years ago not only altered the genetic makeup of humanity, but has also left its mark on the genomes of rodents and carnivores outside of the primate order. As he spoke, Lin Yuan's expression was one of utmost seriousness. If the recently discovered fragments of prehistoric bones indeed reveal the presence of this virus, it would confirm the reality of this ancient super plague, dispelling any notion that it is merely a figment of scientific imagination. The implications of a pandemic that ravaged the globe and endured for such an extensive duration compelled Lin Yuan to ponder with trepidation. His research indicated that the super plague indiscriminately assailed various mammalian species. The sole culprit could only be a virus, for only viral agents possess the capacity to indiscriminately infect living organisms, instigating genetic mutations, recombinations, and deletions, thereby affecting the physiological functions, immune systems, and reproductive systems of their hosts. Given the natural environmental conditions of that era, it would have been inconceivable for such a colossal virus to emerge. Thus, one might speculate, could this super virus have been released deliberately? If one were to stretch their imagination even further, might this super plague be the handiwork of a mysterious, malevolent civilization bent on annihilating the inhabitants of Earth's starship? The mere thought sent chills down Lin Yuan's spine. The assault of meteors was one form of attack. The deployment of a super plague constituted another. Over billions of years, what other forms of assault has Earth endured? At that moment, a wry smile crept upon Lin Yuan's face. Although the Earth appeared harmonious in recent times, seemingly free from existential threats for millennia, an unsettling realization struck him. He recalled the first time he engaged in memory retrospection through the pictorial lineage of the Yellow Emperor. The cry of this ancestral figure of Huaxia, a sound of profound indignation, echoed in his mind. I shall not yield. Given the Yellow Emperor's character, even upon discovering a means to return to his home star, he would never simply depart without a fight. Why, then, had this ancient pantheon of figures, including the Yellow Emperor, Fuxi, Nuwa, and Shinno, vanished from the annals of Huaxia's history over the millennia? Could it be that the Yellow Emperor, along with these legendary figures, mounted a counteroffensive against the hostile civilization behind the scenes? Or perhaps they perished in a cataclysmic battle, resulting in the ensuing millennia of safety for Earth's starship? Reflecting on this, Lin Yuan found this conclusion increasingly plausible. Chapter 130, Sudden News Report. The Dragon Kingdom announces takeover of the ancient base in Antarctica. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality. Regardless of the circumstances, the Yellow Emperor and his companions undeniably made tremendous contributions to Earth. Moreover, Lin Yuan had ample reason to suspect that, whether the Yellow Emperor departed Earth or vanished into the corridors of history for another mission, his wisdom would surely ensure he left behind contingencies. The dragon-seeking project had been underway for some time now, and news should be forthcoming soon. Lin Yuan anticipated with quiet excitement. This bounty promises to be substantial. Professor Ma beamed. For the acquisition of these specimens would greatly aid their research into prehistoric life and geographical climate information. Professor Lin, when do you plan to return? He inquired. With a smile, Professor Ma replied, we intend to bring these genetic samples back to our homeland immediately for further study. Engineer Lin, should you find the time, our research institute would be honored to have your guidance. At that moment, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I must apologize, Professor Ma. I fear I cannot return home just yet. Additionally, everyone's schedule for returning will need to be postponed. The group paused, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's expression. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted outside the research station. A fleet of specialized snow vehicles surged in from all directions, and nearly 100 personnel appeared at the Dragon Nation's Antarctic Research Station. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a vigorous middle-aged man strode into the camp. I am Major General Zhou Xiaoyang from the Joint Exploration Forces of the 5 War Zones, here to report to Engineer Lin. He saluted sharply, his demeanor resolute. Thank you for your efforts, Major General Zhou, Lin Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Have you brought everything? In response to the astonished expressions of Professor Ma and the others, Major General Zhou affirmed, indeed, we have brought the Xianyuan reactor, powered by controllable nuclear fusion, sufficient to sustain all large-scale engineering projects. Furthermore, the Xianyuan battle chariot has also arrived, ready for security operations at any moment. Upon hearing this, Professor Ma and the others were once again left in utter disbelief. The task is urgent. I have marked the necessary information on the map. You are to immediately lead the relevant personnel to the designated location to commence drilling and searching operations. We must act swiftly, without allowing Eagle Sauce and the Western nations time to react. After issuing his command to General Zhou, Lin Yuan turned to Professor Ma and the others. Professor Ma, esteemed colleagues, he said, scanning the group with a serious demeanor, I hereby summon you all for an immediate mission under my authority as the chief of the Hongming Project. Our objective is to activate the ancient base in Antarctica before sunset tomorrow. A collective shock washed over Professor Ma and the other scholars, their expressions turning grim. Engineer Lin. What is the meaning of this? What is this joint exploration forces of the 5 war zones? When was such a military unit established by the Dragon Nation? They were utterly bewildered. Professor Ma, having posed a question, quickly realized the gravity of the situation, his voice trembling. Engineer Lin. So your true purpose in coming to the Antarctic Research Station is to activate the ancient base? This is too sudden. They had only just learned of the potential existence of an ancient civilization's base in Antarctica, and now Lin Yuan was prepared to lead an excavation, an utterly astonishing revelation. Indeed. Lin Yuan smiled. Professor Ma, the truth is, my visit to Antarctica was never intended for the excavation of prehistoric life's essence. My true objective has always been to unlock the ancient base in Antarctica. However, as you are aware, the Western powers are closely monitoring my movements. Without a plausible justification, it is likely that as soon as my team arrives in Antarctica, their military forces will swiftly mobilize. Therefore, upon learning of your excavation of the primordial life-giving waters, I seized the opportunity to justify my presence in Antarctica. The Western nations believe that I am merely interested in these so-called ancient waters. Little do they know that I am employing a strategy of concealment and deception. Lin Yuan chuckled, confident that by the time the Western powers realize what is unfolding, we will have officially taken control of the ancient base in Antarctica. As for Major General Zhou and other military personnel, they have been selected to form an exploration team composed of elite members from the 5 major military regions of our nation, based on Lin Yuan's proposal. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Professor Ma and the others were filled with exhilaration, their spirits ignited. It turns out that Lin Yuan's journey to Antarctica bears such significant responsibility. Rest assured, we have spent considerable time in Antarctica and are well acquainted with the region. We will certainly cooperate with the mission plan of the military. Professor Ma and his colleagues expressed their enthusiastic commitment. Excellent. I appreciate your support. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. A new era is about to commence under our stewardship. As his words resonated, an aura of utmost confidence and fervor emanated from Lin Yuan. After such preparation, it was time to undertake something monumental. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the Western nations, as Lin Yuan had anticipated, were fixated on his whereabouts. This prodigious talent from the Dragon Nation places such importance on the research project concerning the subterranean ice lakes of Antarctica that he has personally traveled there. At the Pentagon, General William convened a group of scientists once more, engaged in animated discussions. Could there be some hidden agenda? One speculated. Impossible. A renowned scientist quickly interjected with a chuckle. We are aware of the Dragon Nation's excavation plans for the Chilean Ice Lake, which hold no significant importance. At most, it involves a deeper exploration of ancient climatic and geographical aspects. We have also surveyed the Chilean Ice Lake region and found little merit in further research. Even if the Dragon Nation were to achieve some results, they would be limited. Upon hearing this, General William sighed in relief. That is reassuring. Yet, a lingering sense of unease persisted within him, as if something was amiss. As for other nations, only a select few possess the capability to conduct scientific investigations in Antarctica, yet they remain perplexed by the true intentions of the Dragon Nation and Lin Yuan. Then, on a remarkable day in early May, astonishing news spread across global networks and media. The Central News Agency officially released a report. Congratulations to our esteemed scientist, Professor Lin Yuan, for successfully discovering ancient ruins in Antarctica. Preliminary findings indicate that this is a base left behind by an ancient civilization. The discovery of the Antarctic base signifies that human civilization indeed coexisted with other civilizations in ancient times. According to our report, Professor Lin is leading a team of elite scientists from the Dragon Nation to conduct further research on this base. Boom. As the Central News Agency's announcement broke, the global network erupted in excitement. Upon receiving the news, General William and all the prominent figures from the Eagle Nation turned pale. What was happening? A furious General William bellowed. Was it not stated that the individual from the Dragon Nation was merely excavating samples from some underground ice lake in Antarctica? How did he inadvertently unearth the ancient base of Antarctica? This cannot stand. The next moment, General William's gaze intensified, and he exclaimed, immediately dispatch an elite team to Antarctica. We must not allow the Dragon Nation to reap all the rewards. Indeed, Antarctica is a shared treasure belonging to the peoples of the world. In a swift response, high-ranking officials from Western nations were equally anxious, urgently sending their own research teams to Antarctica, eager to stake their claim. Just then, the Dragon Nation convened a press conference once more. This time, the spokesperson representing the nation solemnly declared that the Dragon Nation would officially take control of the ancient base in Antarctica. This territory is part of the Dragon Nation's domain and is inviolable. Should any foreign entity enter the region of the ancient base in Antarctica without the Dragon Nation's approval, it will be deemed a provocation of war against the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation will spare no effort and possesses the capability to retaliate. Chapter 131. The era belonging to the Dragon Nation has arrived. Once the official announcement was made, the domestic internet erupted with fervor. Citizens were filled with patriotic zeal upon witnessing such a formidable declaration from their country. How magnificent is my nation! This is the way to be. Whoever first discovers and studies it, claims it. The ancient and mysterious base in Antarctica had indeed been discovered by the state, igniting immense curiosity about what secrets it might hold. Quickly check the news for more details. This ancient base was discovered under the leadership of Professor Lin Yuan. Once again, it was the efforts of Chief Engineer Lin, who had made significant contributions to the nation. The Earth Starship system is becoming increasingly sophisticated, with the emergence of even ancient bases. However, it remains uncertain which functional system this base belongs to. The citizens engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, abroad, Western netizens were equally astonished. Goodness, the Dragon Nation has actually discovered an ancient mysterious base? This is utterly unbelievable. That individual from the Dragon Nation is truly a genius. They expressed strong protests, asserting that Antarctica belongs to all of humanity, and the Dragon Nation should disclose all findings made in Antarctica. Indeed, the Dragon Nation should not act so selfishly. The ancient base may harbor ancient technological civilizations, and for the advancement of all humankind, they must share all technologies and information. Western nations, such as the Eagle Nation, John Bull, and other powerful countries, adopted an exceptionally domineering stance. The Eagle Nation promptly reached out to the Dragon Nation's officials. In a video conference, leaders from the 5 permanent members of the UN convened, along with high-ranking officials from nations like Germain and others, merely observing the proceedings. Old Chun, since your Dragon Nation has discovered this Antarctic base, for the sake of all humanity, you should contribute it. In the video, General William of the Eagle Nation spoke leisurely. After all, Antarctica is a territory that belongs to all humanity. It is not solely for the Dragon Nation to dictate. The senior officials of John Bull promptly declared, for the betterment of all humanity. We would be amenable even if your Dragon Nation were to share only a portion of its discoveries. As a great nation, Dragon Nation must bear the weight of its responsibilities. As your people would say, do not be short-sighted. We strongly demand that Dragon Nation disclose all its discoveries for the benefit of global research and discussion. This is a matter of great significance. Though your nation is formidable, do not forget that the entire world awaits your response. I cannot believe you would be so foolish as to offend the world for the sake of a few research findings. This last remark came from a representative of the Heavenly Kingdom. In recent years, this nation has sought to join the permanent members of the Security Council, and witnessing Dragon Nation's obstinate stance, which seemed to threaten global relations, filled them with delight. If Dragon Nation were to sever ties with the world, could they not then usurp Dragon Nation's position and claim a seat among the permanent members? The higher-ups of the Heavenly Kingdom were immensely excited, immediately sneering, reveal all discoveries from Antarctica, or bear the consequences. Humph. Upon hearing this, Elder Chun, stationed at Imperial Capital's West Garden No. 1, narrowed his gaze with a hint of coldness. The leaders from various battle zones were equally incensed by the Heavenly Kingdom's arrogance, their faces darkening with fury as they could no longer contain their outrage. How audacious of these Heavenly Kingdom people. Old Joe, do not hold me back. The moment Elder Chun gives the command, our rocket force will promptly deliver a grand East Wind Express to the Heavenly Kingdom. How absurd. A mere Heavenly Kingdom dares to compare itself with our Huaxia? Let us not engage with them. If the Eagle Nation or other countries stumbled upon this ancient base, they would not share their findings with the world either. The crowd gritted their teeth in response. Elder Chun, exhibiting a resolute demeanor, calmly stated, as our declaration asserts, this ancient base discovered in Antarctica is now an integral part of Dragon Nation's territory. The discovery of this base was solely facilitated by our efforts, and no contribution was made by your nations. On what grounds do you seek to share the fruits of our labor? Elder Chun scoffed. General William, your words sound noble. Advocating for all humanity? Then why has your Eagle Nation not shared the super technologies under your control? And as for you, John Bull, if memory serves, it was our Chief Engineer Lin who unraveled the mysteries of the Stonehenge. If you are so generous, why not disclose the advanced civilizational technologies hidden within Stonehenge? Should you be willing to do so, Dragon Nation will gladly engage. Alas, you lack the courage, for such is the inherent flaw of your nation and ethnicity. Conclusively, Elder Chun declared with palpable intensity, in short, none of you shall interfere with the Antarctic base. Anyone who dares to meddle shall find our aerospace combat vehicles leisurely traversing their airspace. As he spoke, Elder Chun waved his hand, and suddenly another scene appeared in the video. There it was, the mysterious base discovered by Dragon Nation in Antarctica. Above this base loomed a colossal figure, akin to a demonic deity, utterly stunning the high-ranking officials of all nations. It was the future war machine of the Dragon Nation. Damn it. How could we have forgotten that Dragon Nation possesses such a terrifying battlefield weapon? The leaders of various nations, including the Eagle Nation, displayed expressions of profound dismay. The formidable silhouette of the Lin Yuan battle chariot loomed before them, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure that sent shivers down their spines. Although the Lin Yuan battle chariot had only been unveiled once, numerous nations had conducted research on it in the ensuing months. The consensus reached was that, akin to the Longhua's Yinglong-class space bomber, the Lin Yuan battle chariot represented a groundbreaking advancement in military technology. Its terrifying capabilities and might were sufficient to silence most nations. In the video footage, the expressions of the leaders were a tapestry of complex emotions, each one lamenting the undeniable rise of Longhua. The mere existence of the space bomber and the Lin Yuan battle chariot was enough to instill fear in even the mightiest of powers. Meanwhile, the representatives from the Tianzhu nation recoiled at Chun Lao's unabashed threats, instantly rendered speechless. On the other hand, General William of the Eagle Nation, with a calculating glint in his eye, was clearly scheming something. However, as silence enveloped the room, Chun Lao's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of a smile. Our Longhua is an ancient nation with a rich civilization. As a great power, we naturally embody the grace and stature befitting such a status. He surveyed the assembly and continued, our nation's leadership has deliberated. And I would like to propose the following. Longhua is willing to share controllable nuclear fusion technology with the world. However, this opportunity is extended only to those who align with Longhua or stand as our allies. We shall assist these nations in establishing controllable nuclear fusion projects. Chun Lao spoke with an air of calm assurance. This proposal had also garnered the approval of Lin Yuan. Yet, it was not a matter of relinquishing all aspects of the controllable nuclear fusion technology. The core methodologies would remain firmly under Longhua's control. Rather, it was a means of aiding allied nations in establishing their own controllable nuclear fusion initiatives. All proprietary technology would remain confidential. Conversely, in seeking Longhua's support, these nations would undoubtedly be required to offer substantial benefits in return. Regardless, the revelation that Longhua was willing to share controllable nuclear fusion technology left the leaders present in a state of astonishment. Even representatives from the Eagle Nation, the United Kingdom, and the Chicken Basin were visibly affected. Other nations, however, were filled with excitement. Mr. Chun, is this statement genuine? A high-ranking official from the Maple Leaf Nation urgently inquired. If your country is willing to assist us in establishing a controllable nuclear fusion initiative, our nation will wholeheartedly support you. Another representative from the Pakistan nation affirmed, indeed, we have always stood by Longhua and shall support all of its decisions. In light of the support for controllable nuclear fusion technology, the stance of the high-ranking officials from various countries shifted dramatically, aligning themselves firmly with Longhua. Witnessing this, the Eagle Nation and a few others turned pale with frustration, yet found themselves powerless to counter the unfolding reality. One could hardly blame these leaders for their pragmatic responses. The technology of controlled nuclear fusion stands as one of the pinnacle achievements of contemporary scientific research. Any nation that possesses the capability of controlled nuclear fusion engineering is poised to enhance its development across various sectors by at least a decade. Furthermore, the resources conserved are of astronomical value. For the Dragon Nation and Lin Yuan, the global deployment of controlled nuclear fusion holds immense strategic significance. Lin Yuan is not a miserly individual, and the Dragon Nation embodies the grace of a great power. By mastering the core of controlled nuclear fusion, the resulting benefits are sufficient to outweigh any costs. Alas, who can blame our country for lacking a genius like Mr. Lin? Observing the situation firmly in favor of the Dragon Nation, General William and his compatriots from the Eagle Nation could only awkwardly withdraw. The video conference concluded, marking the moment when the Dragon Nation completely seized control of the ancient Antarctic base. Simultaneously, the Dragon Nation discovered that the site of the ancient Antarctic base is a vast expanse of ice, once eerily silent, but now bustling with activity. On the icy surface, a contingent of armed personnel from the Dragon Nation has cordoned off the area. At the center, near a colossal opening approximately 30 meters in diameter, lies a marvel. Who could have imagined that beneath the thick Antarctic ice, a massive mountain range lay concealed? In that instant, even Professor Ma Yinghong, who has devoted 30 years to Antarctic research, was profoundly moved. Indeed, had it not been for the intervention of Chief Engineer Lin, we would have remained oblivious to the spectacular wonder hidden 16 kilometers beneath this region. The excitement among the assembled individuals was palpable. Just 2 days prior, with Lin Yuan's support, members of the Antarctic research team and military personnel successfully drilled down 16 kilometers through the ice and uncovered a gigantic mountain range. This revelation indicates that beneath the Antarctic glaciers lies a peak exceeding 3,000 meters in elevation. It is crucial to note that this is not mere fabrication. As early as 2010, scientists had discovered a significant mountain range beneath the Antarctic ice, such as the renowned Gambert-Sev mountain range. Research indicates that these mountains have formed over the course of hundreds of millions of years. At this moment, the mountain range discovered by the Dragon Nation is no different. The first excavation team, delving 16 kilometers into the ice, stumbled upon this hidden range, subsequently revealing a mysterious bronze gate. This ancient and profound bronze door, seemingly forged from bronze, has undoubtedly weathered countless storms over the ages. At this moment, Lin Yuan stands before this monumental bronze gate, his demeanor remarkably serene. Indeed, the earth harbors an abundance of secrets. With a sigh of wonder, Lin Yuan stepped inside. Before him emerged a vast underground base, expansively sprawled beneath the ice for who knows how many years, yet the space bore no trace of disorder. Within the base, personnel from the Dragon Nation unearthed numerous enigmatic ancient artifacts. Among them were objects reminiscent of ice coffins, often depicted in literature as vessels for preserving corpses from decay or possessing certain healing properties. In this moment, Lin Yuan began to grasp the wisdom of his ancestors, realizing that the narratives woven into novels were not mere fabrications, but reflections of a tangible reality. Chief Engineer Lin, an excited military scientist, approached him, exclaiming, "We have elucidated the functionalities of these ice coffins. It is simply extraordinary. This is, in fact, an ancient intelligent medical device. Our research has revealed that these ice coffins can emit a miraculous factor that repairs injured bodies. Thus, we surmise that they serve as a form of medical apparatus for wartime readiness. Furthermore, they possess curative properties for certain genetic ailments in humans. Minor ailments such as colds aside, our hypothesis suggests that the factors they release have a profound lethality against tumors. Remarkable, indeed, they contain no electronic chips or components. Yet the makeup remains entirely unknown, and no instruments can penetrate their structure. One can only marvel at the sheer prowess of the ancient civilization that invented these ice coffins." Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. "I suspect that the Yellow Emperor and his contemporaries must have stumbled upon this ancient base. Perhaps it constitutes a part of the Earth Starship. The value of these ice coffins is immeasurable. I wonder if they can be transported back to our homeland." As for the other artifacts, they astonished everyone, various items imbued with remarkable technological capabilities. For instance, a group of researchers was gathered around an ancient stone chair, meticulously conducting their examination. "How is the research progressing, esteemed teacher?" Lin Yuan inquired as he approached the cluster of scientists. "Incredible." At that moment, Lin Yuan's mentor, Qin Shanha, appeared at the ancient base in Antarctica, magnifying glass in hand, intently studying the stone chair. "Look at the intricate patterns adorning these chairs. Upon comparison, I have discovered that they bear a striking resemblance to the talismanic culture of our Taoist heritage. Moreover, all instruments fail to X-ray the internal structure of these chairs. Additionally, observe how this stone chair is solemnly positioned at the center of the base. I suspect it may have served as the exclusive throne of the former master of this place. However, its precise function remains a mystery." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan leaned in to conduct a thorough examination. "You are indeed correct, esteemed teacher. The patterns on this stone chair closely resemble those of Taoist talismans. Furthermore, there are inscriptions reminiscent of tadpoles." Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck me. Lin Yuan spoke with gravity, just as in certain cultivation novels. Inscriptions of formations are often engraved on various artifacts. Hence, I wonder if the civilization that constructed this ancient base might represent a powerful amalgamation of advanced technology and cultivation. One must not dismiss Lin Yuan's musings as fanciful. In truth, within his academic framework, the Taoist civilization of China is among the earliest to comprehend the essence of Earth. Much like the Taoist pursuit of refining qi, what is the purpose of refining qi, if not to liberate oneself from dependence on oxygen, while seeking ascension? In the context of our contemporary scientific framework, the pursuit of advanced civilizations in the universe is not the mere quest for the immortality of the physical form, but rather the evolution of the spirit. Only the everlasting nature of the soul can grant true immortality. This notion resonates with the Taoist philosophy, reflecting a profound alignment with the ideals of higher cosmic civilizations. Indeed, humanity remains exceedingly insignificant in the grand scheme of things, as Qin Shanha lamented. "Have you ever attempted to sit on it?" Lin Yuan inquired. "I have," Qin Shanha nodded. "I, along with others, have taken a seat, yet there was no response, nor any discomfort in our bodies." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan pondered. Could it be that this stone chair possesses a specific function, much like some advanced fighter jets, which have biometric gene detection systems that prevent activation if an incorrect identification occurs? Perhaps this stone chair similarly requires a unique individual for activation? Old Qin nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility, but before he could finish his thought, his eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Yuan had taken a seat upon the stone chair. The moment his hands rested upon the ancient jade armrests, a faint current seemed to course through his body. Instantly, the stone chair reclined as if it were a massage chair, and a beam of golden light surged skyward. Following this, a virtual projection materialized before everyone, a star map. In that moment, the gathered scientists erupted in excitement, and Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. He had indeed surmised correctly. This stone chair appeared to be activated solely by him. As everyone gazed at the star map, they observed a myriad of twinkling stars, with a particularly large red dot capturing their attention. "What is this?" In the next moment, Lin Yuan felt a torrent of information flooding his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Slowly, he closed his eyes, his expression grave. In that instant, he comprehended the whereabouts of the Yellow Emperor and his companions. Astonishingly, They were located in the distant Pegasus star system. As for what the Yellow Emperor and his cohort were doing in Pegasus, Lin Yuan could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly related to the forces pursuing the Earth starship from behind the scenes. Concurrently, system notifications began to chime. The host had activated one of the Earth starship warehouses, with the exploration level reaching 0.01. Moments later, an immense stream of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. He realized that the pace must quicken. At this moment, the gravity of his responsibilities weighed heavily upon him. The ancient sages were engaged in solitary combat in a star system tens of thousands of light years away. Finally, Lin Yuan understood the magnitude of his duty. 2 days later, Lin Yuan journeyed to the Eagle Nation, commencing his expedition at Area 51, in pursuit of the ancient secrets harbored within. The Eagle Nation had forged an agreement with the Dragon Kingdom, predicated on substantial military technology. At this juncture, the upper echelons of the Eagle Nation, along with its citizenry, brimmed with anticipation and excitement. The Western media, upon receiving the news, erupted in sensational reports. Area 51 harbors significant ancient secrets. Our great nation shall inherit the most remarkable technological achievements of our ancestors. The future of Earth belongs to the mighty Eagle Nation. At this moment, the sense of pride among the citizens of Eagle Nation reached its zenith. However, it was not long before Lin Yuan submitted an auxiliary research report. The enigmatic Area 51 was, in fact, merely one of the secondary waste incineration chambers of the Earth starship. When the high-ranking officials in Eagle Nation received this report, they were left utterly astounded. General William, situated within the Pentagon, was so overwhelmed that he spewed blood and fainted from the shock. Most crucially, the local media in Eagle Nation, possessing remarkable capabilities, managed to obtain a copy of the report, disseminating it across the global network. Area 51, a secondary waste incineration chamber of the Earth starship, was historically a site where various civilizations spawned by the Earth starship chose barren lands to dispose of their refuse. Thus, while descendants perceived Area 51 as concealing immense secrets, it actually contained nothing but heaps of garbage. Of course, the refuse from ancient times still held some research value. And Eagle Nation, as a waste incineration zone, hoped to maintain its original intent, believing that by overseeing the waste area, it could continue to unearth more refuse and transform waste into treasure. Upon the release of this research report, a lament of despair echoed throughout Eagle Nation. The official government was incensed, vehemently condemning Lin Yuan. Little did they expect that Lin Yuan would once again employ the manifestation function of the causal halo that very day, capturing the vivid imagery with clarity. On that day, the scene of the incineration chamber 5,000 meters underground in Area 51 was presented to the world in high definition without any pixelation. Faced with this revelation, Eagle Nation was left utterly humiliated and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Eagle Nation suspected Lin Yuan was mocking them and demanded an explanation from Dragon Nation, even resorting to the deployment of top-tier military strength. Major fleets from Eagle Nation congregated in the Pacific high seas, seemingly to showcase their military might at the edge of Dragon Nation's territorial waters. 2 days later, on the 510th day, the 4 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleets of Eagle Nation mysteriously vanished while navigating the high seas. When the news broke, Eagle Nation was left in utter bewilderment. The following day, Lin Yuan issued a report revealing that the nuclear-powered aircraft carriers had inadvertently entered the drainage system of the Earth starship and were discharged as nuclear wastewater to the ocean's depths. Eagle Nation was furious. Dragon Nation, unwilling to be outdone, immediately dispatched the Xianyuan battle tank and the Yinglong aerospace bomber, with Dongfeng Express poised to target the Western world. At this moment, global panic ensued. Just when the situation reached a critical juncture, a startling announcement emerged. A massive meteor was set to collide with Earth in 10 days. With contemporary technology unable to avert the impending impact, it meant that in 10 days, all of humanity would face obliteration akin to the dinosaurs millions of years ago. Human civilization was on the brink of extinction. Upon realizing the imminent doom, Eagle Nation panicked, attempting to uphold the banner of the leading power. Yet all efforts from the military and scientific community proved futile against the impending catastrophe. The meteor hurtled towards Earth with an unerring trajectory. On the fateful day of May 15th, under the command of Emperor Pu, the Bear Nation dispatched its mightiest space rocket, tasked with transporting 3 colossal Ivan mushrooms, in an attempt to obliterate the celestial object in orbit. That day, the sky blazed brightly, and upon the detonation of the 3 Ivan mushrooms, humanity beheld a magnificent spectacle. Yet, the crisis remained unresolved. Subsequently, the Bear Nation announced its withdrawal, followed closely by the Eagle Nation and a coalition of northern allies, who employed various desperate measures. All in vain. At that moment, human civilization found itself in the depths of despair. By May 18th, the Western coalition declared defeat. The fate of human civilization on Earth seemed sealed. And what of Lin Yuan, that man from the Dragon Nation? Did he not proclaim that Earth was a cosmic starship? If that were true, surely he must possess a solution. How absurd. That individual was nothing but a charlatan. The notion of a starship Earth was entirely fictitious. It was over. Our civilization faced annihilation. Oh, I do not wish to perish. On May 20th, as major news outlets broadcasted the imminent collision of a massive meteor with Earth, the 7 billion souls of humanity trembled in despair, bracing for the end of an era. It was then that a radiant beam of light ascended from the eastern lands of the Dragon Nation. The global news channels shifted to a military transmission from the Dragon Nation. On the towering heights of a majestic mountain, a cold voice resonated. The Time Mountain dimensional quake cannon is fully charged. Fire. In the wake of this command, a formidable figure stood resolutely atop Time Mountain, gazing skyward at the fiery meteor, hurtling towards Earth with unparalleled speed, poised to obliterate everything upon its surface and extinguish the lives of 7 billion people. In the next moment, the scene shifted again. The Hung Mountain quantum cannon was primed. The Song Mountain kinetic weapon was ready to launch. The Hua Mountain molecular terminator was activated. The Hung Mountain dark matter collapse device was online. With a thunderous roar, under Lin Yuan's unified command from the summit of Time Mountain, 5 towering beams of light ascended from the land of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, the world was enveloped in an unprecedented clarity. The 7 billion inhabitants of Earth widened their eyes, witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. The colossal meteor, struck by the combined might of these 5 mysterious forces, was instantaneously shattered into countless fragments, vaporized by a terrifying energy, reduced to mere dust. Before even breaching the atmosphere, the massive celestial body vanished completely. The crisis was averted. In the next moment, Lin Yuan slowly turned, his clear visage directed at the camera, and, before the eyes of 7 billion people, a serene smile graced his lips. Boom. At that instant, the world trembled. Countless individuals crouched on the ground, weeping and releasing their emotions, exuberantly celebrating their narrow escape. As realization dawned, the peoples of nations around the globe erupted in astonished cries. Oh my God! Is that a miracle of the Dragon Nation? Alas, the Earth Starship indeed exists. The 5 terrifying forces just unleashed are derived from the formidable firepower of the Earth Starship. It turns out that everything Lin Yuan stated was true. At this moment, not only are the citizens of the Dragon Nation exhilarated, but the entirety of humanity feels a shiver run down their spines. Henceforth, the apocalyptic crisis has been averted. Simultaneously, the Earth Starship has fully manifested before the global populace. In the same year, Lin Yuan developed a quantum computer and successfully established communication with the intellect of the Earth Starship, becoming the designated and recognized captain of the Starship. By the end of August, Lin Yuan had created artificial intelligence. In September, he developed nanobots and unraveled the ancient technologies of the Antarctic base, leading to the creation of medical pods. In October, he invented nuclear torpedoes and discovered numerous ancient starships in the munitions depot of the Antarctic continent, lifting the restrictions on planetary defense projects. In March of the following year, the Buzhou Mountain space elevator was activated. On October 1, 2026, the Dragon Nation celebrated in unison as the lunar Guanghan City was completed, marking the arrival of the first batch of interstellar immigrants on the moon. By 2028, Lin Yuan had deciphered the toxic secrets of oxygen, extending human lifespan to 150 to 200 years. In 2031, the Dragon Empire was established, with the Eagle Nation and members of the Northern Alliance joining, while global powers like Bear Nation and John Bull declared allegiance to the Dragon Empire. That same year, the foot basin chicken was eradicated by the Earth's intellect for excessive nuclear waste discharge. Humanity entered an era of great unity. Oh, my enchanting ancestor! The feats left unaccomplished in the past have finally been fulfilled by Lin Yuan, who aided the nation in achieving this honor. In 2036, humanity stepped into the interstellar age. By 2040, the Dragon Totem spread throughout the galaxy. In 2045, when the Pangu starship reached the Pegasus constellation, a million light-years away, Lin Yuan, as the Supreme Commander, encountered a figure both strange and familiar, the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan. Thus, across a span of 1 million years, the most remarkable figures of 2 civilizations finally met. A new era dawned, with the Dragon Totem proliferating throughout the universe. Yet, the civilization behind the pursuit of Earth remains an enduring enigma. The grand finale. Upon reading this, many readers may cast their criticisms upon me. Alas, I find myself unable to continue. My daily earnings barely amount to a few dozen yuan, and as an author, I rely on these meager royalties to survive, realizing it might be more fruitful to deliver takeout. I can only lament the abrupt ending. Oh, how it pains me.